I awakened the SSS level talent of getting stronger by charging. I thought I was about to take off. But after absorbing electricity from the household socket all night, my combat power only increased by a pitiful 3 points. You're still far from meeting the 3rd tier warrior threshold for top academies. I steeled my heart and decided to take the risk, locking onto a 3rd tier lightning attribute monster with 3000 combat power on the martial artist forum. I know, it's not my enemy, it's my perfect new power bank. My name is Chen, a hapless transmigrator in this world overrun by demons and monsters, who awakened the lowest tier E-grade electrician talent. I thought I'd spend my life barely scraping by repairing circuits in wealthy neighborhoods, until today when I knocked on the door of a luxurious villa. I welcomed my first official client in my electrician career. Behind the door stood a tall and enchantingly beautiful woman named Tanya, dressed in a pink silk nightgown. Her lazy demeanor made my heart skip a beat. I forced myself to focus, reminding myself that I was just an E-grade electrician in this world. Power is the foundation of survival. Crouching beside the living room outlet Tanya pointed to, I began skillfully removing the panel. As I noticed a new scorch mark inside the socket, zap! A blinding, eerie blue bolt of electricity suddenly flashed out. I fell to the ground in disarray, and an information panel instantly appeared before my eyes. This is a 2nd grade demonic beast, Thunderlight Bug, with a combat power of 2000. And my combat power barely reaches 10 points. Just as the blue lightning bolt capable of vaporizing me was about to strike my back, a lazy chuckle came from the sofa. Tanya was getting up with the eager anticipation of watching a show. But the moment she raised her hand, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in my mind. Ding! High concentration lightning energy detected. Conditions for absorption met. Activating preparation for SSS grade talent skill, lightning evolution. Shall I absorb and convert immediately? Absorb! Absorb it all. Take every last bit. I roared inwardly, as that devastating arc of electricity docilely surged into my body like countless rivers converging into the sea. Ding! Deep awakening complete. Host's talent potential unleashed, SSS grade. Host's exclusive SSS grade skill activated. Lightning evolution can infinitely enhance one's combat power and realm by absorbing and converting lightning energy. An unparalleled ecstasy surged forth. I abruptly reached out and grabbed the struggling main body of the lightning bug from the socket. However, I underestimated the terrifying energy of a 2nd tier demon beast and the limits of my newly awakened body's endurance. Like a bursting flood, violent currents instantly surged in, overwhelming my entire body with intense pain and numbness. I only had time to let out a brief scream before my consciousness plunged completely into darkness. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a soft large bed. It was Tanya's bedroom. I was so embarrassed that I was at a loss for words, while Tanya smiled and told me that the malfunction had been fixed. I didn't dare think too much and practically fled from the villa in a panic. Returning to the rental room, I couldn't wait to pull up the information panel. Level, 1st tier warrior, combat power, 1800, talent, SSS grade lightning evolution martial skill. Thunderbolt Finger, S-grade, just by absorbing the energy of a single 2nd tier lightning beetle. My combat power soared from 10 points to 1800. I ascended to the heavens in a single step, entering the ranks of respected 1st tier warriors. Ding! The system awarded a matching reward, S-grade martial skill, Thunderbolt Finger. Learn immediately? Yes, now, right away. An S-class martial technique, a treasure worthy of guarding a clan. The system's first offering was this incredibly generous. The martial technique's information flooded my mind in an instant. Lightning Finger, which gathers and condenses lightning energy at the fingertips for an explosive release of terrifying force. Now, with just one strike of this finger, even an early-stage 1st tier martial master would suffer severe injuries. Charge! I need to charge. Unlimited charging. There are only 7 days left until the college entrance exam, and my goal is to enter one of the top 10 prestigious institutions in the country, which requires the strength of a 3rd tier martial artist. Combat power over 3000. I couldn't wait to press my fingers against the live and neutral copper plates of the old socket. ZZZZT. 220 volt household current surged in, bringing excruciating pain. I charged all night, and the next morning, I checked my stats. Combat power, 1803. Damn! Only a 3-point increase in combat power? It's too inefficient. The household voltage and current intensity are too low. I quickly went to the power plant in the suburbs and found a 660 volt industrial busbar. Enduring pain several times more intense, he absorbed electricity for a full 10 hours. Result, combat power, 1833. 10 hours, and only a 30-point increase in combat power. At this rate, the best I can reach before the college entrance exams is the combat power of a 2nd tier martial artist. Far from enough. I must find a more powerful source of lightning energy, like lightning-based monsters such as the Thunderlight Bug. I immediately logged into the martial artists forum and was quickly drawn to a recruitment post. Recruitment notice. The small Thunder Lake in Sunset Forest. Exterminate the warrior level tier 3 lightning scale serpent. Combat power approximately 3000. Combat power 3000. The perfect power bank. My eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. Take it down, absorb its energy, and I'll be one giant step closer to becoming a tier 3 warrior. Without hesitation, I clicked to register. Destination, Little Thunder Lake. Let's go! Chapter 4, Countering the Counter. The 100-meter-tall alloy wall of Star Sea City, engraved with countless defensive runes, gradually shrank behind Chen. Wearing a black mask that obscured most of his face and a dark combat suit designed for mobility, he moved cautiously through the outer reaches of Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest was one of the most dangerous restricted zones surrounding Star Sea City. Rumors claimed terrifying great demons of martial artist or even martial sovereign level lurked deep within its heart, a nightmare for countless low-tier martial practitioners, yet a place for high-tier warriors to train and seek treasures. Were it not for the ironclad fortress of Star Sea City and the powerful warriors stationed within, the beasts within would have long since breached its walls. According to the post's description and the map, Little Thunder Lake should be somewhere nearby. Chen moved with stealthy steps, gliding between the giant trees like a ghost. His heightened senses far surpassed those of ordinary people. His peak first-tier martial artist strength allowed him to easily evade weaker first-tier demon beasts. Circling around a thicket of thorny bushes, the landscape suddenly opened up before him. A small lake, not overly large but roughly several hundred meters in diameter, came into view. The lake water shimmered in eerie deep blue, perpetually veiled by a thin mist that flickered with faint electrical arcs. This was his destination, Little Thunder Lake. Just as Chen prepared to search for the poster, Wang Sanshur, an unusual sound drifted on the wind into his ears. It was a stifled, rapid panting, accompanied by intermittent mutterings and the rustling of clothing. The source lay just beyond the lake's edge, hidden within a dense thicket of bushes blooming with eerie purple flowers. As a first-tier martial artist, Chen possessed senses far sharper than ordinary people. His expression instantly turned peculiar. The rhythm of these sounds clearly indicated someone was engaging in a certain unmentionable act of life's great harmony out in the wild. Damn it! Out in the open, in a place like Sunset Forest? Chen was speechless, his worldview shattered. How thick-skinned did you have to be? Didn't they fear a demon beast suddenly leaping out to join the party? He shook his head, intending to bypass this trouble spot and avoid catching an eye infection. But just as he shifted his feet to leave, the intermittent chatter carried on the wind froze him in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. Wang Lei, this was all your brilliant idea. You made me wait here for days. It was a woman's voice, sweet and breathy, tinged with frustration. We only have a week left before the college entrance exams. We must get the 10,000 Thunder order from the lake bottom ASAP, otherwise, we won't even get into the 10,000 Thunder secret realm. 10,000 Thunder order? 10,000 Thunder secret realm? Those two phrases exploded like thunderclaps in Chen's ears. He held his breath, hiding completely in the shadows, straining to listen. Xiao Shui, don't get so worked up. Just wait a little longer. A slightly slick male voice replied, equally breathless. How much longer must we wait? If the person you sent doesn't arrive today, won't we just keep waiting? Heh, so what if they don't? I'm here with you, aren't I? See how good it feels right now? The man's voice carried a note of smug satisfaction. Oomph. You're so naughty. Hurry up. What if the person you hired shows up now and catches us? Discovered? Then let him watch a good show, see how wild you get when you're enjoying yourself. You're disgusting. Damn it. Chen cursed inwardly. This pair of dogs had truly hit rock bottom. Yet at the same time, the sheer volume of information sent his heart racing. The 10,000 Thunder secret realm in this world, secret realms represented supreme opportunities. They were fragments of alternate worlds corrupted by the Abyss's power, either shattered or sealed away by ancient masters after humanity's victorious repulsion of the Abyss's invasion. These isolated realms often contained remnants of their original world's primal energies, rare treasures, powerful weapons and techniques, or even the legacies of ancient masters. Each opening of a secret realm signified an opportunity to alter one's destiny. Accessing these realms usually required a specific key, the secret realm order. The 10,000 Thunder command mentioned by this man and woman was clearly the key to unlocking the 10,000 Thunder secret realm. The lightning-scaled serpent guarding the command at the lake's bottom wasn't some demon beast that had stolen their belongings, it was the natural guardian of the secret realm. Their recruitment post was nothing but a trap. Their goal was to find cannon fodder to lure the lightning-scaled serpent's attention, allowing them to sneak into the lake and steal the 10,000 Thunder order. The so-called 50,000 Federation coin reward? More likely a death payment, or they never intended to pay it at all. Fine. Very well. Using me as bait? Wanting me to throw myself to my death? A cold fury surged from the depths of Chen's heart. Had he not possessed the system, which had dramatically boosted his strength, coupled with its unique ability to absorb lightning, any ordinary Tier 1 martial artist accepting this mission, facing the lightning-scaled serpent nearly Tier 3 in strength alone and unaware, would face certain death. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes as murderous intent surged, but he immediately took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress it. Direct confrontation was unwise. The opponents numbered 2, and daring to target the secret realm suggested neither was weak. A plan swiftly formed in his mind, and a cold smile curved his lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind? Who the sparrow might be remains to be seen, but I will drain the lightning-scaled snake dry. And I will claim the 10,000 thunder command. Resolved, Chen patiently lay in wait, concealing his presence as he watched the wild lovebirds finish their fight. After roughly 10 minutes, the commotion behind the thicket finally subsided, leaving only heavy panting. A moment later, the rustling sound of clothing being adjusted drifted out. Chen knew it was time for him to make his move. He deliberately stomped his feet, crunching through fallen leaves with deliberate noise as he approached the bushes. "Who's there? You masked one, halt!" A man's voice, alert yet tinged with alarm, snapped out immediately. Instantly, the bushes parted, revealing a man and a woman stepping out. The man was of average build, clad in a well-tailored blue combat uniform with a short knife at his waist. His face bore a satisfied yet annoyed expression, a mix of post-coital contentment and irritation at being disturbed. The woman possessed a beautiful face with an aura of innocence, yet her brows betrayed an undeniable hint of allure. She wore a white ice silk robes, the sleeves edged with pale blue snowflake embroidery, clearly an ice mage. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Chen's gaze. Chen feigned surprise at the abrupt demand, immediately raising his hands in a gesture of non-aggression. "Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. I saw Wang Sanchi's recruitment post on the martial artist forum and came here to accept the mission." His voice sounded muffled through the mask. "Taking a job?" Wang Lei, the man using the alias Wang Sanchi, frowned as he scrutinized Chen from head to toe. "You're Chen Su," he stated, the alias Chen had used on the forum. "Yes, I am Chen Su." Chen nodded quickly, his gaze shifting to Wang Lei and the woman behind him. "You must be brother Wang Sanchi, the poster? And this is?" Wang Lei's expression softened slightly as he introduced them. "This is my teammate, Chen Shui, a C-tier ice mage." His gaze then shifted to Chen's mask. "Why are you wearing a mask? Afraid we'll see your face?" Chen had already prepared his response. He chuckled softly and lowered his voice. "Well, haha, you know how it is out here, enemies are bound to pile up. Hope you understand, big bro and sis?" Wang Lei gave him a knowing look and nodded. "Understood. The wilderness is dangerous, better to be cautious." He might not fully believe it, but a masked lone warrior made perfect sense in this place and was easier to control. Wang Lei had no interest in probing Chen's true identity, he was merely a tool to be used. Chapter 5, Lightning-Scaled Snake. You've seen the basics in the post. Wang Lei pointed toward the small thunder lake ahead, its deep blue surface rippling with faint arcs of electricity, getting straight to the point. Beneath this small thunder lake before us lurks a vicious third-tier demon beast, the lightning-scaled serpent. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Chen as if gauging his reaction. That beast snatched an extremely important family heirloom from us the other day when we weren't prepared and swallowed it into its lair beneath the lake. So? Chen Shui, standing beside him, took over the conversation at just the right moment. Her voice was crisp, tinged with a touch of pitiful urgency that, paired with her innocent appearance, was deceptively convincing. "That's why we must defeat it and reclaim our treasure. Brother Chen Su, rest assured the promised reward of 50,000 Federation coins will be paid in full, down to the last cent. Should we recover the artifact, our clan will bestow further gratitude." Chen sneered inwardly. Family heirloom? Clearly, they coveted the key to the secret realm guarded by the guardian beast protecting the 10,000 thunder command. Yet his face wore an expression of righteous indignation and shared sorrow as he nodded vigorously. "How dare they? Stealing from even you too? That beast must pay the price. So what's our plan?" Wang Lei and Chen Shui exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with barely perceptible satisfaction. The fish had taken the bait. Chen Shui spoke first. "My profession is ice mage, specializing in long-range control and area attacks. Brother Wang Lei is a grade B psychic, specializing in mental force manipulation. He excels at defense, movement, and precise maneuvers, though close combat isn't his forte." She gestured toward Wang Lei, who gave a slight nod. An invisible wave of psychic energy rippled out from him, radiating the distinctive aura of a psychic. "So?" Wang Lei interjected, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "The plan is simple. Xiao Shui will first use her C-rank martial skill, Ice Explosion Sphere, for a ranged attack to provoke and lure out that beast. Once it shows itself, you charge in to tie it up and draw its main firepower. Xiao Shui and I will provide full support from the rear, wearing it down with ranged attacks. With the three of us working together, we can definitely kill it and reclaim the treasure." Chen understood perfectly. He was being sent to face the lightning-scaled snake head on, a third-tier martial artist forced to endure its most ferocious thunder attacks. Meanwhile, the other two could slip beneath the lake's surface to steal the 10,000 thunder command while Chen drew its attention. What a clever plan. I see. Clear division of labor. No problem, let's proceed with this plan. Chen patted his chest, his expression brimming with fervor and readiness to shoulder the responsibility, though inside he sneered coldly, "Let's see who ends up playing dead." The trio approached the lake. Chen Shui drew a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals before her chest while chanting incantations. The air temperature plummeted instantly. With a sharp command, she shouted, "Ice Explosion Sphere." Hum. A massive ice sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter instantly coalesced, crystal clear and radiating bone-chilling cold. Boom! With a piercing whistle, the sphere slammed into the center of Little Thunder Lake. The immense impact sent waves several meters high crashing upward, while a thin layer of ice formed on the lake surface at a visible speed. The tranquil lake surface shattered as if struck by a boulder, erupting into a massive vortex at its center. A savage, vicious aura rose from the lake bottom like a tangible force. The water churned violently as a massive black shadow tore through the waves at terrifying speed, hurtling toward the shore. It was the lightning-scaled serpent. "Jinsu, this is yours." Wang Lei and Chen Shui shouted almost in unison. Before the words had even faded, they retreated at a speed far surpassing their previous efforts, dashing away from Su Chen toward the opposite direction without hesitation. In an instant, Su Chen was left utterly alone on the front lines. Damn it! They're running faster than rabbits. Su Chen cursed inwardly. Those bastards didn't even bother pretending anymore. The next instant, boom! The lakeshore erupted like dynamite had been detonated. A skyward cascade of water mixed with blinding electric light shot upward. A colossal creature emerged with brutal force. Over 15 meters long, its entire body was covered in palm-sized, metallic sheen blue-white diamond-shaped scales. Its triangular, ferocious head bore a pair of vertical pupils like molten gold, coldly locking onto Su Chen. Lightning-scaled serpent. Rank, martial artist tier 3 demon beast. Combat power, 3500. Traits, innate mastery of lightning stores immense electrical energy within its body possesses impenetrable scales moves with extreme speed attacks inflict potent paralysis and scorching effects. 3500 combat power. The overwhelming pressure it emitted made Su Chen, a mere tier 1 warrior, feel immense oppression far stronger than he had anticipated. Just then, Wang Lei and Chen Shui's cheers echoed from afar. "Hang in there, Chen brothers. Hold off the first wave. We'll be there to back you up." Su Chen whipped his head around. His piercing gaze cut through the mist, clearly seeing Wang Lei channeling his psychic energy to form a massive air bubble enveloping both him and Chen Shui. Like fish, they swiftly descended into the lake, diving toward its deepest center. "Trying to escape? Did you ask me first?" A cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. His target this time wasn't just this snake. In that split second of distraction, the lightning-scaled serpent's molten gold vertical pupils flared with savage intent. It snapped its gaping maw open. From deep within its throat, a blinding blue-white light coalesced wildly, accompanied by a thunderous, rumbling roar. Boom! A terrifying torrent of plasma, over half a meter in diameter and as viscous as liquid metal, engulfed Su Chen's entire form in an instant, radiating an aura of utter destruction. Lightning evolution. Open up! Facing an attack powerful enough to vaporize an ordinary second-tier martial artist in an instant, Su Chen felt no fear. Instead, an exhilarated roar erupted within his heart. Hum! Every pore on his body instantly opened, each cell transforming into a greedy vortex as his SSS tier innate skill activated at full capacity. Absorbing high-purity lightning energy. Converting. Combat power 100-100-100. System prompts flooded his mind as waves of pure, colossal energy surged through his limbs and bones, frantically fortifying his sinews, flesh, and meridians. The faint sense of enhancement from charging at home and the power plant paled in comparison to this moment. It was like heaven and earth. This was true charging. Awesome! The immense thrill and surge of power made Su Chen let out a long, triumphant howl. His aura surged violently, propelling him directly to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. The oppressive pressure he'd felt from the lightning-scaled serpent vanished completely. The lightning-scaled snake's thunder attacks were nothing less than the finest tonic for him. Ha! What a treasure! But right now, I've no time to play with you. Su Chen roared with laughter amidst the plasma waterfall, stomping his feet hard against the ground. Boom! 2 shallow craters appeared where his feet struck the hard ground. His entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, plunging fiercely into the small Thunder Lake. Chapter 6, This human seems to grow stronger the more he fights? Though Su Chen lacked psychic water resistance, his formidable physique and explosive yuan power propelled him swiftly through the water, charging straight toward Wang Lei and Chen Shui. The lightning-scaled serpent clearly hadn't anticipated that its full power strike not only failed to kill this human, but the man was now bounding away, alive and kicking. What enraged it further was that the human was sprinting directly toward the treasure it guarded at the lake's bottom. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the lakeshore, filled with the fury of utter provocation. Its massive body twisted violently, the electric light on its blue-white scales surging as its entire serpentine form seemed to transform into a colossal bolt of lightning tearing through space. Breaking through the water's surface at a speed several times faster than Su Chen's, it charged after him with an apocalyptic fury. "You're in more of a hurry than I am." Feeling the terrifying speed and pressure closing in behind him, Su Chen glanced back with a faint smile. His pace quickened. Let the clam and the snipe fight, he would be the fisherman who reaped the rewards. He intended to be that final fisherman. Deep within the lake's depths, light was dim. A massive, transparent air bubble formed from pure psychic energy enveloped Wang Lei and Chen Shui, shielding them from the icy lake water. Veins bulged slightly on Wang Lei's forehead, his face pale. Maintaining such a powerful psychic shield while propelling them downward at high speed clearly placed immense strain on his mind. Though a grade B psychic with mental power far surpassing his peers, maneuvering such a massive object through the immense resistance of water was an enormous drain. Look! Right there! Chen Shui pointed excitedly at a crevice in the lake bottom, covered by aquatic plants. From within the crevice, a deep, pure indigo glow stubbornly pierced through, radiating an ancient and mysterious energy fluctuation. Wang Lei's spirit surged, greed flaring in his eyes. 10,000 Thunder Command. He channeled his psychic energy to its limit, propelling the air bubble like a submarine driven by an invisible hand, accelerating its descent. Soon, the two landed on the muddy lake bottom. Wang Lei cautiously extended his psychic energy into the crevice, precisely wrapping it around the blue glowing object and slowly pulling it out. A palm-sized token, neither gold nor jade, appeared before them. The token was a deep, dark blue throughout, its material smooth and cool to the touch. It resonated faintly with the thunderous aura of the entire Little Thunder Lake. It was the 10,000 Thunder Order, the key to unlocking the 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm. Finally in hand. Wang Lei was overcome with ecstasy, clutching the token tightly in his hand. He felt the immense thunder attribute energy within it, envisioning himself soaring to new heights once he entered the secret realm. At that very moment, boom! A roar, far more violent and furious than any before, pierced through the lake waters. It slammed against their psychic shields like a heavy hammer, causing the entire lake bed to tremble. What the hell? Wang Lei and Chen Shui paled in shock, snapping their heads up. Above, the water was in chaos. A massive black shadow was diving toward their position at terrifying speed, none other than the enraged lightning-scaled serpent. Not far ahead of the serpent, a tiny yet exceptionally agile figure was treading the water, also rapidly closing in on them. How is this possible? Why didn't the lightning-scaled serpent kill that kid? And it's still chasing us? Wang Lei's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. He had clearly seen the kid completely engulfed by the torrent of electric plasma. Run! Run now! Chen Shui screamed, her face drained of color. The 10,000 Thunder Order being taken has completely enraged it. It's coming for us now. She could clearly sense the serpent's icy vertical pupils locked onto the token in Wang Lei's hand, its murderous intent overwhelming. Wang Lei also sensed the threat of death. No longer able to think of anything else, he frantically channeled his psychic energy. The air bubble accelerated violently, hurtling toward the lake surface like a cannonball. He had to reach land quickly. Only there, with his psychic power assisting him, could he achieve maximum speed. All of this was clearly observed by Su Chen, who was striding across the waves above. Think you can run off with my property? Su Chen's gaze was icy, yet he made no move, for he knew the lightning-scaled serpent would act on his behalf. Roar! The lightning-scaled serpent went completely berserk. The theft of its guardian object was the ultimate insult. Abandoning Su Chen, who felt oddly familiar, it unleashed all its fury upon the two true thieves. Its massive body executed a death tail flick in the water, transforming into a colossal bolt of lightning that ripped through the water's surface, targeting Wang Lei and Chen Shui as they were about to break free from the lake. Su Chen watched with satisfaction, accelerating his pursuit. Lake shore. Splash! A massive psychic bubble burst through the water's surface. Wang Lei and Chen Shui, drenched and disheveled, scrambled onto the shore. Both were panting heavily. Wang Lei's face was deathly pale, his mental energy severely depleted. A trickle of blood seeped from his nose, a sign of excessive psychic power usage. We're safe. Quick! Lei, use psychic acceleration, we need to get out of here immediately. Chen Shui urged, still trembling with fear. Just as Wang Lei flashed a fleeting smile of relief at their narrow escape, preparing to muster his last reserves of psychic energy for acceleration, a terrifying, soul-shaking pressure descended from the heavens. He whipped his head around in sheer terror. A massive blue lightning bolt ripped through the sky, striking them with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, Wang Lei and Chen Shui were sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train. Their bodies slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Blood gushed from their wounds, and they appeared lifeless. The 10,000 Thunder token, which Wang Lei had been clutching, was also blown away by the attack. At that moment, a hand clad in black gloves extended like a ghostly apparition, catching the faintly glowing blue token with steady precision. It was Su Chen. The lightning-scaled serpent, having just killed Wang Lei and Chen Shui, instantly focused all its attention on Su Chen. Seeing its cherished artifact fall into the hands of this even more detestable human only fueled its fury. The lightning-scaled snake opened its gaping maw, and deadly lightning began to gather once more. A torrent of furious lightning plasma surged towards Su Chen like a flood breaking through a dam. Ha! Bring it on! Lightning evolution! Suck it up! Su Chen neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he spread his arms wide, embracing the destructive storm as if welcoming a lover. Blue-white lightning engulfed Su Chen's form time and again, only for him to reappear each time. Under the baptism of the thunderstorm, the aura emanating from his body surged at a visible, frenzied pace. On the lakeshore, Su Chen fought with increasing ferocity. The fury in the lightning-scaled serpent's eyes gradually gave way to an incomprehensible horror. It sensed its own power rapidly draining away, while that human seemed to grow stronger with every blow. Chapter 7: Activation of the 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm. After an unknown span of time, the lightning-scaled serpent's massive body collapsed limply into the muddy lakeside. Its once glowing blue-white scales, once covered in frenzied lightning, now lay dull and lifeless. Su Chen slowly withdrew his hands from the serpent's body, the tiny arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips fading away. Closing his eyes, he felt the colossal power surging and roaring within him, a sense of unprecedented strength filling his entire being. He eagerly summoned his information panel. Name: Su Chen. Occupation: Electrician. Realm: Peak Second Tier Martial Artist. Combat Power: 2999. Talent: SSS-rank Lightning Evolution. Martial Skill: Thunderclap Finger S-rank. Combat Power: 2999. Peak Second Tier Martial Artist. Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. His roar echoed across the quiet lakeside, carrying a long-suppressed wildness and exhilaration. In just 3 short days, he'd risen from a lowly electrician with a combat power of 10 to the pinnacle of second-tier martial artist. This speed alone would terrify any so-called genius. He was just a hair's breadth away from touching the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With the martial arts entrance exams approaching, the minimum admission requirement for the nation's top 10 martial academies was third-tier martial artist. This was his sole chance to leap over the Dragon Gate and completely transform his destiny. Yet his greatest gain from this journey wasn't the cultivation boost, it was the Thunder Commandment, now resting quietly in his palm. 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm. Su Chen ran his fingers over the token, his gaze burning with intensity. This was the true key to treasure. A secret realm formed from the remnants of a world swallowed by the abyss and ultimately shattered. It contained the residual primordial energy, rare treasures, and perhaps even ancient legacies of that world. More crucially, bearing the name 10,000 Thunder, it must be saturated with boundless lightning energy, a cultivation paradise tailor-made for him. But how the hell did one use this thing? Su Chen examined it from every angle. Blood recognition? No reaction. Forced prying? Not a budge. Its hardness was astonishing. 10,000 Thunder Token. A flash of insight struck Su Chen. Since this was a thunder-attributed secret realm, the key must also require thunder energy to activate. Thought to action. With a flick of his mind, thunder-attributed elemental energy surged from his Dantian sea of chi. Su Chen carefully guided a sliver of pale blue thunder elemental energy, like a trickle of water, slowly infusing it into the 10,000 Thunder order in his hand. The instant that pure lightning essence touched the lightning mark on the back of the token, the 10,000 Thunder token suddenly trembled, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Instantly becoming scorching hot, it flew from his grasp and hovered silently 3 feet before Su Chen. Then, a sudden transformation occurred. A thick, pure blue bolt of lightning as primordial as the first thunderclap at the dawn of the universe shot skyward without warning from the center of the character Thunder on the token. This bolt tore through the clouds, piercing the heavens as if connecting to the thunder pools above the 9 heavens. In that instant, the entire sunset forest was bathed in an eerie yet sacred deep blue. The sky seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand. At the apex of that pillar of lightning stretching heavenward, a colossal, illusory gateway composed of countless twisted, frenzied purple thunderbolts slowly coalesced and swung open above Little Thunder Lake. Ding! High-dimensional spatial passage detected. 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm activated. Spatial coordinates anchored, Starsea City, Sunset Forest, above Little Thunder Lake. Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded by this cosmic spectacle. He never imagined activating a token could trigger such terrifying resonance with the heavens and earth. This commotion was practically announcing to the entire city, a precious treasure had emerged. Oh no! This is bad. Su Chen's scalp instantly prickled with dread. Starsea City was a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, teeming with martial sovereigns and possibly even martial emperors. This commotion would undoubtedly attract countless greedy eyes and deadly trouble. His reflexes were lightning fast. He snatched the 10,000 Thunder token, still hovering in the air with its radiance gradually fading, back into his hand. It remained smooth to the touch, yet the pulsing sensation of thunder within it grew stronger, as if forming a tight connection with the thunder gate above. At the same time, he didn't forget the lightning-scaled serpent lying on the ground. This was a third-tier martial beast, a treasure trove of valuable materials. Its demon crystal, gallbladder, and scales were all priceless. Carry it away. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen braced his arms, unleashing thousands of pounds of strength to hoist the massive serpent onto his shoulders. Though heavy, it remained manageable for his current second-tier martial artist physique. Just as he prepared to flee with the snake, a faint, cold, rich, and bone-deeply familiar fragrance suddenly filled the air without warning. Every hair on Su Chen's body instantly stood on end. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he spun around abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. A tall, alluring figure had materialized like a ghostly apparition mere meters before him, its arrival utterly silent. She wore that signature pink silk nightgown, outlining breathtaking curves. Her bare, jade-like feet stood on the muddy shore, yet remained spotless. Moonlight bathed her exquisite face, those mesmerizing, bewitching eyes now studying him with keen interest, and the 10,000 thunder command in his clenched fist, a playful smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was Tanya. You? Tanya? Su Chen's voice was dry, his heart pounding wildly. This woman was too mysterious, too powerful. How had she appeared here? Had she been watching from the shadows all along? Tanya didn't respond immediately. She glided closer with graceful steps, her sensual red lips curving upward. Her lazy, velvety voice echoed amidst the lingering thunder, yet carried a chill that sent shivers down Su Chen's spine. Who would have thought that after all this time, the lost key would end up in your hands after all? Su Chen's heart sank abruptly. She knew about the 10,000 thunder order after all. And from her tone, this token seemed to have some connection to her? Before Su Chen could ponder further, Tanya let out a soft chuckle. Her gaze swept over the lightning-scaled serpent on his shoulder and his surging aura, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. TSK. Within 3 days, you've gone from a weakling E-rank electrician to a second-tier martial artist. Little brother, the secrets you hold are becoming more and more intriguing. Is this yours? Su Chen didn't answer Tanya's question. He clenched the token tightly, every muscle taut as the thunder elemental energy within him quietly stirred, ready to flee at any moment. Even knowing the vast gap between them, he would never easily relinquish this opportunity that had fallen into his lap. Click! Tanya let out a string of silver bell-like laughter, her body trembling as if she'd heard something amusing. Why so tense? If I wanted to take it by force, you wouldn't even have time to react. She tilted her head slightly, observing Su Chen's guarded posture. Her smile softened, tinged with a hint of reminiscence. This 10,000 thunder token did indeed once belong to my Tang family. It is one of the 36 keys that unlock the 10,000 thunder secret realm. About 30 years ago, an elder of my Tang family perished here, and this token was lost along with him. My prolonged stay in Starsea City was largely to recover it. Su Chen's heart jolted violently. The depths behind this woman ran far deeper than he'd imagined. No wonder she was so powerful. However, Tanya shifted her tone, her gaze turning toward the thunder gate in the sky, that slowly rotating portal radiating a terrifying aura, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. Even if I were to retrieve it, I still couldn't enter the 10,000 thunder secret realm. Why? Su Chen asked instinctively. The realm's rules, Tanya replied, her gaze returning to Su Chen, her eyes growing profound. As a world fragment shattered by the abyss's severe corruption, the 10,000 thunder secret realm possessed an extremely fragile and repulsive spatial structure. Yet the energy levels within it rival those of advanced, large-scale secret realms. Therefore, it only permits entry to youths under 18 years of age and martial artists below the 4th tier. Exceeding these limits and forcing entry would only trigger the collapse of the secret realm's space or result in annihilation by the lingering abyss rules within. This realm is typically opened simultaneously by various clans as a training ground for their young disciples. Little did they expect it to be accidentally activated by a youngster like you. Tanya scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe, her red lips curving into a smile. And you, she continued, are the right age. Your cultivation, peak second-tier martial artist. Perfectly within the threshold. Therefore. She drew out her words, her tone carrying an unmistakable hint of non-negotiation. I need you to do me a favor. Chapter 8, Tanya's request. Help? Su Chen remained wary despite Tanya's explanation. Why should I trust you? What if, after I help you get what you want, you turn on me and kill me to silence me? Kill you? Tanya burst into a girlish giggle as if hearing the most ridiculous joke, her chest heaving with alluring charm. Young man, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me, Tanya. What benefit would killing you bring me? Your secret is intriguing, but it's not worth breaking my promise. Her smile faded as she adopted a serious tone. To show my sincerity, and to help you complete your task more effectively, I can offer an advance payment. A deposit? Su Chen's heart stirred. This woman was no ordinary woman. Even the smallest thing that slipped through her fingers would be enough for him to digest for a long time. Tanya said no more, elegantly snapping her fingers. The next instant, Su Chen's vision blurred, and the scene before him transformed completely. It appeared to be the basement of Tanya's villa. Before Su Chen could marvel at Tanya's uncanny abilities, the solid floor beneath his feet emitted a faint mechanical click. A massive alloy panel slid silently apart to either side. A lift platform, shimmering with a cold, blue glow, rose steadily and silently from below. The sight upon the platform instantly made Su Chen hold his breath, his pupils dilating. A colossal beast lay bound at the platform's center, restrained by countless dark gold chains shimmering with runic inscriptions. Resembling the legendary Qilin, its entire body was covered in deep blue scales, as if carved from the purest sapphire. A spiraling horn, coiled with purple lightning, rose from its forehead, while its four hooves tread upon illusory thunderclouds. A thunderous pressure tenfold, 100-fold more terrifying than the lightning-scaled serpent radiated out like a dormant volcano. Fierce, savage, and majestic, it weighed upon Chen like a crushing weight, nearly suffocating him despite the heavy seals. Thunder-like Qilin subspecies. Rank, Martial Master Tier, Peak 8th Grade Demon Beast. Combat Power, 18,000. Status, bound by multiple ancient rune chains, with its primal thunder energy continuously leaking extremely dangerous. 8th Tier Peak. Combat Power 18,000. A terrifying high-tier martial master-level demon beast. Chen felt his blood run cold. An entity of this caliber could reduce him to ashes with a single breath. Yet here it was, bound like a prisoner. This subspecies of the Thunderlight Qilin was captured 3 years ago during my exploration of an ancient thunder ruins. Tangya's tone was as matter-of-fact as if describing a piece of furniture. Its thunder power was too violent and chaotic, making it extremely difficult to tame and refine. I never found a suitable use for it. Now. She turned to Chen, a breathtaking curve forming at the corner of her lips. It's yours. Mine? Chen doubted his own ears. This was a high-tier martial master-level demon beast. A treasure trove, worth a fortune. Yes. Tanya's smile held a hint of devilish allure. Before you enter the secret realm, absorb it to your heart's content. This is my sincerity. It's also a necessary investment for you to enhance your strength and complete your mission. Gulp. Chen swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. This sincerity was damn generous. Using a high-tier martial artist-level thunder demon beast as a power bank for him? What a mad, extravagant gesture. This woman was undoubtedly a terrifying existence surpassing martial sovereign, perhaps even reaching martial emperor level. How else could she have captured such a ferocious beast alive? Risk and opportunity swung violently like a scale in Chen's mind. The dangers within the secret realm were unknown, but the benefit before him was tangible. With this Thunderlight Qilin, breaking through to the peak of third-tier martial artist would be a certainty. With that, getting into one of the top 10 universities would be a sure thing. Alright. I accept. A resolute gleam flashed in Chen's eyes as all hesitation vanished. As for the consequences? He'd worry about that after securing the power. A wise choice. Tangya nodded with satisfaction. Chen drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed solely on the thunderous beast bound within. He strode forward, ignoring the terrifying pressure and the surging, violent electric arcs. His hand slammed down onto the colossal body of the Thunderlight Qilin, covered in cold, hard scales. Thunder evolution. Absorb it. Boom. Like sparks thrown into a calm oil cauldron. An indescribably vast, pure, and frenzied torrent of primal thunder essence surged madly through Chen's arms, flooding into his body. The sheer magnitude of this force far surpassed that of the lightning-scaled serpent. Chen felt like a tiny boat tossed in a raging storm, every cell in his body screaming under the unbearable strain. Warning. Absorbed energy is excessively vast and violent. Exceeding current physical tolerance limit. SSS-rank lightning evolution talent overloaded. Energy conversion efficiency boosted to maximum. Combat power 1001001001000. System alerts flashed frantically across his vision. Chen clenched his teeth so hard his gums bled, his eyes turning crimson. He frantically activated Thunder Evolution, forcibly breaking down, converting, and integrating this power sufficient to destroy him into every corner of his body. The Yuan power within Chen thickened and refined at an astonishing rate. Within the pale blue lightning Yuan power, ancient, noble golden threads began to emerge. Tangya stood quietly by, arms crossed, her stunning curves accentuated by the posture. Yet her alluring eyes now shone with an all-seeing light, fixed intently on Chen's state. He can actually endure it, though barely. A ripple of astonishment rippled through Tangya's heart. This kid's talent was practically born to devour thunder. What secrets did this little electrician harbor? Time slipped away amidst agonizing torment and surging power. Chen stood rooted like a boulder, his body encased in a dense cocoon of energy pulsing with golden blue lightning. His aura surged relentlessly. Combat power, 3,999. Peak third-tier martial artist. He was but a single step away from breaking through to fourth tier. Chen felt the power surging within him reach its peak, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Were it not for the secret realm's requirement of remaining below fourth-tier warrior, he could have shattered this barrier at any moment. Just then, a sharp gleam flashed in Tangya's eyes. With a light flick of her jade-like hand. Buzz. The runic chains on the platform flashed with light. The Thunderlight Qilin, its aura significantly weakened by the absorption, vanished instantly along with the entire lift platform, as if it had never existed. Chen was caught off guard, but quickly regained his composure. How about that for sincerity? Tangya crossed her arms, asking leisurely with a hint of mischief in the corner of her mouth. Chen scratched his nose, replying with a hint of resignation, very satisfied. If only I could absorb it to my heart's content. Hee, don't be in such a hurry. Tanya seemed quite pleased with Su Chen's flustered state. Good things come to those who wait. Once you help me obtain the Thunder Source Heart, the rewards will satisfy you. She deliberately drew out her words, as if hinting at something significant. Faced with this suggestive tone, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly averted his gaze, silently reciting electrical safety protocols. This woman! Seeing his reaction, Tanya smiled with satisfaction and stopped teasing him. She casually tossed over a bracelet with an ancient design, silver gray throughout, its surface rippling with wave-like patterns. This is the empty void bracelet, Tanya explained. It contains 1 cubic meter of dimensional space. Tanya explained, inside, I prepared for you a partial map of the 10,000 Thunder secret realm, several life-saving pills, and a random teleportation talisman. Most crucially, it can alter your appearance and aura fluctuations for up to a month. Starsea City is treacherous, don't let anyone fixate on you. A spatial device. Su Chen's pupils contracted. He knew its value all too well. The smallest spatial device on the market started at 1,000,000 Federation coins. And they were practically impossible to find. This woman just handed one over casually? Truly heartless. Su Chen took the bracelet. Its surface felt icy cold, possessing a peculiar metallic texture. With a flicker of thought, his appearance instantly transformed into that of an ordinary-looking young man, the kind you'd never notice in a crowd. His aura became utterly unremarkable, stripped of its former sharpness. How astonishing! Su Chen marveled. Alright, I'll stay here for 2 days. Tanya stretched lazily, her curves on full display. She'd lie low, get used to her surging power, and study the map. You have 6 days left before your college entrance exams. That's plenty of time. She turned, her figure slowly dissolving into the shadows like she was merging with them, leaving only a faint, exotic fragrance and a single sentence lingering in the air. Remember, what I seek is called the Thunder Source Heart. It is the core of the 10,000 Thunder secret realm. It is also the crystallization of that world's final struggle before being swallowed by the abyss. Chapter 9, The One Who Took the 10,000 Thunder Order. For the next 2 days, Su Chen remained at Tanya's mysterious underground base. The place resembled a massive metallic beehive, filled with numerous rooms and complete facilities, even including dedicated meditation chambers and gravity training grounds. While Su Chen adapted to the surging power brought by his rapid cultivation breakthrough, the entire Starsea City erupted into chaos over the earth-shattering phenomenon at Little Thunder Lake. Starsea City, City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Lei Xiaotian, a middle-aged man clad in a purple python-patterned robe, his face stern and his aura as deep as an ocean abyss, stood with his hands behind his back before the enormous floor-to-ceiling crystal window. Gazing toward the direction of the sunset forest, where remnants of thunderous energy lingered despite its dissipation, his expression darkened to the point of dripping with menace. The 10,000 Thunder secret realm had been activated prematurely. His voice boomed like muffled thunder, echoing through the vast hall. Investigate. At any cost, find out who activated the 10,000 Thunder Order. Bring them to me alive or dead. The authority to open the secret realm must remain firmly in the hands of this City Lord's mansion. Yes, City Lord. Below, Lei Dong, the commander of the Purple Lightning Guards, knelt on one knee and responded in a deep voice. Meanwhile, a sharp gleam flashed in Lei Xiaotian's eyes. Issue the order, seal off all entrances and exits to the Sunset Forest. Anyone who dares to enter without my personal authorization will be killed on sight. Simultaneously, notify the major clans, martial arts halls, and academies possessing 10,000 Thunder Orders. In 3 days, convene the 10,000 Thunder Council at the City Lord's Mansion to discuss the allocation of quotas for entering the secret realm. Martial Artists Association Headquarters. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in simple hemp robes, slowly opened his eyes. Within them, suns, moons, and stars seemed to flicker and vanish. The 10,000 Thunder secret realm has actually emerged? I wonder what kind of conflict it will stir up this time. He sighed softly, then his gaze sharpened. The association must prepare itself, we cannot fall behind. All major clans and factions. Within the Zhao family manor, an elder with a grim countenance listened to his servant's report, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The 10,000 Thunder Order? Koiner seemed to have gone to the Sunset Forest to relay a message to him the day before yesterday. Find out the situation immediately. If there are any leads, report back at once. This opportunity, the Zhao family cannot afford to miss. Other factions, large and small, stirred at the news. Countless spies and powerful individuals, like sharks sensing blood, surged toward the Sunset Forest. The atmosphere in Starsea City grew unprecedentedly tense and restless. In Tanya's underground base, Su Chen, who was refining his martial arts in a quiet chamber, was interrupted by Tanya's sudden appearance. Her expression bore a rare hint of gravity. Something's happened. Tanya cut straight to the point. Lei Xiaotian had activated the City Lord's Mansion's secret treasure, the Divine Sound Compass, to lock onto the residual spatial fluctuations from the final disappearance of the 10,000 Thunder Order. The search area had been narrowed down to the Eastern District. The Purple Lightning Guard would find this place within half a day at most. Su Chen's heart tightened. He had long heard of the Purple Lightning Guard's fearsome reputation, every member at least a martial sovereign. Rumors even claimed their commander, Lei Dong, was a high-rank martial sovereign. What should we do? Chen asked in a low voice. Advance the plan. A resolute glint flashed in Tang Ye's eyes. The only way is for me to personally lead you through the blockade and deliver you into the secret realm. She looked at Chen. Do you have any other choice now? None. Chen's reply was as firm as a nail. He had long since reached a dead end. Very well. A hint of approval flickered in Tang Ye's eyes as she said no more. She stepped forward, her pale, jade-like hand resting directly on Chen's shoulder. Chen felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Space twisted violently like rippling water. The solid alloy floor beneath his feet vanished instantly. The surrounding metal walls and training equipment receded rapidly, streaking past like elongated lines of light. An intense sensation of weightlessness and spatial dislocation washed over him. Starsea City, the city lord's mansion. Lei Xiaotian's tightly closed eyes snapped open. Terrifying purple lightning bolts erupted from his gaze, and his face contorted with wild elation. It's here! Spatial fluctuations. Near the secret realm portal. Lei Dong. At your service. Lei Dong instantly materialized behind him. Transmit my orders. All Purple Lightning Guards, cease search operations. Proceed at full speed to Little Thunder Lake. Seal off all approaches. Not a single fly shall escape, above or below. Lei Xiaotian's voice thundered like the divine roar of the heavens, rolling out across the land. Before long, dozens of figures clad in purple rune battle armor, their auras overwhelming, tore through the air above Little Thunder Lake. They materialized around the Thunder Gate as if teleported. Powerful yuan energy coalesced into a vast purple electric net, completely sealing off the entire Shaolei Lake area. At the forefront, Lei Dong wielded a spear coiled with purple lightning arcs, his overwhelming aura and gaze fixed intently on the two figures who had suddenly appeared before the portal below. Who dares stand below? Surrender immediately. Hand over the 10,000 Thunder Order, and the City Lord may spare your lives. Thunder's voice boomed like a great bell, carrying a terrifying soul-crushing pressure that crashed downwards like a raging tidal wave. Before the Thunder Gate, Chen bore the mountain-like pressure, glancing at Tang Ye beside him, who remained calm and composed. You're not leaving? Giggle. How could this sister miss such a spectacular show? Far from nervous, Tang Ye's smile grew even more enchanting. She gently smoothed her wind-tossed hair with an elegantly mesmerizing grace. Besides, if I leave, who's going to cover for my little electrician? No sooner had the words left her lips than she stepped forward. Boom! An indescribable aura of vastness, majesty, and terror as if towering above all living things erupted from Tang Ye's seemingly delicate frame, like a primordial beast awakening after eons of slumber. Her form-fitting black leather jacket fluttered without wind, rustling fiercely, while the ground beneath her feet silently cracked. The clouds in the sky were churned by this aura, forming a colossal vortex. A bunch of nobodies daring to make noise in front of me? Get lost. The word scram left her lips. The heavens and earth paled, all sound ceased. That voice, imbued with supreme will and terrifying power, struck like a tangible hammer of law, smashing down upon the minds of every Purple Lightning Guard. Thud. 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 Dozens of Purple Lightning Guards in the sky, including the arrogant commander Lei Dong possessing the strength of a high-tier martial sovereign, were struck as if by an invisible giant hand. Struck as if by lightning, their bodies lost all control. Blood gushed from their mouths as they plummeted from the sky like dumplings dropped into boiling water, their vital energy instantly drained to the extreme. A single word. Devastating the entire Purple Lightning Guard, the pride of Starsea City. Chen watched from below, his jaw dropping. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. Was this Tang Ye's true power? This was absolutely beyond the realm of a martial sovereign. Even a martial emperor might not achieve such feats. What realm was she truly in? What are you standing there for? Get in. Tang Ye's icy voice rang in Chen's ears, snapping him out of his shock. Chen jolted awake, staring at the Thunder Gate mere inches away, a portal radiating both destruction and opportunity. An unyielding resolve flared in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. Without another moment's hesitation, he leaped forward. Like a moth drawn to the flame, he plunged resolutely into the chaotic, raging Thunder Gate, where lightning serpents danced wildly. The instant Chen vanished, a pressure more terrifying and vast than Tang Ye's earlier outburst descended like the collapse of heaven and earth, a weight that seemed to embody the very will of Starsea City itself. It instantly locked onto Tang Ye by the lakeside. Tang! Ya! Lei Xiaotian's voice, brimming with overwhelming fury and apprehension, rolled in like a thunderclap from the heavens, echoing from the city center. The City Lord has personally intervened. Chapter 10, Purple Lightning Dragon's Saliva Grass. The world spun violently. Space tore apart. Chen felt as if he'd been hurled into a colossal washing machine made of raging lightning and chaotic spatial fragments. The intense tearing sensation and dizziness nearly made him vomit. Ding! Detected high concentration of unbound lightning energy and spatial energy. SSS tier innate lightning evolution passive triggered. Partial energy conversion in progress. Combat power 111. Amidst this agonizing, chaotic teleportation, the system's notification chime rang out intermittently. Though each increment was minuscule, every little bit helped. This unexpected boon lifted Chen's spirits. After an unknown duration, the terrifying tearing force abruptly vanished. Thud. Chen crashed onto an incredibly hard surface as if struck by a giant hammer. The immense impact sent him tumbling awkwardly across the ground several times before he finally came to a stop. Damn, it hurts. He grimaced as he scrambled to his feet, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. Instantly alert, he scanned his surroundings. He found himself on a boundless, charred plain. The earth resembled a landscape repeatedly plowed by countless thunderbolts, crisscrossed by massive gullies and strewn with glassy crystalline formations. The sky was a perpetual dark purple, weighed down by thick, leaden thunderclouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, periodically ripped through the canopy. The air thick with ozone, sulfur, and a faint, unsettling stench of decay. This was the 10,000 Thunder secret realm. A world of death, ruled by endless thunder and ravaged by the corrupting power of the abyss. Ding! Host's physical strength and yuan energy quality have reached critical point. Breakthrough. Combat power reaches 4,000. Host successfully ascends to 4th tier martial artist. System rewards have been dispersed. Congratulations! Host has acquired new skill, 10,000 Thunder Prison S-rank. 10,000 Thunder Prison S-rank harnesses the power of the 9 heavenly thunderbolts to construct a 100-meter wide lightning cage, imprisoning and continuously obliterating all enemies within its range. The cage possesses immense spatial confinement power, scaling with the host's cultivation level. The host may absorb lightning energy from within the cage to replenish their own expenditures at any time. Powerful. Overwhelming. A god-tier crowd control technique. Chen clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power surging through his body like a raging river, and couldn't help but let out a lone, triumphant roar. From an E-rank electrician with combat power of 10 to a 4th tier martial artist boasting 4,000 combat power, it took less than 6 days, nearly leveling up once a day. Ha! This is awesome. Long live charging. Chen roared with laughter, his spirit soaring. The threshold of the nation's top universities had long been crossed, but this was merely the beginning. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, a violent energy explosion erupted several kilometers to his right, accompanied by the furious roars of demonic beasts and the cries of humans. Humans? Chen instantly suppressed his aura while activating the camouflage function of his empty void bracelet, rendering his appearance and energy utterly ordinary once more. There were 36 Thunder Commandments. Holders might enter the secret realm at different locations, so encountering others within was perfectly normal. Like a cheetah blending into the shadows, he crept silently toward the source of the sound. Soon, a relatively flat area dotted with massive thunder-smashed craters came into view. A fierce battle was underway. 7 or 8 young warriors clad in uniform blue battle armor, their chests embroidered with lightning blade emblems, were besieging a strange plant and the 3 demon beasts guarding it. The plant grew on a relatively intact patch of charred earth, standing only half a meter tall. Its entire form resembled the purest purple crystal, carved, translucent and crystalline. 3 slender leaves bore naturally formed golden lightning patterns, constantly crackling with fine purple arcs of electricity. A potent, pure surge of lightning energy emanated from the plant, carrying a hint of violent, destructive energy. It was the rare lightning attribute spirit herb, the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass. The 3-headed beast guarding it resembled a cheetah, yet was even more agile and slender. Their bodies were covered in deep purple scales, with ghostly blue lightning flickering between the scales. Their limbs were strong and powerful, their claws and fangs sharp as blades, gleaming with a cold light. Their tails were like steel whips, their tips gathering into constantly flickering balls of lightning. Swift as ghosts, their attacks left after images and piercing whistles as they tore through the air. Thunderlight Panther. Rank, Tier 3 Martial Beast. Combat power, 3,200. Traits, extreme speed. Attacks inflict powerful paralysis and laceration effects. Excels at short bursts of power. Tail's electric orb can release paralyzing shocks. 3 Thunderlight Leopards, each possessing the combat strength of a 3rd tier martial artist. The 7 or 8 youths besieging it possessed considerable strength themselves. Leading them was a burly youth wielding a broad-bladed, thick-backed long sword wrapped in blinding lightning. His face bore an air of arrogance. His aura was formidable, clearly a 3rd tier martial artist himself, with combat power around 3,100. Each swing of his blade carried the roar of wind and thunder, its light streaking like a bolt of lightning as it met the Thunderlight Leopard's assaults head-on, clearly a style of fierce, unyielding aggression. His companions, mostly 2nd tier warriors, included shield-bearing defenders, elementalists unleashing fireballs and wind blades from afar, and agile fighters darting about, waiting for opportunities to strike. Their coordination was reasonably smooth, yet facing 3 Thunderlight Leopards each possessing exceptional speed, attack power, and defense, the situation remained perilous. Zhao Cohen. These beasts are too fast. My rock shield can barely hold out. A burly youth wielding a massive shield took a brutal claw strike to his defense. The shield flashed violently as he grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stumbled backward. Useless. Hold your ground. The sword-wielding youth called Zhao Kuan roared in fury, forcing back the leaping panther with a slash. His eyes burned with greed as he fixed his gaze on the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass. This is purple lightning dragon's saliva grass. It contains a trace of ancient thunder dragon's essence. If I consume it, I'll instantly break through to the peak of third-tier martial artist, and might even grasp the deeper essence of the thunder blade. Fight to the death. Capture it, and I'll reward each of you with a bottle of gathering essence pills. Yes, young Master Zhao Kuan. A generous reward breeds brave warriors. The group roared in unison, their assault growing even more frenzied. Fireballs and wind blades whistled through the air, shields clashed with deafening clangs, and blades flashed relentlessly. Yet the Thunderlight leopards were cunning, exploiting their speed to dart and strike from the shadows. Soon, another elemental warrior was struck by a leopard's paralyzing electric shock. His movements froze momentarily before another leopard pounced, its sharp claws tearing deep gashes into his battle armor, blood spilling freely. Damn it! Zhao Kuan was furious. Just then, his senses, heightened by rage, detected an extremely faint aura fluctuation behind a massive charred rock to his side. You cowardly rat, hiding your head and showing your tail. Come out here. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his blade backward in a sweeping strike. Thunder blade severing the peak. Boom! A condensed crescent-shaped blade of thunder sliced through the air, carrying the force to cleave mountains and shatter peaks, slashing fiercely toward the massive rock where Su Chen was hiding. The boulder shattered instantly, exploding into a sky-filling cloud of dust, revealing Su Chen's figure before everyone. Chapter 11, instantly slaying a third-tier demon beast. Su Chen's figure materialized amidst the swirling dust and debris. Clad in unremarkable gray combat gear, his features were ordinary, his aura subdued. He looked like an ordinary adventurer who had stumbled into this place by mistake, completely out of place amidst the raging thunderstorm and the fierce battlefield. Who are you? Zhao Kuan held a thick-bladed longsword flashing with lightning, its tip pointed at Su Chen, his tone dripping with hostility. His companions behind him halted their attacks, temporarily driving back the lightning leopard. They closed in with hostile stares, trapping Su Chen in their midst. Just passing through. Through his disguise, Su Chen's voice remained flat and unruffled, seemingly impervious to the heavy pressure. His gaze didn't even linger on Zhao Kuan. Instead, it swept with interest over the three Thunderlight leopards that had temporarily retreated due to the pause in combat, their crimson beast eyes fixed warily on everyone. His eyes then fell on the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass behind them, radiating an alluring thunderous fluctuation. Passing through? Zhao Kuan snorted as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. We're teaming up to attack a demon beast and you, a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows, claim you're just passing by? Trying to fool the devil. Just passing by. Believe it or not. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He shook his head, as if the fierce Zhao family elite and the ferocious Thunderlight leopards before him were nothing but air. He strode forward, heading straight for the three Thunderlight leopards and the purple lightning dragon saliva grass at the center of the battlefield. Halt! Did I give you permission to leave? Zhao Kuan was utterly enraged by Su Chen's blatant disregard. He roared, his yuan power surging violently. Lightning serpents danced wildly along his thunderblade, ready to strike and reduce this arrogant fool to charcoal. Yet, in the next instant, his movements and those of all his companions froze completely, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. There stood Su Chen, seemingly strolling at a leisurely pace, calmly stepping into the attack range of the three Thunderlight leopards. Roar! Their territory invaded, the three already ferocious Thunderlight leopards instantly erupted in rage. Abandoning their standoff with the Zhao family members, they now regarded Su Chen as the primary threat. Three pairs of molten gold vertical pupils locked onto Su Chen, their throats rumbling with low, thunderous roars. The next instant. Crack! 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 Three thick, condensed bolts of deep purple lightning each radiating a terrifying aura of destruction flared in a triangular formation. Like three thunder spears tearing through space, they instantly sealed off every possible escape route for Su Chen. Seeking death. Ha! You foolhardy creature! Zhao Kuan froze for a second before erupting into a gleeful, maniacal laugh. In his eyes, this pretentious fool would be reduced to ashes in the next second under the combined assault of three third-tier peak demon beasts. Yet the anticipated annihilation failed to materialize. Facing a terrifying combined attack powerful enough to severely wound or even instantly kill an ordinary third-tier martial artist, Su Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. As the three beams of light were about to strike him, he casually raised his right hand, spread his fingers toward the sky, and then gently closed his fist. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Boom! As his calm voice echoed, the entire sky of the secret realm seemed to erupt in fury. The thick, leaden dark purple thunderclouds overhead churned violently, coalescing with fury. Countless bolts of thunder, each as thick as water barrels, tore through the clouds from all directions as if summoned by a supreme command. They surged madly toward the area Su Chen had pointed at. In a single breath, A colossal cage formed from pure, raging thunderbolts over 100 meters in diameter descended like divine retribution, bearing the terrifying pressure of universal destruction. With pinpoint precision, the cage engulfed the 3 thunderlight leopards mid-air, the precious purple lightning dragon's saliva grass, and the surrounding ground for dozens of meters. The 3 arrogant, speed-unmatched thunderlight leopards were utterly drowned in endless thunder before they could even utter a complete scream. As if hurled into a high-voltage electrical box, their bodies convulsed violently. Black smoke, crackling with sparks, poured from their nostrils and mouths. Their eyes were filled with boundless terror and agony. They managed to endure for only 2 or 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground with pitiful cries, utterly devoid of life. The entire sequence was swift, ruthless, and decisive. From the moment Chen raised his hand to the moment the 3 beasts fell, it took no more than 3 breaths. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence enveloped the battlefield. The maniacal grin on Zhao Kuan's face froze solid. He and his companions behind him now seemed as if struck by a petrifying spell, each frozen in a look of utter horror, their minds blank. With a single move, he had instantly immobilized and severely wounded 3 peak 3rd-tier demon beasts creatures that had left even Zhao family's elite squad utterly helpless despite their all-out efforts? What the hell kind of martial skill is this? S-rank? No. Even S-rank couldn't be this terrifying. This effortless. Who the hell was this man? What realm was he in? 3rd-tier martial artist? 4th tier? Or even higher? Under the ghost-stricken stares of Zhao Kuan and the others, Chen strolled toward the thunder cage as casually as if returning to his own backyard. The cage still writhed with electric serpents, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Chen approached the 3 lightning leopards, now limp as mud. He extended both hands, hovering them over the heads of 3 of the beasts. Suck! An invisible suction erupted from Chen's palms. Visibly, the massive bodies of the 3 thunderlight leopards deflated at an astonishing speed, like punctured balloons. The pure, residual essence of thunder within their bodies, along with the vital life force contained in their flesh and blood, was forcibly stripped and sucked out. Ding! Absorbed origin energy of a martial artist tier 3 thunderlight leopard. Combat power plus 100. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a 3rd-tier martial artist level thunderlight leopard. Combat power plus 100. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a 3rd-tier martial artist level thunderlight leopard. Combat power plus 100. Bliss! Chen couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. The sensation of this explosive surge in power was utterly intoxicating. The corpse of the 3-headed thunderlight leopard lay like a shattered husk, stripped of its former ferocity. Turning, his gaze finally settled upon the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass mere inches away. This was a foot-tall purple crystal plant. On its 3 narrow leaves, golden lightning-like patterns flowed naturally like living creatures, radiating pure, violent thunder energy tinged with an ancient, primordial aura. Merely approaching it, Chen felt a faint prickling and tingling on his skin, while the thunder elemental energy within his body surged with unusual vitality. Ding! Detected high concentration of primal lightning energy. Passively absorbing and converting. Combat power plus 111. The system alert sounded again. Though each increment was minuscule, it undeniably proved the spiritual herb's extraordinary nature. Just as Chen extended his hand, fingers splayed, preparing to claim this rare treasure of heaven and earth, a roar filled with shock, fury, and greed erupted like a thunderclap. Hey! You brat! Who gave you permission to touch my stuff? Chapter 12, Trash is Trash. Zhao Kuan rode a swirling thundercloud, instantly charging to the edge of the cage. Through the barrier of raging lightning, he glared fixedly at Chen and the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass, his eyes red with fury. He had been stunned by Chen's terrifying display moments ago, momentarily frozen in shock. Now, seeing the long-coveted spiritual herb about to fall into another's hands, greed instantly overpowered his fear. Besides, he refused to believe Chen could sustain such a terrifying thunder cage indefinitely. The energy expenditure would be astronomical. You did well. Taking care of those 3 beasts saved me a lot of trouble. Zhao Kuan forced down the shock in his heart, adopting a condescending posture as if bestowing a favor. As a reward, this purple lightning dragon's saliva grass is mine. Considering your meager efforts, I'll show great mercy and bestow upon you a single leaf. The Zhao family guards behind him snapped out of their daze and began applauding. Hear that? Kid. Young Master Zhao Kuan has shown mercy. Hurry up and hand over that spirit herb. 1 leaf will last you a lifetime. Don't be ungrateful. Dismantle this thunder cage immediately. Or don't blame us for being impolite. Chen slowly turned around. Through the raging thunder barriers, he watched Zhao Kuan all bark and no bite in the jeering guards outside. A cold, mocking curve lifted at the corner of his lips. Ha! He chuckled softly, his voice dripping with endless scorn. What? If I refuse, will you resort to outright robbery? Steal it? Zhao Kuan seemed to hear the most laughable thing imaginable, his face contorting into undisguised ferocity and superiority. So what if we do? You just unleashed that massive martial technique. I don't believe you have the strength left. Attack! Break this cursed cage. Kill him. Though the Zhao family guard still trembled at Su Chen's earlier display, Zhao Kuan's long-established authority commanded their obedience. Outnumbered and outmatched, they still had Zhao Kuan, a third-tier martial sovereign, as their leader. They weren't without a fighting chance. The guards unleashed their techniques, blades and chi slashing relentlessly at the Thunder prison. Facing this overwhelming assault, Su Chen's gaze remained utterly unflinching. He merely raised his right hand once more, directed it toward Zhao Kuan and his men, then abruptly splayed his fingers before clenching them with brutal force. 10,000 Thunder prison. Expand. The thunderclouds in the sky erupted once more. Thicker, more ferocious bolts of lightning poured down like an inverted river, violently surging into the existing cage, instantly expanding its boundaries. Zhao Kuan and the others felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Their movements instantly slowed to a crawl, and even breathing became difficult. What the hell is this? Zhao Kuan was horrified to discover that even his pride and joy, his lightning attribute Yuan power, was now sluggish and cumbersome. Ah! The guard charging at the forefront had barely touched the thunder barrier with his long sword when an overwhelming, terrifying current instantly surged through his entire body. He let out a short, piercing scream. Black smoke rose from his body, his hair stood on end like charcoal, and he collapsed stiff as a board, life or death unknown. Despair instantly engulfed all the Zhao family guards. Elder! It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. One guard, terrified out of his wits, collapsed to his knees with a thud, sobbing and pleading. Elder! We failed to recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and spare us. Another guard knelt and bowed his head. Yes, senior. It was all Zhao Kuan's doing. We had nothing to do with it. Someone began shifting blame. Zhao Kuan watched his men instantly turn against him, trembling with rage. Yet what terrified him more was the pervasive, terrifying confinement and the aura of destruction. Gritting his teeth, he desperately channeled his Yuan power to resist the intensifying numbness and suction. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, his knees buckling uncontrollably. With a thud, he too knelt toward Su Chen. Humiliation and terror contorted his face. Ha, brother? Oh no, senior. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Zhao Kuan forced a smile uglier than crying, his voice trembling. I, Zhao Kuan, was blind earlier. I offended you, senior. Please spare us and let us live. The Zhao family will surely repay you handsomely. This purple lightning dragon's saliva grass is our humble offering to atone for our offense. Su Chen stood at the center of the cage, like a god commanding thunder, coldly looking down upon the Zhao family members kneeling on the ground. His voice, clear despite the thunderous roar, reached every ear. Misunderstanding? Ha! If I were weaker today, wouldn't it be me kneeling for mercy or even lying dead right now? The price for your so-called misunderstanding is my life? Zhao Kuan's face instantly drained of color, turning ashen. He knew begging for mercy was futile. You beast! How dare you lay a finger on me? My grandfather is a Zhao family elder, a 5th-rank martial sovereign. Touch a single hair on my head, and the Zhao family will make sure you have no place to bury your remains. Zhao Kuan completely lost his composure, roaring hysterically as he tried to intimidate Su Chen with his family's influence. Su Chen sneered coldly, ignoring Zhao Kuan entirely. Zhao Kuan was utterly enraged, his fear morphing into madness. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. Thunderclap blade technique, shattering slash. He forcibly broke through part of his restraints, channeling all his Yuan power. The long blade in his hand erupted with a blinding light unlike anything before. A razor-sharp blade of thunder energy, condensed to its absolute limit, tore through the thick air. Carrying Zhao Kuan's final madness and despair, it slashed viciously toward Su Chen at the center of the prison cage. The blade energy moved with blinding speed, instantly closing the distance and striking Su Chen's chest. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. Su Chen didn't even shift his stance. A tear ripped through the gray combat suit on his chest, revealing the skin beneath, which shimmered with a faint bronze glow. Only a shallow white mark remained on his skin, not even the oily layer was broken. Ding! Absorbed external lightning attribute attack energy. Combat power +5. The system notifications sounded relentlessly. How is this possible? Zhao Kuan collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out, his eyes filled with nothing but boundless terror and disbelief. His full power strike couldn't even breach the opponent's defenses? What kind of monster was this? In his despairing gaze, Su Chen's figure materialized before him like a phantom. How could it be impossible? Su Chen's voice was like the whisper of death itself. Next, you will become my nourishment, just like my other spoils of war. He gestured toward the 3 shriveled leopard corpses beside him. Under Zhao Kuan's gaze, frozen in utter terror, Su Chen's black-gloved hand descended like a claw of death, gently pressing against the crown of his skull. No! Zhao Kuan's scream abruptly halted as a powerful suction erupted. The thunder attribute Yuan power he had cultivated for years surged out of his body like a burst dam, raging uncontrollably. Unlike the pure, savage essence of thunder absorbed from the lightning leopard, Zhao Kuan's energy was tainted with his own will and a trace of the impure, base-level power inherent to his B-rank talent, the frenzied thunder battle body. This energy was far less pure than the beast's primordial essence, drastically reducing absorption efficiency and carrying a strong sense of repulsion. Ding! Absorbing impure lightning attribute elemental energy and innate origin. Converting. Combat power plus 50. Ding! Absorbing impure lightning attribute energy and innate origin. Converting. Combat power plus 50. Chen frowned slightly. The efficiency was far too low. Moreover, during the absorption process, the frenzied blade intent and the chaotic essence of his physique brought a stinging pain to his mind. When the last shred of energy was drained, Zhao Kuan collapsed to the ground like a sack of rotten mud. His eyes were vacant, his aura utterly depleted, his cultivation completely shattered. From a promising third-tier martial artist, he had been utterly transformed into a useless shell. Trash. Utter trash. Chen shot a contemptuous glance at the unconscious Zhao Kuan, discarding him like useless trash before glancing at his interface. Combat power, 4,400. Chen's gaze returned to the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass mere inches away. The crystal-like plant, illuminated by the thunder prison, radiated a dreamlike purple aura. Golden lightning patterns on its leaves seemed to flow slowly. The pure, frenzied essence of thunder filled the air with a deadly allure. How exactly was this thing supposed to be used? Eat it directly? Or? Chen extended his hand, fingers slowly parting. The deep blue arcs dancing at his fingertips seemed to resonate strangely with the purple lightning flickering across the dragon's saliva grass leaves. Chapter 13, Who's the Worthless One? Chen weighed the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass in his hand, sensing the colossal thunder attribute energy it contained. He had a premonition that consuming it directly would undoubtedly cause his combat power to surge dramatically. However, given the uncertain surroundings, recklessly consuming such a rare treasure was not a wise move. Chen carefully stowed it into the spatial bracelet Tangya had given him, then turned his gaze toward the deeper reaches of the scorched plains. From that direction came the faint rumble of denser thunderstorms, accompanied by more intense energy fluctuations. The thunder source heart must lie in that direction. Cross-referencing the map information Tangya had provided, Chen confirmed his target. He wasted no further time, his form dissolving into a faint lightning silhouette as he sped toward the core region. After roughly half an hour of travel, the concentration of thunder elements in the air had become suffocatingly dense. Purple thunder dragons roared down from the sky, crashing into the ground and blasting out deep craters. Suddenly, intense combat sounds and shouts erupted ahead, accompanied by energy fluctuations far surpassing those of Zhao Kuan's squad earlier. Chen approached silently, hiding behind a massive boulder charred black by lightning strikes. In a relatively open depression, 5 young men and women were locked in a fierce battle. Their opponent was a terrifying beast, massive as a small mountain. Resembling a dinosaur, its entire body was covered in thick, dark purple scales. Between the scales, blinding blue-white plasma flowed. Thick bone spines erupted from its spine, their tips constantly gathering heart-stopping lightning orbs. Thunder Beast. Level, Peak Tier 3 Martial Artist Class Demon Beast. Combat Power, 3999. Traits, exceptionally strong defense, immense strength, can manipulate violent thunder, and unleash devastating lightning cannons from its mouth. The 5 assailants surrounding it were clearly no ordinary foes well-equipped, radiating formidable power. 4 of them possessed combat power values hovering around 300 to 3800, placing them among the top prodigies of their age nationwide. But the true focus of attention was the woman standing at the center. She wore moon-white battle armor that accentuated her slender, well-proportioned figure. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, like an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly concerns. Yet, a layer of eternal frost seemed frozen between her brows, creating an aura that commanded respect and kept others at a distance. Her combat power stood at a staggering 3,800, making her the strongest among the 5. In her hand, she held a long sword radiating an icy blue aura. Each swing left a deep icy gash on the Thunder Beast's scales, temporarily slowing its movements. Yu Qingru. Watch out for its thunder cannons. Zhang Jia, Li Ming, flank it from both sides. Lin Yanyan, use your wind barrier to disrupt its vision. Buy me time to charge. A burly youth wielding a massive axe, with combat power around 3,500, barked orders. He was clearly the squad's temporary leader, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. The cool-tempered woman named Yu Qingru remained silent, yet her movements were precise and swift as she followed the orders. However, the Thunder Beast's defense and strength proved astonishingly formidable. It absorbed several attacks from the squad, shedding only a few scales before being knocked back, yet sustaining no significant damage. The Thunder Beast lashed its tail violently, forcing Li Ming and Zhang Jia, who had charged forward, to retreat. Its gaping maw opened, and energy that had silently gathered at some point coalesced into a bowl-sized, pale blue laser beam, aimed directly at the captain who was preparing a powerful martial skill. Captain! Lin Yanyan, the wind element support, cried out in alarm, desperately summoning a wind barrier to block the attack. Yet the furious laser instantly tore through the barrier, its momentum unabated as it slammed toward the burly youth. The burly youth's face paled as he hastily raised his axe to block. Boom! Blinding lightning erupted. The burly youth let out an agonized scream as he and his axe were blasted dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, his battle armor charred black. Clearly, he had suffered severe injuries. Damn it! The group grew panicked. Losing their main attacker and leader made their situation even more dire. The Thunder Beast roared with earth-shattering fury, its body surging with intensified lightning as it prepared to unleash an even more ferocious assault. At that moment, Chen emerged from behind the boulder where he had been hiding. He had intended to circle around, but the colossal Thunder Beast and its raging lightning field blocked the only path to the core area. Chen's appearance immediately caught the attention of the hard-pressed squad. Who's there? The injured, burly captain struggled to sit up. Seeing Chen's ordinary face, concealed by his spatial bracelet, and detecting no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from him, his brow instantly furrowed. What kind of nobody are you? Get lost if you don't want to die. This isn't a place for someone like you. He assumed Chen was some lucky newbie from a minor clan or rogue faction who'd stumbled in by chance. The other members, including Zhang Jia and Li Ming, shot him looks of disgust and contempt. A weakling who looked barely a first-tier martial artist showing up in a battle of this caliber was nothing but a nuisance and a liability. Only Yuchingru, after repelling the beast's charge, swept a cold gaze over Chen. Her gaze held no obvious contempt, yet revealed no emotion either. Leave. You won't be of any help. You'll only die needlessly. Yuchingru's tone was flat, yet it carried an authority that brooked no argument. Chen halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed on Yuchingru. The woman was undeniably beautiful, possessing a unique aura. Yet that aloof, superior air of hers stirred an inexplicable irritation deep within him. Chen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and pointed at the thunderous beast coiled with lightning, its attack poised to strike. His tone held a hint of amusement. Oh? Seems like you can't handle it? Need some help? Help? Ha! The wounded captain snorted in disbelief, his pain-racked voice dripping with scorn. You? A mere one-star electrician? He glanced at the electrician's toolkit strapped to Chen's waist and continued his tirade. What exactly would you do? Fix this beast's hooves with your screwdriver? Get out of my sight. Now! Idiot! Yuchingru's brows furrowed slightly. Annoyed by Chen's reckless behavior, her voice grew colder. Final warning, leave immediately. Its attack range is vast. If it catches you, you're dead. In her eyes, this was already a rare act of caution. Just then, the thunderous beast completed its charge. The bone spines along its spine lit up one by one. A thunderbolt cannon several times thicker than before, radiating an aura of destruction, tore through the air with a piercing screech and slammed into the burly captain who had taunted Chen the most viciously. Captain! In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared abruptly in the path of the devastating lightning cannon, moving at a speed beyond anyone's visual perception. You're insane? Yuchingru gasped in shock. Staring at Chen's retreating back, her icy face betrayed intense emotion for the first time. She even instinctively tried to intervene, but the distance was too great. It was utterly impossible. As she and the other team members watched in horrified disbelief, Chen faced the terrifying lightning cannon capable of obliterating a 4-star martial artist without flinching or dodging. He calmly extended a single finger. At his fingertip, a point of lightning condensed to its absolute limit blue, almost white flared suddenly. Thunderbolt Finger. Whoosh! A lightning beam as thin as a strand of hair, yet condensed to unimaginable intensity, shot forth from Chen's fingertip. Though fired later, it arrived first, striking the very tip of the massive lightning cannon with pinpoint accuracy. No earth-shattering explosion followed, only a faint, sizzling sound, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The massive lightning cannon, brimming with destructive energy, was cleaved in two by that slender, blazing white bolt. The raging lightning energy was forcibly diverted, whistling past both sides of Chen's body. It plowed two bottomless, massive gullies into the scorched earth behind him, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Chen himself remained standing in place, not even a corner of his robe stirred. The fatal strike, powerful enough to obliterate the burly captain, was effortlessly deflected with a mere flick of his finger. Chapter 14, Casual Slaughter. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. The burly captain slumped to the ground, his mouth agape, eyes bulging almost out of their sockets. Zhang Jia, Li Ming, and Lin Yanyan all stood frozen in place, their faces frozen in mid-sneer, replaced by utter shock and bewilderment. Yuchingru's icy eyes suddenly narrowed to slits. Her hand gripping the ice sword tightened involuntarily, knuckles turning white. She stared fixedly at Chen's unremarkable back, her frozen heart rate churning with a tidal wave of emotion. The lightning control and penetrating power contained within that single finger were utterly beyond comprehension. This was definitely not a one-star martial artist. This strength was stronger than all of them combined. The Thunder Beast was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, but its limited intelligence couldn't help but comprehend what had just transpired. It could only lock onto the insignificant human who had ruined its plans, raging helplessly. Chen slowly lowered his finger and turned to look at the stunned figures behind him, especially the captain who had narrowly escaped death. A playful curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Now, do you still need me to leave? The burly captain flushed crimson, mortified enough to wish he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Zhang Wu and the others were frozen in terror, their gazes toward Su Chen brimming with awe and lingering dread. Only now did they grasp the true nature of the hidden monster they had just mocked. Yu Qingru took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within her. Her icy face remained expressionless, but a hint of gravity and scrutiny had deepened in her eyes. Stepping before Su Chen, she bowed her head slightly. Though her voice remained cool and distant, it carried less of the condescension before. "Thank you for your assistance, sir. We were blind to your true capabilities earlier and have been disrespectful." Su Chen waved dismissively. "Just a small favor." His gaze returned to the enraged Thunder Rhino. "Leave this beast to me. You all step back." This time, no one dared question Su Chen's strength. All 5 members of the squad, including Yu Qingru, swiftly backed away without hesitation, creating distance. They too wanted to witness just how formidable this mysterious powerhouse truly was. The thunder giant beast was utterly enraged by Su Chen's dismissive attitude. It roared skyward as lightning surged wildly around its body. The bone spikes along its spine glowed brightly once more, clearly preparing to unleash an attack even more terrifying than before. "Perfect. Time to test this new move on you." A flash of lightning gleamed in Su Chen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the colossus head-on. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Boom! The dark purple thunderclouds in the sky seemed to respond to a sovereign's call, erupting in an instant. Countless thick purple bolts of lightning tore through the sky, carrying an apocalyptic pressure. They intertwined into a colossal thunder cage over 100 meters in diameter, crashing down with a thunderous roar. It trapped the enraged, charging thunder beast within its confines. The frenzied lightning power raged and compressed within the cage. The thunder beast's prideful defensive scales groaned under the overwhelming pressure of the 10,000 thunder prison's terrifying might. Plasma spattered everywhere, and the air thickened with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Countless chains of lightning coiled around its massive frame, drawing agonized howls as its charging momentum was brutally halted. What in the world? The 5 observers in the distance watched with hair standing on end, their minds reeling. What level of martial skill was this? Such vast range, such overwhelming power? It could even forcibly restrain a peak 3rd-tier demon beast? This was utterly unheard of. Yu Qingru pressed her lips tightly together, her cold eyes filled with disbelief. Born into nobility, she had witnessed many powerful A-rank and even S-rank martial arts techniques. Yet, a lightning-based skill like this combining vast range, powerful binding, and devastating damage was something she had never encountered before. The origins of this mysterious figure are beyond imagination. Within the cage, the thunderous beast thrashed wildly, its mouth continuously firing bolts of lightning that pounded the prison walls. Yet this only made the lightning more ferocious, while the creature's injuries grew ever more severe. Su Chen, however, strolled into the 10,000 thunder prison with the ease of a garden walk. The violent lightning, powerful enough to vaporize steel, parted automatically as he approached, as docile as sheep. He approached the thunderous giant rhinoceros, its body convulsing from electrocution and its vital energy fading. Extending both hands, he pressed them against its thick, electroplasmic-drenched scales. Suck! Su Chen roared, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The colossal thunder energy within the thunder rhino surged toward him like a flood breaking through a dam. Its massive frame visibly shrank at a visible pace, the blazing lightning aura that once shimmered across its body rapidly fading. Ah! Su Chen felt like a traveler who had trekked through the desert for ages, suddenly plunging into a cool lake. He let out a satisfied groan. The energy contained within this peak 3rd-tier thunder beast was nearly equivalent to the combined power of the 3 lightning leopards he had previously encountered. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a 3rd-tier peak thunder giant. Combat power 100. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a peak 3rd-tier martial artist level thunder beast. Combat power plus 100. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a peak 3rd-tier martial artist level thunder beast. Combat power plus 100. The system prompts echoed with each absorption of energy. Su Chen glanced at his interface again. Combat power 4700. Within mere breaths, the once mighty thunder beast had transformed into a colossal desiccated corpse, crashing to the ground and utterly devoid of life. Su Chen ceased his martial technique, and the terrifying thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The 5 spectators watching from afar had long since frozen in place. Such overwhelming power capable of subduing a peak 3rd-tier demon beast with a single strike coupled with that bizarre technique of draining the thunder giant beast dry. Su Chen's domineering and terrifying image was deeply etched into their minds. Their gazes toward him were now filled with awe. Yu Qingru's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Observing the terrifying power concealed beneath Su Chen's ordinary features, she felt an intense curiosity and an indescribable flutter toward a man her own age for the very first time. Su Chen paid no heed to their stunned stares. His gaze had already swept past the lowland, fixing on the depths beyond. There, a colossal palace, majestic, ancient, and constructed entirely from a dark purple lightning-struck stone, appeared and disappeared intermittently under the sky filled with thunder. Above the palace gates, 3 characters formed from leaping lightning bolts shone brilliantly, their strokes bold and sweeping. Thunderheart Palace. An indescribable pull and sense of familiarity emanated from the palace's depths, as if something within was calling to the thunder power within him. The heart of the thunder source. Su Chen murmured to himself, a fiery gleam flashing in his eyes. He lingered no longer. His form shifted, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot straight toward the Thunderheart Hall. Yuqingru and the other 4 exchanged glances, each seeing shock and longing in the other's eyes. The Thunderheart Hall. The legendary core of the 10,000 Thunder secret realm. Within it must lie an opportunity of cosmic proportions. Chapter 15, Guard? Isn't this just a power bank? Follow him. Be careful. Yuqingru acted decisively. Though she knew following the mysterious figure could be perilous, the allure of the Thunderheart Hall was stronger. Besides, he didn't seem intent on killing them, perhaps they could even gain some advantage. The 5 immediately activated their movement techniques, cautiously trailing behind Su Chen as they advanced toward the Thunderheart Hall. The closer they drew to the Thunderheart Hall, the more terrifying the surrounding thunderstorms became. The free-floating thunder elements in the air nearly solidified into tangible form, coiling into writhing electric serpents. The ground was covered in intricate runes, flickering with a dangerous glow, clearly indicating the presence of powerful prohibitive formations. Guardian statues, formed from condensed lightning and wielding thunder spears and shields, stood on either side of the steps leading to the main hall, radiating an aura of grim foreboding. Whoa! The burly captain who had followed Su Chen gasped sharply, his face turning pale. The prohibitions outside the Thunderheart Hall were 10 times more terrifying than anything recorded in the clan archives. These Thunder Guardians alone could annihilate a 4-star martial artist, couldn't they? Yuqingru gripped her ice sword tightly, her cold, beautiful face etched with grave concern. Her mind raced, calculating escape routes and searching for fleeting safe points within the array's intricate patterns. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The peril here far exceeded her expectations. Every step required utmost focus and formidable strength. The slightest misstep meant obliteration. Yuqingru watched the figure charging straight toward the palace gates ahead, her thoughts racing. Did he possess a method to break the formation? Yet from Su Chen's perspective, this scene, a living hell for others, filled him with such exhilaration he nearly shouted with joy. Heaven! This was undoubtedly heaven. Su Chen's eyes gleamed as he greedily inhaled deeply. The thunder elements, so dense they seemed indissoluble, surged madly into his pores. Threads of energy were instantly absorbed and transformed by thunder evolution, becoming a warm current nourishing every limb and bone. The system's enhancement notifications flashed frantically. Ding! Absorbs Secret Realm Guardian Energy. Combat Power plus 10. Ding! Absorbs Secret Realm Guardian Energy. Combat Power plus 10. Ding! Absorbs Secret Realm Guardian Energy. Combat Power plus 10. To him, these seemingly dangerous formations and traps were no different from a 5-star luxury buffet spread before a homeless man who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Jackpot! This time he'd really hit the jackpot. Su Chen's mind was filled with maniacal laughter as he didn't slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated toward the danger. But to Yuqingru and the others, his actions looked like nothing short of suicide. Has he lost his mind? Charging straight at the Thunder Guards? Li Ming gasped in shock. Stop! It's a dead end. The burly captain couldn't help but shout. Just as they thought Su Chen was about to be obliterated by the ground's thunder array, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The moment Su Chen stepped into the formation, the runic nodes beneath his feet, which should have erupted with devastating lightning, suddenly dimmed. Instead of erupting violently, the energy flowed like a gentle stream, surging steadily into his body through his feet. Su Chen advanced as if strolling through a garden, stepping on those deadly nodes as though they were not a killing array, but a carpet laid out for him. With each step, the thunder light on his body grew imperceptibly brighter. He was absorbing the formation's energy? Yuqingru's icy eyes widened instantly. For the first time, her usually expressionless face betrayed near disbelief. This defied all her understanding. Normally, dismantling an array required diligently locating its core and employing specific countermeasures. Who would resort to such direct, violent dismantling? Was this the same bizarre method he'd used to absorb the Thunder Beast moments ago? But how was this even possible? Yuqingru was utterly baffled. Immediately after, a Thunder Guardian on the other side of the steps activated. Violet lightning flashed in its eyes as a massive thunder spear, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek and carrying thunderous force, plunged toward Su Chen. The might of this strike far surpassed that of the Thunder Beast earlier. Watch out! Yuqingru cried out in alarm, instinctively raising her ice sword, yet she couldn't bring herself to lower it. The distance was too great, rescue was impossible. Yet, facing this terrifying strike capable of gravely wounding a 4-star martial artist, Su Chen merely shifted his stance slightly. His right hand shot out like lightning, snatching the tip of the charging lightning spear with perfect precision. Crack! Violent lightning erupted from the spearhead, attempting to obliterate Su Chen. Yet Su Chen's palm seemed like a bottomless black hole. All the lightning energy vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, devoured with frenzied intensity. The dazzling lightning aura surrounding the Thunder Guard dimmed visibly, its towering form trembling violently as it emitted a low, rumbling hum.
Thanks, power bank number 1.
Su Chen grinned, exerting tremendous force to yank the Thunder Guardian from its pedestal. Under the horrified stares of the crowd, he hoisted the multi-ton Lightning Guardian with one hand, as if carrying a massive energy battery, and strode forward with purpose. Wherever he passed, he freely drew energy from the ground formations. Occasionally, other Thunder Guards activated and attacked, only to meet the same fate. In this brutally domineering and utterly baffling manner, Su Chen forged an unimpeded path through this desolate wasteland. In his wake lay dimmed array runes and rows of Thunder Guards, their luster faded, standing rigid like ordinary stone sculptures. Yu Qin grew and the other 4 followed behind, utterly numb. They treaded cautiously along the safe path Su Chen had blazed, its energy drained dry, gazing at the non-threatening Thunder Guards lining both sides. Their shock knew no bounds. This wasn't breaking through a barrier, it was like he was stocking shelves. How could someone his age be so monstrously gifted? Before long, Su Chen successfully traversed the suffocating plaza before the hall. He finally stood before the colossal stone gate of the Thunder Heart Hall 10 zhang tall, coiled with thick purple thunderbolts. The stone doors stood firmly shut, carved with ancient thundercloud patterns that radiated an ancient and majestic aura. Su Chen drew a deep breath. The thunder energy gathered within him erupted instantly. He pressed both hands against the cold stone doors and growled. Open! Rumble! The immense thunder energy surged forth from his body, resonating with the thunder patterns etched upon the gate. Amidst a deafening roar, the heavy stone door slowly swung inward, unleashing a thunderous aura that seemed to emanate from the very source of the world. Beyond the door lay an immense, empty hall. Barren of decoration, it contained only countless thick purple lightning pillars. These pillars descended from the vaulted ceiling, connecting to the floor below, forming a forest of thunder. At the hall's center, a core the size of a fist hovered, constantly shifting form and radiating a deep purple glow. Surrounding the core, bursts of plasma shot out and hovered in the air. Even this scattered energy alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As the crowd witnessed this scene, those 4 words spontaneously surfaced in their minds. Thunder Source Heart. Chapter 16, Ascending to the Heavens. 5-star peak. However, the path between the Thunder Source Heart and Su Chen was not entirely unobstructed. A giant composed entirely of pure purple lightning, nearly 3 zhang tall, hovered there silently. It possessed no facial features, its body formed from flowing liquid lightning, within which a pulsating, blazing white core resembling a heart could faintly be seen. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing the peak of the 3rd tier and even faintly touching the threshold of the 4th tier, permeated the entire hall like a tangible substance. However, the path between the Thunder Source Heart and Su Chen was not entirely unobstructed. A giant composed of pure purple lightning, nearly 3 zhang tall, floated there silently. It possessed no facial features, its body formed from flowing liquid lightning, within which a pulsating, heart-like, blazing white core could faintly be seen. A terrifying aura, far surpassing the peak of the 4th tier and even faintly touching the threshold of the 5th tier, permeated the entire hall like a tangible presence. Thunder's Soul Secret Realm Guardian. Rank, Martial Artist Tier 4 Peak. Combat Power, 4999. Attributes, Pure Lightning Energy Entity immune to all physical attacks and low-tier lightning damage core contains a trace of lightning law power. Yu Qingrou's voice trembled. It's immune to lightning, and physical attacks barely affect it. This is bad. Hearing this, Zhang Jia and the others behind her turned ashen-faced. The faint glimmer of hope that had just emerged shattered instantly, and they couldn't help but feel a surge of retreating desire. It was clear the secret realm core was simply beyond their current realm to handle. The Thunder Soul's hollow face turned toward the intruders, locking onto Su Chen. Without a word, it did a devastating deep purple lightning orb in its palm and fired it silently. Su Chen attempted to absorb it with lightning evolution, but the high-level lightning orb, imbued with the power of the laws, rebounded violently, numbing his arm. He scrambled to dodge, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The Thunder Soul's arm swung repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of annihilating lightning orbs like a volley of cannon fire. Su Chen dodged perilously. Though his Thunderbolt Finger could weaken the orbs, it couldn't absorb or neutralize them. Instead, the shockwaves shook his very blood and chi. His lightning attack struck the Thunder Soul like a stone thrown into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. It's over. He's completely countered. Li Ming despaired. Just as everyone's hearts sank to the depths, Su Chen, who had been passively dodging, suddenly flashed with a piercing light in his eyes. So that's it. He had grasped the essence of the Thunder Soul. It absorbed his attacks directly with higher-level lightning energy, just as he devoured others. If my attack is useless, then I'll give it right back to you. A wild gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Facing another thunderball, he didn't dodge. Instead, he spread his arms wide to meet it head-on. Boom! The terrifying thunder energy Su Chen had accumulated erupted violently. He no longer absorbed it meticulously. Instead, using himself as a conduit, he channeled the immense primal force blended with the devouring power of thunder evolution, transforming it into a raging torrent that surged back into the incoming thunderball. Sizzle!
The destructive thunderball collapsed inward, torn apart by the reverse energy. Su Chen channeled this chaotic force, combined with his own output, into a thick, mottled pillar of terror. It surged upstream, crashing violently into the Thunder Soul's chest. Gah! The Thunder Soul let out its first agonized shriek. The frenzied energy, a fusion of Su Chen's primordial force and the runaway thunderball, violently surged into its body. Its blazing white core pulsed and twisted under overload, cracks appearing on its surface. Not enough? Here comes more. Su Chen, seemingly possessed, unleashed a second and third wave of even more ferocious energy torrents. Boom! The Thunder Soul's body, stretched to its absolute limit, exploded violently. It transformed into a purple lightning storm that swept across the entire hall. At the storm's eye, Su Chen stood proudly, voraciously devouring the purest fragments of thunder laws and boundless energy. Ding! Absorbed the primordial essence of the secret realm guardian's Thunder Soul. Obtained Thunder Soul fragment. Ding! Detected one of the Thunder essence sources, the Heart of Thunder. Fuse? The storm gradually subsided, leaving the hall in utter disarray. The 5 burly youths were hurled away by the shockwave, barely held back by the ice crystal shield Moon Shingru had strained to maintain. Each was covered in dust and dirt, still reeling from the shock. Only Su Chen remained suspended in the air, silently cradling the Thunder Source heart in his palm. It pulsed with a deep purple glow, its energy pulsing steadily. Fusion. Without hesitation, Su Chen murmured the command in his mind. The Thunder Source core instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his chest in an instant. Hum. An indescribable thunderous power, as if born from the primordial chaos of creation, erupted within Su Chen's body. His body erupted with billions of blinding purple flashes, transforming him into the very embodiment of thunder itself. The lightning evolution skill raced through his being, undergoing a furious transformation. He felt his innate talent being washed, reshaped, and elevated by this overwhelming power. Ding! Fusion with the Heart of Thunder successful. SSS tier skill lightning evolution has advanced to lightning mastery. Warning, the core of the secret realm has been fused, causing the spatial structure to collapse. Evacuate immediately. The entire Thunderheart Hall shook violently. Lightning pillars in the dome shattered and collapsed, the ground split open in massive fissures, and violent spatial turbulence began to surge forth. The secret realm is collapsing. Get out now. Yu Qingrou's expression darkened as she shouted urgently. Su Chen also snapped out of his mystical fusion state, sensing the earth-shattering changes within his body and the destructive aura outside. He cast one final glance at this thunderous paradise he had known, then transformed into a streak of violet lightning, darting toward the chamber's entrance at blinding speed. Yu Qingru and the other 4 dared not linger, straining every ounce of strength to follow Su Chen as they fled for their lives toward the exit where space was already beginning to warp. A blinding white light flashed, accompanied by an intense tearing sensation in space. Thud! Thud! Several figures tumbled awkwardly from midair, crashing heavily onto the grassy shore of the small Thunder Lake and Sunset Forest. It was Su Chen, Yu Qingru, and the others. Cough cough. The burly youth coughed up several mouthfuls of black smoke tinged with the acrid scent of electricity. Struggling to sit up, he glanced back with lingering fear. There, the lightning portal that had been suspended mid-air was now violently twisting and shrinking. It finally condensed into a single blinding purple light. With a muffled thud, it vanished completely. The 10,000 Thunder secret realm was no more. Without pausing to think, Su Chen reached into his spatial bracelet, pulled out the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass he had obtained earlier, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from the side like an invisible tidal wave. Hum. Within a 100-meter radius centered on Su Chen, the air seemed to solidify. Gravel and dust particles on the ground were lifted by an invisible force, suspended mid-air. Frenzied, almost tangible purple lightning arcs erupted uncontrollably from his body, crackling and instantly reducing the surrounding vegetation to ash. The energy within him, having absorbed the essence of thunder and lightning, fused with the essence of the purple lightning dragon's saliva grass and erupted with a thunderous boom. His meridians instantly expanded several times over, growing tenfold in resilience. Every cell greedily breathed in, frantically absorbing this unleashed primal force. Ding! Combat power breakthrough. Current combat power, 5999 5-star martial artist peak. 5-star peak. Just 1 step away from 6 stars. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A powerful aura flickered and vanished, swiftly restrained by him. Clenching his fist, he felt the terrifying power within him, now several times stronger than before. A satisfied curve lifted the corners of his mouth. He had broken through? Li Ming pointed at Su Chen, his voice shrill and distorted, eyes bulging wide. A peak 5th tier aura? How could that be possible? How old could he possibly be? At most, he was their age, a student preparing for the college entrance exams. Yu Qingru sensed the terrifying aura, still not fully subdued, like that of a primordial beast. Her cold eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. At this age, a student reaching the peak of a 3-star martial artist would already be a genius coveted by the top universities. But this mysterious figure before her? Genius was an inadequate description. Her gaze toward Su Chen grew intensely complex, the frozen lake of her heart utterly churned. Just then, a lazy, soft voice yet tinged with a hint of icy quality suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. The air rippled slightly as Tangya's stunningly alluring figure materialized silently before Su Chen. She still wore that black leather outfit that traced her breathtaking curves, her arms crossed, accentuating the peaks before her even more prominently. Her soul-stealing eyes first swept over the collapsed entrance to the secret realm before finally settling on Su Chen, carrying a hint of scrutiny and an almost imperceptible teasing. Yu Qingru and the other four instantly felt an intangible pressure even more intense than what Su Chen had unleashed moments ago, causing their breath to catch in their throats. This woman was terrifying. They all instinctively took a few steps back, frozen in fear. Su Chen, however, seemed oblivious to this oppressive aura, acting as if nothing had happened. He shrugged at Tangya, a hint of regret on his face. "Sorry, rich lady, but that thunder source core seems to have fused with me. I can't get it out." Chapter 17, The Struggle for Possession. Fused? Tangya's delicate brows arched slightly, her smile instantly turning icy cold as a sharp gleam flashed deep in her eyes. She glided closer to Su Chen with graceful steps, a captivating fragrance wafting toward his nose. Tangya extended a slender jade-like finger, seemingly casually pointing toward Su Chen's chest. A strand of condensed, eerie light swirled around her fingertip. Su Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Every muscle in his body instantly tensed, the power of his lightning control surging within him, poised to unleash. But as soon as Tangya's fingers lightly brushed his chest, that faint glow vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, instantly disappearing into the energy cycle within Su Chen's body, leaving him utterly defenseless. He cursed inwardly. Even having broken through to the peak of the 5th tier, the gap between him and this woman felt as vast as the dust on the ground compared to the stars in the sky. After probing through Su Chen's body, Tangya's fingers trembled slightly before swiftly withdrawing. The lazy smile on her face vanished for the first time, replaced by extreme shock and delight. Tangya stared intently at Su Chen, as if appraising a priceless treasure. Her alluring eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. She could distinctly sense that the very essence of the thunderous power within Su Chen had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. It was a primal force older and more tyrannical than the heart of the thunder source, one that seemed capable of commanding the evolution of all thunder. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th tier? How many days had passed since their first meeting, when he had appeared so weak? Such a rapid advancement was unheard of, even to Tangya, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. In an instant, the original objective of this journey, seizing the Thunder Source Heart, was completely forgotten. The Thunder Source Heart? To hell with it. That secret realm core, usable only by martial artists of such a realm, would at best provide the younger generation of the Tang family with a slightly more solid foundation during their early stages if brought back. But this monstrous student before her, he was the true priceless treasure. He was the hope that could solidify her standing within the Tang family and even lead the clan to greater heights. If she could bind him firmly to the Tang family's chariot. Tangya's icy expression instantly melted, blossoming into a captivating smile that could outshine the sun and moon. She drew closer to Su Chen once more, her breath fragrant, her voice so soft it seemed to drip with honey, carrying an unprecedented seriousness and allure. "Little brother Su Chen, that thunder origin heart of yours. Sister doesn't want it anymore. Come back to the Tang family with me. How about it? Whatever you desire, sister will give it to you." Her gaze swept suggestively over Su Chen, finally settling on his eyes. Her eyes were like seductive threads. Anyone with weak resolve would likely be instantly captivated, becoming a captive under Tangya's spell. Su Chen's breath caught slightly. Even with his steely resolve, this sudden temptation stirred something within him. Oomph! Before Su Chen could speak, a cold snort erupted like thunder from the heavens. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority and overwhelming fury, instantly dispelling the enchanting atmosphere Tangya had created. Space seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, in the open space between Su Chen and Tangya, a towering figure abruptly materialized as if tearing through the fabric of reality. The newcomer wore a luxurious deep purple robe embroidered with golden patterns. His square-jawed face commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. It was Lei Xiaotian, the city lord who had confronted Tangya earlier. Though he made no deliberate effort to project his aura, the weighty pressure of one who had long occupied a position of power, holding the lives of an entire city in his hands, still caused the surrounding air to grow slightly thicker. Lei Xiaotian's gaze swept first over the collapsed entrance to the secret realm, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Then it locked firmly onto Su Chen. Su Chen shuddered violently, as if every detail of his being had been laid bare before Lei Xiaotian's eyes. "Tangya!" Lei Xiaotian's voice carried suppressed fury. "You've stirred up trouble in my Starsea city, forcibly breached the secret realm, and now you dare to poach my city's prodigy? Do you truly believe I, Lei Xiaotian, am made of clay?" Tangya's charming smile instantly vanished, replaced by a confrontational coldness. She imperceptibly shifted Su Chen half a step behind her, facing Lei Xiaotian's overwhelming pressure head-on. Her usually languid voice now carried a hint of sharpness. "Lord City Master Lei, you may eat whatever you please, but you must not speak recklessly. The opening of the secret realm also involved my Tang family. How did it become exclusively star source cities? As for brother Su Chen, it was my discerning eye that recognized his potential and gave him an opportunity. Now that he has achieved something, it is only natural that he should return with me to the Tang family. Bull. Lei Xiaotian's rage boiled over into a thunderous laugh. Su Chen's awakened lightning talent is precisely the legacy passed down through our Shanghai city lineage. The thunder source heart he fused with is the very core of the secret realm within our Star Sea city's domain. How could I possibly let such a prodigy fall into the hands of your Tang family? He abruptly turned to Su Chen, his furious expression instantly shifting to a warm, amiable smile, his tone softening considerably. Young friend Su Chen, do not listen to this demonist's seduction. The Tang family may possess some heritage, but they are far away in Longjing, beyond our reach. Star Sea City, however, is your true home. If you stay, I, the city lord, will personally take you as my final disciple and impart to you the entirety of my family's secret teachings, the Nine Heavens Thunder Control True Art. The Thunderpool secret realm within the city lord's mansion shall grant you 3 months of exclusive cultivation time each year. Additionally, from the Shanghai City Treasury, you may freely select any martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, divine weapons, or elixirs below the martial artist tier. Whoa! This barrage of offers crashed down like a heavy bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. Yu Qingru and her 4 companions were utterly stunned, their minds going completely blank. Who was Lord Lei? He was the top scholar of the imperial examinations in his year, having spent 4 years at the most prestigious academy. After graduating with perfect marks, he had gone to the front lines of the abyss to fight and temper himself for years. His power had long been unfathomable, and now he was personally appointed by the emperor to govern a region as a supreme authority. Even they, as scions of prominent families, had only glimpsed him from afar during banquets attended by their elders where Lord Lei was present. In their minds, the city lord embodied an image of solemn authority, rarely smiling, and utterly unapproachable. How could they have ever imagined him recruiting someone with such a warm and welcoming demeanor? The shockwaves from this scene were 100 times more intense than witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough upon emerging from the secret realm. Click. Tang Ye's laughter shattered the dead silence, thick with scorn and disdain. Lord Lei sure knows how to make a grand gesture. Too bad anyone can make empty promises. She glided forward, standing toe-to-toe with Lei Xiaotian. Her alluring eyes flickered as she offered terms that were even more blatantly tempting. Return with me to the Tang family, and I shall grant you status equivalent to that of a core disciple. Resources matching your cultivation level will be supplied without limit, with no rank restrictions. As for cultivation techniques? Tang Ye's lips curved into a smile that could charm the world. Leaning close to Su Chen's ear, her breath warm and fragrant, she whispered in a voice only they could hear. Sister will personally teach you the Tang family's supreme thunder cultivation technique, the Crimson Radiance True Thunder Art. We can delve deep into its secrets, guaranteed mastery. Chapter 18. Sorry, I just want to be an electrician. Demonis! How dare you! Lei Xiaotian erupted in fury, purple lightning surging around him. A terrifying aura, solid as a mountain, crushed down upon Tang Ye. Su Chen is the future pillar of our Star Sea city. How dare you tempt him with your beauty? Oomph! Old fossil. A wise bird chooses its perch. Brother Su Chen possesses extraordinary talent, he naturally belongs in broader horizons. Tang Ye showed no sign of backing down. An equally formidable aura of darkness surged forth, colliding fiercely in the air with Lei Xiaotian's thunderous pressure. Invisible energy exploded between them, cracking the ground and reducing plants to dust. Yu Qingru and her 4 companions were forced back several more steps by the terrifying aftershock, their faces drained of color, hearts filled with dread. These 2 powerhouses were actually about to come to blows over Su Chen? Caught in the center of their terrifying clash, Su Chen felt the staggering stakes each side had thrown down enough to drive any martial artist mad. Amidst the razor-sharp, potentially explosive destructive energy, the expression on his face shifted from initial shock and delight to an increasingly complex mix of frustration and exasperation. Ding! System alert, decision triggered. Option A, accept Tang Ye or Lei Xiaotian's recruitment. Result, system unbinds, innate talent automatically reverts to D rank. Option B, decline both Tang Ye and Lei Xiaotian's recruitment. Result, reward with the god-tier cultivation technique, the Thunder Strike Immortality Sutra. Damn it! What kind of choice is this? The system only ever gave him one real option from the start, didn't it? Just as Su Chen was inwardly speechless, desperately racking his brain for a reason to refuse. Buzz. A faint vibration sounded, abruptly emanating from the pocket of Su Chen's electrician's uniform. Su Chen instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out his old, battered phone with several cracks across the screen. On the screen, a name labeled Lin Weiwei Campus Bell flashed cheerfully, followed by a brief message. Repair request, Shanghai Academy, Dormitory Building 3, Room 505, Block A, air conditioner not cooling. Come ASAP. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Now he wouldn't have to bother coming up with excuses to turn them down. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly, drawing the attention of the 2 people facing off nearby. He flashed his phone screen toward Lei Xiaotian and Tanya, his expression a mix of apology, resignation, and a certain inexplicable dedication. Sorry, seniors, the client is pushing for this job. I just want to be an electrician. A deathly silence fell over the area. Lei Xiaotian's imposing gaze instantly turned blank and bewildered, tinged with a touch of absurd humor. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon seeing Su Chen's face etched with the word dedication and the glaring words repair order on the battered phone screen, 1,000 words choked in his throat, finally erupting into a muffled, cold snort. Tanya's captivating smile, capable of turning heads, froze completely on her face. Her pride in her allure, the staggering gambit she'd thrown down, had it all been defeated by an air conditioner repair order? Tanya shot Su Chen a thoroughly exasperated look. Sometimes she felt like splitting his skull open just to see what on earth was inside that unromantic fool's head. Was it filled with nothing but wires? Yu Qingru and the other four froze solid, their expressions completely unhinged, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg. What had they just witnessed? At the very moment the city lord and the Tang family's demonic woman were nearly coming to blows over recruiting him at this opportunity that could be described as a leap to the heavens, he actually said he needed to go handle some air conditioning repair job? Su Chen seemed oblivious to the utterly bizarre atmosphere. He tucked his phone away and bowed his fist with utmost sincerity toward Lei Xiaotian and Tanya. I truly appreciate your kindness, sirs, he said. But my client is waiting, and I'm in a real hurry. Excuse me. Before his words had fully faded, a faint lightning glow flickered beneath his feet. In an instant, he dissolved into a blurred afterimage. He sped off toward Star Sea Academy at a pace that seemed unhurried yet far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists, leaving only a trail of chaos in his wake. Lei Xiaotian's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently before erupting into a low growl brimming with complex emotions. Absolutely preposterous. Tanya gazed at the direction where Su Chen had vanished, her alluring eyes narrowing as they flashed with a dangerous and amused light. Interesting. So very interesting. Little electrician, you won't escape this sister's grasp. Stellar Sea Academy, Dormitory Building A. At the door of room 505, Su Chen smoothed out his faded, slightly scorched electrician's uniform before knocking. As the door swung open, a wave of warm air washed over him, a blend of a girl's sweet fragrance and a faint hint of sweat. Chen Weiwei stood in the doorway, wearing a crisp cotton tank top and hot pants that revealed her fair arms and long, straight legs. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her temples, and strands of hair clung to her cheeks. She had clearly just finished exercising. Her beauty was striking, the epitome of campus queen material, though her brows and eyes betrayed a hint of irritation from the stifling heat. Spotting Su Chen, her delicate brows instinctively furrowed. She gave him a once-over and spoke with a hint of impatience. You're the electrician I hired? What took you so long? Come in and take a look. The AC isn't cooling at all, it's unbearably hot. Su Chen smiled, unfazed by her attitude, and carried his toolkit into the dorm. The double occupancy room was tidy and clean, permeated with a distinctly feminine aura. The wall-mounted air conditioner was now weakly blowing warm air. We've been training intensely these past 2 days preparing for the college entrance exams. I can't even cool off when I get back. It's so annoying. Lin Weiwei grumbled as she wiped sweat from her neck with a towel. She walked over to the water dispenser, poured herself a cup, and took a big gulp without even acknowledging Su Chen. She glanced at Su Chen, who was crouched under the air conditioner checking the wiring, and casually asked, Hey, electrician. Looks like you're a Shanghai City student too, huh? The college entrance exams are coming up soon. Feeling nervous? It's okay. Su Chen didn't even look up, testing the voltage with his multimeter as he replied casually. With his current combat power of 5,999 and peak 5th-tier martial artist strength, if he were to showcase his abilities to any school, even the most prestigious institutions would be scrambling to recruit him, begging him to enroll. Not too bad? Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. I don't even sense any decent energy fluctuations from you. You probably can't even reach a 1-star martial artist level, right? Sigh, for people like you with average talent, the college entrance exam really isn't that stressful. You wouldn't get into any good schools anyway. Finding a job early isn't so bad, at least it's stable. Unlike me. She sighed, leaning against the desk, her delicate face betraying a genuine weariness and anxiety. Chapter 19. Hey, dinner's ready again, right? My dad insists I get into Longyuan Martial Arts University, ranked in the top 10 nationwide. He says we've invested so many resources, failing would be a disgrace. But my combat strength has only just broken through to 3-star martial artist. I heard this year's practical assessment is especially tough. Apparently we have to enter a simulated Thunderclap Canyon secret realm filled with lightning-type demon beasts. So annoying. Plus, they say they'll test teamwork by randomly assigning partners. If I get stuck with a deadweight dragging me down, I'm totally screwed. Her frustration grew as she spoke, grabbing the small desk fan and blowing it hard into her face, sending her hair flying. You know Thunderclap Canyon? The terrain's a nightmare. Thunder strike zones, magnetic storm swamps. The beasts roam in packs, thick-skinned and tough, plus they're paralyzing. Ah, what's the point telling you all this? You probably don't even know what the college entrance exam covers, right? Probably just going through the motions, showing up to get a diploma. Su Chen's hand paused mid-motion. Thunderclap Canyon? Lightning-type beasts? A barely perceptible curve touched his lips. Hey, this means another chance to absorb energy. This sounds like a buffet tailor-made just for him. Originally, he hadn't even planned to take the college entrance exam. He could have just demonstrated his abilities to the school and secured a direct admission spot. But now? Might as well join in for the fun of it. He really wasn't sure what exactly they tested. Following her lead, Su Chen lifted his head, adopting a humble expression as if seeking guidance. Senior, you're so skilled, could you explain it to me? Like for the practical assessment, besides slaying demon beasts, what else should I watch out for? And how exactly does teamwork function? Lin Weiwei froze at the sound of senior. Meeting his earnest gaze, her irritation seemed to dissipate slightly, replaced by a sense of superiority that came with mentoring juniors. Oof. Not even knowing that? No wonder your cultivation is so low. She gave a light snort, her tone still tinged with a touch of pride, but she continued. Due to the Empire's unique structure, the college entrance exams are typically set by each region. After the exams, regional candidates' scores are submitted to the central authorities, and then universities travel to the regions to recruit students. Our Starsea City's exam this time is a practical assessment focusing on survival, hunting, and teamwork. You earn points by surviving long enough in the simulated secret realm or by hunting demon beasts. The higher your points, the higher your ranking. Teamwork, well, that's about how well you coordinate with randomly assigned teammates. Special evaluators assess this and give you scores. This is also the primary source of points for support roles. She paused briefly before continuing. In short, if you encounter danger, don't try to tough it out. Call for help when you need to. Keeping yourself alive is the most important thing. In Thunderclap Canyon, be especially wary of dense lightning strike zones and magnetic storm cores. Even 3-star martial artists struggle there. As for beasts, lightning bug swarms are the most troublesome. They're numerous and their paralysis effect is potent. Thunder lizards have high defense but are slow. The most dangerous are thunder hawks. They're fast, and their attacks lock onto targets. She was unusually patient in explaining all this. Though her tone carried a hint of the superiority a top student might show a struggling one, her advice was solid, clearly valuable intelligence gathered by her clan. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, inwardly chuckling. Lightning dense zones? Magnetic storm cores? Lightning bug swarms? All sound like prime spots for charging up. Thanks for the tips, senior. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, simultaneously pressing a hidden switch inside the air conditioner. An instant surge of pure, concentrated thunder energy surged through the unit. Not only did it repair the burnt-out capacitor, but it also maximized the compressor's efficiency to its absolute peak, conveniently clearing out all the accumulated dust inside. Alright, it's fixed. Give it a try. Su Chen stood up, brushing dust off his hands. That fast? Lin Weiwei picked up the remote control skeptically and pressed the cooling button. Buzz. The air conditioner emitted a deep, powerful hum as the temperature in the dorm plummeted at a noticeable rate. Whoa! So cold! Caught off guard by the sudden blast of cold air, Lin Weiwei shivered before staring at the AC in delight. Wow! It works this well. Feels even stronger than a brand new unit. You're pretty skilled. Her gaze towards Su Chen held a touch more surprise and admiration. Though he was just a low-level electrician, his skills were undeniably impressive. No problem at all. Glad you're satisfied, senior. Su Chen gave a sheepish grin and packed up his toolkit, ready to leave. Hey, wait! Lin Weiwei called him back, hesitated for a moment, then pulled a few bills from her wallet and handed them over more than the agreed-upon price. Here, you did a great job. Consider the extra a tip. Good luck on your college entrance exams. The last part came out awkwardly. She seemed to think wishing an electrician luck on the college entrance exam was a bit strange. Su Chen accepted the money without hesitation. Thanks, senior. Best of luck on your exams too. You'll definitely ace Wuhan University. His tone was firm, carrying an inexplicable confidence. Lin Weiwei dismissed it as polite talk and waved him off. As Su Chen turned to leave, the instant his foot crossed the dormitory threshold, whether from relaxed nerves or the newly acquired power still not fully contained, an extremely faint yet intensely condensed purple arc of electricity inadvertently spilled from his fingertips. With a soft crackle, the arc sliced through the air and vanished, instantly vaporizing an inconspicuous patch of rust on the metal doorframe. It left behind a small, mirror-smooth indentation. Lin Weiwei, who was just about to adjust the air conditioner's fan speed, caught a fleeting glimpse of the purple flash and the tiny indentation out of the corner of her eye. She froze, rubbing her eyes before peering closely again. Only an inconspicuous mark remained on the doorframe, as if the entire scene had been a mere illusion. Strange, am I seeing things? She muttered in confusion, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, she savored the long-awaited coolness and plunged back into her intense pre-exam studies. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed Starsea City in a golden halo as Su Chen left Lin Weiwei's dormitory building. He pondered inwardly, wanting to find a secluded spot to thoroughly test the capabilities of his newly advanced lightning control ability. His steps light and brisk, he turned onto a quiet path leading to the abandoned factory district outside the city. "Hey there, little brother. Finished fixing the AC? Pretty handy work, getting the job done so efficiently." A lazy, soft voice tinged with playful amusement sounded unexpectedly behind Su Chen, close enough to feel like a breath at his ear. Su Chen's footsteps halted abruptly, his scalp instantly tingling with shock. With his current peak 4-star strength, his senses were incredibly sharp, yet he hadn't detected anyone approaching at all. He spun around to find Tanya leaning against the shadow of an ancient sycamore tree. Her signature black leather bodysuit traced breathtaking curves against the twilight. Her arms were crossed, accentuating the proud peaks of her chest. Her alluring eyes sparkled with a playful smile as she appraised him from head to toe. "Miss Tang?" Su Chen instinctively took half a step back, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. He had just firmly refused her overtures, only to find himself cornered in an alley moments later. The feeling was decidedly awkward. Chapter 20, Tanya's second solicitation. "What? Not calling me rich lady anymore?" Tanya's crimson lips curved slightly as she glided gracefully out of the shadows, the golden glow of the setting sun outlining her flawless profile. "So decisive in rejecting me, yet so eager to fix the campus beauty's air conditioner." Su Chen cleared his throat. "Ahem, customer first, professional ethics." Gak. Tanya laughed so hard her body shook, her chest heaving with each wave of laughter. "Don't worry, sis isn't that petty. Forced fruit never tastes sweet, I know that much." She stepped close enough that Su Chen could see the flutter of her eyelashes, the intoxicating fragrance growing stronger. "But then again." Tanya shifted her tone, her seductive gaze locked directly on Su Chen's eyes, as if trying to peer into the depths of his soul. "I'm not interested in your professional ethics, dear. What I am curious about is what changes you've undergone after fusing with the Thunder Source Heart." She extended a slender jade-like finger, lightly tapping Su Chen's chest. A thread of intensely condensed, probing dark energy swirled around her fingertip. Just like last time, the moment this energy touched Su Chen's body, it vanished instantly, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, absorbed into his energy cycle. This time, Su Chen offered no resistance, allowing her to probe his internal state mainly because resistance was futile. After one energy cycle, Tanya withdrew her finger, her eyes blazing with an even more intense light. She distinctly sensed that the thunderous power within Su Chen had grown deeper and more terrifying than when they'd left the secret realm, now carrying a faint, law-like pressure that made even her heart tremble. This rate of growth was utterly unfathomable. TSK. She clicked her tongue, her face brimming with the excitement of discovering a rare treasure. Seems like this little brother's journey through the secret realm has yielded far more than his sister ever imagined. "So, shall we discuss another deal?" Without waiting for Su Chen's reply, she made a gesture as if performing magic, her slender fingers lightly tracing a path through the void. Hum. Space rippled like water, and a cage formed from countless dark runes materialized out of thin air. Within the cage stood none other than the Thunderlight Qilin, the peak 8th rank martial artist demon beast she had encountered in the basement. Only now, the sealing chains binding its body were denser. Though its aura remained formidable, its eyes burned with the fury of confinement and a barely perceptible hint of fear. The Thunderlight Qilin clearly recognized the human before it, the very monster that had drained it like a power bank last time. Tanya waved her hand lazily, and the rune cage floated lightly to the ground not far from Su Chen, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Here you go. The Thunderlight Qilin that let you charge off it last time your big sis brought it back for you. How about that? Pretty sincere, huh? I could have just given it to you as the final payment, but you went and absorbed the Thunder Source Heart. But no worries." Tanya's voice carried a hint of teasing. "Big sis can still give it to you completely. A Thunderlight Qilin at the peak of the 8th martial artist tier, need I even mention its value? Its primal thunder essence would be a tremendous tonic for your physique, now fused with the Thunder Source Heart." She leaned in slightly, her red lips nearly brushing Su Chen's ear. Her breath was sweet as orchids, her voice dripping with devilish temptation. "Just nod your head and join the Tang family," she whispered. "Sister promises you this Qilin is merely an appetizer. The terms remain unchanged. The Tang family's resource repository, its treasured thunder element cultivation techniques, its premier training environments, and even treasures more precious than the Thunder Source Heart, all will be yours for the taking. Your talent deserves the finest cultivation. With the Tang family's backing, your growth will far exceed your wildest imaginings." Every word struck like a sledgehammer to Su Chen's heart. The future Tanya painted was too alluring to resist. Joining a top-tier clan, gaining access to boundless resources and powerful backing, this was the ultimate dream for nearly every martial artist from humble origins. But Su Chen recalled the options the system had offered him earlier. The damn system hadn't given him the option to live off someone else's generosity. Su Chen drew a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent yearning and overwhelming sense of loss churning within him. He lifted his head, his gaze restored to its former calm. "Miss Tang." Su Chen's voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness, yet his tone was unwaveringly firm. "I am deeply grateful for your generosity. This Thunderlight Qilin is indeed priceless, and the Tang family's resources are truly enviable.
The smile in Tangya's eyes dimmed slightly, yet she maintained her elegant composure, awaiting his next words.
However,
Su Chen paused, his gaze complex. One should not accept gifts without merit.
during our last encounter in the secret realm, Miss Tang showed immense magnanimity regarding the Thunder Source heart. Su Chen is already profoundly grateful.
This gift was too valuable.
Su Chen dared not accept it. He felt unworthy of such generosity.
He bowed slightly, his posture humble, yet his refusal was crystal clear. The air seemed to freeze for an instant, and the smile vanished completely from Tangya's face. She stared silently at Su Chen. Her once mesmerizing, enchanting eyes now held only a bottomless, dark pool, as if she were reassessing the youth before her. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of pressure emanated from her, making the surrounding air feel thick and heavy.
The air seemed to freeze for an instant. The smile vanished completely from Tangya's face.
She stared silently at Su Chen, her once mesmerizing, alluring eyes now reduced to bottomless, dark pools, as if she were reassessing the youth before her. The faint, almost imperceptible aura of authority she released made the surrounding air feel thick and oppressive. After a long pause, Tangya let out a soft chuckle. This laughter carried no trace of emotion, only a faint, elusive hint of amusement.
Alright, I won't press you further.
Tangya reined in most of her amusement, though her gaze remained sharp.
What's forced never tastes sweet. It seems you're not destined to enjoy the handouts either. I keep my word, sister. Since you insist on walking your own path, I won't hold you back.
With an elegant wave of her hand, the vast cage formed by the dark runes vanished. Inside it, the Thunderlight Qilin, its aura now withered, seemed to be erased by an invisible giant hand. Instantly, it shattered into countless fragments of faint light, disappearing silently into the air as if it had never existed. The space returned to stillness, leaving only faint indentations where the cage had pressed into the ground and a lingering trace of violent thunderous energy in the air.
But, little brother.
Tangya turned, the golden glow of the setting sun outlining her perfect profile. She tilted her head slightly, offering Su Chen a meaningful smile.
Big sister is waiting for you in the capital.
She extended a finger, gently tapping her temple, her gaze deepening with anticipation. When you've truly broken through to the martial artist realm, mastered that power within you, and are no longer a clueless novice, then come to the capital to find your sister.
Then, we'll have a proper talk. Perhaps there will be a new deal, or new possibilities?
With that, before Su Chen could respond, Tangya's figure seemed to dissolve into the glow of the setting sun, or perhaps be swallowed by the surrounding shadows.
Instantly, she became blurred and transparent.
A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the lingering trace of her unique, exotic fragrance, while her figure vanished completely, as if she had never been there at all. Su Chen stood alone in the deepening twilight, the air still carrying a mingled scent of Tangya's fragrance and the frenzied aura of the Thunderlight Qilin. He exhaled a long, relieved breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. His back was already damp with sweat. Facing an unfathomable presence like Tangya, even without ill intent, the sheer weight of that intangible pressure was suffocating.
Chapter 21, Testing the Technique. Had she mastered that power within her? Could it be that this woman had already discerned something? Su Chen savored Tangya's parting words, his heart racing with dread. Could she have discovered the system within him? After much deliberation, Su Chen dismissed the thought. Though Tangya's cultivation was unfathomable, she wasn't omnipotent enough to achieve that. If she truly had detected the system within him, her attitude toward him would likely be entirely different. Shaking his head, Su Chen dismissed the chaotic thoughts. The immediate priority was finding an absolutely secure location to thoroughly study the system. Rewarded thunderbolts cannot extinguish sutra. In front of Tangya, he dared not reveal a single shred of it. A grassroots student with God-defying talent could be explained away as a gift from the heavens, but if he pulled out a cultivation technique that was clearly terrifyingly high grade, that wouldn't make him a genius, it would make him a prime target, a walking treasure trove, inviting genuine mortal danger. Generally speaking, cultivation techniques in this world were divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Each tier was further subdivided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Techniques available on the market generally remained at the mystic tier. The foundational cultivation method distributed by the Empire through its academies to all students, the breath control technique, was merely a low-grade yellow tier technique. Techniques reaching the earth tier are usually treasured within family libraries, serving as the foundation of a clan's legacy or reserved for outstanding members to study. As for heaven tier cultivation techniques, they were supreme manuals reserved exclusively for core disciples like Tangya, born into the top-tier families of the capital. The rank of the Thunderbolt's Unvanquished Sutra bestowed upon him by the system was something Su Chen had never even heard of before: divine tier. Based on the tropes from novels Su Chen had read before his transmigration, a cultivation technique bearing the divine title should be an utterly unparalleled, world-shaking masterpiece. That was precisely why he had rejected Lei Xiaotian and Tangya's recruitment offers. The terms they proposed were, overall, more disadvantageous than advantageous to him. The cultivation system had granted him something far superior. With his current charging-based cultivation speed, he didn't particularly need cultivation resources either. After some thought, Chen decided to find a secluded spot to practice his cultivation techniques. The prime cultivation sites within Starsea City, abundant with spiritual energy, had long been claimed by the major clans and academies, each layered with protective barriers. A lone cultivator like Chen, lacking any backing, had no choice but to seek elsewhere. His figure blurred into a shadow nearly indistinguishable from the night, veering off the main roads as he sped toward the desolate Blackstone Mountains beyond the city walls. There, jagged rocks stood starkly against the sky, spiritual energy was sparse, and low-tier demon beasts frequently roamed. While ordinary martial artists would avoid such a place, for Chen at this moment, it was an ideal hiding spot. Half an hour later, Chen had penetrated deep into the heart of the Blackstone Mountains. He found a large, sheltered hollow in a massive black rock formation, enclosed on 3 sides with only a sliver of sky above. The location was exceptionally concealed. Though the spiritual energy couldn't compare to the famed feng shui treasures, it was far superior to ordinary spots. He sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply the crisp, earthy air carrying the scent of rocks and soil. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. The Thunderbolt's Unquenchable Sutra. 5 ancient, vigorous characters as if etched by thunder itself floated in the depths of his consciousness, radiating a weighty, primordial aura tinged with destruction. As his divine sense touched them, a torrent of information as vast as the ocean surged into his mind. Summon thunder from the 9 heavens, temper an indestructible body. Use the body as a furnace, thunder is fire. Forge it 1,000 times, 100 times, to achieve invincible diamond-like strength. Chen carefully pondered the opening principles, growing increasingly stunned. This cultivation method pursued the most arduous and tyrannical path of physical cultivation. Using the fury of thunder as a hammer, repeatedly tempering the flesh to pursue physical sanctity immortal through 10,000 calamities. With each mastered tier of the 9 realms, the physical body's strength would double from its previous foundation. Chen sucked in a sharp breath. His current physical body, already at the peak of the 4-star realm and far surpassing others at the same level after initial refinement through mastery of lightning, would become terrifyingly powerful if doubled again. The perfection of the 9th level was almost unimaginable. Suppressing his excitement, Chen focused his mind and began circulating the vast chaotic thunder energy within his body, following the guidance of the cultivation technique. This time, it wasn't about violent absorption or release, but an extremely delicate and arduous process of guidance and control. A faint crackling of thunder echoed within him. The chaotic thunder energy, once surging like a raging river, was now forcibly restrained into countless purple currents thinner than strands of hair. With utmost care, they seeped into every limb, every bone, every organ, and even the deepest marrow. SSS. An indescribable agony, like millions of red-hot steel needles piercing his marrow simultaneously, instantly engulfed his entire body. Even Chen, whose will was as iron-hard as steel and who had endured the agony of fusing the thunder source heart, couldn't help but groan. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This agony cut 100 times deeper than having his bones shattered or sinews torn. It was a forging and reshaping from the very core of his being. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind intensely, guiding the threads of thunderous energy to circulate within his body along profoundly intricate paths. Each cycle brought excruciating agony as his tendons, bones, and flesh were forcibly torn apart only to rapidly reassemble, accompanied by a deep, primal tingling and sensation of metamorphosis. Gradually, a fine, grayish sweat with a pungent, metallic stench began to seep from his skin, impurities forcibly expelled by the thunder's relentless tempering. Beneath his skin, muscle fibers pulsed like twisted steel cables under the faint lightning glow, growing denser and more resilient. Deep within his bones, a muffled, thunderous hum resonated, the sound of bone substance being repeatedly tempered and purified by the lightning. Time slipped away amidst excruciating pain and metamorphosis. As the moon reached its zenith, a sliver of icy moonlight streamed through the narrow gap in the sky, illuminating Chen's stone-like seated form. An extremely faint yet intensely condensed purple lightning aura swirled around him. With each breath, the thin spiritual energy around him seemed to tremble slightly. After an unknown span of time, as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the horizon, Chen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of purple lightning flickered within his gaze before vanishing, leaving only profound depth and restraint. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. The force of his exhalation was like a sharp arrow, leaving a faint white mark on the black stone before him. The first level of the cultivation technique, he had finally grasped its essence. Chen flexed his stiff limbs, joints popping like cracking beans. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. His strength didn't seem to have increased noticeably. His speed hadn't grown any faster either. The total amount of chaotic thunder energy surging within him, it even felt like it had diminished slightly. Yet, when he extended a finger and lightly scraped the iron-hard black stone beside him, SSSH. Without using any thunder energy, relying solely on his physical strength, he carved a smooth, inch-deep gash into the surface of the black stone, which was as hard as refined iron, as if it were tofu. Chapter 22, The College Entrance Exam begins. Chen was stunned. Though his physical body had been formidable before, leaving a mark on this black stone had still required some of his internal energy. Now, he had achieved it with pure finger strength alone. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly feel the density and resilience of his skin, muscles, and bones elevated to an entirely new level. It felt as though an explosive force lay dormant within him, quiet until unleashed, then capable of shattering stone and shaking the heavens. So the diminished energy had been channeled into tempering his body. Chen realized this with a start, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. This Thunderbolt's Unbroken Sutra was truly extraordinary. He immediately summoned the system interface to check his cultivation progress. Name, Chen. Realm, 5-star P combat power 5999. Talent, SSS-rank lightning control. Martial arts, Thunderclap Finger, 10,000 Thunder Prison. Technique, Thunderbolts Never Die Sutra God Tier. Current realm, 1st tier preliminary insight 12. Chen's smile froze instantly. After practicing all night in excruciating pain, he only gained 12 points? A wave of profound disappointment washed over him. Having grown accustomed to the rocket-like speed of power leveling, this snail's pace of normal cultivation felt unbearably slow. At this pace, reaching perfection in the 1st tier would take until the cows come home. But then again, this was how proper cultivation worked, progressing step by step. Previously, with the system's cheat-like assistance, Chen had skyrocketed from a lowly rank to the peak of a 5-star martial artist in mere days. He had gotten a bit too cocky. Gazing at the dawn's glow spreading across the horizon, Chen felt the chaos thunder power within him. Though its total quantity had slightly diminished, its essence had become more refined and pure, binding more tightly with his physical body. He also sensed the tangible increase in his physical strength. With a bitter acceptance, he finally embraced this reality. His innate talent had provided him with a ladder to the heavens, but how high he could climb and how far he could go ultimately depended on laying a solid foundation step by step. Without the tempering of relentless physical training, possessing vast power alone was but a castle in the air. Facing a peer with truly deep foundations, he would likely shatter at the slightest touch. Cultivation truly was no easy feat. It seemed he was better suited to power-ups after all. Chen stood up, brushing dust and dried gray sweat stains from his clothes, and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Though the night's training had been grueling, his spirit felt unusually vibrant. His body seemed reborn, brimming with surging vitality and raw power. He lifted his gaze toward Starsea City, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Though slow, the foundation forged by the Thunderbolt's Unbroken Sutra was solid and vital for his future. Today was the day of the college entrance exam. With his current cultivation level, gaining admission to a top-tier institution wouldn't be difficult. But the Thunderclap Canyon's secret realm chosen for this exam held its own appeal. Once he left Starsea City after the exams, he doubted he'd find such abundant lightning element secret realms for cultivation. The faint morning light gradually dispelled the last traces of night from Starsea City. Chen stood in the largest martial arts arena at the city's center, the Starry Sky Plaza. He glanced down at the crumpled paper in his hand, the unified entrance exam admission ticket for Starsea City martial artists. The photo on it was taken when he first awakened his electrician profession, his eyes still carrying a hint of bewilderment and innocent foolishness. Who could have imagined that in just a few short days, the E-rank electrician in that photo would transform into a peak 5-star martial genius, a talent coveted by both the city's ruler and the Tang family's demonic beauty. As the venue for the entrance exams, Starry Sky Plaza was now teeming with people, the air thick with a cacophony of noise and excitement. Young martial artists of similar age from all the high schools of Starsea City had gathered here, the air thick with a tangled mix of tension, excitement, and apprehension. Among them were aristocratic heirs clad in ornate battle armor, surrounded by family guards, impoverished scholars in plain school uniforms, their eyes burning with determination, and special professionals like Chen, dressed in work clothes and looking somewhat out of place. Chen blended inconspicuously into the crowd. His spatial bracelet perfectly masked his aura, making him appear as unremarkable as ever, perhaps even less than a 1-star martial artist, just an ordinary electrician. His gaze swept casually over the crowd, catching sight of several familiar faces. In the distance, Zhang Jie and Li Ming stood surrounded by admirers, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Then there was Yu Qingru, standing alone in a corner, her aura as cool and distant as the moon, drawing many furtive glances. However, Chen had no intention of approaching her. Just then, a spatial fluctuation rippled across the elevated platform at the front of the crowd. A colossal presence, vast as the ocean and imposing as a prison, abruptly descended, instantly drowning out all the noise in the venue. City Lord Lei Xiaotian, clad in a purple robe embroidered with gold, appeared at the center of the platform, his figure as imposing as a mountain. His gaze swept the crowd like lightning. Students met by his stare felt a soul-deep reverence, instinctively straightening their posture. The entire Starry Sky Plaza fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "You are the future pillars of the empire." Lei Xiaotian's voice boomed like a great bell, resonating clearly in every ear. "Today, the imperial examinations commence. This is your leap through the Dragon Gate, a journey forged in iron and blood. I expect you to summon the courage and prowess of Starsea's sons and daughters. Forge a brilliant future for yourselves within this Thunderclap Canyon." His words were concise and to the point, dispensing with lengthy encouragement to get straight to the matter at hand. This year's exam is a practical assessment, held in the simulated realm of Thunder Roar Canyon. Assessment criteria: survival, hunting, teamwork. Rules are as follows. 1. Upon entering the secret realm, form squads of 3 randomly. 2. Surviving 24 hours within the canyon constitutes passing. 3. Hunt beasts to earn points. Final rankings will be determined by points. 4. Teamwork performance will be scored as an additional factor. 5. In life-threatening situations, shatter the teleportation jade token to forfeit the assessment. During the assessment, candidates are strictly prohibited from killing one another. Those found guilty will have their results invalidated and face punishment under imperial law. Remember, within the canyon, peril lurks everywhere, yet peril is also a test. The path of the strong is always strewn with thorns. Now, the teleportation is activated. With a sweeping gesture from Lei Xiaotian, dozens of massive teleportation arrays in the plaza's center erupted in blinding light. Space began to warp, emitting a powerful suction force. Thunderclap Canyon indeed. Su Chen silently acknowledged the value of the intelligence Lin Weiwei had provided the previous night. He instinctively sensed the faint lightning mark he had left on Lin Weiwei. The mark was still there, its location seemingly not far away. He wondered if this little arrangement he'd left behind could help him and Lin Weiwei end up together. After all, she had shared this information with Su Chen, though with his abilities, he could easily disregard the situation within the secret realm. But since she had looked out for him, it was only right to assist her within his means. Of course, if they couldn't be assigned to the same team initially, Su Chen could do nothing about it. It would simply be a case of fate not aligning. Chapter 23, Is this guy an electrician? Hope you get lucky. The thought flashed through Su Chen's mind as he followed the surging crowd into one of the shimmering teleportation arrays. The world spun violently, that familiar tearing sensation returning. The next moment, damp air thick with ozone and a faint tang of blood filled his nostrils. A distant rumble of thunder and the howls of unidentified beasts echoed in his ears. Su Chen steadied himself, finding himself in a dimly lit valley strewn with jagged rocks and twisted purple vines. Active lightning elements drifted in the air, stirring a faint craving within his innate lightning control talent. Weiwei. Great. We're in the same group, a delighted female voice rang out. Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a lively young girl in pink battle armor, her hair tied in a ponytail, excitedly pulling Lin Weiwei's hand. Lin Weiwei's face lit up with a bright smile upon seeing her best friend. Yan Yan. It's you. How wonderful. With you, a title mage with B-tier talent, we're definitely set this time. Before she could finish, Yan Yan's gaze shifted past Lin Weiwei and landed on Su Chen, her round face showing surprise. Ha? Weiwei, why is there an electrician guy here? He looks so weak. Lin Weiwei's smile instantly froze. She whipped her head around, and when she saw Su Chen's harmless face, the color drained from her cheeks. A sense of despair as if the sky had fallen replaced it. Su Chen? How could it be you? Lin Weiwei's voice shot up, choked with tears and utter disbelief. God! Are you kidding me? Yan Yan, it's over. Completely over. If you brought a support type, we could still fight our way through. But him? Are you seriously telling us to just go feed ourselves to the beasts? Her finger trembled as she pointed at Su Chen. The thought of how she'd explained the exam rules to him just last night made her want to find a block of tofu and smash her head against it. Yan Yan was also dumbfounded. She glanced at the despairing Lin Weiwei, then at the frail, pitiful Su Chen, her face falling. What on earth are we supposed to do now, Weiwei? Su Chen was about to explain, actually, Shut up. Lin Weiwei cut him off shrilly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She took a deep breath, forcing down the despair churning inside her face now wearing a tragic expression of resignation. With a swift motion, she drew the alloy whip from her waist. The tip flashed with fire, crackling sharply, while her other hand clutched the ice blue teleportation jade talisman at her waist. You too. Lin Weiwei's voice was taut, carrying an unquestionable command. She positioned her body in front of Su Chen and Yan Yan, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Especially you. Get behind me, crouch down, and cover your head. Shut your mouth. Don't cause trouble. If danger arises, shatter the teleportation jade talisman immediately. Follow my lead. Got it? Su Chen watched the slender yet perfectly straight silhouette before him, listening to her protective declaration laced with disdain and forced composure. He felt both helpless and amused. He nodded obediently and retreated behind Lin Weiwei. Got it, senior. I won't move a muscle. Just then. ZZZZT. A shrill crackling of electricity suddenly amplified. From the dimly lit rubble ahead, countless points of blue-white light flared up like a rising tide. Dense swarms of fist-sized lightning bugs, their shells gleaming with a metallic cold light, their mouthparts opening and closing as sparks flew. Like a surging blue tide, they poured forth, overwhelming the sky. They're here, the lightning bug swarm. Yan Yan, get ready. Lin Weiwei's pupils contracted sharply as she barked the command. Her whip flickered into a fierce streak of fire, lashing viciously at the vanguard of the swarm. Water barrier. Yan Yan reacted swiftly, swinging her short staff to instantly erect a 10-foot-high wall of water before the trio. The high-velocity currents sliced through the bodies of the charging lightning bugs like blades. Crack! Splash! Lin Weiwei's flaming whip shattered several lightning bugs at the very front, sending bursts of sparks flying. Yet more insects charged the water wall with reckless abandon, their sharp mandibles gnawing frantically. Fine currents of electricity spread like mercury across the surface, corroding the wall. The barrier shook violently, groaning under the strain. Too many. Yan Yan's face paled as the magic sustaining the wind wall rapidly drained. Damn it! These bugs are acting like they're possessed. What rotten luck! It would be utterly humiliating to shatter the teleportation jade talisman right after entering. Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth, whipping her long whip even faster. Flames erupted, sweeping away swaths of insects, but the swarm seemed endless, wave after wave surging forward. Several stragglers slipped through gaps in the wind barrier, carrying paralyzing currents as they lunged straight for Lin Weiwei's face. Watch out! Yan Yan cried out. Lin Weiwei scrambled sideways to dodge, swinging her whip defensively in a flustered rush. As her defenses threatened to collapse, sweat beaded on her forehead. Spotting Su Chen crouched behind her, clutching his head, only fueled her frustration. What are you staring at? Stay crouched and don't. Her words abruptly stopped. Su Chen, who had been crouching quietly, had risen to his feet at some point. The look of terror on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of calm bordering on indifference. He didn't even glance at the swarming insects. With a casual flick of his right hand, he simply curled his fingers toward the surging tide of bugs. No earth-shattering aura. No dazzling flash of lightning. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying suction force as if emanating from space itself erupted suddenly, radiating outward from the center of Su Chen's palm. The swarm of thunderlight insects, once as vast as the heavens and as fierce as demons, seemed to be violently seized by an invisible giant hand. All the crackling electrical sounds and the flapping of wings vanished instantly, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The next instant, pop, 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 pop. Like bubbles pricked or crushed beneath an invisible millstone, the dense swarm of hundreds of lightning insects exploded simultaneously without a single scream. Under the horrified stares of Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan, they exploded simultaneously without a sound. They transformed into a sky filled with fine, glittering powder and charred debris, faintly glowing blue. Like an eerie blue light rain, it fell softly. The once chaotic valley instantly fell into a deathly silence. Only the flickering remnants of fire on Lin Weiwei's whip crackled faintly, mingling with her and Yan Yan's labored breathing, thick with utter shock. The two women stood frozen in place like petrified statues, eyes wide as saucers, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan stared fixedly at Su Chen's right hand, which he had just lowered as if merely brushing off dust, then glanced at the thick layer of insect carcass powder on the ground. A single thought raged through their minds. This ING guy is an electrician who can't even reach the first-tier martial artist level? Chapter 24, Point Skyrocket. Thud. Yan Yan's short staff slipped from her grasp, landing with a dull thud on the soft humus soil. The sound seemed to shatter the frozen air. You. Lin Weiwei pointed at Su Chen, her finger trembling like a fallen leaf in the wind, her voice dry and hoarse. What the hell was that? How did you do that? If you had this ability, why didn't you use it sooner? You put us in danger. Recalling her own humiliation and despair moments ago, she felt both ashamed and furious, her eyes instantly reddening. Su Chen withdrew his hand, brushing imaginary dust off his work uniform. The detached expression faded from his face, replaced by a faint, resigned smile. Senior, have you forgotten? You were the one who told me to cover my head and crouch down, and ordered me not to move no matter what I saw. I was just strictly following your orders, right? He spread his hands, his expression innocent and earnest. Aye. Lin Weiwei was so flustered she couldn't speak, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Yes. Those orders had come straight from her own mouth. Recalling her earlier bold declarations and disdainful glances while protecting that weak electrician, she now felt her face burning with embarrassment. She wished she could dig a hole and crawl inside. Yan Yan also snapped back to reality. Her mouth hung open for a moment before closing, her eyes filled with shock and lingering fear as she looked at Su Chen. She stammered out a question. Su Chen, what level are you, exactly? That just now was terrifying. Just got lucky. I happen to have a little trick that counters lightning. Su Chen offered a vague explanation, his gaze sweeping over the thick layer of insect carcass powder on the ground, faintly glowing with a bluish light. Feeling the chaos thunder power within him stir slightly after devouring hundreds of lightning insects, he felt quite pleased. Absorbing the essence of these low-tier beasts barely boosted his cultivation now, merely replenishing the energy drained by casting skills. Let's go. The bugs are dealt with, and the points are secured. Meanwhile, at the center of Starry Sky Plaza, before the massive holographic monitoring screen, dozens of staff in uniformed attire watched their respective energy data panels with intense focus. A 7-sector, Thunder Lizard Swarm defeated. Squad score, 1,500. In Sector C3, a candidate encountered a Thunderhawk attack, crushed their Jade token, and withdrew. Zone D9, small patch of thunder grass discovered. Collected for 300 points. Announcements echoed continuously. Suddenly, a staff member monitoring the E-Zone data feed leapt to his feet, gasping in shock. Holy! What the hell? On the screen before him, the score bar for Squatty 17 shot up like a rocket. Within mere seconds, it skyrocketed from 0 to a staggering 2,500 points. In the contributor column, the number next to one name flashed wildly before settling on Chen, 2,490 points. He had practically claimed it all. Teen E17? Chen? Who the hell are they? 2,500 points? Are you kidding me? They've only been in a few minutes? Kill records filled with lightning bugs? Instantly wiping out hundreds? How is that even possible? Data anomaly. Is the equipment malfunctioning? The monitoring room erupted instantly. Staff members swarmed around, staring dumbfounded at the footage of Chen obliterating the lightning bugs and the unbelievable data. On the high platform, City Lord Lei Xiaotian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. His piercing gaze instantly locked onto the screen displaying the skyrocketing data. When he recognized the familiar face on the screen, his eyes flashed with intensity, and a knowing, astonished smile curved his lips. So it was you little rascal. He mused inwardly, it seems the Thunder Source Heart has truly transformed you beyond recognition. Thoughts raced through Lei Xiaotian's mind. Such talent, such resolve if Starsea City could secure this exceptional talent. After university? No. He must find a way to bind him firmly to Starsea City's war chariot sooner. Within the canyon, Chen and his two companions remained oblivious to the commotion their data had sparked outside. After dispatching the lightning bug swarm, Lin Weiwei and Yin Yan's gazes towards Chen had completely transformed. The previous disdain and despair vanished without a trace, replaced by awe, curiosity, and a hint of relief at having survived the ordeal. Follow me. Don't wander off. Chen led the way this time, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Lin Weiwei and Yin Yan followed like obedient schoolchildren, keeping pace with every step, daring not to question him in the slightest. The trio gradually advanced toward the heart of the secret realm. The closer they got to its center, the more powerful the demon beasts they encountered became, and naturally, the points earned from defeating them increased accordingly. Along the way, nearly every demon beast they encountered became a power source and point generator for Chen. With a casual flick of his finger, a condensed purple lightning bolt instantly pierced the hard skull of a lone thunder lizard. His palm opened and closed, unleashing an invisible suction that instantly reduced a small swarm of lightning bats to ash. Occasionally, they encountered other squads locked in fierce combat. Spotting Chen strolling leisurely while effortlessly eliminating beasts, they were all stunned into silence. They hurriedly avoided him, terrified of provoking this harbinger of doom. Along the way, they also discovered herbs and minerals shimmering with faint light. Thunder vein grass. Perfect for brewing anti-paralysis potions. Yen Yen pointed excitedly at a patch of bluegrass growing in a rock crevice. And purple thunderstone. Perfect for enhancing lightning-based weapons. Lin Weiwei also found several fragments imbued with thunder energy beneath a rock wall. Chen wasn't particularly interested, but adhering to the principle of why not take it if it's there, he casually gathered some as well. Although this was a virtual secret realm specifically simulated for the entrance exam by high-level cultivators from Starsea City's upper echelons, using great divine abilities modeled after Starsea City's Thunderpool secret realm, the virtual resources they gathered would be converted into tangible rewards after the assessment concluded. Thus, this virtual realm represented a rare opportunity for candidates of commoner backgrounds. As they delved deeper into the canyon, the air grew thicker with thunder elements. Charred marks occasionally dotted the ground, and the distant thunderclaps grew clearer and more deafening. Ha! Intense lightning element fluctuations up ahead. Yen Yen pointed toward a narrow mountain pass ahead, where a blinding white light flickered faintly, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. As the trio approached the pass, a bone-chilling aura of destruction washed over them. Inside the pass lay a relatively open basin. At its center stood several enormous, charred, and mottled metal pillars. Countless silver-white lightning bolts, thick as water barrels and wildly violent, lashed out like dancing silver serpents. Forcibly drawn from the surrounding rock walls and the thunderclouds overhead, they relentlessly pounded the metal pillars in a ceaseless barrage. The blinding sparks of electricity erupted from the impact, accompanied by deafening roars. The entire basin was bathed in the piercing light of the thunder, as bright as day. The ground at the basin's edge was covered in intricate, mystical runic patterns, clearly forming a vast and ancient formation. Chapter 25, Storm Forging. Good heavens! Lin Weiwei gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Could this be the Thunderstrike Valley within the Thunderpool secret realm, used by high-level cultivators for body forging? Who would have thought the city lord and his people would go to such lengths, even simulating such a precious cultivation sanctuary? Thunderstrike Valley? Yen Yen also covered her mouth, her face frozen in horror. I've read about it in our clan's ancient texts. Even though this is just a simulated secret realm, its power is terrifying. This place is far too dangerous. Lin Weiwei stared at the raging lightning, her heart still pounding. This isn't somewhere people of our level can even approach. Forget going in, just standing here, I feel the energy within me being stirred. Chen, we need to get out of here. Before she could finish, she saw Su Chen staring intently at the relentless thunderbolts crashing down in the basin center. Far from fear, his face wore an expression of extreme excitement. Ding! Detected high concentration of primal thunder energy. Suitable for forging the body through the lightning strike immortal sutra. Forging the body with heavenly thunder. Su Chen murmured to himself, purple light swirling in his eyes. He clearly observed how the formation channeled the thunderbolts to strike the giant pillar, releasing pure lightning fire energy. Its trajectory and refinement methods subtly aligned with the technique of drawing thunder into the marrow from the Thunderstrike Immortality Sutra he practiced. Moreover, this naturally formed thunderfire proved far more violent and direct than the chaotic thunder energy he channeled himself. Its tempering effects were likely superior, a godsend when he needed it most. Wait for me outside. Su Chen tossed out the words. Before Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan could react, his figure flickered, transforming into a blur of purple lightning. Without hesitation, he plunged into the basin filled with devastating thunderbolts. Su Chen! Are you out of your mind? Come back! Lin Weiwei screamed in terror, her soul nearly leaving her body. Yet in the next instant, she and Yan Yan witnessed a scene etched into their memories forever. Instead of being instantly incinerated by the heavenly thunderbolts as they had feared, Su Chen's figure charged into the basin. Instead, he charged straight to the basin's center and sat cross-legged beneath a massive metal pillar being pounded by the furious heavenly thunder. Crash! A blinding silver lightning bolt thicker than a water barrel, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, slammed down onto the pillar above Su Chen's head. Terrifying lightning energy exploded outward, transforming into countless frenzied bolts of electricity that completely engulfed Su Chen's figure. No! Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan simultaneously let out desperate screams, instinctively lunging forward to save him. But their movements froze instantly. As the lightning light faded, Su Chen's figure remained intact. He still sat cross-legged in the same spot, enveloped by a faint, constantly shifting purple aura. The violent silver-white aftereffects of the heavenly thunder, upon touching this purple aura, were swiftly devoured and absorbed, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. His work clothes were slightly scorched by the lingering lightning fire. On his exposed skin, intricate purple lightning patterns faintly emerged and swirled, emanating an indestructible aura that resonated with the thunder itself. Not only was he unharmed, but he seemed to be cultivating? He was forging his body with heavenly thunder? Lin Weiwei's voice trembled with utter disbelief as her worldview shattered once more. Holy crap! Yan Yan's mouth formed an O as she stared at Su Chen, bathed in lightning and resembling a thunder god descended from the heavens. She murmured. Weiwei, it seems we've really latched onto a super thick golden thigh? The monitoring room fell deathly silent. Every staff member's gaze was fixed on the holographic display representing E-17 squad, especially the individual feet of Su Chen. Silver-white thunderbolts pounded relentlessly upon the high platform where Su Chen sat cross-legged like a torrential downpour. Anyone could see the terrifying might contained within those celestial strikes. Yet Su Chen, amidst the storm, stood unshaken like a boulder battered by a waterfall. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. The simulated heavenly thunder in Thunderstrike Valley was so fierce that even a 4-star martial master would be severely injured and forced to retreat within 3 breaths. Yet he was actually cultivating? Among this year's candidates, there was actually such a freak? Cultivating under the forging thunderbolts of a martial arts grandmaster level practitioner? On the high platform, Lei Xiaotian stood with his hands behind his back. His piercing gaze cut through the light screen, seeming to see directly into the thunder-ravaged basin deep within the Thunder Roar Canyon. The usual sternness on his face was now replaced by an expression blending astonishment and admiration. Thunderfall Valley, Lei Xiaotian murmured to himself, his voice audible only to his own ears, tinged with the weight of historical reminiscence. The secret realms, remnants of humanity's resistance against the Abyss invasion, were once worlds that housed civilizations as advanced as, or even surpassing, human civilization itself. Yet in their struggle against the Abyss, for various reasons, their civilizations could not withstand its corrosive force. These remnant fragments of worlds, swept along by the Abyss's power, became the spoils of victory in repelling its invasion. His voice carried a hint of melancholy. Among them, the Thunder Punishment Valley, as the sacred ground for body tempering within the Thunder Pool secret realm, had once been an unparalleled sanctuary where supreme beings from a shattered world cultivated the laws of thunder. Lei Xiaotian's gaze swept over the charred, mottled metal pillars visible on the light screen, faintly marked with twisted, dark patterns. These pillars had been transformed into cultivation artifacts suitable for humans by the Empire's top artifact forgers and array masters, based on excavated ancient fragments and historical records. Though merely a simulated realm replicating less than 1/10,000th of its original power, the celestial thunder energy it channeled was far beyond what an ordinary 4-star martial artist could easily withstand or harness. Thunder Roar Heaven's thoughts raced as his gaze locked onto the figure seated cross-legged at the center of the lightning's core. That kid could so effortlessly channel thunder into his body to temper himself. It seemed that core of the miniature secret realm had truly granted him an unimaginable opportunity. Though the 10,000 Thunder secret realm was small, and its total energy might be limited, the Thunder Source Heart at its core contained thunder laws of uncompromised grade. It appeared that after fusing it, the young man had not only gained vast energy reserves, but more crucially, he had made initial contact with and gained control over the very source of those laws. This was the fundamental reason he could move through the simulated Thunderfall Valley with such ease. Lightning Xiao Tian's eyes flashed with intensity. While he regretted the Empire losing such a promising secret realm core, his excitement at discovering Su Chen's raw talent far outweighed that regret. That Su Chen had absorbed the secret realm core was a testament to his own skill. There was no need to hold it against him. Losing a minor secret realm core for training low-tier martial artists was indeed regrettable. But gaining a future superpower capable of mastering the Thunder Law? This bargain might not be a loss for the Empire. He instantly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The crucial question now was how to lure this potential superpower into his own camp. Chapter 26, Talent and Effort. Lei Xiaotian's gaze grew deep and piercing, like a falcon locking onto its prey. Tanya, that demoness, moved too swiftly and her mind was too agile. Yet this youth, though seemingly carefree, possessed strong convictions, not one easily swayed by power or beauty. Recalling Su Chen's lazy demeanor when he'd refused both Lei Xiaotian and Tanya, insisting he only wanted to be an electrician, Lei Xiaotian's lips twitched involuntarily. Forcing recruitment would only backfire. University might present an opportunity. Long Yuan Martial Arts University? Or another? His movements must be closely monitored. Before he truly spread his wings, they must use Starsea City as a foundation, bestowing sufficient favors and ties to bind him. Various plans rapidly took shape in Lei Xiaotian's mind, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. Su Chen's repeated displays of genius had caused his value in Lei Xiaotian's estimation to skyrocket. In Lei Xiaotian's eyes, Su Chen was no longer merely a prodigy, he was a trump card capable of reshaping the future landscape of Starsea City, perhaps even the Empire itself. He must be held firmly in hand. Within the canyon, at the edge of Lei Ji Valley, Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan had long since numbed themselves to the initial shock. They stared at the center of the basin, where Su Chen's figure flickered in and out of view amidst the raging silver-white lightning. Each time the heavenly thunder slammed into the colossal pillar, the explosive, destructive lightning fire would completely engulf him. Yet the next moment, as the lightning dissipated, he remained seated, immovable as a rock. The flowing purple aura surrounding him seemed timeless, its color even appearing to deepen and become more condensed. On his exposed skin, intricate purple lightning patterns flowed like living creatures. With each thunderous impact, the patterns glowed faintly, absorbing and transforming the violent thunderfire energy, tempering it into his flesh and bones. Amidst the air thick with ozone and scorched earth, a faint yet profoundly unsettling aura of physical metamorphosis seemed to linger. Martial arts Grandmaster Lin Weiwei murmured absent-mindedly, her mind drifting back to the descriptions of higher realms shared by her clan elders. To harness the mighty power of heaven and earth to temper one's body, rendering it flawless, with vital energy surging like dragons, that was a realm only those who had broken through the barrier of martial sovereign, truly touching the laws of heaven and earth, could tread. How old is he? Yan Yan's voice carried a dreamlike, ethereal quality. Martial trainee, martial artist, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial sage, each of these 5 great realms grew increasingly arduous. Even if he'd begun training from the moment he was born, how could he possibly reach the master martial artist realm at this age? It shouldn't be possible. His physique likely just developed extraordinary qualities earlier than usual. Lin Weiwei drew a deep breath, forcing down the shock welling in her heart. He's the same age as us. No matter how prodigiously gifted he is, he couldn't possibly have broken through to the martial master realm. Lin Weiwei's gaze toward Su Chen grew intensely complex, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable relief. Just yesterday when they first met him, they thought Su Chen was merely a lowly electrician who hadn't even reached the rank of a 1-star martial artist. Yet today, he'd transformed into a super-powered warrior, leading them to slaughter enemies left and right within the virtual secret realm. Weiwei, you were right. It seems we really have latched onto an unimaginably thick golden thigh. At that very moment, the lightning in the basin's center seemed to reach a brief peak. Several thick silver bolts struck the giant pillars simultaneously. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, blinding lightning illuminated the entire basin as bright as day. Seated cross-legged at the lightning's epicenter, Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes. 2 condensed purple lightning bolts, tangible as blades, shot forth from his pupils like thunder swords, cleaving the primordial chaos. Instantly, they tore through the dissipating thunderfire before him. The purple aura surrounding him abruptly retracted inward. The lightning patterns rippling across his skin blazed with intensified brilliance. An aura more profound, more restrained, yet carrying terrifying explosive power like a dormant volcano awakening exploded outward with a thunderous roar. As the system prompt sounded, the interface panel reappeared before Su Chen's eyes. Name, Su Chen. Realm, 5-star P combat power 5999. Talent, SSS-rank lightning mastery. Martial arts, Thunderclap Finger, 10,000 Thunder Prison. Cultivation technique, Thunderbolts Never Die Sutra God tier. Current realm, 1st tier preliminary insight 56. Progress in the indestructible Thunder Strike Sutra surged dramatically. Physical strength, already at 5-star peak, took another solid stride forward. Su Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The exhaled breath carried faint purple lightning arcs that struck the ground before him, leaving a small scorched pit. Feeling the surging power within and his newly fortified physique, a satisfied curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Let's keep moving forward. Su Chen stood up, flexing his joints until they popped with a crisp crackle. His gaze fell upon the two girls outside the basin, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Lin Weiwei and Yen Yen snapped out of their daze and hurried to follow. The look in their eyes as they regarded Su Chen was now far more complex than before. Su Chen. Yen Yen spoke cautiously, her voice laced with a flattering sweetness. Thank you so much for earlier. If not for you, we might have been in danger with that swarm of insects, not to mention witnessing such a breathtaking scene. She was referring to the scene where Su Chen had been struck by the heavenly lightning. Lin Weiwei trailed behind, her cheeks flushed and her gaze shifting nervously, unable to meet Su Chen's eyes. She recalled her earlier declaration about protecting the weakling and her disdain for Su Chen, feeling so ashamed and angry she could die. Lin Weiwei cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound natural, laced with a touch of awkward sincerity. Yeah, Yen Yen was right. We really owe this to you. Without you, forget about getting into Longyuan Martial Arts University. Passing our exams would have been a stretch. Our points should now secure us a spot in the top 10 elite universities. She stole a glance at the points recorder on Su Chen's waist. The number representing his personal points had skyrocketed to an alarming height, pulling their team's points up with it. No big deal. Besides, you shared exam intel with me earlier, we're even. Su Chen didn't even turn his head as he kept walking, his tone as casual as if they were discussing the weather. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei fidgeted nervously, tugging at her sleeve. Compared to the points Su Chen had helped them earn, the intel she'd shared with him was utterly insignificant. Su Chen. Yen Yen couldn't contain her intense curiosity. She quickened her pace to catch up beside him, her large eyes blinking rapidly. How did you train? How did you get so strong? Are you secretly from a prestigious family? Or did you have some kind of extraordinary encounter? Lin Weiwei also perked up her ears, clearly just as curious. Cultivation? Su Chen didn't stop walking, responding casually. Just like that. As for how I trained, well, I guess it's mostly about practicing circuits and charging up more often. Mainly it's down to my natural talent and hard work, I guess. His words were half truth, half joke, but to their ears, they sounded like a brush off. Chapter 27, Abyssal Corrosion. Recharge? Lin Weiwei froze, then rolled her eyes. If you don't want to say, then don't. So mysterious. She muttered under her breath, though her tone no longer carried the earlier disdain. Instead, it held a hint of playful reproach she hadn't even noticed herself. Oh, Weiwei, Su Chen must have his reasons. Yen Yen was quite skilled at smoothing things over, she said with a smile. Anyway, all we need to know is that Su Chen is super awesome. Right, golden legs? She half-jokingly voiced her thoughts aloud. Su Chen's lips twitched imperceptibly. Golden legs? Yes. Your thick, sturdy golden thigh. Yen Yen nodded vigorously, her face beaming with flattery. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, ignoring the girl's little schemes. His gaze turned toward the depths of the canyon. The active lightning elements in the air, like jubilant sprites, continuously surged into his body, nourishing the chaos lightning devourer. He could distinctly sense a vast, pure thunderous power calling to him from the core region. Su Chen had a faint sense that absorbing this energy might finally break through the bottleneck that had kept him stuck at the peak of a 4-star martial artist. Let's continue toward the core area. Su Chen led the way, his stride steady and deliberate. Lin Weiwei and Yen Yen immediately followed, like two obedient little birds. Having witnessed Su Chen's terrifying prowess bathing in heavenly thunder within the Thunderfall Valley and effortlessly slaying 3-star demon beasts along the way, their awe of him had become deeply ingrained. Their earlier reserve had dissolved into pure dependence and trust. Yen Yen, in particular, played the role of cheerleader to the fullest, chattering away the entire way, her gaze fixed on Su Chen with unabashed admiration. Su Chen, what do you think will be in the core area? Could it be the legendary Thunder Dragon? Weiwei, did you see how Su Chen just obliterated the Thunder Lizard King with one punch? That was seriously badass. I feel like if we stick with Su Chen, we could coast into the top 10 at Longyuan Martial Arts University. Though Lin Weiwei wasn't as lively and outgoing as Yen Yen, her previously tense nerves had relaxed, and a hint of ease played at the corners of her mouth. With Su Chen around, this once peril-filled Gaokao journey felt like a leisurely outing. As they ventured deeper, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. Dark purple rock walls rose sheer as blades on either side, scarred by years of relentless electrical bombardment, charred, molten marks like grotesque wounds. The air was thick with free-floating lightning elements, almost as if they were liquid. Light was distorted, casting an oppressively dim and gloomy atmosphere. The ground beneath their feet was covered in a layer of hard, dark purple crystals infused with thunder energy, emitting crisp cracking sounds with each step. The demon beasts encountered along the way had once again surged in power, yet none could withstand even a single strike from Su Chen. Su Chen's points skyrocketed, leaving the other candidates far behind and reaching a staggering figure. Lin Weiwei and Yen Yen trailed behind, their roles reduced to mere spectators marveling at the spectacle and occasionally gathering rarer lightning attribute spirit herbs and ore. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the canyon. The view suddenly opened up before them, a vast, circular basin resembling the impact crater of an extraterrestrial meteorite. At its center lay a bottomless pit dozens of meters wide. Its edges were jagged and sharp, as if torn apart by immense force. The air was thick with an unsettling, eerie aura, a mix of thunderous ferocity and a cold, decaying chill. The atmosphere here felt oppressive. Yen Yen instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, the smile fading from her face. The energy here is chaotic and malevolent. Lin Weiwei gripped the teleportation jade talisman at her waist, her fair face turning slightly pale. The fire attribute energy within her grew restless and agitated, as if encountering a natural enemy. Su Chen halted, his gaze sharpening like a blade. That cold, decaying aura seemed etched into every human's very genes. The power of the abyss. The core of this secret realm had been corrupted by the abyss's influence. As if sensing Su Chen and the others' arrival, a deafening roar erupted from the pit. The sound exploded like 1,000 thunderclaps, yet it was intertwined with teeth-grinding metallic screeches and the shrieks of abyssal creatures. An indescribable, terrifying pressure surged forth from the pit like a tangible tidal wave. This pressure felt heavier and more ancient than the heavenly thunder of the Thunderfall Valley, brimming with savage, thunderous might. Yet at its core, it was entangled with a nauseating, dark aura, corrosive and filled with chaotic, malevolent intent. Lin Weiwei and Yen Yen instantly felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave, their blood freezing in their veins. A piercing pain radiated from the depths of their souls, and the energy within them nearly ceased to flow. Their faces drained of color, eyes brimming with utter terror, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even the strength to crush the jade talisman seemed drained from them. Then, a colossal, hideously grotesque serpent head slowly emerged from the deep pit. Dark purple, metal-like scales covered the entire head, each plate flowing with blue lightning patterns. Yet, the edges of these patterns were coiled with writhing strands of pitch-black demonic energy. Atop the skull, two massive curved horns flickered with an ominous crimson glow. A pair of lantern-like vertical pupils glowed in eerie dark gold, yet burning deep within them were two twisted, churning balls of pitch-black flame, brimming with boundless malevolence. The exposed head alone was comparable to a small mountain. Its cold, dark gold vertical pupils swept across the basin, instantly locking onto the minuscule figures of Su Chen and his two companions at the pit's edge. That gaze brimmed with savagery, greed, and a desire to annihilate all living things. Thunder Prison Dragon Serpents simulated abyssal corruption. Rank, Martial Artist Tier, 5-star Peak Demon Beast suppressed by Secret Realm rules. Traits, possesses Ancient Thunder Dragon bloodline, boasting terrifying defense and strength. Manipulates destructive thunderbolts. Contains an abyssal corruption core within its body. Attacks inflict mental corrosion, energy contamination, and abyssal erosion. Roar! The dragon python opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp, bone-white fangs like scythe blades. Its inner jaws were covered in writhing black blood vessels. A terrifying torrent of energy, no longer a pure silver lightning pillar, but a 3-meter-wide column coiled with viscous, pitch-black demonic energy, reeking of destruction and decay, erupted like a breath from the abyssal hell, hurtling toward Su Chen and his companions. Where the demonic lightning column passed, the air hissed with a corrosive sound, and space itself seemed polluted, rippling with black waves. Its speed far surpassed any previous attack, while the mental corruption pierced their souls like invisible spikes. No! Lin Weiwei and Yen Yan's pupils contracted sharply. The shadow of death instantly swallowed all consciousness. Faced with absolute power and the corrosive depths of the abyss, they couldn't even muster the will to resist. Starry Sky Plaza Monitoring Room. A shrill alarm instantly reached its maximum decibel level. Warning! Abyss contamination index in core zone exceeds critical threshold. 1,000. 1,500. Still rising. Abnormal energy reaction detected in the Thunder Prison Dragon Serpent Simulator. Abyss contamination core activated. Squad E-17 under devastating attack. Target acquired. Attack intensity surpasses peak 4-star level. Accompanied by high-dimensional psychic contamination. Energy readings at the Secret Realm's core are skyrocketing. Monitoring limits exceeded. Equipment overload. Chaos erupted in the monitoring room. The massive light screen showed E-17 squad's indicator point engulfed in blinding crimson. The energy data bar representing monitoring readings exploded off the scale, the screen blanketed in static. Chapter 28, Battle Against the Abyssal Serpent, Another Breakthrough. On the high platform, Lei Xiaotian abruptly stood up, his expression more grave than ever, even tinged with a hint of horror. How could the abyss's corruption seep into the simulated secret realm? Damn it! He roared into the communicator. Activate the highest level emergency protocol. Initiate force teleportation. Lock onto the coordinates of Su Chen, Lin Weiwei, and Yen Yen. At all costs, prioritize their safety. Lei Xiaotian stared at the off-the-charts energy readings, his gaze complex. The simulated realm's energy restrictions limited their cultivation levels. Before the teleportation arrived, they could only rely on themselves. The core basin of the canyon. The devastating, demon-corrupted lightning pillar closed in with blinding speed. The aura of death completely engulfed Lin Weiwei and Yen Yen. At this critical moment when all seemed lost, Chen moved. He didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he stepped forward boldly, directly into the abyssal breath capable of annihilating and corrupting everything. As his foot landed, the entire basin seemed to tremble. Boom! An indescribable, primordial terror as if born from the dawn of chaos itself exploded from Chen's body. The dazzling purple lightning that once enveloped him was replaced by an abyssal, chaotic aura so profound it seemed to swallow all light. It radiated a supreme Tao essence that defied all laws and repelled all evils. The suffocating spiritual pollution, upon contact with this chaotic energy, melted away like ice and snow, instantly dispersed and purified. Facing the world-shattering demonic lightning pillar, Chen calmly extended his right hand. His fingers spread, palm facing the roaring torrent of darkness. No earth-shattering roar, no dazzling burst of light, only a tiny yet universe-devouring vortex of chaos abruptly coalesced within his palm. In the next instant, the abyssal lightning pillar coiled with viscous demonic energy and reeking of endless destruction and decay crashed violently against Chen's palm. The unparalleled fury of that demonic lightning pillar, capable of obliterating and corrupting all, vanished the moment it touched the chaotic vortex. A terrifying torrent of energy, along with the viscous, writhing abyssal demonic chi, was devoured by that tiny vortex madly, ruthlessly, and without reason. The colossal dragon serpent seemed stunned, a fleeting, almost human look of disbelief and astonishment flashing through its dark gold vertical pupils. It sensed its power, the very abyssal corruption it prided itself on being devoured by its opponent. Chen's body remained utterly still, like an ancient, immovable reef, unflinching against the raging storm. The chaotic vortex in his palm spun with increasing ferocity, radiating an ever-growing, terrifying suction. The thick, demon-corrupted lightning pillar visibly dimmed and shrank. The violent thunder energy within was being stripped away, purified, and absorbed. Ding! Absorbed the primordial essence of a 5th-tier peak abyssal dragon serpent. Combat power, 200. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a peak 5th-tier abyssal dragon serpent. Combat power, 200. Ding! Absorbed the essence of a peak 5th-tier abyssal dragon serpent. Combat power plus 200. Roar! The dragon serpent sensed the loss of its power and the terror of its essence being threatened, unleashing an even more furious and panicked roar. It tried to withdraw its breath, only to find its energy surging like a burst dam, utterly trapped by that terrifying vortex, utterly unstoppable. Trying to escape? Chen's eyes grew icy cold, a grim smile curling his lips. Too late. He planted his left foot firmly to steady himself, then thrust his right hand forward. The chaotic vortex in his palm suddenly expanded several times over, its suction intensifying dramatically. Come to me! Boom! An overwhelming, terrifying suction erupted. It not only devoured the lightning pillar but directly acted upon the colossal body of the dragon python. The dragon python's head, as massive as a small mountain, was violently jerked forward by this force. For the first time, utter terror flashed in its eyes. Chaotic lightning flared in Chen's eyes. Seizing this fleeting moment, his form transformed into a chaotic-colored bolt of lightning. Ignoring the remnants of the demonic lightning pillar, he instantly lunged forward, appearing before the colossal dragon python's head. Chaotic energy surged and condensed around his right fist, emitting a destructive wave powerful enough to warp space itself. Thunderstrike shatters the abyss. The fist, channeling the peak physical might of the first tier of the Thunderstrike Immortal Sutra and a thread of the primordial essence of thunder laws, struck like a divine hammer splitting the heavens. Imbued with the will to purge all evil, it slammed viciously into the dragon python's forehead, between its two vertical pupils burning with pitch-black demonic flames. Crack! A shattering sound, so crisp it made hearts tremble, echoed through the air. The dragon serpent's impenetrable dark purple scales, coiled with demonic energy, instantly cracked like fragile glass before exploding apart. The fist slammed unimpeded into its skull. AOW! The dragon python let out an unprecedented, piercing howl, a mix of excruciating pain and utter despair. Its massive body convulsed and thrashed wildly. Where the blow struck its brow, a gaping wound opened, yet no blood flowed from it. Instead, viscous, writhing black demonic energy oozed forth. Deep within that energy, a dark red core pulsed faintly, radiating a potent aura of the abyss. The abyssal corruption core was revealed. Found you! Chen's gaze sharpened like blades. His left hand shot out like lightning, the power of thunder transforming into an invisible giant hand. Ignoring the dissipating demonic energy, it seized the frantically pulsing, dark red core, attempting to escape with pinpoint accuracy. Chen growled lowly, his left hand clenching with brutal force. Chaotic energy swirled and collapsed violently within his palm. The core, containing terrifying abyssal corruption, was sucked in like a black hole. It emitted a silent, desperate shriek before being instantly decomposed, annihilated, and reduced to primordial nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. As the core vanished, the colossal dragon serpent's body stiffened abruptly. The two burning pools of pitch-black demonic flame in its eyes instantly extinguished. Its dark gold vertical pupils lost all luster, leaving only emptiness and deathly stillness. Its massive, writhing body, as if all its bones had been pulled out, crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that hung heavy in the air. Then, all was silent. The demonic energy coiled around its surface vanished like ice under the sun, quickly dissipating without a trace. A deathly silence fell over the basin. The raging thunder element returned to calm, and the nauseating, abyssal stench of decay vanished completely from the air. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Their faces still bore the extreme terror and bewilderment of having narrowly escaped death. They stared blankly ahead at the figure standing before the colossal dragon python corpse. Chaos energy swirled around them, slowly receding as if they had merely completed some trivial task. The system's notification sounded frantically once more with the death of the abyssal serpent. Combat power breakthrough. Current combat power, 6600. Name, Chen. Realm, peak 6-star martial artist. Talent, SSS-rank lightning control. Martial arts, Thunderclap Finger, 10,000 Thunder Prison. Cultivation technique, the indestructible Thunder Strike Sutra God tier. Current realm, first tier 60% initial insight. Chen slowly retracted his fist, feeling the surging power within him replenished by devouring vast quantities of pure thunder energy and the slight refinement of the Thunderbolt's indestructible sutra. He nodded with satisfaction. After such a long time, I've finally been recharged. Chapter 29, Practical Test ends early. Ding! Detected absorption of all primordial essence from Thunder Attribute Demon Beasts. Successfully triggered probability-based plunder of the lightning control talent. New talent awakened, Abyssal Magic Resistance. Abyssal Magic Resistance B rank, passively enhances resistance to abyssal energy corrosion and mental corruption. Weakens attacks from low-tier abyssal creatures. Absorbing the beast's entire essence and awakening a new talent? Lightning control actually had this effect? Chen instantly felt a surge of joy. This was an unexpected windfall. Though the level was low, in this world where abyssal threats lurked everywhere, an extra layer of resistance meant an extra layer of protection. Chen. Lin Weiwei's trembling voice carried the exhaustion of narrowly escaping death and utter shock. She and Yan Yan supported each other, struggling to stand. Gazing at the colossal dragon python corpse, collapsed like a small mountain with its demonic energy dissipated, then shifting their eyes to the figure ahead who seemed as effortless as swatting a fly, their minds went blank, temporarily losing even the capacity to think. A demonic beast terrifying as a god of darkness appearing during the college entrance exam, then being defeated by Chen. The events unfolding within these few minutes had completely shattered the boundaries of their imagination. Just then buzz. 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 The entire space of the Thunderclap Canyon's simulated secret realm began to violently and unsteadily fluctuate. This was no longer the normal precursor to teleportation. Instead, like a shattered mirror, twisted black cracks appeared one after another. Thunderclouds churned violently overhead, their hues turning an eerie, dark crimson. The earth trembled violently as countless tiny spatial fragments flaked away like snowflakes. Warning! Abyssal contamination spreading. Core structure of the secret realm severely compromised. Imminent collapse. Attention all examinees. Attention all examinees. The final exam practical assessment is terminated early. Repeat. Terminate immediately. Initiating emergency force teleportation. Coordinates locked. Teleportation commencing. The cold, urgent electronic voice boomed like thunder in every candidate's mind. What? It's over? What's going on? Abyss contamination? My points aren't enough yet. Across the canyon, candidates in combat, hiding, or exploring all froze in shock. A wave of shock, confusion, resentment, and fear instantly swept through them. Before they could react, blinding white beams of light plummeted from the sky, precisely enveloping each individual. Swish! 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 The once empty central plaza of the starry sky square was instantly filled with thousands of disheveled figures. Shouts, murmurs, and curses erupted in a cacophony. Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment and lingering terror, completely lost in the situation. Check the leaderboard, someone shouted. A massive holographic screen instantly illuminated, displaying the real-time final ranking. First place, Chen Stellar C Academy points, 2,587,421. Second place, Lin Weiwei Stellar C Academy points, 215,738. Third place, Yan Yan Stellar C Academy points, 213,905. Fourth place, Yuqingru Thunder Academy points, 198,456. Fifth place, Zhang Jie Thunder Academy points, 185,321. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. The square, which had been bustling with noise just a second ago, instantly fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place, heads tilted back, mouths agape, eyes glued to the staggering number displayed at the top of the rankings, a figure more than 10 times that of the runner-up. Over 22 million points? Holy! I barely scraped together a few tens of thousands. Chen? Who the hell is that? Never heard of him. How is this even possible? Cheating, right? A massive uproar erupted like a tsunami, filling the square with questioning, shock, disbelief, and even envious roars. Every pair of eyes scanned the crowd like searchlights, frantically searching for the owner of that name. In a corner, Yu Qingru stood alone, cold and aloof. She stared at the blindingly high name and score on the screen, then glanced at her own tally on the leaderboard, a score that had once towered above the competition but now seemed pitifully small. Her tightly pressed lips turned slightly pale, and for the first time, her icy, pawn-like eyes clearly reflected an emotion called defeat. Yu Qingru recalled the figure she had glimpsed from afar in the secret realm, strolling with effortless grace, effortlessly obliterating beasts in the final, fleeting yet heart-stopping energy surge in the core zone. A complex wave of emotion churned within her. Chen, that was his name. Even someone as proud as Yu Qingru had to admit that figure had left her far behind. Silence. A roar laden with authority thundered like a bolt from the heavens, instantly drowning out all noise. City Lord Lei Xiaotian's face was ashen as he materialized atop the platform. His gaze swept the crowd like a cold blade, its crushing weight making every heart skip a beat. Silence fell instantly. The practical college entrance examination is terminated early due to an unexpected abyss contamination incident. Final scores will be determined by a comprehensive evaluation of each candidate's survival performance within the secret realm, hunting points, teamwork, and crisis response capabilities. Specific admission notifications will be issued within 3 days. All candidates are to evacuate the premises immediately and in an orderly fashion. No lingering. Those who disobey will face severe punishment. Lei Xiaotian's voice carried an unquestionable authority tinged with suppressed fury. Though filled with confusion and resentment, the examinees could only retreat like a receding tide, their complex emotions swirling beneath the city lord's imposing presence and the watchful eyes of the grim city guards. The vast starry sky plaza soon emptied, leaving only the solemnly standing city guards and lingering energy fluctuations in the air. In the underground emergency command center of the city lord's residence, the atmosphere hung heavy as lead. Lei Xiaotian sat at the head of the table, his face dark enough to drip water. Below him, department heads responsible for the college entrance exams, secret realm maintenance, security, and surveillance, along with several powerful city lords' mansion reverends, sat frozen in fear, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Who can tell me? Lei Xiaotian's voice was not loud, yet it struck each person like a heavy hammer. The core note of the empire's highest level simulated secret realm. How could an abyss contamination source be planted there without a trace? Why did your surveillance systems, protective arrays, and early warning mechanisms prove utterly useless until the contamination erupted completely, nearly causing the tragic demise of thousands of prodigies? Ha! His palm slammed down on the heavy desk made of black ironwood. Boom! The rock-hard surface instantly cracked like a spider web. Terrifying force surged outward. Your Excellency, please calm your anger. The chief runemaster responsible for maintaining the secret realm's formations, a white-haired elder, stepped forward tremulously, his face deathly pale. It was my failure. The contamination source did not force its way through the outer defenses. Instead, it exploited a backdoor left open during array maintenance. It disguised itself as normal energy fluctuations, employing an ancient and highly sophisticated technique bearing the hallmarks of the primordial abyssal cults. Chapter 30, Lei Xiaotian's Reward. Backdoor key? A cold glint flashed in Lei Xiaotian's eyes. Who had access? Besides this old man and the 3 deputies, only the deputy commander in charge of coordinating security for this imperial examination, Zhao Gang. The old man's voice trembled. Zhao Gang? Lei Xiaotian abruptly turned to the commander in charge of city guard security. Where is he? Reporting to the city lord. The commander's face darkened. Deputy Commander Zhao left his post moments before the contamination outbreak, citing an inspection of the outer defenses. He is currently missing. Bang! The armrest beneath Lei Xiaotian's seat instantly crumbled to dust. Good. Very good indeed. Traitorous scum. Daring to collude with the abyssal cult and pull such tricks right under my nose. Nearly destroying Star Sea City's future. He leapt to his feet, a terrifying killing intent like a primordial beast awakening instantly engulfing the entire command center. The air seemed to freeze solid. Transmit my orders. Lei Xiaotian's voice cut through the air like a frigid wind from the underworld, carrying a murderous intent that threatened to consume everything. 1. Impose martial law citywide. Activate Level 1 combat readiness. Seal all external access routes. 2. Mobilize all City Guard and Shadow Guard units. With Zhao Gang as the focal point, dig deep. Uncover every last remnant of the abyss lurking behind him. Better to kill the innocent than let a single traitor slip through. 3. And notify the Shadowblade Squadron. Under the command of the third elder of the Temple of the Ancestors, mobilize immediately. Within 12 hours, I want to see these rats hiding in the sewers. Bring them back alive or return their corpses. 4. Conduct a thorough investigation into everyone who has had recent contact with Zhao Gang. This includes his family, confidants, and all suspicious associates. Not a single one is to be overlooked. This constitutes treason. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Aye, sir. All received the order with grim resolve, their murderous intent palpable as they moved swiftly into action. West District of Star Sea City. A bloody, swift call had just concluded at the abandoned sewer hub. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood, scorched flesh, and the distinctive putrid aura of abyssal demonic energy. Scattered across the ground lay over a dozen corpses of cultists clad in tattered black robes, their bodies twisted and deformed to varying degrees. The walls bore scorch marks, frost patterns, and deep claw gouges left by the battle. Lei Xiaotian stood with his hands behind his back, his purple robe billowing without wind. Before him, an elderly man clad in black robes, half his body covered in black scales and his aura utterly depleted, was pinned to the ground by two powerful Shadow Blade operatives. Where is Zhao Gang? How many more strongholds do you have in Star Sea City? What is your purpose? Lei Xiaotian's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The black-robed elder lifted his hideous face, eyes burning with a mad black flame, his voice raspy as a broken gong. The great abyss will devour all. Your struggles, you ants, are meaningless. Zhao Gang? He was merely a sacrificial pawn, long since returned to the abyss's embrace. As for the purpose? He had to bring fear and despair upon this filthy city prematurely, offering sacrifices for my lord's descent. The madness in his eyes surged, causing the remnant abyssal magic within him to become wildly unstable. No! He's going to detonate his demon core. The expressions of his Shadow Blade squad members changed drastically. Oomph! Trying to pull such underhanded tricks before me? A fierce glint flashed in Lei Xiaotian's eyes. Swift as lightning, he extended a finger, its typing a point of intensely condensed, violet gold lightning that seemed capable of piercing the void. Put! The lightning bolt struck first despite being fired later, piercing the black-robed elder's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The violent purple-gold thunder energy instantly surged in, annihilating both the rampant demonic energy and the soul core within his body. The madness in the black-robed elder's eyes froze in an instant. His body collapsed limply, as if all strength had been drained from him. A small, charred hole remained where his brow had been, devoid of all life. His final, venomous curse remained forever unfinished. Lei Xiaotian withdrew his finger, his expression as dark as storm clouds. Though the ringleader was eliminated, the trail had gone cold. The whereabouts of Zhao Gang and the cult's deeper objectives hung like dark clouds over his heart. Clear the scene. Search thoroughly. Not a single clue is to be overlooked. He barked the order coldly, his figure flickering as he vanished into the dim sewer. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Jingxin Pavilion. Incense swirled gently, filling the elegant surroundings. Unusually, Chen wasn't wearing his usual work clothes. He changed into a clean, well-fitted suit, sitting casually in the guest seat as he leisurely sipped the top-grade spiritual tea served by the attendant. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan, seated below him, appeared somewhat stiff. Their eyes still held traces of reverence for the city lord's residence and lingering fear from the shocking events of days past. Lei Xiaotian occupied the seat of honor, his face adorned with a warm smile, as if the ruthless city lord who had acted decisively in the sewers 3 days prior had been nothing but an illusion. Young friend Chen, Lin Weiwei, Yan Yan. Lei Xiaotian's voice was gentle. First, on behalf of Starsea City, I extend our deepest gratitude to you all. Had young friend Chen not turned the tide by swiftly eliminating the abyss contamination source at the core of the secret realm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The lives of thousands of students and the very future of Starsea City would have suffered immense loss. This is a monumental achievement. He gestured, and a servant approached bearing 3 jade trays. Each tray held a storage ring and a purple gold token engraved with the city lord's manor insignia. This is a token of appreciation from the city lord's mansion. Each ring contains 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, along with a voucher allowing the selection of 3 items of martial artist rank or lower from Starsea City's treasury. This purple thunder token represents the city lord's mansion's friendship and highest level of protection. Within Starsea City, presenting this token is equivalent to presenting me personally, granting access to certain city guard resources. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan stared at the items on the jade tray, their breathing quickening. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. For their family circumstances, this was no small fortune. Add to that the right to select items below the martial artist tier and the purple thunder token representing the city lord's mansion's friendship. This reward was incredibly generous. Faced with such generous gratitude, the 2 women felt somewhat uneasy. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan knew full well that this achievement had nothing to do with them personally, it was entirely due to Chen's decisive intervention. Just as Lin Weiwei and the others were about to refuse, Lei Xiaotian sensed their hesitation and waved his hand generously. There's no need for you two to decline. Since you're both members of the same squad, this city lord's mansion certainly won't show favoritism. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hearing this, the 2 women immediately rose to their feet, bowing deeply in gratitude. Chen gave a casual bow in return. The city lord is too kind. He had little interest in spirit stones or items, but that purple thunder token was intriguing, a handy convenience. Lei Xiaotian waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Chen as he shifted his tone. Young friend Chen, your talent, strength, and character are truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Though Starsea City may not rival the grandeur of Dragon Capital, I am confident we can provide you with the finest resources and opportunities available. Chapter 31, Enrollment at Longyuan Martial Arts University. Should you choose to remain, I shall offer you the position of Junior City Lord, granting you unrestricted access to the resources of the City Lord's mansion. I shall personally take you as my disciple, imparting all my knowledge. Given time, this Starsea City will become your foundation. What say you? The position of Young City Lord. Personal discipleship. Unlimited access to the City Lord's resources. Lei Xiaotian's olive branch was even more tempting than before, practically offering half of Starsea City as collateral. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan listened, their hearts pounding wildly. Their gazes towards Su Chen brimmed with envy and disbelief. Su Chen set down his teacup, his face breaking into that familiar, slightly weary smile. Thank you for your kindness, Lord City Master. But I'm a man of leisure, with no grand ambitions. I just enjoy tinkering with circuits and taking on odd jobs. The position of Young City Master carries too much responsibility, it's truly beyond me. Same old story, the system won't let me accept it. What can I do? Yet Su Chen knew well that every gift came with an unspoken price tag. Lei Xiaotian's offer seemed generous, but the responsibilities that followed were immeasurable. A fleeting, almost imperceptible disappointment flickered in Lei Xiaotian's eyes, swiftly replaced by deeper admiration. He laughed heartily, making no further demands. Very well. People have their own aspirations, they cannot be forced. I have said it before, the gates of Starsea City will always stand open for you. His tone shifted. Still, with your achievements, admission letters from the top academies must already be on their way. Have you set your sights on any particular institution, young friend? I hold some standing at several academies and might be able to lend a hand with your application. Su Chen shrugged. Not sure yet. Which school has the strongest maintenance department? Or electrical engineering? Lin Weiwei, Yan Yan, Lord Lei. Lei Xiaotian's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he fought the urge to roll his eyes. He composed himself and said solemnly, Young friend, you jest. With your aptitude, you should aim for the pinnacle of martial arts. I suggest you consider Longyuan Martial Arts University. Longyuan Martial Arts University? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Excellent. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Lei Xiaotian's eyes. Longyuan Martial University, one of the Empire's 9 supreme academies, boasts profound heritage, renowned for practical combat training and cultivating military elites. Its Thunder War Academy is the very sanctuary of Imperial Thunder martial arts. It possesses the most elite Thunder attribute secret realms, combat technique archives, and instructors. More importantly, he lowered his voice, Longyuan Martial University has unique connections, deep ties to the Imperial military. Its resources are vast, and its methods are iron-fisted and direct, far surpassing other academies. Given your temperament and talent, that place might be the best arena for you to soar like a fish in the ocean. Plus, it's not too far from Starsea City. Lei Xiaotian's advice was truly well-intentioned. Longyuan Martial University's formidable backing and direct approach made it ideal for someone like Su Chen who disliked complications. Its top-tier resources and military connections also offered an invisible protective umbrella for an independent cultivator like Su Chen. Most crucially, Lei Xiaotian held some influence within the university, which would facilitate maintaining future contact with Su Chen. Su Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Longyuan Martial University? Thunder War Academy? It sounded like they'd have abundant lightning element resources. And that direct approach? That suited him just fine. Sounds decent. Su Chen nodded. Let's see what their terms are. Lei Xiaotian's face relaxed into a relieved smile. Excellent. I trust Longyuan will not disappoint you. Days later, at Starsea Academy, Su Chen's modest dorm room was swarming with visitors. The small room was nearly bursting at the seams, packed with admissions directors and special envoys from the Empire's top academies. Even several vice deans had personally descended. Each emanated profound energy, the lowest being at the martial master level. Su Chen. I am the vice dean of Tiangong Academy. Our academy boasts the Empire's most advanced rune technology and energy matrix research institute. Should you join us, we can provide you with an independent laboratory. SS-level research privileges, unlimited resources. Upon graduation, you'll be granted a lifetime honorary professorship. Need to study circuitry? We'll build you a power plant for research. An elderly man in a white robe and glasses spoke with fervor, spittle flying. Oomph. A bunch of bookworms who only know how to conduct research. Su Chen, you must join our True Martial Pavilion. Ancient body forging secrets, fragmentary thunder elemental divine demon visualization diagrams. With your nod, all the pavilion's hidden treasures are yours to peruse, with elders personally safeguarding your path. A bald, muscular giant with a presence like a savage dragon boomed like a bell. Young Su Chen, our Starsea United University, is your best choice right here in Starsea City. The City Lord's mansion will pour all its resources into you. We promise that upon enrollment, you'll immediately receive privileges equivalent to an associate professor, priority access to secret realms, and City Lord Lei himself as your staunchest supporter. The Chancellor of Starsea United University personally took the stage, playing the emotional and local cards. Short-sighted, Su Chen. Look at our free Lighthouse Academy, true international perspective, plus exchange student spots at top Western universities. Gain access to the world's most cutting-edge lightning ability development technologies. Plus, a wealth of vibrant extracurricular activities. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed female envoy with a fiery figure batted her eyelashes seductively. Surrounded by these bigwigs, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the only chair, wearing faded work clothes, leisurely tinkering with an old circuit board. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid at the overwhelming wealth and top-tier resources within easy reach. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan squeezed at the doorway, watching a scene that could drive any genius mad. Then they looked at Su Chen, oblivious to the world around him, utterly absorbed in fixing a broken circuit. It felt like their worldview was being rewritten daily. Finally, a middle-aged man in a crisp dark green military uniform, his epaulets adorned with golden dragon motifs and his face as stern as chiseled stone, pushed through the crowd and approached Su Chen. Unlike the others, he didn't offer extravagant promises. Instead, he slammed a thick document folder, its cover emblazoned with a roaring dragon's head and crossed lightning bolts onto the table before Su Chen. The man's voice was steady and powerful, carrying the decisive tone of a seasoned soldier. Su Chen, I represent Longyuan Martial Arts University in extending an invitation for you to join our institution. Our terms are threefold. First, special admission with top-secret Dragon Fawn level clearance, equivalent to a second lieutenant's authority. Second, an independent cultivation tower connected to the core node of the Nine Heavens Thunder Pool, with unlimited energy supply. Third, prior to graduation, you must complete 3 S-rank Abyss Purge missions. Upon graduation, you will be commissioned as an Imperial Captain and join the Thunderclap Imperial Guard Legion. Chapter 32, The Battlefield of Azura. Whoa! The entire hall fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the admissions officials sucked in their breath, their gazes fixed on the military uniformed man with shock and apprehension. Authority equivalent to a second lieutenant? Unlimited energy supply from the Nine Heavens Thunder Pool core node? Graduation as a captain? Joining the Thunderclap Guard Legion? These weren't mere conditions, this was the Empire cultivating future commanders. Longyuan Martial Arts University, or rather, the Imperial military, was truly pulling out all the stops. Su Chen finally set down his screwdriver, lifting his head. His gaze fell upon the emblem bearing the dragon's head and lightning, then shifted to the document folder, before finally settling on the stern face of the man in military uniform. He picked up the document folder, opened it, skimmed through the contents, and then placed it on his desk. He was quite satisfied with Longyuan Military Academy's terms, at least they were more straightforward than the flashy, convoluted offers from those other universities. Straightforward and to the point, with not a single word of nonsense, Su Chen swiftly signed his name on the acceptance letter. A flash of admiration flickered in the uniformed man's eyes. He snapped to attention and rendered a crisp, military salute. Longyuan Martial Arts University welcomes you, Second Lieutenant Su Chen. The representatives from other institutions exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads with wry smiles. Filled with endless regret and reluctance, they departed one after another. They knew the promise Longyuan offered transcended mere resources or status. It was a direct pathway to the pinnacle of imperial power and martial might. They simply couldn't match it. Representatives from other academies around them shook their heads helplessly, the last glimmer of hope fading from their faces. They turned and departed, their figures quickly vanishing beyond the door. The officer in the dark green uniform gave Su Chen a slight nod. After informing him that specific reporting details would be provided separately, he too turned and departed decisively. His steady stride left behind a back as straight and sturdy as a pine tree. As the clamor faded, the dormitory instantly felt vast and quiet. Su Chen! At that moment, 2 crisp female voices rang out almost simultaneously, brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Lin Weiwei and Yan Yan fluttered over like 2 light butterflies. Yan Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling. He's so handsome. That scene just now made my heart race. Longyuan Martial Arts University. Lin Weiwei was even more excited. She grabbed Su Chen's arm, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. Su Chen, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Yan Yan and I probably wouldn't have gotten into this top imperial university. She paused, her voice softening but her sincerity growing. We both applied to Longyuan too, and just got our acceptance letters. We'll be classmates from now on. Really? Congratulations. A genuine smile touched Su Chen's lips. Finding familiar faces to navigate an unfamiliar environment with was always cause for celebration. Yan Yan nodded vigorously, taking the lead with a bright smile. Exactly. Exactly. Su Chen, any plans for summer break? How about we go rowing at Falling Star Lake together? Or camping at Qinglan Mountain? They just opened a new hot spring there, so relaxing. She counted on her fingers, her eyes sparkling as she painted a vivid picture of their holiday adventures. Just then, a voice as clear as a spring welled up beside her, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of nervousness. Su Chen. The 3 turned to see Yu Qingru had approached unnoticed. Standing gracefully, her demeanor was like orchids blooming in a secluded valley. Her gaze settled on Su Chen, complex and focused, as she gave a slight bow. Earlier, with so many people around, it wasn't convenient to interrupt. I must formally thank you. Had you not come to our aid in the secret realm last time, my team and I would likely not have escaped unscathed. Her voice was calm, yet the weight of her sincerity was palpable to everyone present. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. The smiles on Lin Weiwei and Yin Yan's faces faltered slightly as their gazes involuntarily turned toward the eldest Miss Yu, a woman whose beauty, grace, and lineage seemed to radiate an aura of innate brilliance. Yu Qingru returned their gaze. Their eyes met briefly in the air, and in the next second, a subtle tension began to permeate the atmosphere. Oh? Miss Yu applied to Long Yuan too? Yen Yen blinked, her tone light and slightly probing. What a coincidence. She deliberately emphasized the word coincidence. Lin Weiwei released Su Chen's hand, elegantly adjusting her hair at the temple with a gentle yet distant smile. Miss Yu, with your distinguished background, I hadn't expected you to share such a fondness for Long Yuan. It seems the allure of Long Yuan Martial Arts University truly knows no bounds. Yu Qingruo's expression remained unchanged, a faint curve touching her lips as her voice stayed as cool as ever. Long Yuan selects talent based solely on ability and potential, regardless of background. To be admitted is my honor. Her gaze swept lightly over the two women. As for you two, to have successfully passed Long Yuan's selection process, you must possess extraordinary talent. Truly remarkable. Yu Qingruo's words were polite and measured, yet the phrase truly remarkable carried an unspoken weight, as if hinting at something more. Yen Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and she gave a soft snort. Just as she was about to speak again, Lin Weiwei swiftly tugged at her sleeve. Turning to Su Chen, her smile instantly brightened, becoming natural and radiant, tinged with just the right amount of eagerness. Oh dear. I nearly forgot the main business. Su Chen, you haven't gone to select from that batch of secret realm materials delivered by the City Lord's mansion, have you? I heard there are several exceptionally rare items. If you wait too long, the best ones will be snapped up. Right. Yen Yen snapped to attention, perfectly in sync with her partner, grabbing Su Chen's other arm. Let's go. We'll head there together right now. Miss Yu, excuse us for a moment. Her words came in rapid succession, her movements even swifter, as if she truly feared delaying something crucial. Before Yu Qingru could respond, the two girls practically dragged Su Chen away, half pushing, half pulling him from the spot before he could fully process what was happening. They left behind a slightly hurried silhouette. The dormitory fell silent once more, with only Yu Qingru standing alone. The cool expression on her face seemed unchanged, but the fingers clutching the acceptance letter tightened slightly, the faint outline of veins visible against her pale knuckles. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across her delicate profile. Yu Qingru lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes resting on the letter in her hand, its gold-embossed seal symbolizing acceptance into the Empire's highest institution of learning. Her thin lips pressed tightly together, then slowly parted, finally curving into an extremely faint yet profoundly meaningful smile. The future holds endless possibilities. Yu Qingru silently repeated to herself, her cool gaze fixed on the direction where Su Chen had vanished. Beneath the surface calm lay an unshakable resolve. Long Yuan Martial Arts University, Su Chen will meet at the start of the semester. Chapter 33, Selecting Materials. Sunlight slanted across the bluestone path leading to the City Lord's warehouse, where Su Chen was practically being dragged along by Yen Yen and Lin Wei. He glanced helplessly at his two fiery companions flanking him. Yen Yen wore a look of utter frustration, convinced she'd be missing out on a huge opportunity if she didn't snatch the treasure first. Lin Wei, meanwhile, pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated desire for the rare materials. Hey, ladies, Su Chen tried to steady his pace. The list is in my hands. They won't get away with it. The City Lord's mansion has its rules, they won't actually take everything. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Lin Weiwei shot him a glare over her shoulder, tightening her grip on his arm. Don't you understand what exceptionally rare means? If we're late, the good stuff will truly end up in someone else's pockets. My father always said, good things go to the quickest hands, slow hands miss out. Yen Yen nodded vigorously beside them, adding in a low voice, especially those core materials for forging artifacts. If you miss out, you might have to wait years or even longer. Su Chen couldn't argue with that and quickened his pace. The subtle stirrings in his heart caused by Yu Qingru were temporarily overshadowed by his craving for materials. He recalled the Thunder Soul fragment he'd obtained by defeating the Thunder Spirit. This trip to the City Lord's mansion for materials would be the perfect opportunity to forge a weapon for himself. The storeroom area of the City Lord's mansion was heavily guarded, its thick, refined iron doors gleaming coldly. After presenting the credentials given by Lei Xiaotian and undergoing several rigorous checks, the trio was finally led by Old Sun, a weary-looking custodian with deep-set bags under his eyes, toward the innermost section. There, a special warehouse dedicated to storing secret realm materials lay hidden. The heavy alloy door slid silently open under Old Sun's access card, releasing a complex air, a blend of earthy dampness, mineral chill, herbal freshness, and the peculiar fluctuations of some strange energy. The vast space held rows of specially designed metal shelves arranged in orderly rows, each category neatly stocked with various items. Minerals shimmered with faint light. Strange plant roots struggled within transparent containers, unknown beast bones lay encased in thick ice layers, and energy crystals of shifting forms floated within small force fields. Dim light filled the space, with only the faint glow emanating from the items themselves and the cold beams of light projected from various points outlining the contours of countless rare treasures. There you go. All the materials you can choose with the vouchers the city lord gave you are in this section. Old Sun yawned, pointing toward a row of shelves ahead, his voice thick with weariness. The tiers of the materials are labeled. Look for yourselves, choose what you want, and don't touch anything with a seal mark. Once you've made your selection, come over to register. With that, he dragged a chair over to a corner screen and settled in, clearly not planning to lift a finger. Wow! Yen Yen gasped softly, her eyes instantly lighting up like a child who'd stumbled into a candy store. She cautiously approached a shelf displaying several translucent blue crystals, their interiors seeming to hold flowing liquid, observing them with curiosity. Lin Weiwei, however, was far more focused. She swiftly scanned the labels on the shelves. Let's see. Fire-infused refined gold, starfall sand, cold jade marrow. Quite a collection of fine materials. Su Chen, didn't you say you wanted to forge a weapon? Quick, see if there's anything suitable for you. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement surging within him. His spiritual perception extended like invisible tentacles, slowly sweeping over materials that emitted distinct energy fluctuations. His objective was clear, to find a vessel capable of resonating with the Thunder Soul fragment, one that could bear and amplify its thunderous power. Su Chen's gaze was first drawn to a piece of wood roughly half an arm's length long. Charred black throughout, its surface was covered in a dense, spiderweb-like pattern of silver veins. The label read, lightning-struck wood, 1000-year peachwood core, martial artist grade 9 material, a product of the core region of the secret realm, Silent Thunder Valley. It contained pure yang thunder energy, having endured 10,000 thunderbolts without destruction. Its texture blended hardness and flexibility, offering exceptional spirit-conducting properties. This is it. Without hesitation, Su Chen picked up the substantial piece of lightning-struck wood. The material felt warm and smooth to the touch, as if surging thunder power lay dormant and coursing within. It was perfect as the skeletal framework for a weapon, the core structure to channel thunderous might. His gaze then locked onto a metal ingot midway up the shelf. Roughly the size of a washbasin, it glowed an unusual dark purple, its surface naturally etched with countless twisted, lightning-like patterns of bright silver. Thunder vein steel, companion ore, martial artist grade 9 material, was born deep within massive thunder crystal veins. Long exposed to violent thunderstorms, natural lightning patterns formed within the metal, granting it exceptional thunder energy conduction and amplification properties. It possessed a tough texture and strong ductility. You've got an eye for quality. Yen Yen leaned in, her eyes brimming with admiration as she examined the two materials in Su Chen's hands. Using thunderstruck wood for the core hilt of a sword or dagger, and thunder steel for shaping and forging the blade, that's a fantastic foundation. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, her gaze darting swiftly across the shelves. But it still needs that finishing touch. Found it. Yen Yen strode to a nearby shelf, carefully cradling a fist-sized metal ingot. Its entire surface radiated an exceptionally soft silvery white hue, yet its surface was veiled in a faint purple mist-like glow. The metal seemed almost alive, the purple mist slowly flowing and shifting. Cloud pattern thunder silver. Yen Yan's voice carried a hint of excitement. This stuff was incredibly rare, originating from the core of thundercloud storms. It was an exotic metal formed by the condensation of pure thunder energy and ethereal cloud chi under the extreme conditions of high altitudes. Its most remarkable trait was the inherent spiritual essence within it. This essence could seamlessly fuse with the properties of other materials, dramatically enhancing a weapon's energy affinity. It allowed energy to flow more smoothly and even endowed the weapon with a hint of potential for growth. Moreover, Yen Yen lowered her voice, a hint of pride in her tone. My family's workshop, Celestial Forge, in Starsea City has a long-standing partnership with the City Lord's Material Bureau, granting us access to internal quotas. This piece of cloud pattern thunder silver is just enough for your weapon's final fusion coating or core rune inlay. This way, Su Chen, your weapon forging will finally have a solid foundation. Su Chen gazed at the cloud pattern thunder silver, its purple aura shimmering as he sensed its ethereal yet thunderous presence. A sudden clarity filled his mind. This truly was the perfect complement, capable of elevating the potential of his envisioned weapon to a whole new level. Thank you. Su Chen expressed his sincere gratitude. Yen Yan's kindness and resources carried immense weight. Yen Yan's heart skipped a beat under his earnest gaze. Two faint blushes crept onto her cheeks as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her robe. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Compared to the help we've given you, this is nothing. If it weren't for you stepping forward in the secret realm. She recalled Su Chen stepping forward in the moment of crisis, her heart racing faster. The words "and saved us" caught in her throat, impossible to utter. Feeling her cheeks burn, she quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust the labels on the shelves. Chapter 34, The Weapons Concept. A subtle, bittersweet atmosphere quietly permeated the space between them. Su Chen watched Yen Yen, who had suddenly grown unusually quiet. Her lowered eyelashes trembled slightly, and her ears were tinged with pink. Su Chen was momentarily baffled. Just moments ago she'd been fiercely dragging him along. Why this sudden coyness? Su Chen! Yen! Come see what I picked out.
Lin Weiwei's crisp, excited voice suddenly rang out like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the invisible veil. She rushed over, clutching a heavy black metal ingot covered in ancient, cracked patterns and a coil of icy cold white silk thread that glowed with a moonlight-like radiance, her face radiating pure delight.
10,000-year ice silkworm thread.
And this black iron shield blank apparently unearthed from an ancient battlefield ruin. The inscriptions are blurred, but it feels incredibly heavy.
Its defensive power must be extraordinary. I want to combine them into a spirit energy shield, then weave the ice silkworm thread into the inner lining of armor.
She displayed them like prized treasures, completely oblivious to Yan Yan's body stiffening instantly and the fleeting frustration in her eyes. Yan Yan drew a deep breath, forcing down the frustration of being interrupted, and managed a strained smile.
Vivi made a good choice. Ice silkworm thread is supple yet resilient, and its cold properties can slow attacks.
Combined with the ancient black iron shield's weight, it creates a perfect blend of offense and defense. She paused briefly, swiftly regaining her composure and returning to her usual sharpness.
We've all made our selections, right?
Then let's hurry and register. Head to my shop. Su Chen also suppressed the strange ripple in his heart and nodded.
All right.
Carrying their precious materials, the trio completed registration with Old Sun before following Yan Yan straight to the Celestial Craftsman's workshop in Starsea City. Yan Yan clearly knew the place well, her steps light and brisk, carrying the ease of someone returning home. The Celestial Workshop was located in a relatively quiet yet profoundly rich area in the western part of the city, marked by a massive metal furnace chimney. The shopfront was unpretentious yet exuded a solid, substantial feel. The dark metal doors bore intricate engravings of gears and flames, faint energy ripples emanating from them. Even before stepping inside, waves of heat and the muffled clang of forging echoed out. Pushing open the heavy insulated door, a wave of heat hit them, carrying the mingled scents of metal, charcoal, sweat, and some peculiar energy potion. The interior was vast and dimly lit. A colossal furnace, like a dormant beast, glowed with a deep crimson light. Several bare-chested, muscular men worked up a sweat, taking turns swinging massive hammers against a glowing metal ingot. Each strike sent sparks flying and produced deafening clangs. Clangs. In a corner, several middle-aged and elderly men in neat work uniforms, their demeanor steady and composed, studied screens or blueprints. Their fingers traced intricate rune patterns in the air.
Uncle Zhang. Masterly.
Yan Yan's crisp voice cut through the workshop's clamor, carrying a familiar warmth. A square-faced middle-aged man, who had been intently studying a three-dimensional structural diagram on the light screen with a furrowed brow, looked up at the sound of her voice. His stern expression instantly softened into a smile.
Hey, Yenner's back. And who are these two?
His gaze swept over Su Chen and Lin Weiwei, carrying a hint of scrutiny, but more so curiosity about the friends Yan Yan had brought. Another elderly craftsman, who had been meticulously engraving a palm-sized metal plate with a fine chisel, paused his work. Pushing his crystal-framed glasses up his nose, he looked over with gentle eyes. Uncle Zhang, Masterly, these are my classmates, Su Chen and Lin Weiwei. Yan Yan introduced them warmly.
Su Chen is the top scorer in this year's college entrance exams in Starsea City.
We just picked up some materials from the City Lord's mansion and we're hoping Uncle Zhang and Masterly could take a look and help us craft something.
Materials from the City Lord's mansion?
The square-faced middle-aged man called Uncle Zhang by Yan Yan's eyes lit up with interest.
Anything stored in the City Lord's treasury must be top-notch. Young man, what are you looking to forge?
His gaze immediately fixed on the ally case Su Chen was holding, revealing a professional sharpness. Su Chen placed the case on a specially crafted metal workbench engraved with cooling runes. Lifting the lid revealed three materials inside: charred lightning wood with silver streaks, dark purple lightning pattern steel interwoven with bright silver, and cloud patterned lightning silver radiating a hazy purple aura.
Whoa!
Uncle Zhang and Masterly both sucked in their breath simultaneously, crowding around. Uncle Zhang carefully picked up the cloud pattern thunder silver, sensing the spiritual energy coursing through it. His eyes flashed with excitement. Holy crap, cloud pattern thunder silver. This stuff is incredibly rare. There probably aren't even a few pieces in the Starsea City treasury. And this lightning struck with a 1,000-year-old peachwood core, tempered by 10,000 thunderbolts yet undamaged. Its quality is top tier among 9th-tier martial artists' materials. The energy patterns in this lightning pattern steel ore were so clear and intact, truly top tier. Masterly, however, focused intently on the grain of the thunder-struck wood. His fingers lightly traced its surface as he closed his eyes, sensing the immense young thunder vitality within. He nodded repeatedly. Excellent material. Excellent material. Complementary and perfectly matched in properties. Young man, what do you intend to forge? A sword? Or the main material for a spear? Yan Yan chimed in beside him, her tone tinged with pride. Uncle Zhang, Masterly, this was personally selected by Su Chen from the City Lord's residence. Here's the certificate issued by City Lord Lei Xiaotian himself. Uncle Zhang and Master Li's gazes toward Su Chen instantly grew more solemn and appreciative.
They knew Lord Lei Xiaotian's discernment and power all too well. A youngster who could earn his approval and the privilege to select materials of this caliber was clearly no ordinary talent. Young brother Su, you show great promise at such a young age. Uncle Zhang patted Su Chen on the shoulder, his tone growing sincere. Tell us, how do you plan to use these treasures? Su Chen's gaze remained steady, his mind was already made up. I intend to forge a blade, he declared, modeled after the Tang sword style, a narrow, straight blade with a small tang and a long handle designed for two-handed grip. He gestured with his hands to indicate the length and curve. The core would be forged from lightning-struck wood, chosen for its toughness and ability to channel spiritual energy. Thunder-patterned steel would form the main body, shaping the blade to channel and amplify thunderous energy. Cloud-patterned thunder silver would serve as both a binding agent and the finishing touch, elevating the blade's overall spiritual essence. Ideally, thunder summoning and spirit-gathering runes would be inscribed at its core, while its edge would incorporate the silver's inherent sharpness. A Tang sword? Master Li's eyes flashed with intense interest. Excellent. Its form is simple yet fierce, perfectly embodying the swift and fierce nature of thunder. Using thunderstruck wood as the backbone, thunder-patterned steel as the flesh, and cloud-patterned thunder silver as the finishing touch to harmonize the design is truly ingenious. The three elements harmonize perfectly, holding immense potential. If forged skillfully with precise rune engraving, this blade will rank among the finest martial master grade weapons upon completion, perhaps even challenging the pinnacle of that tier. Chapter 35, Other Uses for the Thunder Soul Fragment. Uncle Zhang nodded repeatedly. The concept was clear, and the material ratios were spot on. Yen, your little brother here isn't just powerful, his vision and ideas are remarkably mature. He looked at Yin Yen, his eyes brimming with approval, as if praising his own child for finding such a fine companion. Su Chen smiled modestly. You flatter me, senior. I merely had some ideas, but I'll still need to rely on your masterful craftsmanship. Ha, no problem. We'll take this job. Uncle Zhang waved his hand grandly, his spirit soaring. Seeing such fine materials and brilliant ideas makes our blacksmith's hands itch to get to work. However, his tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning serious. Material of this grade demands an extremely complex forging process. It requires a specific thunder fire environment, 1,000 layers of hammering, and meticulous rune engraving. It won't be a quick job. From initial processing, smelting, and forging the blank, to rough grinding, shaping, quenching, tempering, precision grinding, sharpening, and finally the rune engraving, the entire sequence conservatively estimates at least a fortnight to 20 days. And the process cannot be interrupted. You'll need to be patient. Su Chen had already braced himself for this. Nodding, he replied, of course. Thank you both for your efforts. Witnessing the birth of a divine weapon is well worth the wait. Oh, right. Su Chen suddenly remembered something. He carefully retrieved the rhombic crystal from his personal spatial bracelet, the one obtained from the core of the Thunder Soul, shimmering with deep blue-purple lightning flashes, its interior seemingly filled with flowing liquid thunder. Senior, look, could this be infused into the blade during forging? The instant the lightning soul fragment was exposed to the air, the temperature within the entire workshop seemed to dip slightly. A pure, overbearing aura as if containing the very essence of thunder spread throughout the space. The clamor of hammering within the workshop instantly grew quieter. Several burly men at work instinctively paused their movements, glancing this way with astonishment and uncertainty. Even the furnace flames seemed suppressed by this aura, flickering less vigorously. Uncle Zhang and Master Li's expressions instantly turned grave, even tinged with a hint of dread. Both men held their breath as they leaned closer to scrutinize the fragment. Master Li even pulled a magnifying glass-like device inlaid with multiple crystals from his robe, examining the Thunder Soul fragment with trembling fingers. This level of energy, this pure primordial aura. He gasped. Young man, where did you acquire this? His voice was thick with astonishment. From the core of an ancient secret realm. Obtained by defeating its guardian. Su Chen replied succinctly. Uncle Zhang drew a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within him. His voice was solemn. Remarkable. Truly remarkable fortune. The primal thunder essence contained within is of an extreme purity and dominance, far surpassing anything we've ever witnessed in our lifetimes. Its grade is likely already at the martial sovereign level, or even higher. He paused, turning to look at Su Chen with an expression of utmost gravity, tinged with a hint of caution. Young brother Su, your idea is admirable to use this as the core, imbuing a weapon with a soul to unlock its limitless potential. But, forgive my frankness, now is not the time. Why? Su Chen's heart tightened. Balance. Uncle Zhang declared with unwavering certainty. These three primary materials, Thunderstrike wood, Thundervein steel, and Cloud Pattern Thunder silver, are all top-tier, 9th-tier martial artist grade materials. Combined, their properties synergize perfectly, forming the most ideal blend. Together, they could forge a mid-tier or even high-tier martial master grade Thunderblade. But this fragment, its energy level is far too high. High enough to completely overwhelm, even shatter the delicate equilibrium forged by these three materials. He pointed at the fragment. Look, merely existing here, its leaking aura is already affecting the surrounding fire elements and metallic spirit essence. If we force it into the blade's core, only two outcomes are possible: either the primary materials cannot withstand its primal force, shattering during fusion and ruining the blade, or the fragment's power would forcibly dominate, reducing the other materials to insignificant vessels. The blade's form and substance would severely hinder its spirit's expression, turning it into an extremely unstable weapon, one that could backfire on its master at any moment. It's like forcing 1,000 pounds of divine power into a child. Not only would they be unable to wield it, but they'd be crushed by it. Master Li sighed as he added, "Indeed, Brother Su. Divine weapons demand the perfect unity of form, substance, and soul, each supporting the other, building upon each layer. Your current three primary materials have already established an excellent foundation for form and substance. Yet this fragment of Thunder Soul represents a soul of a higher order. Forcing its fusion now is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, utterly unwise. It requires a stronger, more compatible form to bear its weight, or a gentler, more harmonious method to channel its power." Chen listened, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He understood that the two master smiths were not exaggerating. Feeling the Thunder Soul fragment's frenzied power in his palm, a force that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, and considering the essence of materials like lightning-struck wood, he recognized the vast chasm between them. Forcing a fusion carried too great a risk. "Elder, in your opinion, how should this be used? Are we to just let it sit idle?" Chen felt a pang of reluctance. "Idle? What a waste of a heavenly treasure." Uncle Zhang shook his head immediately. "Such a treasure couldn't be left unused. The other method old Ghostly mentioned earlier would be quite suitable." He looked toward Master Li. Master Li stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Since it cannot serve as a weapon core for now, then we should settle for the next best option: harness its supremely pure, primordial thunder energy to forge it into an accessory for cultivation support or a personal item for nurturing." "Oh? Please elaborate, Senior." Chen perked up. "Consider this," Master Li analyzed. "This object contains primordial thunder essence, offering immeasurable benefits for cultivating thunder-based techniques, tempering the physical body, or even refining the spirit. If its core energy could be channeled out and released steadily in a gentle manner, wearing it would be like constantly dwelling within a miniature thunder realm. During cultivation, it would greatly accelerate your absorption of thunder-attributed spiritual energy, refining your yuan power to make it purer. After combat, it aids in faster recovery long-term, where subtly fortifies your physique, enhancing your affinity and comprehension of thunder laws. This is far more valuable and secure than forcing it into an unformed blade." Uncle Zhang nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Moreover, crafting jewelry imposes relatively lower demands on the carrier material. Primarily, it requires rare substances with powerful receptivity, spirit-conducting properties, and the capacity to contain primordial essence, serving as both vessel and converter. Take top-tier ethereal jade marble, stellar essence gold, or spirit-imbued wood, for instance. With the right materials and masterful rune formations to guide, restrain, and steadily release the Thunder Soul fragment's power, it becomes an invaluable treasure for cultivation." Chapter 36, Auction Invitation. A treasure for cultivation. Accelerating cultivation at every moment. Chen's heart instantly burned with fervor. He pursued power and deeply understood the importance of cultivation speed. If this Thunder Soul fragment could be utilized thus, its value would rival forging a divine weapon, and in the long run, it might prove even more useful. After all, weapons are external tools, true strength lies within oneself. "You are absolutely right, Senior. I was mistaken before." Chen bowed respectfully in sincere agreement. "What materials would be required to forge this auxiliary accessory?" "Ethereal jade marrow, stellar essence gold, spirit infused wood. These must be exceedingly difficult to obtain, right?" "Indeed, they are all rare treasures," Uncle Zhang replied candidly. "Especially to contain the primal power of your Thunder Soul fragment, the materials must be of the highest quality. Ordinary ones simply won't suffice. The ethereal jade marrow must be over 1,000 years old, pure and flawless, imbued with spatial essence. The stellar essence gold must be refined from the core of a fallen star, carrying the majestic power of the heavens. As for the spirit nurturing wood, it is a legendary branch of the divine tree, nourishing the soul, truly priceless. Even our Tiangong workshop's inventory lacks such materials." His tone shifted abruptly, a gleam of calculation flashing in his eyes. "But young Su, you're in luck. In 3 days, the grandest auction house in Star Sea City, Hanhai Auction House, will host its quarterly high-end auction. Auctions of this caliber often yield unexpected treasures. According to insider information I've obtained, the grand finale of this auction's catalog seems to include a 1,000-year-old ethereal jade core. Though not jadeite itself, the jade core is the concentrated essence of jadeite. Its quality can only be superior. Moreover, auctions attract all sorts of people. You might stumble upon leads about star essence gold or spirit-imbued wood, or even find the goods themselves." As he spoke, Uncle Zhang carefully retrieved an invitation of peculiar texture from the inner pocket of his work uniform. The invitation was deep blue throughout, as if crafted from the leather of some deep sea creature, its edges inlaid with fine, star-like silver powder. On the front, flowing golden runes outlined the characters Hanhai and a turbulent wave emblem. A faint oceanic scent and ripples of water element energy emanated from the invitation. This is the auction house's VIP invitation, granting access to a private box. Uncle Zhang handed the invitation to Su Chen. This one was kindly gifted by the Merchants Guild. I won't need it this time, so it's yours. Your blade will take quite some time to forge here anyway. Since you'll be idle, why not try your luck? What if you actually manage to bid on some suitable materials? Even if you don't secure the grand finale, the ethereal jade core, just seeing the other rare treasures will broaden your horizons. Su Chen solemnly accepted the heavy, cool to the touch invitation with both hands, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'll remember this kindness forever. Ha! No big deal. Uncle Zhang laughed heartily. Alright, leave the materials here. You three youngsters should go about your business, don't stand around getting in this old man's way. Yen, take them to the back lounge for some cold drinks. It's sweltering in here. Yen had been listening quietly all along, her eyes sparkling with fascination as she watched the Thunder Soul fragment in Su Chen's hand and the precious auction invitation. Hearing this, she immediately responded, got it. Uncle Zhang, Masterly, you two work hard. Su Chen, Wei, follow me. Leaving the noisy, scorching forge area, they arrived at the relatively quiet and cool back lounge. Yen poured each of them a specially made iced mint spirit drink. Su Chen, I'll accompany you to the auction. Yen held her cup, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Chen. I know the Hanhai auction house well. I understand the ins and outs there and can help you strategize. And if you run short on funds, I have a little nest egg stashed away. Her voice trailed off at the end, tinged with a barely perceptible blush. Lin Weiwei also spoke earnestly, Su Chen, if you need it, I can help too. Both Yan's and my materials can be put on hold for now. Su Chen looked at the two friends before him, their genuine offers of help warming his heart. Thank you both. Su Chen expressed his sincere gratitude, carefully tucking away the invitation and the fragment. Regarding the auction, I'll definitely need your local expertise, Yen. I'll count on you then. As for the funds, he smiled, his eyes steady. I still have some savings. I can't possibly dip into your personal funds. Oh, come on, don't be so formal. Yen waved her hand dismissively, her face regaining its usual vibrant energy. Her eyes twinkled as she suddenly suggested. The blade won't be ready for over half a month, and the auction isn't for 3 days. Waiting around like this is boring. Perfect timing. I know a great spot not far from Starsea City. The scenery is breathtaking, and it's perfect for unwinding. Think of it as a pre-battle retreat to recharge our batteries. What do you say? In or out? A great spot? Lin Weiwei's curiosity was piqued. She'd spent years immersed in cultivation and material research, so the concept of leisure and relaxation was foreign to her. Yen nodded vigorously, her face full of mystery. Seaside Wind Island. My family has a small villa by the coast. Open the window to azure seas and blue skies, with soft, fine sand and the freshest seafood. Most importantly, the Emerald Wave Cliff on Sea Breeze Island is one of the best spots along the entire East Seacoast for martial artists to relax and feel the natural rhythms of heaven and earth. It's excellent for regulating your chi and calming your mind. Su Chen, you cultivate thunder techniques. Thunder is born from the heavens and earth. Feeling the vastness of the sea and the rhythm of the tides might just inspire you. Su Chen had intended to refuse. Making the most of every moment for cultivation was his habit. But upon hearing about sensing the rhythms of nature and the potential inspiration for his practice, and seeing Yan's sparkling, expectant eyes and Lin Weiwei's hint of longing, the words of refusal formed on his tongue only to be swallowed back. It had been a long time since he'd truly relaxed. Even the tightest strings needed occasional slack. Besides, Yen had a point, perhaps a change of scenery could bring genuine insight. All right. Su Chen finally nodded. Let's go relax. Yay. Awesome. Yen jumped up in delight. I'll make the arrangements right away. I promise you'll have a great time and stay in comfort. Yan's efficiency was remarkable. That very afternoon, the three boarded the Yen family's spacious and comfortable rune-powered airship, arriving at the picturesque Sea Breeze Island near Starsea City. True to Yan's description, the Yen family's villa sat on a tranquil coastal promontory. With white walls and black-tiled roofs, its deep courtyards offered a breathtaking view. Opening the carved wooden window revealed the boundless azure sea stretching before them. The salty sea breeze instantly washed away the fatigue of their journey. In the distance, golden sands shimmered with a warm glow under the setting sun, while waves gently lapped against the reefs, producing a soothing, rhythmic splash. Chapter 37, Vacation. Over the next 2 days, life in Seafront City unfolded at a pace as languid as a lazy ballad. At dawn, Lin Weiwei would rise early, stepping barefoot onto the cool sand. Facing the rising sun, she would close her eyes to feel the sea breeze flow and the texture of grains beneath her feet. Occasionally, a small cluster of dancing sparks would form in her palms, spinning as if attempting to overcome the natural suppression of moisture on flame. She stood as still as a painting, creating a wondrous harmony with the roaring waves. Su Chen, however, chose a massive rock formation jutting into the sea Emerald Wave Cliff. Here, the view was expansive, facing the boundless ocean. He sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, his spirits sinking into his chi-si, attempting to establish a deeper connection with the profound fragment of Thunder's soul within his dantian. He no longer forced its activation but emptied his mind, sensing the primordial essence of Thunder within the fragment and energy that seemed to originate from the heavens themselves. He listened intently for its resonance with the faint, ever-present thunder elements permeating the cosmos. The howling sea wind and the thunderous crash of waves against the shore gradually transformed in his ears into a unique cosmic rhythm, sometimes like the beating of war drums, sometimes like the galloping of 1,000 horses, vaguely echoing the flow of thunder essence within his body. Immersed in this wondrous realization, he felt as though he had become a rock, unmoved by the relentless pounding of thunder and waves, his mind growing ever clearer and more serene. Yen Yen was the liveliest of the three. Like a spirit fish released back into the sea, she radiated boundless energy, dragging Lin Weiwei through the shallow waters in a playful chase that sent large splashes of water flying. On the beach, she and Lin Weiwei built sandcastles together, though Lin Weiwei's creations rarely held their shape. Yen Yen even produced a surfboard from somewhere, attempting to ride the cresting waves. Though most attempts ended in a messy plunge into the water, her crisp laughter always drowned out the roar of the surf. Yet whenever she grew tired of playing, or saw Lin Weiwei lost in her own little world examining strange shells on the beach, her gaze would inevitably drift toward that solitary rock jutting out of the sea. Watching Su Chen sit motionless like a statue beneath the azure sky and sea, that tiny spark of resentment in her heart began to flare up. That cultivation maniac. Blockhead. Yen Yen sat on the sand, propping her chin on her hand, a blade of grass between her lips, muttering under her breath. Finally getting a chance to relax. Sun, sand, waves, what a perfect opportunity to unwind. But all he does is cultivate. Not a shred of fun. She scooped up a handful of sand and flung it at the waves in frustration. Lin Weiwei, seated beside her, was carefully picking impurities from the interior of a colorful seashell with a needle. Hearing the mutter, she lifted her head and followed Yen Yan's gaze toward the figure on the reef. Against the vast backdrop of sea and sky, Su Chen's figure appeared exceptionally small, yet radiated a rock-solid steadfastness. Su Chen is so strong. Lin Weiwei murmured softly, her voice tinged with a subtle understanding. Perhaps it was precisely this spirit of relentless effort, no matter the circumstances, that had forged him. Lin Weiwei paused, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. But Yen Yen, you seem particularly concerned about whether he gets any rest? Who cares about him? Yen Yen flushed crimson like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hastily denying it. I just think when we all go out to have fun, him being the only one practicing, it's so unsociable. It makes me and you look boring. The more she explained, the more convincing her reasoning seemed. No way, we can't let him keep training like this. Weiwei, we have to drag him into the water. Drag him into it? Lin Weiwei tilted her head, a spark of interest lighting up her eyes. How? Yen Yan's eyes darted around as a mischievous plan instantly formed. She leaned close to Lin Weiwei's ear and whispered a few words. Lin Weiwei listened, a faint smile curving her lips into a mischievous grin. She nodded. Silently, the two slipped beneath the reef, shielded by the roar of the waves. Lin Weiwei gave Yen Yen a knowing look. Yen Yen understood. Her fingertips imperceptibly gathered a thread of water element energy, which she gently touched to the base of the reef where it met the sea. Instantly, a mist began to silently creep upward along the slippery rock surface. Water attribute energy spread across the already damp surface, forming a flowing membrane of water. Simultaneously, Lin Weiwei drew a deep breath, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted with all her might toward Su Chen atop the reef. Su Chen! Watch out! The sudden shout struck like thunder, instantly jolting Su Chen from his deep contemplation. He instinctively opened his eyes, stood up, and looked toward the sound. Just then, he saw Lin Weiwei waving dramatically below, while Yen Yen stood nearby, wearing a hint of a smirk on her face. In that split second of distraction, an irresistible slipperiness washed over his feet, as if he'd stepped onto flowing water. Having just risen from his cross-legged position, his center of gravity was already unstable. This unexpected ambush threw him off balance instantly. Ha! Su Chen only managed a brief gasp of surprise before sliding down the smooth rock face in a rather awkward posture. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. Su Chen, the undisputed champion of the college entrance combat assessment and a peak 5th-tier martial artist, had just plunged headfirst into the cool sea below the azure wave cliff utterly without grace. Ha! Yen Yen burst into earth-shaking laughter, clutching her stomach as she rolled on the sand, tears streaming from her eyes. Su Chen! Soaked to the bone. Ha! Lin Weiwei couldn't hold back either, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook slightly, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Su Chen abruptly stood up from waist-deep water, wiping seawater from his face. His hair clung wetly to his forehead, and his tight-fitting martial arts attire clung to his body, making him look thoroughly disheveled. He watched Yen Yen on the shore, doubled over with laughter, and Lin Weiwei, who rarely showed such a bright smile, feeling both exasperated and amused. You too! Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. He channeled a thread of thunder energy, instantly evaporating the moisture from his body. Yet the frustration of his interrupted cultivation and a hint of embarrassment at being teased remained written on his face. Who told you to practice cultivation all the time? Serves you right. Yen Yen finally managed to stop laughing, hands on her hips, as she accused him with righteous indignation. Such perfect weather, such a beautiful sea, and you could just leave us two beauties to enjoy it alone? How inconsiderate. Exactly, Lin Weiwei agreed, a rare show of agreement, her smile still bright. A little relaxation now and then actually boosts efficiency. Su Chen watched the two girls before him, their faces radiant with laughter. The sea breeze ruffled their hair, sunlight dancing upon them. The taut strings of his heart, stretched tight by days of relentless focus, seemed to be gently plucked by their laughter and the scene before him, finally relaxing. The restless anxiety born from his eagerness to grow stronger was also washed away by the cool sea breeze. He shook his head helplessly, yet a tolerant curve involuntarily touched his lips. All right. You win. What do you want to play? I'll play along. That's more like it. Yen Yan's face lit up instantly, beaming like a victorious general. Come on, help us reinforce the biggest sandcastle first. The waves just washed away a corner. Su Chen, use your thunder elemental power. Never mind, just use your hands. I'm afraid you'll electrocute the sand. And this one, Lin Weiwei joined in, holding up a beautifully polished, vibrantly colored seashell. Su Chen, can you sense the faint traces of water elemental energy lingering inside? It's quite special. Chapter 38, the auction begins. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Su Chen and his companions re-entered Starsea City, the atmosphere had completely transformed. An invisible tension and anticipation hung in the air. Eyes and energy from all directions signaled that this coastal metropolis was about to host a grand event. Hanhai Auction House, situated in the city's most bustling central district, was an architectural masterpiece in itself. The entire structure seemed carved from massive, deep blue crystals, its lines flowing yet powerful. A faint, watery wave-like glow rippled across its surface, refracting dreamlike colors under the sunlight. The massive arched entrance was inlaid with countless tiny pearls and deep-sea gems, forming the characters for Hanhai and radiating a gentle yet undeniable majesty. At this moment, the auction house entrance bustled with activity. Lavishly decorated rune-inscribed carriages bearing family crests arrived in a continuous stream, while numerous elegantly dressed figures with profound auras entered the auction hall, surrounded by their retinues. The air was thick with the fragrance of premium incense, the delicate scent of spiritual plants, and the unconsciously emanating energy fluctuations of powerful individuals. Su Chen, Yen Yen, and Lin Weiwei had also changed into specially prepared formal attire. Su Chen wore a perfectly tailored black velvet suit over a silver-gray shirt, his collar adorned with a simple thunder-shaped lapel pin. This accentuated his upright posture, lending him an air of dignified sharpness. Lin Weiwei wore a gradient sea blue gown, its hem undulating like waves and studded with delicate starlight gems, radiating both vibrant charm and noble elegance. Yen Yen opted for a simple moon-white short dress, adorned only with delicate embroidery at the collar and cuffs, revealing her smooth calves. Her refined face wore light makeup, giving her a lively and adorable look, radiating the charm of a girl next door. The trio arrived together. Though young, their composure rooted in both talent and pedigree made them entirely at ease amidst this gathering of high society, drawing curious glances rather than intimidation. Wow, it's packed, Yen Yen murmured under her breath, her expression calm and accustomed. Yen Yen muttered under her breath, her face bearing the calm composure of someone accustomed to such scenes. Every quarterly auction was like this, a veritable market fair. She expertly guided Su Chen and Lin Weiwei past the queue at the main entrance, steering them toward a quieter side passageway lined with dark carpeting. Guarded by sharp-looking security personnel in uniform dark blue uniforms, the entrance was swiftly attended to as one stepped out of the line to greet the trio. Lin Weiwei motioned for Su Chen to step forward. Calmly, he presented the deep blue VIP invitation embellished with stardust and carrying the scent of the ocean. The guard captain accepted the invitation, infusing a thread of energy through his fingertips to verify its authenticity. The Hanhai emblem on the invitation instantly glowed with a soft golden light, and an invisible ripple swept over the trio. The guard captain's gaze sharpened slightly before he immediately bowed in a deep salute, his demeanor growing markedly more respectful. Honored guests of private room number 7, please follow me. He stepped aside to clear the passage and signaled for a beautiful, poised waitress to step forward and guide them. With a poised smile, the attendant guided them through a thickly carpeted corridor and into a silent, swift elevator that ascended directly to the auction house's top floor suite Tion number 7. Pushing open the heavy, dark wooden door engraved with soundproofing and protective runes, the interior view elicited a quiet admiration from Su Chen. The spacious box offered an unparalleled view. A massive one-way floor-to-ceiling crystal wall faced the glittering auction hall below, providing a clear sightline of the entire auction podium and most of the seating area, while completely obscuring the interior from outside. The floor was covered with thick carpets embroidered with patterns of deep-sea behemoths, soft and silent underfoot. At the center stood several wide, comfortable high-backed chairs upholstered in deep-sea beast hides. Beside them, a small table held an exquisite fruit platter, a delicate spiritual tea exuding a refined fragrance, and a gold-embossed auction catalog. A compact bar in one corner stocked every variety of spirit and beverage. The air carried a faint, coming sandalwood fragrance. Not bad, huh? Yen Yen casually settled into the main seat, her relaxed posture suggesting she was well accustomed to such opulence. This spiritual tea is specially supplied behind Ninglu. It has a refreshingly sweet taste and helps steady the mind. Su Chen, you should try some. Lin Weiwei sat quietly beside her, picking up the catalog to flip through. Her gaze scanned the descriptions of each lot intently, occasionally pausing over certain material details. Su Chen walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the hall below, which was gradually filling up like a beehive. The clamor was blocked by powerful soundproofing runes, leaving only a faint background murmur that accentuated the serene, detached atmosphere within the private room. He once again felt the weight of that VIP invitation and once again accepted Uncle Zhang's kindness. Truly extraordinary. Su Chen remarked sincerely, lifting the delicate tea served by the attendant at just the right moment. A sip brought a cool, refreshing essence sliding down his throat, instantly invigorating his spirit. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am Xiao Yun, your private room attendant, here to serve you throughout your visit. The female attendant who had guided them earlier stood respectfully nearby, her voice clear and gentle. The auction is about to commence. Here is the detailed catalog for this auction, containing descriptions, starting bids, and approximate valuations for all items. During the auction, simply press the bidding button on your armrest and enter your price to participate. Your voice will be transmitted directly to the auctioneer through the sound transmission array within the private room. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. No sooner had she finished speaking than the lights in the auction hall below dimmed abruptly, leaving only the bright spotlight on the auction podium. A middle-aged auctioneer, dressed in a dark robe and exuding a calm, capable demeanor, stepped onto the stage. His voice, amplified by the sound system, carried clearly throughout the hall. Esteemed guests, welcome to Hanhai Auction House's grand auction event. Without further ado, let us present the first treasure. The auction commenced, presenting one extraordinary treasure after another, each capable of causing a sensation in the outside world. A mystic water spirit pearl capable of dramatically accelerating water attribute cultivation, a set of heavy stone armor engraved with ancient defensive formations, and a jade ginseng root radiating potent life energy, said to extend one's lifespan by 10 years. Bidding calls rise and fall in waves as the atmosphere grows increasingly heated. Su Chen and his companions watched with keen interest. Yen Yen occasionally commented on whether an item's asking price seemed inflated, while Lin Weiwei paid particular attention to several rare minerals and spirit plant materials. Both women placed bids on several items that piqued their interest. Su Chen, however, remained calm and composed. His target was clear, the 1,000-year ethereal jade core, listed as the third-to-last, final item in the auction catalog. Chapter 39, Martial Divine Abilities. Time slipped away silently amidst the fierce collision of money and desire. The previous item, a dazzling feather robe said to channel stellar energy for accelerated cultivation, had just been snatched up by a mysterious box at a jaw-dropping price. The auctioneer cleared his throat, his voice suddenly rising with a hint of deliberately crafted excitement and mystery, cutting through the lingering buzz. Distinguished guests. Silence, please. Next, we present an exceptionally unique item, Lot 37. He paused deliberately, building anticipation to a fever pitch, his gaze sweeping the room to ensure all eyes were fixed upon him. This object is truly extraordinary. The auctioneer's voice rose and fell dramatically. Its origins are ancient, beyond tracing. Our auction house specially invited 3 esteemed senior appraisal masters. They spent half a month meticulously examining and analyzing it. Its material is exceptionally resilient, far surpassing ordinary refined metals or mystical iron. No blade can scratch it. Its form suggests it may be a fragment from some ancient era. Even more astonishing, its surface bears intricate patterns unrecognizable, unlike any known script or rune of this age. Its value may lie precisely in this unknown essence. Starting bid, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 500 spirit stones. Bidding now begins. As his words fell, 2 imposing guards with steady auras carefully carried a tray draped in dark velvet onto the display platform. Resting quietly upon the tray was a thick, irregularly shaped armor plate roughly the size of 2 adult palms. It bore a dull, earthen yellow hue, utterly devoid of luster, resembling a stubborn stone buried for 10,000 years. Deep brown cracks crisscrossed its surface, intricate fissures spreading like spiderwebs, with even some chipped edges visible around the perimeter. Compared to the dazzling, radiant treasures displayed before it, this piece resembled a random stone plucked from an abandoned mine, mistakenly placed within this glittering hall of precious artifacts. After a brief silence, a murmur of suppressed whispers rose from the vast hall below. Is this it? 5,000 spirit stones? The aura is so faint it's barely perceptible? Could the appraiser have made a mistake? Sigh, I thought it would be a surprise before the grand finale. What a waste of anticipation. Disappointment, confusion, and skepticism spread through the crowd. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum for ordinary folk, yet for those seated in the Tianbao Pavilion auction hall today, especially those in the comfortable private boxes, it was far from unaffordable. Yet the fragment before them, resembling a tortoise shell, was simply too unremarkable and too shrouded in mystery. Its unknown nature dampened any desire to bid. The risk far outweighed the potential reward. The auctioneer clearly anticipated the lull, yet his seasoned professionalism kept his face warm with enthusiasm, though a fleeting, barely perceptible hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Sure enough, bids were few and far between. Only a handful of buyers seated in the back rows, clearly hoping for a bargain, hesitantly and tentatively raised their paddles with symbolic offers. 5,005. 6,000. 6,005. The price crawled upward like a snail climbing a hill, progressing with agonizing slowness. When a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes, who looked like a merchant, called out 7,000 spirit stones, the bidding seemed to stall completely. The auctioneer scanned the room, finding no response. He had to raise his voice. 7,000 spirit stones, going once. The words echoed through the hall, tinged with a hint of urgency. Many had already begun whispering among themselves, discussing the next lot, or simply closed their eyes to rest, convinced this broken tortoise shell was about to go unsold. 7,000 spirit stones, going once. The auctioneer's voice took on a formulaic solemnity as his gavel lifted slightly, poised to fall. Chen leaned back relaxed in the plush bearskin armchair, her slender fingers tapping the armrest intermittently. His gaze swept casually over the dull, gray fragment of tortoise shell on the display stand, stirring little emotion within him. He was about to withdraw his attention, closing his eyes once more to conserve energy for the crucial bidding to come. At that very moment. Ding! The system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected special energy fluctuation source. Target locked, Lot 37 unknown tortoise shell fragment. System deep analysis complete. This fragment is a shed shell piece from the ancient divine beast, the black-crested mystic turtle. It bears the imprint of the mystic turtle's primordial divine patterns and contains fragments of the law of power. Note, should the host successfully acquire this item, the system may guide the host to comprehend the fragment of its true essence, granting a high probability of awakening foundational martial divine abilities. Martial divine ability. Chen's pupils abruptly contracted. His heart felt as though gripped by an invisible giant hand, skipping a beat violently. He nearly leapt from his seat. Martial divine ability. This was a power transcending martial techniques, pointing directly to the source of the laws. A capability as crucial as one's innate talent, coveted by countless martial artists yet elusive to attain. Typically, only those who had reached extremely high realms, or possessed heaven-defying bloodlines and extraordinary talents, had the chance to awaken or inherit them. Even with his system, which granted him a chance to awaken new talents by absorbing the essence of lightning attribute demon beasts, the opportunity to awaken a martial divine ability was exceedingly precious to Chen. 8,000. Without time for deep thought, Chen pressed the bidding button almost instinctively, in the final instant before the auctioneer's hammer fell. His voice, amplified by the box's magical array, rang out clearly throughout the hall. A trace of uncontrollable urgency tinged his voice, but he swiftly forced it down, restoring a surface calm. This sudden bid sent a collective gasp through the auction hall, which had been growing quiet. Many eyes turned curiously toward Box 7, speculating which influential figure had suddenly taken an interest in this broken tortoise shell. Yan and Lin Wei also looked at Chen in surprise. Yan blinked. Chen? You're interested in that tortoise shell? That thing looks... Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Lin Wei, however, examined the tortoise shell fragment on the display stand with her professional eye, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The material was indeed ancient and sturdy, but its energy fluctuations were nearly non-existent. The engravings were severely worn, casting doubt on its value. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the storm raging within him, and explained in as calm a tone as he could manage. It feels a bit special. The aura of this tortoise shell fragment vaguely resonates with me. I'd like to buy it for research. It's not expensive anyway. He came up with a somewhat plausible excuse. 8,000 spirit stones, first bid. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. 8,005. In the hall below, a wealthy-looking merchant who had previously bid 7,000 hesitated before raising his bid again, clearly still hoping to snag a bargain. 10,000. Chen didn't hesitate, immediately raising the price by a significant margin. His tone was decisive, carrying the resolve of someone determined to win. This price far exceeded the apparent value of the tortoise shell fragment. The merchant opened his mouth, then shook his head and withdrew. Spending 10,000 spirit stones on an obscure tortoise shell fragment was too risky. 10,000 spirit stones. Going once. 10,000 spirit stones. Going twice. 10,000 spirit stones. Going 3 times. The auctioneer brought down his hammer, his voice booming. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in Box 7, who has successfully secured Lot 37. The dust settled. Chen leaned back in his chair, outwardly calm, yet his fingers curled slightly, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on his palms. Only he knew how intensely nervous he had been during those few breaths. Yan found it odd that Chen spent 10,000 on this item, but seeing his resolute attitude, she didn't press further, merely muttering under her breath. Fine, as long as you like it. Lin Wei, however, gave the tortoise shell fragment another thoughtful glance, as if reassessing its value. Chen's gaze returned to the auction podium, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The 10,000-year-old ethereal jade heart was undoubtedly important, but at this moment, his greatest anticipation had shifted to the unassuming tortoise-shell fragment the attendant was about to bring forward. The auction continued, its climax drawing near. Chapter 40, the bidding for the 1,000-year jade core begins. Attendant Xiaoyan swiftly delivered the specially crafted jade box containing the unassuming tortoise-shell fragment to private box number 7. The box itself bore simple sealing runes engraved upon it, guarding against any potential energy leakage. Distinguished guest, this is lot 37, which you have won. Xiaoyan respectfully placed the box on the small table beside Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen's voice was calm and unruffled, but only he knew that when his fingertips touched the cool jade box, the yuan power flowing within him seemed to stir with an almost imperceptible flicker. Deep within his dantian, the fragment of the thunder soul seemed stirred by some weighty, ancient aura, trembling ever so slightly. He forced himself to suppress the urge to open the jade box immediately. The auction was still ongoing, and the 1,000-year-old ethereal jade core had yet to appear. Now was not the best time to study the tortoise shell. He would have to wait until the auction ended and return to his rented room to examine it further. For now, he must focus entirely on the upcoming highlight. The brief silence in the VIP box was shattered by the auctioneer's rising voice below. Next up, one of the 3 grand finale treasures of this auction, lot 42, the 1,000-year ethereal jade heart. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with fervor. As he spoke, the protective light shield above the display suddenly illuminated. Amidst the swirling radiance, a lotus-shaped pedestal, carved from a single piece of transparent crystal, slowly rose. At its center lay a jade stone roughly the size of a fist. Irregular in shape, it radiated an indescribable aura. The jade presented an exceptionally pure, milky white hue that seemed capable of cleansing the soul. Within its depths, mist appeared to drift and shift, occasionally coalescing into speckled patterns or dispersing into hazy, rosy radiance. Most peculiar of all, though clearly present, it possessed an ethereal quality that seemed suspended between reality and illusion, as if connected to some unknown dimension. An aura of pure, ethereal, all-encompassing energy emanated faintly, penetrating even the powerful protective light shield and the crystal walls of the private room. It cleared the minds of all present, making the flow of their internal energy seem smoother. A 1,000-year-old ethereal jade core. The auctioneer's voice carried unparalleled solemnity. Born deep within a secret realm where spatial nodes converged, it had absorbed millennia of spatial energy and the essence of heaven and earth. Not jade marrow, yet surpassing it, it was the crystallized essence of jade marrow's refinement and sublimation. This jade core's grade reached the astonishing level of martial artist grade 9. The ethereal energy it contained was pure and flawless, making it an unparalleled treasure for practitioners of space attribute cultivation techniques. Even for non-spatial practitioners, wearing this jade heart during cultivation greatly enhances sensitivity to an absorption speed of celestial spiritual energy, nourishing the soul and illuminating the mind. It also serves as the core material for top-tier spatial storage equipment, capable of opening dimensions far surpassing ordinary storage. Starting bid, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000. The moment this price was announced, a collective gasp echoed through the hall below. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, that was already the combined income of a small to medium-sized family for half a year. Yet for those who truly recognized its value and had the need, this was merely the beginning. 110,000. The auctioneer's words had barely faded when a booming voice from a front row box seat bellowed out, radiating an air of absolute certainty. 12,000. From another direction, a slightly effeminate voice countered, refusing to be outdone. 130,000. 145,000. The price shot up like a rocket, bids rising in rapid succession, instantly pushing the figure past the 200,000 mark. Nearly all the bidders were VIPs in the various boxes. The ordinary auction attendees below in the main hall had long since become mere spectators, stunned into silence by the staggering sum. Yen Yen watched the fierce bidding below, her small face tightening. It really was a bidding frenzy. Uncle Zhang's information was spot on. This 1,000-year-old ethereal jade core was incredibly sought after. Su Chen, your budget. Su Chen's gaze was as still as water, fixed intently on the jade core, emitting a dreamlike glow on the display stand. All his savings, combined with the gains from the Secret Realm expedition and a portion of the spirit stones from Lei Xiaotian's extra reward, barely amounted to around 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. He'd thought it would be enough, but the competition was fiercer than expected. The price was rapidly approaching his limit. 250,000. When the bidding reached 220,000, Su Chen decisively pressed the bid button. His voice, transmitted through the private box's formation, was clear and steady. This bid caused a brief pause in the fierce bidding war. 250,000 was already a remarkably high threshold. Box 7, 250,000. The auctioneer confirmed loudly. 255,000. The owner of the previous booming voice, seemingly a representative from some major merchant guild, hesitated before raising the bid again. 26,000. The soft, feminine voice followed immediately, tinged with a hint of challenge. Su Chen's heart sank slightly. He had less than 10,000 spirit stones left. The other party clearly possessed substantial wealth and showed no sign of backing down. Su Chen Yen sensed his predicament and promptly whispered, "I have another 150,000 here. Use it first." With that, she reached for her storage ring. "And me." Lin Wei's voice remained cool and detached, yet her actions were equally swift as she produced her own Spirit Stone card. "I have 130,000. Seeing his two companions offer help without hesitation, a wave of warmth surged through Su Chen. He didn't play coy. Now was not the time for refusals. "Thank you." Considerate alone, he nodded firmly, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. Bolstered by the confidence of 28,000 Spirit Stones, Su Chen spoke again, his voice carrying the resolve of someone who had burned his boats. 28,000. He raised the price by 20,000 outright. Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the hall below. 28,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. That was enough to purchase a small spirit mine. The booming voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the offer. Finally, it sighed, 29,500. That's our absolute limit. The tone carried both reluctance and resignation. 31,000. The owner of the soft, feminine voice seemed to feel the pressure too, but still gritted his teeth and followed suit. Su Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade, poised to bid again. 38,000. A hoarse, aged voice, yet one carrying undeniable authority, suddenly boomed from the highest tier, the heaven-designated VIP box. The bid struck like thunder, instantly drowning out all other calls. The entire auction hall fell deathly silent. All eyes turned in shock toward the Tianzi number 1 box, the symbol of supreme status. 3,800,000. This far exceeded the standard value of the millennia-old ethereal jade heart itself. The presence within the Tianzi number 1 box held unimaginable prestige. Their bid alone carried a profound deterrent effect. Su Chen's hand hovered over the bidding button, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. 350,000. The combined 28,000 Yen and Lin Wei could contribute, plus his own 25,000, only amounted to 530,000. The opponent's opening bid of 380,000 revealed unimaginable wealth and an equally determined resolve to win. Yan's expression shifted as she murmured. Tianzi Yihao is the Grand Elder of Zhixiao Pavilion in Starsea City. Zhixiao Pavilion is renowned for its spatial formations. This jade heart holds extraordinary significance for them. No wonder. Zhixiao Pavilion, one of the Empire's foremost array sects, had its Grand Elder personally bidding. The stakes were too high. Su Chen's heart sank to the depths. Was he about to fail at the last moment? This ethereal jade core was the crucial component for containing the Thunder Soul fragment and refining the cultivation treasure. Missing this opportunity meant who knew how long he'd have to wait to find suitable materials again. Chapter 41, Abandoning the Jade Core, Divine Power Awakens. Su Chen wrestled internally, debating whether to stake all his current spirit stones to compete with the Grand Elder of Zhixiao Pavilion for this 1,000-year-old ethereal jade core. Over 30,000, perhaps even 40,000 spirit stones to purchase a single material for crafting a cultivation-aiding artifact? After deliberation, Su Chen shook his head. He chose to forego competing with the Grand Elder of Zhixiao Pavilion. His cultivation relied primarily on charging his spiritual energy. A forged artifact would only offer marginal benefits to his cultivation techniques. The main issue was that the Grand Elder had driven the price of the millennium-old ethereal jade core far beyond its true worth. With that money, Su Chen could better invest in finding more cultivation-secluded realms. 30,000 for the first time. The auctioneer's voice carried a hint of excitement. 30,000, going once. 300,000, going once more. Sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in VIP box number 1 for successfully acquiring the 10,000-year-old ethereal jade core. The dust settled, and the jade core ultimately belonged to the Grand Elder of the Zhixiao Pavilion. Yan watched Su Chen give up, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief yet also feeling a touch of regret. Su Chen, don't be discouraged. There will be other opportunities. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's bid was simply too strong for us to match. She assumed Su Chen had withdrawn due to the overwhelming financial and status pressure from the other party. Lin Wei cast a thoughtful glance at Su Chen but refrained from asking further questions. Su Chen shook his head, a faint, complex smile playing on his lips. Nothing. Just felt it wasn't worth it anymore. Every cloud has a silver lining. He murmured to himself, his gaze settling on the jade box containing the tortoise shell fragment. His eyes regained their intense heat. The auction continued, with the final 2 showpiece treasures sparking even more frenzied bidding. Yet Su Chen's mind was entirely elsewhere. All his anticipation had shifted to this unassuming tortoise shell fragment. When the final item sold for a staggering price and the auctioneer declared the event concluded, Su Chen was nearly the first to rise. Let's go. His voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. We should head back. Su Chen needed to find an absolutely secure, quiet place immediately to touch the tortoise shell imbued with the true essence of an ancient divine beast, allowing the system to help him awaken his martial arts divine ability. Yan and Lin Wei instinctively exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes. Their probing gazes swept over the jade box in Su Chen's hand. Even the most oblivious observer could tell from his delighted reaction that this tortoise shell fragment he'd just purchased was no ordinary item. Su Chen and his companions pushed through the crowd, stepping out of the auction hall's gilded doors shrouded in spiritual energy. The clamor instantly faded behind them. Outside, the city lights had already come on. A night breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, brushed against their faces. Yet, Su Chen felt the invisible flame ignited in his heart by the tortoise shell burn even brighter. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the celestial workshop with Yan Yan and Lin Weiwei. Passing through the forging area once more, where flames blazed fiercely, they saw Uncle Zhang hunched over a table, intently studying blueprints. Uncle Zhang. Su Chen's voice cut through the clamor of hammering. Uncle Zhang paused in his movements. He lifted his head and recognized Su Chen and the others, especially the calm expression on Su Chen's face. A flicker of understanding crossed his mind. Oh? Back already? He shook his head, walked up to Su Chen, and gave him a solid pat on the shoulder. Don't lose heart. What's meant to be will be, what's not meant to be shouldn't be forced. That jade core is valuable, but it's not worth locking horns with those kinds of people. It's just not worth it. A bearded man beside him chimed in with a deep, resonant voice. Exactly. Brother Su, lighten up. With that 100,000 spirit stones, what can't you do? Buy pills to boost your cultivation, seek out secret realms for opportunities. Any of that is better than wasting it on a single material. Su Chen felt the weight of that large hand on his shoulder and heard the simple words of comfort, a faint warmth rising in his heart. Uncle Zhang, all the uncles and elders, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. He flipped his wrist, handing the black iron token symbolizing the commission for the blade blank to Uncle Zhang. I'll need your help with the blade blank, Uncle Zhang. I'll come back for it once you've finished. His speech quickened slightly without him noticing. No problem, leave it to us. We'll make you a fine blade. Uncle Zhang took the token, weighed it in his hand, and agreed readily. Alright then, Uncle Zhang, everyone, I'll take my leave. Su Chen said no more, bowed decisively, and turned to leave. Yan Yan instinctively wanted to follow and say something, but Lin Wei gently tugged at her sleeve. Lin Wei's gaze lingered on Su Chen's almost hurried, purposeful retreat, her expression thoughtful. Su Chen. Yan Yan was somewhat puzzled. Lin Wei merely shook her head softly and murmured, let him go. His mind isn't here right now. At the city's edge, in a top-floor rental apartment of an old building. Su Chen locked the door behind him and drew the heavy curtains tight, shutting out all light and sound from the outside world. The cramped space instantly plunged into absolute darkness and silence, leaving only the sound of his own heavy breathing. In the darkness, he sat cross-legged on the floor, placing the simple jade box solemnly before him. Slowly, he lifted the lid. There was no dazzling radiance as he had imagined, nor any overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Resting on the dark velvet lining was still that palm-sized fragment of tortoise shell edges, jagged and uneven, its color dull and lifeless like weathered stone. Yet, as Su Chen held his breath, calmed his mind completely, and cautiously extended his fingertip to gently touch the rough, cold surface of the shell fragment imbued with the weight of centuries. A faint yet profoundly deep and distant ripple, like the long sigh of an ancient god awakening after a billion-year slumber, suddenly rippled outward from the point of contact. This fluctuation was not intense, yet it carried an irresistible penetrating force. Instantly bypassing the barrier of flesh and blood, it reached deep into Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Cold, heavy, and carrying the most primal earthy scent from the depths of the land, it was like an underground current surging from the primordial earth veins, silently washing over his consciousness. The system prompt echoed in tandem with this wave. Ding! Detected carrier substance containing the true essence of an ancient divine beast. Analyzing energy meets conditions for martial divine ability awakening guidance. System guidance program activated, initiating energy circuit construction. It's here! Su Chen's spirit surged. He forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and anticipation, instantly clearing all distracting thoughts to prepare for the infusion and transformation from the system's mighty power. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of energy as unstoppable and weighty as mountains was forcibly extracted and channeled from the depths of the tortoise shell fragment by the system. It coalesced into a viscous, solid mass of earth elemental energy, shimmering with a dull, yellowish glow. This colossal force carried the earth's steadfastness and the essence of sustaining all things. Like breached lava, it surged brutally through Su Chen's meridians, pouring in through the fingertips touching the tortoise shell. Chapter 42, Making a Fool of Oneself. Ugh! Su Chen grunted, his body convulsing violently. A tearing agony instantly spread from his arm throughout his entire body, as if every minute meridian had been forcibly stuffed with heavy rock, threatening to burst and shatter. Cold sweat instantly drenched his hairline and back. Yet, the system's cold guiding force field simultaneously took effect. Like the most skilled craftsman, it forcibly harnessed this raging earth elemental energy, channeling it along some profoundly mysterious path within his body, rushing, colliding, and forging new pathways. A dull, yellowish energy glow faintly shone through his skin, outlining an arcane and blurred shadow of runes around his body. A profound essence, heavy, bearing, and steadfast, began to slowly condense and settle within him. A powerful earth element divine ability related to defense or strength was being painstakingly forged into shape amidst indescribable agony. Just as the faint, amber-hued rune shadows were about to solidify completely, crystallizing into the very essence of the divine power. Boom! A sudden change occurred. Deep within Su Chen's dantian, the long-dormant fragment of the thunder soul awoke without warning. Like a primordial beast whose territory had been invaded, it was utterly enraged by the pure, earth elemental, weighty power taking shape. A purple lightning flash, far more violent, more defiant, and more filled with the aura of destruction than any earth elemental force, erupted violently from the core of his dantian. This purple lightning carried an unquestionable, domineering will, like a thunder god awakening. It utterly disregarded the earth energy circuit the system was painstakingly constructing, roaring brutally as it tore through every obstacle, instantly engulfing Su Chen's entire body. Wherever it passed, the thick, dull earth elemental energy melted like ice under the scorching sun, emitting a sizzling, mournful wail as it was greedily and ferociously devoured and assimilated by the raging purple lightning. Ah! This scream of agony was tenfold more excruciating than before. If the earth elemental force's impact had been a crushing grind, then this purple lightning's rampage felt like billions of red-hot steel needles madly piercing, tearing, and burning every inch of flesh, every nerve, every cell within his body. Indescribable, extreme agony instantly overwhelmed all of Su Chen's consciousness. His body convulsed and spasmed violently on the cold floor, like a dying fish flung onto the shore. Across his skin, countless tiny purple arcs of electricity danced and exploded uncontrollably, crackling with a hair-raising pop that bathed the dim room in an eerie purple-white glow. Warning! Warning! Detected violent fluctuations in the host's thunder soul fragment. Warning! Host's special talent, lightning control, has triggered an unknown chain reaction. Energy conflict. Recalculating energy pathways. Path calculation failed. Forced energy attribute conversion in progress. The system's cold, urgent alerts flooded Su Chen's mind, teetering on the brink of collapse. The force that had once channeled earth elemental energy was now being violently twisted and torn by the rampaging purple lightning soul fragment. The lightning soul fragment seemed to have found its perfect outlet, greedily devouring every trace of ancient energy channeled from the tortoise shell fragment, frantically transforming it into its own source of more savage, purple thunder. A devastating clash of energies raged within Su Chen's body, his meridians feeling as if thrown into a purgatorial furnace, repeatedly scorched and torn apart. Just as Su Chen's consciousness was about to be utterly consumed by boundless agony, sinking into an eternal abyss of darkness. The tortoise shell fragment suddenly vibrated, and a final surge of pure energy abruptly poured into Su Chen's body. This energy acted like the divine needle of the sea, possessing an all-encompassing quality. External energy intervention detected. Forced conversion acceleration initiated. Energy attribute anchored, thunder. Constructing passive martial divine ability. The system's cold voice sounded like a lifeline seized at the last moment. Under the intervention of that energy, the raging purple lightning began to be forcibly restrained and guided, frantically coalescing into a new, stable form. The devastating agony within Su Chen's body receded like a retreating tide. The rampaging purple lightning ceased its chaotic destruction. Instead, under some profound will, it began to merge into his bones, flesh, and meridians in an unfathomable manner. After an unknown span of time feeling like an eternity yet fleeting as a blink, the violent purple lightning finally vanished entirely from the rented room, leaving only silent darkness. Su Chen's body ceased convulsing, lying still on the floor with his chest rising and falling gently. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a strange, purple lightning-like glow flashed and vanished, like a bolt of thunder streaking across the night sky. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, no earth-shattering roar, no deliberate action. Merely with the flow of his thoughts, an extremely thin, almost imperceptible pale purple aura like the most intimate, invisible armor instantly covered his entire skin. This aura rippled with fine, imperceptible arcs of electricity, radiating a restrained yet incredibly resilient quality. Simultaneously, a stream of profound information naturally surfaced within his consciousness. Martial divine ability, Thunderstruck Body Basic. Effect 1, Enhanced Normal Defense. Thunderous power permeates the body, passively increasing physical strength and resilience, granting foundational resistance to both physical and energy impacts. Effect 2, Lightning Counterstrike. When struck, the lightning strike power within automatically concentrates at the point of impact, generating a powerful electric arc counterattack that inflicts paralysis and energy backlash upon the attacker. Passive defense boost, auto counterattack upon attack. Su Chen slowly raised one hand. By the faint city lights filtering through the curtain slits, he stared intently at his fingertip as his thoughts stirred once more. ZZZZT. A tiny yet intensely condensed purple spark, pulsing with pure destructive energy, materialized without warning at his fingertip. Like a living spirit, it danced and flickered between his fingers, ionizing the tiny dust particles around it into a faint tremor, emitting an almost inaudible crackling sound. The dancing purple lightning illuminated Su Chen's face. All traces of pain had vanished from his youthful features, replaced by an expression of unbelievable ecstasy. It worked. It truly worked. With a flicker of his thoughts, the condensed purple lightning vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed. Yet Su Chen distinctly sensed a wholly different power now deeply rooted within his flesh, bones, and the very core of his soul. The faint purple aura enveloping his entire body, rippling with imperceptible electrical arcs, was no illusion, it was tangible proof of the lightning-struck physique's passive manifestation. With every breath, every heartbeat, faint thunder seemed to resonate deep within his body, tempering every inch of flesh and bone, bringing an unprecedented, restrained yet powerful sense of fulfillment. Chapter 43, Brutal Interrogation. Martial Divine Ability, Thunder-Struck Body. Su Chen murmured softly. He attempted to clench his fist. Muscle fibers instantly tensed under his will, and the invisible thunder armor beneath his skin seemed to solidify further. A resilience far surpassing anything he'd known before spread from his knuckles to his forearms. He had no doubt that if someone wielding a blade of equal caliber struck him now, they wouldn't even scratch the surface. What ignited his heart even more was the passive defensive counterattack requiring no conscious effort to activate. This meant his defense in battle was no longer merely passive endurance, it now possessed a fierce, counterattacking capability. My control over energy has become even more refined. Su Chen spread his palm, focusing his intent. A speck of purple lightning danced once more in his palm, more stable and agile than before his awakening. Yet after the immense joy, a wave of icy dread washed over him like a tidal surge. It instantly washed away the smile from his face, sending a fresh layer of cold sweat trickling down his spine. That was too close. Su Chen murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the fragment of tortoise shell beside him. It had completely lost its luster, its surface now marred by several faint scorch marks. He had thought this would be a routine awakening of a martial divine ability perhaps not perfectly suited to his attributes, but undoubtedly precious nonetheless. Who could have imagined that the fragment of the Thunder Soul, which usually lay dormant in his dantian like a lifeless object, would react with such terrifying ferocity? The instantaneous eruption of that purple sea of lightning, threatening to incinerate him from the inside out, and the excruciating agony beyond human endurance recalling each frame of that memory now still sent shivers down his spine. It was like walking through the gates of hell. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Had it not been for the chaotic primordial energy from the tortoise shell fragment acting as a buffer at the last moment, had the system not forcibly redirected the path at the critical juncture, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Severe injury would have been the mildest outcome. Exploding to death or suffering a backlash from the Thunder Soul fragments that damaged his very foundations would have been far more likely. But every cloud has a silver lining. Emerging from the brink of death brought immense rewards, a lightning-based martial divine ability perfectly aligned with his innate talents and limitless potential, far surpassing any ordinary earth-based divine ability. A mix of relief at surviving the ordeal and immense satisfaction made Su Chen exhale a long breath. He carefully tucked away the scorched, retired tortoise shell fragment. This object had an extraordinary origin, perhaps he could uncover its secrets in the future. Outside the window, the city lights burned relentlessly through the night. Su Chen stretched his limbs, feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through his body. A subtle tingling sensation of electricity danced between his muscles, bringing a fresh, powerful vitality. Time to head to the skyworks. He glanced at the time. A full day and night had passed since the auction ended. Yan Yan and Lin Weiwei were probably still there arranging their weapons. Recalling how he'd rushed off that day without a proper explanation, Su Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. The blacksmith's forge at the celestial workshop still blazed fiercely. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched metal, the steamy aroma of quenched steel, and the salty tang of sweat, blending into a rugged, powerful atmosphere. As soon as Su Chen stepped into the break area, a crisp female voice drifted out, tinged with a hint of coaxing and bargaining. "Uncle Zhang, could you make the patterns on these gauntlets a bit more flowing? I want that, well, like clouds chasing the moon." "Yes, that's exactly it." Yan Yan's voice was full of energy as she stood beside the massive workbench, pointing at a spread-out weapon design sketch and gesturing to Uncle Zhang. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Lin Weiwei stood quietly a little further away, arms crossed, seemingly deep in thought. "Master Zhang, if the spine thickness is maintained at this proportion, it might exceed the critical point of the blade's toughness when subjected to high-intensity fire elemental energy infusion. Could we perform a micro-layered forging near the guard, about 3 inches in? To create a localized stress buffer zone?" Uncle Zhang tilted his head to study Yan Yan's blueprint while listening to Lin Weiwei's suggestion, a look of both exasperation and amusement playing on his face. "Good grief, my two young ladies, each of your demands is more meticulous than the last. One seeks artistic vision, the other demands stress analysis. This old man's bones are truly put to the test." The few men assisting nearby chuckled along, clearly at a loss with these two girls both fiercely opinionated yet strikingly different in style. Just then, Su Chen's figure appeared in the doorway, blocking the light streaming in. "Su Chen?" Yan Yan spotted him first, her eyes instantly lighting up like 2 stars ignited. She immediately abandoned the blueprints and Uncle Zhang, flitting over in a few bounds like a cheerful little bird, her face radiant with delight. "You finally showed up. We thought you passed out from practicing at home." Lin Weiwei also turned at the sound, her gaze settling on Su Chen. She gave him a thorough once-over, her eyebrows lifting almost imperceptibly. Her keen senses detected that in just one day, this guy's aura seemed significantly more refined. But she said nothing, merely watching quietly. Cough. Handling some urgent matters. Su Chen cleared his throat. Faced with Yin Yan's enthusiasm and Lin Weiwei's gaze, that lingering pang of guilt he'd just suppressed surfaced again. Urgent matters? What could possibly be so urgent that you'd ignore us? Yin Yan placed her hands on her hips, pouting her lips, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with reproach. You bolted faster than a rabbit at that auction. Weiwei and I were calling after you, but you didn't even respond. You vanished right after the auction ended and didn't even reply to our messages. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Her rapid-fire words carried unmasked concern and hurt. Exactly. Lin Weiwei finally spoke up, her voice carrying that uniquely chilling, deadpan tone. Mr. Busy Bean Su, with his 1,000 tasks a day, naturally couldn't be bothered with us idle loafers. Poor me and Yin Yan, we even made the trip to circle your rental building twice, worried someone might lose their mind over missing the ethereal jade heart. Looks like we were just being overly sentimental. After speaking, she deliberately let out a soft sigh, her eyes glancing at Su Chen with a hint of mockery. This subtle jab made Su Chen's head feel like it was about to explode, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Yin Yan's direct approach was one thing, but Lin Weiwei's double-edged wit was pure psychological warfare. He immediately pressed his palms together in supplication. My fault, my fault. That day I stumbled upon a bargain, snagged something incredibly useful for cultivation. I was itching to try it out, just wanted to get home and test it. I truly didn't mean to leave you guys behind. He forced an expression of utmost sincerity, his lips curling into a helpless, bitter smile. A bargain? Yin Yan eyed him suspiciously from head to toe. Auction items were meticulously inspected by professional appraisers. What bargain could possibly slip through? Surely not that worthless turtle shell you bought? Chapter 44, Sudden Notice. Yin Yan clearly remembered Su Chen snagging that tortoise shell fragment. Lin Weiwei's gaze instantly sharpened, tinged with scrutiny. Yeah, kinda. That one. Su Chen hedged his words. He dared not mention that the broken turtle shell had awakened his martial arts divine ability and nearly cost him his life. That thing's a bit special. It has an amazing effect on the cultivation technique I practice. As soon as I got back, I couldn't resist trying it out. Well, the results were unexpectedly good, and I got a little carried away. Su Chen offered a half-truth, half-joke explanation. Really? Yin Yan saw no deception in his expression. Combined with that faintly different aura about Su Chen, her anger melted away by half. Still, she deliberately kept her little face stern. Oomph. That still won't do. Making us worry is your fault. Yes, it's all my fault. Su Chen adopted an extremely earnest attitude. To show my apology, if there's anything you need help with in your weapon designs, just ask. I promise to give my all, even if it costs me my life. He pounded his chest in assurance. Now that's more like it. Yin Yan instantly transformed her pout into a smile, her large eyes crinkling into crescent moons. You said it. Perfect timing. Weiwei and I are stuck on a few design details. Come help us brainstorm. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Su Chen's arm and pulled him toward the blueprints. Lin Weiwei watched Su Chen stumble as Yin Yan dragged him along, a barely perceptible smile curling the corners of her mouth. I won't die for it, but just don't get bored halfway through and run off. Her sharp tongue remained, but the icy edge had noticeably softened. Uncle Zhang and several blacksmiths who had been watching the whole scene unfold now chuckled good-naturedly. Uncle Zhang scribbled on his sketchpad while chuckling. Haha, youth is truly wonderful. Su Chen felt a bit awkward under the laughter, but his heart relaxed completely. He actually enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. Just as Su Chen was about to offer advice on Yin Yan and the others' weapon designs. Ding dong. Buzz. Ding. 3 distinct phone alerts sounded almost simultaneously. Su Chen, Yin Yan, and Lin Weiwei all froze, instinctively reaching for their pockets or small bags. Uncle Zhang and the other blacksmiths also looked over curiously. The 3 pulled out their phones, lit up their screens, and nearly identical notification interfaces popped up. The source was none other than the long-dormant Longyuan University Class of 2025 freshman group chat. A group-wide notification, in bold font and an unquestionably official tone, sat quietly at the top of the chat. Longyuan University 2025 Freshman Military Training Notice. To all class of 2025 freshmen, following a joint decision by the Academic Affairs Office and the Combat Training Department, this year's Freshman Military Training Basic Skills Enhancement Camp will commence on August 1st and run for 1 month. Training location, Longyuan No. 7 Combat Training Base, Kangwu Mountains. Core objectives, forge resolve, solidify foundations, and develop foundational survival skills, collaborative combat capabilities, and low-intensity confrontation abilities to lay a robust groundwork for formal enrollment. Special note. 1. Military training performance will be incorporated into the comprehensive evaluation of new students, directly impacting subsequent resource allocation and mentor selection. 2. The base environment simulates real wilderness and low-intensity combat zones, presenting inherent risks. Ensure both physical and mental preparedness. 3. Effective immediately, maintain open communication channels and closely monitor subsequent group announcements regarding the military training regulations, equipment checklist, and safety guidelines. 4. Unauthorized absences or failure to meet assessment standards will result in serious consequences, including delayed enrollment or revocation of admission eligibility. Longyuan University looks forward to witnessing your transformation. Longyuan University Academic Affairs Management Center Combat Training Division. August 1st? Kangwoo Mountains? 7th Combat Training Base? Yen Yen was the first to break the silence, her voice slightly strained. Her pretty face instantly fell, the excitement from designing weapons vanishing completely, replaced by utter shock and a barely perceptible hint of fear. Wasn't that a quasi-frontline base near the outer buffer zone of the Wall of Size? Was the school really going this big? Starting with a month of military training at an actual combat base? She instinctively clutched the design blueprints in her hands, her knuckles turning white. As a scion of a prominent family, Yen Yen understood the significance of the Kangwoo Mountains and those numbered bases far more deeply than the average person. This was nothing like the childish military drills of high school marching in step and standing at attention on the playground. Lin Weiwei's face lost its composure. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly as she stared at the phone screen, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the cold phone casing, producing a faint tapping sound. Included in comprehensive evaluation resource allocation mentor selection disqualification. The fierce competition at Longyuan University was something she'd heard about long before, yet she never imagined that the very first step through the campus gates would be such a brutal selection process. Chen was also staring at his phone screen, his pupils slightly contracting. Kangwoo Mountains. Combat Training Base Number 7. Near the buffer zone of the Wall of Size. The combination of these locations conveyed a single message: this was no ordinary military training. It was a paramilitary survival trial, simulating conditions close to a real battlefield. The danger level far exceeded her imagination. The phrase involved certain risks in the notification seemed far too understated to Chen. Forging willpower, solidifying foundations. Chen silently acknowledged Longyuan University truly lived up to its reputation. Using this method to screen and temper freshmen was brutal, yet effective. Only those who survived a month in that place and earned a passing grade truly earned their ticket to this elite institution. Pressure surged like icy tides, instantly flooding his heart. Yet beneath this weight and shock, a starkly different, searing excitement erupted from the deepest recesses of Chen's soul like suppressed magma. Live fire training ground. Low-intensity combat. Danger? Yes. Unprecedented danger. But wasn't this the perfect crucible to test the power of his newly awakened martial divine ability? The passive defense enhancement, the thunderous force that automatically counterattacks when ambushed, its true limits could never be fully grasped in a safe environment. Only under genuine pressure, true confrontation, or even the brink of life and death could this newly acquired power be fully unleashed, mastered, and even elevated. Danger and opportunity were always two sides of the same coin. Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Yen Yen and Lin Weiwei, who remained immersed in shock and worry. Combat Training Base, Kangwoo Mountains. Chen's voice was not loud, yet it reached Yen Yen and Lin Weiwei clearly, carrying an unusual calmness and a hint of indescribable anticipation. Looks like our vacation is ending early. Chapter 45, Training Commences. The lively atmosphere within the skyworks seemed frozen solid by that icy notification. Uncle Zhang unconsciously adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with worry. The Wall of Size was right on the front lines near the Abyss battlefield. His gaze swept over Chen's tightly gripped phone screen, then shifted to Yen Yen and Lin Wei's slightly pale faces. That place was deeply unnatural, this was no joke. Uncle Zhang, Chen took a deep breath. He lifted his head, his gaze unusually resolute, even carrying a sharp intensity that felt unfamiliar to Uncle Zhang. The threshold of Longyuan had never been one to be crossed comfortably. This month served as both a pledge of loyalty and a sharpening stone. He paused, his gaze sweeping over his two companions. Worry was useless, fear was even more so. The only thing left to do now was prepare. With 20 days remaining, sharpen themselves to a razor's edge. Prepare? Yen Yen snapped her head up, the lingering fear in her eyes not yet fully faded, but ignited by a spark of resolve in Chen's unwavering, decisive tone. Yes, prepare. Chen nodded forcefully, his gaze as hardened as a tempered blade. Uncle Zhang, our dear, I'm counting on you. Make sure it's ready before we leave. His gaze shifted to Yen Yen and Lin Wei. Yen Yen, Wei, don't waste these 20 days. Train what needs training, break through what needs breaking through. Over there, every ounce of strength could be the capital that saves your life. Lin Weiwei said nothing, merely turning off her phone screen with a crisp, decisive motion. Her face had regained its usual calm as she gave Chen a slight nod. Yen Yen took a deep breath, vigorously rubbing her stiff cheeks to force away the lingering fear. She clenched her small fist. All right. Let's do this. It's just a combat training ground. Who's afraid of who? Uncle Zhang, my flowing cloud chasing the moon depends on you. Ha! Good. That's the spirit. Uncle Zhang watched as the fighting spirit reignited in the three youths' eyes, and the heavy weight of worry in his heart seemed to lift slightly. Leave the gear to us. You focus on training. 20 days slipped by in a flash, drenched in sweat, focused determination, and a silent urgency. When Su Chen, Yan Yan, and Lin Weiwei reunited at the school's designated gathering point in the eastern suburbs, they all saw the obvious changes in each other. Yan Yan wore a form-fitting dark gray tracksuit. Her once slightly delicate figure had become more taut and fluid, like a sleek cat poised to strike. A bulging, meticulously packed military backpack strapped to her back, while the moon-chasing blade in its moon-white scabadorn hung from her waist. Her cheeks still held a faint flush from the long journey, but her breath was steady and deep, her eyes shining with astonishing intensity. Spotting Su Chen and Lin Weiwei, she immediately waved excitedly and jogged over. Su Chen! Weiwei! Look! Like showing off a treasure, she gently released a sliver of her aura. An energy fluctuation far more refined, robust, and infused with a light, sharp intent than before instantly spread out. It was the signature aura of a 4-star warrior. Wow! Yan Yan, you've broken through. Su Chen's admiration was genuine. He could feel the qualitative change in Yan Yan's aura clearly. She had put in grueling effort these past 20 days. Lin Weiwei maintained her usual cool demeanor, her dark training uniform spotless. She carried a similarly bulging yet exceptionally neat backpack, with her jet-black cold abyss sword wrapped in a custom canvas sheath slung diagonally across her back. Facing Yan Yan's display, she gave a slight nod, her cool voice echoing, "I've also broken through to a 4-star martial artist." Then, she turned her gaze to Su Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of subtle inquiry. Su Chen smiled, deliberately holding back his aura. He too carried a massive military backpack, with the dark purple scabbard of his Jingshi blade suspended at his waist. Yet Lin Weiwei keenly sensed that Su Chen stood there, seemingly fused with his surroundings, yet emanating an indescribable, weighty presence like an unsheathed treasure blade. Awesome! We're both 4 stars now. Yan Yan nearly jumped for joy, this undoubtedly adding a layer of confidence to the impending peril. She leaned closer to Su Chen, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Su Chen, how's your new ability coming along? You know, that thing you snagged? Su Chen's lips curved slightly. He didn't answer directly, merely giving a light tap to the cold scabbard of Jingjia at his waist. You'll see when the time comes. Just then, the roar of massive engines grew louder from the distance. One after another, military green camouflaged heavy transport buses, bulky, rugged, and brimming with industrial might, rolled into the assembly square like steel behemoths. Their sides bore the Dragon Abyss University emblem and the white designation New Recruit 07. All new recruits. Locate your designated vehicle according to the signage. Board immediately. Maintain silence. The drill instructor's cold, rigid commands blared through the loudspeaker. The crowd began to stir. Su Chen and his 2 companions quickly located bus 073. But just as they were about to board, an instructor wearing an armband stepped in front of them. Hold on. The instructor's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the trio. His eyes lingered a moment longer on the long knife at Su Chen's waist and the sword strapped to Lin Weiwei's back before he stated matter-of-factly. Yan Yan, Lin Wei, you're female. Proceed to bus 072. Training is segregated by gender. Move it. Yan Yan and Lin Weiwei froze simultaneously. A look of reluctance flashed across Yan Yan's face. Ha? Separate? But Su Chen. Carry out the order. The instructor's voice suddenly turned stern, leaving no room for discussion. Lin Weiwei gently tugged Yan Yan's arm, shaking her head silently. Her cool gaze fixed on Su Chen. See you at the base. Got it. See you at the base. Take care. Su Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over his 2 companions, silently urging them. Yan Yan could only pout, glancing back every few steps as she and Lin Weiwei walked toward the nearby bus 072. Su Chen took a deep breath, shouldered his heavy pack, and boarded the dimly lit compartment of bus 073. The compartment reeked of new plastic and engine oil, its seats narrow and hard. Most seats were already occupied by unfamiliar young faces, most tense and silent. Su Chen scanned the cabin and quickly found an empty window seat near the back row, already occupied by someone. It was a chubby little guy wearing a brand new training uniform that was clearly a size too big, making his round belly look comically constricted. He was currently buried in a large bag of potato chips, crunching away with gusto, crumbs smudging the corners of his mouth. At his feet sat an oversized backpack, bulging to the point of bursting. Its zipper hung open, revealing a crammed interior filled with assorted snack bags, chocolate bars, beef jerky, vacuum-sealed marinated eggs, and even a few cans of energy drinks. Chapter 46, Little Fatso Wang Fugue. Su Chen sat down in the empty seat beside him, shoving his heavy backpack into the cramped space at his feet and resting Jingjia horizontally across his knees. The little chubby boy sensed someone sitting down beside him. With his mouth stuffed full, he lifted his head, revealing a round, baby-fat face. His small eyes widened as he stared intently at Su Chen. The moment his gaze landed on the ancient-looking blade resting on Su Chen's lap with its deep, dark scabbard that screamed extraordinary, his eyes lit up instantly, and he even forgot to chew. Whoa! Dude! That sword is seriously awesome. The chubby kid exclaimed, his words muffled as potato chip crumbs sprayed out. He frantically shoved the remaining chips into his mouth, wiped his face hastily, and enthusiastically reached out to Su Chen, his face plastered with a familiar smile.
Let's get acquainted. My name's Wang Fugue. Wang as in great king, Fugue as in great wealth and honor. What's your name, brother? Where are you from?
That sword's clearly a treasure.
Custom made, right? How many spirit stones did it cost?
His mouth opened like a floodgate, questions pouring out at lightning speed, droplets nearly splattering onto Su Chen's face, accompanied by a strong aroma of grilled potato chips.
Su Chen frowned slightly, subtly shifting his body to avoid the overly enthusiastic spittle and odor.
He simply extended his hand for a brief touch.
Su Chen, Star Sea City. His reply was concise, unwilling to engage further. Star Sea City?
Wang Fugue's small eyes widened even more, his voice suddenly rising so high it drew glances from several freshmen ahead.
Holy! You're Su Chen, the martial arts top scorer from Star Sea City? The guy who blew everyone else away in the college entrance exam practical test? My god! An idol!
He nearly leapt out of his seat, his eyes fixed on Su Chen with undisguised adoration and a desperate desire to curry favor.
Yeah, that's me. Su Chen felt a bit awkward at his exaggerated reaction. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. From now on, you're like my own brother.
Wang Fugue grabbed Su Chen's arm, his chubby face plastered with flattery and pleading. Your humble servant, Wang Fugue, a peak 4-star martial artist. I specialize in logistics support and strategic observation. Once we're at the base, please look out for me, Brother Chen. This little brother is delicate and fragile, can't handle rough treatment. If you point east, I won't go west. If you beat the dog, I won't chase the chicken. My backpack's packed with snacks, help yourself anytime. He patted his backpack stuffed with snacks, swearing solemnly. Su Chen felt a bit uncomfortable being grabbed like that and reluctantly pulled his arm back.
We'll talk about it at the base.
Military training has its rules, they might not be able to accommodate us.
No, Brother Chen.
Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I may not have other skills, but my awareness is top-notch.
Running errands, handling chores, gathering intel, I'm lightning fast. Just take me under your wing.
Wang Fugue wouldn't let it go, chattering on and on about his value from his family's chain supermarket network to his connections with a certain logistics manager who could get him good stuff.
His smooth talking was so relentless it gave Su Chen a headache.
Su Chen simply closed his eyes, leaning against the cold car window and feigning sleep, ignoring the chattering little chubby beside him.
Seeing his idol ignore him, Wang Fugue remained undeterred.
He opened another packet of beef jerky, muttering under his breath about how terrible the base rations must be and how he needed to stock up. He continued munching away, his small eyes occasionally stealing glances at the coveted treasure blade resting on Su Chen's lap. The bus traveled for a long time in silence and oppression. The scenery outside the window gradually shifted from bustling cities to desolate mountain wilderness. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, and the vegetation transformed from lush greenery to a deep, oppressive shade. In the distance, a massive, heavy, gray-black shadow loomed across the horizon, radiating a heart-stopping weight.
The wall of sighs. It was drawing ever closer. The atmosphere inside the cabin grew increasingly tense.
Most of the newcomers paled, silently watching the increasingly unfamiliar, savage-looking scenery outside the window. Finally, the bus jolted violently a few times before coming to a slow halt. The heavy doors hissed open. Bus 073. All disembark. Form ranks. The instructor's command boomed from outside, loud yet icy. The freshmen scrambled to their feet like startled rabbits, grabbing their luggage and crowding toward the exit. Wang Fugue scrambled to hoist his enormous snack-filled backpack, flashing a fawning smile at Su Chen. Brother Chen, I'll follow you.
Su Chen said nothing.
He hoisted his own pack, gripped the jingshi on his knee, and followed the crowd off the bus. Outside lay a vast plaza of steel and concrete. The ground was hard and cold, scarred with tracks and tire imprints. The air carried a tang of rust, dust, faint motor oil, and an indescribable, damp, fishy stench. Towering steel walls, studded with sharp barbs and searchlights, encircled the entire base like the icy fangs of a colossal beast. In the distance, muffled gunfire and beast-like growls echoed faintly. A sudden gust of biting wind swept in, carrying a chill that seemed to taste of rust, sending a shiver down every new recruit's spine. Welcome to the training base, recruits. A voice sounded, gentle in tone yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At the front of the formation stood a young officer of average height, dressed in a crisp training uniform, his face adorned with a gentle smile. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with an ordinary, even somewhat scholarly appearance. His lips curved in a slight smile, yet his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your direct squad leader for the next month. My code name is Grey Wolf. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. Against the backdrop of the surrounding cold steel, his gentle smile seemed somewhat eerie. No need to be nervous. As long as you follow the rules, things won't be too rough under my watch. His gaze swept over the slightly disorganized ranks of new recruits. It lingered briefly on Wang Fugui's bulging backpack and Su Chen's long knife at his waist, his smile seeming to deepen. Squad leader, good day. The new recruits shouted in unison, though their voices were uneven. Wang Fugui bellowed the loudest, his face plastered with an ingratiating grin, as if he'd found a powerful ally. Good. Very good. Squad leader Grey Wolf nodded approvingly, his smile still gentle. Now, to help everyone adapt to base life more quickly and for safety reasons, I ask all new students to temporarily hand over all personal belongings for safekeeping. He gestured toward the rows of cold, open metal lockers lining the empty space beside them. All communication devices, electronic gadgets, personal weapons, non-issued medications, food. And anything that might interfere with training or pose a safety risk, everything. Immediately. Place them inside. I will temporarily hold the keys. Rest assured, the base will safeguard your belongings properly. His tone was gentle, yet carried an unquestionable command. What? Hand them over? Even personal weapons? My phone, my meds, my snacks. The new recruit squad erupted in an instant, a roar of protest. Especially those carrying heirloom weapons or specialized gear, their faces turned pale. Wang Fugui's smile froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. He instinctively clutched his backpack stuffed with snacks as if it were his lifeline, eyes bulging wide, mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. The half-chewed beef jerky he'd been munching dropped with a clatter onto the cold concrete floor, gathering dust. Su Chen's heart also sank sharply at the words private weapons. His grip on the scabbard of the Vejingja blade tightened unconsciously. The cold, hard sensation radiating through his palm felt like a silent protest against the order. Sergeant Grey Wolf's gentle smile remained unchanged, but the sharp gleam in his hawk-like eyes, like icy blades, slowly swept across the restless crowd. What? Any objections? His voice remained calm, yet it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire square by several degrees. Chapter 47, Sanlon's Rules. Sergeant Grey Wolf's gentle smile remained fixed on his face, yet wherever his hawk-like eyes swept, the new recruits felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. The clamor died abruptly, like a duck with its throat clamped shut. The brief, deathly silence was shattered by a voice brimming with anger and arrogance, like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, abruptly breaking the oppressive quiet. I refuse to accept this. The crowd parted, revealing a tall youth clad in a custom-made training uniform of obvious high value. His handsome face bore the distinctive nobility of a scion from a distinguished family. Now, his brows were furrowed, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at Sergeant Grey Wolf, his expression brimming with defiance. Why should we hand over our personal belongings? The young man's voice boomed with accusation. I am Lin Outyen of the Lin family of the Imperial Capital. A great talent, Crimson Flame Dragon Vein, peak 5-star martial artist. He deliberately released a sliver of his aura. An energy wave scorching, domineering, carrying the roar of a dragon instantly spread out. Several new recruits nearby instinctively took a step back, their faces etched with awe. Peak 5-star martial artist. A great talent. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly, a chill running through his heart. Heroes of the world truly were as numerous as fish crossing the river. He had believed his own peak 6-star martial artist prowess unmatched, yet here he encountered a 5-star peak A-tier talent in the blink of an eye. This Longyuan University truly was a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden. His grip on the blade tightened further as his gaze turned solemn toward the center of the arena. The Lin family of the Imperial Capital, they were a true aristocratic clan. 5-star peak. A class talent. Good heavens, how old is he? This is going to be a show. The class monitor can't possibly refuse such a genius, right? A wave of stifled gasps and murmurs rippled through the freshman squad. Eyes fixed on Lin Outyen brimmed with envy and a hint of anticipation. The smile on class leader Grey Wolf's face remained utterly unchanged, not even a flicker in his eyes. He regarded Lin Outyen, who stood before him with the fierce, proud demeanor of a young dragon, as though observing a child who hadn't yet grasped the rules. Oh? The Lin family of the Imperial Capital? An A-grade talent? A 5-star martial artist at the peak? Sun Long repeated the words slowly, his tone so flat it betrayed no emotion. Impressive, is it? You. Lin Outyen flushed crimson at this dismissive retort, feeling profoundly insulted. His status as a direct descendant of the Lin family, his talent and strength he prided himself on, all seemed worthless in the other's eyes. The base's rules were the rules. Sun Long, the squad leader, maintained his gentle smile, yet his voice carried an unquestionable authority. Don't think that just because you're at the peak of 5 stars, or even 6 stars, or 7 stars, you can ignore my rules here. Now, put down your things and fall in line. Arrogant. Lin Outyen was utterly enraged. Never in his life had anyone dared to show him such contempt. I'll see what qualifies you to set the rules. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His foot slammed down hard, instantly cracking the hard concrete floor into a spiderweb of fissures. His entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, trailing a scorching wave of heat as he charged straight at Sergeant Grey Wolf. His right fist, enveloped in crimson dragon flame energy, tore through the air with a deep, rumbling roar, aiming straight for the gentle smile on Sanglong's face. Even before the fist landed, the scorching, overbearing fist wind already made the freshmen in the front row feel a stinging pain on their skin. Fast. Fierce. Precise. The furious strike of a peak 5-star martial artist carried terrifying might. All the freshmen held their breath, hearts pounding in their throats. Wang Fuguei instinctively covered his eyes, yet couldn't resist peeking through his fingers, muttering under his breath. It's over. It's over. Blood's gonna be spilled. Facing this punch powerful enough to shatter stone, the Sunlun squad leader's smile didn't even waver. He didn't retreat a single step, merely raising his right hand casually. The motion appeared slow, almost careless. Just as Lin Outyan's crimson flaming fist closed within half a foot of his face, that raised right hand snapped forward with teleportation-like precision, seizing Lin Outyan's wrist. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Lin Outyan's forward momentum, as fierce as a raging beast, collided with an invisible mountain and halted abruptly. The ferocious expression on his face froze instantly, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. He felt his wrist clamped down by an icy, iron-hard vice. That seemingly casual grip contained power like an abyss, leaving him utterly unable to budge his opponent even an inch. The force is acceptable, but the speed is too slow. Your Yuan force circulation is flashy but lacking substance. Sanglong's gentle voice rang out, tinged with a hint of appraisal, as if offering guidance to a junior. Not a single vein bulged on his right hand as it held Lin Outyan's wrist effortless and composed. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Sanglong class leader merely gave his wrist an utterly casual flick and flick. Ugh! Lin Outyan felt an irresistible, overwhelming force surge through his arm and engulf his entire body. He felt like a rag doll tossed aside by an adult, his feet leaving the ground as he soared into the air. Thud! A heavy, heart-stopping thud. Lin Outyan's towering frame slammed like a cannonball onto the hard, cold concrete floor 7 or 8 meters away. The immense impact caused his body to bounce violently once before collapsing like a pile of mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, only to spew a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Instant kill. A true one-handed instant kill. A 5-star Pika rank talent couldn't even withstand a single move before Tsunglong, the squad leader. No, he hadn't even earned the right to make the opponent fight seriously. The entire plaza fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the new recruits stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the young squad leader who remained standing where he was, a gentle smile on his face, his right hand still held in the casual motion of a throw. Sunlong slowly withdrew his hand, lightly brushing away non-existent dust. His gaze swept over the frozen ranks of freshmen, his smile seeming to grow even gentler. Buzz! A terrifying aura erupted from Sanglong class leader tenfold, 100-fold more powerful than Lin Outyan's, like a slumbering beast awakening without warning. This aura was as heavy as mountains, as sharp as blades, carrying a thick, blood-soaked killing intent. Several new recruits standing too close felt their legs give way, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. A martial artist and one far beyond their wildest imaginings. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Sanglong's gentle voice rang out beneath the oppressive aura, clear to every ear. Wei Zhua, 5th-tier martial artist at peak strength. For the next month, I will set the rules for you. Chapter 48, The True Challenger. 5th-tier martial master. Those words struck like a sledgehammer, pounding relentlessly against each heart. The power Wei Zhua had just displayed, coupled with his explicit rank, brought nothing but utter despair and suffocating pressure. For these newcomers, a 5th-tier martial artist at the peak of his power was a mountain they could never hope to climb. Chen felt his breath catch, his internal energy seemingly frozen for an instant by this overwhelming pressure. Peak 5th-tier martial artist, was this the caliber of instructors at Lonyuan University? The gravity in his heart reached its peak, yet simultaneously, a fierce fighting spirit and unwillingness to accept defeat surged within him. The gap was immense, but it was not insurmountable. Now, the gaze of Sergeant Grey Wolf swept over Lin Outyan, who lay collapsed on the ground, his face ashen, then slowly trailed over the ranks, now silent as if frozen in fear. His smile remained gentle. Is there anyone else who questions my rules? Silence. Dead silence. Even breathing was deliberately stifled. No one dared meet those eyes, which held a hint of mocking amusement. Just as this suffocating silence threatened to drag on, a figure pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. It was Chen. Shouldering a heavy military pack and with a treasure blade at his waist, he stood not far before Sergeant Grey Wolf. His expression was equally grave, yet his gaze remained uncommonly calm. Oh? Sergeant Grey Wolf's eyebrow lifted imperceptibly, seemingly surprised that someone dared to step forward. His gaze settled on the long blade at Chen's waist, then took in the young man's steady demeanor. A hint of amusement flickered beneath his gentle smile. You too wish to challenge the rules? I dare not challenge the rules. Chen's voice was not loud, yet it rang out clearly, carrying a peculiar penetrating quality. I merely wish to test the strength of a 5th-tier martial master at its peak. Interesting. Sunlong, the squad leader, smiled. This time, his smile seemed a fraction more genuine. State your name, kid. Chen, Starsea City, peak 6-star martial artist. Su Chen answered calmly as he slowly drew the long sword, Jingja, from its scabbard at his waist. As the blade left its sheath, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. Countless intricate purple-gold lightning patterns instantly ignited across its dark surface. A violent thunderous aura exploded outward, faintly resisting the terrifying pressure emanating from Sergeant Grey Wolf. Fine blade. A flicker of admiration flashed in Sun Long's eyes. Come on, let me see if your blade matches your audacity. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Chen moved. Without the grand display of power seen in Lin Outyan, Su Chen's figure blended into the wind like a shadow, moving with an almost eerie speed. Only a faint afterimage remained where he stood, while his true form appeared ghost-like at Sanglong's left side. Awaken, the blade transformed into a deep purple thunderbolt tearing through the air, accompanied by a piercing crackle of electrical arcs, striking directly at the shoulder blade of Sanglong's right arm, the one holding his sword. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. A precise strike aimed directly at the vital point. This single blow perfectly combined speed, power, and the explosive force of lightning attribute elemental energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Sanglong's eyes. Su Chen's speed and explosive power far surpassed those of an ordinary 6-star martial artist. The purple lightning dancing along the blade's edge even made him feel a hint of threat. Yet he remained motionless. Casually raising his left hand, he pressed his index and middle fingers together. With the effortless grace of plucking a flower or brushing a willow branch, he lightly tapped toward the ferociously slashing thunder blade. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Sanglong's 2 fingers landed with pinpoint precision on the spine of the Yijingja blade. The ferocious thunder blade light shattered instantly, as if colliding with an invisible wall of bronze and iron. A terrifying, overwhelming force surged along the blade's length. Su Chen felt an indescribable colossal force surge through him, his palm instantly splitting open as blood spattered. His entire right arm felt as if struck by high-voltage electricity, instantly numb. The blade nearly flew from his grasp. He grunted, his body staggering backward uncontrollably. Yet, the very instant the Grey Wolf Squad leader unleashed the force from his fingertips, an unexpected change occurred. ZZZZT. An extremely thin, almost invisible pale purple aura suddenly flared up at the shoulder blade of Su Chen's right arm where he had been struck. Countless fine purple arcs of electricity erupted like agitated venomous snakes, instantly surging back up along Sanglong's fingertips. A powerful numbing sensation and an eerie feeling of energy corrosion instantly spread from Sanglong's fingertips up his forearm. Ha! For the first time, the ever-present gentle smile on Sergeant Grey Wolf's face showed a noticeable flicker of disturbance. A sharp gleam shot from his eyes, revealing genuine surprise. This bizarre counterattack power had completely caught him off guard. Though the paralysis and erosion were insignificant to his formidable martial artist physique, instantly dispelled by his powerful Yuan energy, it had undeniably breached his defenses and affected him. Just as Sergeant Grey Wolf's movements faltered ever so slightly from this sudden counterforce, Su Chen gritted his teeth against the searing pain and numbness in his right arm. A flash of purple lightning danced in his eyes as his left foot slammed into the ground, halting his retreat with sheer force. His body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Using his waist and abdomen as pivots, he unleashed astonishing rotational force. Clenching his left fist, he violently condensed the remnants of thunderous Yuan power within him, driving the punch toward the exposed gap in Sanglong's squad leader's midsection. The fist sliced through the air with a howling wind, carrying the faint rumble of thunder. This change of tactics was lightning fast. It fully exploited the opponent's momentary hesitation. The timing was masterfully executed. Excellent. Admiration deepened in Sanglong's eyes. This time, he held nothing back. His right hand, which had been hanging at his side, finally moved. His fingers spread wide, palm facing downward, enveloping the space like a vast expanse. With a weighty presence as solid as a mountain, he neither dodged nor retreated, meeting Su Chen's thunderous left fist head-on. Bang! Fist met palm. No earth-shattering explosion erupted, only a deep, muffled thud like a drumbeat. Su Chen felt as though his fist had struck a high-speed, steel fortress. The overwhelming force he had unleashed instantly rebounded, causing his left arm's bones to groan under the strain. A metallic taste filled his throat as a surge of blood rose, only to be forcibly swallowed back down. His entire body recoiled as if struck by a giant hammer, sending him flying backward once more. This time, he flew a full 5 or 6 meters before barely stabilizing himself. Half kneeling on the ground, he propped himself up with the Jingja blade, gasping for breath. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Su Chen's mouth. His right arm was numb, his left arm throbbed with agony, and his chi and blood churned violently within him. The internal injuries were significant. But he had successfully forced Sergeant Grey Wolf to use both hands. Moreover, the passive triggered thunder retribution recoil had even cost the enemy a small disadvantage. The entire plaza once again fell into a deathly silence. If Lin Outyan's crushing defeat had been expected, then Su Chen's brief exchange had delivered an incomparable shock to everyone present. Chapter 49, Collective Punishment. The entire square fell silent once more. If Lin Outyan's crushing defeat had been expected, then Su Chen's brief exchange had delivered an unparalleled shock to the crowd. A 6-star martial artist had managed to withstand 2 strikes from an instructor at the peak of the 5th stage of martial mastery. Not only had he forced the opponent to use both hands, but he had even made the unfathomable squad leader show a look of surprise. This utterly shattered their preconceptions. Bro Su is awesome. Wang Fugue was the first to snap out of it, his face flushing crimson with excitement as he let out a blood-curdling scream, shattering the deathly silence. The other new recruit's gazes toward Su Chen shifted completely, filled with shock and disbelief. Sun Lon, the squad leader, slowly withdrew his hands, examining his left index and middle fingers where the electric arc had struck. A faint tingling sensation lingered on the tips of his fingers. A gentle smile returned to his face, but the look he gave Su Chen now carried genuine respect and admiration. Su Chen, Star Sea City. He murmured the name slowly, nodding. Very good. Exceptional courage, sharp reflexes, and solid foundational blade skills. Most rare of all. His gaze settled on the faint purple aura slowly fading from Su Chen's body. Your defensive counter techniques are quite intriguing. Given time, you will surely achieve greatness. To receive personal praise from a peak 5th-tier martial master was undoubtedly a tremendous honor. A wave of suppressed gasps and envious murmurs rippled through the rookie squad. Yet, Sanglong's tone shifted abruptly, his smile freezing as sharp as ice. But, in the base, rules are rules. Challenging authority, regardless of the reason, must be punished. His gaze swept over Lin Outnian, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, then fixed on Su Chen, who was leaning on his sword, gasping for breath with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His voice rose sharply, carrying an ironclad, unquestionable authority. Lin Outnian. Su Chen. Disregarding discipline and provoking an instructor. Your punishment, fully armed, load-carrying drill. Circumvent the base perimeter security perimeter 5 kilometers. Completed within 30 minutes. 1 minute over the time limit, 1 additional lap. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The outer perimeter of the base. That wasn't flat ground. It was rugged mountain trails littered with gravel, thorns, and possibly even traps. 5 kilometers in full combat gear with extra weight? And timed? This was practically a death sentence. Lin Outyan's already deathly pale face drained completely. He struggled to speak, but the effort aggravated his internal injuries, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. Su Chen wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze still intense. He offered no protest, merely straightening silently. He understood, this was the rule, and a warning shot. Sergeant Grey Wolf's gaze swept over the remaining freshmen like a cold blade, silencing them all. As for you lot. His voice carried undisguised disappointment and icy sharpness. A bunch of useless trash. Watching your comrade challenge authority, did you think it had nothing to do with you? Or were you so scared you lost every shred of warrior spirit? As a collective. One person errs, the entire group suffers. This is ironclad law. Everyone. Full gear. Weighted drill run. 10 kilometers. 1 hour time limit. Now, hand in all personal belongings, go to the warehouse to collect your weights, and get moving. Anyone who falls behind. Anyone who slacks off. You'll face the consequences. Boom. The command boomed like thunder across the silent square. 10 kilometers? 1 hour? Fully armed? That pack must weigh at least 50 kilos. We're done for. This is ING murder. Why the hell are we being punished for someone else's mistake? Despairing wails and angry complaints erupted instantly among the new recruits. But facing Sergeant Grey Wolf's icy, knife-like gaze and the terrifying pressure radiating from his body, all discontent was forcibly swallowed back. No one dared be the next to speak up. Lin Outyan and Su Chen were bloody examples. What the hell are you standing around for? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner? Sergeant Grey Wolf's command cracked like thunder. Like a frightened flock of sheep, the new recruits, faces twisted in misery, scrambled to hoist their heavy military packs. Driven by the instructor's icy glare, they surged chaotically toward the entrance leading beyond the base's cold steel walls toward the rugged mountain path into the unknown. Wails of despair mingled with the clatter of packs and the heavy thud of footsteps, a symphony of hopelessness and helplessness. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the churning blood in his chest. He hoisted his pack onto his shoulders, glanced at Lin Outyan beside him struggling to rise, his face ashen, and without a word, stepped forward first, merging into the dejected line marching toward whatever punishment lay ahead. Sergeant Grey Wolf stood rooted to the spot, watching the group depart like refugees. The gentle smile had vanished from his face, replaced by cold, iron resolve and a barely perceptible trace of disappointment. Rookies, he murmured under his breath, his words dissipating into the rust-tinged chill of the wind. Welcome to the real battlefield. The true forging had only just begun. Heavy marching packs weighed down their shoulders, making breathing difficult. The sky had grown dark, and a light rain had begun to fall without warning. The rugged mountain path was strewn with loose rocks and slippery moss, while howling winds lashed their faces like whips. The new recruits moved like a long snake writhing through the mud, their heavy footsteps, labored gasps, and stifled groans of pain intertwining. Su Chen led the column, his stride heavy with pain and burden yet remarkably steady. With every breath, he strained to summon the faint yet tenacious thunder power within him, repairing the areas severely damaged by Sergeant Grey Wolf. Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Wait for me! Wang Fugui's rotund figure struggled through the mud to catch up, his massive frame now the greatest burden. The weight on his back pressed his face purple, sweat mingling with rainwater caked his features, leaving him looking utterly wretched. Yet his small eyes sparkled with relief at surviving the ordeal and fervent admiration for Su Chen. Brother Chen! You're incredible! That was a peak 5th-tier martial master. You actually forced him to use both hands. And you even made his fingers go numb. Holy crap! I, Wang Fugui, am following you for life. You're like my own brother. Wang Fugui panted heavily, his voice sounding comically strained through the downpour as he continued his flattery. Su Chen shot him a glance but said nothing, merely adjusting his breathing before refocusing on the path ahead and the recovery within his body. Seeing Su Chen ignore him, Wang Fugui didn't lose heart. His eyes darted around, and a sly grin spread across his face. He lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. Brother Chen, feeling tired? Hungry? Need some energy boost? I guarantee it's something you won't find anywhere in the base. As he spoke, under Su Chen's slightly puzzled gaze, Wang Fugui's chubby hand made an extremely discreet swipe through the air. Buzz! An incredibly faint, almost imperceptible spatial ripple rippled out from his fingertips. Instantly, his hand seemed to reach into an invisible pocket. When he withdrew it, he clutched a large piece of braised beef wrapped in greasy paper, its enticing aroma wafting out. The rich, savory scent stood out starkly against the cold, drizzling rain. Chapter 50, The Universe in His Sleeve. Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He halted abruptly, staring in disbelief at the still steaming beef in Wang Fugui's hand, then at his own empty hand, holding nothing but rainwater. Where did you pull that from? Su Chen's voice trembled with shock. Hadn't everything been confiscated? Wang Fugui chuckled smugly, his chubby face alight with cunning. He swiftly shoved the beef into Su Chen's hand, then made a series of rapid, oily gestures in the air. This time, Su Chen saw it clearly. As his fingers moved, it seemed as though a palm-sized, extremely unstable micro-space rift had opened in the air. Several perfectly packaged compressed biscuits and a small bag of individually wrapped marinated eggs were swiftly pulled out. Haha, Brother Chen, I totally forgot to introduce myself. Wang Fugui lowered his voice, leaning close to Su Chen's ear with a hint of pride. Your humble servant, Wang Fugui. A peak 4-star martial artist, no doubt, but my true specialty is this. He pointed his stubby finger at the void where he'd just retrieved the items. S-class talent, Pocket Universe. Comes with its own miniature space. Not huge, but more than enough to stash some snacks and drinks. Hand it over? Heh, what we hand over is just a smokescreen. The good stuff? That's for us to enjoy. S-rank talent. Spatial ability. Even Su Chen, with his iron will, was jolted by this sudden revelation. He looked down at the warm braised beef and snacks in his hands, then shifted his gaze to the seemingly harmless, even slightly sleazy little chubby boy before him. His eyes changed completely. Those who made it into Longyuan University were never ordinary. This chubby kid who'd spent the entire journey eating, sucking up, and whining about being delicate and needing protection. He possessed such a rare and powerful S-class spatial talent. The value of this ability in logistical support and strategic mobility was simply immeasurable. S-class spatial talent. Su Chen drew in a sharp breath of the icy air, suppressing the shock surging within him. As he met Wang Fugui's smug gaze, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. You've kept that well hidden, Wang Fugui. This talent is far more valuable than mere combat prowess. Heh, low-key, low-key. Flattered by Su Chen's praise, Wang Fugui rubbed his hands together, his small eyes narrowing to slits. But that's all thanks to Brother Chen looking out for me. From now on, we'll work together. You handle the front lines, I'll manage logistics. No more hunger or cold. That pig feed at the base? We don't need it. Just as Wang Fugui was smugly planning his future bliss, a cold voice thick with venom and scorn snaked up from the muddy mountain path beside them. Ha! A country bumpkin who thinks he's something special after dodging a couple of blows from the instructor with a bit of cunning and luck. A useless fatso who only knows how to stash snacks and suck up. What a perfect match. Su Chen and Wang Fugui both turned their heads simultaneously. There stood Lin Outyen, barely keeping pace as two assistant instructors practically dragged him along. Soaked to the bone, his training uniform caked in mud and blood, his face as pale as paper, and traces of dried blood still clinging to the corners of his mouth, he looked utterly wretched. Yet the eyes fixed on Su Chen burned with venom and jealousy, almost spitting fire. He dared not direct his hatred toward that Sunlung squad leader, whose unfathomable strength had left him gravely injured. Instead, he poured all his humiliation and rage onto Su Chen, who had equally humiliated him before everyone. Su Chen, from Starsea City? Ha! A bumpkin from some godforsaken backwater town I've never even heard of. Lin Outyen gasped, his voice hoarse yet dripping with scorn. You think holding out 2 moves against the squad leader makes you special? He just took pity on you and went easy. Think you're some kind of big shot? A 6-star trash like you, and you dare put on airs in front of me? His venomous gaze pinned Su Chen's face, as if he could tear him apart with his eyes alone. "This beating today, this 5-kilometer run, all thanks to you. Just you wait. Once my injuries heal, I'll have all the time in the world to deal with you. I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing the Lin family of the imperial capital." Wang Fuguei shuddered at Lin Outyan's murderous glare, instinctively shrinking behind Su Chen. The moment Lin Outyan spoke, Su Chen's gaze turned completely icy. He didn't immediately retort, nearly meeting Lin Outyan's eyes filled with venom with calmness, even indifference. His gaze held no anger, no fear, only an abyssal calm and a barely perceptible trace of pity, as if observing a pitiful creature all bark and no bite. This silent disregard felt more humiliating to Lin Outyan than any fiery words. He felt like a clown, putting on a desperate performance while the other wouldn't even deign to give him a proper look. "What are you staring at? You country bumpkin!" Driven nearly mad by Su Chen's unflinching gaze, Lin Outyan staggered forward, jabbing a finger at Su Chen's nose, his voice sharp and shrill. "You think I won't? Lin Outyan!" The icy rebuke thundered like a bolt of lightning. One of the assistant instructors, who had been standing silently beside them like a towering pillar, suddenly stepped forward. His cold gaze pierced Lin Outyan like steel needles. "Still got the energy to yell? Looks like your injuries aren't too bad? Add another kilometer. Execute immediately." All the rage and vicious words choking Lin Outyan's throat were instantly silenced. Under the assistant instructor's icy glare, he could only emit a muffled, resentful grunt, like a rooster with its throat clamped shut. Roughly shoved by another assistant instructor, he staggered forward, struggling to keep moving. "Put! What a brainless fool!" Wang Fuguei watched Lin Outyan's retreating figure being dragged away, spitting contemptuously under his breath. "Can't beat the instructor, so you come take it out on Brother Chen? Is that the caliber of the Lin family from the capital? What a disgrace to the aristocratic families!" He turned his head, plastering on a fawning smile as he shoved a pickled egg into Su Chen's hand. "Brother Chen, ignore that mad dog. Let's just eat. Replenishing our strength is what matters." Su Chen accepted the warm egg, his gaze drifting from Lin Outyan's disappearing figure in the rain. A cold glint flickered briefly in the depths of his eyes. "Trouble. How could I run into such an idiot on my very first day? The Lin family of the imperial capital?" Silently, he peeled open the egg wrapper and popped the warm egg white into his mouth. The salty, savory flavor spread across his palate. As he chewed, Su Chen felt the restorative power within him stir slightly, stimulated by the food's energy. When the enemy comes, meet them head-on. When water comes, block it with earth. Within this base in the Kangwu Mountains, strength was the only currency that mattered. Lin Outyan? Just another whetstone to sharpen his edge. He lifted his gaze toward the path ahead, steeper, muddier, seemingly endless. Sweat mingled with rainwater trickled down his resolute jawline. "Let's go." Su Chen's voice was calm and unruffled as he took the first step, plunging back into the icy curtain of rain. Wang Fuguei hurriedly responded, stumbling along behind. On the muddy mountain path, only 2 sets of footprints, deep and shallow, were left behind, quickly blurred and washed away by the rain. Not far behind them, within the dense forest on the hillside, a figure holding an umbrella stood like a ghost. Sergeant Grey Wolf's piercing gaze cut through the rain, taking in everything that had just transpired. A faint, inscrutable curve touched the corners of his mouth. The Lin family of the imperial capital, masters of spatial talent, and this kid named Su Chen. Things were getting more and more interesting. Chapter 51, The Ingenious Use of Burdens. Cold rain lashed mercilessly against the muddy mountain path. The heavy load pressed down relentlessly on his shoulders. With every breath, Su Chen felt a stabbing pain in his lungs and tasted the heavy scent of blood. The spot on his right shoulder blade, struck by Sergeant Grey Wolf, still throbbed with tearing agony. Gritting his teeth, he inched forward step by step. Rainwater streamed down his body, its icy touch jolting Su Chen with a faint glimmer of clarity. Wang Fuguei huffed and puffed behind him, his chubby face a blur of rainwater and sweat, his eyes filled with utter despair for the road ahead. "Brother Chen, how much farther?" Wang Fuguei's voice trembled with near tears. His S-class spatial talent was utterly useless against this raw, physical torment. Su Chen offered no reply. His gaze pierced the rain curtain, fixed intently on the faintly visible red flag at the mountain pass ahead, the 5-kilometer finish line. Time blurred in his nearly stagnant consciousness, yet he knew he must reach it. With just a few dozen meters left to the finish line, he mustered his last ounce of strength for a final sprint. Ding! A cold, abrupt, emotionless mechanical voice sounded without warning deep within Su Chen's mind. Detected traces of high-threat mutated creature, Shadow Panther coordinates, northwest of current location, 17 kilometers in a straight line. Marked. Random mission triggered, the hunter. Objective, independently kill or land the finishing blow on the mutated Shadow Panther. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward, +10 to cultivation progress of the Lightning Punishment Immortal Sutra. Failure penalty, none. The system prompt felt like ice water poured over his head, instantly jolting Su Chen's consciousness, already muddled by excruciating pain and exhaustion, back to clarity. Shadow Panthers? High-threat mutated creatures? Right nearby? A hunting mission? The sheer volume of information assaulted his nerves. The system's reward was incredibly tempting, a cultivation technique but a mere 10 points of progress? Without special environmental aid, Chen had spent nearly a month barely scraping together less than 2 progress points. Damn this timing. Chen snapped his head up. The crimson flag at the finish line flickered indistinctly through the rain, mere steps away. Sergeant Grey Wolf, his stern figure shielded by an umbrella, stood like a rock at the observation post beside the finish line. His piercing gaze cut through the rain, locked firmly on Chen. The system's mission coordinates, like a ghostly beacon radiating deadly allure, were etched clearly onto his mental map, 17 kilometers northwest. Beyond the base's designated security perimeter lay absolute forbidden territory. Unauthorized departure from the squad to venture into uncleared zones constituted a capital offense under base protocol, punishable by immediate dismissal. Puff, puff. Chen's breathing suddenly grew heavy and chaotic, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He thought calmly for a moment military orders were as unyielding as mountains, and Sergeant Grey Wolf was right before him. Unauthorized action would have unimaginable consequences. Moreover, with his current severe injuries, hunting a shadow panther renowned for its speed and elusiveness carried terrifyingly high risks. Brother Chen! We're here! We made it! Wang Fugui's triumphant shouts exploded in his ears as he scrambled across the finish line, collapsing into the mud like a dying fish. Chen, spurred by Wang Fugui's shouts, staggered across the symbolic red line almost by sheer willpower. The time, 29 minutes and 51 seconds. His legs buckled, and he scrambled to brace himself against the base wall beside him, barely avoiding a fall. He gasped for breath as the icy rain washed over his burning body and muddled thoughts. Time, 29 minutes and 51 seconds. Chen, 5-kilometer punishment completed. Sunlong's icy voice rang out like a verdict, clear above the rain. He walked slowly, umbrella in hand, toward Lin Outyen, who lay collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Lin Outyen had been dragged across the finish line by an assistant instructor at the 32nd minute mark. His face was as pale as gold foil, his breath faint as a thread, lacking even the strength to groan. Lin Outyen, 2 minutes over time. Per regulations, 2 additional laps as punishment. Execute immediately. Sergeant Grey Wolf's words held no warmth whatsoever. Lin Outyen's body convulsed violently. His eyes brimmed with despair and venom, yet he lacked even the strength to protest. 2 assistants roughly hauled him up and tossed him back onto the muddy mountain path like a discarded sack. Watching Lin Outyen's pitiful figure vanish into the rain, Wang Fugui patted his chest in lingering fear before his face twisted into smug satisfaction. Serves him right. That bastard deserved it for his sharp tongue. Chen ignored Wang Fugui's schadenfreude, gasping for breath as he felt the surging qi and blood within him, along with the excruciating pain in his bones and muscles. Yet, just as he channeled his energy to soothe his wounds, an imperceptible shift occurred. Ding! Detected host breaking through limits with special weight-bearing equipment. Cultivation progress of Thunderbolt's Unvanquished Sutra increased by 2. The cold system notification sounded like a thunderclap, exploding within his exhausted consciousness. What? Chen's eyes snapped wide open. In disbelief, he sensed the subtle shift within his body. Just this brief period of weight training had saved him nearly a month's worth of cultivation time. This weight-bearing gear actually possessed the extraordinary effect of aiding cultivation and accelerating technique execution? This discovery struck like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, instantly illuminating Chen's mind. He had previously regarded the weight training as pure torment, never imagining it concealed such profound secrets. Longyuan Martial University truly was no ordinary institution. The immense thrill instantly overshadowed the physical pain and his lingering doubts about the system's quest. The value of this weight-bearing gear, in a way, was even more tempting than the system quests it offered a sustainable, steady path to improvement. A fiery light blazed in Chen's eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he straightened his back abruptly and shouted toward the supervising teaching assistant beside him. Reporting, teaching assistant. Chen requests additional training. 5 kilometers with the weight. The teaching assistant, who had been preparing to shoo Wang Fugui and the others back to complete their 10-kilometer punishment, froze upon hearing this. His sharp gaze instantly locked onto Chen. His face remained expressionless, yet a fleeting trace of astonishment and approval flickered deep within his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected this freshman who had just finished a 5-kilometer punishment while carrying significant injuries to uncover the secrets of the weighted gear so quickly and demonstrate such boldness in volunteering for extra training. Approved. The teaching assistant spat out a single cold word, then turned away from Chen, continuing to urge the wailing Wang Fugui and the others to move on. Brother Chen! Have you lost your mind? Wang Fugui was stunned speechless by Chen's sudden outburst, staring at his pale face and the blood still wet at the corner of his mouth. You're training extra with injuries this bad? Are you out of your mind? He instinctively thought Chen was taking the pressure off him, nearly moved to tears. Brother Chen! You're like my own brother. So loyal. But you don't have to do this. I can handle it. Shut up and keep up. With no time for explanation, Chen barked the order. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he hoisted the heavy weights onto his back and turned to plunge back into the storm-lashed, mud-slinging mountain path. His pace was even faster than when he'd completed his punishment moments before. He was racing to catch up with the group that had already begun their 10-kilometer punishment run. Chapter 52, Sudden Assault. Wang Fuguei watched Su Chen's resolute retreating figure move to tears. "Brother Chen, rest assured. I'll risk my chubby life to never disgrace you." Wiping rain and tears from his face, he huffed and puffed as he pushed forward. Soon, Su Chen caught up with the 10-kilometer punishment squad, struggling through the mud. When the others saw Su Chen reappear in their ranks, carrying the same heavy load, they were stunned. Su Chen? How did he come back? Hadn't he already completed his punishment? Lin Outyen, propped up by 2 teaching assistants and barely hanging on at the rear of the group, saw Su Chen return. His pale face first showed utter bewilderment, then thick with scorn. Oh, look at him trying to win everyone's sympathy. Overconfident fool. Does he really think he's made of iron? Is he trying to get pity or looking for death? Su Chen seemed oblivious to Lin Outyen's taunts. He sped past Lin Outyen, caught up to Wang Fuguei's side, and whispered urgently. "Fuguei, don't overthink it. This isn't about helping you. There's something peculiar about this weighted gear. It accelerates cultivation techniques and tempers the body. It's a rare opportunity. Focus and feel it." Wang Fuguei, who had been deeply moved, froze upon hearing this, his small eyes widening instantly. "Ha? Accelerate cultivation?" He instinctively sensed the yuan power circulating within him, then carefully felt the pressure from the heavy gear on his body. Seconds later, his chubby face erupted with ecstatic light. "Holy crap! It's real! I can actually feel it. My energy's circulating just a tad faster than usual." His gaze towards Su Chen brimmed with admiration. "Bro, you're awesome. You actually noticed that." Big Bro was Big Bro, always observant. His admiration vanished instantly, replaced by pure excitement at this unexpected opportunity. No way, no way. If the boss is pushing this hard, I can't fall behind. I can't let him leave me too far in the dust. Wang Fuguei suddenly seemed pumped up, his chubby body bursting with surprising resilience as he huffed and puffed, picking up his pace. Watching Wang Fuguei's determined effort, Su Chen's lips finally curved into a faint, satisfied smile. Though this guy might be a bit of a coward, his insight and character weren't half bad. The group pressed onward in silence, their heavy breathing the only sound. The rain seemed to ease slightly. But the mountain path remained muddy and treacherous. With the new discovery of weight-bearing cultivation, Su Chen and Wang Fuguei's mindset had completely shifted. They viewed this ordeal as an opportunity for tempering, consciously channeling their cultivation techniques with every step, feeling the subtle yet tangible improvement. Yet, as the group reached a relatively flat but densely wooded mountain hollow, disaster struck. Ah! Help! Beasts! There are beasts! A piercing scream of terror erupted from the front ranks, followed by chaotic shouts, the sharp clang of clashing blades, the thunderous roar of surging energy, and the furious growls of beasts. The entire group instantly descended into chaos. What's happening? A fight broke out up ahead? What kind of demon beast? The new recruits panicked, bringing the line to an abrupt halt as fear spread like a plague. Su Chen and Wang Fuguei's expressions darkened simultaneously. Su Chen's heart sank as he instantly recalled the shadow panther mentioned in the system alert. Had it attacked the group on its own? "Fuguei! Stay close to me!" Su Chen barked, his thunderous yuan power erupting within him. Ignoring the searing pain in his body, his speed surged as he shot toward the center of the commotion like an arrow released from its string. Wang Fuguei, sensing the danger, gritted his teeth and unleashed an agility that belied his bulk, staying right on Su Chen's heels. The two quickly reached the front of the group. The sight before them made Su Chen's pupils contract sharply. A slender, leopard-like demon beast, its entire body covered in dark purple patterned fur and eyes glowing blood red, was moving like a specter, savagely attacking several new recruits. Its speed was astonishingly swift, each strike leaving trails of afterimages. As its claws swept through the air, a shrill tearing sound echoed. It was indeed a mid-stage 7-star mutated beast, the Shadow Leopard. 2 or 3 new recruits already lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies laced with claw marks deep enough to expose bone. Blood stained the muddy earth crimson, their fates unknown. The remaining 5 or 6 new recruits stood back to back, wielding their standard-issue combat knives to form a makeshift defensive circle. Their faces were etched with despair and terror. Their attacks either missed entirely as the Shadow Panther dodged nimbly or left only shallow gashes on its tough hide, inflicting negligible damage. It's a 7-star warrior-level Shadow Panther. Don't panic, everyone. Surround it. Long-range attackers, distract it. Melee fighters, look for openings to strike its wounds. A slightly more composed-looking freshman shouted commands. As the only 5-star martial artist among them, he channeled Earth Yellow Yuan energy into his combat blade, desperately parrying the Shadow Panther's lunge. Crash! The Earth Yellow energy shield shattered instantly. The 5-star newcomer grunted, reeling backward from the immense force, his palm lacerated. The Shadow Panther's crimson eyes locked onto him, letting out a low growl. Its hind legs surged with power, transforming into a dark purple lightning bolt that lunged straight for his throat. Its speed far exceeded the reaction limits of a 5-star martial artist. It's over. Despair filled the 5-star newcomer's eyes. At the critical moment. You beast, dare not run rampant. A cold shout thundered like a crack of lightning. Su Chen's figure appeared before the 5-star newcomer as if teleported. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes as the thunderous yuan power within him erupted without restraint. 10,000 thunder prison bind. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl yet condensed to its absolute limit, exploded in midair, transforming into a thunderous net of electricity. It covered an area of several meters, woven from countless leaping arcs. The net carried immense binding and paralyzing power, descending like a cage upon the charging shadow leopard. This scaled-down version of the 10,000 thunder prison, though far less potent than the full form, excelled in its swift activation and lower energy cost. The Shadow Panther clearly hadn't anticipated this unexpected twist, nor the sudden lightning restraint. A flash of shock and fury flickered in its crimson pupils, but it was too late to change course. Crack! The purple lightning net closed in with pinpoint accuracy, enveloping the Shadow Panther. Violent currents surged through its entire body in an instant. The Shadow Panther let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its fur stood on end, and its lunging motion froze abruptly. The intense numbness and burning sensation caused its body to convulse violently. Hit! Perfect opportunity. Quick! Attack its abdominal wound. The newcomers, seeing this sudden reversal, clutched at it like a lifeline. Despair instantly transformed into wild elation. They roared with fury, channeling their most potent yuan energy. Blades flashed, energy surged, and yuan force shockwaves erupted, all unleashed with reckless abandon toward the shadow leopard, now bound by lightning and temporarily immobilized. Yet, just as this decisive strike was about to land upon the Shadow Panther, enveloped in the purple lightning net and howling in agony, the Shadow Panther's crimson eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie, otherworldly light. Its fur, covered in dark purple patterns, seemed to come alive under the stimulation of the thunder and lightning. Those patterns twisted and flowed like rushing water. The next moment, under the horrified stares of all present, the Shadow Panther's massive form collapsed and faded like melted wax, merging into the violently shimmering shadow cast by the electric grid itself upon the muddy ground. Chapter 53, Risking It All. Whoosh! The shadow leopard vanished completely, leaving behind only a purple lightning net crackling in the air, now utterly empty. Every strike aimed at its belly missed, slamming into the muddy ground instead and sending up waves of muddy spray. Gone? Where did it go? What kind of power is this? The ecstatic expressions on the newcomers' faces froze instantly, morphing into deeper terror and bewilderment. Clutching their weapons, they frantically scanned their surroundings, yet could find no trace of the shadow leopard. Only the cold rain and muddy ground remained. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. He forced his perception to try and capture the shadow leopard's aura, but his severely weakened mental energy, compounded by the torrential rain's interference, could only sense a cold, eerie, and malevolent presence. Like mercury spilling across the ground, it instantly merged into the shadows of everyone around. It had hidden itself concealed within someone's shadow, biding its time to strike a fatal blow. Watch out for the shadows. Su Chen bellowed, his thunderstruck physique surging to full power. A faint purple aura shimmered beneath his soaked combat uniform as his entire being tense like a drawn bowstring, alertness reaching its peak. An invisible, bone-chilling intent to kill coiled around each person's heart like a cold, venomous snake. Stay away from me. Don't come near me. Your shadow. Something's wrong with your shadow. Panic erupted like a plague. The freshmen, who had been huddling together for support, scattered like startled ants from a disturbed nest. Each frantically widened the distance between themselves and others, staring fixedly at their own and others' shadows. Weapons were wildly brandished, eyes filled with suspicion toward companions and utter terror. Chaos instantly engulfed the scene, plunging everyone into a state of self-preservation. Forget mounting a counterattack, basic order itself vanished. Each person feared for themselves, distrusting everyone else. This was precisely the chaotic situation the shadow leopard craved most. Chaos was its prime hunting ground. Everyone calm down. The 5-star new recruit in charge of command bellowed frantically, trying to steady the situation, but to little effect. Fear had already overwhelmed reason. Wang Fugui's face had gone deathly pale too. His chubby body pressed tightly against Su Chen's back as his small eyes darted fearfully between their own shadows and the one beneath their feet. His voice trembled. Brother Chen, is it really in the shadows? Then what about us? Su Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, his psychic energy spreading like a spider web as he strained to sense the pervasive, icy, and eerie malevolence in the air. Hiding consumed energy, it couldn't be sustained forever. Su Chen's voice carried an unusual penetrating quality, drowning out the rain and chaotic screams. It's waiting for an opportunity, waiting for us to completely break down, or waiting for a moment of carelessness to strike a fatal blow. We can't let it succeed. His gaze swept over the terrified freshmen scattering in panic, wary of one another. His mind raced, and a bold plan crystallized instantly. I have a way to force it out. Su Chen's voice was decisive, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What method? The freshman clung to this lifeline, demanding urgently. My innate thunderstrike physique. Su Chen concealed his true condition slightly, his voice deep and solemn. Simultaneously, he released a faint purple aura that enveloped his body. Fine arcs of electricity danced beneath his soaked clothing, emitting a soft crackling sound. The thunderstrike physique can be passively triggered. When attacked, it automatically channels thunder to counterattack. You all witnessed this during my battle with the instructor. His gaze sharpened as he looked at everyone. The shadow leopard hides within shadows, essentially a form of energy attachment. If I actively approach each person's shadow to probe, the moment I touch its hiding spot, it will inevitably trigger a stress response. Either it would be forced to reveal itself and counterattack, or it would be compelled to shift its hiding spot. As long as it moved, we'd have a chance to lock onto it. Oomph. Ridiculous. A voice dripping with scorn cut through the air. Lin Outyen, perched at the edge of the group. His face was deathly pale, yet his gaze remained sharp and cutting. Su Chen. Who do you think you are? A martial artist? With your petty tricks, you dare to boast about detecting the shadow leopard? I suspect you're using this to settle personal grudges and get us all killed. Who knows if you're trying to lure that beast out to devour a few people you dislike first? Lin Outyen's insinuations hissed like a venomous snake, instantly filling the new recruit's gazes towards Su Chen with suspicion and wariness. Lin Outyen. You bolter. Wang Fugue stomped his foot in rage, pointing at Lin Outyen and cursing him out. What the hell are you doing stirring up trouble at a time like this? If Brother Chen really wanted to harm anyone, why did he save you just now? Why didn't he just run off himself? You're judging a gentleman by your own petty standards. I bet you'd love to see everyone die just to cover up how pathetically you got taken out in one move by the class monitor. You. Lin Outyen trembled with rage, his wound aggravated by the outburst, triggering another violent coughing fit. Enough. The new recruit who had been giving orders earlier suddenly barked. He clearly possessed more decisiveness than the others. He fixed a deep, lingering gaze on Su Chen, then swept his eyes over the chaotic, terrified group and the comrade lying unconscious in the muddy water far off. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. I trust Su Chen, he declared, his voice steady and firm. There's no better option now. If we wait, it'll drag us down one by one. Better to fight than die waiting. Su Chen, tell us how we should coordinate. Su Chen nodded, shooting the new recruit a grateful look before speaking quickly. Everyone, stay put. Stay alert. I'll move toward each of your shadows as fast as I can. Remember, no matter what happens, stay calm. The moment it's forced to reveal itself or shift position, everyone focuses fire immediately. Under the threat of death and Su Chen's authority, the chaos was finally forced into submission. Though the new recruits remained frozen with fear, their eyes fixed intently on Su Chen's movements. Su Chen drew a deep breath, suppressing the surging chi and blood along with the excruciating pain in his arm as he activated his thunder punishment physique to its fullest. He stepped forward, approaching the nearest 4-star freshman first. Though the freshman's face was deathly pale with fear, he forced himself to stand his ground without retreating. As Su Chen approached, his gaze pierced like a torch, locking onto the shimmering shadow in the muddy water at the freshman's feet. Slowly, he extended his left hand, infused with a faint thunderous energy, toward the edge of that shadow. The instant Su Chen's fingers were about to touch the shadow's edge, an extremely subtle yet bone-chilling malevolence like a startled venomous snake suddenly snatched itself away from the shadow. Like mercury, it instantly flowed toward the shadow of another freshman nearby. It moved. A sharp gleam flared in Su Chen's eyes. His mental energy locked onto the shifting trail of that malevolence. He immediately abandoned his probe, his body darting like lightning toward the next target. Next, he growled, reaching out again. The malevolence flinched and fled once more. This way. Next. Su Chen's movements grew faster and faster, darting like a butterfly among the terrified yet forced calm newcomers. Each time he reached out, he pinpointed the hidden malevolence. Like a cornered rat, it frantically darted and leaped through the shadows beneath their feet. It panicked. Su Chen's probing felt like maggots gnawing at its bones, denying it any safe hiding place. Each shift in concealment drained its energy. Finally, as Su Chen lunged like lightning toward a frail newcomer near the edge, the malevolence lurking within his shadow seemed cornered. It could no longer sustain the drain of concealment. Roar! A howl filled with fury, agony, and madness erupted from the shadow of the frail newcomer. The twisted shadow violently churned and swelled. Before the horrified stares of all present, the shadow leopard's massive form covered in dark purple patterns leapt abruptly from the shadows. Chapter 54, Breakthrough in Martial Arts. The shadow leopard's crimson eyes locked onto Su Chen, mere inches away, brimming with extreme venom and murderous intent. This damned human had repeatedly disrupted its hunt, driving it into such a desperate state. Roar! Ignoring exhaustion, the shadow leopard channeled every ounce of strength and ferocity into this single pounce. Its speed transcended limits, transforming into a dark purple afterimage tearing through the rain. Two claws, gleaming with an eerie light, sliced through the air with a piercing screech, slashing viciously toward Su Chen's head and chest. Brother Chen, watch out! Wang Fugue was startled by the scene and shouted the warning urgently. Yet, facing this lightning-fast, deadly attack mere inches away, Su Chen's eyes showed not a trace of panic. "I've been waiting for you." Su Chen neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he actively stepped forward, meeting the claws tearing through the air head-on. A layer of pale purple aura, condensed to its absolute limit, flared up around Su Chen's entire body like an instantly activated energy shield. Countless dense, frenzied purple arcs of electricity erupted from the aura like enraged lightning serpents, swarming and coiling around Su Chen's body. The shadow leopard's claws, brimming with terrifying power, struck squarely against that pale purple aura. Instead of the expected carnage, only a teeth-grinding, ear-piercing screech echoed like metal scraping against glass. The raging purple arcs surged along the shadow leopard's claws, like floodwaters finding an outlet, violently pouring into its body. AOWW. The shadow leopard let out a wail even more piercing and agonized than when it had been bound by lightning. The raging thunder's destructive paralysis and scorching effects instantly shattered the defensive energy on its claws, rampaging madly through its meridians and bones. Every dark purple hair on its body instantly stood on end, wisps of smoke rising from its fur. Its pouncing motion froze as if paused, its body stiffening completely mere inches from Su Chen's face. Its blood-red eyes were filled with utter agony and utter disbelief. Ding! Host detected independent fatal strike against mutated Shadow Panther. Random mission, Hunter. Completed. Calculating reward. Cultivation progress of Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra plus 10. Current realm, first tier 78% of initial insight. The cold system notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Simultaneously, a warm, soothing current surged through his entire body alongside the system rewards. This energy, like life-giving rain, swiftly nourished his exhausted, near-death body and severely damaged meridians. The excruciating pain in his right shoulder blade and left knuckles visibly receded at a rapid pace. The numbness nearly vanished. Though his injuries weren't fully healed, the crushing fatigue and near-collapse sensation eased significantly. Su Chen exhaled a long, trembling breath. The battle against the shadow leopard had taken a tremendous toll, but the system rewards effects were immediate. His physique had grown slightly more formidable. Dead silence. Torrential rain lashed the muddy valley, washing over the shadow leopard's corpse and drenching every frozen-in-place newcomer. After a brief silence, a frenzy of joy and disbelief erupted among those who had narrowly escaped death. Dead? The Shadow Panther is really dead? Su Chen was too fierce. The freshman stared at Su Chen, standing beside the shadow leopard's corpse, covered in blood yet towering like a war god. The terror in their eyes was completely replaced by admiration and gratitude. They cheered excitedly, crowding around Su Chen, their faces radiating relief at surviving the ordeal and awe for the formidable warrior. "Brother Su Chen, thank you for saving our lives. You're incredible. If not for you, we'd all have perished here today. That defensive counterattack just now was so cool. Absolutely godlike. Brother Su Chen. From now on, you're like my own brother." Praise and gratitude poured out like a tidal wave. Wang Fugue, overcome with emotion, became incoherent and threw his arms around Su Chen's shoulder. "Brother Chen. I knew it. I knew following you would be the right choice. You're so awesome." Overwhelmed by the group's enthusiasm, Su Chen waved his hand slightly, a weary yet sincere smile touching his lips. No need for such formalities. We were all in danger together. Helping each other was only natural. Taking down that beast was the result of our combined efforts. His gaze swept over the injured comrades on the ground, his tone growing somber. "The immediate priority is to tend to the wounded." Only then did the group snap out of their euphoria, scrambling frantically to check on and aid the newcomers mauled by the Shadow Panther. Fortunately, though the wounds were deep, none had struck vital areas. Under the care of martial artists skilled in healing, their lives were not immediately in danger. Just then, a cold voice abruptly cut through the atmosphere of narrowly escaped disaster. "Enough. The farce is over." A cold, emotionless voice rang out. The teaching assistant who had been supervising the training exercise appeared beside the shadow leopard's corpse like a ghost. He bent to inspect the body, then looked up at Su Chen. His icy face bore no expression, yet a faint trace of approval flickered deep within his eyes. Kept his cool under pressure, made accurate judgments, and acted decisively. The assistant instructor's voice remained flat, yet his assessment was remarkably high. "Su Chen, well done." His gaze swept over the other freshmen, still shaken and wearing expressions of gratitude and excitement. His voice suddenly turned cold. "As for you lot." The freshmen's hearts instantly leapt into their throats. Faced with a sudden attack, your initial reactions were chaotic and disorderly, utterly lacking in discipline. Had it not been for Su Chen turning the tide, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The assistant instructor's voice struck like a cold steel whip, lashing against each heart. "Remember, this is the Kangwu Mountains, a combat training ground adjacent to the Wall of Size. Deadly threats can strike at any moment. Longyuan University does not harbor useless individuals. And certainly not those who only scream and wait for death when danger strikes. Today, had Su Chen not resolved the crisis, we instructors wouldn't have stood idly by either." A cold smile curled the assistant instructor's lips. But the price you all pay is this: 1 major disciplinary record, 3 days of ideological re-education, and a week of intensive extra training. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They'd already witnessed the brutality of the training ground and the severity of Sergeant Grey Wolf. If not for Su Chen, fear and relief instantly replaced their excitement, and everyone bowed their heads in lingering dread. Now! The assistant instructor's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning. 10-kilometer punishment run, last 3 kilometers remaining. 20-minute time limit. Now! Immediately! Run! Fall behind, and you'll face the consequences. The icy command felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over their heads, instantly snapping them from their post-trauma euphoria back to brutal reality. Wails erupted instantly, but this time, no one dared complain, no one dared hesitate. Having faced the terror of life and death, this sheer physical torment seemed almost bearable. Chapter 55, Punishment. Driven by fear and the will to survive, the remaining 3 kilometers of the 10-kilometer punishment run were covered at an astonishing pace by this ragged group of new recruits. Upon sighting the base's cold, imposing gate's massive structures of alloy and concrete, many collapsed into the muddy puddles at the entrance, nearly collapsing. Yet before their gasps had even subsided, a figure even colder and more oppressive than the weather loomed like a towering iron pillar beneath the base entrance's canopy. Sergeant Grey Wolf. He wore a crisp black combat uniform, rain dripping from his cap's brim. His chiseled face bore no expression, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the freshman sprawled haphazardly on the ground, looking like a mass of mud. Behind him stood 2 other assistants, equally solemn and expressionless. The atmosphere at the base entrance instantly plummeted to freezing point, more suffocating than the downpour outside. Poof! A short, cold snort of undisguised contempt escaped from Sergeant Grey Wolf's nostrils. Look at yourselves! His voice was low, yet it felt like cold iron sand scraping against everyone's eardrums, piercing through the rain and the sound of heavy breathing. A bunch of drenched chickens, a pile of mud. Is this the elite carefully selected by Lonyuan University? A single minor skirmish has reduced you to this pitiful state. The freshmen fell silent, not daring to breathe. They struggled to rise and stand at attention, but their exhaustion made them sway unsteadily, only adding to their disheveled appearance. Chaos. Disorder. Panic. Sunlong, the squad leader, strode forward. His polished combat boots thudded on the wet ground, each step sounding like a stomp on everyone's hearts. Facing a peak 7th tier shadow leopard, your performance can only be described as disgraceful. No effective organization, no rational response besides screaming, fleeing, and waiting to die. What else can you do? His gaze lashed like tangible whips across every bowed head. Had it not been for someone turning the tide, his gaze lingered on Su Chen for a moment. The look remained icy, yet the approval within it was more subtle than that shown to the previous assistant instructor. You wouldn't be lying here gasping for breath right now, you'd be in the base morgue, waiting to be shipped back home. Useless trash. Sergeant Grey Wolf's voice thundered like a crack of lightning. Lonyuan University doesn't keep dead weight. The combat training base is no playground for you lot. This is the Kangwu Mountains, a frontline buffer zone less than 300 kilometers from the Wall of Size. Every inch of this land could hide deadly mutated creatures. What do you think this is? A picnic? Dead silence fell, broken only by the patter of rain and heavy breathing. It seems a week is woefully insufficient for you greenhorns to grasp what a real battlefield is, what true brutality means. Sergeant Grey Wolf's voice was as sharp as a blade. The originally scheduled 1-week basic combat coordination training is now extended to 2 weeks. Half a month? A stifled gasp rippled through the crowd, instantly silenced by Sergeant Grey Wolf's icy glare. Yes, 2 weeks. Sergeant Grey Wolf surveyed the group, beginning to describe the details word by word. His icy voice rang clearly in every ear. For the next 2 weeks, you will undergo hellish training. The regimen includes, but is not limited to: Week 1, Survival and Basic Combat Enhancement. Extreme physical endurance, daily weighted cross-country runs, high-pressure environment training, and high-intensity impact resistance drills. Weapon proficiency, high-intensity hand-to-hand combat, practical application and maintenance of military-grade short blades, battle axes, and spears, precision striking training targeting vital points. Squad formation tactical signaling, transitioning between offense and defense in 3-man teams, cover and assault coordination, silent communication gestures, rapid battlefield resource utilization. Enhanced wilderness survival, identifying edible poisonous flora and fauna without supplies, efficient water collection and purification, shelter construction in extreme weather, basic emergency wound treatment. Week 2, live fire simulations and squad cohesion. Simulated combat exercises, conduct squad clearance simulations in designated perimeter zones with low-threat mutated creatures. Complex environment operations, jungle infiltration and counter-infiltration, nighttime assault and defense, search and destroy operations in ruins and cave environments. Squad command and coordination assessment, teams must accomplish designated tactical objectives while instructors evaluate coordination efficiency and adaptability throughout. Trap construction and countermeasure identification, learn to build improvised lethal warning traps and identify common traps set by mutated creatures or hostile forces. He paused, observing the freshman's increasingly pallid expressions, a cold smile curling his lips. Think that's all? Naive. After these 2 weeks of basic training comes the true test, the moment to prove whether you're dragons or worms. Live fire clearance drills. Live fire drill? Someone repeated instinctively. Yes. Real combat. Sergeant Grey Wolf emphasized. At that time, you will form fixed 3-person combat squads, leave the base's protective perimeter, and enter the designated outer clearance zone in the Kangwoo Mountains. Your mission is to hunt down mutated creatures roaming near the base with threat levels below martial artist. He gestured toward a tablet held by an assistant instructor beside him. For every mutated creature you eliminate, you must bring its corpse back to the base mission hall for verification to earn points. Understand the scoring system. Sanlong's voice brooked no argument. 1-star martial artist tier demon beast carcass, 1.2-star demon beast carcass, 2.3-star demon beast carcass, 4.4-star demon beast carcass, 8 points. And so on. Each additional star doubles the points. Don't even think about passing off corpses from previous hunts as substitutes. The base is near the Abyss frontline. Every beast in the vicinity carries some degree of Abyss corruption. Points are the hard currency of the base. Sergeant Grey Wolf's tone carried a hint of enticement, but it was overwhelmingly cold and stark. You can exchange them at the base's exchange counter for anything you need. Remember, anything. Including but not limited to advanced nutritional supplements, gene repair solutions, warrior grade or even martial master grade weapons and gear. Various energy crystals, martial arts cultivation manuals, combat technique scrolls, special potions, and even the chance to apply for private instruction from higher tier instructors. His gaze swept across the room, catching the flicker of desire and greed in the new recruit's eyes before dousing it with a cold splash of reality. Points are valuable, but only if you live long enough to earn them and spend them. The extermination zone is no playground. Mutated creatures may possess bizarre abilities rarely seen in ordinary beasts, like deadly toxins, corrosive acids, or psychic assaults. And listen carefully to these rules. Chapter 56, Su Chen's Plan. Sanlong's voice suddenly grew harsher, like ice shards piercing the bone. Strictly forbidden to leave the base's protective perimeter without authorization. Any external operation must be conducted by a 3-person squad, registered with the instructor, and equipped with a distress signal stick. Unauthorized departure will be treated as desertion, and base guards have the right to shoot on sight. Internal conflict and looting of others' spoils are strictly forbidden. Offenders will have all points revoked, receive major disciplinary records, and those with severe offenses will have their cultivation forcibly stripped and face expulsion. Squad members must advance and retreat together. Those abandoning teammates to escape alone will be treated as severe disciplinary violations, with identical punishments. If encountering mutated creatures vastly exceeding your squad's capabilities or individuals at martial artist rank or above, prioritize survival above all else. Immediately activate the distress signal stick and request base assistance. His icy gaze finally settled on Su Chen. Su Chen. Present. Su Chen stood at attention. The Shadow Panther you killed possessed strength approaching the peak of Tier 7, equivalent to Tier 8 standards. Sanlong, the squad leader, gestured, and an assistant instructor stepped forward, handing Su Chen a metal token engraved with intricate patterns. A single number was clearly displayed on the token, 108. This is your points token. Starting with 108 points, your kill record and points are now bound to your identity. The carcass will be collected and processed by the base. Yes. Su Chen took the cold metal token, its weight pressing heavily in his hand. He could distinctly feel countless gazes instantly turn his way, filled with envy, jealousy, and even a hint of hidden awe. 108 points. This was nearly the largest fortune any of these new recruits currently possessed. The others? Sanlong, the squad leader, withdrew his gaze, his voice returning to its usual coldness. Your points are now reset to 0. Want to redeem valuable items? In 2 weeks, trade them for the beasts you hunt. For now, put away those useless thoughts. Teaching assistants. Yes. The 3 teaching assistants responded in unison. Dorm assignments. 3 per room. Your dorm mates will become your permanent combat squad members. 10 minutes after assignments are finalized, follow the teaching assistants to collect basic supplies and equipment. The rest of the time is yours to rest. Assemble at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. 1 minute late means 5 extra kilometers of training. Sergeant Grey Wolf finished speaking, no longer glancing at the exhausted freshman. He turned and strode away briskly, his figure disappearing into the corridors deep within the base. The recruits breathed a sigh of relief, only to be enveloped by fresh pressure. Fixed member trios meant they would be deeply tied to their roommates for the next fortnight of training and even live fire exercises. The teaching assistants worked with remarkable efficiency, immediately beginning roll call and team assignments. Names were called out one by one as trios were formed. The atmosphere grew tense, each hoped to team up with the strongest members while fearing they might become the weak link. Wang Fugue. Present. The chubby guy raised his hand hastily. Su Chen. Present. Chu Xian. A slightly lean freshman stepped forward, his gaze unusually calm and sharp, the very same leader who had attempted to organize a defensive counterattack during the initial encounter with the Shadow Panthers. U3, Dormitory Building 3, Room 207, the teaching assistant announced. Wang Fugue immediately broke into a grin and slapped Su Chen's shoulder hard. Awesome, Chen. We're roommates. And Chu Xian's here too. He was also impressed by Chu Xian's efforts to organize a defense amid the chaos. Chu Xian gave Su Chen and Wang Fugue a slight nod, his expression calm, not overly warm, but certainly not hostile either. The rest of the dorm assignments were quickly finalized. Some rejoiced, others sighed. Dismissed. Meet me in 10 minutes to collect your supplies. No exceptions. The teaching assistant barked the order. The crowd immediately stirred, surging toward the designated dormitory building. Dormitory Building 3, not far from the entrance, was a drab 5-story concrete structure, exuding a utilitarian military style. Room 207 was on the second floor. The space was modest, 3 simple metal bunk beds, a shared old wooden desk, and 3 metal lockers, nothing more. There was no private bathroom. Communal washrooms and toilets were at the end of the corridor, the conditions quite basic. Shan. You take the bottom bunk. You just got into a fight, you need proper rest. Wang Fugue, ever observant, spoke up first, tossing his backpack onto the top bunk near the door. Chu Xian said nothing, silently placing his own backpack on the lower bunk by the window before beginning to inspect the bed and lockers. Su Chen nodded without protest. He truly needed to recover quickly. He carefully tucked the point token into his inner pocket and addressed Wang Fugue. Fugue, could you do me a favor? Go to the supply room and pick up my share of the living supplies. No problem. Leave it to me. Wang Fugue patted his chest. Brother Chen, where are you headed? Aren't you going to rest? Su Chen walked to the narrow window and looked outside. The downpour had eased, now reduced to a steady drizzle. The base's internal roads glistened with water under the dim sky, while the outlines of brightly lit buildings could be seen in the distance. One building in the central area, with a relatively symmetrical design and an emblem resembling a balance scale crossed with a sword at its entrance, caught his attention. That must be the exchange point Sergeant Grey Wolf had mentioned. The cultivation progress of the system reward, the Thunderbolt's Unbroken Sutra, increased by 10 points, reaching 78. The first major achievement 100 seemed within reach. I'll go check out the exchange point. Su Chen's voice remained calm, yet a flicker of anticipation flickered deep in his eyes. He wanted to know what these points, earned with his life, could possibly buy. Could anything accelerate his cultivation of the Thunderstrike Immortal Sutra? Or perhaps enhance his thunderous power? Chu Xian paused midway through dusting his bed, glancing up at Su Chen before lowering his head to resume his task, though his eyes held a thoughtful gleam. The exchange counter? Wow! Brother Chen, you're a big shot now. Wang Fugue beamed with envy. Alright, go ahead. I promise to collect your stuff and put it away for you. Su Chen wasted no time, turning and pushing open the door. The corridor bustled with newcomers hurriedly settling in. He pushed against the flow, striding down the stairs and merging into the base's dim, damp twilight. The air after the rain carried a mingled scent of earth and steel. Streetlights flickered on throughout the base, casting long shadows across the wet ground with their yellowish glow. The distant mountain range appeared more menacing against the deepening night, while the occasional, drawn-out howl of unidentified mutated creatures served as a stark reminder that this was no safe rear base. Su Chen's purpose was clear as he headed toward the building marked with a distinctive emblem etched in his memory. The exchange was brightly lit, standing out starkly against the surrounding dimly lit structures. Guards in base-issued uniforms stood watch at the entrance, their eyes darting warily at anyone approaching. As he drew nearer, Su Chen made out the emblem's details, a downward slashing blade, its edge coiled with arcing lightning, beneath which rested an ancient-looking balance scale. He took a deep breath, suppressing the slight turbulence within him caused by his increased power and the new environment. Stepping forward, he approached the metal door radiating bright light and an intangible pressure. Chapter 57, The Opportunity. Inside, contrary to Su Chen's expectation of a bustling trading hall, an unusual quietness prevailed. The light was bright yet not glaring. The air carried a distinct scent, a blend of metal, disinfectant, and peculiar energy fluctuations. The space appeared far larger than its exterior suggested, structured in a circular layout. Countless mirror-smooth screens embedded along the inner wall silently scrolled through dense lists and images, the exchange catalogs. At the center of the circular hall stood a secluded work area enclosed by some high-strength transparent material. Inside sat several expressionless staff members clad in silver-gray uniforms, their control panels flickering with a faint blue glow. The moment Su Chen stepped inside, the sharp gazes of the two guards at the entrance swept over him, particularly fixating on the temporary trainee badge pinned to his chest. Only after confirming his identity did their eyes shift away, though the palpable pressure lingered. He approached the nearest screen, its cold surface meeting his fingertips. The interface displayed items categorized into distinct sections: potions, weapons, armor, materials, crystals, martial arts techniques, and special services. Each category opened to reveal detailed subdirectories and item descriptions. Su Chen first selected the potions section. Basic Stamina Restorer, rapidly replenishes stamina and alleviates muscle fatigue. Price, 5 points. Intermediate Stamina Restorer, enhanced effects, suitable for high-intensity exertion. Price, 10 points. Herbal Vitality Ointment, rapidly stops bleeding and promotes wound healing for common lacerations and cuts. Price, 15 points. Bone Regeneration Powder, accelerates bone healing and muscle regeneration. Requires rest. Price, 30 points. Mind Clearing Detox Pill, universal antidote for toxins from certain low-tier mutated creatures. Price, 20 points. Genetic Repair Solution, restores minor meridian damage and alleviates latent injuries. Price, 50 points. Seeing the price of the gene repair solution, Chen whistled softly. Having previously endured the Shadow Leopard's claws and unleashed the Thunderbolt's unbroken sutra, his meridians were inevitably damaged. This item was precisely what he urgently needed, but 50 credits instantly deflated his newly bulging wallet by a good half. He clicked on the Martial Arts Techniques category next. The prices here were even more outrageous. Detailed explanation of basic body tempering techniques, analysis of universal foundational body tempering skills. Price, 20 points. Advanced Military Combat Techniques, includes 12 lethal combat moves. Price, 50 points. Wind Shadow Step Fragment, yellow tier mid-grade movement technique emphasizing speed and evasion. Price, 200 points. Fiery Palm Beginner's Edition, high-tier yellow-grade fire attribute offensive martial skill. Price, 300 points. Instructor's Insights, weapon application 1 hour, receive one-on-one guidance from a designated instructor. Price, 100 points per hour. Chen's gaze swept quickly across the offerings. He silently assessed them. The movement techniques and attack skills were certainly tempting, but costing hundreds of points each was nothing short of astronomical for him at this stage. Moreover, he sensed that his current cultivation of the Thunderbolt's unconquerable sutra formed its own distinct system. Haphazardly practicing other elemental or lower-tier martial arts might prove counterproductive. Instructor guidance was relatively cheaper, but at 100 points per hour, its cost-effectiveness was questionable. He clicked on the Material Crystals section. Here, the offerings were dazzlingly varied, mostly crystal cores, special bones, glands, and hides from all kinds of mutated creatures. Just as Chen's gaze swept over an icon labeled Thunder Attribute, 1-star Iron Armored Lizard Crystal Core, an anomaly occurred. Ding! High energy reaction detected. Highly compatible with the core catalyst required for the host's primary cultivation technique, Thunderbolt's Unbroken Sutra, to break through the second stage, condensing thunder to temper the body. The cold system alert sounded without warning deep within Chen's mind, causing his heart to jolt violently. Immediately, the smooth screen before his eyes magnified and highlighted an icon that had previously been inconspicuous, tucked away in the lowest corner of the materials category. The icon radiated a deep, storm-infused dark purple, its shape irregular like an unpolished fragment of rough ore. Item name, Thunder Source Essence Crystal Fragment. Description, a fragment containing pure yet violent primordial thunder energy. Extremely high energy level but highly unstable. Direct absorption carries immense risk. Can be used to break through bottlenecks in specific high-tier thunder attribute cultivation techniques or as core material for top-tier energy weapons. Exchange price, 666 points. 666 points. Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat. His hand instinctively reached for the point card tucked in his inner pocket. An intense craving surged from his core. The first tier of the Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra was nearly mastered. Breaking through to the second tier, condensing thunder to temper the body, would undoubtedly catapult his strength to a new level. The system had explicitly indicated this Thunder Source Essence Crystal Fragment was the crucial material for that breakthrough. The enhancement it offered far surpassed any martial skill, costing hundreds of points. But 666 points. He had risked his life to slay a Shadow Leopard nearing peak 7th tier equivalent to 8th tier for a mere 108 points. This fragment cost over 5 times that. He must obtain it. This thought took root in his mind. For now, this Thunder Source Essence Crystal was nothing but a mirage. His immediate priority was to recover his injuries, enhance his combat readiness, and prepare for the hellish training and live drills ahead. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze away from the Thunder Source Crystal and returned to reality. His fingers swiped swiftly across the screen, returning to the potions category. His objectives were clear: heal the injuries inflicted by the Shadow Leopard and the instructor, especially any potential hidden meridian damage. He needed to rapidly restore his stamina to endure the brutal training starting at 5:30 tomorrow morning. Soon, he zeroed in on 2 items. Herbal Vitality Ointment Enhanced, more potent than the standard version, remarkably effective on lacerations and concussive injuries. Price, 25 points. Thunder Forging Powder Basic, an auxiliary powder designed specifically for those with lightning attributes or formidable physiques. It stimulates cellular activity, accelerates stamina recovery, and weakly channels stray external lightning energy to nourish meridians. Best paired with high-intensity training for optimal results. Price, 30 points. Together, these 2 items totaled 55 points, nearly half of his current points, yet Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. The body is the foundation for growing stronger, especially in this hellhole where death lurks around every corner. Regaining peak condition as quickly as possible is crucial. He approached the transparent workstation at the center of the circular hall. A middle-aged female staff member with a stern expression and distant gaze looked up and asked in a robotic tone. Trainee ID, item code. ID, S0719. Items for exchange, Potion Type D7 Enhanced Vitality Elixir, Potion Type T2 Basic Thunder Forging Powder. Chen stated clearly. The worker's fingers flicked rapidly across the console. A blue light swept over the trainee badge on Chen's chest before she double-checked the item codes he'd provided. After a moment, she nodded. Trainee Chen, 108 points. Deducting 55 points, remaining 53 points. Confirm exchange? Confirm. The staff member pressed a button beneath the console. Soon, a small delivery slot resembling a bank ATM opened beside it, and two tightly sealed metal boxes bearing the base insignia slid out. Please take them. The usage instructions for the potions have been uploaded to your cadet terminal. You can view them back at your dorm. The staff member's voice remained completely flat. Chen picked up the two heavy, cool-to-the-touch boxes, feeling a sense of relief. Though the loss of 55 points stung, the expense was necessary. He carefully stowed the medicine boxes, turned away from the brightly lit exchange counter, and strode purposefully toward Dormitory Building 3. Chapter 58, Xian's Talent. Pushing open the thin metal door of room 207, a pungent mix of sweat, earth, and cheap cleaning solution hit him. Inside, Wang Fugue was bent over, grunting as he stuffed a bulging military backpack under Chen's lower bunk. Oh, hey, Chen, you're back. Wang Fugue turned at the sound, his face immediately breaking into a smile as he wiped sweat from his forehead. I got all your stuff back. Here blankets, basin, towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, standard canteen, and 2 sets of training uniforms for changing. All in your locker. Oh, and this. He straightened up and picked up a metal meal tray covered with a transparent insulated lid from the old wooden table beside him. Didn't want you to go hungry. I swung by the mess hall and grabbed you a meal. Heard the base cafeteria uses demon beast meat and specially cultivated crops, pretty nutritious stuff, though the taste leaves something to be desired. Chen watched Wang Fugue bustling about, sweat beading on his forehead, and felt a warm glow in his heart. Though the chubby guy was usually a bit scatterbrained, he was dependable when it mattered. Taking the still warm tray, Chen said sincerely. Thanks, Fugue. Hey, no need to be so formal with your buddy. Wang Fugue waved dismissively, plopping down on the edge of his top bunk bed, his chubby legs dangling freely. His gaze fell on the 2 small metal boxes bearing the base emblem in Chen's hands, and his eyes lit up. Brother Chen, are these the goodies you got from the exchange counter? How many points did you spend? 55. Chen answered succinctly, setting his tray on the table and lifting the thermal cover. The contents were simple, a large, fist-sized piece of unidentified beast meat, grilled to a crispy golden brown with coarse, rugged texture. A mound of mashed potato-like substance, darker in color, and a few boiled vegetables that looked tough and resilient. The presentation wasn't exactly appealing, but a rich, savory aroma mingled with energy essence instantly filled the air, making Chen's stomach growl loudly. He was truly starving. 55 points? Holy crap! Wang Fugue let out an exaggerated cry, grimacing at the pain of parting with the points. Bro, you're rolling in it. Didn't even blink an eye. But hey, you gotta spend where it counts. He watched as Chen picked up the base-issued, crude metal knife and fork and began tackling the beast steak. Chen cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was unusually dense, almost tough, requiring vigorous chewing. The flavor? Well, it was decidedly rustic, a faint gamey tang and wildness, heavily salted with almost no other seasoning. As for the mashed potatoes, they had a coarse texture and an earthy taste. The vegetables were bland and flavorless, full of fibrous texture. It was just as Wang Fugue had said, nutritionally top-notch, but practically zero in deliciousness. TSK, not very tasty, huh? Wang Fugue watched Chen chew with a slight frown and started complaining. It's like chewing tree bark. The chefs at this base don't give a damn about texture. I'd rather gnaw on compressed biscuits. With that, he flipped his chubby hand, and a small flash of light appeared in his palm. A single-serving packet of beef jerky and several elegantly wrapped chocolates materialized in his grasp. Here, Chen, have a snack. Spice up your life a bit. Wang Fugue grinned as he handed the beef jerky and chocolates to Chen, then nodded toward Xian, who'd been sitting on the lower bunk by the window. Hey, Xian, want some? Xian lifted his head. His usually composed face showed little emotion as his gaze swept over the snacks in Wang Fugue's hand. He shook his head slightly, his voice flat. Thanks, but no thanks. Wang Fugue shrugged it off, tearing open a packet of beef jerky and chewing as he mumbled. Bro, you're just too serious. Food is fuel, man. No matter how tough the training gets, you gotta eat something good. Chen accepted Wang Fugue's offer without refusal, taking the chocolate bar, tearing open the wrapper, and taking a bite. The rich sweetness instantly melted in his mouth, greatly easing the harshness of the meat. He devoured the food on his tray in a few bites. Though the taste wasn't great, a warm, energizing sensation spread from his stomach and his weary body seemed to lighten slightly. After finishing, Chen set his tray aside, picked up the 2 boxes of potions, and said to Wang Fugue, "Fugue, I'm going downstairs to stretch my legs. Want to come? What? Get some exercise?" Wang Fugue nearly choked on the beef jerky in his mouth. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen with a look that screamed, "Are you out of your mind? Brother Chen, my dear brother. We just barely escaped death today, running 10 kilometers of punishing cross-country terrain. My whole body feels like it's falling apart, I can barely move a finger. And you want to go exercise? Are you made of iron? No way, no way. I need to lie down for a bit. We have to assemble at 5:30 tomorrow morning. 1 minute late means 5 kilometers. Just thinking about it makes my legs go weak." Chen understood Wang Fugue's state, his own muscles ached and his meridians throbbed faintly. But he knew better. The instructions for that box of thunder forging powder explicitly stated its effects were enhanced with high-intensity exercise. Rest alone would be too slow. He needed to actively channel the medicine's power to accelerate recovery and energy absorption. Just then, Chu Xian, who'd remained silent, suddenly spoke, his voice as calm as ever. "Chen, your physical state is already nearing its limit." Chen's movements halted as he turned to look at Chu Xian, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry and barely perceptible wariness. Wang Fugue also stopped chewing, his gaze shifting curiously toward Chu Xian. Chu Xian pointed to the area around Chen's right shoulder blade and the knuckles of his left fist, then tapped his own temple. "Though you appear to move normally and your breathing has steadied somewhat, your muscle fibers are exhibiting subtle tremors, stress reactions stemming from overexertion and micro tears. Forcing yourself into high-intensity training will only worsen these hidden injuries. You might squeeze out a bit more strength in the short term, but the damage to your foundation will be long-lasting." He paused, observing the slight shift in Chen's expression before continuing. "I know you want to grow stronger, but strength isn't built overnight, especially under such intense pressure. Balancing exertion with rest, allowing your body to fully repair and adapt, is the sustainable path. What you need most now is high-quality, deep sleep, supplemented by gentle breathing exercises, not further pushing it to its limits." This analysis, precise to the point of dissection, sent shockwaves through Chen's mind. How had Chu Xian discerned this? Facing the obvious surprise and inquiry in Chen's eyes, Chu Xian remained unruffled, offering only a calm explanation. "My talent is grade A insightful eye and observation-based perception ability. It allows me to roughly sense the flow of qi in blood, energy currents, and noticeable physiological abnormalities on a living being's surface. That's why I chose the bow as my weapon." His tone was calm, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. "Grade A talent. Insightful eye." Chen stared at Chu Xian's composed, even slightly detached expression. The lingering doubts from earlier instantly dissolved. "No wonder." Chen looked at Chu Xian with a complex expression and spoke slowly. "No wonder when the shadow leopard appeared and everyone was in complete chaos, you remained unflappable and stepped forward to try and take command. So you possess such a talent." Chapter 59, Night Training. After Chen and Chu Xian explained the reason, Chu Xian nodded indifferently, his gaze calm and unruffled. "I see. Since you have healing potions to assist you, go ahead. But be sure to pace yourself, overdoing it will only backfire." "Understood. Thanks for the reminder." Chen acknowledged, picking up 2 boxes of potions and tucking several chocolate bars given by Wang Fugue into his pocket for energy. He turned and walked out the dormitory door. Watching Chen's figure disappear at the doorway, Wang Fugue let out an exaggerated sigh before flopping back onto his bed. The bed frame groaned under the weight. "Sigh, Brother Chen's drive is truly beastly. I can't take it anymore. I need to crash first." Before the words had fully left his mouth, soft snores began to fill the air. Chen didn't head to the central training grounds at the base. Instead, he walked straight to the relatively secluded training area behind the dormitory building. Deep into the night, only a handful of base warriors silently sweated their training. Finding a corner, he took a deep breath and opened the box of the expensive thunder forging powder. Inside were 3 glass vials, each as thick as a finger. They contained a viscous, deep purple liquid that flickered with faint silver-blue electrical arcs. Just looking at it made one sense of violent energy lying dormant. Popping the cork from one vial, a pungent medicinal scent carrying a faint numbing sensation hit his nostrils. Without hesitation, Chen tilted his head back and poured the liquid down his throat. The liquid instantly transformed into a searing torrent upon entering his throat, its potent force surging through every limb and bone. Particularly in the areas harboring latent injuries, it felt like being repeatedly pierced and scorched by countless tiny lightning needles. The pain intensified abruptly, causing him to groan and break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Yet within this agony lay potent vitality. He could feel the medicine forcibly repairing those minute cracks. The process was painful, but the results were immediate. "Now!" Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp as a blade. He wasted no time, immediately launching into high-intensity strength training. He repeatedly lifted and lowered the heavy barbell, each exertion sending the medicine surging through his body. The punching bag thudded under his blows, old injuries on his knuckles oddly intertwining pain and power as the drug's healing and newfound strength collided. Next came interval sprints, frog jumps, and weighted squats. He pushed himself to the absolute limit. Sweat streamed like rivulets down his forehead and spine, quickly soaking through his training uniform and pooling into dark patches on the cold floor. Each time he neared exhaustion, the drug surged like a raging engine, forcing him beyond his limits. He could distinctly feel the drug's penetration, repair, and enhancement accelerating with the intense exertion. It transformed into waves of warmth, nourishing his exhausted cells and mending microscopic injuries. Time slipped away amidst the agony of endurance and the surge of strength. Fewer and fewer people remained on the training field until only Chen was left. The moonlight cast a cold, clear glow, stretching his solitary, sweat-drenched silhouette long and thin. After an unknown duration, when Chen completed his final set of near-exhaustion weighted squats and slammed the heavy barbell back onto the rack, he collapsed beside it like a fish pulled from water, gasping for breath. Just then, a cold, familiar alert tone abruptly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected high-intensity physical exercise and special energy stimulation. Cultivation progress, Thunderbolts of Immortality Sutra 1. Combat Power 1, Realm Breakthrough. Name, Chen. Realm, 7-star Martial Artist. Combat Power 7000. Talent, SSS-rank Lightning Control. Martial Arts, Thunderclap Finger, 10,000 Thunder Prison. Cultivation Technique, Thunder's Indestructible Sutra Divine Grade. Martial Divine Ability, Body of Thunder's Wrath Basic. Breakthrough. An overwhelming, unstoppable surge of power instantly filled every limb and bone, as if a dammed-up gate within his body had been violently breached by a torrential flood of thunder. The extreme fatigue accumulated from previous training ebbed away like receding tides, replaced by the faint crackling of bones and tendons resonating in unison, and the roaring surge of thunderous energy coursing through his meridians. His body, once pushed to its limits, now felt an unprecedented lightness and resilience. The overpowering potency of the thunder-forging powder, combined with the extreme pressure of the training and the profound mysteries of the divine tier technique, had forcibly propelled him to the threshold of a high-tier martial artist. A 7-star martial artist, his combat power had officially broken through the 7,000-point barrier. Before the joy could fully permeate his heart, a cold notification tone sounded once more. Detected host breakthrough to high-tier martial artist, triggering side quest. Mission objective, lead your squad to secure first place in the upcoming freshman squad combat exercises. Reward, Lightning Law Insight Secret Realm Miniature X1. Lightning Law Insight Realm? Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart beating wildly against his will. Martial Master. The thought instantly consumed his mind. To shatter that invisible barrier and step into the realm of Martial Master required more than just accumulating internal energy to a qualitative leap. More crucially, it demanded a profound, personal understanding of the laws corresponding to one's cultivated talents. Parroting others' wisdom or rote memorization wouldn't suffice. One must attain enlightenment, forge one's own path. And the core of Chen's talent was that supreme SSS-grade mastery of thunder and lightning. His future path lay within the intertwined laws of thunder: violent, swift, destructive, and rebirth. Though his journey had been blessed with extraordinary fortune consuming the thunder source heart, fusing with fragments of the thunder soul, awakening formidable thunder-based martial arts abilities, and absorbing the pure energy of countless thunder-type demon beasts through hunting, these foundations gave him confidence that breaking through the martial artist realm and energy accumulation would pose no significant problem. Yet the barrier of comprehending the laws proved a truly formidable challenge. Countless geniuses had stumbled at this final hurdle, wasting years of their lives. A personal secret realm that could aid in comprehending the laws of thunder and lightning was invaluable. This system reward was like a pillow delivered just when one needed it most. This differed entirely from the spatial ring gifted by Tanya that was merely an external object, a tool. This secret realm, as its name suggested, resembled Wang Fugui's priceless A-grade spatial talent. It was a miniature realm bound directly to his soul or innate talents source, a personal sanctuary, however small, however filled with raging lightning energy and harsh conditions. Yet it represented infinite potential, a cultivation haven uniquely his own. Chen clenched his fists, the exhilaration from his recent breakthrough replaced by an even more intense yearning. The night breeze carried a chill across his sweat-drenched body as Chen exhaled a long, scorching breath laced with sparks of electricity. Time to head back. Dragging legs heavy as lead, Chen slowly made his way back to the dormitory building. Pushing open the dormitory's heavy iron door, a thick, stale air, a mixture of sweat, foot odor, and the scent of sleep hit him in the face. The entire building lay silent, broken only by the deafening, rhythmic snores echoing down the corridors. After enduring a hellish first day, the vast majority of freshmen had long since sunk into the deepest slumber. In the dorm room, Wang Fugui and Chu Xian were already fast asleep. After a quick wash, Chen, exhausted, drifted off into his own slumber. Chapter 60, Basic Team Coordination Training. Beep. 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 Sharp, urgent, and resembling an air raid siren, the assembly bell erupted without warning at 5:20 a.m. It instantly tore through the deathly quiet of the pre-dawn darkness at the base, piercing the eardrums of every sleeping freshman like an ice spike. Holy! I'm dead. What time is it? Assemble. Get up. The entire dormitory building erupted in chaos, a cacophony of startled shouts, curses, and the clatter of frantic movement. Room 207, Su Chen's eyes snapped open the moment the alarm rang, and he rolled over to sit up. Wang Fugue, meanwhile, sprang from his top bunk like a startled rabbit, his head thudding against the low ceiling. The pain made him wince, all traces of sleepiness vanishing instantly. Xu Xian's movements were equally swift. His eyes snapped clear the moment they opened, showing not a trace of sleepy haze. Hurry up! 1 minute late means 5 kilometers. Wang Fugue clutched his head, his face a mask of misery as he scrambled down from the top bunk. He frantically pulled on his drab training uniform. The three rushed through, washing up, getting dressed, and bolting out of the dorm at top speed. The hallway was a scene of utter chaos. Many had buttons misaligned, belts undone, shoes on the wrong feet, hair standing on end like a bird's nest, and faces still bearing distinct pillow marks. They were bleary-eyed, yawning incessantly. Though Su Chen and his two companions were also rushing, thanks to Su Chen and Xu Xian's composure and Wang Fugue's efficiency spurred on by Su Chen's urging, their uniforms were reasonably neat. When the trio joined the other freshmen, scrambling downstairs to the assembly point, the clock struck exactly 5:30. Class monitor Grey Wolf stood like a cast-iron statue in the faint dawnlight, flanked by 3 equally expressionless teaching assistants. His icy gaze swept over the disheveled, panting freshmen, lingering a moment longer on those with untidy clothes and messy hair. "Look at yourselves!" Sun Long's voice cut through the pre-dawn air like a knife. "A bunch of defeated soldiers. A motley crew. You've brought shame upon Longyuan University. The assembly whistle is a battle alert. Will the enemy give you time to primp and preen? Wait for you to wake up naturally? With your current state, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder on the battlefield. You'd only serve as appetizers for the mutated creatures. Those not properly dressed, step out." A dozen freshmen trembled as they stepped forward, heads bowed, unable to meet the steely glare of Sergeant Grey Wolf. "Each of you, 5 points deducted. After today's training, 1 hour of extra military posture drills," Sergeant Grey Wolf announced without mercy. "The rest of you don't think you're off the hook. That half-asleep sluggishness of yours makes me furious." "Attention! Present!" A sparse, listless response echoed. "Did you skip breakfast? Or were you out stealing chickens and dogs last night?" Sun Long shouted. "Answer me. Present." This time, the shout was deafening, filled with fear and a hint of forced-out fighting spirit. "Humph," Sergeant Grey Wolf snorted coldly. "You're lucky today. It's your first official assembly, so I'll cut you some slack. Starting tomorrow, if I see anyone sloppy or listless again, it won't be just demerits and extra drills. Now, all of you, run 10 kilometers with full gear along the base perimeter wall. Time limit, 1 hour. Move out." The groans of protest were stifled before they could escape, silenced by the icy stares of the assistant instructors. Heavy military backpacks were roughly slung onto each soldier's back, causing many to stumble under the weight. Su Chen took a deep breath, regulating his breathing as he slowly activated the Thunderbolt's unquenchable sutra. A faint tingling sensation surged through his muscles, instantly lightening the crushing weight. When the 10-kilometer finish line finally came into view, 55 minutes had passed. Most participants scrambled across the line, collapsing onto the ground, too exhausted to even lift a finger. Though drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Su Chen and Xu Xian were clearly in better shape than the others. At least they could still stand. Wang Fugue practically crawled across the finish line, his face deathly pale as he lay on the ground retching. After a brief rest, the morning's appetizer concluded. Breakfast remained the same, nutrient-rich but hard to swallow demon beast meat and special gruel. This time, no one complained, everyone wolfed it down to replenish their depleted energy. Next came basic squad coordination training. The training ground was a simulated ruin, with various obstacles and targets set among the crumbling walls and debris. The assistant instructor divided the new recruits into groups of 3 based on their dorm assignments and explained the most basic triangular formation: forward attacking to draw fire, center supporting fire suppression and command, and rear long-range support and rear guard. For Dorm 207, it was no surprise that Su Chen was pushed into the forward position. His formidable close combat explosiveness made him the spearhead. Xu Xian, wielding a compound bow, naturally took the rear guard position. Wang Fugue was assigned to the center guard, responsible for coordination and observation. "Your first mission." The assistant instructor's voice was icy. "As a squad, depart from point A, clear all red targets representing enemies along the route. Assemble at point B, 0 casualties. Efficient clearance. Move out." The order was given, and the squad immediately dispersed. Initial progress was smooth. Upon encountering the first obstacle, Xu Xian's calm voice crackled over the squad radio. 15 meters ahead, around the left corner, 2 stationary targets. Su Chen, you feint an attack from the front to draw their fire. Wang Fugue, prepare the flashbangs. I'll handle precision shots. Got it. Wang Fugue immediately pulled out the training flashbang hanging from his tactical gear with a tense grip. Su Chen nodded. Following the plan, he lunged out from cover in one swift motion, deliberately creating commotion. The two sensor targets around the corner instantly turned toward him. At that very moment. Flashbang! Wang Fugue shouted, hurling a training flashbang. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Chu Xian's arrow pierced through the lingering simulated glare, striking the core of one target. The other target had barely regained its sensor function when Su Chen, like a leopard, pounced close and delivered a fierce handblade strike directly onto its sensor zone. Target eliminated. Clear. Chu Xian's voice came through, their coordination proving fairly seamless. However, as they delved deeper into the ruins, the environment grew more complex. The number of simulated enemies increased, and moving targets and simple traps began to appear, sharply escalating the pressure. As they entered a relatively open area with sparse cover, Chu Xian swiftly issued orders. Halt! Within a 50-meter sector ahead, 5 moving targets are deployed. Medium speed, unpredictable trajectories. Su Chen, Wang Fugue, use the low wall 10 meters ahead of me for cover. Establish a firing position to draw enemy attention. I'll find a vantage point for sniping. Conserve energy and maintain formation. Roger. Wang Fugue immediately crouched low, preparing to move toward the low wall. Hold it. Su Chen's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. Too slow. Picking them off one by one wastes time. Give me 5 seconds. Chapter 61, Clash. Before Chu Xian could respond, Su Chen's figure shot out from behind cover. Instead of charging toward the designated low wall, he shot like an arrow toward the 5 targets moving erratically across the open terrain. Every muscle in his body tensed as the Thunderbolt's unbroken sutra silently activated. Faint purple arcs of electricity flickered across his skin, propelling him forward at blinding speed. Su Chen! Get back! Danger! For the first time, Chu Xian's warning carried urgency. Through his inside eye, Su Chen's trajectory was exposed directly within the effective attack range of at least 3 moving targets. Moreover, faint energy fluctuations from sensors seemed to emanate from behind the broken wall flanking the open area, likely indicating hidden targets. Wang Fugue was stunned. Brother Chen. Don't be reckless. But Su Chen paid no heed. His eyes were fixed solely on those moving targets. His tactic was brutally simple: exploit sheer speed and explosive power to close in and destroy them before they could mount an effective attack. Whoosh! 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 The 3 moving targets detected the high-speed approach and immediately pivoted, firing simulated energy beams at Su Chen. Su Chen's form shifted like a phantom, dodging 2 lasers by the narrowest of margins. The third grazed his shoulder as he charged toward the first target. Boom! A thunderous punch slammed into the target's core, obliterating it instantly. Using the recoil, he slid sideways to evade a laser fired from the flank, then swept out a roundhouse kick, sending the second target crashing down. His movements flowed like water, brimming with violent beauty. Yet, the instant he struck the second target, an unexpected change occurred. SSSH. SSSH. 2 faint pops echoed as 2 more hidden moving targets emerged from behind the broken wall on the flank. Their positions were exceptionally tricky, precisely positioned in the blind spot where Su Chen's old momentum had just faded and his new one hadn't yet built up. 2 laser beams locked onto his chest and back, positions he could barely dodge. Damn it! Wang Fugue gasped in alarm. At the critical moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows sliced through the air with piercing whistles, arriving before their targets. One struck the laser emitter aimed at Su Chen's chest, deflecting it. The other arrow whizzed past Su Chen's back, striking the core sensor zone of another hidden target. Both hidden targets instantly went silent, smoking, signifying their destruction. Seizing the moment, Su Chen shifted his center of gravity, rolled to evade the disrupted laser, then surged forward with renewed speed toward the remaining 3 targets. His fists and feet moved like the wind, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, obliterating them all within seconds. The open area fell instantly silent, all targets billowing white smoke signifying their destruction. Su Chen stood in the center, breathing slightly, with several scorch marks from the lasers on his training uniform. Yet his eyes remained sharp, radiating the exhilaration of achieving his goal. He glanced toward Chu Xian, only to find the latter's expression unusually cold. The assistant instructor's icy voice boomed through the loudspeaker across the training ground. Squad 207. Mission completion time, 4 minutes 15 seconds. Tactical execution rating, failed. Squad leader Chu Xian, forward Su Chen, step forward. Su Chen and Chu Xian walked to the edge of the training ground. The assistant instructor watched them expressionlessly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Explain, Su Chen. The assistant instructor's voice betrayed no emotion. Why did you disregard squad orders and act on your own? Do you think this training ground is your backyard? Su Chen frowned, replying calmly, reporting, Assistant Coach. I judged the original plan's pace too slow. Prolonged exposure in open terrain posed greater risk. I possess the capability to swiftly eliminate targets, and I proved it by doing so. Though I sustained minor injuries, the efficiency was far superior. Efficiency? The assistant instructor scoffed. Your so-called efficiency was built on your teammates cleaning up your mess. Without Chu Xian's 2 arrows, you'd have been declared critically injured and withdrawn from training. Think you're invincible? That one man can conquer all? On a real battlefield, your reckless, undisciplined actions won't just kill you, they'll kill your teammates too. The assistant instructor turned his gaze to Chu Xian. Chu Xian, as the squad leader, what did you do when a team member openly disobeyed orders and acted on his own? You failed to effectively restrain your team. Where is your commanding authority? Where is your ability to adapt on the fly? Why didn't you forcibly stop him the moment he charged out? Chu Xian stood rigidly upright, his expression still calm, but his lips pressed into a straight line. He made no excuses for Su Chen's actions nor shifted blame away from himself. His voice was solemn as he stated. Reporting to the assistant instructor, it was my failure to effectively control the squad's operational rhythm and command inadequacy. The assistant instructor regarded both of them coldly. Very well. It seems both of you have strong opinions. One sees command as a shackle, the other as something to compromise on. Now, go stand over there in the sun. Don't move without my order. Think carefully about what a squad is and what an order means. On the battlefield, both the individual heroism of disobeying orders and the weak leadership that fails to command respect are poison that leads to total annihilation. Under the blazing sun, 2 figures stood rigid as javelins on the concrete edge of the training ground. Su Chen clenched his fists, sweat trickling down his temples and stinging his eyes. A surge of frustration welled up inside him. He didn't believe he was wrong, he had indeed neutralized the threat faster. Chu Xian's tactics were overly cautious, but Su Chen couldn't refute the assistant instructor's point. Without Chu Xian's miraculous 2 arrows, he would have been gravely wounded. Perhaps he should shift his mindset away from lone wolf tactics and embrace teamwork more. Chu Xian stood exceptionally straight, gazing ahead with a completely expressionless face. He replayed the scene over and over in his mind. Su Chen's explosive power was truly astonishing. If only he could have anticipated his opponent's intentions a split second earlier. Or if the tactical directives had been more flexible to accommodate such bursts of power, could the clash have been avoided? Yet Su Chen sensed that beneath the calm exterior of this observer, the inner turmoil was far from still. His command had been questioned, his authority disregarded by his own team. For him, this was likely more unbearable than any physical punishment. Chu Xian didn't blame Su Chen, but that silence itself exerted an invisible pressure on him. Wang Fugue peered out from behind nearby cover, watching the 2 standing in the sun. His chubby face wore a mix of worry and helplessness. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately closed it again, silently praying for this damn training to end quickly. The scorching sun baked the earth, and it baked the 2 young men whose conflicting philosophies needed to be reconciled. The clamor of the training ground in ruins seemed to fade away, leaving only silent sweat in their own churning thoughts. Chapter 62, Coordination. Time ticked away in the agonizing silence and scorching heat. Over an hour passed. Just as Su Chen felt the concrete beneath his feet might melt, the assistant instructor's voice finally broke the silence. Time's up. Made up your minds? Su Chen and Chu Xian turned toward the assistant instructor simultaneously, their bodies still held rigidly upright. Su Chen took a deep breath and spoke first, his voice hoarse from the sun's scorching heat, yet his tone was straightforward. Reporting, assistant instructor. I've made my decision. My actions stemmed from personal heroism, overconfidence in my own abilities, neglecting the importance of teamwork, and disregarding the captain's commands. Without Chu Xian's support, my actions would not only have failed but endangered my teammates. I apologize. In future operations, I will obey orders and cooperate fully. His gaze shifted to Chu Xian, carrying a hint of subtle complexity. Sorry, Chu Xian. I acted impulsively just now. Chu Xian's gaze briefly met Su Chen's. Something seemed to settle deep within his piercing eyes. He gave a slight nod before turning to the assistant instructor, his voice steady yet tinged with added gravity. Reporting to the assistant instructor, I've reflected on my command. I relied too heavily on established procedures and risk avoidance, lacking flexibility in adapting to individual team members' capabilities and unexpected battlefield changes. I failed to adequately anticipate Su Chen's potential actions and associated risks, nor did I provide clearer counter-instructions or alternative plans at the outset of his actions. I bear primary responsibility for this command failure. In future operations, I will strive for more open communication and tailor tactics to each team member's strengths. The assistant instructor's icy gaze swept across both their faces, seemingly assessing the sincerity in their words. After a moment, he nodded, his tone softening slightly yet remaining stern. Recognizing mistakes is the first step. On the battlefield, the cost of a single error is life. Now, this is your final chance. Same mission, same objective, efficient clearance. Fail to meet the standard again, and you'll be in for extra training. Now, fall in. Yes, sir. The 2 replied in unison, turning and sprinting back to Wang Fugue's cover position. Wang Fugue watched them return, his chubby face filled with worry. Chen Ge, Chu Xian, are you both okay? You scared the hell out of me. We're fine. Su Chen wiped sweat from his brow, the defiance in his eyes softening considerably. Replacing it was a determined eagerness. This time, follow orders. Chu Xian said nothing, quickly getting into position. He crouched down, picked up a small twig, and swiftly sketched a rough diagram of the open area on the dusty ground. Objective unchanged, 5 moving targets, positions random, trajectories unpredictable. Confirmed hidden targets behind the broken wall flank, number unknown. Based on energy fluctuations, no more than 2. Chu Xian's voice was clear and rapid, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Tactical adjustment, Su Chen, you remain the primary forward attacker. Su Chen's spirit lifted as he focused intently. But this time, your advance route must strictly follow my instructions. Chu Xian traced a winding yet purposeful arrow with a twig on the map. Cut in from here, using that partially collapsed pillar as your first jump point. Target the high-frequency moving target ahead and to the left. After taking it down, don't linger, immediately roll right, using that slanted concrete slab for cover. Target the moving target at the rear right. Remember, your core mission is to draw primary fire, create chaos, and create an opening for Wang Fugue. Understood. Route is clear. Su Chen nodded firmly, his eyes focused as he memorized every point Chu Xian outlined. Wang Fugue. Chu Xian turned to the fat man. You still have those training use smoke grenades in your tactical gear, right? Yes. Wang Fugue nodded hastily. A faint glow flickered in the palm of his hand, and several fist-sized gray spheres appeared in his grasp. Good. The moment Su Chen hits the first target and draws all fire toward him. Chu Xian pointed to the location on the map where Su Chen was expected to reach the first target. Immediately throw 2 smoke grenades toward the area slightly left of center on the field. Remember, 2 grenades cover a wide area. Your mission isn't to kill, but to obscure the enemy's vision, create chaos, and especially disrupt the targeting of any hidden targets that might appear. After throwing, immediately retreat behind the cover Su Chen just departed from and secure your position. Roger that. Mission accomplished. Wang Fugue gripped the smoke grenades tightly, his chubby face flushed with tension and excitement. As for me, Chu Xian's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on a relatively high section of broken wall debris flanking the open area. I will seize the vantage point the moment Su Chen begins his movement. My arrows would prioritize eliminating any threats attempting to lock onto Su Chen, especially hidden targets on the flanks. Simultaneously, once the smoke rises, I'll utilize thermal imaging to pinpoint the core of any remaining moving targets for precision elimination. Su Chen, after completing your second objective, immediately seek cover on the spot. Avoid becoming an unnecessary target in the smoke. Leave the rest to me and Wang Fugue's diversion. The entire tactical plan is clear and well-defined, with a rational division of labor. It effectively leverages Su Chen's explosive power and mobility as both bait and the spearhead. It also maximizes the tactical value of Wang Fugue's spatial awareness. Meanwhile, Chu Xian himself occupies the most advantageous sniping position, with a clear responsibility to protect the primary attacker. This plan is more aggressive than the previous conservative advance and offers several layers of additional security compared to Su Chen's solo charge. Understood? Chu Xian confirmed. Got it. Su Chen and Wang Fugue replied in unison. Move. Chu Xian gave the command. 3 figures shot out from behind cover like arrows released from a bowstring. But this time, there was no chaotic disorder. Su Chen strictly followed the route mapped out by Chu Xian, darting through the ruins with the precision of a surgical blade. His explosive power was astonishing, each step landing precisely on predetermined points as he charged toward the first high-frequency moving target with laser focus. Chu Xian, like an agile mountain cat, leapt several times, scaling the flanking high ground at astonishing speed. His compound bow snapped open instantly, his sharp gaze scanning the entire field like radar. Wang Fugue followed closely behind Su Chen's flank. His rotund frame erupted with agility, defying his size as he ran, eyes fixed nervously on Su Chen's position. Whoosh! The 3 moving targets were instantly locked onto by Su Chen's high-speed advance, laser beams crisscrossing toward him. Boom! Su Chen's thunderous fist struck the core of the first target with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating it. Just as the laser beams were about to lock onto his rolling trajectory. Now! Fugue! Chu Xian's command crackled through the earpiece. Watch my move! Wang Fugue bellowed, his chubby hand flinging upward with all his might. 2 training smoke grenades arced precisely, landing in the designated zone Chu Xian had marked. Chapter 63, Going Out. Puff! Puff! Dense gray smoke, laced with subtle interference particles, instantly exploded outward, rapidly spreading to blanket the center and most of the left side of the open area. The laser beam aimed at Su Chen instantly lost its accuracy, scattering wildly. Su Chen completed his side roll unscathed, precisely taking cover behind the designated concrete slab. Simultaneously, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows, as if guided by eyes, pierced the cores of the 2 hidden targets that had just peeked out from behind the broken wall on the flank the moment the smoke billowed up. Clean and decisive. Amid the smoke, the trajectories of the remaining 2 moving targets became chaotic due to the interference. From his vantage point, Chu Xian's gaze was icy as his compound bow held steady as a rock. Through the simple thermal imaging module integrated into his training helmet, the outlines of the moving targets in the smoke were clearly defined. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows. The arrows pierced the smoke, pinning themselves unerringly into the core sensor zones of the 2 moving targets. The smoke slowly dissipated. Across the open field, all 5 moving targets and 2 hidden targets billowed white smoke, the sign of destruction. Chen emerged from behind the concrete slab, his body spotless, without a single new burn mark. Wang Fugui dashed out from behind his cover, his chubby face beaming with triumphant excitement. Chen leapt lightly down from the vantage point, his movements fluid and graceful. A moment of silence filled the loudspeaker before the assistant instructor's voice came through. Though still devoid of warmth, the sharp edge of reprimand had noticeably softened. Squad 207, mission completion time, 3 minutes 50 seconds. All targets eliminated. 0 casualties. Tactical execution rating, excellent. Return to base and stand by. Half a month at Grey Wolf Base felt like time had been fast-forwarded. Every day was saturated with sweat, shouts, exhaustion from extreme exertion, and the grinding of tactical coordination. Sergeant Grey Wolf's grueling training regimen was executed with meticulous precision. Its intensity was enough to make even the most defiant new recruits collapse into unconsciousness the moment the lights-out whistle blew. After initial friction and adjustments, the trio of Chen, Xian, and Wang Fugui Team 207 gradually found their rhythm. On the training grounds, their performance steadily improved from clumsy stumbles to seamless coordination. In their final squad coordination assessment, they even earned an outstanding rating. A rare, fleeting softening barely perceptible flickered across the perpetually icy face of Sergeant Grey Wolf. Finally, the 2-week basic combat coordination training concluded. Before the exhausted new recruits could catch their breath, the true test, the live fire clearance exercise, loomed on the horizon. Dawn broke faintly, the damp, chilly mist unique to the Kangwu Mountains still lingering. With a dull rumble, the base's massive alloy gate slowly swung open, revealing the vast, deep, and primal jungle beyond. Dozens of 3-man squads, fully armed and led by their respective assistant instructors, poured out of the base like a stream, swiftly vanishing into the dense vegetation. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and a tinge of reverence for the unknown dangers ahead. Team 207, guided by their assistant instructor Grey Falcon, moved swiftly along a marked animal trail. Chen led the way, a base-issued steel dagger in hand, his shark gaze scanning the front and flanks. Xian followed closely behind, his compound bow partially drawn with an arrow knot. His insight eye was activated at full capacity, its invisible waves of perception covering dozens of meters around him. Wang Fugui was shielded in the center, his chubby face tense as he pressed his right hand firmly against his spatial wrist guard, ready to respond to Xian's command at any moment. Remember the rules. Assistant Instructor Grey Falcon's deep, clear voice echoed through the silent jungle. The mission area map has been loaded into your tactical wristwatches, marked by a green boundary line. Threats within the zone are confirmed below martial artist level, but the mutated creatures are diverse and exhibit unpredictable behaviors. Do not underestimate them. In case of force majeure, immediately fire the distress signal flare. Squad members must advance and retreat together. Dismissed. Return to the assembly point at the east gate of the base before nightfall. Good luck. With that, Assistant Instructor Grey Falcon vanished like a phantom into the nearby thicket, leaving the squad entirely to the perilous mountain forest. Huff. Wang Fugui exhaled a long breath, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. It had finally begun. Chenggu, Xian, what do we do now? Xian raised his wrist. His tactical watch projected a miniature 3D map, clearly marking their current position and the green boundary lines of their mission area, along with red dots representing known low-threat mutated creature activity zones. According to the map data and base briefing, 3 kilometers ahead lay the edge zone known as the Decaying Leaves Swamp, frequently haunted by ironclaw badgers and poison dart frogs. Xian's voice remained calm as usual. Ironclaw badgers, 1-star mid-tier, gregarious, sharp claws and fangs, highly aggressive but defensively weak. Core identifier, the 3rd claw on their front paws. Poison dart frogs, 1-star peak tier, solitary or in small groups, highly venomous. Their sprayed toxin causes severe paralysis. Core identifying feature, venom glands on their backs. These targets yield low points but are relatively abundant, making them ideal for practice and familiarizing ourselves with combat. Alright. Let's head to the Decaying Leaf Swamp. Battle fervor ignited in Chen's eyes as he flicked his short blade in a swift, graceful arc. After 2 weeks of training and recovery, the power within him was itching to be unleashed, desperate for the test of real combat. Agreed. Wang Fugui nodded in agreement. Though he still felt uneasy about those poisonous frogs, having Chen and Xian by his side gave him a sense of reassurance. The squad immediately altered course, heading toward the Decaying Leaf Swamp. The primeval jungles of the Kangwu Mountains proved far more complex and perilous than the simulated ruins of the training grounds. Tangled vines, slippery moss, hidden pits beneath fallen leaves, and venomous insects lurking everywhere demanded extreme caution with every step. Xian's insight eye talent proved invaluable here, repeatedly warning them in advance of lurking venomous snakes, paralyzing thorns, and even a concealed quicksand trap. After over an hour, a damp, putrid earthy scent began permeating the air, and the ground beneath their feet turned soft and muddy. They had reached the edge of the decaying leaves swamp. Halt! Xu Xian barked suddenly, raising his hand to signal. His sharp gaze locked onto a patch of muddy marshland ahead, covered in low shrubs and giant ferns. At the 11 o'clock position, 30 meters away, 3 ironclaw badgers were gnawing on a rotting corpse. At the 12 o'clock position, along the edge of the muddy pool, 2 poison dart frogs lay in ambush. Their breaths were steady, showing no immediate intent to attack. Su Chen and Wang Fugue immediately dropped to the ground, using the vegetation for cover. Chapter 64, Mutation, Unknown Wilderness. Su Chen, flanked from the relatively dry hard ground on the left. Target those 3 ironclaw badgers. Focus on their paws, attack their lower body. Strike fast and finish quickly. Xu Xian issued rapid commands. Wang Fugue, prepare a standard smoke grenade. On my signal, throw it toward the edge of the muddy pool where the poison dart frogs lurk. Aim to create confusion and obscure their vision, killing them isn't necessary. I'll handle long-range takedowns of the poison dart frogs while monitoring potential threats from other directions. Roger. Roger. Su Chen vanished silently into the left side bushes like a hunting leopard, while Wang Fugue nervously fumbled for a gray smoke grenade. Xu Xian swiftly found cover behind a prominent tree root, crouched low, and steadily drew his compound bow. The cold arrowhead locked onto the brightest poison dart frog at the edge of the muddy pool. Seconds later. Go! Xu Xian's command crackled through the earpiece. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air, piercing the head of the most alert poison dart frog with pinpoint accuracy. Its poison glands were instantly destroyed. Almost simultaneously. Boom! Su Chen's figure burst forth from the left like a thunderbolt. His short blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, striking directly at the throat of the nearest ironclaw badger. The beast didn't even have time to react before it was slain with a single blow. The other 2 ironclaw badgers, startled, let out shrill screeches and lunged at Su Chen, their metal glinting claws flashing. Fugue, smoke grenade. Xu Xian's voice rang out again as a second arrow left the bowstring, striking the poison dart frog attempting to spew venom. Here it comes. Wang Fugue hurled the smoke grenade toward the edge of the muddy swamp. Puff! Smoke billowed as Su Chen faced the 2 charging ironclaw badgers without flinching. He sidestepped one's lunge, his short blade slashing downward to cleanly sever the other's claw mid-swing. Simultaneously, his left fist clenched, a faint purple arc of electricity flashing as he slammed it into the side of the clawless badger beast. Snap! The sound of shattered bones rang out clearly. The badger beast howled in agony and flew backward. While the remaining beast, frozen by the sight of its comrade's agony, hesitated. Seizing the moment, Su Chen lunged forward. His short blade darted like a venomous snake, piercing the beast's heart with deadly precision. Through the smoke, Xu Xian's third arrow flew, pinning the last poison dart frog attempting to flee into the mud. The battle concluded in under 10 seconds. Wang Fugue swiftly bagged the carcasses in specially sealed containers, stowing them in his talon space. Xu Xian maintained vigilance until he confirmed no further threats lingered. Nice work! Wang Fugue exclaimed excitedly. Though the targets weren't formidable, the clean execution and seamless coordination boosted his confidence immensely. Xu Xian's face remained expressionless, yet a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He glanced at his tactical wristwatch. Continued deepening into the swamp's edge. Locate the next target point. Maintain vigilance. Over the next few hours, the squad moved like an efficient hunting machine, prowling the fringes of the decaying leaves swamp. They encountered several small packs of ironclaw badgers and scattered poison dart frogs, steadily accumulating points. Though still far from the Thunder Source Essence crystal Su Chen coveted, it was a promising start. As noon approached, sunlight struggled through the dense canopy, casting dappled beams across the forest floor. They had left the marshland behind, entering a denser, primeval forest where ancient trees towered overhead. The air here was fresher, yet an eerie silence hung heavy. Even bird songs grew scarce, casting an inexplicable sense of oppression. Stop! Xu Xian raised his hand again, his brow furrowing deeply as his eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. He stared intently into the dark depths of the forest ahead, his insight eye talent operating at full capacity. His expression grew increasingly grim. What's wrong, Xu Xian? Su Chen immediately grew alert, his dagger held horizontally across his chest. Wang Fugue also tensed, his neck cringing nervously. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Xu Xian's voice was low, tinged with confusion and wariness. The energy fluctuations ahead were chaotic. The spatial structure seemed to be warping? I sense life energy that doesn't belong here. It's faint, but extremely bizarre. And, the mutated creatures in this area seem to have vanished? It's too quiet. Spatial distortion? Wang Fugue's eyes widened. Brother Xu Xian, don't scare me. Su Chen felt a pang of dread too. He seemed to recall something and then. Warning. High-intensity spatial distortion field detected. Warning. Unstable spatial fissure detected ahead. Suspected small dimensional fragment or unrecorded secret realm entrance. Danger level, unknown. Host advised to evacuate immediately. The cold system alert rang like thunder in Su Chen's mind. It revealed the anomaly ahead with greater clarity and chill than Xu Xian's perception. A secret realm entrance? Su Chen blurted out, his expression abruptly darkening. While secret realms held unimaginable opportunities, they also carried life-threatening dangers, especially uncharted realms unknown to the Empire. Such places were far beyond the reach of a martial artist squad like theirs. Run! Su Chen acted decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Get out of here! Now! Back the way we came! Xu Xian showed no doubt, swiftly sheathing his bow and quiver as he barked. Wang Fugue! Keep up! Full speed retreat! The Wang Fugue didn't understand why, seeing the unprecedented gravity and panic on Su Chen and Xu Xian's faces terrified him out of his wits. Without another word, he took off running, unleashing the fastest speed he'd ever mustered in his life. The three men fled like frightened rabbits, sprinting for their lives along the path they had come. Points, kills, all such concerns were now cast to the winds. Survival was paramount. Yet, barely 50 meters into their flight, disaster struck. Buzz! A deep, ancient hum, as if from primordial times, erupted without warning from the dense forest behind them. The sound wasn't piercing, yet it carried a soul-shaking vibration that made the hearts of the fleeing trio lurch violently, halting their movements. Immediately, centered on the point of origin, the space within hundreds of meters began to warp violently like ripples spreading across water after a pebble was thrown in. Light bent into eerie arcs, the outlines of trees blurred, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to transform into undulating waves. An indescribably powerful suction force erupted without warning from behind them. This pull didn't act upon their bodies but seemed to directly warp the space itself. The three felt the air instantly grow thick and viscous, their running motions stretched out endlessly, slowed to a crawl, as if they'd sunk into an invisible quagmire. Chapter 65, Trapped in the Encirclement. No! Spatial collapse. Gravitational anomaly. Xu Xian paled in horror. The vision revealed by his insight eye sent chills down his spine. The seemingly normal space ahead was violently warping and disintegrating. Ah! Help! Wang Fugue, trailing behind, felt an irresistible force suddenly seize him, dragging his entire body backward. He screamed in terror. Fugue! Su Chen's eyes widened in fury as he forcibly activated the Thunderbolt's unbroken sutra. Pale purple lightning arcs instantly covered his body, attempting to resist the suction force. Simultaneously, he spun around, reaching out to grab Wang Fugue as he was pulled away. Xu Xian spun around simultaneously, his compound bow drawn in an instant. A specially crafted rope arrow, tipped with a high-strength alloy claw, shot toward Wang Fugue like lightning. Yet it was all too late. Just as Su Chen's hand was about to touch the hem of Wang Fugue's robe, and Xu Xian's hook-clawed arrow was about to strike his backpack. Rip! A shrill, ear-piercing sound, like fabric being torn, echoed throughout the entire space. Not far ahead of the three, the previously warped and rippling space was violently torn open, revealing a massive, irregular, pitch-black fissure. Unstable, ghostly blue arcs flickered along the edges of the rift, while its depths plunged into a despair-inducing darkness, as if connecting to the very edge of the universe. A more frenzied, chaotic aura steeped in antiquity, savagery, and some indescribable malevolence gushed forth from the rift like a burst dam. The terrifying suction intensified tenfold, no, 100-fold. No! Wang Fugue's desperate scream cut off abruptly. His obese form was seized as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly sucked into that monstrous spatial rift. Fugue! Su Chen roared, desperately trying to lunge forward. But the same suction force gripped him and Xu Xian, pinning them to the spot and slowly dragging them toward the rift, which gaped like the maw of a colossal beast. Ah! Su Chen's eyes blazed crimson as pale purple arcs of lightning erupted and danced wildly across his skin. He ceased struggling against the terrifying pull, instead channeling every ounce of his thunderous power into his legs. With a violent thrust, he lunged toward the rift. Su Chen! Don't! Xu Xian's cry was drowned out by the space's screeching roar. Seeing Su Chen deliberately charge toward the rift, his heart nearly stopped. But in the next instant, an even stronger pull seized him like iron chains. The ancient tree roots he clung to with all his might groaned under the unbearable strain and snapped instantly. The terrifying gravitational field, like an invisible giant hand, yanked him violently toward the shadowy rift. His vision filled with endless darkness and twisted fragments of light, while his ears rang with the shrill screech of space tearing apart and the agonized groan of his own bones straining beyond endurance. The world spun violently, as if both body and soul had been hurled into a mad blender. He had no sense of time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps 10,000 years. The cacophony of battle, mingled with a pungent stench, roused Su Chen from the chaos. Cough! He coughed violently, each breath tearing through his body like every bone had been torn apart and roughly pieced back together. His vision blurred, stars dancing before his eyes. He struggled to push himself up, pressing his palms against the cold, rough ground, a surface coated with some sticky, slimy substance. Warning! Host has entered an unknown dimensional fragment space. Warning! High concentration of abyssal corrosion energy detected. Warning! Massive high-threat lifeform reactions detected. Extreme danger. The icy system alerts sounded like cold water poured over his head, instantly tightening Su Chen's nerves to the breaking point. He shook his head violently, forcing the dizziness away until his vision finally focused. The world before him made him gasp in horror. The sky was oppressive, churning with thick, dark purple clouds. No sun, moon, or stars were visible. Only occasional crimson fissures, like massive wounds, pierced the depths of the clouds, casting eerie, faint light. The earth was charred and cracked, reeking of sulfur mixed with the stench of rotting flesh. The air was thick with dust and a nauseating, metallic rust-tinged, blood-like odor. But what sent chills down the spine was the tide-like surge of something stretching as far as the eye could see. Their forms were twisted and grotesque, as if countless creatures had been forcibly crushed and haphazardly reassembled. Some resembled gigantic beetles, magnified several times over, encased in thick chitinous shells, armed with sharp chelicerae and compound eyes, dark green pus oozing from the cracks in their carapaces. Others resembled human-like creatures stripped bare, leaving only flesh and bone. They hunched over, crawling on all fours, dripping corrosive saliva from their mouths while emitting low, guttural growls. Others were simply writhing masses of flesh, dripping black mucus, covered in countless tiny, frantically flailing tentacles and glowing, ghostly eyes. Most energy fluctuations hovered around the 6th or 7th tier of martial practitioners. Abyssal corrupted monsters, their numbers overwhelmingly despairing. Like piranhas sensing blood, they surged from all directions, their teeth-grinding screeches and growls echoing as they madly converged on the spot where they had just fallen. Su Chen! Behind you! A shrill warning, laced with urgent gasps and the metallic whistling of air, rang out from his rear flank. Su Chen whipped his head around to see Chu Xian kneeling on one knee nearby, his face as pale as paper, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the spatial transition had inflicted significant concussion and internal injuries upon him. Yet the compound bow in his hands remained steady as a rock. The bowstring hummed urgently as arrow after arrow, gleaming coldly, flew with pinpoint accuracy toward several monsters resembling flayed hounds attempting to pounce from Su Chen's blind spot behind him. Thud! Thud! The arrows pierced the monsters' skulls or hearts with deadly accuracy, sending foul blood and slime splattering everywhere. Beside Chu Xian, a familiar figure flailed wildly with a rust-encrusted iron pipe, clumsily fending off the lunges of a small beetle-like monster. It was Wang Fuguei. His clothes were torn and tattered, caked in mud and some suspicious green slime. His chubby face was twisted with terror and relief at surviving the ordeal, but more than anything, it showed utter despair at the horrifying scene. Brother Chen! Chu Xian! You're finally awake! You scared the hell out of me! Wang Fuguei nearly wept upon seeing Su Chen awake, smashing the pipe into the beetle monster's compound eyes and forcing it back a step. Fuguei! You're okay! Seeing Wang Fuguei alive, though battered, lifted a huge weight off Su Chen's heart. But that relief was instantly replaced by an even stronger sense of danger as the surrounding horde of monsters grew denser. Cut the chatter! Clear the area first! Chu Xian's inside eye talon scanned the entire battlefield, his expression turning grim. Su Chen, you lead the way. Don't let them encircle us. Chapter 66, The Way Out. Understood. Su Chen grasped the urgency instantly. This was no time to conserve strength. He straightened abruptly, ignoring the searing pain throughout his body, and activated the Thunder Punishment Sutra at full power. Su Chen roared with fury, his arms shooting out to the sides. The raging purple lightning no longer confined to his skin burst forth like a dammed torrent, pouring wildly from his palms. Boom! Blinding purple light instantly illuminated the gloomy world. Countless frenzied lightning snakes, each as thick as a bowl, erupted in a fan-shaped pattern from Su Chen's center, violently exploding toward the surging tide of monsters advancing before him. Thunderous might! Unstoppable! Monsters struck directly by the frenzied lightning saw their chitinous carapaces and resilient muscles instantly carbonized, charred black, and shattered by terrifying heat. Filthy fluids and severed limbs splattered like rain, filling the air with the foul stench of burnt protein and the sharp tang of ozone. A vast swath of monsters within the lightning's reach was instantly obliterated, as if a massive breach had been forcibly torn open in the surging black tide. The monsters' roars faltered, their charging momentum halted. Some outer monsters even instinctively recoiled in fear, beginning to retreat. Chu Xian and Wang Fuguei were also shaken to their core by this terrifying display. This was the first time Su Chen had unleashed the full, unrestrained power of his innate mass-killing ability before them. Go! Keep up! Having landed his strike, Su Chen showed no hesitation. Gritting his teeth against the tearing sensation in his meridians from overexertion, he growled low and charged headlong into the gap torn open by the lightning strike. The short blade reappeared in his hand, slicing through several small monsters that had narrowly avoided the lightning and now blocked his path. Chu Xian and Wang Fuguei immediately followed. Chu Xian's arrows flew with uncanny precision, pinpointing and eliminating stragglers attempting flanking maneuvers from the sides and rear. The trio advanced like a small boat struggling through raging waves, carving a bloody path through the monster tide with Su Chen's thunder clearing the way and Chu Xian's precise sniping. Wang Fuguei also contributed, periodically pulling training-grade flashbangs and stun grenades low yield but effective from his facial bracers and hurling them into the densest monster clusters. Though their lethality was limited, the intense light and shockwaves effectively disrupted the monster's senses, creating openings for Su Chen and Chu Shen. Yet the situation showed no sign of improving. This scorched wasteland seemed endless, and the monsters appeared to be limitless. No matter how many they killed, more would emerge from the cracks in the charred earth, from behind jagged boulders. Even from the churning dark purple clouds overhead, flying monsters with tattered flesh wings emerged. Driven by some unseen will, they charged the intruders with reckless abandon. Though Su Chen's thunder power was formidable, its consumption was terrifying. After several successive wide-area lightning storm attacks, the radiance of the thunder seed within him visibly dimmed. A stinging pain like needles piercing his meridians surged through him, and his breathing grew heavy. Chu Shen's quiver visibly emptied, his complexion growing paler. The mental strain from prolonged, high-intensity use of his inside eye talent made his temples throb violently. Wang Fugue was panting heavily from exhaustion, his talent's supply of interference items nearly depleted. This won't do. We'll be worn down to death here if we keep this up. Su Chen hacked through a lunging muscle-bound monster, splattering himself with foul-smelling slime as he barked through ragged breaths. Chu Shen, try to locate the source. These damn things didn't just appear out of thin air. There must be something commanding them. Hearing this, Chu Shen abruptly halted, his back pressed against a massive, charred rock reeking of sulfur. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the churning blood in mental exhaustion. Closing his physical eyes, he channeled all his mental energy into the inside eye talent. Invisible ripples of perception spread out like mercury spilling across the ground, radiating in all directions with unprecedented intensity and precision. They swept past the madly snarling monsters radiating chaos and malevolence, past the scorched, cracked earth, past the jagged, monstrous rocks. Time seemed to freeze. Su Chen and Wang Fugue stood back to back with Chu Shen, vigilantly guarding their surroundings. They held back the monsters lunging at them, buying Chu Shen those precious few seconds. Suddenly, Chu Shen's tightly closed eyes snapped open. A tangible brilliance seemed to erupt from the depths of his pupils. He pointed sharply in one direction. Found it. At the 11 o'clock position, roughly 800 meters underground, lay a massive, living nest. All the monsters, their energy source pointed to that location. It was producing these creatures endlessly. Su Chen and Wang Fugue followed Chu Shen's gaze. There, in a deeper, darker zone, a massive, tomb-like black tumorous structure bulged from the ground. The surface of the growths was covered in thick, pulsating dark purple veins, pulsing like blood vessels, constantly oozing viscous black liquid outward. At the tops of the tumors, several enormous cavities gaped open like breathing orifices. Within, writhing flesh walls could be faintly discerned, and slime-covered embryonic monsters were being delivered from them one after another. That was the insect nest. The source of the abyssal corrosion and the factory of monsters. Damn it! So this monstrosity was the culprit all along. Wang Fugue stared at the writhing, monstrous growth, his stomach churning violently as his face drained of color. A cold flame ignited in Su Chen's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the enormous, nauseatingly foul-smelling nest. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Destroy it. Otherwise, we're doomed. Exactly. We must destroy it. Chu Shen's voice was unwavering, yet his expression was grim. But you saw it yourselves, the closer we get, the denser the monsters become. In our current state, breaking through is impossible. Charging headlong is suicide. Su Chen stared at the swarm of monsters surging like a black tide ahead and the colossal insect nest looming in the distance like a demonic mountain from hell. His heart sank. Chu Shen was right, they were already spent. What do? We can't just wait to die here. Wang Fugue was nearly in tears. Chu Shen's gaze darted between Su Chen and Wang Fugue's spatial wristbands as his mind raced at an unprecedented speed, frantically calculating and simulating possibilities. A plan extremely risky, with a minuscule chance of success, yet perhaps their only path to survival quickly took shape in his mind. Fugue! Chu Shen snapped his gaze toward Wang Fugue, his eyes sharp enough to pierce. How many high-explosive shock grenades do you have left in your space? Wang Fugue froze, then hurriedly checked. 4 left. These things make a lot of noise and pack decent power, but against these thick-skinned monsters. Enough! Chu Shen cut him off, his words rapid as a machine gun. Su Chen, listen. We're running out of time. Conventional methods won't work. There's only one way to get you there. Su Chen's pupils contracted. Get me across? How? Chapter 67, Thunder Punishment Body Activated. Wealth. Chu Shen pointed toward the insect nest. That area was densely packed with monsters, like a black ocean. See that relatively flat area directly in front of the hive, where the monster density is highest? I need you to throw all 4 remaining high-explosive concussion grenades there with everything you've got. The goal isn't to kill, but to create maximum chaos and shockwaves to blast them apart, to stun them, even if it only buys a few seconds. Wang Fugue stared at the dense swarm of monsters, his scalp tingling with dread, yet he nodded firmly. Understood. Then, the moment the explosion erupts, the moment Fugue creates chaos, I will use my last ounce of mental energy to unleash the inside eye at full power. It will mark out the most direct, least obstructed energy flow channel for you. That path will lead straight to the core weakness of the insect nest, but it will only exist for an instant. You must seize the chaos created by the explosion and the path I mark for you. With your utmost speed, disregard any obstacles charged to the entrance of that nest and burst into its interior. A desperate gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Then find its core and blast it to ashes with your thunder. Su Chen's heart felt as if struck by a sledgehammer. This plan was madness, sending him alone into the hellish depths of the hive. It was a suicide mission. No, a death sentence. But looking around, seeing the endless tide of monsters closing in, seeing Chu Xian and Wang Fugui's exhausted, despairing faces, there was no choice. Su Chen drew a deep breath. The hesitation in his eyes instantly gave way to a savage fighting spirit and utter resolve. Alright, let's do this. Fugui, get ready. Chu Xian, it's on you. Fugui, move. Chu Xian roared, simultaneously closing his eyes as he poured his last reserves of mental energy into the inside eye. Veins bulged on his temples, and blood trickled slowly from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. Wang Fugui abruptly pulled items from his spatial storage, gripping 2 heavy gray high-explosive shock grenades in each hand. Damn monsters! Taste Fat Man's big toys. Wang Fugui let out a hysterical roar, mustering every ounce of strength to hurl all 4 grenades with all his might toward the densest sea of monsters in front of the insect nest. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering explosions merged into a deafening roar. Blinding flashes of light and savage shockwaves erupted like 4 blossoms of destruction, blooming violently at the heart of the black sea of monsters. Terrifying shockwaves tore apart and hurled countless monsters skyward. Thick smoke, dust, and mangled limbs mingled with the acrid stench of gunpowder, billowing into the air. Now! Su Chen charged. Chu Xian snapped his blood-tear-streaked eyes open, letting out a piercing howl. His fingers touched Su Chen's shoulder, marking out a twisted yet relatively clean energy flow path for him. At the end of that path lay the largest, darkest entrance at the very apex of the insect nest, a gaping maw that ceaselessly devoured monsters. Su Chen had long been poised for action. As Chu Xian's roar echoed, the thunderous power coursing through his entire body erupted without restraint. His entire form was instantly enveloped in blinding, liquid-like purple lightning, its terrifying pressure warping the surrounding air. A lingering, blinding purple lightning trail remained where he stood, while Su Chen's form had transformed into a true, space-tearing bolt of fury. With unstoppable momentum, he slammed into the colossal hive entrance, a gaping maw reminiscent of hell's own mouth. Sizzle! Like a red-hot branding iron piercing butter, Su Chen's purple thunder form instantly vanished into the constantly writhing entrance of the nest, which reeked of the intense stench of the abyss. Inside the insect nest. Foul stench. Cloying stickiness. Pitch-black darkness. Oppressive gloom. These were Su Chen's first impressions upon entering. The passage walls were constantly writhing, covered in viscous black fluid. Coarse, pulsating dark purple veins crisscrossed the walls, emanating a nauseating abyssal stench and intense life energy. Countless tiny, maggot-like creatures burrowed through the slime. The air was so thick it was nearly impossible to breathe, carrying intense corrosive properties and mental corruption. Warning! Host has entered high-concentration abyssal corrosion core zone. Mental corruption intensifying. Physiological functions continuously deteriorating. Warning! Detected powerful life energy reaction mixed with abyssal will. Extreme danger. The system's alarm sounded like a death knell in his mind. Su Chen fought back nausea and dizziness as thunderous power formed a thin protective shield around his body, blocking the slime and some of the mental corruption. He had to hurry. Chu Xian and Wang Fugui couldn't hold out much longer. Die if you stand in my way. Su Chen growled, his short blade whirling with frenzied arcs of lightning. Like a hot knife through butter, he sliced through the proliferating flesh walls and viscous tentacles attempting to block his path. Each step forward was accompanied by bone-chilling rips and the spray of foul-smelling fluids. Yet the hive's counterattack was equally ferocious. Countless guardians, even more grotesquely twisted and radiating stronger abyssal energies, hatched from the flesh walls. Some resembled spiked flesh balls, others monstrous hybrids of beetles and worms, all screeching as they lunged toward Su Chen. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Without hesitation, Su Chen slammed both palms into the ground. Frenzied purple lightning erupted around him, forming a thunderous cage several meters in diameter. Monsters that charged into the cage were instantly charred to cinders, yet more surged forward with reckless abandon. The cage flickered violently, struggling to hold. Thunderbolt Finger. Su Chen formed his fingers into a sword-like point, concentrating highly compressed thunder energy at his fingertips. It shot forth like a laser. Put! In an instant, it pierced through the skulls of 3 monsters attempting a flanking ambush. He advanced like a thunder god trudging through a flesh and blood quagmire, each step accompanied by slaughter and exhaustion. Energy rapidly drained from his body, searing pain like torn meridians surged through him, and his mind grew hazy under the corrosive influence of the abyssal taint. Finally, after forcibly blasting through the last barrier formed by countless resilient flesh tendrils, a massive, heart-like, frantically pulsating flesh tumor appeared before his eyes. It radiated a heart-stopping energy fluctuation, a dark purple glow rippling across its surface, while countless thick blood vessels connected the entire nest. At its core, a black crystal nucleus, the hive's core, spun incessantly, radiating a potent aura of the abyss. Found you! A resolute light flared in Su Chen's eyes. He knew he had only one chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen channeled every last shred of thunder energy, both the remnants within his body and the final, forcibly squeezed essence from the Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra into his entire being. Thunder Strike Body, activate. Chapter 68, The Way Out. Boom! Su Chen's body seemed to transform into a human-shaped thunderbolt, blinding purple light illuminating the entire core chamber. Frenzied lightning serpents danced across his skin, instantly vaporizing nearby slime and guardians. Like a human bomb, he slammed violently into the pulsating core tumor. Break! Su Chen's furious roar mingled with the thunderous growl of the lightning. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted at the heart of the insect nest. Blinding purple lightning flared like a supernova, violently radiating outward from the core chamber. The frenzied thunder energy collided with the abyssal core's corrupted energy, triggering a devastating annihilation reaction. The entire colossal hive swelled and twisted from within like a lit powder keg before exploding outward. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Under Su Chen's ultimate strike, which channeled all his power and will, the mountain-like, tumorous hive was violently torn apart from within, scattering into a sky filled with charred fragments dancing amidst purple lightning arcs. A terrifying shockwave swept across the land, instantly hurling Su Chen backward as the scorched earth trembled violently. Outside the nest, Xu Xian and Wang Fugue were locked in a bitter struggle. The chaos caused by the earlier prop explosion quickly subsided, only for endless monsters to surge forth once more, their frenzy intensified by the nest's assault. Xu Xian's arrows were long exhausted. Drawing the steel dagger from his back, he danced on the edge of a knife, parrying the monster's attacks with the foresight of his insight eye and precise combat skills. His body bore several deep, bone-exposing wounds. Wang Fugue was in even worse shape. His iron pipe had snapped long ago, leaving him to rely on the last few stun grenades and flashbangs in his inventory for barely adequate defense. His chubby face was smeared with blood and despair. Just as they were about to be completely swallowed by the tide of monsters, a devastating blast wave swept in from the direction of the insect nest. The furious energy storm blew the monsters charging at them away like pieces of paper, tearing them to shreds. Xu Xian and Wang Fugue were violently hurled by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Their internal organs felt displaced, and a deafening ringing filled their ears. When they struggled to lift their heads, the sight before them was one they would never forget. The enormous, nightmare-like hive had vanished. In its place lay scorched earth crackling with purple arcs of electricity and debris swirling through the air. Within hundreds of meters of the nest, every monster had been wiped out. Those farther away seemed to lose their command, plunging into momentary chaos and confusion, their aggression sharply diminished. Success? Wang Fugue spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the ruins in disbelief. Su Chen. Xu Xian struggled to his feet, ignoring the searing pain in his body. He stared intently at the center of the hive's explosion, his eyes filled with worry and a glimmer of hope. Cough. A violent cough echoed through the smoke billowing from the explosion's epicenter. A staggering figure, leaning on a charred, broken blade, emerged with great effort from the haze. It was Su Chen. His combat uniform was reduced to rags, his exposed skin covered in scorch marks and sticky black residue. Blood trailed from the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper, his breath faint to the point of collapse. Brother Chen. Wang Fugue scrambled forward, stumbling and crawling, grabbing the swaying Su Chen and holding him steady. Tears and snot mixed with blood trickled down his face. You scared the hell out of me. I thought you wouldn't die. Su Chen forced an agonized smile, his voice raspy as a broken bellows. Thankfully, my physique is strong enough. Xu Xian hurried forward too. Seeing Su Chen's pitiful state, a flicker of emotion crossed his usually composed eyes. He swiftly assessed Su Chen's condition, his brow furrowing deeply. Severe internal injuries, major meridian damage, power depleted. But at least he's still alive. With the destruction of the core insect nest, the abyss monsters in this area seemed to have lost their backbone and endless supply of reinforcements. Though scattered monsters still roamed and snarled, their aggression had diminished greatly. They no longer launched suicidal assaults like before, and the pressure eased dramatically. The three of them, their bodies exhausted and covered in wounds, supported each other as they found a relatively sheltered spot nearby, a corner formed by several massive, charred rocks. Wang Fugue immediately pulled out precious clean water, compressed energy bars, and several emergency treatment syringes from his spatial wristband. Quick, Chen, drink some water and eat something. Wang Fugue carefully fed the water to Su Chen. Su Chen swallowed with great effort, each movement sending tearing pain through his entire body. Xu Xian skillfully tended to both Su Chen's and his own external wounds, administering the emergency injections. The three silently replenished their strength, the air thick with the exhaustion of survivors and the heavy stench of blood. Damn this hellhole. Wang Fugue gnawed on an energy bar, his heart still pounding as he stared at the dim, eerie sky outside. How the hell do we get out of here? Xu Xian closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. When he opened them again, insight I activated once more. Though mentally exhausted, his perception was far clearer than before. He carefully sensed the flow of spatial energy around them. The spatial structure is slowly repairing itself. Xu Xian's voice carried a hint of astonishment. The shockwave from the insect nest's explosion seemed to have torn apart the originally exceptionally stable spatial barrier in this area? I sense an extremely faint yet pure external energy seeping in from the direction of the explosion's epicenter. Su Chen's spirit surged upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he pondered. Xu Xian's perception was correct. These so-called secret realms might themselves be interlayers attached to the spatial barrier of the main world. That insect nest was like a nail hammered into this interlayer, stabilizing this anomalous space while continuously producing abyssal monsters to erode the main world. Blowing up one nail was like tearing open a crack in this interlayer, allowing the outside world's energy to seep in. A bold idea flashed in his eyes. What if we could locate and destroy more of these hives? Could we then completely tear open this interlayer, creating a passage to the outside world? Xu Xian and Wang Fugue were both stunned by this notion. Actively seeking out and destroying more nests? That would be even more suicidal than before. One nest nearly wiped out our entire force. But Brother Chen, our current condition. Wang Fugue glanced at his own wounds, then at Su Chen, who could barely stand. Fear was etched across his face. We have no choice. Xu Xian analyzed calmly, yet a resolute glint similar to Su Chen's burned in his eyes. Staying here is a slow death. The energy permeating from outside is extremely weak. Though the spatial barrier's self-repair isn't fast, it's absolutely faster than our injuries healing or us finding another way out. Chapter 69, Adding Insult to Injury. Once the barrier is fully repaired, we'll be trapped in this hellhole forever. Destroying the insect nest and ripping open the space is our only clear path to survival. Su Chen nodded with difficulty. You're right, Fugue. Don't be afraid. This time we have experience. We stormed the first hive at too great a cost. Next time, we can be smarter. Xu Xian, your talent is crucial. We need to devise a more effective tactic, aim for a decisive strike to minimize losses and risks. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Su Chen and Xu Xian's eyes, Wang Fugue gritted his teeth. Fear still lingered on his chubby face, but it was now tempered with a newfound desperation. Damn it, let's go all out. We're doomed either way, might as well fight for a chance to survive. Let's do this. After a brief rest, the three dragged their wounded bodies forward, following the direction where Xu Xian sensed the weakest spatial structure, continuing their search for the insect nest. Whether triggered by the chain reaction from destroying the first nest or due to Xu Xian's heightened sensitivity to the abyss energy, they soon discovered a second nest several kilometers away, nestled within a desolate wasteland littered with colossal skeletal remains. This nest was slightly smaller but seemed structurally more resilient, emanating an even colder, more sinister aura. Armed with their first experience, Xu Xian devised a more intricate tactical plan. He no longer sent Su Chen to confront the core head-on. Instead, he utilized the remaining interference devices in Wang Fugue's spatial pocket combined with his own insightful eye talent to precisely grasp the energy flow within the nest. This allowed him to formulate a diversionary tactic. Wang Fugue was positioned to deploy the interference devices at specific locations, creating massive disturbances to draw the attention and firepower of the hive's defenders. Meanwhile, Xu Xian used Insight Eye to pinpoint the most densely concentrated and thus most vulnerable nodes along the hive's primary energy conduits. Then, Su Chen unleashed his most powerful single-target penetration skill, Thunderbolt Finger, in a split second. This time, Su Chen didn't need to transform into a thunderbolt and charge into danger. He only needed to fire highly compressed thunder energy like sniper shots at the precise locations marked by Xu Xian. Pop! 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 3 streaks of ultra-condensed purple lightning, like the fingertips of death, pierced precisely through the 3 critical energy nodes Xu Xian had marked. A muffled explosion echoed from within the insect nest. The entire tumor convulsed violently, its surface purple veins instantly fading. Though not completely obliterated like the first, its energy cycle was forcibly severed, instantly crippling the monster production line. The guarding monsters also descended into chaos. The trio didn't linger. Seizing the chaos, Su Chen expended his dwindling strength to unleash the 10,000 Thunder Prison, briefly clearing the area before they swiftly retreated. The entire operation proved far more efficient than the first attempt, with significantly reduced expenditure. Though still perilous, their seamless coordination and flawless tactical execution successfully crippled the second insect nest. Nice work! Wang Fugue watched the second insect nest in the distance, now engulfed in chaos and decay, and pumped his fist excitedly. Xu Xian exhaled softly, a weary smile touching his lips, while Su Chen seized the moment to meditate and replenish his depleted energy. After destroying the second hive, they distinctly sensed the spatial barriers in this area growing increasingly unstable. The pure energy seeping in from the outside world had noticeably thickened. Hope was within reach. Their spirits soared. Fueled by the joy of success and the hope of finding a way out, the trio pressed on without pause toward the next spatial anomaly detected by Xu Xian. However, as they traversed a low-lying area shrouded in an eerie pale purple mist, disaster struck abruptly. Wang Fugue, who had been following behind Su Chen, responsible for flanking and keeping watch, suddenly let out a muffled groan without warning. Ugh! Put! A large mouthful of viscous blood, tinged with an eerie dark purple sheen, erupted violently from his mouth. The blood splattered onto the scorched ground, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound as wisps of black smoke rose. Immediately afterward, Wang Fugue's obese body collapsed forward like a puppet whose strings had snapped, crashing onto the ground with a thud and lying utterly still. Fugue! Su Chen and Chu Xian both stared at him in horror. Fugue! What happened? Su Chen immediately rushed to Wang Fugue's side, trying to lift him up. Don't touch him! Chu Xian barked sharply, his expression turning grim in an instant, even more somber than when facing the insect nest earlier. His innate ability, Insightful Eyes, was activated at full power, locking onto Wang Fugue's body. Countless intricate, dark purple patterns like spreading spider webs had appeared across Wang Fugue's skin, especially on exposed areas like his neck and arms. These patterns pulsed faintly like living creatures, emanating a thick, heart-stopping aura of the abyss. The corrosive energy contained within the blood he coughed up was truly horrifying. Chu Xian crouched down, carefully avoiding the patterns as he placed his fingers on Wang Fugue's carotid artery. He then lifted the man's eyelids to look inside. A faint, ominous purple glow now flickered deep within Wang Fugue's pupils. Deep abyss corrosion. Chu Xian's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. His body was nearly assimilated by the abyss's energy, and his spiritual sea had suffered severe contamination. The shockwave from the insect nest explosion, the wounds sustained in battle, and the pervasive contamination of the secret realm had all been steadily accumulating. Fugue's cultivation level was low, making his physical and mental resistance the weakest. Passing through the purple mist had been the final straw that broke the camel's back, triggering the eruption of the corruption. Chu Xian snapped his head up, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, eyes brimming with profound despair. The situation was extremely dangerous. The corrosion was advancing at an alarming rate. Unless the abyssal energy within him was purged immediately or a powerful purifying agent was found, he wouldn't last an hour. He would either be utterly corrupted or explode from the inside out. Every word from Chu Xian felt like a cold spike, piercing Su Chen's heart. He watched the dark purple patterns pulsing like living creatures across Wang Fugue's plump face, observed the purple blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, emitting a corrosive stench. An unprecedented chill and weight instantly gripped him. 1 hour. Just 1 hour. They had to find and destroy the third insect nest within this hellish secret realm, tear open a spatial rift, and escape. To make matters worse, all our supplies were stored in Fugue's spatial pocket. Su Chen suddenly realized this fatal flaw. Water, food, the last remaining emergency medicine, all were stored in Wang Fugue's sleeves of the universe. His collapse meant they had completely lost their logistical support. Chu Xian was gravely wounded, Wang Fugue was near death, and Su Chen himself was at the end of his rope, his meridians damaged, his strength reduced to less than 20%. Chapter 70. This is the last of my spiritual power. Take it. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, threatening to drown Su Chen. He instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The searing pain was all that kept him clinging to a thread of lucidity. Stay calm. Stay calm. Su Chen screamed frantically within his mind. Watching Wang Fugue's body convulse in agony and Chu Xian's face drained pale from mental exhaustion, a wave of intense unease surged through him. Su Chen. Chu Xian's voice was hoarse yet unwavering. I'm sharing my perception with you. Chu Xian forced his nearly splitting head to function as the inside eye talent laboriously activated once more. Veins bulged like earthworms across his temples. Blood seeped anew from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the last shred of psychic energy, forcibly transmitting through the mental link to Su Chen the location of that hidden insect nest, one radiating a more powerful, more malevolent aura. The rough outline of its energy flow, potential weak points in its core, and the direction with the thinnest monster defenses were forcibly transmitted to Su Chen through the mental link. The instant the information reached him, Su Chen felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his skull, the agony excruciating. Yet he clenched his jaws, etching this invaluable intelligence into his mind. After transmitting the information, Chu Xian's body shook violently, his gaze beginning to drift. He struggled to lift his head and look at Su Chen, his eyes filled with the weight and trust of entrusting everything. The rest is up to you. The spiritual power is yours, don't waste it. Against enemies of this high-level threat, my role is limited. I trust you can get both me and Fugue out. Chu Xian's voice was faint as a dying candle in the wind, each word draining his last ounce of strength. Before Su Chen could react, Chu Xian abruptly extended a trembling finger and pressed it against his dantian. A stream of residual spiritual energy, scant yet supremely pure, carrying Chu Xian's final will, was forcibly extracted. It transformed into a faint blue, nearly transparent trickle, pouring recklessly into Su Chen's dantian. This is my last bit of spiritual energy, take it. Chu Xian, stop. Spiritual energy depletion plus mental energy depletion. You'll die. Su Chen's eyes widened in fury, desperate to stop him, but the pure spiritual energy had already surged into his parched meridians. Like a spring gushing into parched fields, though meager in quantity, this essence-derived spiritual energy from Chu Xian instantly restored a sliver of Su Chen's nearly depleted strength. His power, previously below 20%, barely recovered to around 30%. More crucially, this spiritual energy was exceptionally pure and gentle, even slightly soothing the stinging pain in his meridians. The cost, however, was that after completing this final gift, Chu Xian's body went limp. He completely lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with his breath faint to the extreme. Like Wang Fugui, he had fallen into a deep coma. Chu Xian. Su Chen stared at the two fallen figures, his heart tearing apart. One near death, the other utterly unconscious. All the burdens, all the hopes, now rested solely upon his shoulders. He drew a deep breath, the air itself seeming to carry the taste of rust and despair. He looked down at his two comrades lying unconscious on the ground. The purple patterns on Wang Fugui's body appeared to be spreading faster, while Chu Xian's face was as pale as paper. There was no time for grief, no time for hesitation. Secure them. Su Chen quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a natural depression formed by several massive, charred rocks nearby relatively concealed. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his body, he carefully dragged Wang Fugui and Chu Xian deep into the hollow. He covered the entrance as best he could with broken rocks. It was the only protection he could offer them. After completing this, Su Chen stood at the edge of the hollow, casting one final glance at his two brothers in arms. Go all in. Success or death. Su Chen spun abruptly, the confusion and heaviness in his eyes instantly replaced by a near madness of resolve. The barely restored 30% of thunder power within him surged through his meridians like a volcano ready to erupt, driven by the thunder-slaying immortal sutra. Purple lightning arcs ceased their flickering, transforming instead into flames of palpable intensity that surged up from his body. He held nothing back, sparing no energy. At full speed, he shot toward the location of the third insect nest shared by Chu Xian, like a burning purple meteor streaking across the sky. The location and structural diagram of the insect nest were etched clearly in his mind. It lay roughly 1 kilometer away, with an extremely high density of monsters along the route. He had to be faster. Those who stand in my way die. Su Chen growled, his speed unabated. Facing the horde of monsters intercepting his path, he chose not to detour but to plow straight through. His short blade had been shattered in earlier combat. Now, his body itself was the weapon. Thunder Punishment Body, activate. A purple lightning shield, condensed to its utmost limit and covering only his own body, instantly expanded. Su Chen, like a high-speed moving lightning fortress, slammed fiercely into the monster horde. The martial divine ability manifested its full potential. The Thunder Strike body's defensive counterattack function was maximized. Any monster touching the lightning shield, whether possessing resilient flesh or thick carapaces, was instantly scorched and carbonized by terrifying heat. Filthy fluids and severed limbs evaporated and splattered amid the thunderous roar. Su Chen sliced through the horde like a red-hot blade through butter, forging a scorched, charred path blazing with purple arcs of electricity. Without pause, he accelerated to his absolute limit. Chu Xian's talent sharing allowed Su Chen to anticipate the densest monster clusters and attack paths a fraction of a second early, enabling precise evasive maneuvers. But more often, he simply braced for impact. His lightning shield flickered violently, absorbing countless monster bites and energy blasts. Each collision sent searing pain like tearing through Su Chen's meridians, while the shield's glow visibly dimmed. Not fast enough. Still not fast enough. Su Chen roared inwardly. Wang Fugui and Chu Xian's lives hung by a thread. He had to escape the secret realm immediately and get them to the base for treatment. Finally, after forcing his way through an obstacle zone formed by countless massive skeletal remains, the third insect nest loomed before him. This hive was more monstrous than the previous two. It was no longer merely tumor-like, it resembled a living fortress forcibly fused from twisted flesh, white bones, and writhing black tentacles, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. At its apex, several massive breathing pores expelled thick purple toxic mist. The surface was densely covered with eye-like orifices that opened and closed, constantly spewing forth even more horrifying monsters. A suffocating aura of power enveloped the entire area. Chu Xian's shared intelligence flashed rapidly through Su Chen's mind. The core lay deep within the fortress. That pulsating, massive dark purple nucleus encased in layers of resilient flesh was their target. Chapter 71, Seeing the Light of Day Again. 3/10 of the thunder power within Su Chen surged at an unprecedented speed, driven to its limit by the Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra. All strength, all will, converged upon a single point. Thunder Punishment Body condensed. Su Chen unleashed a thunderous roar. Every muscle in his body instantly tensed to its absolute limit, while mystical purple thunder patterns emerged on his skin's surface. Frenzied thunder surged like 100 rivers converging into the sea, violently contracting, compressing, and coalescing within his arms. Veins beneath his skin bulged like coiled dragons, pulsing with blinding purple light. The air around his arms warped and ionized from the terrifying concentration of energy. Su Chen stomped his foot down, instantly blasting a deep crater in the scorched ground. His entire body transformed into a purple lightning bolt that tore through space. With an unstoppable, all-or-nothing ferocity, he slammed into the thickest, most heavily fortified front wall of that colossal flesh and blood fortress. No frills, no mercy. Boom! An indescribably terrifying collision echoed, like a meteorite crashing to Earth. Su Chen's right fist, the very embodiment of his thunderstrike body, channeling every ounce of his strength, will, and life essence, slammed into the writhing flesh barrier. At the moment of contact, time seemed to freeze. Then, centered on Su Chen's fist, a blinding, destructive purple thunderball erupted violently. Raging thunder energy surged like a billion enraged lightning dragons, instantly penetrating the fortress's interior. Everything in its path, tough flesh membranes, writhing tentacles, newly hatched monsters, even the very bones forming the fortress, was instantly decomposed and vaporized. That devastating purple lightning, following the complex chamber structure within the fortress like a precision-guided torrent of destruction, ignored all obstacles and slammed viciously into the pulsating dark purple core at the very deepest part of the fortress. Boom! This explosion surpassed the combined terror of the previous two. The entire flesh fortress swelled violently from within, like a giant powder keg ignited. Then, an indescribable roar shook the entire secret realm. Under Su Chen's ultimate strike, which channeled all his power, the colossal fortress of flesh and bone was completely detonated from its core. Blinding purple lightning intertwined with foul abyssal energy, forming a devastating energy storm that shot skyward, tearing the entire fortress into countless fragments ablaze with electric arcs. A terrifying shockwave, like an apocalyptic tsunami, swept across all directions, instantly pulverizing every monster within reach into dust. Su Chen's body was violently hurled backward by the explosive energy in the instant of detonation. He slammed into the scorched ground dozens of meters away, tumbling over a dozen times before coming to a halt. Every bone in his body felt shattered, his meridians severed. Darkness flooded his vision, and he nearly lost consciousness. Before he could react, the violent spatial energy, like an invisible giant hand, violently flung his shattered body away. After a dizzying sensation of weightlessness, the excruciating pain of his back slamming against the hard ground nearly knocked him unconscious again. With immense effort, Su Chen pried open his heavy eyelids. The blinding sunlight made him instinctively squint. Charred earth, twisted vegetation, and the familiar outline of the base in the distance. It was the Kangwu Mountains. They had made it out. Cough. Su Chen coughed up several mouthfuls of blood-tinged phlegm, struggling to prop himself up on one side. His gaze darted frantically around. Not far away, two equally battered figures lay motionless: Wang Fugui and Chu Xian. Su Chen's heart leapt into his throat. He scrambled forward, fingers trembling as he pressed them against Wang Fugui's neck. There was a pulse. Still beating. He turned to Chu Xian, breathing too, but his face was as pale as paper, his breath so faint it was barely perceptible. They were still alive. A wave of immense relief washed over Su Chen, instantly easing his taut nerves. Immediately following this was an overwhelming wave of exhaustion and excruciating pain. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed again. But he forced himself to stay upright, his anxious gaze darting toward the base, hoping to spot rescue. Just then, whoosh! A sharp signal flare shot skyward from behind a nearby ridge, trailing a long streak of flame. Immediately after, a figure clad in the base's standard combat uniform burst forth like a cheetah. It was Assistant Instructor Gray Falcon, the instructor overseeing their squad's operations. Gray Falcon's face bore a rare look of anxiety and gravity. Su Chen's team had gone missing beyond the allotted time, and the signal stick had not responded. He had been frantically searching the surrounding area for nearly half a day. The earth-shattering explosion and abnormal spatial fluctuations had instantly alerted him to something amiss, prompting him to rush here immediately. When he saw Su Chen and the other two lying on the scorched ground, looking like three pieces of tattered cloth, his pupils suddenly contracted. Su Chen! Wang Fugui! Chu Xian! Gray Falcon sprinted forward in a single bound, his voice urgent and stern. What happened? What's going on? Secret Realm Abyss Bug Nest, hurry and save them! With his last ounce of strength, Su Chen pointed at Wang Fugui and Chu Xian, his voice raspy as he spat out the key words. The bandages on his body had long since shattered during the previous explosion and teleportation, revealing deep, bone-exposed wounds, charred and curled, blood seeping steadily from them. Gray Falcon's expression darkened instantly. As an experienced assistant instructor, he instantly grasped the implications of a secret realm harboring an abyss bug nest. Without hesitation, he crouched down, swiftly and professionally assessing Wang Fugui and Chu Xian's conditions. When he saw the dark purple patterns pulsing like living creatures on Wang Fugui's skin, radiating an intense, ominous aura, and the fine cracks appearing between Chu Xian's eyebrows due to severe mental energy depletion, Gray Falcon's expression darkened completely, becoming utterly grave. Deep corrosion, mental energy depletion. Hui Sun murmured under his breath, his tone heavier than ever before. He swiftly retrieved potent hemostatic spray, neural stabilizers, and several specially formulated energy syringes, each emitting a faint blue glow from his tactical backpack. Hang in there! Hui Jun barked at Su Chen, his movements swift as he first injected Wang Fugui and Chu Xian with stabilizers and energy syringes, temporarily sustaining their faint glimmers of life. He then treated Su Chen's most severe open wounds with the hemostatic spray and applied emergency bandages. Hang on. Reinforcements are on their way.
While treating the injuries, Grey Falcon urgently relayed the situation through his tactical communicator.
Emergency situation. Missing trainees located at XXX. 3 critically injured.
One individual is experiencing profound abyss corruption, another's mental sea is on the verge of collapse.
Requesting highest level medical support. Repeating, highest level medical support.
Traces of abyss insect nest activity detected, suspected small-scale abyss secret realm.
Chapter 72, Base Compensation.
A chaotic, urgent response crackled through Assistant Instructor Grey Falcon's communicator. Within minutes, 2 armed medical transport aircraft bearing the base insignia roared in like steel giant birds, hovering low amid the shrill roar of engines. Hatches opened as several medical warriors in white uniforms, their breath steady, swiftly rappelled down. With swift precision, they secured Su Chen and his 2 companions onto stretchers and carried them into the cabin. Inside the cabin, advanced life support systems activated instantly, enveloping the trio in a web of diagnostic beams.
The medical warriors, their expressions grave, swiftly conducted more in-depth examinations and emergency procedures.
Under the combined effects of potent painkillers and extreme exhaustion, Su Chen's consciousness began to fade.
He could only hear the hurried exchanges of the medical personnel echoing in his ears. Wang Fugui's vital signs were extremely weak.
The abyss's corrosion had penetrated deep into his bones and internal organs, its corrosive energy assimilating his very essence of life. Xu Xian's spiritual sea had severely atrophied, with multiple breaches in his mental barriers. His spiritual energy source was depleted, and he was on the brink of brain death.
Su Chen's heart sank to its lowest point.
Endless worry and rage gnawed at him like venomous snakes. Clinging to his last shred of clarity, he gazed at his 2 unconscious comrades before finally succumbing to darkness. Base, outside the intensive care unit of the highest level medical center. Su Chen leaned on his alloy crutch, his body wrapped in bandages soaked through with medicinal fluid and bloodstains.
Like a silent statue, he stood before the massive one-way observation glass.
Inside the glass, Wang Fugui and Xu Xian lay in 2 life support pods, their bodies tangled in intricate tubes and energy lines. Wang Fugui was submerged in a pale golden liquid.
The purple veins on his skin seemed suppressed by the fluid, yet remained grotesquely terrifying.
Xu Xian, meanwhile, was enveloped in a soft white glowing energy field.
His face remained deathly pale, the fine crack between his eyebrows faintly visible in the light.
Instructor Grey Wolf stood beside Su Chen like a silent mountain, his face etched with unprecedented gravity, his brow furrowed into a knot. His usually hawk-like gaze was fixed intently on the hospital room, his tightly pressed lips betraying a suppressed heaviness. A medical supervisor in a white lab coat, his hair streaked with gray, held a light screen report and delivered the latest diagnosis with grave solemnity. Trainee Wang Fugui's condition is extremely critical. The old professor pushed his glasses up his nose, his voice tinged with profound helplessness. The abyss corrosion has fully erupted. Our base has deployed the highest grade holy light purification device in life essence, yet we can only temporarily slow the corrosion, not eradicate it. His body is being assimilated from within by abyssal energy. We may need to summon a martial sovereign from the life department to resolve this completely. The old professor's gaze shifted to Xu Xian.
Student Xu Xian's situation was equally critical.
His psychic energy had suffered catastrophic depletion, with irreversible atrophy and fissures appearing in the core region of his consciousness sea. His psychic energy source is nearly depleted, and his consciousness has retreated into the deepest level of self-protective slumber.
Our base can only sustain his minimal brain activity. We cannot awaken him, much less repair the trauma to his sea of consciousness. The longer this drags on, the slimmer the chances of his consciousness returning. Ultimately, he may become a vegetable. This brutal outcome struck Su Chen like a cold iron hammer, hammering his heart. His vision darkened, his body swayed violently, and the veins in his hand gripping the crutch bulged from the intense strain. He whipped his head around, bloodshot eyes fixed on Instructor Grey Wolf. The rage and agony burning in his gaze threatened to erupt. "This is what you call combat training?" Su Chen's voice rasped like sandpaper. "This is your so-called controlled zone?" 3 freshmen were forced into an abyssal secret realm. We nearly lost the entire team. Now one is on the verge of being corrupted by the abyss, and another may never wake up. This is Long Yuan University? This is the safety assurance of the combat training base? He raised his cane abruptly, pointing it at the hospital room, his voice trembling with fury and grief. "Look at them. Look at what they've become. Tell me, whose ing fault is this?" Facing Su Chen's unhinged accusation, Instructor Sun Long's body visibly stiffened.
His eyes met Su Chen's furious glare without flinching or anger, only a profound, indescribable weight and apology.
"Su Chen." Sun Long's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an unprecedented weariness. "Anger and accusations won't solve anything. But you're right, this is the base's failure. It's my failure as the chief instructor." He drew a deep breath, his gaze returning to the hospital room. The concealment of that small secret realm entrance and the shielding properties of the abyssal energy exceeded the detection thresholds of our standard monitoring equipment. This represents a grave failure in our intelligence work and a breach in the base's defense system. For the harm this failure has caused you, I offer the deepest apologies on behalf of the base to you, to Wang Fugui, and to Chu Xian. We will also seek the highest possible authorization from higher-ups to spare no effort in their recovery. Songlong paused here, his gaze toward Su Chen filled with complexity. Compensation for the three of you has been preliminarily approved by the base. First, for this combat training exercise, Squad 207 will be ranked first. Your military training performance will also be rated as Special Class, a rare highest commendation in Lonyuan University's freshman military training. Second, as compensation for this incident and in recognition of your heroic combat in the unknown secret realm where you destroyed multiple insect nests, the base has decided to grant each of you 10,000 base points in a lump sum upon completion of the secret realm eradication operation. This is what you should have done. Su Chen sneered, his eyes cold with scorn. After a moment of silence, Instructor Grey Wolf sighed, his gaze growing sharper and more resolute. The base has activated its highest emergency protocol. Targeting the Abyss secret realm whose coordinates have been exposed, the base's operations department has mobilized elite forces and will launch a full-scale eradication operation in 3 days. The objective is to completely purify the core of the secret realm, eliminate all insect nests, and eradicate any potential threats. After a moment of silence, Su Chen uttered words that caught Instructor Grey Wolf off guard. I will participate in the purge of the secret realm. Sanglong's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Su Chen, warning in his eyes. Su Chen, I understand your rage, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Don't assume that merely surviving the outer perimeter grants you the qualifications to challenge the abyss. Chapter 73, The Military Pledge. Based on preliminary scans, the core region of that secret realm possesses an abyssal energy concentration and threat level incomparable to the insect nests you've encountered before. It's a perilous place even martial masters must approach with caution. And you're only at the 7-star martial artist level, now going in would just be a liability. Su Chen fell silent for a moment before lifting his head, his gaze burning as he addressed Instructor Songlong. I have a method to absorb lightning attribute energy and rapidly advance to martial master rank. If you could advance my compensation, 3 days. Just 3 days. I will absolutely break through to martial master. Songlong's hawk-like gaze now bore into Su Chen with tangible intensity, scrutinizing, probing, and tinged with an indescribable complexity. Su Chen's words, I have a way to rapidly advance my level, landed like a pebble tossed into a deep pool, sending ripples of shock through his mind. Rapid leveling by absorbing lightning energy? A storm of shock surged within Instructor Grey Wolf. Was Su Chen's innate talent not that of the lightning strike physique, capable of defense and counterattack? He had assumed that formidable thunder protection and explosive power were Su Chen's trump cards. Little did he expect the boy to conceal something even deeper, a method to directly absorb violent lightning energy, ignoring conventional bottlenecks to force a breakthrough? This was utterly unheard of. This so-called method must be Su Chen's true innate talent. No wonder he had broken through to a 7-star martial artist at such a young age without that hollow, forced sense of advancement from drug-enhanced breakthroughs. Su Chen's potential and strategic value far exceeded his previous assessments. Meeting the instructor's gaze, Su Chen showed no flinching, only the resolute determination of one who had burned his bridges. For Fu Gui and Chu Xian, he must stake everything. The thunder strike physique is a cultivation technique effect. Su Chen stated plainly, absorbing lightning to achieve rapid breakthroughs, that is my core talent. He made no mention of the system, an inexplicable secret, but attributing lightning absorption to innate talent was currently the most plausible and acceptable explanation. Instructor Grey Wolf fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping the alloy window frame unconsciously, producing a dull, rhythmic thud. Advance compensation is acceptable. Songlong Instructor finally spoke, his voice firm and decisive. 10,000 points. I'll approve them immediately. I'll make arrangements at the exchange counter. Whatever you need will be prioritized. Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, but the instructor's next words sent his heart racing once more. But Su Chen, you must understand. Songlong's gaze turned intensely serious. Breaking through to martial master isn't merely about accumulating energy. It demands that the martial artist's understanding of their own power and the primordial energy of heaven and earth reach an entirely new height. It requires forging their own unique momentum. It demands a crucial insight, one that cannot be achieved merely by absorbing energy. Countless prodigiously talented individuals have been stuck at the peak of martial mastery for years, even decades, precisely because they couldn't grasp that final, crucial insight. 3 days? You expect to cross this chasm in 3 days? Are you certain you can do it? Facing the instructor's skepticism, a cold system notification flashed through Su Chen's mind. Detected, squad ranked first in points. Mission complete. Reward dispersed, miniature thunder law inside realm. The coordinates and activation method for that profound realm, seemingly imbued with the very essence of thunder and lightning, etched themselves into his mind with searing clarity. This was his trump card, the very source of his insights. A confident curve slowly formed at the corners of Su Chen's mouth, carrying an unquestionable certainty and a hint of mystery. Rest assured, instructor. Su Chen's voice was calm yet powerful. I have my own methods for gaining insight. In 3 days, I will break through to Martial Master. Seeing the unmistakable confidence in Su Chen's eyes, Instructor Grey Wolf's heart jolted. How many secrets did this kid still hide? And what exactly was this so-called method? But he knew pressing further now would be pointless. What Su Chen needed was trust and support, not needless suspicion. Very well. Sun Long slammed his fist against the window frame, his eyes blazing with resolve. I'll trust you this once. 10,000 credits will be credited to your ID card immediately. You need to head to the Thunder Valley base next door. It houses the most elite natural lightning sanctuary in the entire Southeast War Zone. The thunder energy in its outer regions alone will suffice for your needs. Take my authorization slip and your ID card. The base's points are valid across all Dragon Abyss University affiliates. I'll arrange the fastest aircraft to transport you there. Remember, you have only 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of success or failure, the eradication operation begins precisely on schedule. Understood. Thank you, instructor. Su Chen saluted solemnly, a wave of warmth surging through him. Instructor Grey Wolf's trust and support were invaluable. Go. Return to my office before 6 p.m. tonight to collect your access credentials and flight dispatch order. Instructor Grey Wolf waved, his gaze returning to the hospital room. May you return in 3 days with sufficient strength. Without delay, Su Chen left the medical center at top speed, leaning on his crutch and enduring the stabbing pain throughout his meridians. He headed straight for the base exchange counter. The exchange counter staff had clearly been notified. Their eyes widened in astonishment when they saw the blindingly high 10,000-point figure on Su Chen's ID badge. Without lingering over the dazzling array of other items, Su Chen clicked without hesitation on the one thing that had haunted his dreams. Exchange, Thunder Source Essence Crystal Fragment. Confirm exchange. 666 points consumed. The staff members swiftly confirmed the transaction at the console. Soon, the rougher fragment emitting a deep, dark purple glow and containing a raging thunderstorm within was carefully placed into a specially designed lead box that isolated energy fluctuations and handed to Su Chen. Heavy in his grasp, the terrifying energy and primal, savage aura within could be felt even through the box. Next, Su Chen swiftly scanned the list and exchanged for a large quantity of cultivation support supplies. Thunder Forging Powder Premium, 500 points. Far surpassing the basic version, it maximally unleashes bodily potential, channeling lightning energy to temper the physique. Meridian Nurturing Heart Protecting Pill, 300 points. Specifically safeguards meridians and heart vessels against violent energy shocks, preventing explosive death during breakthroughs. Mind Calming Incense, 200 points. Aids in stabilizing the mind amidst chaotic environments, combats inner demons, and supports spiritual insight. High Purity Energy Core Thunder Attribute, 1000 points. 10 pieces. Serves as backup energy and an accelerator for absorption. Premium Nutritional Compound 7-day supply, 100 points. Maintains basic bodily functions, eliminating the need for meals. Emergency Repair Potion Potent, 100 points. 3 vials. For potential critical injuries. Chapter 74, Transformation. Without batting an eye, Su Chen spent 2,866 points in one go. Carrying a heavy lead box and a spatial backpack brimming with supplies, Su Chen received the highest level access pass and flight dispatch order issued by Instructor Grey Wolf precisely at 6 p.m. A small high-speed transport aircraft had already been waiting on the tarmac. Engines roared as the transport lifted off, piercing the dusk over the Kangwu Mountains and streaking northeastward. Leaning against the cold cabin wall, Su Chen clutched the lead box containing the Thunder Source Essence crystals tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Thunderclap Valley, the Thunder Prison's secret realm. He had arrived. Thunderclap Valley base sat at the edge of a vast, perpetually storm-shrouded canyon. The air thick with pungent ozone and the violent essence of thunder elements, ordinary people would feel their hearts race after prolonged exposure. Armed with Instructor Grey Wolf's authorization slip, Su Chen passed through unimpeded, escorted directly to the entrance of the Thunder Prison's secret realm. This entrance lay at the deepest point of the rift, a colossal spherical energy field over 100 meters in diameter, encircled by countless massive lightning rods and energy stabilizers. Within the energy field lay a terrifying realm, a churning, roaring void where thick purple lightning serpents relentlessly lashed down. Trainee Su Chen, this is your safety bracelet. The instructor in charge of reception was a martial arts master with a steady aura and piercing gaze. It monitors your vital signs and will forcibly activate a spatial anchor to pull you out when you reach your limits or face mortal danger. But remember, with your current cultivation, you may only operate in the outer perimeter. You have 3 days access, use it wisely. Su Chen took the bracelet and slipped it on, drawing in a deep breath. The air itself felt numbing. He nodded to the instructor without hesitation and stepped into the entrance of the raging energy field. Buzz! As if passing through a viscous water membrane, the next moment, deafening thunderclaps instantly filled the entire world. The most violent lightning energy, like a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfed Su Chen. Before him stretched an endless ocean composed entirely of pure lightning. The sky was a churning, roaring sea of purple thunderclouds, within which countless lightning dragons, each as thick as a water barrel, darted and bellowed, relentlessly striking the liquid lightning ocean below. Lightning danced across the sea's surface, sparks flying everywhere. The air crackled and popped as it ionized. Gravity felt abnormal here. Chen felt himself suspended above the sea of thunder. The terrifying pressure of the thunderous might crush down upon him from all directions like a billion mountains, nearly shattering him. Warning! Entering ultra-high-intensity lightning environment. Lightning element concentration, extreme danger. Warning! Bodying immense pressure. Meridian load rapidly escalating. Detected, host's primary cultivation technique, Thunderbolt's Unvanquished Sutra, highly compatible with environment. Cultivation efficiency overclocked. Cultivation progress, 11111. Detected ultra-high concentration lightning energy environment. SSS tier innate lightning evolution accelerating operation. Combat power, 101-010-1010. Critical breakthrough item detected, lightning source essence crystal fragment. Use immediately? Use now! Chen roared inwardly. Then came the thunder source essence crystal. Chen violently ripped open the lead box and pressed the rough, dark purple or fragment against his dantian without hesitation. A thunderous force far purer, more primal, and more ferocious than the external thunder sea surged like an apocalyptic flood breaking through a dam, instantly flooding his parched meridians. Ah! Chen let out a blood-curdling scream, unnatural and inhuman. Every muscle in his body instantly convulsed and twisted. Dark purple lightning patterns, sharing the same origin as the thunder source crystal, surfaced on his skin. Veins bulged violently, as if they would burst at any moment. Blood tinged with electric light spilled from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and the corners of his mouth. His entire body resembled a balloon forcibly inflated, poised to burst at any moment. Vessel nurturing heart protecting pill. Shields meridians and heart vessels against violent energy shocks. Thunder forging powder. Maximizes bodily potential, channeling lightning energy to temper the physique. Calm mind incense. Stabilizes the spirit, combats inner demons, and aids spiritual insight. Chen frantically channeled the first tier of the Thunderbolt's Unvanquished Sutra, the technique that drew lightning into his body while stuffing various cultivation aids into his mouth. Like steering a fragile boat on a raging storm-tossed sea, he desperately channeled the savage torrent of primal thunder along the prescribed path. Each impact felt like a red-hot iron brush scraping his very marrow. Each channeling brought excruciating agony as his meridians tore inch by inch. Yet he dared not pause to stop, meant shattering into dust, obliterating both body and spirit. Simultaneously, he activated the system reward without hesitation, the Thunder Law Insight Realm. Boom! A segment of strange subspace enveloped Chen, and instantly, countless insights into the laws of thunder and lightning poured into his mind like a sea swallowing 1,000 rivers. Chen's consciousness felt forcibly torn from his battered flesh and cast into a space more profound, more primordial. Here, there was no raging sea of thunder. Only countless minute, fundamental lightning runes were born, extinguished, circulated, combined, and decomposed within the void. He witnessed the birth of thunder, the violent collision and annihilation of yin-yang energies. He saw its forms evolve from the tiniest electron leaps to world-ending, apocalyptic thunderbolts. He observed its speed transcending space and tearing through time. He beheld its destruction and rebirth shattering all decay while nurturing a glimmer of life. The profound trajectories of divine laws and the very essence of thunder's origin surged into his consciousness like a divine revelation, resonating in an astonishing harmony with the primal thunder energy he was absorbing from the thunder source crystal. The external agony persisted, intensifying even further. Yet amidst this dual assault, Chen's consciousness entered a peculiar state of inner conflict. On one side, his physical body writhed and reshaped itself amidst hellish agony. On the other, his soul soared through an ocean of thunder laws, achieving sudden enlightenment. Under the impact of the Thunder Source Crystal's energy and the guidance of his comprehension of the laws, the cultivation path of the Thunder Punishment Immortality Sutra began to undergo profound changes. What had been merely the first tier of the path for channeling thunder to temper the body started evolving into a deeper, more complex structure. Countless new, more resilient, and thunder-resistant micro-meridians were forcibly carved out amidst the agony. Within the dantian, the dim thunderous energy pulsed violently like a heart under the infusion of primal thunder might. Its volume shrank, yet its color shifted from pale violet to a profound, deep purple. Its texture grew more condensed, resembling a thunder star on the verge of hatching. Chapter 75, The Tribulation of the Second Nine. Time slipped away amidst boundless agony and profound insights. Day after day, Chen floated above the thunder sea, his body long encased in a thick, dark purple scab formed from his own charred flesh and external thunder energy, resembling a colossal thunder cocoon. Beneath the crust, his body underwent a profound metamorphosis. Bones shattered and reassembled repeatedly within the thunder, growing denser and gleaming with a jade-like metallic sheen. Muscle fibers were torn apart and regenerated, brimming with explosive power. His internal organs were repeatedly cleansed by the violent thunder energy, impurities purged until they became crystal clear and vibrant with life. His meridians expanded several-fold, their resilience far surpassing their former state, now resembling rivers of purple gold flowing with liquid thunder. That thick layer of blood crust served both as protection and restraint, blocking most external thunder while also confining the power within him, poised to burst forth. On the third day, at noon, the thunderclouds at the core of the thunder prison seemed to sense something, growing more violent as countless thunder dragons converged, forming a terrifying thunderstorm vortex spanning dozens of miles. Hum! The massive dark purple thunder cocoon suddenly trembled, a minute crack appearing on its shell. Immediately. Crack! 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 The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Boom! An indescribable, primordial terror erupted from within the thunder cocoon. The thick crust of dried blood enveloping Su Chen instantly crumbled to dust under this onslaught, vanishing into the raging sea of lightning. Su Chen's figure reappeared, suspended naked above the thunder sea. A dense, dark purple thunder aura coiled around him, solid as substance, like a thunderous battle armor. His previously slightly frail physique now possessed fluid lines and an explosive sense of power, every inch of his skin containing unimaginable strength. His eyes snapped open. Within their depths, no longer were the white of the eye and the pupil of a human being, but two swirling, dark purple vortexes of thunder, constantly forming and dissipating. With each blink, electric sparks shot out, as if containing the very will of thunder itself. Ding! The Sutra of Indestructible Thunder has successfully advanced to the second tier, condensing thunder to temper the body. First glimpse of the Path 1. Ding! Host's physical strength, meridian resilience, mastery of thunder power, and affinity with lightning elements have undergone comprehensive, fundamental enhancement. Ding! Realm breakthrough critical point. Host has met all prerequisites for advancing to Martial Master Realm. Initiate Thunder Tribulation? Su Chen felt the surging, roaring, dark purple thunder energy within him as mighty and pure as the Yangtze River itself. He sensed his body undergoing a profound transformation, growing immeasurably stronger. In his mind's eye, the patterns of the lightning law became crystal clear. A sudden realization washed over him, the power to command this force, to master the thunder itself. He lifted his head, gazing up at the thunderstorm vortex overhead, now seemingly enraged by his aura, growing more violent and terrifying. A wild, confident curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Come on! With a single thought, the thunder power condensed to its absolute limit within him surged skyward without restraint, like a declaration of challenge to the heavens and earth. Boom! As if directly provoked, the thunderous energy throughout the entire thunder prison's secret realm erupted into utter fury. At the center of the thunderstorm vortex, spanning tens of miles, a terrifying lightning pillar over 10 meters in diameter, radiating an aura of utter destruction and nearly pitch black in color, tore through space like a spear of divine retribution. With resounding heavenly might, it crashed down upon the insignificant Su Chen below. Martial Master's Tribulation, the Nine Heavens Extinction Divine Thunder. Descends. This world-shattering spectacle instantly alarmed the beings in deep seclusion within the depths of the thunder prison's secret realm. Humph. 100 miles from the core zone, atop a mountain peak forged by lightning into obsidian-like hardness, an elder clad in purple robes sat cross-legged. His eyes snapped open, a flash of violet lightning flickering within. Though his form remained still, his gaze pierced through spatial barriers, locking precisely onto the terrifying black lightning pillar at the secret realm's edge. For the first time, his face betrayed solemnity and astonishment. The Extinction Divine Thunder? The Second Nine Tribulation? Who could have triggered it? Possessing such profound foundations and audacity? Damn, what a domineering tribulation! It surpasses mine back in the day by more than just a notch. In another valley littered with massive metallic debris, a bare-chested, muscular giant, his muscles coiled like steel cast in iron, paused his hammering of a strange metal. He looked toward Su Chen's direction, his face filled with shock. To trigger the Second Nine Extinction Tribulation at the martial artist realm? This youth is either a peerless prodigy or has seized an opportunity of cosmic proportions. A voice as cold as an icy spring echoed within a cavern woven with frost and lightning, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of greed. Several overwhelming auras appeared almost simultaneously at the edge of the thunder tribulation zone, hovering like specters just outside the raging thundercloud storm. Thick gale force auras swirled around them, effortlessly repelling the chaotic thunder currents potent enough to tear apart ordinary peak martial masters. These figures were none other than martial reverends. Their gazes now converged upon the focal point where the diminutive form and the apocalyptic thunder pillar were about to collide. The Second Ninth Tribulation, 18 annihilating divine thunderbolts, each more powerful than the last. Among martial masters, 1 in 10,000 could summon this tribulation. Those who could survive it were even rarer than a phoenix's feather or a cheelin's horn. An elder with snow-white hair and a youthful face, holding a whisk, spoke in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with intense focus as he stared intently at Su Chen. The very first bolt was pure black annihilation. This youth faces grave peril. Not necessarily. The purple-robed elder shook his head slowly, his voice carrying an odd fluctuation. Observe his momentum closely. That towering pillar of thunder he summoned isn't chaotic, it possesses a peculiar rhythm, actively guiding the calamity. As the martial lords debated, the world-shattering black pillar of lightning had already engulfed Su Chen entirely. Boom! An indescribable roar and blinding light erupted, instantly transforming the core area into a pure energy chaos. Space cracked like fragile glass, fissures spreading everywhere. A devastating shockwave swept outward, forcing the nearby martial sovereigns to focus their attention and summon their power to withstand it. The first strike was over. The bare-chested man shook his head instinctively. Yet the blinding light and waves of destruction did not last long. Within mere breaths, at the heart of the light, a deeper, purer purple like a seed piercing through chaos stubbornly emerged. As the light dissipated, Su Chen remained suspended in place. His dark purple thunder armor, forged from his yuan qi, blazed with radiant light. Countless intricate purple runes swirled ceaselessly across its surface, having withstood the annihilating divine thunder capable of obliterating mountains. Though fine cracks appeared across the armor and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his spine remained rigidly straight. The thunderous vortex in his eyes spun with even greater fury, his battle intent piercing the heavens. Withstood it? The dust-wielding elder gasped in disbelief. What formidable physical prowess! What overbearing thunder technique! The purple-robed elder's eyes sparkled with admiration as he clapped his hands in praise. The techniques this youth cultivated were truly earth-shattering. Chapter 76, Breakthrough. Martial Artist, Second Tier. Before the crowd's astonishment could subside, the second, third, and subsequent bolts of the silent extinction divine thunder each thicker, darker, and more terrifying than the last crashed down in rapid succession. The entire secret realm was transformed into a thunderous inferno, a raging storm of destructive energy. Fragments of space danced and vanished like shards of a shattered mirror. Su Chen's figure flickered in and out of the lightning's glare. Transforming into thunder itself, he darted through the gaps between the thunder pillars. After evading the most intense impact points with unthinkable speed, summoning every ounce of his strength, he unleashed twin fists that coalesced into solid, purple thunder dragons. These collided with the divine thunderbolts, forcibly deflecting them. Where evasion was impossible, he stood as an ancient boulder, bearing the divine thunder's full force. He allowed the destructive energy to wash over him, his thunder armor shattering and instantly reforming time and again. With each reformation, it seemed to grow more refined, its color shifting from a dark purple to a deeper, more noble shade. The thunder punishment immortal sutra raced through his veins. Each baptism by divine lightning served as the most extreme tempering for the second tier of the technique, condensing thunder to temper the body. The 9th, the 10th, the 15th. When the 17th bolt of viscous, ink-black pillar carrying the aura of annihilation struck down, the thunder armor covering Su Chen's body exploded with a thunderous crash. His body was drenched in blood, with bones gleaming purple gold exposed in many places. Yet, the thunder vortex in his eyes blazed with unparalleled intensity, as if sucking in all the lightning in the sky. Break! He unleashed a soul-shredding roar, charging forward instead of retreating. His entire being transformed into a burning purple meteor, deliberately crashing into that final pillar of annihilation. Body as spear, soul as guide. Boom! An unprecedented explosion briefly cleared a patch of thunderclouds from the very heart of the thunder prison. The blinding light made the martial lords at the periphery instinctively squint. The light slowly dissipated. At the center of the scorched, shattered earth, a massive crater billowed with green smoke. At the bottom of the pit, a figure knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. It was Su Chen. His entire body was charred black, covered in terrifying wounds deep enough to expose bone. In many places, flesh had carbonized and peeled away, revealing bones beneath that shimmered with a strange purple-gold luster, covered in intricate thunder patterns. Yet, a colossal aura dozens of times more formidable than before rose uncontrollably from his shattered body like an awakening volcano. This aura pulsed with reborn power, carrying the thunder's domineering might and majesty. It stirred the lingering thunder attribute energy around him, forming a miniature vortex of power. He had endured the 18th extinction divine thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully weathering the 29th annihilation thunder tribulation. Realm breakthrough complete. Current realm, martial artist, tier 2. Ding! Sutra of Thunder's indestructibility cultivation level stabilized. Condensing thunder to temper the body beginning to grasp the essence 5. Ding! Host detected profound comprehension of laws during the tribulation, causing thunder primordial energy to undergo transformation and advancement. Thunder elemental energy, divine azure silver lightning. Properties: 1. Ultimate destruction, destructive power, penetration, and annihilation traits increased by 300%. Absolutely counters evil, filth, undead energies, etc. 2. Life-giving vitality, contains a trace of Thunder's creative force, significantly accelerating physical recovery and providing a slight growth-promoting effect on plants and low-level lifeforms. 3. Celestial Bridge attains supreme affinity with thunder-attributed energies in the cosmos, enabling highly efficient channeling and command of external thunderous power. A cold, monumental system notification echoed within Su Chen's mind, each syllable resonating like a great bell, shaking his very soul. Breakthrough. Martial artist, second tier. Su Chen slowly straightened his body. A soft yet resilient silver-white glow flowed over his scarred skin. Wherever it touched, charred dead skin flaked away, revealing beneath it newly regenerated flesh as lustrous as jade yet brimming with explosive power. At the bone-deep wounds, granulation tissue grew at a visible pace, writhing and expanding. Threads of vibrant silver-white lightning danced within, delivering a tingling coolness as they swiftly sealed the gashes. Within mere breaths, the horrific wounds across his body were more than half healed, leaving only faint silver lightning-like patterns behind. Hu exhaled a long, murky breath, one that carried tiny sparks of silver-white lightning. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. Merely clenching his fist, without expending any yuan power, caused the air to crackle under the strain. His bones and tendons resonated like rolling thunder. The yuan power surging within him was no longer the deep purple of before. It had transformed into a noble, mysterious silver-white hue, imbued with both destruction and vitality. This silver-white thunder energy it should now be called divine azure silver lightning roared through his meridians, now expanded several times over and incredibly resilient, like a surging Milky Way. He sensed his strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, every fundamental quality had surged beyond mere dozens of times compared to his peak martial trainee days. It was a leap in the very essence of life. More crucially, it was the sensation itself. Closing his eyes, he distinctly perceived the ubiquitous, vibrant particles of thunder-attributed energy permeating the surrounding world. They were no longer chaotic, destructive forces, but rather like docile soldiers, transmitting thoughts of submission and closeness to him. With the slightest thought, he no longer needed to exert himself to gather and ignite his own energy. The surrounding thunder energy naturally converged, obeying his command. Su Chen raised his right hand, casually pointing his index finger at a piece of obsidian, half a person's height and hardened to extreme toughness by thunder, dozens of meters away. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, nor even a noticeable ripple. Sizzle! A silver-white lightning bolt, as thin as a strand of hair and nearly transparent, instantly traversed space and struck the obsidian. No explosion. No deafening roar. The solid obsidian, like ice thrown into the blazing sun, vanished without a trace. Starting from the point of impact at its center, it instantly disintegrated into the finest dust, dissipating into the air. Only a small hole remained in its place, its edges smooth as a mirror and its depths unfathomable, with a faint, heart-stopping silver-white electric glow still lingering on its walls. Whoosh! Su Chen couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This was merely a casual finger strike, channeling the stray thunder attribute energy drifting through the heavens and earth. Its destructive power far surpassed even his peak martial artist's full-strength Thunderbolt Finger. And the energy expenditure was negligible. Was this the power of a martial master communicating with the primordial energies of heaven and earth? Every gesture carried the might of the cosmos. He sank his consciousness back into his body, carefully sensing the strange, life-giving force contained within the silver-white thunder essence. This force was gentle yet vibrant, like spring rain silently nourishing his body still depleted from surviving the thunder tribulation, accelerating the healing of his final wounds. He even sensed that if this life-infused silver lightning energy were channeled into dying plants, it might truly revive them. Chapter 77, The Onlooker Martial Sovereign. Divine Shao Silver Lightning. What a marvelous Divine Shao Silver Lightning! Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. This transformation far exceeded his expectations. Destruction and vitality coexisted, commanding the thunderous might of heaven and earth. This was the true essence of the second level of the Thunder-Slaying Immortality Sutra. He instinctively recalled the moment within the thunder cocoon when his consciousness had sunk into endless agony and the comprehension of thunder laws. A few profound runes had been imprinted upon his soul like a fleeting glimpse of a swan. Once incomprehensible, now with his breakthrough in the metamorphosis of his yuan power, those runes seemed to activate, clearly emerging within the core essence of the Divine Shao Silver Thunder. Fragment of the Divine Thunder Summoning True Art. A profound and esoteric technique, explaining how to summon the 9 heavenly thunderbolts and harness the heaven and earth's thunderous punishment for one's own use, naturally surged into Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Though only a fragment, the power and profound intent contained within left Su Chen's mind reeling even as he grasped but a fraction of its meaning. This was power far beyond what a martial artist realm practitioner should encounter. It was likely a killing technique only fully mastered in the higher realms of the Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra. By a stroke of fate, it had now been imprinted upon him during his yuan power transformation. Though he couldn't wield it fully, it had pointed him in the right direction. All he needed to do was follow the map and continue his contemplation. A stroke of luck. An immense stroke of luck. Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. The value of this Divine Shao Silver Thunder and the accompanying fragmentary true technique was beyond measure. Just as he was immersed in the awe and joy of his power's transformation, several powerful auras emanating from the distant periphery struck him like icy probes, instantly snapping him back to reality. Su Chen whipped his head around. His silver-purple eyes, swirling with thunderous vortexes, flashed with lightning-sharp focus. Piercing through the still simmering thunderclouds, they locked onto several figures suspended thousands of meters away. Suspended mid-air. This was the hallmark technique of martial sovereigns. Each emanated an aura as profound and towering as an abyss, unfathomably deep, far surpassing the second-tier martial master realm he had just broken through. They stood like lofty deities, coldly surveying this land that had just endured destruction and rebirth. The focal point of their gaze was none other than Su Chen himself. Goodwill? Malice? Or pure scrutiny and curiosity? Su Chen's heart sank instantly. The euphoria of his recent breakthrough felt like it had been doused with a bucket of ice water. The confidence gained from his sudden surge in power seemed utterly fragile in the face of such an absolute gap in cultivation. He had no doubt that any one of them, if they harbored ill intent, could crush him like an ant with a mere flick of their finger. Though this secret realm was under official control, the terrifying thunder tribulation he had just triggered, the potential he had displayed, and the secrets he might harbor were enough to tempt any powerful being. Cold sweat silently soaked Su Chen's back. He instinctively tensed every muscle in his body, instantly reining in the surging divine thunder within him until it fell silent. Only the most fundamental power circulated through his meridians, striving to make him appear as ordinary as possible. Yet the overwhelming aura of his recent breakthrough, still not fully mastered, and the lingering whirlpools of thunder in his pupils remained as conspicuous as torches in the night. He saw the unmasked scrutiny and hint of interest in the purple-robed elder's eyes. He saw the shock and appraisal on the bare-chested burly man's face. He saw the greed lurking deep in the gaze of the cold-eyed female martial sovereign. And the old man with the whisk, his gaze was the calmest, yet the most profound, as if it could pierce through all appearances. The air seemed to freeze. The howling aftereffects of the violent thunder failed to drown out the oppressive weight of this silent standoff. Su Chen's mind raced, frantically searching for any possible escape route. Fighting them head-on was suicide. Escape? Against several martial lords, he didn't stand a chance. Just as the suffocating silence was about to shatter. Oomph! A cold snort erupted, like the shattering of ice frozen for 10,000 years. The sound was faint, yet it clearly overpowered the lingering echoes of thunder, reaching every ear present with an undeniable authority. It came from the dust-wielding elder. His gaze swept over Su Chen, finally settling on the purple-robed elder and the dust-wielding elder. His voice held not a shred of emotion. The Thunder Prison has its own rules. Observing the calamity is permitted, but crossing the line means death. Those few words carried the weight of an unwritten decree. The purple-robed elder paused slightly in stroking his beard. Though his interest remained undiminished, a hint of caution flickered in his eyes before he laughed heartily. Honorable Dust Venerable, you flatter me. This old man is merely curious, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. He fixed Su Chen with a piercing gaze, as if seeking to see through him completely. Then, with a flick of his form, he vanished like a flash of lightning. The bare-chested burly man scratched his head, his voice booming like a pot. Not bad, kid. We'll meet again someday. With that, he too vanished into a crimson streak of light. The female martial sovereign's expression shifted several times. Finally, under the ice sovereign's utterly unruffled gaze, she gave a cold snort and vanished like wispy smoke. In the blink of an eye, the powerful martial sovereigns had vanished without a trace, leaving only the dust-sweeping elder known as the Dust Sovereign and Su Chen below, tense and on high alert. The dust-revered one's gaze returned to Su Chen, as cold as ever. Without a word, he raised his hand and flicked a finger toward Su Chen. A faint white light, faster than Su Chen could react, instantly vanished into the scorched ground before him. Hum! A pale white light barrier, formed from countless fine streams of energy and spanning about 3 meters in diameter, instantly rose, enveloping Su Chen within. The shield radiated an arcane aura, blocking all external detection while simultaneously sealing within Su Chen's newly surging, overflowing energy. This was the mystic light shield capable of isolating aura and concealing form, impervious to detection by anyone below the martial sovereign realm. Duration, 1 day. Dust Venerable's voice echoed directly within Su Chen's mind. Within 1 day, depart the core region of the Thunder Prison. This place is not where you should linger. With that, he cast no further glance at Su Chen. His figure vanished without a sound, as if he had never been there at all. The pressure vanished abruptly. Su Chen's taut nerves relaxed abruptly, only then realizing his back was soaked through with cold sweat. He gasped for breath, staring at the pale white light shield radiating an arcane aura before him, his heart filled with relief at having survived the ordeal. Power. Still not enough power. Su Chen clenched his fist tightly, knuckles turning white from the force. Within his palm, a strand of silver-white lightning, condensed to its absolute limit, flickered silently. It emitted heart-stopping waves of destruction, yet at its edges, a thread of vibrant green life force lingered. The power of the divine azure silver lightning surged and roared within him, his second-tier martial artist cultivation solid as a mountain. Yet, in this vast thunder prison, before those titans who were often martial lords, he remained nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. The faint glimmer of triumph that had just lit Su Chen's eyes upon breaking through was instantly replaced by deeper urgency and resolve. He must return to the base swiftly, or he would miss the purge operation in the Abyss Secret Realm. Chapter 78, Hope for Healing. The thought formed, and Su Chen hesitated not a moment longer. He drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging silver thunder energy within his body, forcing it deep into his dantian. Only the most fundamental yuan energy remained circulating through his meridians. The thunderous vortex deep within his pupils slowly faded, reverting to his piercing black gaze. He assessed his direction, bent his knees slightly, and his newly forged muscles erupted with terrifying power. Boom! The scorched, hardened ground beneath his feet shattered into a shallow crater. Unlike before, Su Chen's form did not transform into a bolt of lightning. Instead, relying purely on his physical strength, he launched himself like a cannonball, tearing through the air as he shot toward the exit of the Thunder Prison's secret realm. His speed left trails of afterimages in his wake, far surpassing the limits of his peak martial trainee stage. Scattered thunder beasts blocked his path, but he didn't even need to use his yuan power. The sheer wind pressure and high-speed impact from his fists and feet alone crushed those low-level monsters to smithereens. After an unknown duration, the distorted spatial light ahead sharpened. The familiar fluctuations of the secret realm's entrance surfaced in his perception. Without slowing, Su Chen charged headlong into the warped light barrier. A slight dizziness washed over him as the scene before his eyes suddenly brightened. Gone was the ceaseless, raging sea of thunder. Instead, he saw the slightly overcast sky of the outside world and the pitted, cratered exit of the entrance, scarred by the energy impact. Su Chen's figure abruptly halted outside the entrance, the force of his momentum kicking up a cloud of dust. "Comrade Su Chen, over here." Almost the moment he halted, a low shout rang out from behind a massive, lightning-charged rock nearby. Instantly, a soldier clad in standard dark gray combat fatigues, agile as a cheetah, stepped out. His eyes were sharp, radiating the aura of one who had spent years on the front lines. He was the man sent by Instructor Grey Wolf to provide backup. The soldier snapped his feet together and executed a crisp military salute. "Comrade Su Chen, Captain Grey Wolf ordered me to await your arrival here. Please follow me. The captain awaits you at the base. Let's go." Su Chen wasted no words. The soldier clearly understood the urgency, showing no hesitation. He turned and sprinted toward a rugged armored off-road vehicle parked nearby. The vehicle was covered in heavy camouflage, its engine growling like a beast. His movements were lightning fast. Su Chen followed immediately, covering dozens of meters in a single stride. He yanked open the door and slid into the passenger seat like a shadow. The dull thud of the door slamming shut hadn't even faded when the vehicle erupted into a deafening roar. Tires kicked up clouds of scorched earth and gravel as it shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Time flew by amidst the roar of engines and the howl of the wilderness as the base's outline rapidly grew larger in their field of vision. The SUV charged unimpeded through several automatically opening heavy gates before screeching to a halt with a sharp, grinding skid. It came to a steady stop before a command post shrouded in thick camouflage netting. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, Su Chen pushed open the door and stepped out. Two guards, already waiting at the command post entrance, immediately stood at attention and saluted with sullen respect. The soldier also quickly exited the vehicle, jogging to the command post entrance. He reported loudly and clearly inside. "Reporting to the company commander, Comrade Su Chen has been safely returned." Inside the command post, the light was dim. A massive holographic sand table projected a complex energy structure diagram of the abyssal secret realm. Beside the sand table, a figure as straight as a spear snapped to attention at the sound. It was Instructor Grey Wolf, or rather, Company Commander Grey Wolf. His gaze fell upon Su Chen as he entered. In those piercing eyes, sharp enough to see through a person's soul, unmistakable astonishment and shock erupted instantly. Martial artist. And a second-tier martial artist at that. In just 3 short days, he had leaped across the chasm from Warrior Stage 7, not only breaking through successfully but ascending directly to Stage 2. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the aura emanating from Su Chen. Though Su Chen was desperately suppressing it, with his keen senses as a high-tier martial master, he could still detect the immense, primal power simmering beneath the calm surface like molten lava poised to erupt from a volcano. The thunderous pressure within that aura, pure, domineering, carrying a contradictory sense of destruction and vitality that sent shivers deep into the soul, far surpassed that of a typical martial artist who had just broken through. "Good lad." Sun Lung, the instructor, strode forward, slapping his fan-like hand heavily onto Su Chen's shoulder with a dull thud. A rare, incredulous smile of admiration finally spread across his face. 3 days. You actually made it. This aura is extraordinary. Su Chen let the rock-crushing force land on his shoulder without flinching, his body unmoving. He merely gave a slight nod, his voice low and urgent. "Instructor, how are Fu Gui and Chu Xian?" The smile vanished from Instructor Grey Wolf's face as he sighed. "Chu Xian remains in a deep coma. His mental energy was depleted too severely. The base's medical pod has temporarily stabilized his vital signs, but he requires special spirit essence elixir to accelerate his recovery and awakening. The good news is, higher-ups have approved the requisition request. The supplies are en route and should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. As for Fu Gui, his situation is more critical. The Abyss's corruption has penetrated deep into his marrow and soul, rendering conventional treatments completely ineffective. The only hope lay in a specially purified Abyss core. That substance contained the purest essence of the Abyss itself. When purified through specific methods, it could become the sole antidote to counteract and eradicate the corruption. Captain Grey Wolf's voice carried a hint of gravity. The abyssal core must exist deep within that secret realm we're about to purge. But the object itself is extremely dangerous, containing terrifying corruption and chaotic will. Purifying it requires exceptionally unique power or cultivation at the highest levels at minimum, a martial saint at the peak of their power, or even someone who has touched the threshold of something greater. Our warzone cannot summon such high-level figures. Indeed, the entire Federation could count the number of such beings it could call upon on one hand. He lifted his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Chen. It held the straightforward frankness of a soldier, yet also carried a barely perceptible hint of expectation. Chen, you're a prodigy with extraordinary talent, and your background must be no less remarkable. Tell me honestly, do you know any figures of that caliber? Or do you have any connections to reach them? This is the only hope to save Fuguei. Marshal St. Peak, or even higher. Chen's heart sank. This demand was impossibly high. He was merely a newly ascended martial master in the eyes of such beings. What was he but dust? Yet, at that very moment, a vivid, flamboyant smile tinged with a hint of danger crashed into his mind without warning. Tanya. The enigmatic woman with an unknown background who had given him so much help in Starsea City. When they parted, she had told him to find her in the capital once he reached the martial master realm. Could she be that kind of being? Chen couldn't be sure. Tanya felt unfathomably deep, but he had no concept of just how deep. Moreover, with her ambiguous, elusive nature part righteous, part sinister, would she truly risk purifying the Abyss core, such a dangerous and troublesome task, for his sake? But gazing at the unconscious Wang Fuguei and recalling Chu Xian's entrusting gaze before losing consciousness, Chen suddenly clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had no way out. Chen lifted his head to meet the Sanglong Company commander's gaze, filled with the last shred of hope. His voice was low and resolute, carrying a desperation born of utter determination. I know someone. Maybe we can try. Chapter 79, Long Holiday. Good. A flash of brilliance ignited in Sun Long's eyes. His massive hand slammed heavily onto Chen's shoulder once more, radiating the decisive resolve of a soldier. The Abyss core matter is yours to handle. Once the mop-up operation concludes, the item will be delivered to you immediately. But I need to go to the capital to find someone. This month-long military training is about to end. What about your school classes? I'll personally coordinate with the school to secure you a semester-long special leave. But you must return for the final exams. That's non-negotiable. Instructor Grey Wolf fixed Chen with a piercing gaze. As for the exams, with your current strength, you not only meet the mandatory requirement of martial artist realm but far surpass ordinary freshmen. The remaining theoretical assessments and practical evaluations should pose no difficulty for you. Chen felt a little more at ease. Instructor Grey Wolf's promise alleviated his greatest concern. Understood, instructor. I'm all set. Excellent. Sanglong instructor abruptly turned toward the command post entrance, his voice rising sharply like clashing metal. Attention! Swish! The 20 warriors who had been standing or sitting outside the command post, silently wiping their weapons or inspecting their gear, snapped to attention as if a switch had been flipped. They instantly stood up and formed ranks. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, radiating an aura of iron-hard discipline. They wore uniform dark gray special operations suits over modular lightweight exoskeletons. Each face was covered in camouflage grease, revealing only pairs of eyes sharp as hawks, hardened by battle. Chen's gaze swept over the squad. Their aura was deep and concentrated, their yuan power contained within, like 20 blades sheathed in their scabbards. The weakest among them possessed 3rd-tier martial master cultivation, while 3 had reached the peak of 4th tier just a step away from breaking through to 5th tier. An invisible pressure rippled out, an aura forged purely from raw strength and the scent of bloodshed. Instructor Grey Wolf's piercing gaze swept over each resolute face as his voice boomed like rolling thunder within the command center. The target, the Abyss Secret Realm. Intelligence indicates its spatial barriers are accelerating their repair for unknown reasons, with internal Abyss energy activity surging. Threat level has been elevated to C. Our mission, eradicate all visible abyssal creatures, destroy at least 3 major insect nest nodes, and seize the critical sample, the abyssal core. Remember, this is no drill. The Abyss's minions show no mercy. Their corruption will corrode your flesh and devour your soul. You are the elite spearhead deployed from the warzone, the Empire's bulwark against the Abyss's invasion. Give me your answer. Kill. 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 20 voices merged into a roar like a torrent of steel, their murderous intent piercing the sky, making the metal ceiling of the command post hum with the vibration. No superfluous slogans, only the purest, most savage will to slaughter. Advance. Instructor Grey Wolf gave the command with a sweeping gesture. The squad moved like a silent, efficient war machine, springing into action instantly. Soldiers streamed out in single file, swift and silent. Several heavy armored personnel carriers, larger, more heavily armored, and equipped with large caliber energy weapons than the off-road vehicles that had previously retrieved Su Chen, had their engines preheated, rumbling low and powerful like dormant steel behemoths. Su Chen followed the convoy, taking his place in the rear compartment of one transport. The space was spacious, yet the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, broken only by the faint clinking of equipment against the metal walls and the sound of labored breathing. The warriors closed their eyes, conserving energy and readjusting their states, like predators poised to pounce on their prey. Su Chen also shut his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his dantian. The silvery white Shinshao thunder essence flowed slowly, emitting restrained yet heart-stopping fluctuations. He familiarized himself with and mastered this newfound power, sensing the wondrous resonance with the free-roaming lightning elements within the heavens and earth. With each breath, imperceptible particles of thunder energy were naturally absorbed, slowly nourishing his meridians. After roughly an hour, the convoy halted at the edge of a vast expanse of scorched earth. The once lush jungle had been eroded by the energy emanating from the Abyss secret realm, transforming into a barren wasteland. The space here twisted unnaturally, dimly lit, revealing jagged black monoliths and scattered giant white bones. A chilling, deathly stillness and aura repulsive to the very depths of one's soul permeated the air before them. This was the very place where Su Chen, Wang Fugui, and Chu Xian had first entered the secret realm. Yet now, the spatial fluctuations at the canyon entrance were eerily stable, like solidified black mercury, radiating a cold barrier that repelled all who approached. Clearly, the self-repair mechanism of the spatial barrier was accelerating, forcibly solidifying and sealing the entrance. Spatial anchor. Deploy. Instructor Grey Wolf leapt from the vehicle, barking the order. Several soldiers carrying specialized equipment boxes swiftly advanced, skillfully driving several arm-thick metal stakes glowing with faint blue runes deep into the ground around the secret realm's entrance. Azure beams shot from the stakes' tips, weaving into a complex polygonal energy field that enveloped the distorted space of the entrance. High-frequency oscillating particle cannon. Full power. Fire at coordinates Alpha 7. Instructor Grey Wolf pointed to a visible weak spot in the energy field center. Boom! The turret atop an armored vehicle whirred into position. Its massive barrel charged instantly, erupting in a blinding blue-white light. A stream of high-energy particles, condensed to its absolute limit, struck the target location like a spear of light tearing through the sky. SSS-rank. A bone-chilling, shrill-tearing sound echoed. The space shattered like ice struck by a boulder, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. At the center of the fractures, an unstable, shadowy vortex barely wide enough for two people to pass side by side was forcibly torn open. From within the vortex, a thick, nauseating abyssal stench surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The portal is now forcibly open. Stability will be maintained for 3 hours. The warrior operating the controls stared at the instrument screen, his voice urgent. After 3 hours, the spatial anchor will overload and collapse. The portal will seal completely, potentially triggering spatial turbulence. Enough! Instructor Songlong's gaze was as sharp as a blade. First and second squads, provide alternating cover. Charge in! Su Chen, stay close to me. Third and fourth squads, remain outside for backup. Aye. The warriors roared in unison, splitting into 4 groups with military precision. The first 5-man squad activated their exoskeleton energy shields instantly. A pale blue energy barrier formed as they charged forward like sharp spikes, wielding large-caliber pulse rifles or heavy chainsaw blades toward the dark, swirling entrance. Su Chen followed closely behind Instructor Grey Wolf, positioned in the second wave. He drew a deep breath. The foul air surging from the canyon carried a bone-chilling cold and corrosive energy, but the faint swirl of divine thunder within his body effortlessly extinguished the filthy aura attempting to invade. Chapter 80, The Strength of the Grey Wolf. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the condensed silver lightning power in his palm. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon the dark vortex that resembled the maw of a colossal beast. As he stepped forward, an intense spatial tug and disorienting weightlessness instantly overwhelmed him, far more violent and chaotic than his previous entry. The air filled with the wails of space being forcibly torn apart and the howls of the abyssal aura. Light and shadow twisted wildly before his eyes, temporarily stripping him of his senses. The next second, his feet touched solid ground. A suffocating air, thick with the stench of blood, rotting flesh, and sulfur, flooded his nostrils. Before his eyes lay the bone-chilling wasteland of skeletal remains, etched forever into his memory. Alert! The deep roar of Instructor Grey Wolf instantly shattered the silence. Almost simultaneously with his voice, the situation shifted abruptly. Put! 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 From the crevices of the seemingly harmless, towering piles of giant bones surrounding their landing points, countless streams of viscous, foul-smelling dark purple liquid suddenly erupted. Like a dense poisonous rain, it spread over an extremely wide area. Energy shields. The first wave warriors reacted with lightning speed, instantly linking their exoskeleton shields to form a larger, combined barrier. Sizzle! The dark purple venom splashed onto the pale blue energy shield, emitting a harsh, corrosive sound. The shield's glow visibly dimmed, and billowing black smoke rose from its surface. The venom's corrosive power far exceeded expectations. Underground. Something's there. A fourth-tier warrior with a perception talent shouted the warning. Before his words faded, boom! 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 The scorched frozen ground beneath their feet erupted violently, as if boiling. Several massive worms, each over a meter in diameter, covered in ghastly white bone armor and armed with spiral-shaped mouthparts at their forequarters, burst through the earth. Like giant earthworms from hell, their massive bodies slick with mucus and mud, they opened their spiraling mouthparts bristling with razor-sharp teeth. A foul stench wafted from them as they lunged toward the unsteady warriors at incredible speed. Fire! Instructor Grey Wolf roared, a monstrous battle blade instantly materializing in his hand. Wrapped in crimson energy patterns, its blade flashed like a bolt of lightning as he struck first at the nearest bone-armored worm. Rat-tat-tat! Boom! Boom! The screech of pulse rifles, the detonation of energy grenades, and the shrill grinding of chainsaw blades tearing through bone armor intertwined in an instant. The moment they entered the secret realm, the battle erupted into its most brutal, white-hot intensity. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly as the newly awakened divine thunder surged and roared within him. An unprecedented battle intent, mingled with a cold, murderous intent, ignited in his eyes. He drew the long blade from his back, Xingja in hand. The equipment confiscated before military training had been returned to Su Chen by Instructor Grey Wolf. The cold hilt held a familiar feel, instantly awakening Su Chen's dormant muscle memory. With a flick of his wrist, the narrow tang blade emitted a clear, resonant hum. A restrained silver glow rippled across its surface, as if dormant thunder had awakened. This divine weapon, forged with Uncle Zhang's heart and soul, felt as natural in his grasp as an extension of his own arm, even after just a few days apart. At that moment, images of Lin Weiwei's pouting expression and Yin Yan's adorable face unexpectedly flashed through his mind. He wondered if their military training in another sector was proceeding smoothly. Unavoidably, Su Chen found himself reminiscing at the sight of the blade. Yet this thought vanished as swiftly as it had arisen, the bloody battlefield before him snapping his focus back to the present. Kill! Su Chen growled, his form darting like lightning. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting a massive bone-armored worm bursting from the earth, its foul stench assaulting his senses. The worm's spiral-shaped mouth was lined with sharp, bone-white teeth, dripping with viscous, corrosive saliva as it lunged down to bite. Buzz! The silver thunder blade erupted with blinding silver light. Rather than clashing head-on with the thick bone armor, Su Chen channeled the surging divine thunder silver lightning within him into the blade's edge. With an impossible flick of his wrist, the blade darted like a striking serpent. It evaded the frontal bone armor with pinpoint precision, slicing along the relatively weak joint at the edge of the worm's mouthparts. SSSSH. A soft sound, like a hot knife slicing through grease. Infused with the divine Shao's silver lightning, the Jingsha's sharpness and destructive power far surpassed anything before. Silver-white lightning flared and vanished at the point of impact. The enormous worm, several meters long, was cleaved diagonally from its monstrous mouthward end without resistance. A foul-smelling dark purple fluid mixed with shattered entrails gushed forth like a fountain. The massive body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, smashing a shallow crater into the scorched earth. What a blazingly fast blade! A warrior wielding a chainsaw sword, who had just severed a worm in half at the waist, caught the scene out of the corner of his eye. A chill ran down his spine. He could sense the terrifying penetrating power contained within that strike and the heart-stopping aura of destruction unleashed in that instant. Coordination. Fire support on the left flank. Don't let them encircle us. Instructor Grey Wolf's roar echoed like a stabilizing force on the battlefield. Su Chen struck once and pressed forward relentlessly. His footwork shifted like a phantom, weaving through the gaps between the worm's lunges. Each swing of the Jinja blade unleashed a deadly silver arc of lightning. He no longer sought one-hit kills. Instead, leveraging the Xinxiao's silver lightning's innate suppression of the abyssal aura and the Jingsha's razor-sharp edge, he targeted the worm's joint connections and vulnerable energy nodes. Wherever the blade flashed, limbs were severed or armor shattered, severely hindering the monster's movements and creating prime attack opportunities for his allies. Nice work! Seizing the opening created by Su Chen, a warrior precisely slipped a high-explosive energy grenade into the gaping crack of a worm's shattered bone armor. Boom! A violent explosion accompanied by a shrill screech obliterated the upper half of the worm. At the very center of the battlefield, the most dazzling figure was undoubtedly Instructor Grey Wolf. The crimson battle blade in his hand seemed to come alive, its blade swirling with molten red energy patterns that boiled and flowed like lava. Each swing unleashed a torrent of scorching, frenzied blade energy, warping the air with a piercing shriek. Swish! A crimson streak sliced through the air. A bone-armored worm lunging toward Su Chen's flank, along with its pallid bone armor, was cleaved clean in two like wax figures tossed into a furnace. The severed ends were charred, emitting the scent of burnt flesh. The frenzied blade intent even briefly dispelled the surrounding abyssal aura. Scarlet flame 9 slashes. Instructor Grey Wolf roared, his form transforming into a crimson whirlwind. His battle blade whirled wildly, instantly unleashing several massive blade shadows, fiery as molten lava, crisscrossing to blanket a vast area ahead. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently. Several bone-armored worms, either bursting from the earth or lunging forward, were instantly shredded and incinerated in this terrifying blade gale. Severed limbs and charred bone fragments rained down like hail. Within mere breaths, a vast expanse around Instructor Grey Wolf was cleared. The colossal aura radiating from his body unleashed without restraint, like an erupting volcano, scorching, frenzied, and carrying an overwhelming pressure that crushed all in its path. The pinnacle of the 9th rank of martial artist. He stood but a single step away from the realm of martial sovereign, a power sufficient to found a martial sect. Su Chen's heart pounded violently. This was Instructor Grey Wolf's true power. During that sparring match on the first day of military training, the opponent had likely shown less than a tenth of his capabilities. Had the instructor unleashed his full power then, Su Chen would likely have met the same fate as Lin Outyan, instantly obliterated without even a chance to react. Chapter 81, Deathworm. A peak 9th rank martial artist in the prime of life was truly a national treasure. It seemed the nation truly placed immense importance on Su Chen and his fellow military academy cadets. Just as Su Chen marveled at Grey Wolf's power, the silence system suddenly activated again. Detected high-threat mutated organism, Deathworm. Analysis indicates the optimal survival strategy for the host is to ensure the survival of Captain Grey Wolf. Holy! After this period of adjustment, Su Chen had already developed a conditioned reflex to the system's commands. Ignoring the life-threatening warning, he grabbed Jingjia and leaped swiftly toward Grey Wolf. In the very next instant, a colossal deathworm far surpassing all others rose from the ground. Accompanying it was an even more massive swarm of bloodthirsty worms. Compared to this deathworm before them, the bloodthirsty worms they'd been desperately fighting earlier were mere children. Everyone, spread out. Sanglong raised his battle blade and roared amidst the carnage. Typically, the Imperial Army's most basic combat unit was a 3-person squad. However, in this battle against the overwhelming swarm, the command had expanded the squads to 5-man teams based on past combat experience, adding 2-man fire teams equipped with energy rifles. After all, they were all seasoned veterans. Should the battle turn unfavorable, each could adapt flexibly. Yet according to the system's casualty alerts, the deathworms proved a formidable foe beyond even Grey Wolf's expectations. Sacrifices were inevitable. Put. Black toxic mist spewed from the deathworm's mouthparts, targeting Squad 2 at the core of the battle formation. In an instant, the 2 members of the fire support team, one wielding the energy rifle, the other the energy shield, were corroded by the poisonous mist, reduced to skeletons. They perished in this hellish realm, their final moments filled with bitter resignation. As for the other 2 squad members, though they desperately channeled their spiritual energy to resist, they too were contaminated by the poisonous mist, suffering severe injuries that left them unable to fight on. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Long before the toxic mist erupted, Su Chen had followed the system's instructions to prioritize protecting Sanglong within the cloud. Nourished by the divine Xiao silver lightning, the protective properties of 10,000 Thunder Prison had greatly enhanced. Coupled with its resistance to corruption from undead and malevolent entities, this skill proved nothing short of divine within the Abyss secret realm. Boom! Boom! Before the poison mist could dissipate, 2 powerful energy beams slammed into the deathworm from behind. Having been charged up, the deathworm was temporarily staggered by the energy cannon. Attack successful. Seizing this opening, a small squad rushed to rescue the critically wounded soldier lying on the ground, while squads 3 and 4 fought to carve out a safe zone amidst the swarm. With the deathworm's emergence, the comrades were forced to switch from offense to defense. Intentionally isolated by the swarm, Sanglong and Su Chen were left to face the deathworm alone. As a professional soldier, Grey Wolf paid little attention to the fallen comrades. Though grieved, he remained utterly focused. Earlier, while clearing out the minor threats, everyone had been on high alert for a powerful enemy to suddenly appear. They just hadn't expected the deathworm that suddenly emerged to be so utterly unexpected. Instructor. This creature before us is likely. After the poison mist dissipated, Su Chen did not withdraw his defensive skill. He heeded the system prompt, steadfastly shielding Grey Wolf. Sanglong wasted no time either. He patiently waited for his comrade's next volley, preparing to chop this beast to pieces under Su Chen's cover. Until then, the 2 could only struggle to defend against the deathworm's relentless tentacle assaults. Sanglong, this bastard's combat power has likely surpassed martial sovereign. We must be extremely cautious. Damn it! How the hell did a martial sovereign spawn in this goddamn secret realm? Generally speaking, while abyssal secret realms were fraught with danger, as fragments of a shattered world, their capacity to nurture combat power was actually quite limited. A C-tier secret realm could, at best, nurture a pack of martial artist-level beasts. Yet now, a martial sovereign tier powerhouse had emerged. This intelligence failure has left the team somewhat at a disadvantage. Thanks to the system, Su Chen was the first to notice the deathworm's abnormality. According to the system prompt, the deathworm had appeared with a combat strength of 31,000, a solid martial sovereign tier 1 powerhouse. The bizarre part was that after expelling its toxic mist, the deathworm's combat power plummeted below 30,000. As its offensive drained its reserves, the worm's combat power remained formidable, akin to a martial sovereign, yet its actual combat value had fallen to 28,000. It seemed grinding it down with energy guns was now the only solution. Prepare. The battlefield situation shifted in an instant. While Chen was still pondering the secrets of this deathworm, the attack signals from teams 3 and 4 had already arrived. Once the energy guns opened fire, Grey Wolf and Chen would strike. But just as the energy gun's blazing light completed its charge and prepared to fire, the bloodthirsty swarm that had been fighting tooth and nail against Squad 1 suddenly ceased their engagement. Instead, they charged toward the muzzles in an organized and disciplined manner, acting as sacrificial pawns for the deathworm. With no other choice to protect themselves, the fire teams of Squads 3 and 4 had no option but to expend their precious energy rounds on these low-level pests. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Even without fire support, Grey Wolf had to engage. For the human side, precious ammunition reserves demanded a swift victory. No! Instructor, watch out! With the systems heavily activated, Chen clearly observed, as the bloodthirsty worms died in mass, the deathworm's spiritual power surged back to its peak combat strength of 31,000, the very level it possessed when unleashing its toxic mist. This signaled the imminent return of that murderous technique, the toxic mist, as formidable as a martial sovereign's. Put! A foul, scorching black rain erupted, instantly engulfing Grey Wolf and Chen. Fortunately, Sanglong had remained vigilant against that terrifying poison mist, so he wasn't as disheveled as he had been during his first encounter with it. Coupled with Chen's timely shield, the two quickly retreated from that black zone of death. Through fierce fighting, they successfully reunited with their comrades. In that instant, Chen realized this deathworm could absorb the energy of its own offspring to break through the limitations of the secret realm and become a pseudo-martial sovereign. Indeed, these vermin were a major problem whenever they gathered in swarms. Each worm nest housed one such deathworm. Only by eliminating at least 3 could the squad successfully breach the core. But this single one was enough to wear him down to death. After obtaining the critical intelligence on the deathworms, Chen wasted no time sharing it with his brothers. Sanglong, you mean this bug can absorb the energy of other insects to stabilize itself as a martial sovereign? Doesn't that mean the more we kill, the stronger it gets? Exactly. Chen responded loudly, I can sense the energy fluctuations of this swarm. That abnormal toxic mist is fueled by the deaths of the grunts. Chapter 82, Secret Realm Rules. After obtaining information about the deathworms, Chen wasted no time and immediately shared it with his brothers. Sanglong, are you saying these worms can absorb other worms' energy to stabilize themselves as martial sovereigns? Doesn't that mean the more we kill, the stronger they become? Exactly. Chen responded loudly, I can sense the energy fluctuations of this swarm. That abnormal toxic mist is fueled by the deaths of the grunts. Chen's words were immediately confirmed by another perception-type ability user. After 2 rounds of combat, the squad finally uncovered the worm clan's true nature. Damn it, are they using a rotating battle strategy? We can't afford to waste time like this. As a professional soldier, Grey Wolf understood, the simplest tactics are often the deadliest. With their vast swarm, the deathworms could slowly bleed the tactical squad dry. Add to that this god-mode ability of treating grunts as health packs, it was simply just like Chen. Chen, cover me. Charge one more time. To conserve ammunition, all energy weapons were concentrated in the fire teams of Squads 3 and 4. Squad 1 and the others were tasked with holding the line, while Grey Wolf and Chen sought opportunities to eliminate the deathworm. Minutes later, Squads 3 and 4 unleashed another volley, yet the results remained dismal. As the swarm densified, some bloodthirsty worms even began cannibalizing each other beyond the front lines, feeding energy to the colossal deathworm. Consequently, the terrifying poison mist was becoming increasingly frequent. The battle reached a stalemate. At this moment, Grey Wolf understood that the worst-case scenario would be to order the troops to retreat, with him staying behind to cover their withdrawal. He didn't particularly care about his own life. But Chen cared deeply. He wasn't a veteran soldier, he hadn't reached the point of being willing to sacrifice his life for the cause. Not only could he not die, but according to the system's prompt, Instructor Grey Wolf couldn't die either. As the battle turned against them, Chen felt a sense of crisis for the first time. These past 3 months, his seemingly extraordinary bravery, far surpassing ordinary people, had merely been the system covering his back. His past displays of bravado and so-called crises were, in truth, more like showing off his superiority against weaklings his own age. Ultimately, even in his previous life, Chen had been nothing more than a 17-year-old student. Facing increasingly formidable deathworms, Chen, growing increasingly overwhelmed, began drifting into vague, distracting thoughts to counter his mounting unease. And in this critical moment, the figure that came to mind was Tanya, the delicate silhouette from Star Sea City. Though their first meeting resembled a scene from some online media platform's intro, Tanya undoubtedly played a pivotal role during his brutal growth phase toward becoming a powerhouse. Hadn't their true bond been forged within Star Sea City's secret realm? Tang is warm, soft voice echoed in his ears, the most crucial secret realm law. Wait a moment, the secret realm's laws? In a flash of insight, Chen realized that these 4 words held the key to his survival amidst the swarm. Secret realm rules were, after all, the very essence of conquering a secret realm. Yet, due to the system's overwhelming power and his tendency to stay within the comfort zone of lightning attributes, Chen had overlooked this crucial element. The so-called law was the method of breaking through the secret realm with minimal losses, ultimately conceived by its intruders based on their understanding of the realm. Typically, when confronting an unfamiliar secret realm, the military would conduct multiple probing missions to uncover its laws or await stronger reinforcements before launching a full-scale assault. Realms with minimal abyss contamination were preserved for utilization, while those heavily polluted were destroyed by directly shattering their core arrays. Had it not been for the urgent need to rescue Wang Fugue, they wouldn't have been in such a rush. But if they really chose to retreat, Wang Fugue would become a Negu. Captain, we've got enough ammo for 2 more rounds. But our protective gear is about to fail. Fire 1 more time. Aim for the mouth. If this doesn't work, we retreat. I'll cover you. With fire support exhausted, Grey Wolf still battling the deathworms and losing ground must consider reserving the last of their firepower to cover the retreat. Instructor. Conserve ammunition. I've got an idea. What? Just as the energy gun was about to fire, Chen halted Sanglong. He then shared his insights into the secret realm's laws. Though formidable, the deathworms are ultimately swarms corrupted by abyssal energy. Their communication relies entirely on the queen the deathworm's pheromones to command the swarm. Therefore, the only way to break the deadlock at this stage is to sever the connection between the deathworm and the bloodthirsty worms, then guide the bloodthirsty worms to attack the deathworm. Ha! At Chen's audacious proposal, Sanglong and the others froze in stunned silence. Sanglong, the problem is, how are we supposed to command the swarm? Chen, I have. Chen's divine Shao silver lightning inherently possessed purification and resistance against the abyssal corruption. Couldn't this purification also be considered a form of contamination for the profound abyssal aura? Though his divine thunder wasn't yet powerful enough to directly purify the abyss core, it could implant itself into the primordial source of the beast's abyss core. In other words, much like viruses and cancer cells, it would be even more destructive to the pheromones saturated with the abyss aura that controlled the swarm. Therefore, if you send me into the deathworm's maw, I can trigger it to release pheromones that incite the swarm's hatred. Driven by their primal instincts rooted in the abyssal aura, the swarm will then attack the deathworm itself. Rest assured, I have the 10,000 Thunder Prison protecting me. I won't die in its mouth anytime soon. This. Even Grey Wolf lost his composure upon hearing Chen's plan. You brat, how many more secret tricks are you hiding? Alright. I'll take your word for it. Let's go all out. Fire team, get ready. Sanglong agreed that Chen's suggestion was worth a shot. The Empire had long researched tactics to disrupt the abyssal force, but all they'd achieved over the years was to paralyze or slow down enemies. As Chen suggested making the enemy turn on each other? That was truly unheard of. Precisely because it was so unheard of, it was all the more worth trying. Only now did Chen understand why the system had insisted he protect Grey Wolf at all costs during the early stages. Because Sanglong was the only one in the entire team capable of getting close enough to the deathworm provided, of course, that Sanglong's combat strength was completely exhausted. Cannon fire erupted. This time, his comrades abandoned their defensive stance, catching the swarm off guard. An energy projectile slammed squarely into the deathworm's maw. Even a deathworm couldn't ignore the power of an energy shell. In agony, it flailed wildly, creating an opening for Chen and Sanglong to break through its defenses. Seeing the strongest human approaching, the deathworm wasted no time unleashing its toxic mist. This time, the mist resembled a toxic column more than a cloud, pressing down so heavily that Chen could barely breathe. But he managed to endure it. Having expended its ultimate attack, the deathworm now entered its most vulnerable moment. For the deathworm, its most formidable weapon was its biting and venom-spewing mouthparts. Those layered rows of fangs, like shields, sent a chill down the spine. To break through the deathworm's defenses, Sanglong, as previously agreed with Chen, held nothing back and unleashed his most devastating strike. Chapter 83, The Nest Virus. As a military officer, Sanglong wielded the Crimson Battle Blade, an Imperial standard weapon known as the Model 20 Polymer Energy Blade. Infused with fire attribute weapon energy, it unleashed fiery dragons when wielded. Similarly, this weapon could be adapted for users of other elemental energies. Within the Imperial military, martial masters formed the backbone of frontline combat, and the Type 20 represented the pinnacle weapon designed specifically for them. Military combat differs from the skirmishes of lone practitioners or noble private armies. To achieve swift strikes and retreats on large battlefields while evading enemy fire, the military prioritizes rapidly converting psychic abilities into firepower, specifically high-caliber firepower. The Type 20 achieves this by compressing and refining the user's energy, elevating the Grey Wolf's lethal strike to the level of a martial sovereign in an instant. For this ultimate strike resembling an energy explosion, the military refers to this tactic as ultimate destruction. Naturally, after unleashing ultimate annihilation, the martial artist must withdraw to recuperate, with others taking their place. The company commander is preparing for ultimate annihilation. Quick! Alternate cover. Within the swarm, a mobile squadron remained constantly ready to assist the exhausted Grey Wolf in retreating. Break! A crimson light erupted. Under Grey Wolf's flawless command, the barrage of fire akin to a rocket salvo pounded the Deathworm. Unable to evade this ultimate destruction strike, the Deathworm's massive maw was blown open, revealing a hideously gaping wound. Foul-smelling insect blood and putrid fluid splattered everywhere. Its rows of chainsaw-like fangs now hung limply, transformed into a torn curtain. Ignoring the revulsion, Chen lunged into the Deathworm's gaping maw. Sanlong, meanwhile, charged back into the swarm. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength and shielded by his comrades, he secured a momentary reprieve. Sanlong understood that if Chen failed, they would all perish. Meanwhile, inside the Deathworm's maw, Chen clung to the walls of its throat, protected by the 10,000 Thunder prison and his thunder-hardened body. Damn it! This beast's mouth is nothing but orgy. Kill it! Touching the worm's fleshy walls, Chen suppressed his nausea and injected a thread of divine shell silver lightning into its body. Drawing upon the insights gained during his tribulation that day, Chen swiftly guided the divine shell silver lightning to infiltrate the worm's life essence. In that instant, the Deathworm felt the agony Chen was enduring the moment it was invaded. Under the influence of the divine shell silver lightning, Chen in the worm's mouth instantly became Lao Ba's secret recipe mini burger. With a wet plop, Chen was violently ejected from the 10,000 Thunder prison by the Deathworm. Captain, look! On the ground battlefield, the swarm that had been roaring like a raging sea moments ago suddenly halted its assault. Visibly, the bloodthirsty worms were now writhing in immense agony. Moments later, the bloodthirsty worms roared as they charged toward the source of their torment, the Deathworm. It seemed Chen had succeeded. Yes! Victory! Watching the bloodthirsty worms grapple with the Deathworm, the exhausted warriors felt genuine excitement well up within them. After 10 minutes, the Deathworm was torn apart by its own offspring, its death gruesome beyond description. The surviving worms, ignoring Chen and his companions, suddenly charged back toward the path they had come. Before long, these remnants clashed with another group of Deathworms and bloodthirsty worms in a fierce battle. Witnessing this scene, Grey Wolf couldn't hold back a curse, damn it! Clearly, another worm army had been lying in wait underground, ready to ambush them during their retreat. One misstep in this battle could have meant total annihilation. These intelligent beasts were the bane of small reconnaissance units like Sanlong's. Fortunately, Chen's divine Shao silver lightning allowed them to retreat safely. Chen keenly observed that once his divine thunder invaded the life essence of the abyssal creatures, the beasts would collectively descend into a frenzy of mutual slaughter under the influence of abyssal power. Its transmission speed rivaled that of a zombie virus. Perhaps beyond the pheromones of the insect swarm, there might be other transmission routes. For instance, right now, as the insects attacked each other, the divine thunder silver lightning accelerated the infection through the worm's bodily fluids. Holy crap, if this hypothesis holds true, wouldn't every secret realm become mine for the taking? Chen. HM? While Chen was still deep in thought, Sanglong murmured beside him. Chen, it seems I must accompany you to the capital this time. Your ability must be reported to the state. Of course, only the state can unleash your full potential. Rest assured, for someone like you, a humble upstart seeking advancement, the nation is your only true anchor. And it will safeguard you. At this moment, to the state, Chen was no longer just another prodigy. After hearing Sanglong's words, Chen said nothing more. After all, for a powerhouse like himself, having a powerful backer was crucial. And if that backing came from the state itself, it would be nothing short of perfect. At the same time, the system suddenly presented Chen with a new plan. System notice, decision triggered again. Option A, accept Grey Wolf's invitation and become a pillar of the nation. Reward, enhance your life source power. Consequence, inevitably antagonize the nobility. Option B, command the swarm to eliminate Grey Wolf and his followers, preserving the secret of the divine Shao silver lightning. Reward, increases the divine Shao silver lightning's invasion capability by 200. Outcome, unknown. Faced with these options, Chen visibly froze. Only now did Chen truly understand, the choices presented by the system were less about decision-making and more about foretelling his own destiny. Take the previous incident, whether he had followed Tangya or Lei Xiaotian, he would ultimately have missed this opportunity for direct recognition by the state due to their protection. It seemed that for Chen's destiny, only the nation was worthy of becoming his true backing. This choice would determine Chen's future. First off, was a 16-year-old martial master impressive? Absolutely. But he wasn't unique. Throughout the Empire's 10,000-year history, prodigies like Chen have never ceased to appear. Take the current pillars of the state as examples. Which one became a martial master before the age of 17? This is precisely why those around Chen regard him as a prodigy, yet do not worship him as a deity. But don't forget, Chen has a system. In this day and age, anyone who gets hooked up with a system becomes the world's best, right? Therefore, today's choice holds immense significance for Su Chen. Choosing option A means that no matter how overwhelmingly powerful Su Chen becomes in the future, he must still submit to the will of the state and shoulder the responsibility for all living beings. But if he chose option B, Su Chen could continue developing in the shadows. Eventually, he would become a powerhouse that everyone would have to look up to. He could treat the world's rules as trivialities and even disregard the nation itself. Realizing this, Su Chen hesitated not a moment and chose to begin immediately. Chapter 84, Comrades. Sunlong instructor, though everyone has speculated about your background, I must say, I genuinely despise nobles. After a brief pause, Su Chen chose option A without hesitation. Hearing Su Chen's answer, the imperial soldiers Sanglong included all shared a knowing smile. As a superpower, the Dragon Nation was fundamentally composed of commoners. Over centuries, technological advancement and the aftermath of several cataclysmic wars had curbed the once bloated influence of aristocratic factions within the imperial army. Thus, as young officers in the modern empire, Sanlong and his peers were unquestionably sons of humble families. From birth, this group harbored deep resentment toward the empire's aristocratic celestial dragons. The recent constitutional turmoil in the capital had caused quite a stir. Some things simply shouldn't be spoken of carelessly. Sanlong was satisfied with Su Chen's response, but he still felt compelled to remind him, don't speak out of turn. Just remain loyal to the emperor in all things. Due to the influence of the divine thunder, the insect swarm within the abyssal secret realm suffered heavy losses, most perishing in internecine conflict. Those that survived had their combat effectiveness drastically reduced, no longer posing a threat to the squad. With minimal effort, the squad seized the abyss core, utterly destroying this treacherous realm. During the final mowing, Su Chen continuously slashed at insects with Jingja. Unlike the Type 20 military knife wielded by Grey Wolf, the Jingja not only harnessed its wielder's energy but also possessed inherent growth attributes. Influenced by the ancient shard, Jingja could absorb the energy of slain foes to enhance its sharpness and durability. Here. After the battle concluded and they exited the secret realm, Sanglong, covered in blood, handed the abyss core to Su Chen. Without the protection afforded by a body like Lei Ji's, the brothers reeked unbearably. After this battle, a thorough medical checkup was inevitable. After stowing the abyss core, Su Chen followed Grey Wolf onto the armored vehicle. The presence of fallen comrades dampened any triumphant excitement. Nicotine numbed the pain, and soon the vehicle was filled with smoke. Sanlong even pressed a cigarette into Su Chen's mouth. Along the way, the imperial soldiers gradually warmed up to Su Chen, chatting away in a lively exchange. Grey Wolf, meanwhile, was busy typing up the mission report on his personal terminal. As night fell, the armored vehicle traveled alone along the highway. Snores echoed softly inside, but Su Chen remained awake. He pondered what awaited him in the capital and whether little Fatty could be saved. He wasn't worried about finding Tanya after all, that woman had probably already taken precautions against him. Perhaps the moment he entered the imperial capital, she would track his location and follow him there. Tanya had already mastered spatial manipulation abilities, likely surpassing even the martial sovereign realm in power. Clang! The armored vehicle jolted, snapping Su Chen out of his thoughts. The jolt signaled the crossing of a military checkpoint. Sure enough, distant lights flickered beyond the windows. They were finally approaching the city. As Su Chen had anticipated, the convoy didn't head toward the base but instead drove straight into the heart of Kangwu City, the Red Romance District. At this point, the Imperial Army squad had fully accepted Su Chen. To Sanlong, Su Chen was now one of their own. Actually, my name is Wang Yu. I'm from the northern frontier. Sanlong is just my military codename. As they were about to disembark, Wang Yu patted Su Chen on the shoulder and invited him to accompany him to the Red Light District. Unlike his previous world, due to the influence of the Abyss War and the monarchy, the flesh trade in this world was openly legal. Though the women Su Chen had seen these past days seemed as independent and free as those in his original world, the reality was that figures like Zhang Weiwei and Yu Qingru were all children of the privileged elite. For ordinary people in this world, even basic human rights were hard to guarantee. For women from ordinary families, life was especially harsh. Back at vocational school, the electrical engineering students constantly harped on one thing: earning money early to save up for a taste of the glitzy nightlife. The next morning, Su Chen awoke on a pristine white bed, with a young, beautiful social worker lying beside him. It was safe to say yesterday's revelry would remain unforgettable for Su Chen. Especially since his buddies had covered the tab. The moment Su Chen stirred, Wang Yu stood fully dressed beside him, ready to go at a moment's notice. This guy didn't even knock before barging into my room. Su Chen thought to himself as he looked at Wang Yu. When are we heading to the capital? Su Chen asked while dressing and glancing at himself in the mirror. Last night, Su Chen had discovered that after surviving the lightning tribulation, he had actually become even more handsome than before. Wang Yu, we're leaving tomorrow. Oh, and Chu Xian's awake. Want to go see him? He's pretty close by now. Ha? Then let's hurry over now. Su Chen felt a pang of guilt toward Chu Xian. After all, they were comrades in arms who had faced life and death perils together. Standing tall while his brother lay fallen was hardly something to be proud of. It was simply in Su Chen's nature to reject option B, the path of killing the Grey Wolf. Soon after, Su Chen followed Wang Yu to the city hospital. With his condition improving, Chu Xian had been transferred to a premium ward. When Su Chen saw Chu Xian again, the attendants by his side were all servants dispatched by the Chu family. Indeed, as the prodigy of the Chu clan, Chu Xian would undoubtedly receive comprehensive care from his family. Thanks to the family's full support, Chu Xian's condition was not only better than Wang Fugui's, but his damaged spiritual C also had a high chance of recovery. The Chu family members treated Su Chen with great courtesy. Though in Su Chen's eyes, Chu Xian was the one who had saved his life by breaking him out of a desperate situation, to outsiders, Su Chen was equally the savior who had preserved Chu Xian's life. Chu Xian was overjoyed to see Su Chen visiting him. Having both narrowly escaped death, their temperaments and perspectives had changed dramatically. They had shed much of the impulsiveness and naivety typical of their peers. Chu Xian felt he owed Su Chen some words of gratitude for sharing life and death experiences. At Chu Xian's gesture, the Chu household servants all exited the room, and Wang Yu also tactfully withdrew. Once everyone had left, Chu Xian struggled to sit up, his pale complexion giving him an air of frailty. Chu Xian, that fellow, had a distinctly feminine appearance, quite handsome. But to avoid the stigma of being effeminate, he usually carried himself with an upright and resolute demeanor. His decisive words and actions had earned him respect among the students. Su Chen felt that today's frailty actually suited Chu Xian's face. Ahem, Chen. I like you. Su Chen. It took a long while before Chu Xian realized he'd said the wrong thing. While the Terror Valley effect of narrowly escaping death had strengthened their bond, Chu Xian's sexual orientation remained unchanged. Chapter 85 Ambush. Ultimately, through Chu Xian's persistent efforts, he managed to clarify his true intentions. In Chu Xian's eyes, Su Chen was a prodigy, a great talent. As a friend, Chu Xian genuinely hoped Su Chen would soon achieve great things and grow into a pillar of the nation. However, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. In Chu Xian's view, Su Chen possessed a fatal flaw, his profound disdain for the aristocracy. Chu Xian surely didn't know that Su Chen came from a civilized modern society, which had instilled in him a rare sense of self-possession, unafraid yet unpretentious. Even back when he was a weakling, he never understood what was so great about those nobles who made his classmates tremble in fear. Su Chen, I actually despise noble offspring like Lin Aoyan too. But I wouldn't lightly antagonize aristocratic families, especially the top-tier ones. The grip of the privileged class on this nation is terrifying. Chu Xian's meaning was clear, he didn't want Su Chen to stand against the powerful. As he said, he valued Su Chen and didn't want him to fall prematurely to the schemes of the aristocratic offspring. If one must inevitably offend a noble house, then at the very least, one should seek the protection of another powerful family. Speaking of this matter, Chu Xian's words carried a hint of recruiting talent. Earlier, Su Chen had heard from Wang Fugui that the Chu family wielded influence in the capital rivaling that of the Lin family. Moreover, the Chu family enjoyed exceptionally close ties with the imperial court. Most of its young members pursued careers in government service, viewing the preservation of imperial authority as their personal mission. Su Chen, alright, I'll keep your words in mind. But you're not feeling well now. Rest first. We'll discuss this matter later. Regardless of Chu Xian's true intentions, Su Chen could sense the genuine goodwill in his heart. As he prepared to depart, Su Chen feigned farewell and channeled a thread of divine thunder silver lightning into Chu Xian's body. This thread of energy was imperceptible to others. For the abyssal monsters, Shinshao silver lightning was a powerful force, but for humans cultivating the essence of heaven and earth, it was a precious source of life, something that could awaken vitality. Combined with Su Chen's vastly superior life essence power, his deliberate cultivation stabilized Chu Xian's precarious spiritual sea. Within a month, provided the Chu family continued to pour resources into his recuperation, Chu Xian would be able to leave the hospital. Seeing Chu Xian was out of harm's way, Su Chen prepared to depart. Matters concerning the spiritual essence were often profound and mysterious. Chu Xian was already a powerful perception-type cultivator. If his condition improved, others would simply attribute it to divine favor. Now that Su Chen's divine thunder silver lightning had been exposed, he could not risk revealing his remaining trump cards. After leaving the hospital, Wang Yu had no time to accompany Su Chen wandering around Kangwu City and headed back to the base first. Today happened to be the day of the opening semester assessment, so returning to the base held little meaning for Su Chen. He might as well wander around Kangwu City a few times before heading back to the inn to rest. But unbeknownst to Su Chen, several sinister gazes were fixed upon him from the distance. Oomph. That's the kid. Finally got him cornered. Oomph, a lowly commoner dares to offend a great noble? This fool probably doesn't even realize that with just one phone call, they could assemble an entire squad to finish him off. What a pity, such promising cultivation, all about to be destroyed. 100 meters away, a Yi family retainer stood with 3 martial artist-level warriors, their faces dark as they plotted Su Chen's ambush. The Yi family's resources in Dragon Nation were practically omnipresent. Even within Longyuan Martial Arts University, the Yi family had long made arrangements, deploying their own disciples as instructors to personally guard Yi Aotian. Several days prior, Yi Aotian learned that Su Chen had left the university. Though he didn't know Su Chen's purpose, this presented the perfect opportunity for revenge. Without the university's protection, what difference would Su Chen be from a dog? Soon, Yi Aotian contacted the Yi family servant stationed in Kangwu City through his inside connection at the university. In just 2 days, that servant had assembled 3 martial masters within the small city of Kangwu. Yesterday, the Yi family even pinpointed Su Chen's location through the surveillance of Kangwu City's defense forces. Yi Aotian's order was clear: if Su Chen wasn't returning tomorrow with broken limbs, crippled beyond use, then the servants who failed this task would be sent to commit suicide. The lead servant himself was a 4th-tier martial artist. With 4 martial artists ganging up on a single warrior, Su Chen had no chance of survival. Now, all that remained was to wait for nightfall. As night fell, inside the inn, Su Chen focused intently on preparing for his journey to the capital. Following Wan Yu's report, the Divine Shao Silver Lightning has piqued the interest of the Empire's research institutions. The Xinshao Silver Lightning was the innate power source that had naturally evolved when Su Chen advanced to the martial master realm. This power was unlikely to arouse the Empire's suspicion. Upon reaching the capital, he would simply release a portion for the Empire to study. But this was the imperial capital. After all, extra preparation couldn't hurt. Outside the window, the commercial street bustled with crowds. Even Su Chen found himself considering whether to go down and grab something to eat. But then, in that very instant of Su Chen's distraction, a silent wind blade attack struck without warning. Clack! The system automatically activated the concluding heavenly prison, deflecting the attack. The sound was barely audible, so no one outside realized that on the 14th floor, an extremely dangerous martial arts duel was just beginning. Su Chen, bastard! Picking a fight in the middle of a busy district? Is he out of his mind? This is nothing short of reckless endangerment. After being ambushed, Su Chen was furious beyond words. Similarly, the 3rd-tier wind elemental martial artist assigned to sniping from the periphery was momentarily stunned. Su Chen's parry and reflexes just now could never belong to a mere martial artist. The intel was wrong. But what good does that do now? Once the Yi family's mission begins, it will never be halted midway. To falter midway would mean leaving traces behind. If the Yi family were truly tarnished, it would spell endless pursuit. Su Chen, go to hell! Crack! A deafening explosion echoed as the hotel door was kicked to pieces. 3 martial masters burst in. Without a word, a massive axe swung straight for Su Chen's face. The axe wielder was a 5th-tier martial master, originally the drill instructor for Kangwu City's garrison troops. He also took on dirty jobs for nobles on the side, earning a solid reputation within the circle. Thunder Punishment Sutra. Condense thunder to temper the body. With a thunderous roar, Su Chen pushed his physical strength to its absolute limit. In a flash, he thrust the Jingshi, infused with thunderstorm energy, into the instructor's throat. With a thunderous boom, the head of the instructor who once commanded Kangwu City exploded into a mist of blood. Damn it! I've always treated even peak 9th-tier martial beast masters as worthless trash. How could I fall into your trap today? Anyone with basic knowledge knows that below the martial sovereign realm, beasts and humans with equal energy levels always have higher combat power when it comes to beasts. By the time the blood mist cleared, the other two stood frozen in shock. Their strongest fighter had been slaughtered by Su Chen as easily as butchering a chicken. What point was there in continuing this fight? Chapter 86, The Meeting. Just hours ago, the 4 of them had been drinking and laughing at the dinner table, convinced today's mission was a piece of cake, nothing more than the 3rd young master of the Yi family throwing money around. Yet now, the squad's main force had fallen without exchanging a single blow against Su Chen. This stark contrast made the other 3 realize today's peril was such that merely escaping with their bodies intact would be a stroke of luck. Run or stay. The first to make his decision was the sniper outside the building, scrambling to make his escape. As a wind attribute martial artist, he wielded a longbow capable of launching wind blades over 100 meters. Since the wind blades were intangible, he could kill silently and invisibly. But before the sniper could even lower his bow, Su Chen delivered a precise headshot, ending his life in the building across the street. Thunderbolt Finger. After becoming a martial artist, Su Chen's Thunderbolt Finger gained enhanced long-range capabilities. Combined with the alloy training projectiles he used at Kangwu Base, it could now deliver the impact of an electromagnetic cannon. I'll fight you to the death. The sniper's agonized scream crackled through the walkie-talkie as the Yi family retainers and the remaining fire element martial artists ultimately chose to confront Su Chen head-on. But young martial artists who could become Yi family retainers, were any of them ordinary? They might be wicked, but they were certainly not stupid. The instant his comrades charged forward, the retainer darted toward the inn's window. A vicious plan had already crystallized in the servant's mind. Ha! Take this grenade! In the next instant, a high-energy fire grenade was hurled out the window by the servant. Propelled by rocket thrust, it rapidly descended toward the densely populated streets, unleashing a fiery inferno. In an instant, severed limbs littered the streets. Dozens of men, women, and children perished instantly in this catastrophe, while countless others were injured. Beast! Su Chen, having just slain the fire elemental martial artist, seethed with rage. He could never have imagined a person capable of such utter depravity. Distracted by the fire master's searing net of flames, Su Chen had been unable to prevent this tragedy. Yi family servant, ha! Fool! Daring to offend the Yi family, you've chosen your own path to death. Tomorrow, through our family's influence, you, Su Chen, will be branded the murderer of these dozens of innocent people. Wait for your execution by the tribunal. If things go badly, I might even personally serve as your executioner. Ha! Scram! For a martial artist, the 14th floor wasn't a lethal height. With his flying artifact, the servant leapt from the window and instantly blended into the fleeing crowd below. Without a flying artifact, Su Chen could only hop between air conditioning units, gradually losing sight of the evil servant in the sky. You bastard! You beast! To satisfy the whims of a spoiled noble brat, he'd slaughtered dozens, even hundreds of ordinary people. Is this something a human being could possibly do? On the commercial street, children orphaned of their parents, pregnant women burning alive in the flames, these horrors lay before Su Chen like exhibits. Beneath the charred corpses lay shattered fragments of tiny, happy lives. This unprecedented tragedy unfolded right before Su Chen's eyes. Bastard! This world that devours its own. It would be better to just destroy it all. Upon landing, thanks to the body tempering effects of the Bai Lei Ji Bumia Jing, his leg strength had already reached the peak of a martial master. Thus, the distance between them rapidly closed. Ignoring the wails and cries echoing around him, Su Chen cornered the Yi family servant in a gloomy alleyway. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Clutched by the throat of Su Chen, who seemed like a god of death, the servant had already lost all control, completely overcome by despair. If he couldn't escape, the vicious plan he'd hatched moments ago would never come to fruition. Su Chen! You monster, you must be cheating. Could it be, you're actually a dragon's bloodline left behind in the mortal world? Spare you? How could I possibly ease the hatred in my heart without killing you? Su Chen snarled at the sinister, gaunt servant with a vicious grin. Master Su Chen! Kill me, and you'll die too. The Yi family's foundations are as vast as the heavens themselves, while I am but a mere speck in that vast sky. Even if I die, those who seek your life will come in endless waves, and vile, despicable schemes will never cease. How could you possibly stand against the entire divine dragon empire alone? The servant spoke the truth. Crossing the Yi family was indeed a thorny predicament. Therefore, the best course now is for me to arrange a meeting with young Master Yi. I'll act as the intermediary. Once you kowtow 3 times before him, you'll be formally accepted into the Yi family. This deal is well worth it. Master Su Chen. Today you fought 4 men alone, slaughtering martial arts masters as easily as butchering dogs. Such extraordinary talent would capture the admiration of even our Yi family. Master Su Chen, this is the best possible outcome. Please agree. I'll kowtow first. Kowtow. Watching the servant kowtow like a machine, Su Chen suddenly conceived a brilliant plan. It seems today's feud with the Yi family can finally be resolved. Alright, summon Yi Aotian. The location? The same inn as before. Ha! Is this going to work? Yes, sir. I'll arrange for the young master to meet immediately. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Kangwu Base, a group of sycophantic students were desperately trying to curry favor with Yi Aotian while discussing what to do in the city during tomorrow's holiday. Unlike the others, Yi Aotian's face was etched with unbearable anticipation and irritability. Anticipation for the plan's success, and irritation because he hadn't come in first during the opening semester assessment. He had clearly outperformed all his peers by a landslide in the combat strength test. Yet the top spot went to Su Chen, who hadn't even taken the exam. What bull about practical combat contributions? It's just the school trying to crush the prestige of us nobles. If he didn't come out on top in future assessments, how could he ever face the other Yi family relatives? The thought that even distant relatives might surpass him filled Yi Aotian with even greater fury. I don't care. Whoever stands in my way will die. Get out. All of you, get out. In the dormitory, Yi Aotian suddenly bellowed, and the other lackeys scattered like birds and beasts at the sight. Then, the unique Yi family communicator rang. Finally, my people succeeded. Ah, Su Chen, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? With a cold chuckle, Yi Aotian answered the call with satisfaction. But the next moment, his roar erupted again. Useless. You failed the mission and still have the nerve to call me? Go jump in the river. Ha? You mean Su Chen is now willing to be my servant, endure any torment I dish out, and even kowtow to me? Over the phone, Yi Aotian paid no attention to his servant's description of Su Chen's combat prowess. All he cared about was Su Chen kowtowing to him. Fine. Then tell Su Chen, if he wants to live, he'd better show up at the base entrance first thing tomorrow morning. I want him to kowtow to me 3 times in front of everyone. Ha? The servant on the other end of the line was utterly dismayed. But in an instant, a glimmer of hope emerged. Master, Su Chen says he'll do it. Ha! 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 Yi Outyen couldn't contain his wild joy. Very well. Tell Su Chun to kneel obediently in his room and await my arrival. Today, I'll start by breaking one of his hands. Chapter 87, New Life. After hanging up, the evil servant let out a deep, ragged breath. At that moment, he felt utterly drained of strength. Finally, thanks to my sharp mind and silver tongue, I've managed to save my own skin. Ha! I've served third young master for 10 years. Once I enter the Yi Manor, I'll repay today's humiliation 100-fold. In the darkness, the 10,000 Thunder Prison unleashed its Shinshao silver lightning, a force capable of shattering every tendon and sinew, condemning the cruel servant to a death as agonizing as 1,000 cuts. Gazing at the ashes at his feet, Su Chen sneered coldly. In our world, the best way to deal with scum like you is electricity. Minutes later, Su Chen returned to the hotel room carrying a severely burned teenager. The boy's parents had perished in the explosion, and he himself was on the brink of death. This boy was the key to Su Chen's escape from the Yi family today. After settling the boy in the room, Su Chen waited quietly for Yi Outyen's arrival. Damn it! Su Chen spat in disgust at the sight of the room where the corpse had vanished. The Yi family's servants had indeed colluded with the hotel before attempting to kill me. Does the law in this world truly amount to nothing but worthless paper in the face of privilege? Before long, Yi Outyen's presence began to manifest in the corridor. The bastard was accompanied by several others, likely servants of the Yi family. Yi Outyen now brandished a military knife, itching for a fight. The original plan was for Yi Outyen to spare Su Chen's life. He intended to maim him by severing limbs, turning him into a useless cripple, then ship him back to the Yi residence to live out his days as a disgraced human pig. Notify your hotel staff whatever commotion arises in that room, do not interfere. The Yi family servant commanded the hotel manager in a tone brooking no argument, and the manager could only nod repeatedly. A few minutes later. Inside the hotel room, 3 Yi family servants and a base assistant knelt motionless in the corner. Yi Outyen lay beside the burned youth, tightly bound by the 10,000 Thunder Prison. Yi Outyen stared in utter disbelief. Su Chen. What are you doing to me? Mark my words. If a single hair on my head is harmed today, the Yi family will slaughter your entire clan. Nonsense. A bolt of divine thunder silver lightning struck down, temporarily robbing Yi Outyen of his ability to speak. The room fell instantly silent. Do you know? Su Chen slowly approached Yi Outyen, like a judge from the underworld. Su Chen, the core of lightning's elemental attack lies in shattering. Whether it be the spirit or the body, once struck by lightning, it faces the most complete shattering. This shattering effect is unmatched by any other element, be it metal, wood, water, or fire. Yet ancient wisdom teaches, destruction paves the way for creation. Thus, within the very essence of lightning lies a vibrant, life-giving force. If one can master the lightning strike, this very force can revive both spirit and life. Thus, by merging these two forces, I can transcend the boundaries of life and death to achieve soul transference. Though this power isn't yet overwhelming, it's sufficient to handle one martial artist and one commoner. Ah! Everyone present was stunned by Su Chen's words. Soul swapping, such an ability couldn't possibly exist. In the 10,000 years since the Dragon Nation's founding, such a skill has never existed. For this power defied the very laws of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the resonance between each person's life essence and the primordial energy of heaven and earth. It acts like a code, sealing every soul in place. In this world, souls could only be annihilated or ascend, there was no concept of reincarnation. But, under the heavens, only Su Chen could transform this life essence into power. And only Su Chen could shatter the laws of this world. For he was never truly of this world, and thus remained unbound by its rules. The electric shock began. Minutes later, Wang Bo felt as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. He had just barely passed his high school entrance exams. He had awakened a D-rank talent, and his parents had used their long-saved money to celebrate. But how, in an instant, had his mother's head vanished? At this thought, tears streamed down Yi Outyen's face. Meanwhile, the frantic Yi Outyen stared in disbelief at his left hand, now missing 3 fingers. The searing pain of the burns washed over him like a tidal wave. If not for the effects of the divine Shao silver lightning, he would have fainted long ago. Witnessing all this, Su Chen finally allowed himself a hint of relief. Su Chen, young man, I'm truly sorry. With my current abilities, I couldn't save your parents. But at least, I can give you a new life. Before everyone, Su Chen now appeared like a sacred angel. But remember this, your parents were killed by this monster. Today, I'm giving it back to you to torture however you please. With that, Su Chen kicked Yi Outyen, who was so enraged he was nearly unconscious, against the wall like a soccer ball. His spiritual energy was too depleted for Yi Outyen to resist. Su Chen, oh, and Yi Outyen's name is too ugly. From now on, you'll be called Yi Tian. Yi Tian? Yi Tian nodded. Su Chen. From the corner by the wall, the charred monster let out a growl that seemed to come straight from hell. Su Chen. You can't take my life away. Ah. My life. My pride. Everything I am. Ah. I must return to the Yi family. I must find mother. There must be a way. There must be a way to change me back. Ah. Ha. Seeing Yi Aotian's flustered state, Su Chen really couldn't bring himself to laugh anymore. Come on, Yi Aotian, you wanted to return to the Yi family, didn't you? The Yi family is right here with you now. See if they'll acknowledge you. With that, Su Chen released the restraints on several household servants. Instantly, they scrambled to their knees at Yi Tian's feet, shouting, Master! Master! Master, it's Cui Jing. Don't you recognize me anymore? Master! For the servants, they knew well that in this world, there was no way to clear Yi Aotian's name. Because of the existence of bloodline inheritance, paternity testing had never been a technology worth researching. And now, the Yi family's dominant bloodline resided within Yi Tian. Moreover, acknowledging Yi Tian as master now would be a truly meritorious act. Yi Aotian, you ungrateful dogs. And you damned beast of a bastard, get the hell out of my body. Hiss. Before Yi Aotian's words had even faded, the Yi family servants, tears welling in their eyes, turned to Su Chen with pleading looks. To this, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and beat him. Though his combat power is destroyed, his life force is still protected by me. He can't even kill himself. Got it. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the servants rushed toward Yi Aotian, venting years of pent-up resentment. You piece of trash. You piece of trash. You piece of trash. How dare you show such disrespect to my master? Once we're back at the Yi residence, just wait, we'll lock you up with those swine and dogs and give you a good scrub to clean that filthy mouth of yours. Those pigs and dogs? Yi Aotian, no. No. I don't want to go back to the Yi family. Those dogs and pigs are my own doing. They'd tear me apart in their dreams. No way. No way. Tonight. Yi Aotian's farce ushered in the opening act of his self-inflicted downfall. With the help of the Yi family's servants, Yi Tian quickly adapted to his new life. Chapter 88, The Lin Family, Indeed. In the spirit energy realm overrun by monstrous beasts, a terror attack claiming around 100 casualties was hardly difficult to suppress, especially since the vast majority of the dead were ordinary civilians. Take Wang Yu, for instance. He only learned of the incident near Su Chen's hotel in the morning after working through the night. After confirming safety by phone, Wang Yu drove to the hotel to pick up Su Chen. Inside the hotel, Su Chen and Lin Tian had already packed their belongings, as if nothing had happened the day before. As for Lin Aotian, he had long been taken away by the household servants and was now locked up in a small dark room. Good morning, instructor. As soon as Wang Yu entered the room, Lin Aotian and Su Chen stood up to greet him. Ha! Lin Aotian, why are you here too? Ah-ha. Su Chen had already prepared an excuse for Wang Yu's question. Lin Tian, after yesterday's results were announced, I was so frustrated I wanted to challenge Su Chen to a sparring match outside the city. But now, I see brother Su Chen truly has superior skills, and our spiritual energy talents complement each other remarkably well. We've developed a mutual respect, so I no longer harbor any thoughts of fighting. Wang Yu had long heard of the private friction between Su Lin and Su Chen, but if today could see them bury the hatchet with a smile, that would be quite good. Wang Yu, your Lin family holds considerable influence, so I won't pursue the matter of you leaving the base without permission. Besides, I have your leave slip here. You'll be returning to Longdu with us this afternoon. Understood. Su Chen had learned of Lin Tian's return to Longdu long before Wang Yu arrived. According to the household servant, the Lin family patriarch flew into a rage upon learning last night that Lin Aotian had only placed second in the opening semester assessment. He demanded Lin Aotian return home immediately to face punishment. After breakfast, Su Chen and the other two boarded a helicopter bound for the provincial capital, aiming to catch an afternoon flight. Even in this world, teleportation arrays were costly and fragile luxuries, often becoming unusable after just a few activations. Moreover, the greater the distance between teleportation points, the higher the cost of the array. Unless it was an absolute emergency, no one would consider a teleportation array a viable means of transportation. Thus, for this journey to the capital, Su Chen still required an airplane as his mode of transportation. Upon entering the airport, Su Chen and Lin Tian experienced for the first time the unique grandeur of this world. Keep it down. Don't make yourself look like a country bumpkin. Ha! Got it, bro. After passing through security, Su Chen whispered to Lin Tian, don't give yourself away. But upon reaching the departure lounge, even Su Chen couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. The sacred hall, the unique architecture, the various artworks and decorations depicting the glorious history of emperors and the Dragon Nation, along with the fully intelligent services, all combined to form a sophisticated, cyberpunk-inspired masterpiece. In truth, the technological advancement of this world far surpassed that of Su Chen's previous life. Simultaneously, its population was vastly larger. Spiritual energy, permeating the heavens and earth as an inexhaustible resource, objectively fueled societal development and technological advancement. Much like how boiling water was fundamental to technology in his previous life, the core of science in this world lies in infusing all manner of things with spiritual energy. Because spiritual energy is limitless, the Shenlong Empire far surpasses Su Chen's former world in manufacturing, engineering, and aerospace. These beasts were 6 times the size of an An-225. On the mist-shrouded airfield, the colossal aerial beasts codenamed Kuanpeng nearly triggered Su Chen's fear of large objects. To withstand the abyssal corruption and the occasional psychic storms that swept through the skies, these beasts had to be built tough, big, and rugged. But with wind attribute spiritual energy infused, even skyscrapers could take flight. You haven't seen military transport planes yet, those things are even bigger than this. Just before boarding, Wang Yu declared proudly to Su Chen. If the journey goes smoothly, the flight should take 3 hours. As soon as they boarded the plane, Wang Yu reminded Su Chen, you earned major credit in the secret realm this time. Once you handle Wang Fugui's affairs, your contribution won't go unrecognized. But in Longdu, you must be careful with your words and actions. You're a smart guy, I shouldn't have to remind you of that. Don't worry, instructor. Before Su Chen could respond, Lin Tian beside him had already adopted a cocky, defiant expression. Instructor, if you need anything in Longdu, just let me know. The Lin family will take care of it for you. Ha! Su Chen shot Lin Tian an approving look, silently praising his quick immersion into the role. Wang Yu, however, was left with a headache, wondering when the two of them had become so thick as thieves. Does Su Chen have some kind of demonic charm? Whatever. Just don't cause any trouble. Wang Yu knew Su Chen wasn't some murderous villain, so he headed off alone to the bar for a drink. Wang Yu was on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. During their last expedition in the abyssal secret realm, Wang Yu had earned significant merit and was internally designated to receive the Deathworm's core as a reward. This time back in the capital, while helping Su Chen with his performance review and submitting the Divine Thunder Silver Lightning, Wang Yu also planned to complete his own martial sovereign advancement. By year's end, Wang Yu would be a major. A 28-year-old major, though born into humble origins, possessed exceptional talent. Within the military, Wang Yu's future was truly boundless. It was a foregone conclusion that within his lifetime, Wang Yu would lead his family back into the ranks of the new nobility. After Wang Yu left, Su Chen assured Lin Tian he'd done well and urged him to maintain that level of performance upon returning to the Lin family. Su Chen, oh, and once you're back at the Lin residence, make sure to butter up your old man. Then bring me back as many of your family's thunder element artifacts and exotic beasts suitable for my cultivation as you can, got it? No worries, big bro. Lin Tian, your needs are my mission. As the saying goes, you guard against outsiders day and night, but it's the traitor within that's hardest to guard against. Now that he had Lin Tian as his subordinate, the vast Lin family would be his to exploit for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in the rear seats of the flight, the Lin family servants were escorting Lin Outyen back to the Lin residence. Of course, Lin Outyen wasn't entitled to a seat at the moment. He was currently huddled in the cargo hold, shrouded in perpetual darkness. Thanks to the combined effects of expensive restorative potions and the Divine Thunder Silver Lightning, his burns were largely healed. Yet he still had to endure his current ugliness and weakness. A month prior, Lin Outyen had departed the Lin family aboard a private jet far grander than this Kuanpeng, blessed by the imperial family. Back then, Lin Outyen had been the center of attention, surrounded by adoration like the moon surrounded by stars. But now, he was to return to the Lin family like a pig or a dog, enduring the ultimate humiliation from a penniless wretch. Lin Outyen knew full well that the poor wretch had long since transformed his grief over losing his parents into hatred toward him. Wasn't it just an accident that I killed his parents? Besides, it wasn't even me who pulled the trigger. Heaven, why have you treated me this way? It was just a minor mistake worth a few million yuan, yet you demand I pay for it with my entire life. Heaven, have you gone blind? All I ever wanted was to be number one. All I ever wanted was to stop that old bastard picking on me for no reason after every training session. Wah! At this thought, Lin Outyen once again shed tears of bitter resentment. Chapter 89, Dragon Capital. Supported by the wind attribute force field, the Kuanpeng fighter jet glided slowly off the runway and entered the airport of the colossal city of Shenlong. After 2.5 years, Su Chen, a small-town youth, a frontier lad, and a newly rich upstart finally laid eyes on the most loyal, largest, and wealthiest city in all of Dragon Nation, Dragon Capital. Dragon Nation cities were classified into 5 tiers: megacities, directly administered cities, provincial capitals, prefectural capitals, and county seats. Stellar Sea City was a 4th-tier county seat, while Dragon Capital stood alone as the sole megacity. The greatness of Dragon Capital was forged through iron and blood. It had endured nearly every major annihilation war, yet its defenses had been breached only once. This almost uninterrupted urban development had elevated it to one of the 4 most magnificent cities in the world. The imperial house of the Dragon Nation, born of the divine dragon's bloodline, shall forever reside within these walls, safeguarding the mightiest nation upon the eastern continent. The inextricable bond between capital and nation holds true in any world. Dragon Capital spans vast territories, housing over 100 million inhabitants. Every adult resident here is a martial artist or higher-level cultivator. Those without abilities are virtually non-existent. Fresh off the plane, Su Chen must bid farewell to Lin Tian. At the end of the covered walkway, servants of the Lin family already stand ready to receive him. At the very end, Chen pretended to bid farewell while offering Lin Tian a final piece of advice. Chen told him, the Lin family represents a rare opportunity. In exchange, you must bury the pain in your heart deep within. Lin Tian nodded resolutely, took a deep breath, and resumed his usual carefree demeanor. The devastating family tragedy and the sudden windfall had matured the young man considerably overnight. After Lin Tian departed, Wang Yu and Chen boarded the maglev train bound for the city center. Shenlong Megacity, the most dazzling pearl of the eastern continent, was also one of the world's 4 spirit energy paradises. Throughout history, universal psychic awakening had been the ultimate pursuit of every race and faction within the psychic world. For the people of this world firmly believed that one day, everyone would awaken to their unique abilities. When that day comes, perfect celestial energy will expel the abyssal darkness, and a heavenly paradise on earth will finally manifest. Dragon City stands as the closest embodiment of this idealized vision. Countless colossal beasts swirled and drifted through Longdu's skies. Though these purified creatures served as guardians of the city, their decorative function was undeniably more prominent. From the magnetic levitation train, Chen gazed in awe at a flying phoenix hundreds of meters long. As they passed a vast lake, a 1,000-meter-long giant whale leapt directly out of the water, like a dream. Many nobles in Starsea City kept exotic beasts as pets, but compared to these, their little tigers and leopards seemed pitifully insignificant. Wang Yu, most of those colossal beasts have awakened their spiritual intelligence. Though they belong to the empire, the nobility largely bears the responsibility for their upkeep. My first glimpse of these creatures came on the journey to the military academy. The moment I laid eyes on them, I knew every hardship endured had been worth it. Beneath the capital city, gold lay scattered everywhere. Yet only those of noble birth or rising newcomers from humble origins possessed the privilege to partake of this wealth. After disembarking, Chen checked into the luxury hotel arranged for him by Longyuan Martial Arts University, while Grey Wolf Wang Yu was whisked away by several surviving classmates for celebrations. Chen's hotel soared 100 stories high, yet in Longdu, it barely qualified as a second-tier skyscraper. In the heart of the capital, 800-story CBD towers were commonplace. Yet no matter how towering these structures might be, they were merely built upon the earth. The true masters of Longdu were now residing in the Celestial Palace. By the rooftop pool, Chen lay lazily on a beach chair. Surrounding him, massive neon displays and electronic screens, orderly hovercrafts, colossal beasts circling the sky, and all manner of AI robots floating through the air ignited within Chen a burning ambition to become part of this city. Above the no-fly zone, a continent suspended in the air piqued Chen's curiosity. Evening, Longdu, Zhongding District. Dotted across this ancient floating landmass, a relic of primordial wars, stood clusters of antique-style architecture. The most magnificent among them was undoubtedly the Divine Dragon Imperial Palace. This landmass, roughly the size of 3 Starsea cities, existed solely to serve the daily lives of the imperial family and the highest nobility. With this aerial city in existence, the hierarchy between people became visibly apparent. Though the Chu family were also Longdu nobles, they were barred from residing in the Zhongding district. The Lin and Tang families, however, were permitted. At this moment, within the Lin family's territory in the central Ding district, Lin Tian knelt in the center of the Lin family's main hall. The punishment meted out by the Lin family patriarch to the third young master was merely 2 hours of kneeling before the ancestral tablets. Such a punishment was only taken seriously by noble brats. Outside the ancestral hall, servants bustled about managing the daily operations of the Lin family estate. Hey, what's in that cage of yours? Hey, some lowly bastard dared steal the third young master's belongings at school. Now he's been bought back by the young master. Oh. Gazing at Lin Outyin in the cage, the gatekeeper and guards showed no surprise and immediately let him pass. The young master has always enjoyed tormenting his peers after his martial arts training sessions. This kid probably crossed him and got caught. As for the theft charge, whether it's true or not, what difference does it make? The Lin family inherited the ancient S-grade overlord bloodline. This bloodline amplified the elemental combat prowess of its descendants, granting them training and battle efficiency far surpassing ordinary people. However, compared to the thunder-shattered immortal body, the overlord bloodline had many shortcomings. One of them was that practitioners inevitably became cruel and bloodthirsty, especially before attaining the rank of martial artist, when they were most unstable. In ancient times, martial artists cultivating the overlord bloodline often resorted to devouring human livers to accelerate their cultivation. Fortunately, modern science has developed substitute potions, allowing the Lin family to appear less barbaric on the surface. Nevertheless, when Lin family disciples awaken their overlord bloodline during adolescence, they inevitably endure immense psychological pressure. If this pressure isn't released promptly after completing their cultivation, these young men are prone to losing their minds. Thus, clack! The Lin family's secret chamber opened, and Lin Outyin was kicked inside. Within this twisted release chamber filled with terrifying torture devices, 7 or 8 innocent youths were also imprisoned. Ordinary youths perished after a single venting session from Lin Outyin. Even the most resilient ones would end up in the Lin family's garbage truck, destined for the shredder at the landfill within a month or so. These survivors were the freshest catches, recently captured. It was worth noting that once Lin family members broke through to martial artist rank, they gradually gained control over the backlash of the overlord bloodline. After advancing to martial sovereign, their bloodlust vanished entirely. Take Lin Xuanfei at this moment dressed in plain cloth. He sat there with dignified bearing, commanding respect without anger, his demeanor cold and upright. Chapter 90, Entering the Zhongding District. Nearly a week had passed since Wang Fugui's incident. The urgency to treat his injuries could not be overstated. Once abyss contamination entered the body, mutations began within 2 weeks, destroying all cultivation within 4 weeks, and turning the victim into a walking corpse within 2 months. Since Wang Fugui was no longer considered a complete human, Su Chen's divine thunder silver lightning could not be used recklessly. Finding Tangya to purify the abyss core was the only solution. But in a city as vast as Longdu, where on earth was he supposed to find her? Su Chen knew Longdu was vast, but he hadn't imagined it was this enormous. Su Chen knew Tangya must have installed a tracking device on him long ago, and that device was likely his spatial bracelet. But even if Tangya had installed a tracking device, it would only be useful in small areas like the War Zone or Star Sea City. Of course, there was one place where Tangya could definitely find him. That was the Zhongding district above his head. At that moment, Su Chen finally understood what Tangya had meant when she left. She had meant that she hoped, by the time they met again, he would have cultivated abilities approaching the Zhongding realm. Thank goodness for Lin Tian. Otherwise, Wang Fugui would have surely turned into a zombie. Without Lin Tian, Su Chen would never have dared to approach the central basin. That place was a heavily guarded, absolute no-go zone beyond what Su Chen could have ever imagined with his previous connections. But with Lin Tian, things were different. All he needed to do tomorrow was contact Lin Tian to retrieve his tracking bracelet. With Lin Tian as the connection, reaching Tangya wouldn't be difficult. Now he just had to wait for Lin Tian to contact him. Wondered how that guy was faring at the Lin residence. In the grand hall of the Lin residence, Lin Tian had been kneeling for over 2 hours. Lin Xuanfei sat at the front table, ostensibly sipping tea, but in reality, he was observing Lin Tian's reactions. While Lin Xuanfei doted on this youngest son, he also held him to the strictest standards. Among Lin Outyan's generation, Lin Tian possessed the finest innate talent. Therefore, in cultivation, no matter how outstanding Lin Outyan had become, Lin Xuanfei rarely praised him. Instead, he would pick out a host of flaws to discipline him. The overlord bloodline must be tempered under pressure to reach its peak state. Such rigorous training made Lin Outyan live up to his name, becoming a rare standout among the younger generation. Yet as the price for his talent, Lin Outyan's temperament had become exceptionally foul. It was precisely to suppress this aspect of his character that Lin Xuanfei frequently disciplined him. For a top-tier noble like Lin Xuanfei, such close attention to Lin Outyan was exceptionally valuable. For anyone else, such pressure would be a coveted opportunity, a symbol of being the chosen heir. Yet despite his father's heavy expectations, Lin Outyan still threw childish tantrums, his immaturity bordering on the laughable. Today, though, this little rascal Lin Outyan seemed to have matured somewhat. Seeing his youngest son after 3 weeks apart, Lin Xuanfei suddenly felt a surge of relief. In the past, when punished to kneel, Lin Outyan would often kneel there, gasping for breath, his eyes bulging with rage, looking utterly miserable. But now, though Lin Outyan was still furious, his gaze had grown considerably more restrained. Seeing his son's growth, Lin Xuanfei felt immense satisfaction, though he kept it to himself. This good-for-nothing son was finally presentable before the emperor. All right, rise. Before the punishment time was up, Lin Xuanfei ordered Lin Outyan to rise. This time, Lin Xuanfei even straightened Lin Outyan's clothes before sternly adding, "Next time, you'd better not disgrace the Lin family again." "Yes, father." "Father." Back in his room, Su Chen received a call from Lin Tian, who briefly updated him on his situation at the Lin residence. Facing Su Chen's request, Lin Tian readily agreed. Later, prompted by a Lin family servant, Lin Tian went so far as to personally invite Su Chen to visit Zhongding district. What others considered a precious Zhongding district pass was nothing more than toilet paper to the Lin family. The next day, Su Chen completed the handover of the Xinqiao Silver Lightning at a laboratory within a Dragon Nation Research Institute, with no complications arising during the process. The researchers treated the Xinqiao Silver Lightning merely as a sample worthy of study, maintaining a polite demeanor toward Su Chen throughout. That same day, 7 or 8 other martial artists like Su Chen came to upload their skills. Indeed, with Longhua's massive population, who knew what bizarre abilities might be synthesized daily? One could only sympathize with the plight of these scientists. Stepping out of the lab, Yi Tian and a household servant were already waiting for Su Chen at the parking area, accompanied by a luxurious hovercar. Su Chen had never ridden in such a vehicle before. Back in the day, only the top-tier noble families in Star Sea City owned hovercars. In Su Chen's memory, those vehicles used to dart recklessly through the skies above Star Sea City, nothing like the orderly scene before him now. The servant accompanying Yi Tian was named Su Si, a 7th-tier martial artist and Yi Tian's personal attendant. However, since Longyuan Martial University prohibited nobles from bringing servants onto campus, he usually remained near Yi Outyan, ready to attend to him at a moment's notice. Of course, Su Si was among those kneeling in the room that day, betraying Lin Outyan. Now, he had become Lin Tian's most capable assistant. Su Si harbored an intense fear of Su Chen. This made Su Chen pat Su Si's shoulder reassuringly just before boarding the carriage. Relax. We're not nobles, why act so high and mighty? I wouldn't dare. Whether Su Chen's words were a test of obedience or not, Su Si nearly dropped to his knees. Truth be told, switching masters was a stroke of luck for Su Si. After all, to keep their mouths shut, their status and treatment had both been significantly upgraded. From now on, they'd only serve Lin Tian and wouldn't have to do any more grueling or dirty work. They also no longer had to fear being silenced. If they dared reveal the soul swap before Su Chen could act, the Lin family would likely eliminate them as abyss cultists or lunatics. Moreover, the Xinqiao Silver Lightning suppression of the Overlord bloodline meant Lin Tian's mental state was vastly superior to Lin Outyan's. Those inexplicable beatings and verbal abuse would never resurface. As the hovercar started moving, Su Chen and Lin Tian chatted casually on the backseat sofa. How's it been staying with the Lin family? What else could it be like? I never imagined in my wildest dreams that such extravagant living existed in this world. Throughout the journey, Lin Tian shared many glimpses of the heavenly palace he'd just experienced, leaving Su Chen itching to try it out at the Lin residence himself. Actually, it's no big deal. Of course, Su Chen could stay overnight at the Lin residence. Lin Tian was now the third young master of the Lin family. Who would dare refuse a classmate's request to stay? Upon hearing Su Chen would be staying for several days, Su Si was utterly flattered and honored. A few minutes later, the hovercar came to a stop at the edge of Zhongding district. After a few routine checks, it was guided into the direct passageway leading into the district. Thus, by a twist of fate, Su Chen had stumbled upon the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 91, Imperial Envoy. In the Lin family's secret chamber, just past noon. All the innocent prisoners within the cell had been released by Lin Tian. Now, only Lin Outyan remained as the sole captive in the dungeon. Bound hand and foot to the execution platform, Lin Outyan cursed incessantly, seething with rage so intense he could have devoured Su Chen alive. The man sitting cross-legged before him, seemingly bored. Just like with Lin Tian yesterday, Su Chen had no interest in subjecting Lin Outyan to brutal physical punishment like breaking his arms or legs. After all, this guy only needed a few slaps to become responsive, then spent the entire night sobbing and yawning. Su Chen, I must say, your Lin family really knows how to cook. With that, Su Chen swallowed the last bite of pastry. Lin Outyan, don't you dare mention the Lin family. You demon spawn. The tribunal will kill you sooner or later. Su Chen dismissed Lin Outyan's impotent rage as mere background noise. Su Chen, Xiaotian, what are you planning to do with this guy? You're not seriously going to keep him locked up in this dungeon forever, are you? Of course not. For Lin Tian, only by tormenting Lin Outyan relentlessly could he soothe the grief of losing his parents. Lin Tian, I've decided. I'll make this bastard my personal slave. I'll make him witness everything that should have been his being taken away by me. Killing both body and soul. Su Si. Present. After saluting, Su Si methodically produced the pre-prepared silencer and forced it down Lin Outyan's throat like feeding livestock. Before the warrior, Lin Outyan, powerless as an ordinary man, could offer no resistance. Meanwhile, at Lin Xuanfei's location, the head of the Lin family had concluded his day's meditation. What was Outyan doing? No sooner had he changed his clothes than Lin Outyan inquired about his youngest son to the steward. He is in the training chamber, sir, the steward replied. Lin Xuanfei's personal steward was a martial general whose strength rivaled Lei Xiaotian's, while Lin Xuanfei himself was the mightiest martial pillar of the state. Martial artist, martial master, martial patriarch, martial sovereign, martial general, martial saint, martial skypiercer, martial pillar, martial king, martial emperor, the sole title reserved exclusively for the imperial sovereign. On this path to martial supremacy, martial pillar represented the pinnacle achievable by non-imperial bloodlines. Practicing? Tell him to stop and come see me. Lin Xuanfei knew exactly what training meant and the difference between training and cultivation. Oh, and did he mention another classmate coming? Have that young man come as well? For the Empire's prodigies, this old man must not be disrespectful. Yes. The two martial generals took their leave and strode swiftly toward Lin Outyan's residence. If yesterday's Lin Xuanfei had been content, today's Lin Xuanfei was overjoyed. Outyan had actually made friends, and with a prodigy possessing peak S-rank talent at that. I'm nearly moved to tears. Lin Xuanfei felt no surprise at the sudden emergence of a prodigy like Su Chen from the common folk. The Great Annihilation War had raged countless times, toppling countless noble bloodlines from their pedestals until they faded into obscurity. Yet the power of bloodlines never truly dies. It could very well awaken in some prodigy of a later generation. For such a favored child of fate, a great noble family would naturally strive to recruit them with utmost sincerity. Outyan, you've finally grown up. Within the Lin family's standard cultivation chamber, Su Chen and Lin Tian stood on the floor, waiting respectfully for Lin Xuanfei. As an Empire-recognized S-tier peak prodigy, Su Chen felt no nervousness about Lin Chuanfei's summons. Father! Lord Lin! The moment Lin Chuanfei entered the room, Lin Tian and Su Chen bowed deeply in greeting. As for Lin Outyan and the other attendants, they were required to kneel in unison. Rise! Lin Chuanfei's commanding voice rang out, and everyone felt an innate urge to obey. Outyan, today your father will test your skills to see if you've been slacking off lately. Yes, father. Through these days of practice, Lin Tian had already mastered the basics of using and cultivating the Overlord's body skill. Lin Outyan's overpowering Dragon Gold Slash followed the path of Metal Element Enhancement. After a few breaths, Lin Tian released a golden light, which was immediately absorbed by Lin Chuanfei. Indeed. Tianer's dominance bloodline has grown remarkably stable, shedding that uncontrollable, reckless killing intent. My son truly is a prodigy who surpasses me. Ha! Excellent! 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 After a burst of laughter, Lin Chuanfei uttered 3 goods in succession. Those 3 exclamations felt like 3 knives plunging into Lin Outyan's heart. Father, you've never been this proud of me before. All my life, whenever you saw me, you only shook your head and looked disappointed. Among the silent, bowed servants, Lin Outyan's heart ached as if bleeding. Had he raised his head now, he would have met the radiant gaze of Lin Tian, the superior. That gaze seemed to say, without the blessing of bloodline, you're nothing but a stray dog. Young friend, I hear you've already distinguished yourself in battle. Your prowess must be formidable. Might I have the honor of witnessing your talent? Reporting to Lord Lin, it is my honor. Lin Chuanfei, who had been watching everything with delight, now fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Su Chen then unleashed the Divine Shao Silver Thunder for Lin Chuanfei's appraisal. What surprised everyone was that after sensing Su Chen's Divine Shao Silver Thunder, Lin Chuanfei laughed even more heartily than before. No wonder Ao Tian's overlord physique suddenly stabilized. It was due to this Divine Thunder imbued with pure life energy. Indeed, such a pure Divine Thunder could only be assimilated by the bloodline of our clan. A meeting of kindred spirits. Now, everything finally made sense. That day, my son Outyan, unwilling to concede, must have challenged young friend Su Chen to spar. Yet in their clash, their spiritual energies recognized each other's worth. In the end, both emerged victorious and forged a bond of friendship. Excellent! Excellent! With a few words of encouragement, Lin Chuanfei exited the training chamber, leaving Su Chen and Lin Tian to continue their cultivation. Stepping outside, Lin Chuanfei motioned to an elder of Wu Qingtian's caliber to fetch the priceless Overlord Thunder Pill. At tonight's banquet, he would present this precious gift as a token of gratitude to Su Chen. Once everyone had departed, Su Si glanced at Lin Outyan, who looked on the verge of collapse. To avoid trouble, Su Si, acting on Lin Tian's orders, escorted Lin Outyan back to the dungeon. Within the dungeon, another servant had been waiting for hours. To prevent Lin Outyan from succumbing to despair, this servant was tasked with torturing him for at least 4 hours daily. The execution platform rose, displaying an array of gruesome instruments. Of course, such gruesome sights held no interest for Su Chen. Let Lin Outyan silently atone for the victims' deaths. Shortly after Lin Chuanfei departed, a young servant from the Lin household approached Su Chen with respectful deference. Master Su Chen, the second young lady of the Tang family sought you earlier. She has been waiting outside for quite some time now. Oomph. Wang Fugue was saved. Upon hearing that Tangya was waiting for him, Su Chen dared not delay and hurried out. Outside the Lin residence, Tangya had followed Su Chen sent to the Lin mansion without even changing her clothes. There was no other way. Zhongning district strictly prohibited the casual use of teleportation arrays, so even Tangya had to wait outside. By now, Sister Yu was growing quite impatient. Seeing Tangya, Su Chen couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. For Su Chen, Tangya's terrifying presence stemmed not only from her overwhelming resentment but also from the work uniform she hadn't had time to change out of. That black raven cloak was the emblem of the tribunal. Tangya, a peak martial sovereign, served as an imperial envoy for the tribunal, an intelligence officer tasked with inspecting military units across the Dragon Nation. No wonder Tangya hadn't left Su Chen any conventional contact information after leaving. Su Chen was stunned. He had actually spent so much time with such a dangerous investigator. And throughout that time, Tangya hadn't even suspected the existence of the system. The system, indeed, surpassed the power of the laws of force capable of delivering a dimensional strike against this world. Chapter 92, Return to Base. Rescue someone? Of course that's possible. Without a second thought, Tangya agreed to Su Chen's request. But after I help you, you must agree to one request of mine. Ha! Tangya's tone was unexpectedly gentle as she spoke. Faced with Tangya's seemingly coquettish demeanor, Su Chen was bewildered. Tangya, a 25-year-old at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, renowned alongside her brother Tang Jin as the twin pillars of the Tang family, a woman destined for the rank of High Minister, asking a mere martial master like me for help? Tangya, after you graduate from Martial Arts University, I want you to serve as my escort. Bodyguard? An escort was akin to a personal bodyguard, while also serving as a minor commander of the family's private militia. For Su Chen, becoming Tang Ye's escort undoubtedly represented an exceptionally promising path upward. To ensure the loyalty and combat prowess of their escorts, noble families spared no expense in providing them with superior living conditions and custom-tailored cultivation artifacts. But let me tell you up front, to become my escort, you must at least be a martial sovereign. You'd better work hard. Alright. I accept. For Wang Fugui's life, Su Chen had no grounds to refuse. Besides, an attendant wasn't the same as a servant. Su Chen could come and go as he pleased. Alright, my handsome little electrician. Then you'd better become my most loyal knight in the future. As Tanya spoke, her slender, elegant fingers traced Su Chen's cheek, the playful intent unmistakable. Oh, and before you go, here's something for you. With that, Tanya retrieved a small box emitting a faint blue glow from her spatial artifact. This is the ancient tendon strengthening powder I found in the secret realm of the ancient Dian kingdom. It's perfect for you to take now. How about it? Feeling like your cultivation has slowed down since breaking through to martial artist, right? Tanya knew Su Chen's innate talent had awakened late, and his previous insane cultivation speed was entirely the result of accumulated potential finally bursting forth. However, once he broke through to martial artist, his cultivation would inevitably slow down slightly. Therefore, this ancient tendon strengthening powder was crucial for Su Chen. This stuff could compensate for the lack of nourishment his body had received during his youth. And things unfolded just as Tanya had anticipated. Though Su Chen's spiritual energy circulation still far surpassed that of other martial masters, its speed no longer possessed the explosive intensity it had when he first emerged from the 10,000 Thunder secret realm. Ha! Thank you. Su Chen, on his end, was both surprised and deeply grateful for Tanya's generosity. Tanya was unaware that Su Chen's slowed cultivation progress stemmed from not encountering any decent lightning attribute beasts in the past month, forcing him to channel all precious lightning energy into the Lightning Punishment Immortal Sutra. With the system's Thunder Evolution power, the actual effectiveness of this ancient tendon strengthening powder was rather negligible. Still, Su Chen was deeply touched by Tanya's gesture. No wonder she told me to find her after breaking through to martial artist. It was for this. I'm so touched. Alright, don't actually cry. Remember, whenever you get a chance to hunt beasts in the lower secret realms, seize it. If you don't push yourself, you'll never catch up to these medicine bottles. With that, Tanya shot a disdainful glance at the Lin family mansion. He couldn't fathom how Su Chen managed to hang out with the Lin family's third young master, who was arrogant to the extreme. Maybe Su Chen was unaware of this family's rotten core, but Tanya knew it inside out. Little electrician, you don't actually have succubus traits, do you? Tanya, alright, go get ready. I'll be at. Wait, no. You wait for me at the airport. Dare to make me wait for you again, and I'll beat you senseless. As they parted, Tanya delivered a vicious kick to Su Chen's backside. After Su Chen left, Tanya gazed thoughtfully at the Lin family mansion. She certainly didn't want a prodigy like Su Chen to be recruited by the Lin family. Perhaps it was time to end her role as a special envoy touring foreign nations. It was time for her to find a stable place to dedicate herself to cultivation. Longyuan Martial Arts Academy seemed like a decent option. After the banquet, with the Lin family's assistance, Su Chen continuously absorbed the rare treasures sent by both the Tang and Lin families. Similarly, with his overlord bloodline now largely stabilized, Lin Tian, under the guidance of a martial sky-level elder protector, absorbed rare treasures to prepare for his breakthrough to martial master. The foundations of top-tier nobility were truly terrifying. Their stockpiles of rare treasures were as plentiful as snack bars in a convenience store. After their breakthroughs, Su Chen had ascended to a 5th-rank martial master, while Lin Tian fell slightly short, reaching only 3rd-rank martial master. Just as the Lin family elders marveled at Su Chen's progress, Su Chen was equally astonished by Lin Tian's advancement. As Tanya had said, if he stopped pushing himself, he'd never stand a chance against this bunch of sickly weaklings. Fortunately, Wuda University's curriculum included practical courses focused on hunting beasts in the city's outskirts. By taking on more missions, he could reactivate his lightning evolution. Truly worthy of an S-tier peak talent. Seeing Su Chen, Lin Chuanfei clapped his hands in encouragement. Knowing Su Chen would return to school tomorrow, he summoned him overnight. The intent to recruit him was unspoken yet clear. But just as he had done with the Tang family before, Su Chen offered only flattering words without giving a direct answer. Lin Chuanfei merely smiled at this, showing no sign of anger. After all, as time progressed, Lin Tian would inevitably surpass Su Chen thanks to his family's deep-rooted influence. By then, as the gap in their abilities widened, Su Chen would come knocking on his own accord. Young friend Su Chen, we shall meet again. The next day, they were back at Longdu Airport. With lives at stake, Su Chen had no time to wait for Wang Yu. He returned to campus with Tanya first. This time, Su Chen dared not be tardy, arriving early at the airport to await his princess. Seeing Tanya dressed in youthful, vibrant attire, Su Chen performed a knightly bow and whispered, "I greet you, princess. I shall offer you my heart." This immediately made Tanya giggle. "You little rascal, what country's knightly salute is like that?" Ha! Su Chen, his right fist pressed over his left chest, felt a bit awkward. He didn't know anything about knightly courtesies, he'd just seen Attack on Titan. You little dummy, remember this, the knightly salute in the Dragon Kingdom is done like this. With that, Tanya slowly raised her right arm. That evening, at Kangwoo base. As the Imperial envoy, Tanya naturally entered the base in secret. Yet all those privy to her identity paid her the highest honors. The Imperial envoy was the embodiment of loyalty, possessing the privilege to access the Empire's highest secrets. To discover Su Chen was backed by an Imperial envoy, this youth was truly unfathomable. At this thought, the military officers felt a flicker of doubt. They were uncertain if they could ever treat Su Chen as an ordinary student again. Inside the emergency room, with Tanya's assistance, Wang Fugue quickly stabilized, no longer teetering on the brink of collapse. Before long, he even regained consciousness. After a moment of disorientation, Wang Fugue was able to speak. Brother Chen, I thought I'd never see you again. Don't talk nonsense. The doctor said you'll be able to report back to base in another month. That's great, it won't delay your return to training much at all. Ha? Training? Wang Fugue, brother, you mean in another month I'll have to go back for another hell week? Wang Fugue's anguish was palpable. Of course. Su Chen smiled kindly. Through wind and rain, I'll be waiting for you on the training grounds. Chapter 93, Class Assignments. Among the nation's top 10 universities, Longyuan Martial Arts University stood alone for its notoriously brutal attrition rate. After 4 years, fewer than 1/3 of the students who entered might remain. It wasn't until returning to campus that Su Chen learned Yin Yan, also from Shanghai City, had already given up. She was currently back in Shanghai City preparing to retake the entrance exams. Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingruo's grades hovered in the upper middle range, teetering near the cutoff line. Talented individuals were as plentiful as fish crossing the river. It wasn't until visiting Longdu that Su Chen truly understood how insignificant Xing Heiqing's academic heritage seemed compared to the nation's elite. Longyuan Martial Arts University recruited nationwide, admitting 80,000 freshmen annually and dividing them across 5 campuses, East, West, South, North, and Central. These 5 campuses corresponded to the 5 major military districts of the Dragon Nation. At each regional campus, freshmen complete a year of foundational training. Only those who passed the first-year assessment could advance to the main campus in Dragon Capital for their sophomore year. Su Chen and his peers belonged to the Eastern Campus. After completing their entrance assessments, they would depart the base for the university's branch campus in Songjiang City. Songjiang City is the largest metropolis in Eastern Dragon Nation, boasting urban development second only to Longdu. The day before leaving the base, Wang Fugue and Chu Xian returned to their dormitory. As they had discussed in the hospital room, the intense pressure of Wuda's elimination system left no room for either of them to slack off. Fortunately, Wang Fugue's father was a renowned tycoon, while Chu Xian came from a prominent family in the capital region. With their talent and family backgrounds, graduation should pose no problem. By now, Wang Fugue had absorbed the purified core, elevating him to an 8th-tier martial artist. Similarly, Chu Xian, thanks to his family's efforts, had cultivated his spiritual sea and seized the opportunity to break through to 7th-tier martial artist. Wang Fugue, brother Chen, you're a monster. A 5th-tier martial master? Is this even fair? Chu Xian was equally stunned. He now had every reason to suspect Su Chen was a long-lost member of some noble bloodline and a top-tier one at that. It's just average. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, recounting his experiences in the worm's secret realm to them. Having fought side by side through life and death trials, the three had become brothers who could trust each other with their lives. As long as this trio stayed together, their combined combat power would far surpass any other group of their age. It could even be called a dimension-lowering strike. The next morning, on the training grounds of Kangwoo Base, over 900 new students assembled in formation. The class assignments before entering the campus began. As these were official classes, they naturally included both male and female students. Su Chen was assigned to Class 7 of Kangwoo, with Sanglong Wangyu remaining as their homeroom teacher. Lin Weiwei, Yu Qingru, Wang Fugue, Chu Xian, and others were also placed in Class 7. As for Lin Tian, he was assigned to Class 1 of Kangwoo. Logically, a high-ranking noble like Lin Outyan should have attended the central campus, the main campus of Longda University. But since the guy was a bloodthirsty psychopath, his dad, wanting to avoid trouble, had the bastard assigned to the eastern campus to wreak havoc on the common folk. After class assignments were finalized, the Kangwoo base group boarded buses bound for Kangwoo City, organized by class. They would take a military train from Kangwoo City to Songjiang. After lunch that afternoon, Su Chen and his companions boarded the military train, preparing for a day and night journey. Even now, the Imperial Army still relied on trains for large-scale troop movements. Arranging student enrollment this way naturally allowed them to experience the Empire's troop deployment process. In Class 7's train car, Su Chen sat with Lin Weiwei to his left and Yu Qingru to his right, a setup that had Wang Fugue and the others green with envy. With only 2 top beauties in Class 7, you bastard, Su Chen managed to snag both. How despicable. Lin Weiwei had pushed Wang Fugue aside the moment she boarded and chattered nonstop ever since. Yu Qingru, however, was quite polite. She had politely asked Chu Xian to switch seats with her. Xu Xian, Wang Fugui, and the other third will sat across from Su Chen. The entire ride was pure torture for them. It had to be said that Wuda's Hell Week had truly worn Lin Weiwei down to the bone. Even this proud and aloof campus beauty couldn't help but seek someone to confide in. During Devil Week, Lin Weiwei endured not only grueling training but also constant scolding from instructors and frequent physical abuse like being picked up like a little chick. For Lin Weiwei, who had been pampered in Starsea City, this experience was nothing short of hell. Fortunately, the grueling training proved effective. Combined with the rare treasures she'd brought from home, Lin Weiwei had already reached the peak of the 4th level martial artist stage. Yu Qingru, meanwhile, had reached the peak of the 5th level martial artist stage. If these two keep pushing themselves, breaking through to martial master this semester should be no problem. Are you out of your mind, Su Chen? I don't care. You monster of a 5th tier martial master has to take me to the combat training class. I'm counting on you. The moment she heard Su Chen had reached 5th tier martial master, Lin Weiwei nearly burst into tears. I've worked so hard, yet I still can't see any possibility of surpassing you. Su Chen felt utterly helpless about this. It wasn't that he wanted to keep a low profile, it was simply impossible to conceal one's martial artist rank. Meanwhile, in the adjacent carriage not far from Su Chen, Lin Tian basked in the fawning attention of his sycophants, who busied themselves fetching tea and flattering him. In truth, any one of Lin Outyan's sycophants could easily rival the nobles from Yu Qingrou's family or even the grand nobles. Back when Lin Outyan was still Lin Outyan, several nobles had considered banding together to emulate Su Chen's dignified refusal to acknowledge the Lin family's privileges at the military academy. But they all ended up getting thoroughly crushed. Thus, by the end of the entrance exams, many students near Lin Outyan had voluntarily cast themselves as the Lin family's retainers. Among them, several noble offspring even transcended the servant role through equally vile personalities and twisted hobbies, becoming Lin Outyan's cronies. At least that's how they saw themselves. Lin Tian regarded this group with nothing but disgust. Bullying the weak, arrogant before and obsequious after so-called nobles were nothing but scum. At this moment, the scum remained unaware that Lin Outyan had become Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Su Chen hoped Lin Tian would continue pretending to be hostile toward him at school. After several real-life confrontations, Su Chen had long understood that open attacks were easier to dodge than hidden threats. As his own influence grew, he might well offend new enemies and these people would inevitably rally behind Lin Tian. With Lin Tian as his hidden asset and the backing of the Lin family, Su Chen could calmly eliminate these petty pests. Young Master Lin, rest assured. Once we enter Songjiang City, the Bai family will go through fire and water for you. Little Su Chen doesn't even need young Master Lin to lift a finger. Just give the order, and the Bai family will wipe out Su Chen's entire clan. Beside Lin Tian, a man named Bai Mu spoke to him with a fawning expression. This man possessed a sinister countenance and was notorious throughout Songjiang for his lecherous and promiscuous ways. The number of innocent lives he had poisoned was beyond counting. Unlike Lin Outyan, who suffered from the torment of his cultivation technique, Bai Mu was simply a born scoundrel. From Bai Mu's account, though his family's standing fell far short of the Lins, they still ranked among Songjiang's top 3 local aristocratic clans. Chapter 94, Beast Traps. It could only be said that Su Chen was still too young. Even without actively provoking anyone, he had already become a thorn in the side and a bone in the throat to many. Countless individuals were secretly waiting for him to fall from grace, eager to deliver the final crushing blow. Moreover, those currently in Lin Outyan's inner circle were eager to see Su Chen neutralized. After all, whenever Lin Outyan flew into a rage over Su Chen, it was always the poor souls around him who bore the brunt of the misfortune. Speaking of which, young Master Lin, those two beauties clinging to Su Chen all day were truly something else. Though they were country girls from small towns, they were absolute gems. At this thought, Bai Mu couldn't help but lick his dry lips. He'd been pent up for the past half-month. The thought of enduring another night on the train filled Bai Mu with irritation. His family and cronies had already prepared a lavish welcome banquet for him at Songjiang City's most extravagant sky hotel, yet here he was, stuck in this doghouse of a green-skin train. The beauty was right next door, yet he dared not make a move, intimidated by Wu Da's presence. You old bastard, were you out of your mind when you told me to apply to Wu Da? I have no interest in women. Besides, Su Chen is my prey, what business is it of yours? Ha? Ah, right. Young Master Lin, forgive my foul mouth, I overstepped. Realizing his flattery had backfired spectacularly, Bai Mu quickly clamped his mouth shut. His already frayed nerves now seethed with fury. After a night's journey, the train arrived in Songjiang City. None of the students had slept well that night. Even as cultivators, 28 consecutive hours in hard seats were truly grueling. Moreover, the heavy machine guns and cannons on the train roof had been firing all night. The Imperial Army escorting the train relentlessly drove away any beasts attempting to approach with heavy firepower. At dawn, Su Chen stepped off the steel beast that had tormented him all night. The moment he stepped off, he saw the reinforced defensive structures on the train cars already covered in the severed limbs and broken arms of beasts. After entering the campus, Su Chen collected his daily necessities and returned to his assigned dormitory. Meanwhile, top-tier local toughs like Bai Mu flouted Wu Da's campus rules and headed straight out to enjoy themselves. Since he was tasked with keeping an eye on this group of scum for Su Chen, Lin Tian tagged along with Bai Mu and the others to hang out. During the gathering, Bai Mu and his crew pulled out all the stops, elevating Lin Tian to the heavens. For a moment, he felt so elated he could barely touch the ground. Seizing this heated moment, Bai Mu, as the host, steered the conversation back to Su Chen. Lin Tian knew that if he didn't allow Bai Mu to intervene now, he would inevitably arouse everyone's suspicion. If Bai Mu and the others stopped confiding in him, Lin Tian would lose his value as an undercover operative. After all, who would ever infiltrate their own leader? Lin Tian, if you truly have a way to eliminate that scum Su Chen, what can I possibly say? Then, Lin Tian raised his wineglass and downed the expensive liquor in one gulp. Seeing Lin Tian agree to his plan, Bai Mu's heart surged with wild joy and he immediately began rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Bai Mu knew that by winning Lin Tian's favor, he would become the undisputed leader of the Eastern Campus once he entered the main campus, a figure standing above all others. With that glorious endorsement, navigating life in Longdu would become a breeze. That evening, in Bai Mu's room. Whistling softly, Bai Mu styled his hair in the bathroom, savoring every moment of this life of extravagance that he believed rightfully belonged to him. In the room behind him, two cleaners methodically tidied up the remains of the two girls Bai Mu had murdered. Even Bai Mu, who had seen countless women, felt a pang of regret at the sight of the delicate, jade-like hands peeking out from the body bag. Ah, such beautiful women. Too bad they were mere mortals. He'd merely been playing around, giving her a single blow that shattered her skull. The death had been brutally cruel. These mortals, their resilience is probably worse than my cats and dogs. A little play and they're dead. For countless millennia in this world of spiritual energy, commoners have always accused us nobles of treating lives as straw. But could it be that it's actually because you lot are such useless trash, unable to withstand even an accidental blow from me? Bai Mu muttered to himself in confusion while washing the blood from his body. Just moments ago, after the long-haired girl died, the other girl, the one with the single ponytail, tortured to the brink of death, was strangled to death by Bai Mu because of her screams. Both were D-rank high school students, unlike Su Chen, a vocational school student. Though lacking combat prowess, their years of hard work and sharp minds could have easily secured them spots at Songjiang University to study psychic technology. For ordinary families, this was the best possible path forward. Yet the hopes of two families, nurtured over a decade, were crushed by a nobleman seeking to vent his carnal desires. Damn it, but this isn't my fault. Bai Mu continued his inner monologue. Those female cultivators, all of them pumping iron and popping pills, bulking themselves up like oxen. Just looking at them makes me sick. Don't you think I'd love to conquer those beautiful prodigies, to savor the pleasure of conquering a beauty who possesses both strength and grace? But alas, I'm not a top-tier noble like the Lins. Damn it, among nobles, laws and human rights do matter. Even Bai Mu couldn't just turn noble children into his slaves. The thought made Bai Mu recall Yu Qingru and Lin Weiwei, and the lust in his eyes flared up again. The next day, afternoon, on the sports field. Su Chen had finished his first day of classes and was heading to the cafeteria for lunch. But halfway there, he was called over by none other than Tanya. Su Chen had only learned yesterday that Tanya had become a psychological observer at Wu University, tasked with ensuring the loyalty of Wu students to the emperor. This position seemed very much like the role of a guidance counselor in Su Chen's understanding. Under Tanya's persistent pestering, Su Chen had no choice but to accompany her to dinner. Midway through their walk, Su Chen's phone rang. Seeing it was Lin Tian calling, Su Chen quickly answered and couldn't help but complain. Bro, you're skipping class on your very first day of school? From yesterday until now, Bai Mu and Tian hadn't set foot on campus. But since the Bai family had already made arrangements with the school administration, the teachers didn't say much. Of the three Bai sons, the eldest had entered politics, the second had entered business, and the third had no choice but to enter the military. Whether Bai Mu liked it or not, he had to spend 4 years at Longyuan Martial Arts University to earn his degree. Chen, Bai Mu is targeting you. He plans to hire a martial sovereign level retainer to kill you during this Friday's combat training session. Bai Mu's plan was to have a powerful beastmaster from his clan use a beast to kill Su Chen. That's a truly vicious move by Bai Mu. If Su Chen dies by the beast's claws, neither the academy nor the empire can pursue the matter. All they could say is that Lin Tian's intelligence was exceptionally timely. After hanging up, Su Chen now looked at Tanya with growing delight. Chapter 95, Combat Training. Around 3 or 4 in the morning on Friday, before dawn had broken, the emergency assembly alarm blared through the dormitory buildings of the Songjiang campus. Emergency assembly. Full gear formation. Within minutes, over 300 freshmen clad in Imperial Army jungle camouflage, backpacks secured, steel helmets on, rifles at the ready formed their ranks. Classes 1 through 10 of Kangwu had completed their formation before the designated time ended. At the front of Class 7 stood Su Chen, serving as the flag bearer, holding aloft the banner of Kangwu Class 7. Report. Class 1 of Kangwu has 39 members on roster, 33 present. 6 on sick leave. The voice of Class 1's homeroom teacher echoed through the formation, stirring unease among the Kangwu ranks. Many muttered curses under their breath at those privileged few from Class 1 who dared skip even combat training. Grey Wolf, damn it, I'll see who dares to open their mouth again. One more word. Tomorrow's holiday will be spent in extra training. The mere mention of jeopardizing their break instantly snapped everyone back into a state of heightened alert. For the troops, the weekend break began Friday afternoon at Wuda Academy, lasting until Sunday evening classes. Thus, even though they were roused at dawn, the prospect of the weekend ahead reignited their motivation. 60-kilometer load-bearing march, get ready. Run. Under Wang Yu's command, Class 7's formation followed closely behind Class 6 SS ranks as they charged toward the suburban forest 60 kilometers away. The combat training involved hunting suburban beasts. As Wang Yu put it, it was time to see some blood. All freshmen were required to participate in this field exercise, though their destinations varied. Kangwu Class 7 was assigned to the western sector of Nangwon Forest, where flaming liches were active. This area was marked as Sector D1212 on the military map. For the Dragon Nation, the core of urban development lies in how to compete with beasts for land. Since ancient times, imperial armies have periodically dispatched punitive expeditions to purge beasts and abyssal monsters from specific regions, carving out clean living spaces. Only after these pioneering wars were won would commoners venture beyond the city walls to hunt beasts, gradually extending the defensive walls outward to expand the city's footprint. Due to the coexistence of beasts in towns, commoners grew accustomed to enduring the bullying of the strong, reasoning that at least they wouldn't be devoured alive by the monsters beyond the city walls. Even without large-scale expansion campaigns, the Imperial Army routinely dispatched troops to hunt beasts, maintaining combat readiness. Longyuan Martial Arts University was no exception. In the future, Wu University students would form their own teams weekly to hunt beasts in the suburbs for academic credits. Today's large-scale expedition was designed to acclimate students to the rhythm of beast hunting. By 7 in the morning, Class 7 of Kangwu had already reached the edge of the South Gate Forest. By this time, other classes had all set off for their respective destinations, leaving no friendly forces near Kangwu Class 7. The vast outskirts of Songjiang City easily accommodated the deployment of a force numbering in the thousands. Upon entering the forest, Wang Yu ordered a meal break to replenish their strength. Chen also stowed the class banner, slinging his assault rifle across his chest instead. In modern warfare, battle flags served primarily as symbols of honor, having lost their tactical utility on the battlefield. Once inside the woods, everyone relied on the UI of their individual holographic goggles to track teammates' positions. Teacher Tanya, have this from me, my drinks are ice cold. Sure thing, thanks, little chubby. With that, Tanya accepted Wang Fugue's offering with a smile. To protect Chen from ambush, Tanya had been shadowing Class 7 of Kangwu all along. No one paid it much mind, assuming she was just the school psychologist with something urgent to attend to. None of them knew of the vast power behind Tanya, seeing her only as a young, attractive schoolteacher. After lunch, Class 7 entered the danger zone of Nangwon Forest. Here, the students transformed their marching formation into combat formations according to their respective training disciplines. Since this was military combat rather than urban street fighting, the effectiveness of hot weapons surpassed that of cold weapons, especially in terms of clearing enemy forces. The 30-plus members of Kangwu Class 7 formed a full infantry platoon, though their firepower slightly lagged behind the veteran squad from the Insect Nest Secret Realm. Their heavy weaponry consisted solely of a heavy machine gun and an energy cannon. Within the squad, Chen served as the vanguard wielding a compact yet fiercely potent submachine gun. Chu Shen acted as the sniper, while Wang Fugue had the less enviable role of ammunition carrier. As the squad advanced deeper, the Southgate Forest gradually shed its verdant appearance. Increasing numbers of corpses began randomly spawning beneath their feet. Trees thinned out, scorched earth appeared, and a foul stench forced everyone to don gas masks and protective gear. After donning his protective gear, Chen couldn't help but recall the worm-infested toxic fog he'd encountered not long ago. Enemy contact. After another half-hour of walking, Chen, serving as the scout at the front of the squad, suddenly signaled for his comrades behind him to halt. Not far ahead, dozens of repulsive zombies began consciously converging toward Class 7 of Kangwu. Having invaded the undead's territory, the cadets now triggered the creature's primal, abyss-driven instinct to attack living beings. At the rear of the group, Wang Yu narrowed his eyes with disdain. In this live combat exercise, he wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Rat-tat-tat. As the undead entered firing range, the machine gun squad led by Wang Fugue opened fire first. Amidst the dim, charred flames of the undead territory, the machine gun bullets imbued with purifying power trailed crimson flames as they reaped the heads of the undead. Once the battle commenced, the cadets swiftly established defensive lines and assembly points according to their classroom training. Logistics personnel including Tanya, Wang Yu, and the signalman were firmly protected by frontline infantry at the squad center. Everything appeared as orderly as it seemed. Ha! This is exhilarating. After emptying a magazine, Wang Fugue couldn't help but shout. Facing over 100 undead with combat power at levels 2 or 3, the cadets clearly underestimated their foes. But Wang Yu remained unmoved, knowing these brats were about to get their asses kicked by his love rival. Beasts had fought humans for tens of thousands of years, developing deeply ingrained combat instincts. They weren't going to go down so easily. As the rivalry flared, their firing rhythm grew increasingly chaotic. Seizing a moment when heavy weapons were reloading, a group of towering level 8 undead exploited this lull in firepower and slipped in from the squad's flank. Wang Fugue. Change positions, you're being targeted. Ha! Got it. After responding, Wang Fugue hoisted his rifle and sprinted away, grimacing in pain. The next second, several fireballs slammed into Wang Fugue's previous position. Had it not been for Su Chen's warning, Wang Fugue would never have reacted so swiftly. Like Wang Yu, Tangya stood behind the students, observing from the sidelines. During this crucial period for new recruits to gain combat experience, any intervention would only harm these young soldiers. Oomph. Finally, you've arrived? Through years of service to the tribunal honing her superhuman perception, Tangya had already detected a third-tier martial sovereign stealthily following them. It seems Su Chen's intelligence was accurate, there truly were rats plotting against him. Well, since you've come, you won't be leaving. Chapter 96, Slaying the Demon King. The flame undead of the Southgate Forest weren't a particularly formidable group. Most were former slave laborers banished beyond the city walls who had undergone undead transformation. Nourished by the power of the abyss, some fire undead evolved into fire demons. These fire demons were entirely purple, reeked of foul stench, often reached 5 meters in length, and each possessed combat strength approaching that of a 6th or 7th tier martial artist. In the abyssal wastes, the activity space for each beast tribe was extremely limited. Any intruder entering a tribe's territory would face fierce resistance. As the agile and formidable fire demons entered the battlefield, Class 7 of Kangwu gradually lost ground. Some students even discarded their guns, switching to the high-grade spiritual energy weapons provided by their families. This premature shift to close combat immediately created massive gaps in Class 7's defensive line. Damn it! Who told you to drop your guns? Pick them up, damn it! Su Chen! Get over here! Wang Yu, who had been evaluating from the rear, was now cursing furiously. Damn it, they actually dropped their guns! Instructor, you called for me? Su Chen ran over to Wang Yu and swapped out the empty submachine gun magazine for a fresh one. Wang Yu, from now on, you stand right beside me. You only act when I tell you to. Earlier, Wang Yu had already noticed Su Chen's intent to draw his blade. If he swung that Gingshi sword, today's combat training would lose all meaning. Yes, sir. Su Chen obeyed the order and engaged the submachine gun safety. Tangya, watching Su Chen's sweat-drenched state, playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Dozens of meters away, the students gasping for breath after being struck by the living demon let out a chorus of curses when they saw Su Chen retreat from the front lines. Why did Su Chen run away? Damn it, the school must have pulled him from the front lines to protect their prodigy. Last time during the entrance assessment, his combat prowess already surpassed that of a martial master. Damn it, why should geniuses get special treatment? How dare a commoner lord it over us nobles? If Su Chen's been pulled back, does that mean the front lines are already too dangerous? No clue. I'm new here too. We might have walked right into an ambush. Ambush? Bull. Wang Yu was nearly boiling over with rage. After a decade on the battlefield, Wang Yu had never felt this frustrated. This was Wang Yu's first time as an instructor. Though he'd graduated from Wuhan University, he'd attended the northern campus, where students from impoverished backgrounds made up the majority. Whoever dares to spread such nonsense and disrupt military morale again had better not blame me for enforcing battlefield discipline. With that, Wang Yu drew his massive fire dragon blade. Wang Yu, mark my words. This is the mildest form of combat. If you're scared of dying, go back to school tonight, file a report, and get the hell out of here. Open your dog eyes and look at the front lines, damn it, even the girls fight better than you. The front lines Wang Yu referred to were naturally Chu Xian, Wang Fugue, Lin Weiwei, Yu Qingru, and others. If not for these four holding the line, the front would have collapsed long ago. With Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru providing cover, Chu Xian and Wang Fugue used their energy cannons to precisely eliminate living demons, significantly easing the pressure on the others. As a spatial support type psionicist, Wang Fugue could carry nearly double the ammunition of others. Bang! 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 As Class 7 of Kangwu battled hundreds of flaming undead in a chaotic melee, a series of rhythmic, thunderous booms echoed from the depths. Having fought in the insect nest secret realm, Su Chen knew this signaled the arrival of the undead's leader. With the mass casualties among its minions, the leader had to intervene to preserve the fighting strength of its tribe. This was the primal combat instinct ingrained in the genes of the abyssal beasts. Sure enough, after a whirlwind of flying sand and stones, a nearly 10-meter-long monster charged forward. This was the undead's leader, the Flame Demon King. Yet in terms of sheer oppressive presence, this thing paled in comparison to the Deathworm. Its combat strength likely barely surpassed that of a martial artist. Yet for a group of martial arts students whose average combat strength barely reached the 4th tier, this creature was already overwhelmingly powerful. These students had only ever fought purified secret realms at home, always surrounded by a group of personal guards and private soldiers standing by to take the blows for them. When you're truly facing a beast alone, not running away at the last moment is already commendable. Su Chen, go! Wang Yu knew that Class 7 of Kangwu had reached their limit, and today's lesson had already achieved its purpose. Upon receiving the order, Su Chen instantly activated his Thunder Strike physique and charged into battle. Meanwhile, the other students were facing a formidable Demon King, all fighting a retreating battle and completely at a disadvantage. Ah! That monster is at least martial master level. What do we do? Just wait to die? Oh no, it's breathing fire. The Demon King charged forward, immediately unleashing flames to incinerate the students. Fortunately, the students desperately channeled their spiritual energy into protective barriers, preventing any casualties. Su Chen! I'm here! After the flames dispersed, Lin Weiwei unfortunately found herself closest to the Demon King. Fortunately, Su Chen had already used his Thunder Strike physique to dash forward, positioning himself between the Demon King and Lin Weiwei. Seeing Su Chen, Lin Weiwei was so overjoyed she nearly wept, her beautiful eyes reddening. With Su Chen's arrival, his battle with the Demon King instantly became the focal point of the battlefield. Demon King? Nothing but a pile of rotten, flabby corpse. Since this wasn't a secret realm, lacking the intensely concentrated abyss aura, Su Chen saw no need to replicate the virus from the secret realm. In just a few exchanges, the Demon King was slashed to near death by the Thunder Awakening Blade, now saturated with the essence of Xinxiao Silver Lightning. Watching Su Chen overwhelm the Demon King before the entire city, the other students of Kangwu Class 7 finally acknowledged the gap in strength between themselves and Su Chen. The Demon King they couldn't even scratch was as soft as tofu before Su Chen. Su Chen, useless thing. I didn't even need to activate my martial arts to deal with you. Half a minute later, Su Chen severed the Demon King's head. The remaining undead scattered like birds and beasts at the sight, ending the battle. At that moment, Class 7 of Kangwu was in utter disarray, their armor discarded and their state utterly pitiful. Assemble! Without granting any rest period, Wang Yu gathered the defeated remnants. Those without guns. Step forward! Whoa! At Wang Yu's command, over a dozen men stepped out of formation. Among them, a young student with obvious injuries suddenly shouted at Wang Yu. I refuse to accept this. During the battle, I fought on the left flank and killed 12 enemies. What's wrong with using superior weapons in combat? Noble weapons are often expensive custom-made pieces with the ability to store spiritual energy for powerful attacks. In terms of value, they truly surpass those automatic rifles firing purified bullets. Ha! Are you implying my rifle is junk? Let me tell you, this rifle kills tens of millions of beasts every year. It's more valuable than any of you. With that, Wang Yu proudly lifted a rifle discarded on the ground. Don't insult my rifle just because your shooting skills are subpar. Below the stage, Su Chen agreed with Wang Yu. The Type 19 assault rifle was indeed an excellent weapon, but it was simply too heavy. Chapter 97, The Fall of the Martial Sovereign. Su Chen understood the school's intent behind this combat training. After the Insect Nest secret realm, fighting alongside Wang Yu and the Imperial Army had shown Su Chen what real combat truly entailed. The Su Chen of the past had witnessed countless duels among noble scions, a bunch of posers wielding the finest weapons, spouting the most pretentious skill lines, yet only daring to attack in numbers, bullying the weak. Only soldiers dared to entrust their backs to comrades, fighting to the death. Only this kind of all-out, life-or-death struggle deserved to be called combat. To Su Chen, the aristocrats habitually abandoned their allies and could never fight to the bitter end like soldiers. Once on the battlefield, they were nothing but worthless scum. That's why the military academy subjected them to relentless combat training, tempering them with iron and blood into true warriors. What Wang Yu was saying now was largely in line with Su Chen's previous thoughts. Only his words were even more extreme, laced with far more profanity. Wang Yu, remember. This is Wuda, the Emperor's sharpest spear and strongest shield. Why did you abandon your rifles? Wasn't it so you could conserve your stamina and spiritual energy to run away when the moment came? Useless trash. I know many of you complain that rifles are heavy, inferior to your family weapons, and require constant maintenance. But this is the military. In the military, abandoning the rifles bestowed by the Emperor is tantamount to desertion in the face of battle. Alright, next I'll berate your pathetic teamwork. Half an hour later. After Wang Yu finished his tirade, the formation dispersed. Being young men full of vigor and still clinging to some remnant of noble pride, the students hung their heads dejectedly after Wang Yu's tirade. Sitting on the ground to organize their gear, they no longer possessed the enthusiasm they'd brought with them. At the same time, the way they looked at Su Chen had lost its usual arrogance. One by one, they acknowledged his strength and courage. Thus, the entire class entered its most relaxed moment of the day. Here it comes. Tanya, who had been keeping a low profile all day, suddenly narrowed her eyes. She knew the Bai family's elite private soldiers, lurking in the shadows, were finally preparing to strike. Instructor, there seems to be something in the sky. Besides Tanya, Chu Xian, whose perception was astonishing, also sensed a faint hint of danger. Something? Following the direction Chu Xian pointed, Wang Yu squinted his eyes and looked up. The moment he recognized the dark silhouette, Wang Yu's blood ran cold. It was a Shadow Thunder Dragon. And a peak martial sovereign level one at that. For Class 7 of Kangwoo Academy, it could easily devour them one by one. Wang Yu, everyone. Abandon the supplies. Retreat immediately. I'll hold it off. Su Chen. You get out too. You're no match for it. Wait. Teacher Tang, where are you going?
Before anyone could grasp what was happening, Tanya soared through the air, sending the peak martial sovereign Thunder Dragon crashing 100 meters away. After crashing to the ground, the pain and terror momentarily freed it from its Beastmaster's control. Its sole desire now was to flee swiftly, escaping this formidable human, Tanya. But how could Tanya let it escape? In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a gleaming silver mace with a rounded head. In the fray, the flail whirled up and down, striking the Thunder Dragon until it howled in agony. Within mere moments, the Shadow Thunder Dragon was beaten to death by Tanya, its core extracted from its body. A kilometer away, the Bai family's martial sovereign level Beastmaster watched through his binoculars, cold sweat pouring down his back. He knew that if he didn't flee immediately, his life would be forfeit right here. But in the next instant, Tanya vanished from the lens, while the space around the Beastmaster began to tear apart. Teleportation? It's over. How could a martial general level powerhouse be hiding among these students? Typically, martial lords could traverse heaven and earth, while martial generals could shatter spatial laws to achieve short to medium-range teleportation. Though Tanya was still a step away from reaching martial general rank, with the Tang family's heritage and secret techniques, achieving teleportation wasn't beyond her reach. Ugh! After Tanya seized his throat, the martial sovereign hastily surrendered and begged for mercy. As a martial sovereign level powerhouse, he was already part of the Bai family's inner circle. Naturally, he didn't need to resort to suicide like the lowly servants would. But in Tanya's eyes, a mere martial sovereign dared to ambush and kill an imperial soldier. In her mind, she had already sentenced this man to death. Crunch! Tanya crushed the martial sovereign's neck, then tossed his corpse like a dead dog into the abyssal wasteland with disgust, leaving it for the beasts to devour. Moments later, Tanya returned to the students and tossed the potent Thunder Dragon core to Su Chen. Oh. Thanks, Sister Tanya. You always think of me. Su Chen didn't hesitate, smoothly stowing the core into his bracelet. Truth be told, ever since Tanya started the fight, Su Chen had been itching to get his hands on something valuable from that top-tier Thunder Dragon. But this time, he was essentially freeloading off Tanya. Hurry! Hurry! Let's go! Wang Yu, standing nearby, dared not delay. With the Thunder Dragon's appearance, he had to get his students out of the Southgate Forest as quickly as possible. Hours later, in the luxurious penthouse suite of the Sky Hotel, Bai Mu, dressed in a blue-striped casual suit, sat with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely awaiting news that Su Chen had been devoured alive by the beast. But hours passed, and still no word from Chief Lu. Damn it, this Lu Ren don't tell me he stood me up. In this world, a martial sovereign already ranks among the elite combat forces. The Bai family, capable of supporting such a martial sovereign, speaks volumes about their strength. Never mind. I have important matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot wait for him. Snap. Bai Mu snapped his fingers. For martial sovereign level Bai family guards, hearing the sound, responded as if receiving a command. After bowing respectfully, they marched out of the room in perfect formation. After leaving the room, the four martial masters drove their hovercar straight to the campus of Martial Arts University. Upon arriving, guided by a student from Class 1 of Kangwoo, they quickly located Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru, who seemed to be waiting for someone. Beside Lin Weiwei stood the dead-fat Wang Fuguei. Last night, Lin Weiwei and Su Chen had agreed to go shopping together during the holiday today. Wang Fuguei and Chu Xian were also supposed to accompany them. However, Chu Xian had exhausted himself firing energy cannons today and had gone back to rest. As for Su Chen, he was likely being pestered by Tanya again, which was why he was running late. Lin Weiwei, that damn Su Chen. I'll wring his neck later. Right. Right. Sister Weiwei, I'll help you squeeze him. Seeing Lin Weiwei stomping her feet in anger, Wang Fuguei quickly chimed in. But just then, those four martial sovereigns closed in. Without a word, they formed a solid human wall. Staring at these four men in black uniforms, their faces radiating hostility, Wang Fuguei still asked foolishly, "Hey, ladies, are these your friends?" Obviously not. Xiaoro, let's head back to school first. Fear gripped Lin Weiwei as she stared at the burly men. Yet, under the hypnotic influence of a martial sovereign wielding psychic abilities, both Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru found themselves inexplicably boarding the hovercar. Seeing this, even Wang Fuguei finally understood what was happening. You're kidnapping women. I'm telling you. I have a gun. Under the paralysis skill of a Thunder Attribute martial sovereign, Wang Fuguei was instantly electrocuted unconscious. Escorted by others, he too was tossed into the hovercar. The group moved with such efficiency that they didn't attract a single glance at the campus intersection. Chapter 98, The Lin Family's Secret Guards. On the tree-lined paths of the Songjiang campus, Tanya continued to lecture Su Chen on the same old platitudes. You saw it this time, didn't you? The path of cultivation isn't that simple. The martial path is like 1,000 soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. If you excel, you inevitably block others' way.
That's why I urge you to join our Tang family sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you'll always be alone, and who knows, next time, you might get killed for no apparent reason. Don't think that just because that Lin family kid saved you this time, it'll happen again. Truthfully, the Tang family is genuinely good. Given my father's temperament, he might even take you in as his adopted son. Then, not just in Songjiang City, but across the entire dragon capital, no one would dare touch you. Then. Damn it. I've said all this, and you haven't even replied? Su Chen, huh? Oh, thanks. Tangya. I absolutely have to beat you today. Whack. Whack. Tangya gave Su Chen a thorough beating, and he can only beg for mercy in pain. Truth be told, Su Chen felt utterly helpless. If he agreed to Tangya's demand, the system would turn him into a useless. After all, systems were unreasonable things like that. Finally, after Tangya had beaten him to her satisfaction, she stopped bothering Su Chen. Get lost. Go hang out with your two little school beauties. Don't let me see you today. If I spot you, I'll beat you again. With that, Tangya stormed off angrily. Truth be told, Tangya understood Su Chen. He was just fixated on how weak he was as a martial artist and couldn't bear the thought of living off someone else. How childish. After Tangya left, Su Chen hurried to find Lin Weiwei and the others. Su Chen felt a pang of dread. Barring any surprises, he was bound to get beaten up by Lin Weiwei too. After all, he'd kept her waiting for so long. But before he could take a few steps, Lin Tian's call came through again. What? Another incident? At this point, Lin Tian's calls felt like early warning alerts to Su Chen. Lin Tian, bad news, Chen. Bai Mu just texted me. He said he invited Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru over. Ugh, more like kidnapped them. He just sent me photos in the car that Wang Fugui's been beaten to a pulp. That bastard acted first and asked for permission later, didn't say a word to me beforehand. Lin Tian kept his voice low since he still lived next door to Bai Mu. Through Lin Tian's report, Su Chen learned Bai Mu had long had his sights set on Lin Weiwei and the others. That scumbag. The moment he heard Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru had been ambushed by Bai Mu, Su Chen's rage boiled over. Damn it, it's that Bai Mu again. Like a toad clinging to your heels, annoying even if it doesn't bite. This bastard needs to be taught a lesson. Xiao Tian, give me the location of that hovercar. I'll see if I can catch up. Lin Tian, don't worry, brother Chen. I've already dispatched the Lin family to intercept them. Su Si is on his way to pick you up now. They're waiting at the school gate. Lin Tian knew Su Chen would never abandon a comrade, so he'd made arrangements long ago. The Lin family? Oh, the Lin family's secret guards. Sure enough, when Su Chen arrived at the school gate, Su Si stood beside a hovercar and hurriedly greeted him. Once inside the vehicle, everyone present treated Su Chen with utmost respect. The Lin family's secret guards were the personal protectors tasked with safeguarding Lin Outyen, comprising 2 peak martial lords and 8 young martial sovereigns. Additionally, a martial general stood ready to provide backup at any moment. Of course, the existence of this martial general was top secret, known only to Su Chen and Lin Tian. Inside the hovercar, Su Chen no longer felt rushed. With the Lin family's elite guards assisting, dealing with this group of Bai family retainers was likely just a matter of time. Inside the vehicle were 1 martial sovereign and 2 martial lords. These men were taciturn, sharp, and efficient, clearly seasoned veterans of the battlefield. The thought that he had nearly become their enemy made Su Chen break out in a cold sweat, his conscience pricking him. Back at the Kangwu base, due to its location within the Empire's military core, even the Lin family couldn't privately deploy high-level combat forces there, which had allowed Su Chen to exploit a loophole. But now they were in Songjiang City, where the Lin family already held extensive holdings. It was hardly surprising they deployed an elite squad to protect Lin Outyen. Moments later, Su Si's phone rang. He received a message from another secret guard. Young Master Su Chen, our men have secured the situation. Your classmates are all unharmed. The Bai family members are under control. Should you come to handle the situation? For Su Si, with Lin Tianrua absent, Su Chen was his master. I won't be going. Su Chen's eyes were cold and grim. Though his anger had long since boiled over, he still held no interest in the spectacle of execution. Then what about my classmates? Where are they now? Su Si, reporting to young Master Su Chen, they are currently escorting your roommate to the clinic for bandaging. Su Chen, alright, take me there first. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, in the center of an abandoned warehouse, for wretched souls their spiritual energy rendered useless knelt on the concrete floor. They trembled with heads bowed, unsure what fate awaited them. In the dark, confined chamber, a phone rang. The martial master received orders from Lin Tian. Without hesitation, the warrior drew a large caliber pistol and blew the 4 men's heads to smithereens. For practitioners below the martial sovereign realm, large caliber lethal weapons remained deadly, especially at such close range, delivering headshots. After the 4 fell, Su Si addressed the warrior. The young master commands that the corpses of these 4 dogs be dumped at the gates of the Bai family mansion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Mu's patience had reached its limit. Damn it, is today cursed? Not a single one of the men I sent out has returned? Are they all dead? Damn it, damn it. This is bad. I just made a big promise to young Master Lin about bringing in a beauty, and now, could it be I'm going to have to stand Lin Xiao up? Just as Bai Mu was tossing and turning in his room, the hotel phone rang. And the caller was none other than Bai Mu's old man. Ah, Dad, you need me? What? I'll head home immediately, but young Master Lin. No buts about it. Get your ass back here immediately. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's impatient and urgent voice rang out. Damn it, something's happened at home. Get back here immediately. After hanging up, Bai Mu felt his head spinning. Never in his life had he faced such a string of misfortunes. You. Stay here and wait for young Master Lin to finish his training. Remember, you must apologize sincerely. I'm leaving now. Bai Mu stormed out the door, rushed into the elevator heading straight for the rooftop with the butler and bodyguards in tow, and boarded the luxury hovercar. Tonight would surely be a sleepless one for the Bai family. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue grimaced as ointment was applied to his wounds. This time, Wang Fugue had played the hero to rescue the damsel in distress. Unfortunately, the ones who ended up accompanying him were Su Chen and Chu Xian. Due to the lingering effects of psychic energy, Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru were both extremely drowsy. So Su Chen asked Wang Yuan, a female teacher from the school, to escort them back to their dormitory to rest. Chapter 99, The Bai Family. In Songjiang City, the Bai family was a renowned and prestigious clan. Standing tall for 4,000 years, they possessed profound heritage and disciples spread throughout the southeast of Long Nation. Though they held little sway in the imperial court, the Bai family commanded formidable prestige in the business world of southeastern Longhua. As a local powerhouse among the nobility, they inevitably monopolized certain regional resources such as healthcare, education, transportation, and mineral extraction. The Bai family's dominance was particularly formidable, as they monopolized nearly half of Songjiang City's cultivation resources. From minor items like cultivation techniques and spirit stones to major ones like exotic beasts, alchemical furnaces, and even sensitive, restricted goods within the empire, the Bai family dared to trade in them all. Consequently, all major academies in Songjiang City had to bow to the Bai family's will. However, Longyuan Martial Arts University needed not give the Bai family any face. All resources required by the university were supplied directly by the central government, eliminating any risk of being strangled by the Bai family. Rumor had it that some university administrators were growing increasingly dissatisfied with Bai Mu's repeated absences from class. Friday night descended upon the Bai family mansion, shrouded in dark clouds. As Bai Mu returned home, he could faintly sense the atmosphere thick with impending storm clouds. To outsiders, the Bai residence might appear unchanged, but Bai Mu knew the security had tripled. Everyone entering or leaving the compound wore their vigilance written plainly on their faces. Something was wrong. Bai Mu, what's going on? Hey, you. Come here. Only then did Bai Mu learn from the Bai household servants, all 4 of his personal martial guards had been killed. The 4 men had been bound like pigs or dogs, then had their skulls smashed in a manner resembling execution. The ultimate insult? The perpetrators had tossed the corpses directly into the Bai family villa. Such an act made its intent as a warning and provocation abundantly clear. A force capable of slaughtering martial sovereigns like swine and dogs must be unfathomably deep, especially when they could render the Bai family's defenses utterly meaningless. Yet in Songjiang, the number of powerful clans possessing such capability could truly be counted on one hand. At that moment, Bai Mu couldn't help but feel a chill of dread run down his spine. It couldn't be Su Chen, could it? No, absolutely not. If things went badly, Su Chen might already be dead. Since his own personal guards had perished, Bai Mu dared not delay. He rushed straight into the Bai family's inner quarters. Inside, Bai Huatong, the head of the Bai family, wore an expression of utter despair. His son's personal guards had been brutally killed, and the senior commander of the family's private army had lost all contact, his fate unknown somewhere on the outskirts of the city. These sudden events gave Bai Huatong every reason to believe that either he or his son had gotten themselves into trouble. You little bastard, Bai Mu. Have you gone and caused trouble again? No, father. I haven't done anything. Even though Bai Mu was now trembling with guilt, he still managed to spin a lie with ease. Father, I've been entertaining young Master Lin these past days. I haven't caused you any trouble. The mere mention of the Lin family softened Bai Huatong's anger slightly. For any noble family, the 10 great families of the capital were like towering mountains looming overhead. Therefore, any family would spare no effort to seize an opportunity to draw closer to the Lin family. Young Master Lin is our most honored guest. You must never treat him with disrespect. The chance to strengthen ties with the Lin family would be as precious as winning the lottery. Indeed, this proved true. Ever since Lin Tian and Bai Mu appeared inseparable to outsiders, the Lin family's conglomerate in Songjiang had proactively approached the Bai family, securing numerous collaborations. The Bai family's prominence in Songjiang at this moment was unparalleled. Damn it! Could someone actually dare to envy the relationship between our Bai Mu and young Master Lin? Damn it! If that's the case, it's pushing the Bai family too far. Afterward, Bai Huatong asked Bai Mu a few more questions. With Bai Mu's clever responses, Bai Huatong completely dispelled his suspicions about his son. Finally, Bai Huatong patted Bai Mu on the shoulder and encouraged him with a satisfied smile. Don't worry about anything when you get back. Dad's got everything at home covered. Next time you enter the secret realm, I'll make sure you have top-tier experts by your side to sweep through it effortlessly. After Bai Mu left, Bai Huatong urgently summoned every available combatant from the Bai family to intensively investigate who had killed the Bai family's guards. Once the culprit was found, regardless of their family, equal retaliation would follow. In such matters, whoever backed down would truly be doomed beyond redemption. Leaving the Bai family compound, Bai Mu sat in his hovercar, reviewing the day's events. Ultimately, he concluded that some noble family was stirring trouble, rather than Su Chen actually killing 4 martial sovereigns and 1 martial lord. Over the following days, the Bai family lived in constant fear. Other local nobles in Songjiang seemed to have received some warning, each keeping a low profile. Monday morning, at the Songjiang campus, the unwavering combat training session commenced. To fuel students' cultivation zeal, the university organized weekly sparring matches. In a large indoor training hall at the Songjiang campus, students from Class 1 and Class 7 of Kangwu gathered together. Notably, Bai Mu and Lin Tian were also present among the students, dutifully attending class, a direct result of pressure exerted by the martial arts university. Just yesterday, Lin Xuanfei had called and given Lin Outyan a thorough scolding, ordering him to get his ass to school immediately. Seeing that even Lin Outyan wasn't skipping class anymore, Bai Mu and the others had no choice but to follow suit and attend classes normally. Before the sparring began, Wang Yu exchanged greetings with Su Chen, urging him to thoroughly discipline the troublemakers across the mat. Bai Mu. Compared to other privileged students, Bai Mu was the most troublesome. Relying on his status as a local big shot, he sometimes treated the school's rules and regulations as nothing. Especially during the last combat training session, many students had their morale shaken because Bai Mu enjoyed special privileges. For a military academy like Wude, this was absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, the school had instructed Su Chen to thoroughly beat Bai Mu during this combat session, preferably to the point of sending him home and forcing him to voluntarily withdraw. Before the combat session began, Wang Yu told Su Chen directly, "Go all out. As long as you don't kill him, the school will back you up." Understood. Su Chen had been itching to get started on the task Wang Yu had given him. That bastard Bai Mu first tried to kill me, then attempted to make a pass at my friend. I'd been waiting for an opportunity to take him down. Now that he had a legitimate reason to beat him up, it was a chance he couldn't pass up. The combat class began, and the computer randomly assigned opponents. Bai Mu's assigned opponent was none other than Su Chen. Seeing his opponent, Bai Mu instantly lost his composure. Wait, I have to fight Su Chen? Who in the entire Kangwu Academy didn't know Su Chen was the undisputed top student? Among all first-year students nationwide, there were probably fewer than 30 prodigies who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Chen. Damn Wuda, you're messing with me, right? Upon seeing Bai Mu's opponent was Su Chen, most spectators wore expressions of schadenfreude. Since discipline wasn't strictly enforced during combat class, many even cheered, shouting encouragement for Su Chen. When the match began, Bai Mu nervously stepped onto the stage. Chapter 100, Humiliation of Bai Mu. Stepping onto the stage, Bai Mu forced himself to look indifferent. Seeing Bai Mu, Su Chen began thanking the system for guiding him into Longyuan Martial Arts University, a top-tier institution that didn't kowtow to power. Had he ended up at a provincial key university instead, he'd likely have had to kneel and serve as a lackey for those aristocrats, or worse, been played to death long ago. Bai Mu, kid, you better think carefully today. Do you want to fight me? For the Bai family, crushing you is like squashing an ant. You'll eventually graduate. If you know what's good for you, let me knock you out with 3 punches. Got it? Before the fight began, Bai Mu whispered a threat to Su Chen, urging him to fake the fight. Su Chen feigned hesitation, easing Bai Mu's suspicions. At Wuda University, the struggle between the commoner faction and the aristocratic faction has always existed. Students from humble backgrounds often worked harder, fought fiercer, were sharper-witted, and handled matters more thoroughly than their noble counterparts. So their combat prowess still fell far short of the nobles. There was no way around it. Individual strengths and hard work simply couldn't compare to the deep-rooted heritage and vast resources of the great families. However, the Martial Arts Academy has consistently favored the commoner faction. Students from humble backgrounds, unburdened by family interests, will undoubtedly demonstrate greater loyalty to the nation and the military. Take Su Chen, for instance. The school's leadership has already decided to use institutional resources to mold him into this year's model student. The resources allocated to him will rival those given to the great nobles. After all, he possesses rare talent and lineage among commoners, qualities that rival even the top nobles. However, before fully committing resources, the academy must test Su Chen. The test, whether he dares to strike Bai Mu. If Su Chen lacks even the courage to strike a noble, he is destined to become a lackey for some family. In that case, the Martial Arts Academy would naturally lose interest in cultivating him. Below the stage, Sanlong Wanyu watched the arena, his own nerves beginning to fray. How he wished this 16-year-old youth before him would find the courage to beat the crap out of this bastard. The match began. Both sides bowed in respect. Su Chen, a 6th-tier Thunder attribute martial artist, seeks your guidance. Oomph. Songjiang Bai Mu. An 8th-tier mind power warrior. Believe it or not, I need only a single finger to send you crashing to the ground, unconscious. As Bai Mu spoke, he still worried. This idiot, does he even understand the meaning behind my last sentence? Bai Mu, watch this move. What the hell? The moment the match began, before Bai Mu could even channel his spiritual energy, Su Chen erupted with his thunder strike physique. Like a bullet, he closed the distance to Bai Mu and slammed him to the ground with his reinforced fist. Seeing Su Chen's move, Wanyu below the stage couldn't help but pump his fist and shout, yes. Then, Su Chen used the 10,000 thunder prison to suspend Bai Mu mid-air, electrocuting him to his heart's content. By the time Bai Mu was released, his face was swollen beyond recognition, and his pants were stained with incontinence. Witnessing Bai Mu's pitiful state, Wang Fugui laughed with delight, applauding Su Chen's actions. Many who disliked Bai Mu's behavior also found Su Chen's beating deeply satisfying. The moment Wang Fugui and the others were dragged into the car, they knew Bai Mu was the one who had ambushed them. Though they didn't know who had rescued them, seeing Bai Mu get beaten was satisfying all the same. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei clapped her hands excitedly. Look, Xiaoro. That idiot Su Chen is getting revenge for us. Yeah, fry that bastard to a crisp. See how he dares to act so arrogant now. The students had long heard rumors of Bai Mu's despicable deeds. Likewise, not all nobles were bullies and oppressors, many still possessed a sense of justice. Thus, in the matter of Su Chen beating Bai Mu, everyone was unusually united. Wang Yu and the others were quite satisfied with this atmosphere. In truth, this was precisely the effect the school administration wanted. Now, no one would dare to casually violate school rules and regulations. Meanwhile, Bai Mu lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen beyond recognition, his mind foggy. But it didn't take long for the pain to jolt him back to his senses. An unprecedented rage and humiliation threatened to consume him. Su Chen. Bai Mu, will kill you. I'll gouge out your eyes. Flay your skin. Bai Mu's rage had reached its peak. His trembling lips and swollen face could not conceal the murderous intent blazing in his eyes. From the spectator seats, Lin Tian suddenly raised his hand and signaled. Report. May I request a change of opponent to spar with Su Chen? Approved. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, signaling several students to remove Bai Mu that piece of trash and clear space for Lin Tian and Su Chen. Besides Su Chen, Lin Tian was the top freshman in the entire Eastern Division. A match between these two would undoubtedly be far more valuable than a one-sided rout. As Bai Mu stepped down from the stage, his eyes brimmed with gratitude and respect toward Lin Tian. In Bai Mu's eyes, Lin Outyan was clearly standing up for him. But the truth was, Bai Mu was merely overthinking things, adding drama to his own story. In truth, Lin Tian genuinely only wanted to spar with Su Chen. Over recent days, Lin Tian had made significant progress in his understanding of the Overlord bloodline and the Golden Blade attribute, and had long been eager to spar with Su Chen. After being helped out of the classroom, Bai Mu was taken to the infirmary. Now, Bai Mu's mind was consumed entirely by hatred toward Su Chen and the agony of his recent humiliation. For him, killing Su Chen was nowhere near enough. The most crucial thing was to reclaim the dignity he had lost. He would personally beat Su Chen into a cripple on the arena stage, then torture him until he wished he were dead. Given Bai Mu's current strength, defeating Su Chen in the short term was still possible. All he needed was to slip Su Chen some drugs. But even with drugs, Bai Mu must break through to martial master rank, otherwise, victory remained impossible. Secret Realm. I must enter the Secret Realm. Bai Mu was now consumed by madness. To achieve his breakthrough to martial master, he resolved to sweep through the upcoming Songjiang Secret Realm, desperate to claim every rare treasure for himself. After a quick bandage at the infirmary, Bai Mu hurried back to his dorm to hide. He was too ashamed to face anyone now. That evening, Lin Tian returned to the dorm. Though he'd fought hard for a while, he still hadn't managed to defeat Su Chen. Of course, Lin Tian's defeat was certainly less humiliating than Su Chen's. Unlike Su Chen's triple occupancy room, Lin Tian's dorm housed only himself and Bai Mu. The moment he saw Lin Tian, Bai Mu threw himself to the floor, kneeling and pledging his loyalty with tears streaming down his face, as if he'd suffered some immense injustice. Bai Mu, young Master Lin. I beg you, let me deal with Su Chen. If I don't kill him, I'll never be able to show my face again. Hearing Bai Mu still intended to lay hands on brother Chen, Lin Tian was genuinely stunned. This fool, so ignorant of his own limitations. Maybe one day he'll find an opportunity to just get rid of him. Lin Tian, so, how exactly do you plan to do it? Bai Mu, next week. Next week, the Songjiang Great Secret Realm will open. I'll break through to Martial Master during this event. Once I surpass Martial Artist, I'll have the confidence to completely cripple Su Chen's cultivation in the counterattack. Once Su Chen's cultivation dissipates, the Martial Academy will naturally expel this good-for-nothing. Then, Chapter 101, The Noble War. As a local aristocratic clan, the Bai family's status has always been somewhat awkward. On paper, the Bai clan ranks first in Songjiang. Yet in terms of influence over the city's factions, they pale in comparison to the Zhang clan, who command the city's defense forces. Moreover, beyond Songjiang City, the Bai family's influence also lagged slightly behind other prominent families within the city. The root cause lies in the Bai family's hereditary legacy. The Bai family's hereditary ability was psychic perception. This power made them unbeatable in business, ensuring their success in every endeavor. However, in terms of combat prowess, they can only play a supporting role. Secondly, due to the nature of their psychic perception abilities, the Bai family is inherently barred from entering the imperial capital to hold high-ranking positions within the court. Emperors could never trust those with mind-reading abilities. Such perceptive individuals could never gain access to the imperial core. Even within the tribunal, a secret oversight agency, the core leadership consists of elemental combat specialists. Perception-based practitioners within the tribunal are merely tools, granted almost no real power. Thus, over the years, the Bai family has functioned as the empire's blood bag, existing solely to generate economic value for the empire. Yet the Bai family's influence in Songjiang remained pivotal. Other clans could only suppress them by uniting their forces. This entire dynamic stems from the region's strong mercantile culture. In Songjiang, the only force that could command the Bai family's fear and respect came from Longdu. On the very day Bai Mu was beaten, a Bai family smuggling den for spirit stones was raided and destroyed by the Songjiang city defense forces. During the fierce battle, 3 Bai family retainers were killed. But not long after, a small detachment of the city defense forces also suffered defeat during a purification operation on the outskirts of the city, with the entire unit wiped out. After these 2 incidents, it was hard for people not to connect them. Spirit stones, essential for cultivators to accelerate their cultivation, were a resource whose mining was strictly regulated by the state. In the noble world, spirit stones were the true hard currency, more valuable than money. In Songjiang City, the Lin family from Longdu held exclusive rights to spirit stone mining and extraction. The reason the Bai family's spirit stone operation was destroyed was due to rumors that the Lin family had sold the exclusive rights to sell Songjiang spirit stones for the next 15 years to the Bai family. Yet despite securing such immense benefits, the Bai family showed no inclination to share with other clans. It must be understood that in spirit stone sales, the Bai family already held a dominant position over other families thanks to their commercial network built over 1,000 years. Now, if they secured the Lin family's massive order as well, it would essentially mean kicking other families out of the spirit stone market. Spirit stones were a matter of fundamental survival. Thus, the Zhang family made the first move, with other clans poised to follow suit at any moment. Bai Huatong merely sneered at the Zhang family's tactics, for compared to the benefits offered by the Lin family, the losses brought by the Zhang family were mere trifles. Bai Huatong knew that by clinging tightly to the Lin family's coattails, the other families in Songjiang City would become insignificant insects, eventually crawling over to beg for mercy and cooperation. The spirit stone mining deal was already a done deal. Heaven had eyes. Now, the Lin family has taken a liking to my son. The future Bai Mu would serve as an attendant to their third son, Lin Outyin. In exchange for guaranteeing loyalty, securing 15 years of spirit stone sales rights was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, with the Bai family's business acumen and this massive spirit stone reserve, a threefold profit was a conservative estimate. Just as Bai Huatong basked in his smug satisfaction, the news that Bai Mu had been beaten to a pulp by Su Chen struck him like a bolt from the blue, snapping him back to reality. Damn it! Nothing must happen to Bai Mu. Listen. My son Bai Mu's life is now the Lin family's top priority. Tell Wu Dai. Under no circumstances is my son to be injured at school. Hurry up and protect the young master. Meanwhile, at Wudai University, Su Chen lay on his dorm bed scrolling through his phone, reading today's news. He hadn't expected that his mere suggestion to Lin Tian to stir up trouble among Songjiang City's aristocrats would escalate to the point where these families were now on the verge of a full-blown street brawl. Su Chen had already gained a basic understanding of the nobility in this world. The so-called Grand Nobles were akin to the superpowers of Su Chen's original world. In the eyes of the Grand Nobles, local nobles were nothing more than insignificant insects to be crushed at will. Keeping them alive served only to extract value for themselves. The local warlords, meanwhile, resembled the small nations of his former world. They offered complete obedience to the top nobles, never once entertaining thoughts of uniting to resist the great powers. Thus, Su Chen emulated the tactics of the United States in his previous life. He offered empty promises of benefits to these smaller nations while sowing seeds of suspicion among the nobles through assassinations and sacrifices. This strategy was designed to drive them to slaughter one another. Unexpectedly, the results proved remarkably effective. Next, Lin Tian only needed to keep handing the Bai family knives, forcing them to completely alienate the other 3 major Songjiang clans. Finally, when their conflicts reached boiling point, Lin Tian would withdraw all resources from the Bai family, leaving Bai Mu to be devoured by the other 3 clans. This game was far more entertaining than personally taking risks to kill someone. Just as Su Chen was still playing with his phone, Wang Yu knocked on the dorm room door. "Good morning, Professor." Seeing Wang Yu enter the room, Su Chen, Chu Xian, Wang Fugui, and the others hurriedly stood up. Wang Fugue hadn't even had time to remove his gaming headset. Sit down, everyone. Wan Yu genuinely liked the students in this dorm, so he didn't put on airs with them. Su Chen, step outside with me. Yes. After stepping out of the dorm with Wan Yu, he first asked Su Chen some questions about his cultivation. Ever since leaving the South Gate Forest, Wan Yu had learned of Tang Ye's identity. What astonished him even more was that Su Chen had actually refused the Tang family's recruitment, forcing this young miss to come and guard the place. This kid is practically a succubus. It seemed that as Su Chen grew stronger, Tang Ye would face more and more rivals. Fortunately, Wu University was confident it could secure Su Chen's allegiance before the Tang family could. For in the Dragon Nation, the highest honor was to gain the favor of the emperor. And the military was the emperor's son. The military would always be the final refuge for those from humble backgrounds like Su Chen. Wan Yu, next week, the Great Secret Realm in Songjiang City will open, and our school has spots available. The school has decided I'll accompany you into the Secret Realm to seek opportunities. Oh, that's fantastic. Su Chen had long set his sights on the Grand Secret Realm of Songjiang. Unlike the unstable junk in Starsea City, the Songjiang Secret Realm is one of the 7 great secret realms of the Dragon Nation. The opportunities hidden within are truly boundless. After absorbing the Thunder Dragon core Tang Ye had given him last time, Su Chen's combat strength had risen another tier, reaching 6th tier Martial Master. Fortunately, such large cores exceeding the Martial Sovereign tier required a 6-month interval between absorptions. Otherwise, if Su Chen went out and hunted a few more high-tier lightning attribute beasts, he'd become a Martial Sovereign in no time. It could only be said that an S-grade talent combined with the ability to absorb was truly terrifying. While primordial cores were indeed potent supplements, Tang Ye, Wang Yu, and the others were still startled by Su Chen's rapid progress. Wang Yu, with his A-rank talent, would have boundless prospects if he reached Martial Sovereign before 30. But for Su Chen, with his S-rank talent, becoming a Martial Sovereign by 20 would be considered slow. Therefore, the Academy decided to grant Su Chen the opportunity to enter the Songjiang Great Secret Realm, allowing him to strive for another rank advancement and become a 7th rank Martial Master. With another semester of cultivation next year, he could then challenge the Martial Sovereign realm. A 17-year-old Martial Sovereign would undoubtedly be the rising star of the military. Chapter 102, The Songjiang Talks. The overt and covert struggles among Songjiang City's nobility seemed to reach their peak that very day. By the next morning, the hostilities ceased, and the newly ignited sparks quickly faded back into calm. Several days later, within the Honghai Hall of Songjiang City, an unannounced secret meeting commenced. The dozens seated there were all prominent figures in Songjiang. At the negotiating table, Bai Huatong swept aside the terms proposed by the Zhang, Yu, and Wang families with a single dismissive gesture. Lighting his pipe, he raised his hand with disdain and declared, "If I sign even this, we might as well all become philanthropists. Now, gentlemen," he continued, "negotiations require sincerity. Your greed is too obvious." Zhang Song retorted, "Then what do you propose? You can't seriously intend to kick us out of the entire Southeast Spirit Stone Market." A burly middle-aged man across the table pressed aggressively. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. The Spirit Stone Market not only sustains each family's economic lifeline but also determines a clan's combat reserves. Without Spirit Stones, they couldn't even afford to maintain their private armies. Zhang Song refused to believe Bai Huatong would be so foolish as to antagonize all the major clans for a mere 15-year purchasing right. That old fox must be hiding some other scheme. Bai Huatong, in truth, I could agree to your terms. Moreover, the benefits of this Spirit Stone procurement could be shared by all. But what? Zhang Song finally heard Bai Huatong's true objective. Bai Huatong, but I hope you will support me in becoming the next president of the Southeast Martial Arts Association. President of the Martial Arts Association? Ha! In Manhwa, the Martial Arts Association president is more of an honorary title. While it holds no real power, it can be seen as a position of civilian leadership, carrying a certain degree of influence and the ability to shape public opinion. For the Bai family, whose foundation was built on commerce, this presidency was highly advantageous. Moreover, for a prominent clan like the Bai family, such a request is hardly unreasonable. If anyone present would stand in the Bai family's way, it would be the Zhang family after all. Zhang Song had been vying for this position all along. Thus, the outcome for other families became straightforward: whoever offered the most favorable terms would receive their support. Bai Huatong, truthfully. The Martial Arts Association chairman from the Southern Kingdom approached me long ago, pledging support for my candidacy. Now, the Lin family has shown even greater favor toward our Bai family, vowing to back me as chairman. The Lin family stated, if the Bai family wins the election, they can secure investment from the United States. Then, Songjiang City could undertake large-scale construction of sky cities like those in New York, eliminating the need to send troops out to seize land. In this world, Dragon Nation and the United States are the superpowers of the East and West respectively, each excelling in different domains. In the realm of high-altitude high-tech industries, Dragon Nation pursues a path of conquering space and establishing space colonies. The United States, however, focuses on developing aerial cities and near-Earth orbit technologies. Since most abyssal beasts can only operate on the ground, aerial cities have long been a key branch of humanity's technological tree for pursuing safe development. However, fearing another great annihilation war, Dragon Nation refrained from constructing numerous fragile aerial structures. From an economic development perspective, aerial cities proved far more cost-effective than venturing out to hunt monsters. Years ago, the Lin family persuaded Longdu's leadership to establish an experimental aerial special zone in Songjiang. Now that the project has materialized, it appears this lucrative opportunity will be claimed by the Bai family. Sure enough, the spirit stone mining rights were merely the bait to lure the fish. The construction of the Sky City is the true focus of the Lin and Bai family's collaboration. When Bai Huatong mentioned the Lin family earlier, the representative from the Lin conglomerate nodded in agreement, proof that Bai Huatong's words held no falsehood. It appears the Bai family's backing is now solid. There's no need for me to stand against the moneybags. Thus, the various factions that had been sitting behind Zhang Song moments ago instantly softened their tone toward Bai Huatong, engaging in friendly discussions about the future urban development plans for Songjiang City. At that moment, Zhang Song realized his presence held no further value. He swept his sleeves and departed the venue. Seated in his hovercar, Zhang Song racked his brain in vain, unable to fathom why the third young master of the Lin family would take a liking to the Bai family's playboy. With this connection established, wouldn't the Bai family seize every possible advantage? He could only blame his own misfortune. None of his children were the same age as Lin Aotian. Zhang Song, these dragon descendants, they have no idea how much trouble their reckless whims cause others. Never mind. As long as the Zhang family controls Songjiang City defense forces, the Bai family won't be able to run wild. Thinking of the Songjiang Great Secret Realm he must attend to soon, Zhang Song had no time to squabble with these brats. And just as Zhang Song had anticipated, Bai Huatong personally visited the Zhang residence that very evening. In the subsequent city development plans, he offered the Zhang family a sufficiently satisfying slice of the pie. Though the exact timing of the Grand Secret Realm's opening remained unknown, Wuda University had already suspended Su Chen's evening classes. The physical and mental toll of entering the Grand Secret Realm far surpassed that of previous minor realms. Su Chen needed to be in peak condition for the journey, demanding ample rest and relaxation. Stepping out of the school gates, Su Chen frowned at the lengthy shopping list. Thanks to Bai Mu's disruption last time, Lin Weiwei and the others hadn't been able to go shopping over the weekend. While shopping was possible on campus, Wuda's shopping mall and cultivation center didn't accept money, only contribution points earned by completing student tasks. Apart from Su Chen and Xu Shen, who possessed a considerable amount of base points, the other freshmen had no money to spend. Snap. While Su Chen was still pondering the secret realm and shopping matters, 7 or 8 men in black, clearly up to no good, had already quietly surrounded him. Most of them were martial masters, while their leader was a martial sovereign. Gazing at this group, Su Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Once I graduate, I'm heading straight to a place teeming with lightning attribute beasts to seclude myself for a decade. When the time comes, I'll emerge from seclusion and slaughter every last one of you nobles. No need to guess, it was probably another noble's private army surrounding him. Fortunately, though these men looked extremely arrogant, they showed no hostility. Su Chen thought, they can't be Bai family mercenaries. If the Bai family wanted to target me, Lin Tian would have alerted me immediately. Besides the Bai family, he shouldn't have any other enemies in Songjiang. Su Chen noticed their leader was a young female martial sovereign, seemingly around Tangya's age. She possessed a fair, pointed chin, cool and captivating eyes beneath her brows, and cascading long hair, truly a sight of heroic grace. The truth of this world, the more beautiful the female cultivator, the more certain it was that a powerful family and backing stood behind her. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Qingling. I've come to save your life today. If you want to live, get in the car with me. Chapter 103, Pawn. A saying has long circulated among Songjiang's aristocratic circles. The Zhangs command the troops, the Baishu family controls the money, and the Yes manage the people. The Yu family's influence within the Songjiang government is deeply entrenched. No matter which government office you visit, you'll find connections to the Yu family. Today's meeting, while appearing to be a clash between the Zhangs and the Beis, would actually inflict the greatest damage upon the Yes. Had the nation's premier urban development project truly landed in Songjiang, the Yu family would have been the designated liaison for implementing the Dragon Capital's directives. However, due to the Bai family's collusion with the Lin family to forcefully enter the project, the Yu family is now relegated to merely skimming the scraps left by the Lin family. The power and credibility accumulated by the Yu family over 1,000 years will suffer a significant blow from this incident. In this sense, the Bai family's actions represent a betrayal of the Songjiang aristocracy. Even children understand that when facing the overwhelming pressure of the Lin family's capital, the local aristocratic families can only band together to secure some leverage. But now that the Bai family has betrayed them early on, it has immediately put the other families at a disadvantage, especially the Yu family, who have been stripped of their power. How could the Yu family simply accept this fate without a fight? Inside the hovercar, Yu Qingling sat with her legs crossed, chin propped up as she regarded Su Chen with the haughty expression of a conqueror. "Young brother Su Chen," she said, "do you know what Bai Mu just purchased on the dark web?" "What?" Su Chen remained expressionless, doing his best not to be affected by Yu Qingling. The thought of Yu Qingling's earlier words made Su Chen want to laugh. Save me? Like hell I'd believe you. Seeing Su Chen's obvious wariness, Yu Qingling decided to cut to the chase. Just moments ago, Bai Mu purchased a potion capable of temporarily crippling a martial artist's combat ability while inflicting severe damage to their cultivation base. This stuff is banned by the Empire. His purchase clearly targets you. There's no way around it. You beat him up in front of everyone. Reconciliation is impossible now. After speaking, Yu Qingling waved the transaction record again. As Su Chen looked at the transaction record, he could only chuckle inwardly. In truth, Lin Tian had already informed him of Bai Mu's scheme. Su Chen and Lin Tian had already devised countermeasures. If their plan succeeded, Bai Mu would likely have only a month left to live. Oomph. Seeing Su Chen's unmoved expression, Yu Qingling's anger began to rise. Su Chen, do you truly believe that someone from a lowly background like you, with no power or influence, could possibly survive in the hands of one of the city's top 3 noble families? As far as I know, you have absolutely no backing whatsoever. You're just a small-town scholar who made it out of Star Sea City. You probably don't know this, but just moments ago, the Bai family secured a contract beyond your wildest dreams. Then, with her masterful narrative logic, Yu Qingling swiftly explained to Su Chen the true nature of the Bai and Lin families, and just how terrifying their foundations and power were. It must be said, Yu Qingling's brainwashing skills were truly first-rate. Any ordinary person sitting here unaware of the full picture would likely have been completely duped by her by now. Yu Qingling, so, once the Bai and Lin families form an alliance, your little life won't be far from being over. Therefore. With that, Yu Qingling produced a handgun and placed it in Su Chen's hands. Life is something you fight for yourself. Seize this chance in the secret realm to take out Bai Mu. It's your only shot at survival. After all, within the secret realm, the law holds no sway. Death leaves no witnesses. Once Bai Mu is dead, combined with other families stirring up trouble, the foundation of the Lin and Bai family's alliance will crumble. Rest assured, our family's elite will assist you within the secret realm. Once the task is accomplished, come to me for your reward. Reward? Su Chen, what kind of reward? 500 spirit stones. Yu Qingling held up 5 slender fingers. She knew this amount of spirit stones was enough to drive a poor cultivator mad. Yu Qingling, 500 spirit stones. That's enough to break through to martial sovereign within half a year. With that talent and strength, any major family in Lengdu would welcome you. Then you'll never have to fear the Bai family again. How about it? Fair enough, right? Remember, to survive, you must risk everything. Embrace death to find life. Yu Qingling, so what's your choice? Do you want to stake your future on your own efforts, or on the Bai family's charity? Facing Yu Qingling's relentless pressure, Su Chen paused, tightening his grip on the pistol loaded with specially crafted bullets. After Su Chen holstered the pistol, Yu Qingling nodded approvingly. Smart. Driver. Stop the car. After Su Chen left, Yu Qingling nodded with satisfaction. Su Chen was Yu Qingling's hand-picked assassin. His enmity with Bai Mu ran deep, making him the perfect choice to strike without arousing the Bai family's suspicion. Moreover, Yu Qingling was certain Su Chen had no means to relay today's information back to the Bai family. Yu Qingling deeply disliked Su Chen. His past made her feel he was nothing but an arrogant nouveau riche, oblivious to being used as a pawn by Wu De. Such a man was utterly unworthy of living in Songjiang. Even if Su Chen completed his mission, Yu Qingling would kill him within the secret realm, ensuring a perfect crime with no witnesses. Similarly, after stepping off the hovercar, Su Chen merely watched the receding taillights with a cold gaze. He knew full well Yu Qingling was using him, and he knew equally well that once he killed Bai Mu, his own survival was impossible. Yet Su Chen still pretended to agree with her, for he never minded these noble factions fighting each other even more fiercely. After all, with Lin Tian around, he could simply leak the information to the Bai family when the time came. 2 weeks later, the day before the secret realm opened, Bai Mu stood guard beside Lin Tian, tending to him with careful attention. To this day, Bai Mu couldn't fathom how Lin Outyan could have so generously handed over the city construction project to the Bai family just for her sake. Such immense favor could only be repaid by pledging his life to serve the family. Bai Mu was now brimming with excitement. Tomorrow, the great secret realm would open, bringing him closer to the day of his revenge. Su Chen, I'll flay you alive. All the powerful figures of Songjiang possessed qualifications to enter the great secret realm. Similarly, Lin Tian, whose influence far surpassed even the Songjiang elite, naturally held entry rights as well. In the past, Lin Tian would have had no interest in competing with Songjiang's young upstarts for opportunities. But to keep an eye on the mad dog Bai Mu, he decided to bring his men into the secret realm. Of course, Bai Mu would undoubtedly interpret Lin Tian's actions as a generous gesture, a big brother offering manpower and weapons to help him seize more opportunities. Lin Tian, I hear Su Chen is coming for the secret manual too. So, what's the plan? Kill him in the secret realm? No, young Master Lin. Bai Mu shook his head. Young Master Lin, I must personally cripple him on the arena. For this, I've been in seclusion training for 2 weeks. I'll enter the secret realm in peak condition. Lin Tian nodded with feigned approval. Lin Tian, very well. The Lin family will dispatch 2 martial lords to escort you into the secret realm. I myself will accompany you inside. Yes. The moment Bai Mu heard 2 martial lords would aid him, his eyes lit up. With the Lin family's support, he would now have 3 martial lords accompanying him into the secret realm to seize resources. Such an array could only be described as formidable. Thank you, young Master Lin. Chapter 104, Hidden Agendas. The purified secret realm represented the ultimate cultivation resource for all factions, akin to possessing an alternate world with near limitless resources. Within the secret realm, one could not only seek opportunities but also cultivate with twice the results for half the effort. Thus, the opening of the Songjiang Great Secret Realm had become an annual grand event for Songjiang City. Whenever the secret realm opened, the local government would host magnificent celebratory festivities. But Su Chen couldn't care less about the grand opening ceremony or the city lord's speech. After enduring a tedious hour and a half of formalities, Su Chen finally made it through. After the familiar tearing of space, Su Chen followed Wang Yu into the secret realm. Within the Songjiang secret realm, a vast and chaotic aura of spiritual energy indeed permeated the air. The plants within the realm, nourished by this energy, grew wildly, forming a vast jungle. Based on past experience, having a martial sovereign level expert provide protection was sufficient to navigate the Songjiang Great Secret Realm. Therefore, the school only dispatched Wang Yu to accompany Su Chen. Tang Yu wanted to come too, but the school wouldn't allow it. But how could a mere Wu University possibly stop Tang Yu? Sure enough, not long after entering the secret realm, that familiar, silver bell-like voice rang out behind Su Chen. Hey, you too. Wait for me. Teacher Tang, why are you here? Wang Yu turned his head, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and Lin Tian were charging through the forest with 3 martial sovereigns and several martial emperors in tow. Compared to the others, who were accompanied by only a few martial sovereigns, Bai Mu and Lin Tian's lineup was truly formidable. Consequently, some individuals, hoping to latch onto their coattails, trailed behind Bai Mu's group. But Bai Mu, a man of such petty-mindedness, would never shelter others. Soon, this group of freeloaders was driven away, leaving only Yu Qingling's team permitted to follow Bai Mu. Watching Bai Mu constantly fawn over Yu Qingling, Lin Tian couldn't help but inwardly scoff, that guy Bai Mu will meet his end at the hands of a beautiful woman sooner or later. Yu Qingling watched Bai Mu, her smiling eyes concealing a constant glint of murderous intent. Yu Qingling truly hadn't expected the Lin family to follow them into the secret realm. This truly surprised her, for why would the Lin family even consider the worthless Songjiang secret realm? Compared to the Lin family's foundations, the Songjiang Great Secret Realm was nothing. Besides, weren't there rumors that the Lin family possessed secret manuals even more powerful than the Songjiang Great Secret Realm itself? Fortunately, Yu Qingling had never relied on Su Chen to kill Bai Mu. Hidden in the shadows, she had already positioned a martial sovereign level expert from her clan. Yu Qingling, fortunately, the assassination target was merely a martial artist. Even if the Lin family intervened, it wouldn't be a problem. In Yu Qingling's calculations, Su Chen was merely a scapegoat. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he was already sentenced to death in her mind. What infuriated Yu Qingling, however, was that Su Chen dared to sever all contact with her. These past days, Yu Qingling had brainwashed Su Chen night after night, telling him he was a brave hero, the princess's knight. She even promised to have a martial sovereign level expert secretly aid him, which was enough to give Su Chen a sense of reassurance. She even permitted him to take liberties with her, engaging in flirtatious banter, and promised that once he made it big, he must come find her for some romantic escapades. Each night, Yu Qingling used her undeniable beauty and the illusion of hope to stir the purest desires within Su Chen. Yet each time, Yu Qingling would skillfully interrupt, leaving Su Chen to savor the bittersweet loneliness of that fleeting sweetness. Haunting his dreams, gnawing at his heart, a craving so intense it robbed him of his senses. By all logic, a 16-year-old kid should have been utterly bewildered by Yu Qingling by now. Yu Qingling, even if it was just to win me over, he should have gone after Bai Mu. Yu Qingling possessed unshakable confidence in both her charm and intellect. But just now, the communication device Yu Qingling had given Su Chen had suddenly lost its signal. This kid, he wouldn't be trying to play me, would he? If that's the case, once we're out of the secret realm, I won't wait for Bai Mu, I'll slaughter him myself first. Su Chen, what are you smashing? Nothing. Just some junk electronics a crooked merchant sold me. Su Chen smashed the communicator Yu Qingling gave him to pieces with a rock. Su Chen, go to hell, Yu Qingling. Host attention. System mission activated, host must hunt down 3 Shadow Thunder Dragons martial sovereign tier before the secret realm concludes. Mission success reward, Divine Shao Silver Thunder imbued with new effect Destruction Dragon Thunder. The moment Su Chen smashed Yu Qingling's communicator, the system activated a new mission for him. Based on past experience, the system's rewards always outshone the resources of either the Tang or Lin families. Destructive Dragon Thunder, this must be something that makes my Divine Shao Silver Thunder even more formidable. Alright, I'll take this mission. Meanwhile, Tang Yu continued discussing the secret realm with Su Chen. Tanya, Su Chen, what are you planning to do in the secret realm this time? Sisya, I plan to hunt a few more Shadow Thunder Dragons. I've discovered they're incredibly beneficial for me. Oh my. Oh my. Why are you attacking me? The moment Tanya heard Su Chen wanted Shadow Thunder Dragons and multiple ones at that, she immediately protested. See? I've given this kid too many perks, he doesn't value me anymore. He comes in demanding Shadow Thunder Dragons, and multiple ones at that. Little Electrician, do you really think of me as your personal maid? Sisya, don't hit me. I'm hunting these myself this time. If you protect me from getting eaten by the Shadow Thunder Dragons, I'll be eternally grateful. Have you forgotten my Divine Thunder Silver Lightning? Its damage to beasts cuts deep into their very life essence. System-assigned tasks must be completed by Su Chen himself. He can't rely on Tanya to bail him out every time. Tanya, humph. That's more like it. If Su Chen ever treats Tanya like a free supplier of rare treasures, then the unlucky Tanya will definitely beat some sense into him. Upon hearing Su Chen intended to challenge the Shadow Thunder Dragon, even knowing the might of his Divine Shao Silver Thunder, Wang Yu still cautioned him after consideration. The Shadow Thunder Dragon is already a high-tier beast, at minimum a martial sovereign level opponent. If you don't have a clear advantage after engaging, it's best to retreat first. Even if your Divine Thunder Silver Lightning can slay high-tier beasts, it requires you to risk getting close. We can't gamble with your life. You can try, but don't get caught in its trap. After confirming their target was a lightning attribute beast, Wang Yu glanced up at the towering trees surrounding them. According to the Secret Realm intelligence, lightning attribute beasts were mostly concentrated in the west. Thus, Su Chen and his companions headed westward, moving in the opposite direction of Bai Mu and his group. As a perception-type cultivator, Bai Mu was best suited to seek opportunities in the habitats of intelligent beasts. Yu Qingling, a wind-type mage specializing in long-range attacks, naturally followed Bai Mu. As a martial sovereign, Yu Qingling actually looked down upon the opportunities offered by the Songjian Secret Realm. As an artificially purified secret realm, it was only suitable for martial masters and practitioners below that level to grind experience. The truly formidable secret realms were always the perilous abyssal domains. Thus, Yu Qingling's true mission this time was to protect her younger brother, Yu, by a 15-year-old 5th-tier martial artist who looked like a real troublemaker within the secret realm. Boom! Boom! Under the combined assault of two martial sovereign-level powerhouses, the storm red dog guarding the wind spirit Immortal Pearl was easily slain. After the battle, Bai Mu eagerly presented the herb, a true S-grade immortal treasure, to Yu Qingling. Sisyu, this is for your brother. This stuff is super potent, guaranteed to get him to break through to 6th tier within 3 months. Yu Qingling, the eldest daughter of the Yu family, had always been an aloof, aristocratic, and unapproachable beauty in Bai Mu's eyes. But with the Lin family backing him now, he reckoned he could probably ask her out once they left the secret realm. The thought alone filled Bai Mu with uncontrollable excitement. He failed to notice the gaze of Lin Tian behind him, a look reserved for someone on the brink of death. Chapter 105, Dragon Bloodline. Through the telescope, a silver-blue immortal herb appeared at the center of the lens. Beasts within the secret realm often cultivated such herbs both to enhance their spatial environment and as a means of attracting mates. Therefore, locating specific celestial treasures would enable the hunting of the system-requested beasts. The Jade Extreme Thunder Grass, nourished by the Thunder Dragon's bloodline, had been found. It seemed the Shadow Thunder Dragon Yu sought was not far off. Lowering the binoculars, Wang Yu whispered to Su Chen. In this battle, Su Chen would lead the assault, Wang Yu would provide support, and Tanya would handle critical interventions. The Grand Songjian Great Secret Realm now resembled Su Chen's personal testing ground. Sure enough, shortly after, as if sensing intruders coveting its precious immortal herb, a familiar black-gold dragon silhouette plunged down from the sky at breakneck speed. Among the exotic beasts, the weakest were the zombie monsters, while the slightly stronger were the land-dwelling beasts. The flying species, however, were the elite among the exotic beasts, especially when the opponent was a dragon. In terms of spiritual power, Su Chen might only be a 6th-tier martial master. But in combat prowess, he was already a quasi-martial sovereign. With Su Chen's deliberate favoritism, the Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra had long been cultivated to 30% of its 2nd tier. With the cultivation technique's support, Su Chen's combat power surged dramatically. Condense thunder to temper the body. Open. Su Chen launched himself into the air with a single bound. Such explosive leaping power was a feat only a martial sovereign could achieve. On the other side, Wang Yu raised his new battle blade, ready to assist Su Chen at any moment. Thunderbolt Finger. Break. Since Su Chen hadn't displayed overwhelming spiritual power, the Thunder Dragon focused its attention entirely on Wang Yu behind him. Su Chen seized this opening instantly, shattering the Thunder Dragon's eye with a single Thunderbolt Finger strike. Excellent. That force was already comparable to a martial sovereign strike. Truly worthy of an S-tier talent. Seeing Su Chen succeed, Wang Yu leapt forward with his blade raised, scrambling up the Black Dragon's massive body. Wang Yu unleashed a furious barrage of slashes at the Thunder Dragon, drawing its attention away from Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen shielded himself with the 10,000 Thunder Prison, channeling the divine Xiao Silver Lightning through the Thunder Dragon's wounds, striking directly at its life essence. Sure enough, under the influence of the divine Xiao Silver Lightning, the Thunder Dragon was immediately overcome with agony, its combat power sharply diminished, reduced to a mere novice at the martial artist level. Minutes later, Su Chen hacked the Thunder Dragon to death with his Jingxi blade, and the mission objective on the system screen changed from 03 to 13. Seeing Su Chen emerge victorious, Tanya's face lit up with relief. Indeed, he truly lived up to being the man she had chosen. After dismounting, Su Chen presented the divine herb guarded by the Thunder Dragon to Wang Yu. As a fire attribute grade A talent, this Jade Extreme Thunder Grass would greatly aid Wang Yu in comprehending his cultivation techniques. Wang Yu accepted Su Chen's gift without hesitation. He felt deeply gratified that his student consistently thought of his teacher in every way. After collecting the Thunder Dragon's core, Su Chen and his companions continued their search for new prey. The Songjiang Great Secret Realm was a fragment of another world, its interior entirely a post-apocalyptic landscape. Beneath the dense jungle lay an abandoned city. And it was a large one. After venturing some distance into the secret realm, clusters of abandoned structures began to appear. Even though they were overgrown with vegetation, Su Chen could vaguely discern the purpose of these structures. The denser the structures, the greater the swarm of low-tier zombies and humanoid monsters. Within the abyss's ecosystem, these creatures served only as prey for the beasts. In the ruins of what once seemed like a library, Su Chen and his two companions set up camp to cook and prepare for their midday rest. They had already taken down 2 Thunder Dragons. That morning one more would complete the system quest. Inside the library, the books remained remarkably well preserved. Tanya had explained that world fragments captured the very moment a world met its doom. Living creatures would grow wildly due to the abyss or spiritual energy, while physical matter seemed to have entered a state of eternal preservation, retaining an eerie completeness. Tanya pulled out a book, flipped through a couple of pages, then tossed it aside. What kind of heavenly script is this? Not a single word was comprehensible. Even comics were more entertaining. Meanwhile, Su Chen struggled to conceal his excitement. Moments earlier, he'd stared transfixed at a sign that read, "No noise in the library." The people of this world showed no interest in deciphering the culture of another realm. Perhaps Su Chen was the only one who understood everything here. Before leaving, Su Chen picked up a book and placed it into his spatial bracelet. Boom! Perhaps in the ruins of some stadium, Su Chen slew the last Thunder Dragon. After extracting the core, Tanya teased, "These cores will probably keep you fed until next year. Honestly, you should sell one and buy yourself a place in Songjiang City. Bring your dad over to enjoy some peace and quiet." That's a great idea. Su Chen agreed with Tanya's suggestion. But just as Su Chen was about to stand up, his body suddenly erupted in an uncontrollable blaze of dazzling light. Damn it! System, you can't be asking me to redeem rewards this quickly. Meanwhile, Tanya and Wang Yu hurried over, fearing something might happen to Su Chen. But soon, Tanya noticed something even more terrifying. Surrounding Su Chen now was his own Shinchao Silver Thunder, but atop the divine lightning, a black azure dragon was faintly leaping. Tanya's past experience told her this situation meant Su Chen's bloodline talent was unleashing itself once more. That meant Su Chen's bloodline wasn't merely the S-tier peak talent Starsea City had assessed, it was likely an SS-tier talent. In that instant, Tanya understood. In Dragon Nation, while an S-tier peak talent might belong to a great noble house, an SS-tier talent could only be claimed by one family. That lineage was none other than the dragon bloodline of the Dragon Nation's imperial family. Indeed, recalling Su Chen's absurd cultivation efficiency and unparalleled opportunities, calling him the true dragon's son would be no exaggeration. It was likely that once Su Chen broke through to martial sovereign and made a name for himself in the cultivation world, the dragon capital would send representatives to claim kinship. The world of spiritual energy holds infinite possibilities. After so many great annihilation wars, Longdu has been conquered before, and members of the royal family have fallen in battle. It's perfectly normal for royal bloodlines to be scattered among mortals. Don't even think about recruiting them, that would be a grave offense. Better focus on how to build goodwill with this kid while he's still developing. As for today's incident, I'll just pretend I know nothing about it. Sure enough, once the dragon's shadow on the divine thunder was fully formed, Su Chen immediately extracted the Thunder Dragon core to absorb it. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained utterly bewildered. Though he constantly swore allegiance to the emperor, he'd never even laid eyes on the emperor himself. In terms of vision and perspective, he fell far short of Tanya. He never once considered Su Chen's connection to the divine dragon bloodline. All he could think about was why the hell Su Chen was so damn powerful. Wang Yu, teacher Tanya, do you know what's going on with Su Chen? Tanya, I don't know. All I know is that you, Wang Yu, will undoubtedly carve out your own place within the Imperial Army in the future. Chapter 106, Using Others as Tools. At this moment, Su Chen remained unaware of the mind-blowing reward the system had bestowed upon him. All he knew was that if things went smoothly this time, he might ascend to the rank of 8th-tier martial artist. For him, the dragon bloodline remained a distant concept, something that would take a long time to fully comprehend. After completing the absorption, Tang Ye merely praised Su Chen's prowess and repeated the usual spiel about how he should come to the Tang family and so on. In the end, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Even a grand secret realm like the Songjiang secret realm would only remain open for a maximum of 7 days. In the days that followed, Su Chen gathered some useful items for Wang Fugue and the others. He also helped Wan Yu hunt down a few exotic beasts, snatching a bit of fortune along the way. On the 5th day, as the secret realm neared closure, Bai Mu was on the verge of achieving his goal, breaking through to Martial Master. With 3 martial reverends protecting him, Bai Mu spent these days continuously seizing treasures and cultivating on the spot to absorb their essence. The secret realm itself was a sacred ground for cultivation, so Bai Mu's progress was nothing short of double the results with half the effort. The Bai family had set up camp in a secure, secluded location for protection. The Yu family members could only operate outside the camp perimeter. Watching Bai Mu on the verge of breaking through to Martial Master, Yu Qingling's expression darkened to the extreme. With Su Chen's continued disappearance, this assassination attempt had no chance of success. Su Chen, you dare play me? Damn it, I'll kill you the moment we leave the secret realm. Beside Yu Qingling, her younger brother Yu Bai threw a tantrum, demanding to go home. Already seething with anger, Yu Qingling slapped Yu Bai across the face, demanding he keep quiet and not disgrace the Yu family. Shortly after, a Bai family servant arrived, announcing that Bai Mu wished to see Yu Qingling. Just looking at that Bai family servant made Yu Qingling's blood boil. Now that the Bai family had latched onto the Lin family's coattails, they treated my Yu family with the arrogance of superiors. Damn them! Stepping out of the tent, Yu Qingling led her younger brother and the family's martial masters into the Bai family's camp, intending to congratulate Bai Mu on becoming a martial master. But the moment she stepped onto the Bai family's territory, Yu Qingling sensed something was terribly wrong. Before the military table, Bai Mu stood with a darting gaze, intense expression, beads of cold sweat falling in large drops. He showed none of the joy one would expect after breaking through to martial master. Across the room, Lin Tian sat on a stool, his gaze contemptuous, his face radiating arrogance and the certainty of one who holds all the cards. Lin Tian's aura made Yu Qingling, already feeling uneasy, even more unsettled. Lin Tian, Yu Qingling, why did you attempt to assassinate us? Lin Tian's words struck like a bolt from the blue, effectively delivering Yu Qingling's death sentence. And no. Yu Qingling's lips trembled as she continued her futile defense. No? Click. Click. The sound of space tearing echoed as the hidden martial general-level powerhouse from the Lin family emerged from the shadows. Then, the head of the Yu family's martial sovereign who had been lying in wait for days, awaiting orders to strike, was tossed at Yu Qingling's feet. This time, Yu Qingling was utterly devastated. Watching the Yu family's elite fighter killed, the Yu family's private soldiers instinctively reached for the weapons at their waists. Yu Qingling, no! Before her words had even faded, the Yu family's private soldiers were slaughtered in a single exchange by the Lin family's elite guards, decapitated, their bodies left mutilated and unrecognizable. The private soldiers permitted to accompany the family's young masters into the secret realm were the Yu family's elite troops. This time, the Yu family had truly suffered a devastating loss. In an instant, only Yu Qingling and Yu Bai remained alive from the Yu family. The next moment, a peak martial sovereign from the Lin family seized Yu Qingling by the head, brutally severing her spiritual energy flow. He forced her to kneel on the ground, awaiting her fate. Meanwhile, the inexperienced Yu Bai had long since been petrified by the horrifying scene. He lay collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed helplessly. In that moment, all of Yu Qingling's beauty, status, intelligence, and pride lost their meaning. Before absolute power, she was nothing more than a worm that could be crushed at any moment. The youthful fervor and spirit of adventure that had defined her died the instant Yu Qingling knelt. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I never intended to harm you, Yu Qingling sobbed, pleading for mercy from Lin Tian. Lin Tian couldn't care less about this. In his eyes, this group of nobles who only dared to bully the weak, scheme in the shadows, and bask in their privileges were nothing more than roadside weeds. Lin Tian, miss you don't seriously think the Lin family are fools, do you? Though it's just ahead, with our Lin family's methods, we can still extract the secrets from the last 3 days of this man's life. Then, your Yu family's schemes will be laid bare. Bai Mu, go kill her. With that, Lin Tian thrust a military knife into the ground, signaling Bai Mu to finish off Yu Qingling. Gazing at the dagger, Bai Mu felt dizzy and his legs went weak. He instinctively knelt before Lin Tian. Young Master Lin. We can't kill her. The Songjiang families signed an agreement. Feuds between clans must not escalate to endangering the lives of their young. Violators will be jointly punished. If I kill Yu Qingling, it would mean the Bai family stands completely opposed to the Songjiang aristocracy. Meanwhile, a Bai family martial sovereign seemed to want to speak, but cowed by the martial general of the Lin family, he ultimately dared not utter a word. That martial sovereign knew Bai Mu had been set up by the Lin family today. Whether the Yu family harbored treasonous intentions was irrelevant. The Lin family's true goal was to seal off every retreat for the Bai family, turning them into complete slaves. The Sky City project was the Lin family's crown jewel. For this project, the Lin family had engaged in countless years of open and covert struggles against other factions within the imperial court. Compared to this project, what did the 1,000-year legacy of the Songjiang aristocracy amount to? Young Master Lin, I beg you don't kill Yu Qingling. Yes, young Master Lin, I beg you, spare me. Yu Qingling's eyes were red from crying, her hair scattered across the floor. She was truly terrified of death. Yet Yu Qingling also keenly sensed that Bai Mu didn't seem to believe she had intended to assassinate him. Perhaps her only chance for survival lay here. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was nearly laughing in anger at the sight of these two clowns begging for mercy on their knees. At this moment, Su Chen and Lin Tian's conspiracy was about to succeed. Su Chen's plan was for Bai Mu to kill any noble within the secret realm, sparking a noble war that would allow the nobles themselves to eliminate Bai Mu. But unexpectedly, Yu Qingling, that fool, had actually volunteered herself. Thus, her self-important assassination attempt had inadvertently played right into Su Chen's hands. As for the Sky City and Spirit Stone mining, those were merely bait Lin Tian casually tossed out to lure the Bai family into the trap. In Songjiang, Lin Tian was the supreme authority of the Lin family. You don't seriously think I'm using you because I like you, do you? If your Bai family doesn't help me push through the Sky City project so I can report back to my old man by year's end, slaughtering your entire clan will be as easy as making a phone call. Lin Tian cursed Bai Mu while kicking him viciously in the face, leaving him bloodied and battered, yet Bai Mu dared not fight back. Just then, Yu Qingling, who'd been kowtowing for mercy, seemed to grasp at a lifeline. She suddenly wailed. Young Master Lin. Our Yu family is willing to be your lackeys. I'll kill Bai Mu for you right now. Chapter 107, The Crimson Secret Realm. What's a little blood as a pledge of loyalty? If Bai Mu can do it, why can't I, Yu Qingling? With that, Yu Qingling scrambled on all fours, desperately trying to crawl toward the military knife. But with a single tug from the Lin family's strongman, Yu Qingling was yanked back to her original spot like a puppy. Upon hearing Yu Qingling's words, Bai Mu snapped his head up. Yu Qingling! You! All these days I've treated you like royalty. And you'd kill me without a second thought. As he spoke, Bai Mu began to suspect that Yu Qingling's intent to kill him might very well be real. Unlike the Lin family, the Yu family's businesses and capital were largely outside Songjiang, spread across the globe. Therefore, the pact among Songjiang's aristocratic families held the least sway over the Yu family. Besides, even with such agreements in place, had the clans of Songjiang City ever ceased their internecine warfare throughout history? When faced with astronomical profits, such agreements are worthless. You! I'll kill you right now. Bai Mu raised his military dagger, poised to strike at Yu Qingling. Yet in the end, he hesitated. He simply couldn't bring himself to harm a noble. Surrounded by the Lin family, Bai Mu had completely severed ties with his own clan. Now, the fate of the Bai family rested on the shoulders of a mere 16-year-old brat like himself. Bai Mu truly couldn't bear such responsibility. Young master! You mustn't hesitate. The martial sovereign who had been holding back finally spoke up. Young master, if we offend the Lin family, once we exit the secret realm, they will sever all ties with us. If that happens, the other families will devour us whole, and even you, young master, won't escape death. Indeed. Between certain death and possible death, everyone knows which choice to make. Young master, strike now. No one will speak of today's events. And we must eliminate the threat completely. Not even the youngest of the Yu family should be spared. No. The moment Yu Bai heard he might also die in this secret realm, he was instantly terrified. No. I won't say a word. Just kill my sister. I won't say a word. What a bunch of villains. Lin Tian was truly amazed by the pathetic spectacle of these privileged nobles before him. If they were commoners, they'd probably have already offered their necks for slaughter by now. Just how afraid of death are these nobles? Bang! Bai Mu didn't draw his sword. Instead, he grabbed the pistol he always carried. Bang! 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 Bai Mu fired several shots in quick succession, killing Yu Bai, who possessed only 5th-tier martial arts prowess. Then, Bai Mu tossed the pistol to the ground and advanced toward Yu Qingling with a maniacal rage. Grasping Yu Qingling's collar, he delivered one stinging slap after another across her face. You filthy! You filthy! I know everything, damn it! Your family spoiled you by the most. Now that he's dead, the Yu family won't tolerate you either. From now on, you'll be nothing but my most worthless dog. Serving me for the rest of your life. Bitch! Bitch! You filthy slave! Behind Bai Mu, Lin Tian stood speechless. Lin Tian could never have imagined that in the end, what drove Bai Mu to strike was still his own lust. Master! After brutally beating Yu Qingling, Bai Mu slid to her knees at Lin Tian's feet, clutching his leg like a hunting dog begging for a reward. Young Master Lin. No master. I am utterly loyal to you. I just killed the Yu family's most cherished youngest son. Good. Very good. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. What else could he say? Very well. Your loyalty to the Lin family, Bai Mu, is truly heaven witnessed. The Lin family shall never betray you. Meanwhile, Yu Qingling remained dazed. The barrage of slaps had left her reeling. A faint glimmer of awareness told her. Perhaps she might survive, but the price would be terribly high. Just then, the space around Yu Qingling began to collapse, a sign the secret realm was closing. Suddenly, Yu Qingling recalled Bai Mu's words. Indeed, Yu Bai was dead, his body could not even return to the real world. And if she emerged from the secret realm unscathed, the Yu family would certainly not tolerate her presence. Moreover, if she dared to reveal what happened within the secret realm, the Lin family would never spare her. Thus, in the very last moment before being teleported out, Yu Qingling channeled her spiritual energy to strike her own vital organs, inflicting severe injuries upon herself. That very night the secret realm ended, the Yu family covered up their own tragedy. But this didn't mean they'd let it rest. On the contrary, the Yu family had mobilized all their resources to investigate the incident. The direction of the investigation was clear, it pointed to the Bai family. Inside the room, Yu Mingyang, the head of the Yu family, felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. He couldn't tell if the retaliation from the Bai family was due to the failed assassination attempt or the leak of information. Now, the sole witness, Yu Qingling, remained gravely ill and bedridden. With no one daring to speak up for the Yu family at this critical juncture, a palpable sense of impending doom hung over Yu Mingyang. Similarly, Bai Huatong also lay awake that night. He knew he was now permanently bound to the Lin family's chariot. Bai Huatong was no fool. His current predicament stemmed entirely from his earlier misjudgment of Lin Outyen. Damn it! Wasn't Lin Outyen supposed to be just a bloodthirsty, good-for-nothing playboy? Why did this guy transform completely after leaving the secret realm? He was cunning and sharp-witted. If any other family approached the Bai clan for negotiations, Bai Huatong would never have gone out of his way to bypass them and monopolize the benefits. But Lin Outyen was different. Bai Huatong's intelligence network had assured him Lin Outyen was merely a depraved playboy obsessed with cultivation and relishing the torment of the weak. Such individuals can be easily controlled by indulging them without limit. In fact, these past days, the Bai family has indeed been collaborating with the head of the Lin family conglomerate, falsely claiming Lin Tian's imperial edict to reap all the early benefits of the project. Bai Huatong could never have imagined that such a spoiled brat would meticulously disguise himself among his inner circle for an entire month, all to sabotage him within the secret realm. Such cunning and scheming are truly rare in this world. Head of the Bai family, if the Sky City project were to be rolled out next year, roughly how many years would it take to complete? In the chairman's office of the Bai conglomerate, Lin Tian stood with his hands behind his back, studying the massive blueprint on the wall. Lin Tian's inner soul had once been a top student among commoners, granting him intellect that did not pale in comparison to these so-called old foxes. In response to young Master Lin's question, a project of this magnitude will require at least 30 years for full implementation. To ensure quality and quantity, it would take 35 years. The current Bai Huatong dared not even act like an elder in front of Lin Outyen. Having played all his cards, he only hoped the Lin family's powerful figure would stay in Songjiang longer, giving him ample time to thoroughly devour and subdue the other clans. Since they were already on opposing sides, he might as well turn his back on them completely. With a bold gamble, he might completely reshape Songjiang's power structure, transforming himself into a figure like the Wu family of Shannon, capable of effortlessly controlling the city's other 10 noble houses with his own strength alone. Bai Huatong had always believed that Songjiang's loose and inefficient noble alliance might have worked centuries ago for farming and collecting rents, but what the hell era was this? Rockets were landing on Mars. The aristocracy should operate as a single superpower flanked by multiple strongholds. In this age of capital, any more squabbling and the money would simply flow elsewhere. Chapter 108, Dismissing Bai Mu. Bull. Lin Tian slammed his hand down on the blueprint, instantly startling the military commander Bai Huatong. Do you really think the Lin family is so easy to fool? As long as the funds are in place and the technology is ready, 20 years is more than enough. This time, my Lin family will provide the manpower, the money, and the weapons. If you, Bai Huatong, can't settle things with the other families within 20 years, then you truly are a useless leech, unworthy of living. Bai Huatong caught the hidden meaning in Lin Tian's words and quickly agreed, yes, 20 years. 20 years is more than enough. Oomph. Meanwhile, the Lin family's representative in Songjiang, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt nothing but contempt for Bai Huatong. Oof. If we let you Songjiang aristocrats keep feasting and profiting unchecked, this project might never get off the ground even in 40 years. Third young master's tactic of feigning weakness to strike from behind is truly brilliant. But in truth, the strategy of flattery-induced downfall was first proposed by Chen. The meticulous refinement of its execution, however, was entirely Lin Tian's handiwork. Before leaving, Lin Tian pointed to the United States on the map. Bai Huatong understood this was the Lin family's reassurance for him. The United States wasn't just a lucrative conduit for benefits, it was the most crucial fallback option in critical moments. This is how the frog gets boiled in gradually warming water. The next day, Longyuan Martial Arts University, Songjiang campus. Brother Chen, are you okay? We were just fine a moment ago. Why are you looking so sickly after just a moment apart? Did you overwork yourself yesterday? Just before the combat class was about to begin, Wang Fugui suddenly noticed something was off with Chen. Nothing. just suddenly feel a bit weak. Su Chen waved it off, looking unconcerned.
Sigh, pretending to be poisoned was such a hassle. Just moments ago on his way to school, Su Chen had been bumped on the shoulder by some clumsy fool no doubt sent by Bai Mu to poison him. By this secret realm expedition, Bai Mu had already reached the second-tier martial artist rank. With the Lin family's backing, he'd leaped 4 levels in one go, advancing even faster than Su Chen. He'd also been hyping up his challenge to Su Chen for ages. Today's combat class had already drawn plenty of attention from fellow students. Inside the combat training hall, Wang Yu maintained order while beckoning Su Chen and Bai Mu onto the arena. Courage to challenge and compete was precisely the spirit Wu University had always encouraged. Therefore, the university would not interfere with Bai Mu and Su Chen's normal sparring match. However, just as Bai Mu stepped onto the platform, several uninvited guests filed into the combat training classroom. The dozen or so individuals before them were all senior household soldiers of the Bai family, led by 2 martial lords. At a glance, it was clear they had come to cause trouble. Wang Yu, trouble. The university's senior leadership and deans were all attending today's Sky City Symposium. After all, among those vast clouds, a piece of land was destined to belong to Wuda. This left the campus without any high-ranking combatants capable of restraining the intruders. Could these thugs be planning to kill Su Chen right here? Wouldn't that mean they completely disregard Wuda? In truth, Bai Mu only intends to cripple Su Chen on the stage today. The role of these Bai family mercenaries is to prevent others from intervening. Wang Yu, Bai Mu. I'm warning you. If you dare cause trouble, I can expel you right now. Get your people out of this school. Ha ha. Bai Mu paid no heed to Wang Yu's warning. Bai Mu, ha. This crappy university? I never gave it a second thought. Without this Wuda, do you think I'd be out of options for education? Sunlong, if you dare mess with my plans, I'll cripple you too. With Bai Mu refusing to cooperate, the situation instantly turned critical. Fortunately, Wang Yu suddenly recalled that within Kangwu Academy, there was another high-level combatant present. Wang Yu, hey, Wang Fugue, go find teacher Tangya immediately. No need. At the battle room entrance, a sharp command rang out as Tangya unleashed her full presence. Let's see which bastard dares to cause trouble here. Su Chen. Fight. Beat this spoiled brat from the Bai family to a pulp. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Ha! Tangya's words always brought such reassurance. But Su Chen didn't want to keep owing Tangya favors. That's why he'd been holding back against Bai Mu all this time, waiting for him to dig his own grave. And so, an uneasy equilibrium settled over the scene. All eyes turned to the central stage, the key to breaking the deadlock. Even if it came down to a one-on-one duel with Su Chen, Bai Mu was now brimming with confidence. Oomph, Su Chen. I can see your legs are already shaking. Bai Mu knew this was the drug taking effect. Today, he would go all out and cripple Su Chen once and for all. Bai Mu, witness my newly mastered martial arts technique. Mind-corrupting pollution. As a psychic, Bai Mu could unleash wide-area mental assaults that stripped victims of resistance and cognitive function. Once Su Chen was utterly incapacitated, Bai Mu would simply charge in, break his limbs, and destroy his cultivation. In the short term, that woman wouldn't break through the Bai family's defenses either. It should be noted that psychic battles rarely offer any spectacle. They couldn't conjure dazzling fireballs or unleash dramatic thunderbolts. Right now, Bai Mu was simply holding an utterly ridiculous pose towards Su Chen, then staring at him with intense focus. The effect was strikingly similar to that of the masters from Su Chen's past life. But the very next second, Su Chen, who had just been looking sickly, suddenly returned to normal. Slowly, Su Chen walked up to Bai Mu and delivered a hard slap across his face. What Bai Mu likely didn't know was that Su Chen, protected by his system, could completely ignore any mental attacks. Thus, this stage was about to witness an utterly ugly battle. After taking that slap, the stubborn Bai Mu made the hand gesture again, glaring at Su Chen with such ferocity it seemed he wanted to glare him to death. But what met Bai Mu was yet another resounding slap from Su Chen, while the onlookers were already doubled over with laughter. Damn it! Su Chen! I'll kill you! After taking several more slaps, Bai Mu finally realized Su Chen hadn't been poisoned at all. Now, Bai Mu was utterly enraged and humiliated. Without a second thought, he pulled a knife from his spatial equipment. Wu University enforced strict discipline. Weapons were absolutely forbidden in the arena matches. Wang Fugue, Bai Mu. You're using a weapon. Wang Fugue's intervention couldn't have come at a better time. Facing Bai Mu with a weapon, Su Chen could now legally retaliate without limit. 10,000 Thunder Prison. The same familiar formula, the same familiar electrotherapy. Before the eyes of all, Bai Mu was suspended mid-air, bound by the 10,000 Thunder Prison. With the Divine Shao Silver Lightning now imbued with a destructive effect, black sparks of electricity began violently tearing apart and corroding Bai Mu's tendons and meridians. The Bai household servants knew that if Su Chen continued tormenting their young master, Bai Mu would inevitably be crippled by those bizarre sparks. Kid! You're asking for death. Ah! Just as the Bai family's martial sovereign was about to unleash his spiritual power to kill Su Chen, Tangya appeared like a ghost and crushed his arm. No!
This woman possesses martial general strength. Realizing he no longer had the right to act tough, a Bai family servant hurried over to Wang Yu, urging him to order Su Chen to stop. But Wang Yu merely scratched his ear dismissively and said, "Bai Mu is no longer a student of our school. All I see is our student bravely repelling intruders. After all, Wuda is a military academy. Unauthorized intruders can be shot on sight." Chapter 109, Holding the Fort. What? Right after the urban planning meeting concluded, Bai Huatong, who was riding high on success, suddenly received news that Bai Mu had been beaten into unconsciousness, critically injured and in a coma. It's Su Chen again. Wuda again. Is this never going to end? Do these bastards think teaming up with Wudu will bring me down? They're delusional. The overly sensitive and suspicious Bai Huatong immediately suspected other families had teamed up with Wuda to cause trouble for him. Like the Lin family, Wu University was a powerhouse from Longdu, boasting unfathomable connections and influence. Most crucially, Wu University students permeated the Imperial Army. If you completely alienated Wu University, your Bai family's merchant caravans might not even pass through checkpoints. But the Bai family today was no longer what it once was. And at this critical juncture, there could be no hesitation or retreat. Having said that, Bai Huatong assembled all the Bai family's elite combat forces and raced toward Wuda University at breakneck speed, intent on confronting the president of the Songjiang campus and demanding an explanation. Inside the president's office at Wu University, President Wu Yanba had already grasped the full picture of the incident. He fully supported the actions of Su Chen, Tanya, and Wang Yu, endorsing their approach. Wuda University maintained campuses across various regions of Longwa and had no desire to meddle in local affairs. But if someone came knocking on its door, Longyuan Wuda University was never afraid of a fight. Today, Wu Yanba stood directly behind Su Chen, radiating a sense of security. Before long, Bai Huatong arrived with two martial generals demanding an explanation. This time, Bai Huatong had truly mobilized his entire force. Yet, in the presence of Marshal Saint Wu Yanba, it still proved insufficient. In all of Songjiang City, only the Martial University and the Lin family possessed Martial Saint-level combat power. Master Wu. I hold you in the highest regard as the pillar of Songjiang. I shall honor you as Master Wu for the rest of my life. Wu Yanba had served at the Songjiang campus for 50 years, always on the front lines during every major or minor abyss crisis that erupted in Songjiang. Thus, calling him the pillar defending Songjiang is no exaggeration. But old Wu, you should not have allowed a student with a history of misconduct to repeatedly assault my son. This is bullying. Upon hearing that Su Chen was bullying Bai Mu, Tanya burst into laughter and anger. Seeing that someone from Wuda University dared to mock him, Bai Huatong shot Tanya a fierce glare. Over the years, Tanya had served in the tribunal, leading a secluded life. Few outside Longdu's inner circle knew her. Seated in the grand armchair, Wu Yanba radiated an indescribable gravitas and authority in every gesture. Having fought on the battlefield for decades, Wu Yanba had earned countless merits and cultivated connections that reached the highest echelons. If he were to be held hostage by a few local thugs, he truly wouldn't be fit for this world anymore. After Bai Huatong finished his empty rhetoric, Wu Yanba raised his hand slightly and stated plainly. Head of the Bai family, state your demands plainly. I'm a man of few words, no time for pleasantries. Very well. Truly worthy of the name Old Wu. Bai Huatong nodded and immediately stated his three demands. First, Wuda University must issue a formal apology to my family, published in newspapers and announced at a press conference. Second, all negligent teachers must be punished to restore justice to the Bai family. Finally, Su Chen must be handed over to the Bai family for handling. The Bai family's three demands were meant to declare to the world that their influence in Songjiang had reached a level where even Wuda University had to give them face. Wu Yanba, impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yanba rejected Bai Huatong's demands. Wu Yanba, I will neither punish my faculty nor entrust the future of the Imperial Army to you. The only concession I can offer is this voluntary withdrawal application from Bai Mu. This will prevent me from pursuing charges against your Bai family for today's disruption on campus, and your young master's future will not be compromised. From this day forward, your Bai family and my Wuda University shall be strangers. Bai Huatong, Wu Yanba, you're being ungrateful. Today, the Bai family is no longer what it once was. Just moments ago at the meeting, every faction in Songjiang City responded to our call without hesitation. You saw it with your own eyes. Bai Huatong, Wu Yanba, don't forget I control all media outlets in the Southeast District. Until you give me a proper explanation, this won't be over between us. When the public opinion crushes you, we'll see how long you last as president. Just as negotiations between the Bai family and Wuda University reached an impasse, delegations from several other major families stormed the university campus. Now, the Zhangs, the Yes, and the Wang family have all bowed to the Bai family's dominance. Hearing that someone at Wuda had injured Bai Mu, they rushed over immediately to lend the Bai family their support to prevent the Bai family from suspecting that they had orchestrated the attack on Bai Mu. That's how nobility operates, only adding flowers to brocade, never offering aid in times of need, and certainly not daring to defeat the strong with the weak. All rushed full speed to kiss up to Bai Huatong, eyeing future gains. The Yu family led the charge they desperately needed to clear their name of the assassination suspicion from the secret realm. Creak. The long convoy of hovercrafts came to a halt. Members of the Yu family shoved aside the Wu University sentries and strode into the campus. The Wang family arrived shortly after, following the Yu family's lead in barging in as well. Later, Zhang Song, head of the Zhang family, arrived by car though he came alone. Unlike the other families, Zhang Song, as the city lord, commanded the Songjiang City Defense Forces. On ordinary days, the administration of Songjiang City fell to the City Affairs Minister, Yu Mingyang. Zhang Song's primary duties were maintaining the city's stability and ensuring the combat readiness of the city defense forces. His background in the garrison forces had always fostered good relations with Wuda, so this time he primarily came to mediate and act as peacemaker. Inside the principal's office, the aggressive intervention of other families had instantly shifted the balance. Bai Huatong, who had seemed somewhat hesitant moments ago, now held an unprecedented advantage. No matter how powerful your Wu University is, you can't afford to alienate all of Songjiang's powerful clans, can you? At the same time, Bai Huatong was thoroughly satisfied with the other clans' performance in this affair. Their pathetic, desperate antics confirmed to him that they lacked the guts to truly unite against the Lin family. If Bai Huatong had previously harbored lingering fears over his son's actions in the secret realm, he now felt utterly unshaken. This bunch of spineless cowards just watch me slowly boil you like frogs in water, devouring every last one of you soft-bellied wimps. Among those rallying to support the Bai family, the Yu family was the most vocal. Yu Mingyang even declared he would exercise his investigative authority to launch an inquiry into Longyuan Martial Arts Academy. If charges were substantiated, Wang Yu himself might end up serving years behind bars. Watching this chattering mob of aristocrats, Wu Yanba's patience had reached its absolute limit. Wu Yandai was clearly in the right today, yet the united attack from the four major families had gradually pushed Wu Yanba into a disadvantage. Unlike the chattering crowd in front, the three figures hiding behind the old principal remained utterly composed. Tangya even whispered to Su Chen. Just nod now, and tomorrow I'll have the Tang family round up these jerks one by one. They'll be your servants for 3 years, attending to you throughout college. Deal? No. Having those 30 or 40-year-old old farts as servants is a bit too much for me. The farce among the families continued. Su Chen glanced at the clock on Wu Yanba's head and felt it should be about time. Sure enough, a knock on the door interrupted the chatter inside. The Bai family secretary, clutching his phone, exclaimed in terror. Master, we're finished. Chapter 110, The Bai Family's Downfall. Breaking news, within the Songjiang secret realm, the third young master of the Bai family attempted to assault the eldest daughter of the Yu family. When the plot was exposed, Bai Mu killed to silence witnesses. Only Yu Qingling survived from the Yu family team, gravely wounded. Bloodshed in Songjiang secret realm. Bai family heir abuses authority, slaughters entire Yu family team all to drag the Lin family down? The Lin family, enraged, has issued a public statement terminating all cooperation with the Bai family. The sudden barrage of news reports thrust the Bai family into the eye of the public storm. Particularly the Lin family's declaration to cease all cooperation with the Bai family sounded the death knell for Bai Huatong. Meanwhile, other families who had just been clamoring that a problem with the Bai family is a problem for Songjiang suddenly fell silent, unsure of what to do next. Yu Mingyang was the first to recover, demanding an explanation from the Bai family in a near hysterical tone. The once targeted members of the Wu family now found themselves spectators. Especially Tangya, whose slender fingers danced swiftly across her phone screen, thoroughly enjoying the drama. Even Wu Yanba, less adept with electronics, dragged Wang Yu over to watch the comments section on Douyin with intense fascination, utterly oblivious to the human tragedy unfolding before them. Having long been privy to the full story, Su Chen now appeared remarkably composed amidst the chaos, like a young man unfazed by turmoil. Meanwhile, the Wang family members had already slipped away. As Wang Nanlin, the head of the Wang family, departed, he nearly burst out laughing. Now that the Bai family is out of the picture, my Wang family stands to gain quite a bit. Turns out, staying in the background as a nobody was the smart play after all. Bai Huatong, Yu Yangming, is your brain filled with? You can't see through such a simple scheme? The Lin family is trying to frame us, the Bai family, and sow discord. If we don't stand united, the Lin family will devour us all. Cornered and desperate, Bai Huatong had completely lost his mind. He had no idea how to escape his dire predicament and could only spout incoherent nonsense. Bull. Still spouting nonsense at death's door. Give me back my son. Yu Yangming wasted no words either. Several heavy punches left Bai Huatong gasping for breath. After the assault, Yu Yangming prepared to unleash his spiritual power. Both Yu Yangming and Bai Huatong were martial generals, possessing divine abilities that harnessed the power of heaven and earth. If these two were to fight without restraint, the entire Wu Academy would suffer. Fortunately, Wu Yanba released his aura, forcibly repelling Yu Mingyang's overwhelming might. Wu Yanba then issued a dismissal to everyone present, ordering them to leave the campus. The farce finally came to an end. Upon leaving Wuda, Bai Huatong hurried back to his office. Yu Mingyang, upon exiting, avoided any further entanglement with the Bai family. Instead, he boarded Zhang Song's car and urgently arranged a meeting with Wang Nan. After all, the Yu family alone was simply no match for the Bai family. By nightfall, Bai Huatong sat alone in the chairman's office of Bai Group, utterly cornered. All afternoon, Bai Huatong had been desperately trying to contact the Lin family or other external forces that might assist him. But no matter how hard he tried, all the factions that had once greeted him with smiles unanimously chose to abandon him like a stray dog. They're trying to force me to my death. Alone in his office, Bai Huatong raged, tearing the city development blueprint behind him to shreds. Just moments ago, his wife's escape convoy had been intercepted by unknown forces on the city outskirts. Bai Huatong's wife and all the Bai family retainers were slaughtered without mercy. Their bodies were even displayed like exhibits along the roadside, put on public display for the media frenzy. The half-charred, bloated face of Bai Huatong's wife became the eye-catching headline on the front page. At that moment, Bai Huatong knew there was only one way to preserve the Bai family's 1,000-year legacy. After all, his enemies sought him, Bai Huatong, not the entire Bai family. Ha! After a cold laugh, Bai Huatong sat back down at his desk. Pulling open a drawer, a pistol appeared in his hand. Taking the pistol, Bai Huatong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew the other clans wouldn't give him time until dawn. It was truly tragic for a cultivator. He had to first suppress his own spiritual power before he could take his own life. A few minutes later, a gunshot echoed from the office. Bai Huatong, who had dominated Songjiang for decades, declared his suicide. Outside the office, representatives from various families, having heard the gunshot, quietly withdrew from the Bai group. Meanwhile, at Songjiang's most luxurious private hospital, Bai Mu lay in the bed of his family's custom-designed private ward. Knocked unconscious by Su Chen, Bai Mu remained unaware of the news outside or that both his parents were now dead. For Bai Mu, this unconsciousness was a blessing in disguise. Yet by midnight, fueled by expensive nutritional supplements, Bai Mu awoke. Water. Give me water. People? Are they all dead? Bai Mu's hospital room was completely empty. The servants assigned to care for him had all been recalled to the Bai family mansion by the elders. In the bright, immaculate, technologically advanced hospital room, Bai Mu was now completely alone. Having just awakened, besides the pain from his wounds, an unbearable thirst was tormenting him. Fortunately, the room contained an intelligent butler robot, which had been activated by Bai Mu's voice. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his wounds and limbs, Bai Mu poured the water from the cup onto the floor before instructing the robot to fetch him a fresh one. This refreshingly sweet sip would be the last pleasure Bai Mu would experience in this world. After quenching his thirst, Bai Mu rubbed his eyes and prepared to scroll through his phone. As a noble, most of his life's pleasures came from commanding others to serve him, reveling in the atmosphere of being surrounded by attendants and freely punishing those beneath him. Thus, this temporary solitude proved undeniably uncomfortable for him. But soon, something far more unbearable was about to happen. This is insane. Watching the video of his parents' deaths, Bai Mu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Just moments before closing his eyes, he had been the wealthy young master who owned the entire city. How had he suddenly become a despicable scum who defied heaven and harmed humanity? No way. I can't take the blame for those crimes. One after another, Bai Mu dialed familiar numbers, but just like Bai Huatong hours earlier, no one answered. Lin Xiao. You can't just abandon me. But the truth was, the Lin family had long since abandoned him. Still refusing to accept it, Bai Mu began dialing the numbers of his shady friends one after another. At this hour, those bastards would definitely be awake. Yet, still, hardly anyone was willing to pick up Bai Mu's calls. Even if someone did bother to answer, the responses were nothing but vicious taunts. Your dad's dead, your mom's dead. Smash. White Mu, overcome with grief, hurled his phone with all his might, smashing it to pieces. Then, a wave of overwhelming helplessness washed over him. Because he suddenly realized that apart from this phone, he had nothing left. Bai Mu began to regret smashing his phone. A man who had lived his entire life impulsively, violently, and unreasonably, Bai Mu might have known fear and jealousy, but he had never tasted the sting of injustice. Wrong that was an emotion for the weak. And for someone like Bai Mu, once his power waned, death was never far behind. Sure enough, a group of Yu family servants pushed open the door to Bai Mu's hospital room, led by none other than Yu Qingling. Kill him. Yu Qingling's eyes burned with malice, devoid of any trace of pity. Amidst Bai Mu's agonized screams, the Yu family servants methodically dismembered his body into several pieces, tossing each one out the window. Bai Mu was reduced to a pulp. Chapter 111, The Great Reshuffle of Songjiang. Several days later, at a breakfast stall, Lin Tian and Su Chen leisurely savored the affordable and delicious Songjiang breakfast. Su Chen absolutely regarded Lin Tian as a friend. In Lin Tian's eyes, Su Chen was nothing short of a benefactor. But alas, the gap in their social standing was simply too vast. Spending too much time together would inevitably cause trouble for both. Only during these moments, far removed from the circles of power and privilege, could the two truly gather together. In recent days, the sudden deaths of the Bai family patriarch and his two children had become household news. Yet the Bai family's resilience proved more tenacious than Su Chen had anticipated. The day after Bai Mu and Bai Huatong's deaths, the Bai family convened an internal elders meeting. They elected a new head from a collateral branch and exiled the other two children Bai Huatong had left behind by Mu's older brothers. Thus, Bai Huatong's branch was permanently demoted to a low-ranking noble family barely above commoners. Perhaps within a few generations, deprived of the family's resources to prop them up, this branch would degenerate into commoners, the very kind Bai Mu slaughtered without mercy. How ironic. Over 10,000 years since the founding of the Dragon Nation, countless noble houses had been swept from their pedestals by the currents of history. Only the few families of the Zhongding district remained unshaken at the pinnacle, untouched by the fear of decline. Simultaneously, the mutual trust among nobles remained exceptionally strong, forged by this shared vigilance against decline. For instance, although Bai Huatong angered the other three noble houses with his foolishness, they did not continue their siege against the Bai family. After Bai Huatong apologized and took his own life, the other families swiftly forgave the new head of the Bai family, Bai Yiba. Moreover, these families went out of their way to bring the Bai family back into the Sky City project, striving to maintain the existing balance. This unity left the Lin family momentarily unable to find justification for persecuting the Bai family any further. However, perhaps these families could never have imagined that it wasn't the Lin family's scheme of sowing discord that drove Bai Huatong to his death and shattered their mutual trust system. It was simply that Su Chen felt personally killing Bai Mu would invite unnecessary trouble. Yet the entanglement with Bai Mu did not end with his plummeting into a bloody pulp. Su Chen still had one final problem to resolve. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen glanced up at the hospital towering nearly 100 stories high. Good grief, falling from that height would be absolutely brutal. Inside the hospital, still in the highest grade luxury suite, Yu Qingling lay in her bed, her mind still racing over the recent traumatic upheavals. She knew the power dynamics in Songjiang City had been completely reshuffled. After this incident, the Bai family had been dealt a crushing blow. Countless investors who had once backed them had fled overnight. Without the support of other clans, the Bai family would likely have been finished. The Bai family now ranked lower than even the Wang family, who had once occupied the lowest position. On the other hand, the Yu family suffered even greater losses. The death of the Yu family's legitimate heir, coupled with the loss of their core young forces from the family's military contingent in the secret realm, had dealt a devastating blow. This directly led to a large number of minor nobles under the Yu family's protection seizing the opportunity to defect to other families. Simultaneously, the Yu family's future high-level combat strength would be severely impacted. This leaves the Yu family only marginally stronger than the Bai family. The sole winners this time were the Lin, Zhang, and Wang families. The Zhang and Wang families, meanwhile, were coasting to victory. Since the conclusion of the last Great Annihilation War, the world had entered several decades of relative harmony and stability free from monster surges or invasions from other realms. Amidst this prosperity, the merchant-oriented Bai family surpassed the military aristocracy of the Zhang family. But today, the Zhang family reclaims its throne as the foremost clan and becomes the Lin family's representative in Songjiang. Meanwhile, the Wang family, once the undisputed leader in scale and resources, had now been upstaged, relegated to second place in Songjiang. In recent days, the Wang family has swallowed up countless capital flight assets from the Bai family, growing fat in content. Yu Qingling understood precisely why the Lin family had come to Songjiang to sow discord. Wasn't it to shorten the construction timeline for the Sky City project? Since ancient times, large-scale construction projects have been lucrative ventures. If the clans of Songjiang could unite and secure key positions within the project, the four great families might have been able to prolong the construction period to over 40 years, feasting on the profits while they worked. But with the Bai family's betrayal, the other clans were forced to open their books, striving to shorten the timeline and send the Lin family's big shot packing as soon as possible. Yet why did the Lin family, who had already planned their exit, ultimately stab the Bai family in the back? This was something Yu Qingling couldn't quite wrap her head around. Gazing out at the familiar, bustling cityscape of Songjiang, Yu Qingling sensed a faint yet growing threat. There was nothing to be puzzled about. Beside Yu Qingling, the speaker was an elder from her family responsible for her protection. The elder continued. What the Lin family needed was simply completion on schedule, not rushed construction, much less driving the Bai family to exterminate other clans. If we let the nobles' infighting continue unchecked, within a decade, all the families will be at each other's throats. Should any accidental clash destroy the Lin family's house of cards, then the Lin family's representative in Songjiang can return to Longdu to commit suicide in atonement. The current arrangement is actually the best outcome. One must admit, the Lin family's third young master truly is a prodigy. He consistently feigned ignorance to lull Bai Huatong into complacency. Ultimately, within the absolutely sealed space of the secret realm, he severed all of the Bai family's retreat routes with a single stroke. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely with Bai Huatong for underestimating this Lin family scion. Moreover, miss, today's events are not entirely unfavorable to you. With the third young master's demise and the first young master's frail health and dull intellect, our Yu family's resources can only align with yours now. The position of head of the Yu family will inevitably be yours to inherit. The elder before us is Li Xin, Yu Qingling's mentor. Naturally, he is the one most eager to see Yu Qingling ascend to the position of future family head. Yu Qingling, Uncle Li, I understand what you're saying. But for now, we still have one troublesome matter to resolve. As she spoke, Yu Qingling's expression darkened, a complex emotion flickering within her heart. The trouble she referred to was Su Chen. With the Yu family now in turmoil, if Su Chen were to reveal the assassination plot, there was no guarantee other clans wouldn't exploit it. Then, wouldn't she be doomed to suffer the same fate as Bai Mu? To avenge the humiliation she suffered in the secret realm, Yu Qingling had killed Bai Mu in the most brutal and bloody manner. Yet after Bai Mu's gruesome death, Yu Qingling found herself overcome with a sense of shared sorrow. This emotion also made Su Chen a persistent specter hovering over Yu Qingling's head. On one hand, Su Chen knew too many secrets and deserved to die. Yet on the other hand, the complete annihilation of the younger generation of her clan stirred within Yu Qingling a desire to nurture talent. A martial master at 16 was truly a rare prodigy among his peers. Of course, there was one thing Yu Qingling found somewhat embarrassing to admit: if she truly became the family head, she could no longer marry into another clan. Instead, she would need to find a son-in-law from a humble background to marry into hers. In terms of appearance, age, and combat prowess, Su Chen was exceptionally well suited. After a long pause, Yu Qingling seemed to have made up her mind. Uncle Li, find that Su Chen tomorrow. If he agrees to join our Yu family after graduation, we shall treat him as a national treasure. But if he dares to refuse this honor, he shall be executed on the spot. I don't think it will come to that, Miss Yu. Before Yu Qingling could finish speaking, Su Chen and Lin Tian pushed open the door to her hospital room. Chapter 112, Self-Awareness. Ever since Bai Mu's death, a chain of suspicion had formed between Su Chen and Yu Qingling. But unlike Bai Mu, a psychopath who killed indiscriminately, Yu Qingling was at least a rational person. She only harbored murderous intent toward those who stood in her way. Therefore, in Su Chen's view, the conflict between him and Yu Qingling hadn't yet reached the point of no return. Yet the conflict had taken root. Until one side conceded defeat and begged for mercy, this feud would not easily end. But with the resources of both the Lin and Tang families at his disposal, Su Chen was certainly not the one who would be begging on his knees. Young Master Lin. What are you doing with Su Chen? Could it be? A flood of information began assaulting Yu Qingling's mind. All the lingering doubts tormenting her heart were now resolved. So the Lin family and Su Chen were actually on the same side. And judging by their relationship, Su Chen hadn't merely aligned himself with the Lin family, it seemed more like he'd become friends with Lin Outyan. If that's the case, Su Chen's background is truly terrifying. As the saying goes, self-awareness is a virtue. Even though Yu Qingling couldn't fathom why the arrogant playboy Lin Outyan would ever take a liking to Su Chen, she knew one thing: Su Chen was now someone she absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. Similarly, observing Yu Qingling now cowering like a frightened kitten, Su Chen gained his first tangible understanding of just how formidable the Zhongding district families were within the aristocratic world. Miss Yu. Weren't you planning to kill me? I'm right here today. Go ahead and do it. With that, Su Chen retrieved the pistol Yu Qingling had given him from his spatial bracelet. Take it. Take it. Su Chen raised the pistol menacingly, demanding Yu Qingling take his life. At this scene, Li Xin beside Yu Qingling looked extremely grim. As a martial general-level powerhouse, being treated with such utter disregard by a junior was nothing short of humiliation. Yet he also knew that the Wu Shui from the Lin family, lurking in the shadows, was watching him. Though both were Wu Shui level, the Lin family's warrior struck him like a child. Likewise, if Yu Qingling dared to fire, the bullet would be intercepted by that martial general. Thus, Li Xin dared not make a rash move for the time being. After a long silence, Yu Qingling's sobs broke the tense standoff. She was genuinely terrified. Why are you yelling at me? Can't you just talk to me properly? The horrifying fate of the Bai family remained vividly etched in Yu Qingling's mind. She refused to let Su Chen destroy her family in the same way. If Lin Outyan truly supported Su Chen unconditionally, the Yu family would have no way out. I was wrong. The Yu family will compensate you. I'll bring my father to apologize tomorrow. Please don't kill me. Yu Qingling's delicate face was tense, her tear-stained eyes achingly pitiful, yet Su Chen remained unconvinced. In his original plan, Su Chen had anticipated that Yu Qingling would kill him to silence him once they left the secret realm. If she did that, she herself would be ruthlessly eliminated by the Lin family's secret guards. Yet a week passed without the Yu family making a move against Su Chen. This prompted Su Chen to decide to settle things with the Yu family once and for all today. Su Chen, no need for apologies. Once you hand over the 500 spirit stones, my ties with your Yu family will be severed. Of course, since Bai Mu was essentially eliminated by him, Su Chen had no intention of passing up this windfall of 500 spirit stones. Absolutely. Absolutely. Though the extortion of 500 spirit stones pained Yu Qingling, it was undoubtedly worth every penny to buy back her life. Yu Qingling, rest assured, young Master Su. I'll transfer the 500 spirit stones to your account tomorrow. Oh? You don't have an account? Then I'll help you set one up. Satisfied that Yu Qingling posed no further threat, Su Chen left the hospital room. Lin Tian had stood silently behind Su Chen the entire time. This Lin Outyan, who willingly played second fiddle to Su Chen, sent shivers down Yu Qingling's spine. Su Chen, are you some kind of succubus? After Su Chen left, Yu Qingling finally exhaled in relief. She resolved that, come what may, she would cultivate the best possible relationship with Su Chen. Stepping out of the hospital, Lin Tian asked Su Chen if he wanted to accompany him to Longdu for some fun tomorrow. After the Bai family's demotion, the Sky City project was handed over to the Zheng family. Given the Bai family's fate, the surviving aristocratic clans obediently complied, allowing most core management departments to fall into the Lin family's hands. The originally planned 35-year construction period was slashed by a full decade. This news delighted Lin Xuanfei, who knew the inside story. He immediately summoned Lin Outyan back to Longdu to receive rewards and praise at the family meeting. Facing Lin Tian's invitation, Su Chen politely declined. Su Chen, I'm planning to buy a house these days. A house? Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chen, if you ask me, hold off a few more years. The project starts tomorrow. Just open your mouth then, and I'll gift you any development I want. The real estate project Lin Tian mentioned was, of course, the sky-high city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Su Chen, we'll discuss your development later. First, I plan to find my father a place to live in Songjiang. He's endured a lifetime of hardship. It's time he enjoyed some comfort. Su Chen even considered accumulating more military merits over the next few years to secure his father a noble title, a mere honorary title, but one that would allow him to establish roots in Songjiang City. Back at the dorm, since it was a long-awaited weekend off, Su Chen heard Wang Fugui boasting loudly before even entering the room. Listen up, brothers. The Sky City project is Dragon Nation's first large-scale artificial aerial urban district 10 times the size of Zhongning District. The business opportunities here are huge. Let me tell you, Songjiang is just a pilot project. Once Songjiang is done, Longdu will be next. Wow, whoever gets even a tiny piece of this project will be set for life. Cut the bull. Su Chen cut off Wang Fugui's grandstanding the moment he walked in. Ever since the Sky City project was announced, Wang Fugui had been inexplicably hyped. Su Chen, Fugui, what about the stuff I asked you to sell for me? Oh my. Brother Chen. Wang Fugui, Brother Chen, you know I never mess up a task you give me. To raise the down payment for his house, Su Chen had entrusted Wang Fugui with selling a Thunder Jade Extreme herb he'd obtained in the secret realm. Sadly, even high-grade treasures like this could only cover the down payment for a decent apartment in Songjiang's magical real estate market. Wang Fugui, Brother Chen, it's 50 million total. I'll transfer it to you by month's end. Su Chen knew Wang Fugui's father was a well-known businessman in the Southeast District, head of the Dalong Group. Growing up in that environment, Wang Fugui had learned the ropes of business early on. Moreover, Wang Fugui was a distant relative of the Wang family of Songjiang. Rounding up a few generations, he could barely be considered a local big shot. Entrusting this task to him was therefore a perfect fit. After Bai Mu's death, Su Chen, Xu Xian, and others became the core of Kangwu Academy. Many students from humble backgrounds and minor noble families liked to hang out in their dorm, having fun. After handling Su Chen's affairs, Wang Fugui pursed his lips, his eyes darting about. Suddenly looking deep in thought, he tugged Su Chen into the corridor, as if needing to share a secret. Finding a secluded spot, Wang Fugui made a pleading gesture, narrowing his eyes as he asked Su Chen. Brother Chen, could you do me a favor? Chapter 113, The Wang Family's Change of Heart. Help? You're being way too formal. Aren't we still sworn brothers? This time, Su Chen had entrusted Wang Fugui to sell his goods, and Wang Fugui had flatly refused even the commission fee. That alone had already made Su Chen feel quite awkward. Now that Wang Fugui needs help, he's being so coy about it, it's downright insulting to me. Su Chen. Su Chen, spit it out. Your business is my business. Got it, bro. Wang Fugui rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat embarrassed. Brother Chen, my dad is coming to Songjiang tomorrow and will take me to the Wang family's bidding presentation. I was hoping you could accompany me. Come along? No problem. Why are you being so coy about such a trivial matter? Sigh. After hearing Su Chen's complaint, Wang Fugui could only sheepishly explain his true feelings. Honestly, Chen, I don't want to join the army. Oh? Su Chen finally understood why Wang Fugui had been so secretive. If Wang Yu had overheard that earlier, Wang Fugui would have been beaten to a bloody pulp tonight. Wang Fugui, you see, for us merchants, our top priority is to serve the city garrison troops and the Imperial Army stationed at various bases. That's why my dad sent me to military school, so I can become a battalion or brigade commander someday and pull strings for the family. What can I do? I'm the most gifted among my siblings. But I really don't want to be a soldier. After graduation, I just want to do business. I'm determined to lead our family into Songjiang and carve out my own foothold in this metropolis. Wang Fugui's dream was to be a boss. Just talking about dominating the business world filled him with a passion rarely seen in his everyday life. Su Chen, alright, no need to say more. I get it, bro. Su Chen was no fool either, he understood Wang Fugui's intentions. Ultimately, the Wang family sought a powerful patron within the military. Now, Su Chen and Wang Fugui were sworn brothers for life, and Su Chen was destined to serve in the imperial army. After all, Tanya had said that as soon as Su Chen graduated, she would bring him along to join the empire's most elite unit, the 17th Mobile Army. Thus, Wang Fugui had set his sights on Su Chen, hoping to showcase his brother's boundless future to his father. This would allow him to return his small business shark to the ocean of money sooner. After all, once Su Chen became a high-ranking officer, looking out for the Wang family would be as easy as saying a word. I promise you. Su Chen was now an 8th-level martial master, his strength overwhelming Wang Fugui, who was only an 8th-level martial artist. Everyone knew Su Chen was destined for a star-studded military career in the Imperial Army, so he had no reason to refuse his brother's request to help him make a name for himself. Su Chen, so, this bidding event of yours, does it include meals? Brother Chen, we've got all the delicacies you could want. Alright. Su Chen, then tomorrow I'll bring Chu Xian to feast at your Wang family banquet. The next day, afternoon. The Wang family's bidding event was a dinner banquet held at the Songjiang Jinhua Hotel, one of the Wang family's assets. Prior to this, upon hearing that Wang Fugui's savior was coming, Wang Fugui's father, in a gesture of utmost sincerity, had already reserved a luxurious restaurant next to the hotel, one whose sign alone hinted at its high price tag to host Su Chen and Chu Xian. Though the Wang Fugui family was a collateral branch of the Wang clan, their stronghold was merely a small county town in Huizhou province. Yet through decades of hard work, the Wang family had established a foothold in Luoyang County. Now, with the Sky City project underway, even Songjiang was desperately short-staffed. Thus, the elite gathered in droves. Wang Fugui's father, Wang Duo, also rushed in with his capital, anxious not to miss out on a slice of the hot pie. For years, Wang Duo had maintained stable cooperation with the Songjiang Wang family. Drawing on his extensive experience and connections in Songjiang, he was confident he could secure a slice of the Sky City pie. He held genuine admiration for Su Chen, this rising star. Such a young 8th-rank martial artist could carve out a place for himself even in the dragon capital. Glancing at his own good-for-nothing son, he had to admit the unbridgeable chasm between S-rank and peak S-rank. As night fell, Wang Duo and his party entered the Wang family's grand gathering with their invitation. Tonight, Wang Duo was tasked with attending the formal proceedings up front, while Su Chen and the others feasted at the buffet area in the back. However, an hour and a half later, Wang Fugui received a message from his father, finish dinner and hurry back to school. Don't wait for me tonight. Hanging up, Wang Fugui knew immediately that his father's project must have hit a snag. But with his classmates present, Wang Fugui couldn't just abandon them. Finally, Wang Fugui tucked his phone away and soon led Su Chen and the others back to campus. Meanwhile, Wang Duo's expression was grim. The press conference was drawing to a close, yet there was no mention of his Dalong group in the entire engineering project. Wang Duo knew he'd been played. For years, Wang Duo had worked alongside Wang Xing, the younger cousin of the Wang family patriarch. Technically speaking, Wang Xing was Wang Duo's second elder brother. However, the gap in their social standing was simply too vast. Consequently, Wang Duo never dared to address him as such, always referring to him as Mr. Wang whenever they met. To secure eligibility for the Sky City project, Wang Duo had invested nearly half his fortune in gifts for Wang Xing, including a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Now, Wang Xing had taken the money without delivering results, effectively wiping out the bulk of Wang Duo's hard-earned fortune. Worse still, to secure the project, Wang Duo had already taken out bank loans. Failure to join the venture would inevitably lead to a broken capital chain and bankruptcy. Gritting his teeth at this thought, Wang Duo knocked on Wang Xing's door. For years, though the Wang family ranked last among the 4 great noble houses, they had maintained their standing amidst the turbulent currents of Songjiang's elite families by adhering to the principle of integrity. Therefore, Wang Duo firmly believed that Wang Xing's betrayal stemmed solely from his own moral failings, not the downfall of the entire Wang family. If that was the case, there might still be room for negotiation. Hey, Wang Xing, what brings you here? I've got a meeting tonight and no time for you. Get lost. As the automatic door opened to reveal Wang Duo, his face etched with utter misery, Wang Xing couldn't help but shoot him a look of utter contempt. Now that the Wang family had risen to become the second most powerful noble house after the Zhangs, they naturally looked down on these powerless, impoverished relatives. Hearing Wang Xing deny him even the most basic respect, Wang Duo immediately felt his temper flare. But for the sake of the group and his own family, Wang Duo forced himself to swallow his anger. Wang Duo, Mr. Wang, weren't you quite different on the phone yesterday? And regarding the loan, I only took it out because you advised me to. Yeah, but without the Wang family's connections, how could Songjiang Bank possibly have given Wang Duo such a large loan? Hold on. Wang Duo, you and the bank set me up, didn't you? In the end, Wang Duo couldn't hold back and got into a huge argument with Wang Xing. Finally, Wang Duo grabbed a chair and placed it across the doorway, declaring, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, Wang Xing, I won't let you leave. I don't believe the Wang family would dare kill me in broad daylight. Chapter 114, You Old Six. Walking through the neon-lit streets of Songjiang, Wang Fugui no longer wore his usual carefree grin. Seeing his worried best friend, Chen thought about having Lin Tian find some good projects for Wang Fugui's father to sign once he returned. There was no need to put up with the Wang family's nonsense or eat their leftovers. During dinner, Chen had already grown intensely disgusted with the Wang family's nouveau riche antics.
Chen, these jerks are only stuffed to the gills now because I took down the Bai family. Fortunately, Chu Xian also came from a prominent family in Longdu, sparing Chen and Wang Fugui from much of the disdainful glances. But just as Chen and the others leaned against a bridge, sipping cold drinks and admiring the scenery, a hovercar screeched to a halt right before them. The moment it came to a halt, a group of martial masters leaped out.
Chen, these bastard nobles, is kidnapping by car the only thing they can think of?
I'll get my license in a couple days, then buy a big rig and run you bastards over. Facing the encirclement of the martial sovereigns, Chen might not have the power to wipe them all out, but he was confident he could escape.
But leaving Wang Fugui and Chu Xian behind? That would be downright unbrotherly. Chu Xian shared Chen's resolve.
Though the Wang family's private guards clearly had no intention of harming a Longdu aristocrat like him, Chu Xian remained steadfast in his refusal to abandon Chen and the others. To avoid further delay, Chu Xian was also pulled into the car. Wang Fugui, bro Xian, you really didn't need to come along. You'd be more valuable out there calling for backup.
Chen, Chu Xian, holy, why didn't you say that earlier?
Later, Chen and his companions were escorted by the Wang family to an abandoned resort in the outskirts. The moment they stepped off the vehicle, the three were ruthlessly shoved into a water cell. That night, Wang's men continuously delivered more unlucky souls like Wang Fugui to the small courtyard. Some were dragged straight from their beds while still asleep. Before long, the water dungeon held dozens of prisoners. As the number of victims grew, Chen learned. Ever since the Wang family rose to prominence, they had been using the Sky City project as a front to engage in fraudulent bidding, reckless fundraising, and large-scale Ponzi schemes, essentially a massive investment scam. The victims were small and medium-sized business owners who had established some form of cooperative relationship with the Wang family. Chen understood that the Sky City project's primary capital came from Longdu, with technical support from the United States leaving no room for minor players to get involved. Yet the deception born of information asymmetry had led a group of local merchants like Wang Duo to rush headlong into disaster, losing their entire fortunes. Now, the Wang family had taken things even further. Under the guise of a bidding conference, they confined these elite provincial business owners and directors within the Wang family's hotel. Using their families and relatives as leverage, they forced them to sign exploitative contracts, compelling them to surrender their entire life savings to the Wang family. Chen couldn't believe it. Just 2 weeks ago, the Wang family had been harmless and inconspicuous. Now, fueled by the shifting power dynamics in Songjiang, they had transformed into a bloodthirsty capitalist monster. Soon, the victims' family members were dragged out one by one by the Wang family's private guards to be tortured and executed. The hall echoed with cries of agony, reminiscent of the telemarketing scams Chen had witnessed in his previous life. Of the three captives, Chen, the one from humble origins, would inevitably be tortured first. Unfortunately for him, the Wang family's servants had chosen electrocution as the method of torture. When Chen was dragged out of the water dungeon, Wang Fugui was a mess of tears and snot. Brother Chen. I'm so sorry. Poof. Chen, mind your own business, Fugui. As if you won't be getting beaten yourself in a moment. With that, Chen was bound and shoved into the elevator with a look of utter indifference. Meanwhile, Chu Xian remained calm in the filthy water, searching for a way to escape. Wang Fugui, brother Xian, have you figured out a way yet? Chu Xian, hold on a bit longer. No way. Wang Fugui was nearly frantic. Bro Xian, see that big club up ahead? That's gonna be used to beat me up later, and it's a martial master's weapon. I don't want my legs broken. Chu Xian, but I'm a perception type. I need to gauge the combat strength in this courtyard before I can act. Wang Fugui, oh, so do we stand a chance? For now, no. Chu Xian, because I've sensed a presence far more terrifying than these martial sovereigns. Better brace yourself for a broken leg. Meanwhile, Chen was zapped repeatedly by the high-powered generator. Anyone else would have lost control long ago. But Chen just shot a resentful glance at the system. After all this time, not even the lightning evolution has activated. Could your Wang family be any more useless? Your Wang family is utterly useless. Other clans use spiritual energy for power to enhance their cultivation environment. But you Wang family still rely on industrial electricity? You trashy nouveau riche. Ah! Hearing this military academy brat insult the Wang family like that, a martial sovereign immediately flew into a rage. You little brat! Think lightning doesn't fear electricity? Fine, try this. With that, a Wang family private guard lifted a cauldron of boiling oil, ready to pour it over Chen. But Chen activated his thunder-hardened body technique, instantly isolating the scalding oil attack outside his body. After that, the Wang family guards racked their brains for more cruel ideas like cutting off fingers, pouring chili water into eyes, or driving steel nails into fingernail crevices.
Yet every vicious torture was neutralized by Su Chen's divine thunder silver lightning and thunder-forged physique. Eventually, even the group of martial sovereigns grew weary of it. Is this kid even a martial master? That physique would easily rival a martial saint. Facing the Wang family's private soldiers, Su Chen was far from without a chance of victory. Within the entire resort, there were only 6 martial sovereigns, 3 in the execution chamber and 3 outside. As for the remaining martial masters, Su Chen held them in utter contempt. Thus, Su Chen bided his time. He was confident that if just one more martial sovereign left the room, he could instantly eliminate the other 2 and then take down the remaining ones one by one. Wang family private soldiers, damn it, this kid's got something unnatural about him. Let's pick on the soft targets first. With that, the Wang family guards ceased their futile efforts against Su Chen. Soon after, a martial arts master brought in a girl who looked like she was still in elementary school. Noble private soldiers were often fugitives worse than beasts, showing no mercy to the innocent. The moment the girl entered the room, her hands were bound behind her back and she was roughly thrown to the floor. It seemed the Wang family guards intended to pour boiling water over the child before scrubbing her with an iron brush. Meanwhile, a martial master had already pulled out his phone, ready to film, waiting only for the water to boil. Beasts! Su Chen could no longer tolerate this scum. He instantly broke free from his shackles and unleashed his Thunder Finger, infused with the destructive power of the Dragon Thunder, at the martial sovereign holding the phone. The relentless corrosive effect of the Destruction Dragon Thunder instantly engulfed the martial master's head. He couldn't break free, doomed to slowly watch his spiritual energy drain away until the thunder completely crushed his skull. The combat strength of a 4th-tier martial sovereign vanished in an instant. However, the Destruction Dragon Thunder was, after all, a high-tier skill. Su Chen now faced a cooldown period. Elder, when will you finally show yourself? As Su Chen eliminated the martial sovereign, he bellowed into the void, summoning the hidden powerhouse who had been holding back. Thanks to the system, Su Chen had long detected a martial general-level powerhouse lurking nearby. Moments later, the sound of space tearing echoed as Li Xin burst forth from the void. Ha ha! Young brother Su Chen! If I'd intervened earlier, would you still care about the favor owed to my family in the future? Su Chen, you old rascal! Cut the chatter! Chapter 115, Old Deng opens the door. With a martial general intervening, the battle held no suspense. A dozen or so Wang family guards immediately laid down their weapons, all kneeling in a row on the open ground outside the house. But Li Xin had no intention of sparing them. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the heads of all the men were instantly severed from their bodies. Their lifeless forms then mysteriously fell into a perfectly aligned rectangular formation. This battle technique manipulating space to execute decapitations was truly terrifying. Gazing at the pile of corpses, Su Chen felt his respect for the martial path deepen further. Growing stronger faster became Su Chen's immediate resolve. Meanwhile, at the Wang family hotel, Wang Duo and the others like lambs led to slaughter were held captive by the Wang family's private soldiers in the 74th floor lobby. With a bruised and battered face, Wang Duo had completely lost faith in the Wang family. Seeing the other victims like himself, he knew the Wang family was utterly rotten to the core. Today's deception wasn't just Wang Xing targeting him personally, it was the entire Wang family meticulously orchestrating a slaughterhouse scheme against them, the Southeast merchants. In that moment, Wang Duo desperately wished he wasn't part of the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Duo was still unaware that his son had been captured. After all, how could the victims' families willingly hand over money before the victims were beaten to a pulp? But moments later, Wang Xing burst in frantically and ordered his men to release the group of small business owners. Wang Xing looked utterly disheveled, clearly having been roused from sleep. Wang Duo remained unaware that Wang Xing's anxiety stemmed from the complete annihilation of the Wang family's 20 private soldiers. This mysterious force, capable of effortlessly annihilating private guards, left the Wang family hesitant to act. To minimize repercussions and potential risks, they had no choice but to release these easy targets. At this point, the Wang family still hadn't grasped just how terrifying it was to cross merchants from the southeast. At the resort, Li Xian drove the Wang family's hovercar, transporting Su Chen and the others back to school. Since it was the weekend, the 3 were permitted to stay out overnight. After disembarking, Su Chen bowed respectfully to Li Xian, acknowledging the favor done by the Yu family today. Li Xian waved it off, insincerely remarking it was merely a small gesture. Afterward, Su Chen and the others booked a hotel room near Wuhan University to rest properly. After showering, changing clothes, and lying on the hotel bed, Su Chen began reflecting on the events of the previous night. After a long while, Su Chen exclaimed, "These days, not having money really is impossible. Holy!" On the other end, Wang Fugue, still ordering takeout, was completely thrown off guard by Su Chen's outburst. "Bro, you're just now figuring that out? Sorry, I used to be just a lowly electrician. I always thought having enough to get by was all that mattered. Who knew that once money becomes capital, it instantly such terrifying power, more terrifying even than spiritual energy. The Wang family is clearly just a nouveau riche clown, yet through the backing of multiple capital interests, they've become a privileged class that can flout the law. Facing Wang Fugui's rant, Su Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. It was Wang Fugui's father, Wang Duo. Seeing his unlucky son was neither missing an arm nor a leg, Wang Duo's heart sank into relief. Stepping into the rather upscale hotel suite, Wang Duo wasted no time, simply choosing any available room to crash for the night. Before long, the sound of snoring drifted from the room. Wang Duo was quite the character. Faced with an impending avalanche of business troubles, his choice was to sleep it off first, then deal with each blow one by one upon waking. This kind of boldness was truly far superior to those who sighed constantly and were easily defeated. Seeing his father's face clearly bruised, Wang Fugui remained silent but was visibly distressed inside. At this moment, both Su Chen and Chu Xian offered to assist him to the best of their abilities, but Wang Fugui declined both offers. Youngsters don't meddle in elders' affairs, Wang Fugui explained. Soon after, Su Chen's phone rang. The caller was none other than Lin Tian. On the other end, Lin Tian lay lazily in his room within the sprawling Lin family estate, while attendants tended to Lin Outyan, who had collapsed from a sudden surge of anger. Last night at the Lin family banquet, Lin Chuanfei had been in a particularly spirited mood. Not only had he lavishly praised Lin Tian's intellect, but he had also loudly proclaimed that he had long recognized his youngest son as a genius. Afterward, he had even indulged in a rare bout of heavy drinking, clearly reveling in genuine joy. This scene shattered what little pride Lin Outyan had left. Overcome by rage and frustration, he collapsed, spitting blood. Yet Lin Outyan's collapse stirred not a ripple. In the end, Su Si simply dragged him back to his room under cover of night. Not a single soul paid him any mind. Kill! Kill Su Chen! God! Blind God! Kill Su Chen! Lin Outyan's frantic yelling suddenly erupted, disturbing the peace inside the room. Su Chen, what the hell is that noise over there? Lin Tian, nothing. Just pretend it's a dog barking. Hey, you! Hurry up and feed him the gag potion again. Can't you see the effects have worn off? Master, I say we should just cut out his tongue. Su Si muttered to himself while administering the medicine. Su Chen knew Lin Tian seeking him out this early must mean something big. And from Lin Tian's tone, it wasn't hard to tell this was actually good news. Lin Tian and brother Chen, Lin Chuanfei got carried away yesterday and decided to hand over 20% of Sky City's project shares for me to manage. So I was wondering, should we include you in the company shares too? How much? 20% of Sky City's market share? The Lin family really has no sense of humanity. Su Chen knew that the Wang family had already grown arrogant with just a 10% stake, looking down on everyone in Songjiang. But with 20%, the leverage this project could unlock would likely exceed hundreds of billions. Su Chen, what a pity. I'm no businessman. Handing this money tree over to me would be a complete waste. But you know, I happen to have the perfect candidate in mind. Lin Tian, I'm good with anyone you choose, brother Chen. Unlike Su Chen, Lin Tian didn't place much value on ephemeral wealth like Sky City. The so-called multi-hundred billion yuan project held little value for him beyond making brother Chen happy. After hanging up, Wang Fugui was already bursting with questions, his face full of question marks. Wang Fugui, brother Chen, who were you talking to? You kept mentioning hundreds of billions here and there. When did you start grinding in an online game studio behind our backs? Seeing Wang Fugui's clueless expression, Su Chen suddenly felt a twinge of doubt about his business acumen. But after a moment's thought, he beckoned Wang Fugui over and explained the details of the call. Once the truth was revealed, both Chu Xian and Wang Fugui wore expressions of utter disbelief. Wang Fugui, brother Chen, when did you hook up with Lin Outyan while we were unconscious? Are you a succubus or something? Oh my god. If you just said you had connections with the Lin family earlier, who would have cared about the Wang family's scraps? Sure enough, his sharp business instincts made Wang Fugui completely disregard the utterly illogical friendship between Su Chen and Lin Tian. After that, Wang Fugui just kept banging on the door, waking up Wang Duo. Old man! Open the door! The god of wealth is pounding on my head. You little brat! I'm in a bad mood right now. Don't push me to slap you, silly. Chapter 116, The Masses Group. Only after Wang Duo unleashed his full fury did Su Chen truly grasp what it meant to be a businessman. Ever since Su Chen handed this terrifying business opportunity to Wang Duo, the latter had demonstrated the qualities of a successful entrepreneur. He immediately extended his stay at the current suite for another month, then spent the entire morning making calls. Drawing solely on past experience, he gradually turned the business plan, still just blueprints, into tangible reality. Meanwhile, Dalong Group's staff made multiple trips back and forth, transforming the apartment into a makeshift office. Wang Fugui sat on a small stool all morning drafting proposals and reports with remarkable professionalism. Brothers in arms, father and son in battle. The moment opportunity knocked, the father-son duo, working tirelessly day and night, unleashed terrifying levels of execution and creativity. By noon, Su Chen couldn't help but vent to Wang Fugui. Fugui, you really aren't cut out for military service. If you were in the military, I bet you'd manage to resell every tank, piece of armor, and drop of fuel in the entire unit. Wang Fugue, thanks for the compliment. Who the hell complimented you? Meanwhile, Xu Xian, having finished his cultivation, looked upon the vibrant scene before him with deep satisfaction. He hadn't expected Su Chen to handle things far better than he'd imagined. Not only had he resolved the conflict with Lin Outyen, but he'd even forged a deeper friendship with him. Not long after, a mysterious conglomerate called the Masses Group suddenly forced its way into the Sky City project. For the Wang family, this conglomerate was their natural nemesis. Many of its subsidiaries and partners had been victims of the Wang family's previous Ponzi scheme. Not only did the Wanzhong Group rescue these small enterprises on the brink of bankruptcy and liquidation, but it also infused them with mysterious capital from Longdu, revitalizing them rapidly. Simultaneously, Wanzhong Group secured a partnership with the American Burr Foster Consortium, thereby obtaining the project's most critical technical support. This development left the Wang family with no viable means to suppress the group. The once scattered small business owners of Southeast China instantly rallied under the Wanzhong Group banner, united by a fervent conviction to bring down the Wang family. This sudden emergence of the Wanzhong Group was, of course, the meticulously planned creation of Wang Duo over the past few days. The mystery surrounding Wanzhong Group stemmed from its true owner, Lin Outyen. Wang Duo served as its general manager and one of its shareholders. Similarly, Su Chen was also a shareholder of the company, holding 12.5% of the shares. After Wanzhong Group entered this capital game, scandals like the Wang family's pig butchering scheme and negative news about kidnapping, abuse, and fundraising surged like a tidal wave across Songjiang's public opinion arena. Even with frantic public relations efforts, the Wang family struggled to contain the backlash. Had the Zhang family not intervened at the last moment with direct news censorship, the Wang family would likely have faced a mass exodus of capital. Only then did Wang Xing finally realize who had killed his 20-odd private soldiers. Damn it, Wanzhong Group, huh? I'll never forgive you. Faced with the Wanzhong Group's relentless and precise assault, the Wang family felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The only weapon the Wang family possessed to counter Wanzhong Group was to band together with other Songjiang aristocratic families for mutual support. With the Bai family's tragedy still fresh in their minds, the Wang family was confident that this time, the Songjiang aristocracy would forge an unbreakable alliance. Sure enough, the mighty Zhang family was the first to respond, forcing back any minor nobles or small companies tempted to defect. Moreover, the Bai family required the support of both the Wang and Zhang families to function normally, making it impossible for them to break ranks. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Yu family, known for their devious schemes and recently wounded, unexpectedly broke ranks. They aggressively forged a partnership with the Wanzhong Group. A new betrayal had emerged. Thus, the recently stabilized situation in Songjiang began to simmer with hidden currents once more. Fortunately, the Lin family intervened promptly, defusing the tense standoff between factions and convening a joint conference to firmly establish the future cooperative framework. October 17th, morning. At the Songjiang Sky Hotel, a grand business conference commenced with the backing of the Lin family. Thus, the ever-elusive Wanzhong Group was finally set to reveal itself. Since all shareholders of the Wanzhong Group were kept under strict confidentiality, the Wang family's investigations only uncovered the name of its general manager, Wang Duo. Even moments before the meeting began, Wang Xing refused to believe that this Wang Duo was the same person he knew. But when the Wanzhong Group's luxurious hovercar pulled up and Wang Duo stepped out with an air of confidence, Wang Xing had no choice but to accept the reality before him. Just weeks ago, that pathetic loser who groveled before me was now preparing to lord it over me. At that moment, Wang Xing's expression darkened to its deepest shade. But to save face, he still chose to step forward to greet Wang Duo. Wang Xing, hey, isn't this my good little brother? Haven't seen you in a few days, gotten yourself taken in by some Longdu noble to be their lapdog? You're one lucky bastard. But listen, you little punk, let me tell you straight on your own, you'll never stand a chance against the Wang family. Wang Xing's words weren't just hostile, they were outright insults. But Wang Duo, who had long since found new life in his old age, paid no heed to Wang Xing's threats. Haha, second brother, why speak like strangers when we're family? Besides, what good would it do me to bring down the Wang family? With that, Wang Duo walked away with a flourish. Though Wang Duo's words had been warm and free of profanity, to Wang Xing they sounded like the most vicious curse. Though Wang Duo was a distant relative of the Wang family, he belonged to a collateral branch that could participate in elders' meetings. Therefore, eliminating the Wang Nan Wang Xing lineage would make Wang Duo the new head of the Wang family. This was precisely why Wang Xing had silently prayed moments earlier that the person stepping out of the car would not be Wang Duo from the main branch. A conflict between Wang Duo and Wang Xing would be seen as an internal Wang family feud. If Wang Xing's position weakened, other clans would have a reason to stand by and watch. The brutal deaths of Bai Mu and Bai Huatong were still vivid in his mind. Watching Wang Duo's retreating figure, a murderous intent surged within Wang Xing's eyes. Wang Xing, I intended to spare you today for the Lin family's sake. But if I don't kill you now, it will be my own corpse lying in the streets tomorrow. In another corner, Yu Qingling sat in her hovercar, her gaze coldly fixed on Wang Xing. Thanks to the Yu family's connections with the government, their intelligence capabilities were the strongest among all the families. Unlike the Wang family, the Yu family swiftly uncovered Wang Duo's true identity and the connection between Wang Fugue and Su Chen. Combined with Yu Qingling's knowledge of the information gap between Lin Tian and Su Chen that they were close confidants, they swiftly deduced that the Lin family's capital was the driving force behind the Wan Zhong group. Without hesitation, Yu Qingling went all in, convincing Yu Mingyang to stake everything on Su Chen. Inside the hovercar, Yu Qingling addressed Wang Xing coldly, "Arrogance invites disaster." What destroyed the Bai family was never some so-called aristocratic pact, but whether the head of the household had grown so arrogant he lost all sense of boundaries. Chapter 117, The Martial Commander's Fatal Duel. Since the Lin family hosted the meeting, the proceedings went smoothly overall. During the meeting, based on information the Lin family had meticulously compiled beforehand, they finalized the project collaboration for Phase 1. The outcome undoubtedly enraged Wang Xing. Wang Zhong Group had directly secured a core project strikingly similar to his own. Wang Xing knew Wang Duo's capabilities all too well. He dared not imagine how terrifying this underachiever would become if given a chance to turn things around. But under the Lin family's formidable influence, the Wang family dared not voice any objections publicly. As the outside world had long speculated, capital from Longdu beyond the Lin family had also entered the Sky City infrastructure project. Moreover, this capital was most likely invited by the Lin family themselves. The purpose? Naturally, to deepen the project's Longdu backing. The Wang family should have welcomed Longdu capital with open arms. After all, harmony brings prosperity. But if Wang Duo was the representative of this capital, then no one would be able to rest easy. As the meeting drew to a close, Wang Xing received a reply from his subordinate confirming everything was in order. Putting down his phone, Wang Xing's face betrayed an almost imperceptible smirk. "Wang Duo, you're dead meat this time." In this world of spiritual energy was the foundation of everything. Therefore, the measure of a family's strength lies in how many cultivators they can support. To become a top-tier noble in Songjiang, the sole criterion was whether one could support a martial general. Once, Wang Duo's Longda group held sway over Huizhou province, dominating the local economy to the extent that the tax revenue of an entire prefecture depended on him. Yet even so, Wang Duo couldn't afford to maintain a single martial general. Among Songjiang's 4 great families, the martial generals they maintained were broadly categorized into 2 types: family martial generals and mercenary martial generals. Family generals were elite warriors cultivated within the clan itself, while retainer generals were high-ranking officers poached by nobles from the imperial army, city garrisons, or rival clans through lavish bribes. Generally, family commanders possessed superior combat prowess and the highest loyalty, never betraying their clan even unto death. Subordinate commanders, however, were far more flexible. Should their patrons' rewards prove insufficient or their family's power wane, switching allegiances became commonplace. Within Songjiang, Zhang Song commanded the largest contingent of military commanders, 15 in total. Of these 15, 11 were nominally part of the city garrison, while the remaining 4 were family commanders. This is precisely why Zhang Song maintains absolute loyalty to the emperor. For if he dared rebel, a single word from the dragon capital would see those 11 commanders annihilate his entire family. Of course, as long as matters did not involve core national interests, these 11 generals remained fiercely loyal to the Zhang family. Especially in conflicts against other clans, these generals would truly step up when needed. Next was the Bai family of yesteryear, which commanded 10 military commanders, 5 family commanders and 5 unit commanders. However, with the Bai family's decline, 4 of the subordinate military commanders had already left the Bai family to seek other opportunities, with 2 of them even defecting to the Wang family. Counting the deceased Bai Huatong, the Bai family now has only 5 military commanders left. The Yu family fares slightly better, maintaining 8 commanders. Now, the Wang family commands 12 military commanders, of force twice as large as before. This explains why the Wang family resorted to such shameless schemes. Maintaining military commanders is an exorbitant expense. Those spirit stones, more precious than gold, were being spent by the month. It's worth noting that the Lin family has long represented Longdu in overseeing Songjiang. Consequently, their high-level combat deployment in Songjiang stands at 2 martial saints and 22 martial generals. Should the situation become critical, Longdu would dispatch the even more formidable martial pillars. This is precisely why other clans hold the Lin family in such dread. Of course, the Lin family's purpose in Songjiang is to bolster the imperial economy. For this reason, they won't exterminate the 4 great families outright. Today, to ambush Wang Duo's hovercar and eliminate him, Wang Xing deployed 2 martial generals. Such an operation could only be described as extravagant saturation fire. At the edge of the Songjiang elevated highway, 2 Wang family wuxuai stood expressionless on the sidewalk, silently awaiting their target. Unlike the flashy, building-demolishing showdowns between martial lords and martial masters, martial generals who grasped the spatial laws could often end a fight in the blink of an eye. Both of these newly recruited Wang family generals were fresh recruits. One went by the codename Windblade, the other Fire Falcon. Their names alone hinted at their respective abilities. Ah, he's coming. Stand by. According to the tracking data, Wang Duo would cross the bridge in 2 minutes. At that very moment, the elevated floating roadway encountered a traffic jam, forcing Wang Duo and his group to sit in their vehicle and wait impatiently. Inside the hovercar were Wang Duo, his driver secretary, Tanya, and Su Chen. Yes, Tanya had also been persuaded by Su Chen to invest in the Wan Zhong group. As a shareholder, Su Chen simply couldn't pass up the Tang family's juicy capital. I never imagined my Su Chen could actually secure such a distinguished guest as you. To collaborate with the Tang family, this is something I, Wang Duo, never even dreamed of. Inside the hovercar, Wang Duo shed his earlier swagger, his expression now utterly fawning. Tanya was long accustomed to such fawning small-time bosses. Her presence today was solely for Su Chen's sake. Facing Wang Duo's blatant request for deeper cooperation, Tanya merely waved him off dismissively. Mr. Wang, there's no need to be so formal. The investment I brought today is nearly some spare change I'm too lazy to manage. The only reason I'm putting my money in today is because of this smooth-talking guy. With that, Tanya pinched Su Chen twice. If you dare leave me after graduation, I'll make sure you're permanently sterilized. Su Chen, oh? Sis, do you just love showing off in front of me? Ha! Wang Duo kept grinning apologetically. Wang Duo, of course. My little brother here is the most promising. Su Chen, oh? Bro, are we that close? If I recall correctly, this is only the second time we've met. Besides, since when did I become an elder to Wang Fugue? To strengthen ties with the Tang family, Su Chen was now portrayed by Wang Duo as being his closest family. Especially now, the look in Wang Duo's eyes as he gazed at Su Chen screamed, "You've been through so much for the company, bro. I'll make you some goji berry tea when I get back." Amidst this relaxed atmosphere, Wang Duo had no idea that hundreds of meters away, a battle of titans was already raging. Trapped in traffic, Wang Duo had become a sitting duck for the Wang family's martial commander. The moment Wang Duo entered the range of the spatial attack, Fire Falcon, one of the Wang family's martial generals, gathered his strength, ready to sever Wang Duo's head. But before he could strike, a blade materialized out of thin air, nearly slicing off Huoxiao's right arm. Then, Lu Ying, the martial commander dispatched by the Lin family to the Wanzhong group, materialized in the void. He swiftly pulled both Wang family members to a high altitude where they wouldn't endanger innocents. As a metal attribute warrior, Lu Ying favored corrosive attacks and sword rain as his signature moves. Wielded against ordinary people, such skills would unleash terrifying devastation. Fire Falcon, trouble. This man's cultivation far surpasses ours. Wind Blade, finish him quickly. We're going in. Chapter 118, Ceasefire. Attack? Who's going? Whoever goes is as good as dead. Unlike the hot-headed Wind Blade, Fire Falcon was already a seasoned veteran. Ever since being forced into the sky by Lu Ying's aura, Huoxiao knew this man's strength far surpassed his own. Even if they combined their attacks, they could only barely drive the enemy back and at a significant cost. My precious cultivation isn't meant to be wasted here. I still plan to break through to Martial Saint. Fire Falcon, you fool. This will buy me time to escape. Since this was a clash between martial generals, spatial laws held no sway. They were forced back into brutal, fist-to-fist combat. Whoosh! Lu Ying unleashed a torrent of swords toward Fengren and Fire Falcon. Fengren channeled his full strength into his weapon, conjuring a wind barrier to block this probing strike. Meanwhile, Fire Falcon unleashed a crimson lotus sea of fire, sealing off Wind Blade's retreat. Wind Blade, you old bastard! You dare to flee! Ha! Mid-air, Fire Falcon used flames as propulsion to dive at high speed, crashing toward the ground. Seeing the Fire Falcon flee, Lu Ying halted his attack. Fengren understood it seemed his opponent intended to spare him. The reason for sparing Fengjian was that the Wanzhong group still needed someone to deliver their message to the Wang family. Of course, delivering a message required only one person. Just as the Fire Falcon reached what he believed to be a safe distance, a Tang family warrior who had been waiting for him long ago raised his ice blue longsword. My code name is Cold 9. With that, the beautiful martial commander swung her blade, severing Fire Falcon's head. Cold 9's power was even more terrifying than Lu Ying's. She stood at the pinnacle of Tang family martial commanders, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. Though Tanya had stated in the car that she held no interest in the Wanzhong group, her actual investment dwarfed even that of the Lin family. Especially after hearing that Lin Tian had dispatched an 8th-tier martial master to assist Su Chen, she summoned her own clan's elite from Longdu, the peak martial general Langjiu, to bolster Su Chen's position. But having a student like Su Chen accompanied by 2 martial generals everywhere was truly useless. So Su Chen decided to send them to report to Wang Duo. Useless. Can't even handle a simple task. Damn it, where's that old bastard Fire Falcon? Hiding to avoid getting yelled at, huh? Upon Fengren's return to the Wang family, he faced Wang Xing's scolding and reproach. At this moment, no one knew the news of Fire Falcon's death. Wang Nan, meanwhile, carefully replayed Fengren's battle account in his mind. Wang Nan reasoned that even if Wang Duo possessed martial commander strength, it couldn't exceed 2 commanders. After all, the mysterious shareholder in Longdu had no reason to deploy offensive forces for Wang Duo. Thus, the advantage still lay with him. And indeed, Fengren had brought back a letter of surrender written by Wang Duo. In it, Wang Duo stated, "As a member of the Wang family's main branch, despite some misunderstandings with my elder brothers, I remain committed to fostering harmony for mutual prosperity. This weekend, the Wang family will hold its annual ancestral memorial ceremony. I am willing to pay a visit in person to resolve the misunderstanding with the Wang family." After reading Wang Duo's letter, Wang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Wang Nan, oomph. Just because you've climbed your way up to Longdu, you actually think you become a dragon? In the end, you're still nothing but a money-grubbing good for nothing. Ha! Wang Xing looked at his eldest brother, who was suddenly overcome with wild joy, utterly baffled. "Brother, what are you laughing at? Could it be you figured out a way to deal with the Wan Zhong group?" "Wang Xing, brother, what do you think about this? Are we really going to let him participate in the Wan family ceremony, which is only for blood relatives?" "Absolutely. Why shouldn't he participate?" Wang Nan's smile grew even more smug. "Only by letting him attend the ceremony will we have a chance to destroy his reputation. Then I'll see if he still has the nerve to act as Longdu's representative." "Wang Nan, doesn't this Wang Duo have a son studying at Songjiang?" "Wang Xing, yes, at Wuhan University." "Wang Nan, tell him he must bring his son to next week's ceremony. Once we have his son in our grasp, I'll see how he pulls off any more tricks." A few days later, another rare Friday arrived. Before the midterm exams began, Longyuan Wuda was organizing its first practical combat training session. The results of this hunting mission would directly impact their midterm grades and their final push for martial arts instructor certification. To prepare, Chen and the others planned to buy some outdoor gear just in case. But as soon as they stepped out of the school gates, Wang family servants came to take Wang Fugue away, claiming he was needed for the Wang family ceremony this weekend. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that the Wang family intended to use the outnumbered and outgunned Wang Fugue as a hostage. Yet, since the truce request originated from Wan Zhong's side, Wang Fugue must venture alone into danger if only to demonstrate sincerity. At that moment, Wang Fugue feigned composure, intending to face the situation alone. But Su Chen suddenly intercepted him, signaling him to remain silent. Unlike Wang Fugue, Su Chen knew all the details behind the truce with the Wang family. Su Chen understood that this negotiation held the key to crippling the Wang family in the future. If the plan succeeded, the Wang family would be unable to pose a significant threat thereafter. Therefore, this negotiation was of utmost importance to the newly formed Wanzhong. However, to ensure the talks proceeded as scheduled, Wanzhong had to demonstrate sincerity by halting all activities involving its military commander-level combat forces. Thus, on this critical Friday afternoon, only Su Chen could shoulder the responsibility of protecting Wang Fugue. Turning to Chu Xian, Su Chen said, "Chu Xian, you accompany our class beauty shopping first. I'll go with Wang Fugue. We'll stay in touch if anything comes up." Drawing on his previous experience, Chu Xian nodded solemnly in agreement. Lin Weiwei, however, gave him a playful scolding. "My family's hosting a banquet, why must you show up?" After getting into the car, Wang Fugue expressed his gratitude. "Brother Chen, you're too kind. You're always looking out for me. Cut the mushy stuff. After all, I have a stake in the company too." That evening, Su Chen and Wang Fugue were accommodated in the top-tier suite of the Wang family's luxury hotel. The room was fully equipped with every amenity imaginable: a swimming pool, gym, sauna. Such extravagant luxury temporarily easing Wang Fugue's nerves. Wang Fugue, alright, so the Wang family isn't just a torture chamber and water prison after all. With that, Wang Fugue kicked off his shoes and walked in, immediately treating the place like his own home. Wang Duo had already briefed Wang Fugue about the Wang family ceremony. Yet this sudden invitation still caught Wang Fugue completely off guard. "Wang Fugue, damn it! I didn't bring my new clothes." "Rest assured, Master Fugue. We've prepared outfits for both you and your classmate. They'll be delivered shortly." With that, the Wang family servant exited the room. Up until this point, everything had unfolded quite normally. But come evening, the eerie threat began to loom over the room. Warning! Host is under attack from a perception-based mental assault. Threat originates from a martial sovereign tier perception adept, employing violent mental pollution as the attack method. Late at night, Su Chen's system suddenly alerted him. To the system, all perception-based abilities are useless skills, and the system itself is the most powerful perception radar. Damn it! There really is a conspiracy. The so-called berserk mental corruption causes victims to lose their sanity in an instant, turning them into bloodthirsty, rabid beasts. Sure enough, the suite door burst open as a bound young woman was hurled inside. In that instant, Su Chen understood the Wang family's scheme. The Wang family intended to use the perception corruption skill to transform the harmless little chubby Wang Fugue into a bloodthirsty demon, who would then brutally murder this innocent, pitiful young girl. If successful, the Wang family would obtain dirt powerful enough to ensure Wang Duo never regained his footing. Bastards! Fortunately, I possess the Divine Chao Silver Lightning. Chapter 119, The Fall of the Thunder God. Realizing he'd been set up, Su Chen sprang from his bed and rushed into Wang Fugue's room. The light revealed Wang Fugue, eyes bloodshot and mind clouded, crouched there frantically gnawing on a roasted chicken from his spatial equipment. Ah, so this guy's first instinct was to satisfy his appetite? Just how kind-hearted are you, really? Even so, Su Chen wasted no time. With practiced ease, Su Chen activated the divine thunder of the silver lightning within Wang Fugue, calming the chaotic turmoil within his mental sea. Simultaneously, he pulled a length of rope from his spatial bracelet and bound Wang Fugue securely. Though Su Chen believed the psychic society was 10 times darker than his previous life, within Dragon Nation, a well-protected group still existed. They possessed a strong sense of justice and inherently good natures, mostly residing in major cities as elites across various industries. This group wielded immense influence within Dragon Nation. Therefore, if Wang Fugue had indeed brutally murdered the girl and the video had been leaked, the overwhelming public outcry would have crushed both him and his father. No! That bastard's psychic assault has intensified. Su Chen knew that relying solely on defense was too passive. After all, he was only a martial artist. Sooner or later, Wang Fugue would be breached by the enemy. But even if he repelled that martial sovereign, it would be difficult to stop the Wang family's other schemes. As for calling in reinforcements from the martial general, that was the worst-case scenario, not yet necessary. Better to turn the tables on them. Outside the door, the Wang family martial sovereign was sweating profusely with anxiety. He'd been channeling his energy for nearly half an hour. Why hadn't he heard any screams yet? Even if the house had good soundproofing, he should at least be able to hear something. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the Wang family servants stared intently at the room's every movement. Minutes later, the figure of Wang Fugue on the monitor suddenly erupted. Breaking free from his restraints, he delivered a single, devastating blow that sent Su Chen flying out of the room. Su Chen, struggling to resist the mental assault, appeared to have his combat effectiveness drastically reduced. Ha! Seems this brat has some resistance to psychic contamination. What a pity, such a prodigy, and today he'll meet his end here. The so-called frenzied corruption worked thus, embracing its power greatly enhanced one's combat prowess, but resisting it caused a sharp decline in strength. With this seesaw effect, everyone was convinced Su Chen would perish at Wang Fugue's hands. Don't underestimate Wang Fugue just because he's a support-type spatial ability user. After months of grueling training at the Martial Arts Academy, he'd mastered all manner of lethal combat skills. Sure enough, on the screen, to protect the girl and spare his dear friend, Su Chen could only use his crippled body to resist Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue, wielding a combat blade, hacked Su Chen into a bloody mess. Finally, Su Chen was slain by Wang Fugue, his blood staining the ground. Then, in a frenzied rage, Wang Fugue brutally strangled the girl beneath Su Chen to death, his face twisted into a savage, beast-like grimace. After confirming the girl was dead, Wang Fugue collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Operation successful. Operation successful. Inside the monitoring room, the Wang family servants celebrated triumphantly. With the Wang family's meticulous editing, the depraved image of the psychopath Wang Fugue would undoubtedly become the most sensational news story in Dragon Nation this year. After Su Chen and the girl were dead, a group of people stormed into Wang Fugue's room. The Wang family martial arts master continued to channel his energy into Wang Fugue, ensuring he would not wake up. Meanwhile, the cleaners inspected the bodies of Su Chen and the girl. After confirming their identities, they sealed each into a body bag and began a thorough cleanup of the room. That night, every trace of the murders was meticulously erased by the cleaners. The next day, at sunrise, when Wang Fugue awoke, he noticed Su Chen was gone but felt nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Wang Xing, just waking up, received good news. Last night's mission was a resounding success. Wang Fugue had killed 2 people in one fell swoop, far exceeding expectations. Subsequently, his subordinates sent Wang Xing a meticulously edited video. In the footage, individuals resembling Wanzhong Group employees delivered tonight's prey to Wang Fugue's room, while the military academy student sharing the room who refused to collude with Wang Fugue was brutally murdered. Finally, the innocent young woman was also murdered by Wang Fugue. The final scene showed the disheveled corpse of the young woman lying beside the pervert Wang Fugue. Such explosive footage was guaranteed to grab the public's attention. Ha! Wang Duo, I'll see how you'll turn this around. At 8 o'clock, the ceremony was about to begin, and guests were preparing to enter. The venue for the grand ceremony was the top floor of the Wang family hotel. It was the Wang family's private domain, a classical mansion capable of accommodating 1,000 people. Ah, where's Chen? My brother Chen can't just ditch me like this. Damn it, Dad's not here either. Now I feel like I've walked straight into a den of wolves. At the banquet, the Wang family members eyed Wang Fugue with palpable hostility. Within the Wang family, Wang Duo's branch had become the enemy of the main Wang lineage. To the main family, Wang Duo was nothing but a parasite come to devour their inheritance. Fortunately, Wang Fugue possessed formidable mental fortitude and paid no heed to these hostile glances. He was merely wondering, why hadn't his father and Su Chen shown up yet? In truth, Wang Duo had arrived long ago. He was currently in a private office downstairs, engaged in confidential talks with Wang Nan. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Su Chen, meanwhile, had become the crucial piece of evidence, locked away alongside the young girl's body in a refrigerated truck outside the hotel. In truth, both Su Chen and the girl were only feigning death under the effects of the Xinqiao Silver Thunder. But Su Chen's horrifying knife wounds were the real deal. He'd been genuinely slashed. Fortunately, the protection of his thunder-forged body quickly restored him, preventing any life-threatening injuries. To save this innocent girl, Su Chen felt this sacrifice was worth it. Damn it, what a sin! Seeing the victim, a girl barely a year or two younger than himself wearing a high school uniform, Su Chen realized. This ordinary D-rank girl had likely been abducted right after school yesterday. Damn it! Couldn't they have at least dressed her properly before burying her? Before awakening the girl, Su Chen tidied her clothes, preserving her dignity. Divine thunder of the azure sky. Enter! A warm, life-giving force entered the girl's body. Drawing upon his own understanding of the essence of life, Su Chen successfully reactivated her bodily functions. Half an hour later, Su Chen slumped in the car seat. This rescue was exhausting. The mental effort he'd expended just now was no less than performing a several-hour-long surgical procedure. Congratulations, host! You have successfully saved one life. Reward, your comprehension of the source of life increases by 1. Current insight, 201. Looks like the next time I save someone, it should go faster. Glancing at the system interface, Su Chen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the girl's soft murmurs echoed. She seemed to have had a nightmare, one where she was kidnapped by a group of villains and handed over to a monstrous, clawing flesh mountain for slaughter. Fortunately, a resolute figure had shielded her throughout, though tragically, he had ultimately been slain. The girl only remembered that he had been wearing the standard uniform of the Imperial Army. When the girl slowly opened her eyes, she found herself wrapped in Su Chen's military coat. The temperature inside the refrigerated truck had long been adjusted by Su Chen's lightning attribute to a comfortable range. Hey, hello there. Seeing an unfamiliar girl sharing the space with him, Su Chen gave her an awkward greeting. Sorry about this. You're kind of caught up in our mess. I've already called my people, someone will escort you home soon. Wow. Before Su Chen could finish explaining, the girl threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. I'm so glad you're alive. The sound of her voice brought a warmth Su Chen hadn't felt in a long time. Finally, he had encountered a kind soul who, despite struggling in this cruel world, still cared for others. Swish! A bright light flashed as Tanya pried open the refrigerated truck's door. Tanya, did I come at a bad time? No, you've come at just the right time. Chapter 120, The Crisis of Wealth. In Wang Nan's office, Wang Duo and Wang Nan sat facing each other, the tension in the room already thick enough to cut with a knife. Behind each of them stood a martial commander. Wang Duo had now lost all respect for the Wang family. Holding the contract Wang Nan had given him, he crossed his legs and read it aloud, word for word. Wanzhong Group voluntarily transfers 32% of its shares to the Wang family, provides free technical cooperation and support, and unconditionally terminates contracts with all related enterprises under its umbrella. The surrender terms Wang Nan presented were no longer an unequal treaty, they were a treaty of inhumanity. Once Wang Duo signed the treaty, Wang Xing would replace him as Longdu Capital's representative. As for Wang Duo, he could crawl back into the gutter to rot away. Such a humiliating truce agreement is utterly unthinkable. Across from Wang Duo, Wang Nan stood arms folded, calm and composed. Having received Wang Xing's update on Wang Fugui's incident last night, Wang Nan now believed he held Wang Duo's Achilles heel. Wang Nan, brother, only family would offer such a generous contract. Sign it quickly. Sign it, and I might even spare your life. At this moment, Wang Nan was already basking in the smug satisfaction of a petty villain who'd gotten his way. Ha! Wang Duo placed the contract back on the table, then looked up and said, Head of the Wang family, are you an idiot? Smack! Wang Nan, who had never endured such humiliation, erupted in fury. He slammed his hand down on the table, and two more martial generals burst through the door. In an instant, the situation became 4 against 1. Yet when Luang, standing behind Wang Duo, merely placed his hand on his sword hilt, the 4 Wang family generals Wang Nan included lost 9/10 of their fighting spirit. Martial generals were ranked by tier. On Wang Nan's side, the highest ranked was merely a 6th rank martial commander, that Fire Falcon, who'd gone missing these past few days. But Luang was a solid 8th rank martial commander. The Wang family could only hope to defeat him by deploying half of their current martial generals. However, the Wang family was holding a grand ceremony upstairs. Should a martial commander level battle erupt, it would spell slaughter for the Wang family members above. In the end, Wang Nan had no choice but to swallow his pride. Wang Nan couldn't fathom why a formidable 8th rank martial general would willingly serve as an aide to that good-for-nothing Wang Duo. Still, he couldn't afford to lose the battle of wills. How dare you! With a blustering exterior concealing his inner weakness, Wang Nan slammed the table again. Wang Duo! Did you come to negotiate with such a lack of sincerity? Sincerity? Wang Duo nearly laughed at Wang Nan's words. You dare claim this contract shows good faith? Seeing the negotiations completely deadlocked, Wang Nan knew there was no point wasting any more breath on this fool. Wang Xing. Move. Meanwhile, at the Wang family ceremony, Wang Xing, who had been receiving guests at the Wang residence, suddenly stormed onto the stage, microphone in hand. Ahem. Distinguished guests. Family and friends. And our media friends who have traveled far to be here. I must urgently address a matter of critical importance. This concerns the very future of our Wang family. Wang Xing's tone carried an undeniable authority, instantly drawing the attention of the entire hall. Just moments ago, I, Wang Xing, representing our entire Wang family, received shocking, incriminating evidence. You must understand that since the conclusion of the 47th Great Annihilation War, our Wang family was relocated to Songjiang by the Emperor. Over the 7 centuries we've cultivated this land, our family has steadfastly adhered to the principles of benevolence and righteousness. I simply cannot believe that within our own Wang family, a brutal murderer has emerged. The Wang family will show no mercy to such a black sheep. Here, before the spirits of our ancestors, I vow to purge our ranks. With that, Wang Xing activated the large screen and began playing the edited footage. Up until this moment, Wang Fuguei had maintained a spectator's attitude. But as the footage began, he realized he was the victim of this vicious conspiracy. Crack! Through the display screen, Wang Duo witnessed the entire process of his son being framed and set up. Even though Su Chen had warned him beforehand, Wang Duo was still utterly enraged. Like a roaring lion, Wang Duo swept all the bottles and jars in front of Wang Nan onto the floor. You shameless bastard! Using such despicable methods to frame my son. Ha! So what? With this crucial evidence, your son is facing immediate execution. As for you, bringing such a stain upon your master, I doubt Long Du will spare you either. I told you to sign the treaty quietly earlier that would have spared your dog's life. Now let's see if you can even walk out of the Wang family's territory alive. Honestly, young man behind me, you might as well behead Wang Duo right now and take him back to Long Du for your reward. After his jest, Wang Nan gestured toward the shadow behind Wang Duo. Yet the shadow remained expressionless, utterly unmoved by Wang Nan's words. Fine. 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 Since your Wang family has sunk so low, I, Wang Duo, see no need to pretend to be a righteous gentleman. Wang Duo, you think only your Wang family has sincerity, huh? Fine. Today I'll show you my sincerity too. With that, Wang Duo pulled one wooden box after another from his spatial ring and slammed them down before Wang Nan. The moment Wang Nan recognized the contents within, his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Damn it! Seize him! Don't let him escape! At the grand ceremony, due to the Wang family's frame-up, Wang Fugui's position instantly became the target of everyone's anger. Uninformed onlookers, especially the parents among them, were driven mad with fury, practically wanting to tear Wang Fugui limb from limb. One filthy object after another was hurled at Wang Fugui's head, yet he remained unmoved. After a long while, a single tear trickled down his numb cheek. Wang Fugui couldn't believe he had killed Su Chen. The next second, several relatives from the Wang family's main branch kicked him to the ground and began beating and cursing him without restraint. Meanwhile, Wang Xing continued to fan the flames. Everyone, there's no need to panic. With our Wang family guards here, we absolutely won't let this vicious little beast escape. We all know Wang Fugui's father is the general manager of Wanzhong Group, controlling part of our Wang family's capital and resources. But that absolutely does not excuse his failure to raise his son properly. We have every reason to believe this isn't the first time Wang Fugui has struck down innocent people. Bull! Suddenly, at the entrance, Su Chen's thunderous shout cut Wang Xing off mid-speech. In a single stride, he reached Wang Fugui's side and shoved aside the fat woman who was slapping him. Grabbing Wang Fugui by the collar, Su Chen yelled, "Look at me, I'm alive and kicking." What bull video? Just another one of your Wang family's tricks. Ha! That guy looks familiar. Looking in Su Chen's direction, the crowd began murmuring among themselves. This young soldier who suddenly barged in did bear a striking resemblance to the military academy cadet killed in the video. Brother Chen. I knew you weren't really dead. Su Chen's appearance was undoubtedly the best placebo for Wang Fugui, who was on the verge of collapse. If Wang Fugui truly believed he had killed Su Chen, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Su Chen, Wang Xing, you stupid dog. Thinking you could pull off such a dirty trick to frame my brother. Let me tell you, that little girl you kidnapped has already been rescued by Wanzhong Group. We'll see who ends up in prison first. You. Su Chen's sudden appearance caught Wang Xing off guard, but he quickly dismissed the threat. A mere martial arts instructor couldn't cause much trouble. Guards. Arrest that lackey of the Wanzhong Group. Don't let him rescue Wang Fugui. Oh. I'll see who dares touch him. Out of nowhere, Leng Jiu's icy dagger pressed against Wang Xing's throat. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xing's head would be severed. Chapter 121, Sacrificial Pawn. The 3 wooden boxes Wang Duo presented shattered Wang Nan's psychological defenses completely. For inside the wooden boxes lay the severed heads of 3 Wang family military commanders. One belonged to the long-missing Fire Falcon, while the other two were fresh kills from the early hours of this morning. Wang Nan was also a martial general, albeit a first tier 1, a weakling unlikely to advance further. Yet he understood all too well the difficulty of slaying a martial general. After comprehending their respective spatial laws, every martial commander devises a host of life-saving techniques. Such a technique capable of slaying 3 martial generals in succession is far beyond the reach of any martial general. Even a martial saint would struggle to achieve it. The only possible perpetrator was a powerhouse of Wu Qingtian's caliber. Before his head fell, Wang Nanju refused to believe Wang Duanan could summon a martial sky-tier powerhouse. There are only 36 martial sovereigns in all of Long Nation. You, a lowly county-level boss Wang Duo, who has to kiss up to county officials, where on earth would you find the clout to summon a martial sovereign? Wang Nan racked his brain but dared not imagine that his own family's useless member could secretly possess such terrifying connections. And indeed, 3 days prior, Cold Mountain Wu Qingtian from the Tang family had been secretly deployed to Songjiang. Lang Shan was Lang Zhou's father and Tang Yi's master. Lang Zhou had only managed to slay the Fire Falcon through a surprise attack combined with the Tang family's secret arts. In a fair, head-to-head duel, she could easily defeat Hu Xiao, but killing him would be difficult. Lang Shan, however, was different. He had stormed into a restricted area of the Wang family guarding spirit stones and instantly killed the 2 5th-rank martial generals present. His execution was so flawless that the Wang family remains unaware they've lost 3 martial generals. Wang Duo, oomph. Last night, your Wang family made the first move. So don't blame us, the Wan Zhong group, for being impolite. Besides, everyone else stopped at martial-level activities, so deploying Wu Qingtian doesn't count as a breach of contract, right? Gazing at the 3 severed heads, Wang Nan aged visibly in an instant. Despair. Utter, complete despair. Wang Nan never imagined Wang Duo could actually have connections with Long that allowed him to mobilize Wu Qingtian. He thought Wang Duo was merely a dog who occasionally climbed a higher branch, one that could be replaced at will. Had Wang Nan considered the risk of offending Long Du by eliminating Wang Duo? Of course he had. But such risks were something the Wang family took almost every single day. After all, that young woman last night was still a subject under the emperor's protection. Did that stop the Wang family from kidnapping her? Frankly, when faced with profit, who would dwell on such considerations? Empiricism kills. For Wang Nan, eliminating Wang Duo and forcing Longdu capital to replace him was the only way to safeguard his family's legacy. To that end, Wang Duo had long prepared 5,000 spirit stones, entrusting them to the family's martial commander for round-the-clock guard. The purpose was to reconcile with the powerful figures backing Wang Duo after his death. These spirit stones were enough to buy Wang Duo's head 100 times over. Thus, this batch of spirit stones represented the Wang family's true sincerity. Yet the moment he learned Wu Qingtian had been dispatched, Wang Nan's sincerity became meaningless. Like Wang Duo, wasn't Wang Nan also a replaceable pawn? Kill him, and another Wang family member would simply take his place as head of the clan. In this world, existence is justified, but it is the world that is justified, never us. In the vortex of collective forces and rigid rules, anyone can be swallowed whole. Slap. Wang Nan suddenly knelt before Wang Duo, shedding his earlier arrogance. Good brother. The entire Wang family estate is yours. I'll take my family back to our small town in Huizhou province and never come out again. Is that alright? Wang Nan was now filled with bitter regret. He never would have imagined Wang Duo suddenly had such terrifying connections. Damn it, Songjiang had been peaceful for nearly 1,000 years. Why has it been in constant upheaval since this past September? Good brother, please don't destroy me completely. Oof. Too late. Leaving behind those 2 cold words, Wang Duo walked away without looking back. Stepping out of the office, Wang Duo headed straight for the elevator, intent on finding his son. Following closely behind Wang Duo were dozens of Tang family bodyguards wearing Wan Zhong Group employee badges. Today, Tang Yi's assistance to Su Chen was nothing short of extravagant. Moreover, all this help had been proactively orchestrated by Tang Yi herself. Su Chen remained completely unaware. All night long, Su Chen had been remotely controlling the Divine Thunder Silver Lightning with his Thunderbolt Finger to save lives. How could he possibly know that Wu Qingtian had slaughtered 2 core family martial generals of the Wang clan? Truthfully, had this been a month ago, the Tang family would never have sent someone like Wu Qingtian to assist Su Chen. But now, the Tang family's inner circle firmly believed Su Chen was a lost imperial descendant. So, forget Wu Qingtian, if something truly happened, even the Tang family head, Wu Zhuge, would have to show up. The Tang family now harbored their own calculations. They didn't want Su Chen to return to Longdu too soon, hoping to build up more goodwill between him and the Tang family. In fact, when Tang Yi returned home last time, her brother and father even urged her to just marry Su Chen outright. Wang Duo entered the hall and immediately ordered his men to secure Wang Fugue and Su Chen. Su Chen watched as the Tang family guards swiftly subdued the Wang family soldiers, effortlessly securing control of the situation within minutes. Now it was Wang Duo's time to shine, and Su Chen wisely stepped back into the crowd. Su Chen, where's Tang Yi? You idiot, have you ever seen a top-tier family scion who likes to show off? Tanya, now dressed in an indigo blue gown, appeared out of nowhere and dug her fingers into Su Chen's lower back. Hero saving the damsel in distress, huh? Hero saving the damsel in distress, huh? I'll pinch. I'll pinch. Cut it out, sis. Isn't it more fun to just enjoy the show? Everyone. Wang Duo knew that clearing Wang Fugui's name was now the top priority. Distinguished guests. Esteemed friends of Songjiang City. Today, I, Wang Duo, will have the head of the Wang family personally clear my son's name before all of you. With that, Wang Duo lunged forward to the podium and seized control of the projector. Meanwhile, Luiying grabbed Wang Nan and tossed him onto the center of the podium. Wang Duo, Wang Nan. I ask you, how did the things shown here today come to be? With that, Wang Duo slammed his fist hard against the screen before him. Seeing the head of the Wang family subjected to such humiliation, all the guests except for the Wang family members focused intently on the center of the podium. Faced with such profound humiliation, Wang Nan found himself utterly speechless. Finally, it was the second-tier martial general standing behind Wang Nan, his son, Wang Hong, who stepped forward and declared. Last night, to frame the wealthy young master, we deliberately had a perception-type martial sovereign from our family unleash a raging hypnosis skill to record footage of him committing brutal murders. Oh my! How utterly despicable! Since many present were not high-tier martial artists, they were unfamiliar with the mysterious psychic-type abilities. Alright. Wang Duo, that I ask you. Where did the girl thrown into the room come from? Wang Hong, she was abducted by our Wang family from the gates of number 12 middle school. The purpose was to frame the wealthy young master and his friends. Rest assured, second uncle. The hallway surveillance hadn't been installed yet. This time, the Wang family accepts defeat. Everything the Wang family owns in Songjiang is yours. Now, the so-called Wu Zong Wang Hong spoke of was kneeling on the ground, and that poor girl had been rescued by the Wan Zhong group. Thus, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence secured, Wang Fugui's wrongful accusations were finally cleared. Excellent. Wang Duo clapped his hands, then produced a hard drive. Wang Duo, so what if it's dirt? Who doesn't have some? Except yours are fake. Mine is the real deal. Chapter 122, The Wang Family Changes Hands. Big brother. Nephew. What's gotten into you? Why are you both surrendering? Even now, Wang Xing was still in a state of utter bewilderment. How did the tables turn so suddenly? No one even told me. Perhaps Wang Xing didn't realize that the insults just now were merely appetizers. Today's true protagonist was actually him, Wang Xing. Wang Duo, inside here are all the Wang family's dirty secrets from these past years. Today, right in front of our media friends, I'm going to release them all. Why did Wan Zhong Group absorb so many small businesses that had worked with the Wang family? Wasn't it precisely to collect dirt on the Wang family? And Wang Duo's recent haul has been substantial. Over the years, many have indeed harbored designs on the Wang family and made their moves. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the drum is broken, 10,000 people beat it. What might have remained hidden forever will now be exposed by the Wang family's collapse. Thus, countless more horrifying photos and video evidence appeared before the Songjiang reporters. The most damning evidence was a week-old massacre. A small-time boss who dared to defect, along with his entire family, had been dragged to the outskirts by Wang family thugs and slaughtered without mercy. Throughout the ordeal, Wang Xing was present the entire time and even participated personally. Seeing himself on the screen, Wang Xing flew into a rage. Wang Duo. You framed me. I'll kill you. With that, Wang Xing lunged for the hard drive. But before he could grab it, Ling Jiao severed his right hand. Collapsing to the ground, Wang Xing clutched his severed hand and wailed in agony. Amidst the wailing, every witness understood that the main branch of the Wang family was utterly finished. Faced with the Wang family's spectacle, Su Chen chose to make a swift exit. Tanya was right, no respectable family would want to be seen in such a spectacle. After leaving the hall, Su Chen found a spot to sit and tend to his wounds. He never imagined his first serious injury after breaking through to martial artist would come from Wang Fugui's blade. This frenzied corruption was truly terrifying. Fortunately, after collapsing, he had used the Divine Thunder Silver Lightning to invade Wang Fugui's mind and complete the control. Otherwise, that girl would never have withstood the fatal strike of an 8th-tier martial artist. Su Chen's spatial bracelet contained the emergency kit issued by the Martial Arts Academy, fully stocked with gauze, triangular bandages, and tourniquets. Though his internal organs were protected by the thunder-quenched body technique, several cuts were simply too deep. Even with the Xinqiao Silver Lightning constantly circulating, blood still seeped from the wounds. Now that his mission was complete, it was time for Su Chen to tend to his injuries. Ah! You're so badly injured. Tanya, noticing Su Chen had suddenly vanished, went out to search for him. When she found him in a corner of the Wang family compound, Su Chen was bare-chested, applying medicinal powder to his wounds. Tanya had no idea Su Chen was this badly injured. She'd assumed the video was just a trick he'd planned with Wang Fugui. You really got slashed? What else could it be, sis? How else could I have fooled the Wang family's inspection? I'm no ordinary man. Do you think I could be strangled so easily? I'm sorry. The thought of having strangled Su Chun earlier made Tanya feel a pang of guilt. But then she thought about it, this little brat was willing to take a beating just for some girl. Jealousy started to bubble up inside her. Tanya, humph. You deserve it, if you ask me. What about that divine thunder silver lightning of yours? Can I borrow it sometime? Everyone you've electrocuted actually says it feels good. When she sent the girl off earlier, Tanya had asked if anything hurt. The girl just clutched her chest and said, "It keeps getting zapped here and it feels so good. Why don't you let this big sister enjoy that tingly feeling sometime?" Su Chen, you've reminded me. Then, Tanya accompanied Su Chen back to the school infirmary, where she properly treated his wounds before sleeping soundly until the next day. When she awoke, her phone was flooded with news of the Wang family's scandal. The Wang family's current situation was utterly dire. Yesterday, Wang Xing was admitted to the hospital for treatment, only to be murdered by his enemies in his hospital room that very night. Like Bai Mu, his body was later found lying in the street. This Songjiang hospital was truly unlucky. Having committed countless atrocities over the years, Wang Xing had enemies as numerous as cow hair. For a time, the killer remained unidentified. Meanwhile, to stem the tide of capital flight from the family, the head of the Wang clan relinquished his position to Wang Duo this morning. Logically, today should have been Wang Duo's most significant day, and Wang Fugue should have been at the Wang residence savoring his long-awaited victory. But when Su Chen opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Wang Fugue. Next came Wang Yu, Chu Xian, Yu Qingru, and Lin Weiwei. The fact that Wang Fugue remained by Su Chen's side today proved his status far surpassed that of Songjiang's second-ranked young master in Wang Fugue's heart. Su Chen, why aren't you guys in class? What are you doing here? Wang Fugue, bro, it's Sunday. You haven't gone soft on me, have you? Oh. Due to prolonged use of the Divine Thunder Silver Lightning, Su Chen had unexpectedly overtaxed his brain. Fortunately, after a night's rest, he had fully recovered. How about it? Any physical issues? Can you still make it to Monday's combat training? Wang Yu followed up immediately, concerned about Su Chen's injuries. Don't worry, instructor. I'm fine now. These are just superficial wounds, nothing like what happened in the abyss. That's good. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Fugue, you've become the undisputed kingpin of Songjiang now. What are your plans after graduation? Su Chen was curious about what was going through Wang Fugue's mind now that he'd achieved his dream. What are you talking about, brother Chen? Once I graduate, I'm definitely joining the military with you. Through fire and water, brother Chen. Put. Hearing Wang Fugue's words, Wang Yu gave a faint chuckle, though he was genuinely pleased inside. With Wang Fugue's talent and background, he was born to be a soldier. Wang Yu, humph. Don't think joining the military is that easy, kid. You're not qualified yet. You'd have your soul corrupted by the enemy in no time. What kind of imperial soldier would that make you? As he spoke, Wang Yu gave a light tap on the imperial army cap hanging from Wang Fugue's left shoulder. MHM. Su Chen also gave Wang Fugue a nod. This lovable little chubby guy, Wang Fugue, it really was hard to part ways after graduation. You better not get into arms dealing, reselling tanks or armored vehicles or anything like that. Of course not. Hey, Instructor Grey Wolf, what's with that look? Grey Wolf, you little rascal actually had your eye on my tank? Gripped Wang Fugue's neck fiercely. Teacher. It's all Su Chen framing me. Why am I always getting framed lately? Soon after, Su Chen sat up from his hospital bed and accepted the breakfast Chu Xian had bought for him. Eating and sleeping well proved Su Chen was fine. During breakfast, Su Chen noticed Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru sitting quietly in the corner, trying to blend into the background. Of the two, Lin Weiwei's face was slightly flushed, while Yu Qingru wore an unmistakably embarrassed expression. What are these two doing here? Chapter 123, The New Squad. While Su Chen was still eating, a new system task arrived. Mission issued, host must eliminate 100 martial artists here during the upcoming combat training session. Reward, high-tier spatial equipment, a spirit ring. Su Chen's eyes widened instantly at the sight of the new reward. According to the system's explanation, this spatial equipment would boast a capacity of up to 100 cubic meters and possess growth potential compatible with lightning evolution. In other words, as long as it was charged, the space would continue to expand. Though the spatial bracelet Tanya had gifted him was also an expensive, high-grade item, it was starting to feel inadequate as Su Chen grew stronger. Still, this number was truly staggering: 100 martial artist tier beasts. Su Chen had always specialized in offensive abilities, and his only area of effect skill was the newly mastered Destruction Dragon Thunder. Among Su Chen's comrades, Wang Fugue served as support, while Chu Xian handled reconnaissance and command, both lacking group attack capabilities. It was then that Su Chen suddenly set his sights on Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru. If memory served, Lin Weiwei wielded wind attribute powers, while Yu Qingru commanded ice attribute abilities, both elite masters of area of effect combat. Bro, get a grip, you're practically drooling. Did you even hear what I said earlier? For tomorrow's combat training, Chu Xian and I won't be on your team. The two class beauties will be your new teammates. Instructor Sanglong has already approved it. Ha? No wonder those two seemed so subdued earlier, turns out they were just embarrassed. The top 5 students in the class are Su Chen, Xu Xian, Wang Fugui, Yu Qingru, and Lin Weiwei. Su Chen is an 8th tier martial artist, Xu Xian is a 9th tier martial artist, Wang Fugui is an 8th tier martial artist, Yu Qingru is a 7th tier, and Lin Weiwei is at the peak of 6th tier. The rigorous Wudi University offered the finest cultivation resources and environment in the Dragon Nation. Thus, after 3 months of intense training, Yu Qingru and Lin Weiwei had made significant progress. The final exam for the first semester at Martial Arts University was whether one could break through to martial artist rank. To achieve this goal, the combat training class was crucial. However, Wang Fugui requested a week's leave starting tomorrow to go to the Wang family estate to inherit property and obtain the deed. Nevertheless, since Wang Fugui was already at the 8th tier and could pass the final exams with his eyes closed, Wang Yu approved the leave. Meanwhile, Xu Xian, now at the 9th tier, was ready to attempt breaking through to martial master. His family in Longdu requested he return to the Chu clan's secret realm for meditation, also granting him a week's leave. Thus, Su Chen's combat brotherhood squad transformed into a harem squad. Alright. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. But ladies, just because I'm looking out for you doesn't mean I'll lower the difficulty of our hunt. Oomph. Lin Weiwei clenched her fist. Sis, I'd be more worried you'd go easy on us. Qingru, let's be careful. This guy is definitely trying to scare us with those beasts so he can play the hero and rescue us. We absolutely can't fall for his tricks. That night, on the outskirts of Songjiang City, 8 kilometers beyond the safety perimeter, a sinister group quietly infiltrated the abyss-tainted territory, a place utterly devoid of human presence, clearly indicating these individuals were no saints. Numbering around 40 or 50, the group was led by Wang Nan, head of the Wang family, with his son Wang Hong following behind. The Wang family had now fallen completely. All remaining vassals and military commanders had defected, and their vast estate and assets had been swallowed up by Wang Duo. Worse still, most of the young backbone of the Wang family had been thrown into prison. Today alone, over 100 Wang family members were taken away by the authorities. The rest, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, could only fade into obscurity, becoming the very common folk they had once despised. Truly, one sees him build his tower, only to watch it collapse. Of course, the true retribution had yet to begin. Over the years, the Wang family had amassed countless enemies. The main branch of the family likely wouldn't even be deemed worthy of prison. Wang Nan knew full well that there was no possibility of leading the remnants of his clan back to their ancestral home in Huizhou province. He feared that before they even left the city, his entire force would be wiped out. Thus, to preserve the Wang Hong lineage, Wang Nan resolved to take desperate risks to embrace death for the sake of survival. Wang Nan, son, do you know why our family always preaches slogans like integrity builds our business and family, country, and righteousness? Wang Hong, I don't know, father. Wang Nan, that's because our family has never been anything good. Since Cold Mountain had eliminated the Wang family's 2 most crucial martial commanders, only Wang Nan and Wang Hong remained as military leaders. Wang Nan was 77 this year. Though he looked like he was in his 40s, his combat prowess had long since diminished. Wang Hong, however, is only 48 in the prime of his life. All along the way, Lu Hong cleared the path, scaring off any beasts that tried to cause trouble. Finally, Wang Nan halted before an abandoned cave. Upon entering, Wang Hong discovered it was a massive laboratory and factory complex, its sheer size staggering. This place has been abandoned for 10 years. Wang Nan murmured. After the Great Annihilation War ended decades ago, the power of the Abyss began rapidly fading worldwide, ushering in an era of prosperity and development across the globe. During this time, scientists from the United States discovered that this prosperity stemmed from the rapid weakening of the abyssal power itself. Thus, a blasphemous yet tantalizing hypothesis emerged: could humanity coexist with the abyssal power? For tens of thousands of years, humanity had absorbed only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The abyssal power, however, was the tainted energy of an invading otherworld, a malevolent force irreconcilably opposed to humanity. Once invaded by the abyss's power, humans would suffer abyssal corruption, eventually mutating into mindless monsters. However, 30 years ago, the United States developed a so-called suppressant. This artificially synthesized compound, extracted from the energy of monstrous beasts, was extremely low cost. Long-term use of the suppressant not only negates abyss contamination but also enables direct cultivation using vast quantities of abyss power. Today, this serum has reached a state of widespread abuse in the United States. While it lowered the threshold for ordinary people to awaken, accelerating urban expansion and technological prosperity, the cost was the loss of human dignity for countless common folk. Due to the suppressant's addictive nature, the lower classes of the United States rely on it to prolong their lives, with everyone exhibiting erratic and unstable behavior. Furthermore, to promote widespread adoption, the American government has packaged the suppressant as a symbol of openness, inclusivity, and freedom. Compounded by the drug's inherent brain damage, the nation now teems with drug-crazed individuals, men becoming women, women becoming men, humans transforming into beasts devoid of moral boundaries or ethical standards. They call this phenomenon LGBT. This explains why the US is accelerating research on Sky City to transport the privileged, the wealthy, and the elite to heights where they can't see these demons and monsters. But you know what? Inhibitors come in different grades. The lowest grade ones are extracted from low-tier beasts, while the highest grade ones are obtained from humans. That's why this factory exists. The Wang family captures people to make drugs. Chapter 124, Death Factory. Wang Nan led his clan members to a large hall within the factory. In a few hours, agents from the United States would come to retrieve them. Escaping the country was the Wang family's last resort. The United States? Father, I had no idea you still had connections there? Ha! Wang Nan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This was the family's most closely guarded secret. I had thought that once our Wang family secured the position of second in command in Songjiang, we could bury this dark history forever. Little did I know this unspeakable past would become our family's final escape route. As mentioned earlier, inhibitors have replaced spiritual energy as the very foundation upon which the United States and other Western nations are built. In their minds, technology is the protagonist of the future, and ancient cultivation methods will inevitably be phased out. However, the upper echelons of the United States would never inject themselves with those low-grade beast serum inhibitors. The highest-grade inhibitors required extraction from human bodies. The process was exceptionally brutal. Flaying, dismembering, and disemboweling were not exaggerations. Initially, human-derived pharmaceuticals were regarded as gruesome slaughterhouses in the West. Yet in the era of universal inhibitor use, such practices became semi-public. In Western slums, countless abyss gamblers and abyss madmen transform themselves daily into vials of suppressant serum. But, after decades of contamination, Westerners have become a toxic swarm, largely unfit for extraction. Thus, though still cultivating spiritual energy became the prime raw material for high-end inhibitors. Lured by immense profits, some audacious nobles from the Dragon Nation began engaging in the sordid business of human trafficking. Hiss! Hearing his father's words, Wang Hong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. His gaze fell upon the yellowed door signs, still bearing shocking red inscriptions like Dissection Room and High Voltage Workshop. Due to the abuse of inhibitors and growing skepticism toward the spiritual energy system, the sacred alliance between East and West that had endured for millennia had long since crumbled. In recent decades, exchanges between the two sides had been extremely limited. Even Wang Hong himself had never traveled abroad. Domestic propaganda about the West merely denounced it as a land of drug abuse and moral decay. This was the secret factory where the Wang family first produced high-grade inhibitors for American elites. But this business deal was originally struck between the Zhang family and the United States. Our Wang family was merely the dirty glove. What? The city lord, Zhang Song, was actually the mastermind. An even more astonishing revelation followed. But upon reflection, this location and this project could only be handled by the city defense forces. Here, take this. With that, Wang Nan retrieved 2 vials of peculiar potions from an abandoned safe, a high-grade abyss suppressant and a high-grade abyss enhancer. Father, what are you doing? You fool, I went to great lengths to obtain these 2 vials. Use them, and you'll be able to cultivate abyssal power. Plus, the side effects are extremely low. Wang Nan, if you don't touch this, how will the United States accept our Wang family? Without the United States backing, how will you exact your revenge? Remember this, from now on, your Wang Hong lineage will have a family but no country. Wang Hong had some basic understanding of these inhibitors. In Dragon Nation, they were absolute taboo. Both their use and trafficking were capital crimes. If Wang Hong heeded his father's words and took this step, it would amount to treason. Over the years, Wang Hong had received elite education and harbored a certain sense of patriotism. At this moment, he truly hesitated. But in the next instant, an explosion ripped Wang Hong from his chaotic thoughts and back into reality. At the entrance, dozens of fully armed city defense troops in camouflage uniforms stormed into the factory's central area. Overtaken by sheer force, several members of the Wang family were instantly killed. The battlefield descended into a one-sided massacre. Zhang Song, are you truly intent on exterminating us all? Amidst this scene, Wang Nan cursed in despair. Ha! 3 Zhang family martial generals materialized from the void. The one who appeared to be their leader pressed his hand against Wang Nan's head and sneered. Ha ha! If you, the head of the Wang family, were standing in my master's shoes, you would undoubtedly make the same choice. Who would ever let their blackmail material walk free? All city defense soldiers, heed my command, execute every single person present, leave not a soul alive. After the slaughter, blow this cave to smithereens. Destroy all evidence. Yes. Then, the martial commander exerted tremendous force, crushing the Wang family head's skull into pieces. No! Witnessing his father's brutal death, Wang Hong hesitated not a moment. He immediately injected both the stimulant and the inhibitor into his own body. Wang Hong's beast-type ability was inherently the most compatible with the inhibitor. In the next instant, a colossal bear at the peak of the martial general tier erupted from the crowd. Wang Hong charged wildly, slamming a Zhang family martial general who had stepped forward to engage him several meters away with a single palm strike. Due to the stimulant's effects, the Zhang family's three martial generals found themselves locked in a stalemate against Wang Hong, disrupting the original combat rhythm. Minutes later, three Westerners clad in crimson robes materialized in the void. This group of American elites, sent to provide backup, had arrived. In truth, these individuals had arrived much earlier. Their decision to remain spectators was precisely to assess whether the Wang family still held any value for exploitation. Everyone retreat. We've called in artillery support. Blow those bastards to hell. Seeing the Wang family reinforcements arrive, the city defense forces abandoned the fight and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Minutes later, the city garrison's armed helicopters unleashed their full firepower, reducing the drug den to ashes. Half an hour later, off the coast of Songjiang, a small spy submarine surfaced. When Wang Hong opened his eyes again, only about 20 Wang family members remained by his side. Standing before him were 3 American spies. All 3 possessed the strength of a paladin, equivalent to a martial general of the Dragon Nation. I am a paladin from the Far East Special Research and Observation Group, codenamed LeBlanc. Per our agreement with your father, we will escort you to the United States for intensive training. LeBrun was a tall Caucasian man. Removing his hood revealed his golden hair, a symbol of American aristocracy. Upon learning they too would follow Wang Hong away from their homeland, the remaining Wang family members felt a pang of sorrow but could only resign themselves to the reality. However, LeBrun had no intention of bringing all 20 of them to the United States. For their purposes, it was more useful for these individuals to remain in the Dragon Kingdom. LeBron, all of you will remain here to join the Abyss Church, becoming vital forces for our nation to infiltrate and ultimately defeat the Dragon Kingdom. Want revenge? Then hurry up and get stronger. With that, LeBron tossed dozens of suppressants onto the ground. The Wang family members could only kneel like dogs to pick them up. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hong could only silently repeat his father's final words. Home without country, home without country. Chapter 125, Beast Hunt Frenzy. Tonight, if you dare cause trouble, you're dead. As they exited the armory, Lin Weiwei spoke while delivering a sharp jab to Su Chen's ribs. The reason was simple: when collecting essential supplies for the combat training exercise, each squad had only received 1 tent. The justification? Outdoor missions were fraught with danger, and comrades were safest when deployed together. Plus, with nighttime sentry duty rotations, 1 tent sufficed. Walking back to Class 7's assembly point, the male classmates all eyed Su Chen with envy. There were only 2 goddesses to begin with, and you snagged them both. You bastard. But Wang Yu, delivering the squad briefing, remained unmoved. As a veteran of military affairs, he believed imperial men should till the land and wage war, imperial women should bear children. As for notions of gender segregation? That's just decadent nonsense from times of peace. Wang Yu, listen up. Don't underestimate those condoms I just handed out. In an emergency, they're not just water storage bags, they can double as rifle dust covers. Remember, in a crisis, the firepower of a rifle can buy you enough time to crush a teleportation scroll. So you must ensure it fires. Lin Weiwei, Yu Qingru. After the team disperses, each squad chooses their own transportation. Most people climb into the familiar armored vehicles. After 3 months of grueling training, most students had mastered basic driving skills. Amidst the sprawling convoy, Su Chen waved to Lin Tian in the distance, signaling him to stay safe. Lin Tian waved back, returning the gesture. Su Chen, I want this one. For some reason, Lin Weiwei had chosen a sidecar motorcycle. The weather was perfect today, ideal for riding an open-top vehicle. Yu Qingru murmured softly in agreement beside her. With that, what else could Su Chen do? He could only accept the keys to the military 3-wheeler under the envious gaze of the attendant. Truth be told, having grown up watching countless war films, Su Chen found it hard not to be drawn to this bastard vehicle. Unlike Su Chen, Lin Tian's squad opted for an Imperial Army standard 8-wheeled armored vehicle, with nearly the entire Kangwu 1st Squad crammed inside. Ha! So badass. Isn't this exactly why we joined the military, for the planes and armored vehicles? You agree, right, young Master Lin? The man chatting with Lin Tian in the passenger seat was an 8th-level martial artist. His name was Lu Xian, but classmates preferred his nickname, Babyface. Babyface came from a prominent family in Guangdong and Guangxi, yet he was genuinely kind-hearted and never bullied anyone. That's why he got along so well with Lin Tian. Lin Tian, cool? Ha! Could you possibly be cooler than that guy up front? Amidst the massive convoy of nearly 100 military vehicles, Su Chen's buggy sped ahead, quickly leaving his comrades who hadn't yet set off in the dust. In the sidecar, Lin Weiwei excitedly took in the autumn scenery, while behind Su Chen, Yu Qingru clung tightly to his waist. Babyface, damn it, so what if he's handsome? Over an hour later, Su Chen was the first to arrive at the Wuda assembly point in the southern suburbs of Songjiang. This time, Wuda University mobilized nearly 3,000 students for a forest combat exercise to grind monsters and level up, so they had already established a frontline assembly ground on the outskirts of Songjiang. It was a temporary military camp capable of housing 5,000 people, equipped with heavy firepower to defend against monster swarms and a large teleportation array. Before departure, Chen and every other student were issued teleportation scrolls. These were tucked inside their military ID badges, hanging on their chests. Should danger arise, they were to shatter the scroll. Of course, this also meant forfeiting their eligibility for the combat training course. Let's head into the forest. This time we're hunting martial artist level beasts, so there's no need to wait for the group anymore. Most new recruits dared only hunt warrior level beasts at the forest's edge. Teams willing to challenge martial artist level beasts were few and far between. After picking up his motorcycle at the base, Chen organized his gear and set off. As an 8th tier martial master, Chen saw no need to team up with weaker players.
Lin Weiwei, that suits me just fine.
Lin Weiwei, radiating confidence, certainly wouldn't show weakness in front of Chen.
Chen, you promised me yesterday that you'd help us reach the 8th rank this time.
Lin Weiwei calculated that reaching the 8th rank herself would require absorbing at least 2 crystal cores from martial artist level beasts.
Heh, who said I'd help you reach 8th rank? Chen suddenly grinned mischievously.
You stinking Chen, you tricked us yesterday, didn't you? Lin Weiwei raised her hand to strike.
Don't misunderstand. This time, I'm taking you to break through to martial artist. Chen's destination was the 10,000 Thunder Valley in southern Songjiang. Legend held that 8,000 years ago, this was where the Abyss's lightning attribute powerhouse had been slain by the human army. The so-called valley was once a plain. Legend holds that the valley itself was formed by the bodies of the fallen powerhouses crashing down. Over the millennia, it had long become a paradise for thunder attribute beasts. As a potent offensive skill, the lightning attributes synergized well with both ice and wind attributes. Thus, Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru had no objections to this route. However, during their trek, Chen suddenly noticed something terribly amiss. Why were there suddenly so many people in the outskirts of the city, an area once known as a death-forbidden zone?
Based on past experience, entering the outskirts usually meant encountering only a few lone cultivators seeking opportunities or advance units of the city's defense forces. But today, on their way to the southern outskirts, Chen saw numerous groups of civilian cultivators ranging from dozens to over 100 people. Nearly all of them were martial artists, mostly possessing B or C grade talent. At best, they might reach the peak of martial artist in their lifetime, with the most promising outcome being low-level private soldiers for nobles. Yet many of these half-baked cultivators, unable to endure the nobles' enslavement, chose to wander the world as free cultivators. Yet most lone practitioners operated solo, and even temporary groups rarely exceeded 10 members. These groups of 100 or more felt deeply unsettling.
So many people, charging through the wilderness, are you on a picnic? They must be here to hunt down exotic beasts. Lin Weiwei offered the explanation.
With Songjiang preparing to build an aerial city, numerous companies from Huagua have invested in establishing businesses here.
Now, the Flower Kingdom has declared that the beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, untainted by pollution, possess superior quality and excellent meat, suitable for synthesizing high-grade inhibitors. Huagua enterprises are now paying top dollar for monster carcasses and crystal cores. These lone cultivators are probably here to cash in. Judging by the scale, it seems every lone cultivator in the southeast district has come. Suppressants? Chen had heard of these substances. Under Dragon Nation's education system, they were treated as dangerous as narcotics touch them and you die. But in Chen's view, it was more akin to the steroids those fitness fanatics in his past life would inject themselves with. In today's lower-class America, where everyone aspires to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, these suppressants are injected relentlessly until death. Chen, this is basically helping them make drugs. Doesn't the city guard do anything about it? Why should they? Lin Weiwei looked utterly unconcerned.
Anyway, the Americans were taking it back to their country to make drugs, not selling it here in Longwa.
Oof. Not selling?
Chen was convinced that by now, the secret inhibitor production facility from the US had already secretly established itself in Songjiang.
Chapter 126, American Infiltration.
Mentioned the United States, and Lin Weiwei was like a dam bursting.
For every young person in Longdu, foreign lands were fresh and fascinating places. Due to the influence of abyssal monsters, spatial storms, and oceanic catastrophes, connections between nations were inherently limited. Compounded by the current ideological hostility between East and West, ties have grown even more sparse. Now, the Lin family has taken the lead in opening up for economic development, and countless novel Western goods have flooded into Songjiang.
Lin Weiwei heard from her relatives in Songjiang that the city had recently formed a sister city relationship with New York, aiming to deepen exchanges across all sectors. Universities were already preparing to welcome foreign teachers and exchange students, and next year, Longwa would also send students abroad.
Lin Weiwei, you know what? Foreigners aren't like what they show on TV.
These days, they talk about human rights, how everyone is born equal, and everyone has the right to choose their own way of life.
Suppressants are meant to help everyone awaken, ushering in a new era of human evolution. Chen, what's with that look on your face?
Ha!
This is way too on point.
Chen, this is ing nothing but a color revolution. Lin Weiwei, Yu Qingru, what's a revolution? Damn it. I don't want to discuss this topic with you feudal aristocrats. After a long pause, Chen decided to report the suburban developments to Wang Yu. Opening his portable radio, Chen dialed the dedicated channel for Kangwu Class 7 and Wang Yu. Instructor Wang, I'm currently 8 kilometers from the absolute prohibition line. Multiple scattered hunter teams detected. Over. Wang Yu, Sun Long received. No need to worry. They're just a bunch of scavengers hunting low-level beasts to scrape by. Wang Yu was utterly confident. Even if these rogue hunters had 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare target the military academy. Besides, Chen alone, an 8th-tier martial general, could easily wipe them out like wild beasts. But instructor, these people are operating under the guidance of the United States. So what? Wang Yu's tone remained unruffled. How much trouble could a handful of foreigners in all of Songjiang possibly cause? If there's nothing else, don't occupy the public channel. Understood. After disconnecting the radio, Chen suddenly realized that the people of this world's dragon nation had virtually no understanding of ideological confrontation. Half an hour later, beyond the absolute prohibition line and the safety alert zone, Chen's team crossed over, officially entering the territory of the monstrous beasts and the abyss contamination. Heading south for several more hours, Chen approached the Valley of 10,000 Thunders. This area had already moved beyond the edge of abyss contamination, meaning no more low-tier beasts would spawn here, making it extremely dangerous. Yet, as before, even beyond the prohibited line, Chen's group encountered numerous independent cultivator teams. Within the forbidden zone, large groups risked triggering beast swarms, so most independent teams operated in units of a dozen or so. Just as Wang Yu had mentioned, the leaders of these rogue cultivator groups were merely 6th or 7th tier martial artists pitifully weak. Tap. 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 Besides Chen, a group of over 10 lone cultivators was besieging an 8th tier martial artist level thunderstorm Black Wolf. They were throwing everything they had at it, even resorting to old-style automatic rifles, yet still struggled mightily. Ah! In a moment of inattention, a 3rd tier martial artist was clawed open by the thunderstorm Black Wolf, bleeding out quickly and dying. Lacking equipment, coordination, and training, the survival of these lone cultivators looked extremely bleak. After roughly 10 minutes, they finally wore the Black Wolf down. After defeating the monster, their first instinct was to loot the spoils. No one paid any attention to the unfortunate soul who had perished. Let's go. Nothing to see here. Accustomed to one-hit kills, Chen held little interest in this group of lone cultivators. But Yu Qingru watched them intently. Qingru, did you notice something? Yu Qingru gave a slight nod. Have you noticed we haven't seen any fresh rogue cultivator corpses along the way? Songjiang isn't like Starsea City, the beasts here are far more powerful. Given the scale of these wandering cultivators, the ground should be littered with corpses by now. Ha! Hearing Yu Qingru's words, Lin Weiwei shrugged indifferently. Probably already eaten by ghouls. Besides, it's just a bunch of lone cultivators, who cares? With billions of people in Dragon Nation, the entire Western world combined doesn't even match its population. Who cares if a few lone cultivators die? Meanwhile, the group of lone cultivators who had just finished their battle settled down to rest. Among them, a muscular, long-faced brute stood arrogantly before the dead Black Panther, a massive broadsword slung over his shoulder. He relished the memory of his dazzling combat display. It was clear this brute was the squad's leader, a 7th tier Iron Bone attribute martial artist. Brother Bao. You're my idol. That slash you just pulled off was so damn cool. A 4th tier female support warrior, reeking of streetwise grit, threw her arms around the rogue leader in an exaggerated embrace. Her expression was unabashedly flirtatious as she spoke. The long-faced man was named Fabeo, a B-rank Iron Bone attribute warrior. After dropping out of university, he drifted through society, hunting beasts to survive. He was currently 25 years old. As for the 4th tier female martial artist, her name was Lu Qing, a 28-year-old streetwise woman. These past days, Lu Qing had utterly bewitched Fabeo with her still alluring face and 2 impressive assets. Ha! That's only natural. Our squad is now among the top few dozen in the independent cultivator ranks. After all, our minimum entry requirement is a 3rd tier martial artist. On cultivation forums, independent cultivators have even created their own rankings to facilitate better trading. Besides the beasts themselves, the rare treasures guarded by these creatures are the most crucial income source for us free-roaming cultivators. Exactly. Brother Bao is awesome. The other 3rd and 4th tier independent cultivators chimed in agreement. Among independent cultivators, a young 7th tier martial artist was already a rare asset, let alone one who also possessed the rare clarity of a university student. Meanwhile, several mushroom-haired, yellow-haired young cultivators stood atop the Black Wolf's corpse, taking turns filming spirit videos with their phones. Society has no towering trees, the martial world is my true path. Young man crouches, grabbing the wolf's claw. The waters run deep, the winds blow strong, no strength, no talk. He shouts while patting the Black Wolf's head. You see me slacking off, I see you putting on airs. I live for the thrill, not the facade. The young man stands at attention, preparing to perform the street dance move. Then, those lone cultivators dance the society shake in front of the Black Wolf's corpse. Chen, watching the entire scene, felt his scalp tingle. Black Wolf, you died so unfairly. Chen had long wanted to vent. These so-called wandering cultivators mostly resembled the pretentious hipsters of his past life. Uncultured, undisciplined, brimming with raw strength, just drifting aimlessly at the bottom of society. Pure spiritual energy youths. Who's over there? Stop hiding. You rat. Trying to be the third party, huh? Suddenly, the artifact-wielding man raised his long blade, pointing it straight at Chen's position behind the trees. A group of spiritual youths rushed over, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Chen simply hurried away with the campus beauties, unwilling to engage in any conflict with this bunch of idiots. Lu Qing, bro, don't mind them. Just a bunch of military academy students. Probably just trying to pick up our scraps. Ha! The moment they heard students, the yellow-haired rogue cultivators immediately wore expressions of contempt. In the eyes of these street-hardened thugs, students were nothing but useless trash. Their combat prowess couldn't hold a candle to those who'd spent years grinding it out on the streets. The current Wudao University students averaged around the 5th tier. After 2 months of combat training, a small group would reach the 9th tier and, with the university's full support, break through to become martial masters. Meanwhile, these street fighters were generally stuck at tiers 3 or 4, and significantly older than the students. Lacking resources and backing, many would likely struggle to break through to martial master even by age 30. But, as the saying goes, the allure of neon lights and nightlife can cloud the mind. One must see through society's complexities. Spotting only 3 people on Chen's side, the dozen or so rogue cultivators regained their confidence. Lu Qing, brother Bao, let's follow them. This was already the edge of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, an extremely dangerous area. With only 3 of them, they were probably lost. Follow them. When they get into trouble, they'll definitely abandon their weapons and gear. As one of the few level-headed members of their group, Lu Qing had already set her sights on the standard-issue submachine guns strapped to Chen's chest. Those things were far superior to the junk we'd scavenged from the black market. Chapter 127, The Unlucky Lone Operators. Chen, that bunch of brainless idiots is following us. Should we take them out first? Lin Weiwei finished speaking, then turned back with a look of disgust. Earlier, when they'd gotten too close, a few scumbags had yelled at her and Yuqingru, bragging that after selling their goods, they'd head into town to play with schoolgirls. They even arbitrarily set the price, declaring Lin Weiwei and Yuqingru at 8,000 a night. Lin Weiwei was about to explode, but Yuqingru stopped her. Yuqingru, forget it. This place is dangerous enough. If we hurt them, they won't make it out alive. Lin Weiwei, humph. You're quite the saint, aren't you? Ah, Yuqingru really is such a kind-hearted girl. Chen thought to himself. Lin Weiwei, humph. But just now some punk said that long-haired girl without a braid has bigger boobs, so she has to pay 500. Hey, Qingru, where are you going? Yuqingru, I'm going to freeze them solid. Ah, never again should anyone say Yuqingru has small breasts. Though, perhaps it's more accurate to say Lin Weiwei's are too big. Chen thought to himself. After calming down, Yuqingru said to Chen, thank goodness you're smart enough not to end up like them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered with you. Truth be told, class-wise, Chen and that gang of punks were cut from the same cloth, both from humble backgrounds with no connections. That I didn't turn into a street thug? I owe it all to my trusty system. You're welcome. Meanwhile, the artifact watched the 3 figures ahead, its inner alarm bells ringing. These 3 had been striding along with such confidence they certainly didn't look lost. Fabio had once been a student at a provincial key university, possessing a certain level of knowledge. Unfortunately, he'd offended the elite at school and was forced to drop out, leading him to his current aimless existence. Fabio sensed something was amiss, but as the leader, he couldn't back down. They stopped. Everyone hide and stay silent. When Lu Qing saw Chen halting before an open clearing, she urgently ordered everyone to lie low. As a forest valley, the sudden appearance of an open area in Wanli Valley was naturally due to the activity of beasts. Such a large clearing indicated significant animal activity in this area. They must be extremely cautious not to trigger a beast surge. Chen, ready? Lin Weiwei, Yuqingru, we're always ready. Chen then removed his backpack and prepared for battle. It was already noon, and he now needed to hunt some exotic beasts to complete the system quest. According to intelligence from the Martial Arts Academy, a martial artist level beast, the Thunder Wild Boar, was active in this area. These low-powered, herd-dwelling little boars were perfect for Chen to use to complete the system quest. A wild boar herd numbered at least 100, meaning there were bound to be dozens of martial artist level beasts. Sure enough, as soon as Chen and his companions halted, several large boars deep within the forest began stirring restlessly. Thunder Wild Boar, 17 warrior level, 3 martial artist level. Skills, Savage Charge, Fang Shock. The system alert confirmed Su Chen's suspicion. They had entered the Thunderbolt's territory and encountered the outer ring herd. To ensure a good night's sleep tonight, might as well wipe out this entire herd. Lin Weiwei, humph. So that's all you're thinking about. Having witnessed Su Chen's extraordinary prowess in lightning attribute combat multiple times before, both Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru were confident he could handle the Thunder Wild Boars. Su Chen, as I said before, I'll stand at the front line absorbing damage charging up. You two stay behind me and look for opportunities. Absolutely do not advance forward, understand? Got it. With that, Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru obediently retreated several dozen meters and signaled Su Chen that everything was clear. Su Chen nodded, then pulled a grenade from his tactical vest. Babeo, what the hell is he doing? With an expression of calm determination, Su Chen pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it into the dead silent forest. With a deafening boom, an unfortunate wild boar was blown to pieces in the dense foliage. Simultaneously with the explosion came the voice from the artifact behind Su Chen. Aminos. Who the hell taught you to play with explosives in the woods? This blast will draw every beast within miles. The very thought of being torn apart by hundreds of beasts left the artifact frozen solid on the spot. Beside the artifact, Lu Qing stood frozen in place, too terrified to even muster the strength to stand. True to his fears, dozens of wild boar projectiles soon burst from the dense woods opposite. Oomph. Only 4 martial artist-level beasts? Su Chen immediately activated his thunder-hardened body technique, charging at high speed into the boar herd. Wielding his Jingshi blade, he effortlessly dispatched 4 massive boars guarding the second and third tier martial artists. Since the Jingshi blade could channel the divine Xiao Silver Thunder, the very force most dreaded by beasts, into its blade, those terrifying 10-meter-long boars were dispatched in an instant, popping like balloons under Su Chen's strike. Mission target, 4,100. That kid is a martial artist. He might even be at the peak of martial artist rank and so young. The artifact, which had believed its death was certain, let out a joyful cry upon witnessing Su Chen effortlessly dispatch the 4 massive boars that had kicked it like a ball. Meanwhile, the remaining boars, seeing their leaders fall, quickly formed a defensive formation and launched their ranged attacks. It's about to begin. Behind Su Chen, Lin Weiwei murmured to herself. Just as Lin Weiwei predicted, dozens of terrifying beams of light struck Su Chen simultaneously. Yet he stood there as if nothing had happened, his expression oddly satisfied. Combat power, 100. Combat power 100. Combat power 100. Combat power 100. Just this volley from the little piggies granted Su Chen over 1,000 combat points. Ah, I really don't belong in this cozy city after all. Bring on the familiar great forest. Ha! Electricity. Why did it stop? Just as Su Chen was basking in the power boost from the electric shock, the wild boars across the way were nearly draining him dry. Su Chen, useless. Even an electric attack needs a cooldown? With that, Su Chen unleashed a 10,000 thunder prison to trap the wild boars huddled together. Immediately following, he fired 100,000 volts, instantly incinerating them. Su Chen's frenzied and seemingly senseless combat style had long since stunned Yu Qingru and Lin Weiwei, but for the group of independent cultivators behind him, it was still far too advanced. Detected new wave of attack, Thunderbolt main force. 106 martial artist level, 17 martial general level, 1 martial sovereign level. Martial sovereign? Seems the pig boss has been drawn out by me too. Though a martial sovereign, the Thunder Wild Boars were no match for the previous Thunder Dragon. If any individual possessed such formidable strength, it wouldn't have evolved as a herd animal. Lu Qing, girls, aren't you even a little scared? After regaining their composure, the group huddled tightly around Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru to avoid being wiped out by the isolated boars. Facing the 100 wild boars already converging, even with Su Chen's strength, none believed they could escape unscathed. Their only hope now was to cluster around Lin Weiwei, for Fabo was certain Su Chen must have a way to protect these two campus beauties amidst the boar horde. Just lie down and die. Chapter 128, The Strong from Humble Beginnings. Fabio was adamant that as a man, he could never allow two beauties to fall victim to the boars due to his negligence. Therefore, even crouched beside Lin Weiwei, he raised his battle blade in a defensive stance, a far cry from the terrified cowards cowering nearby. On the front lines, Su Chen unleashed ally projectiles with his Thunderbolt Finger, hunting down Martial Master level boars with the precision of an electromagnetic cannon. One shot, one kill, without pause. The Martial Sovereign tier boar powerhouse dared only lurk in the rear, discharging electricity to charge its minions. Unbeknownst to itself, it had become Su Chen's portable power bank. Combat power 100, combat power 100, combat power 100. The boar's rigid tactic, large boars discharging electricity while smaller ones charged, meant Su Chen intercepted all the high-tier combatants. The smaller boars, meanwhile, met their end at his blade. However, a dozen or so smaller boars managed to flank around to Su Chen's rear, preparing to attack the weaker martial artists. Damn it! There were indeed stragglers. Facing this group of at least 7th or 8th tier martial artist level piglets, though he knew he was outmatched, Fa Bao still raised his blade and charged forward. Su Chen, idiot! With the 10,000 Thunder Prison already unleashed, Su Chen could only watch helplessly as the artifact was electrocuted to near death by the prison's edges. Simultaneously, over a dozen piglets stubbornly charged the Thunder Prison, quickly turning into far from fragrant roasted pork. The 10,000 Thunder Prison stood like a natural barrier, shielding everyone within. Lin Weiwei, this guy's badly injured, but he won't die anytime soon. Yu Qingru, administer a recovery potion first. We'll hand him over to the Divine Shao's Silver Thunder to deal with shortly. Alright. With that, Lin Weiwei retrieved a potion from her spatial equipment and revived the artifact, which had been on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the artifact's teammates watched their nominal leader with cold indifference. In truth, each of them had prepared potions too, but none would spare them for the artifact. Among them all, only Lu Qing looked genuinely regretful. Sigh, if this guy dies, we won't get the bounty. After dealing with the artifact, Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru cast spells across the 10,000 Thunder Prison, slaughtering minor foes to earn credits. Her combat power had already reached 18,000. She was on the verge of breaking through to martial sovereign. Though Su Chen was now electrocuted to the point of being half naked, with barely any fabric left on his upper body, his physical condition and spirit were as strong as an ox. After enduring lightning strikes for so long, he'd grown accustomed to it. Unlike others who needed to resonate with the essence of heaven and earth during breakthroughs, Su Chen's breakthrough method was inherently embedded within the system. Therefore, the best method for Su Chen to break through was to be struck by a thunderbolt surpassing his current limits. Powerful thunder served as the unlocking key, automatically activating the laws belonging to the martial sovereign realm. This was precisely why Su Chen chose the thunder boar as his adversary. Its tusks could stack lightning strikes. With enough boars, the thunder's intensity would approach that of a heavenly tribulation. Of course, since individual boars possessed poor combat prowess, Su Chen could always retreat with the girls if the lightning proved too much to handle. Sure enough. Watching his men get pulverized one by the electromagnetic cannon, the martial sovereign-level thunder wild boar finally stepped out from behind the stage. Seeing their leader enter the fray, the remaining hundreds of boars formed a tight formation, channeling all their electrical energy into the thunder great boar. Should the ultimate attack fail, the boars would be drained of power, reduced to helpless, slaughtered pigs. A dazzling orb of light coalesced and erupted above the boar's head. Ruoro, do you think Su Chen can withstand it? He should be able to. 20 minutes later, at the edge of the South Gate Forest. Hundreds of boar carcasses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. Others, drained of energy, lay collapsed, helpless and vulnerable. The largest boar carcass, that nearly 20-meter-long mountain of flesh, had also fallen. The wound on its head clearly bore the mark of the Divine Shao's Silver Thunder. The scene was eerie. Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru, two graceful beauties, were methodically finishing off the exhausted boars one by one, earning credits. They couldn't be bothered to channel spiritual energy anymore. Yu Qingru used her pistol to blow each one's head off. With every shot, the points on the wristband issued by Wuda University increased accordingly. Lin Weiwei, meanwhile, wielded a massive iron rod, hacking away at each carcass until they were a bloody mess. After finishing off the dead boar, Lin Weiwei casually scraped out its crystal core. Lin Weiwei, I should have brought a pistol too. Yu Qingru, heh, you just keep on chugging away. Meanwhile, facing the scattered beasts littering the ground, the independent cultivators were dying to get their hands on them. Yet they dared not touch a single one, terrified Su Chen would reduce them to a bloody mist. Later, with tacit approval from Lin Weiwei and the others, the rogue cultivators began dismantling the beasts' carcasses and packing them away. One among them possessed a storage-type spatial ability similar to Wang Fugui's, so packing out the pig carcasses posed no problem. Since Lin Weiwei and her partner had already claimed all the beast cores, these wandering cultivators were left with only scraps. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, still comprehending the new skill granted by the system after his breakthrough to martial sovereign. Su Chen, combat power, 11327. Thunderbolt's Unbroken Sutra, 2nd tier, 70% completion. Acquired skill, 8000 thunder movements. Area of effect skill with growth potential. 8000 thunderbolts unleash terrifying lightning strikes across an area of at least 1000 square meters, its effect comparable to the lightning storm ability in Red Alert. Such a powerful area of effect technique proved far more efficient than the 10,000 thunder prison, which could only control 100 square meters. You're awake? After an unknown period, Su Chen opened his eyes to find Lin Weiwei grinning mischievously. What did you draw on my face? Hey, how did you know? Ah, never mind. Qingru and I found a small pond. We're going to bathe. If you dare peek, you're dead meat. Also, set up the tent later. Oh, and there's that injured guy. Go save him first. Su Chen, blah blah blah, what's that nonsense? Come back later and cook me 2 dishes. Got it. With that, Lin Weiwei dragged Yu Qingru away, both of them running off excitedly. A few wandering cultivators eyed the direction Lin Weiwei had run off in, eager to follow, but Su Chen glared them back into line. Su Chen was absolutely fed up with this bunch of deadweights. If it weren't for these jerks, he might have had a chance at some romantic moments with the campus beauties. Oh my god, I'm getting electrocuted into a moron. Just tough it out. Su Chen approached the electrically damaged artifact and channeled the divine shell Silver Thunder to begin repairing its fried mechanical functions. Seizing the moment while Su Chen channeled his power, Lu Qing hurried over to strike up a conversation.
Big bro, you're so strong. Sis, I'm at least a generation younger than you. Oh my, you're so boring. How annoying.
Much to Lu Qing's surprise, Su Chen showed not a shred of the arrogance typical of noble families.
Su Chen, huh? Noble? I'm no noble. Just like you, I'm just an ordinary person with no connections. A humble background?
The moment Lu Qing heard that Su Chen, a peak martial master at such a young age, came from a humble background, she was stunned into silence. After a long while, Lu Qing made an excuse to slip away, retreating to a spot far from the crowd. There, Lu Qing contacted her mysterious superior and reported her latest discovery of a powerhouse from humble origins. Soon after, a reply came.
Find out where they're headed. Reward, 1 spirit stone. Chapter 129, Ambush.
Unlike those half-grown youths of 16 or 17, Lu Qing, at 28, had long seen through the treacherous nature of the martial world. Once upon a time, Lu Qing had been an academic prodigy from a humble background in one of the outer counties, the pride of her parents. But upon entering high school, Lu Qing discovered her path upward had long been blocked by big city elites and the nobility of the Dragon Nation. Her only options were enlisting in the military or becoming a servant to the aristocracy. Ultimately, unable to endure the nobles' bullying any longer, Lu Qing seized an opportunity to injure one who constantly tormented her. After that, she could only wander the world, banding together with rogues and wandering cultivators for mutual protection, scraping by on the fringes of the city. The reason Lu Qing wore a long coat even in the sweltering heat was to conceal her tattoos. As a seasoned veteran, Lu Qing served as the intermediary in this makeshift team, liaising directly with buyers seeking exotic beasts. This kind of intermediary, who could exploit information gaps, was also well suited to being an informant. Beyond exotic beasts, her handler also instructed Lu Qing to keep an eye out for powerful rogue cultivators, report them promptly, and strive to bring them to the trading post. Each reported powerful individual earned a bounty of 10,000 yuan.
And a top-tier talent like Su Chen was worth an entire spirit stone. Though Lu Qing knew neither the man's identity nor his purpose, as long as there was money to be made, who cared? That night, the wandering cultivators camped alongside Su Chen.
As night fell, the cultivators were still dissecting the beasts' carcasses.
Come nightfall, the forest's beasts grew even more active. For the wandering cultivators to return now would be tantamount to suicide. It was safer to remain in this forest, now cleared of danger. The trees in the abyss forest towered hundreds of meters high, casting an eerie, bone-chilling atmosphere after dark. Even though they camped together, the lone cultivators dared not approach Su Chen's tent.
After nightfall, Lin Weiwei took the first watch, Yu Qing grew the last watch, while Su Chen was stuck with the grueling middle watch.
Since everything demanded realism, cadets weren't allowed to return to the safe zone after dark.
Instead, they set up camp and maintained vigilance, though teams could collaborate to camp together. At 1 a.m., Su Chen glanced at his score-tracking bracelet. In just one day, he had nearly matched the freshman record at Wuda University, amassing 19,000 points. Though unaware of others' scores, he suspected he'd likely top the school rankings again. To maintain a low profile and complete system tasks, Su Chen planned to remove his tracking bracelet during monster hunts. Yu Qingru and Lin Weiwei had also earned substantial points through last hitting, scoring 8,700 and 9,100 points respectively. Of course, their most crucial gains were the precious beast cores. With these, they'd likely reach martial artist rank within half a month.
Hey bro. We're having hot pot. Wanna join us? Nah, gotta stand guard. Feeling better? Babeo, much better. Regardless, Su Chen was his savior, so Fa Bao had to come say hello. Babeo, then I'll bring you some food. It's getting cold. Sure. Truthfully, the artifact yearned to converse with Su Chen, but given the vast disparity in their power levels, it felt unseemly to persistently disturb him. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from Thunder Valley. In the western forest, Lin Tian's squad had also chosen to venture deep into the woods rather than linger at the edge hunting minor monsters for easy points. Babyface, as expected of young Master Lin, scoring over 2,000 points in a single day. That's practically guaranteed first place. Wuda's practical combat course scoring rules were as follows: Martial Artist Tier Beasts 100, 1000 points, Martial Master Tier Beasts 1000, 10,000 points, Martial Sovereign Tier Beasts 10,000, 100,000 points. Generally, freshmen don't even consider Wuzong Tier Beasts, so Lin Tian must have taken down at least 3 Wuxia Tier Beasts today. Lin Tian, don't get cocky. This is just the first day. We'll keep fighting tomorrow. Don't forget who our real opponent is. Got it. Boss, it's just that Su Chen guy. We gotta take him down. Hey, if you're not sleeping, come out and take my watch. Outside Lin Tian's tent, a bald young man at the 7th martial artist rank muttered resentfully. That man was Huang Yong, born into a poor family. He was an honest, hard-working giant. As Lin Tian's teammate, he handled the fire support. Huang Yong was a fortunate man. As someone from a humble background, he should have endured the discrimination of noble offspring.
Yet, under Lin Tian's protection, he unexpectedly gained a position equal to the nobles. Deep down, Huang Yang was profoundly grateful to Lin Tian and vowed to follow him. While Lin Tian and his two companions chatted and laughed, they were unaware that the dangerous abyss cultists and American spies had already set their sights on them. Four martial masters cloaked in black were about to strike. The next morning, Su Chen was roused from sleep. He pushed away Lin Weiwei, who had been holding him. He had no idea how long they'd been asleep. After washing up, Su Chen surveyed the scattered pig carcasses and the vanished tent flap. Have they left? Yu Qingru, they left an hour ago. Then we should leave soon too. After a night here, the bloodshed will likely attract other beasts. Right. Yu Qingru nodded. After packing up their supplies, Su Chen and the others continued southward. But not long after setting off, Su Chen received a communication from Wang Yu. Su Chen, urgent mission notification. Yesterday, due to the influence of independent cultivators, the military academy students' beast hunt was not going smoothly. Many weaker beasts had already been slaughtered by these cultivators. Wuda University welcomed this outcome, as it encouraged students to actively explore dangerous zones. However, during the night, 3 targeted assassinations against Wuda students occurred. 3 had already been killed, and 3 others were missing. Since the victims were all lone wolf teams similar to Su Chen's, the casualties included Wuda's top students. Wu Yanbo was now furious and mobilizing forces to search the mountains. Although Wuda deployed drones to maintain order during combat training sessions, the vastness of the Songjiang forest proved too much for the drones to handle. One of yesterday's attacks targeted Lin Tian's squad. Fortunately, the assailants were torn to shreds by the Lin family's martial commander before they could strike. The good news is the attackers have been identified as abyss cultists. The bad news is the Lin family left no survivors. Su Chen, the closest attack site is now just 1 kilometer from your squad. The university leadership has decided you will assist our intelligence officer in tracking down the abyss cultists. Remember, your divine thunder silver lightning is the abyss cultists' nemesis. We will now sever your communications with the main base, drone tracking, and the signal from your tracking bracelets. Note, this mission now counts as your new assessment. The school will not skimp on rewards. Su Chen, understood. How will we contact the academy now? Wang Yu, the new communication channel is the Imperial military's top secret frequency. It's in the hands of the intelligence officer. Over. With that, Su Chen's squad headed 1 kilometer west to await the intelligence officer from Wuda. Meanwhile, in another direction, Lu Qing led the independent cultivators to trade with buyers from the United States. With inventory overflowing storage-type spatial items maxed out and each rogue cultivator carrying numerous thunder wild boars. Fortunately, Lu Qing reported that the buyers were willing to conduct the transaction near the security perimeter, eliminating the need to travel dozens of miles to the logistics park on the city outskirts. Hours later, the independent cultivators approached the absolute prohibition line. There, American spies already sharpening their knives and having waited impatiently for half a day awaited them. Chapter 130, Expert Reinforcements. Since this was a practical combat assessment, Tanya couldn't stay by Su Chen's side. After all, with Tanya's current strength, racking up 100,000 points for Su Chen would be a breeze. During the assessment, while candidates remained shrouded in the fog of war, the academy itself maintained no information barriers. However, upon learning of abyss cultist activity, Tanya, who had been sleeping soundly at home, was immediately summoned to the base by Wu Yanbo. As a former intelligence officer of the Inquisition, no one in the entire academy was better suited to track down abyss cultists. The so-called abyss cultists were rogue martial artists attempting to cultivate the power of the abyss. Since ancient times, the power of the abyss has been far denser than spiritual energy, drawing countless individuals seeking strength into its embrace. Over 10,000 years of development, these dark martial artists had established mature organizational structures and secret operational zones. They had also cultivated specialized techniques for practicing the abyss's dark arts, the most notorious of which involved consuming human hearts and livers to suppress the abyss's backlash. Thus, among the common folk, the abyss cultists are the very devouring demons all Dragon Nation citizens avoid at all costs. For millennia, ambushing and slaying the nation's strongest warriors, then coercing their souls into embracing the abyss's baptism to become heretics, has been the cultists' favorite pastime. Thus, their presence during the martial arts academy exams was hardly surprising. That's just too disgusting. Upon arriving at the scene of the incident, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but bite her lip. The reason was simple, the scene was utterly gruesome. A Wu University student, the same age as the 3 of them, lay torn to pieces amidst a heap of mangled debris. Before dying, this person had likely suffered a brutal murder. Hello there, little ones. Just as Su Chen was debating whether to go down and gather his comrades' remains, Tanya suddenly materialized from the adjacent space. Sure enough, she was the intelligence officer expert Wang Yu had mentioned. Tanya, you little brat, you actually broke through to Martial Sovereign? A 17-year-old Martial Sovereign? Who the hell would believe that unless it was the Dragon Emperor's bloodline? Tanya wasn't surprised by Su Chen's breakthrough to Martial Sovereign. However, Wuda University would likely cover this up to protect him. Well, better that way. After reuniting with Su Chen, Tanya immediately prepared to perform an autopsy. However, Su Chen suggested he might have a way to glimpse some of the deceased's final moments. Su Chen, after death, the spiritual essence within the brain remains active for a while. Perhaps my divine thunder can capture some clues. Alright. Having worked in the judgment court for years, Tanya was well acquainted with the practice of extracting clues from deceased brains, a method fundamentally based on electrical stimulation. The Shinshao Silver Thunder inherently possessed mysterious life attributes. Through cultivation and insight, Su Chen might have gained sudden enlightenment regarding the fundamental laws of life. Thus, Tanya stepped aside, allowing Su Chen to dig his fingers into the deceased's skull. The sight left Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru feeling physically and mentally queasy. Tanya, did you find anything? Yes. Su Chen uncovered the answer. Within this forest, a force is hunting down and capturing the elite warriors of our dragon nation, specifically those from humble backgrounds. Lowborn? Su Chen, yes. That's what those heretical cultists said before urging our people to surrender. They claimed they only wanted commoners, not nobles. Moreover, this 7th-tier martial artist wasn't killed by the abyss cultists, he was brutally murdered by his own 2 teammates. Su Chen then retrieved the deceased's identification bracelet. It showed the man was named Su Kongming, a standard noble offspring, while his teammates were 2 lowly commoners. These 2 would likely end up as servants for the Su family after graduation. Naturally, they were responsible for attending to Su Kongming's daily needs, enduring his constant orders and abuse. Truthfully, this was the reality for many commoner students at the academy, not just at Martial Arts University. Unless one could secure the protection of the Imperial Army and the academy through hard work and achievements, like Wang Yu, they were destined to serve as dogs for the great nobles. Shortly after, Lin Weiwei spotted several more corpses of martial masters not far away. It seemed Su Kongming had secretly used his family's martial artists to boost his scores, which was why he'd strayed from the main group and ventured deep into the Forbidden Zone. But by going solo, he'd been targeted by the Abyss cultists. What surprised Su Chen even more was recognizing one of the Abyss cultists, the martial sovereign who had launched a mental pollution attack against Wang Fugui just 2 days prior. In Su Chen's memory, wasn't this guy currently on the wanted list? This development linked together an increasing number of suspicious threads for the 4 of them. While the Martial University might have strong practitioners from humble backgrounds, they would never act alone so recklessly. Anyone daring to directly attack dozens of students would likely trigger a full-scale assault from the martial generals at the main base the moment the drone footage was transmitted. Therefore, the true target suitable for a hunt wasn't Wu University students, but rather lone practitioners. Su Chen, no wonder we haven't seen a single rogue cultivator's corpse along the way. Any group of independent cultivators daring to hunt deep within the Forbidden Zone would have at least 1 or 2 6th or 7th tier powerhouses among them, and they'd be from impoverished backgrounds without exception. They were the perfect prey. Tanya, damn it. No wonder the US has been buying up exotic beasts at premium prices lately. Those bastards must have already hooked up with the Abyssal cult. The Abyssal cult has been deep-rooted in the empire for years, backed by noble sponsors, and has already taken control of numerous small eastern nations. The existence of these scoundrels is nothing short of a cash cow the United States has long coveted. Worse still, these American lackeys might be exploiting our Dragon Nation citizens to synthesize potions. Tanya knew that impoverished youths who'd committed bloody crimes in the Dragon Nation were always the enemy's first choice, perfect for recruitment as cultists or spies. Damn it, if it weren't for acquiring abyss technology and biological research to suppress monster reproduction, who the hell would deal with these damn foreigners? But unlike Tanya, who only saw her adversaries as abyss cultists seeking to expand their power and Flower Nation capitalists exploiting the chaos, Su Chen believed the United States might be the true mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, near the absolute prohibition line, the artifact was knocked unconscious in just 3 rounds by the combined assault of abyss cultists and American spies. As for the other lone cultivators, they had long since knelt in surrender. Lu Qing had deliberately led everyone here to present the artifact as prey for the American spies and reveal Su Chen's operational area. But Lu Qing never imagined that in the eyes of the American spies, she was nothing more than a useless pawn. She received neither the promised bounty nor precious spirit stones. Instead, she knelt trembling alongside the others, awaiting their fate. Dare to speak, and a slap would be her reward. Oomph. You lowly trash, all of you, just wait to be ground into powder for inhibitor production. A member of the Wang family roared with laughter, while the other independent cultivators remained oblivious to his words. Within the United States, high-grade suppressants had become priceless commodities. Thus, pharmaceutical companies had been relentlessly using people like Lu Qing to lure independent cultivators into forbidden zones for mass hunts. In just 1 week, hundreds of independent cultivators had been captured, including 20 powerhouses above the 6th tier. The weaker ones were sent straight to the workshops for alchemical processing, while the stronger ones were recruited as new spies for the United States. As the spatial formation unfolded, this batch of victims, the magical artifacts, was transported to the United States secret base along the Songjiang coast. Chapter 131, The Holy Spirit Society and Bu Yade. Deep within the coastal forests of Songjiang City, hidden from all global satellite tracking, lay the underwater intelligence base codenamed R-77. Unlike Wang Jiaxiu's makeshift cave workshop, this was a massive forward spy base. Its entrances lay within the forest's network of tunnels, while the main structure extended nearly 100 meters deep into the ocean. Thanks to abyssal technology, the United States constructed this base under the Dragon Nation's nose in just 5 years, completing its infiltration. The undersea facility was fully functional, housing pharmaceutical workshops, laboratories, teleportation arrays, personnel activity rooms, training grounds, armories, and most crucially, signal transmitters. Here, the Supreme Commander is a U.S. paladin codenamed Obama. As a member of the Buddhist order, he holds immense prestige within the U.S. The Buddhist order is the United States' most crucial monastic institution, gathering all its elites. Its supreme leader is an extremely mysterious, archbishop equivalent to Wuzhuguo level powerhouse who has founded and led the Buddhist order for nearly 50 years. The archbishop of the Buddhist sect is known as the Holy Father. Oba is the Holy Father's disciple, having been personally bestowed the name Oba by him. Oba is utterly loyal to the Holy Father. At this moment, Oba was enjoying a sumptuous lunch in his opulent command room, flanked by fellow monks and his personal steward. Oba, mealtime again, brothers. Before the meal began, Oba solemnly recited the prayer of thanksgiving. Across from Oba, a middle-aged man with the appearance of a Dragon Nation native stared at him in confusion. What on earth is this guy muttering about? It doesn't sound like Dragon Nation or Flower Flag language either. Fortunately, the American cultivator behind him promptly explained. Esteemed Mr. Ho Shuangdao, that phrase also originates from the Heavenly Kingdom's ceremonial rites. It signifies gratitude for the sustenance bestowed by our Heavenly Father and Heavenly Brother. Ho Shuangdao, a martial general-level powerhouse from the Holy Spirit Society, a faction of the Abyssal Demon cult, had come to negotiate cooperation with American spies. Unlike the Americans who directly cultivate the Abyss, Dragon Nation's Abyss cultists primarily harness abyssal power to accelerate the circulation of spiritual energy within their bodies. Essentially, they still cultivate spiritual energy, following a path akin to integrating Eastern and Western medicine. For current Abyss cultists, the inhibitor is nothing short of a divine artifact, maximally preventing practitioners from succumbing to spiritual derangement. Thus, Ho Shuangdao's arrival served two purposes: first, to establish a foothold for his followers in Songjiang and coordinate operations with the Americans; second, to open up distribution channels for the inhibitors, thereby strengthening the Abyss cult's power. The Abyss cultists had secretly collaborated with the United States for years, thus they knew of the exceptionally formidable Buddha Society, responsible for all espionage activities in the country. But Ho Shuangdao was seeing members of the Buddha Society for the very first time. Their appearance was truly bizarre. Each Buyao monk sported disheveled hair, cloaked in hooded robes. Beneath these robes, their ceremonial garments bore embroidered symbols of incomprehensible meaning: one world, one family, sharing peace together. Yet out of respect for their formidable power, Ho Shuangdao saw no point in dwelling on such trivialities. In recent days, the observation group, the overseas codename for the Buddha Society, had been posing as the Abyss Church, conducting kidnappings in the outskirts of Songjiang. Ho Shuangdao had been actively cooperating with their operations. The core of the observation group consisted of a bunch of oddly dressed, long-haired individuals far too conspicuous. Recruiting some Dragon Nation natives made perfect sense. But these newbie fools had the audacity to target the Lin family. This directly prompted Ho Shuangdao to plan his escape. Today's meal was his farewell dinner. Truthfully, the observation group couldn't be blamed for their rashness. By all logic, a noble of Lin Tian's caliber would never team up with commoners. In the pitch-black darkness, the newly recruited scum from the Dragon Nation had identified the Lin family's lowly status merely by the cheap watches worn by the student guards. Little did they know, the moment they moved to act, they were hacked to pieces by the Lin family's martial commander. After the meal, Ho Shuangdao withdrew, carrying the 1,000 high-grade suppressants he had purchased. After Ho Shuangdao's departure, Oba looked down on the Dragon Nation's Abyss cultists with utter contempt. In Oba's view, the Lin family was merely a decaying old aristocracy destined to be crushed by the tide of history, nothing to fear. Thanks to the Abyss's technological advancements, the United States had made significant strides in miniaturization. Within the confined space of a single undersea base, they had deployed biological disruptors capable of triggering colossal-scale beast swarms. In contrast, Dragon Nation's equivalent technology was so massive it couldn't even fit inside this undersea base. Beyond that, the base was stockpiled with various Abyss viruses capable of instantly poisoning even martial sovereign-level powerhouses. Therefore, in Obama's view, even if the Dragon Nation's elite dared to encircle and attack him, triggering a beast tide targeting the students would render Songjiang's high-end combat forces useless. And even if any stragglers dared infiltrate the base, he could absolutely guarantee they wouldn't leave alive. While Oba was still picking his teeth, an observer suddenly burst in, disregarding decorum as he shouted at Oba. "Holy Night! A miracle has descended. Just moments ago, we captured a martial artist from the Dragon Nation who was completely immune to all abyssal corruption. This is a deity capable of cultivating the Heavenly Kingdom's secret arts. Another heavenly brother has descended." "What? My God! Heavenly Father above! At that moment, Oba's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. Though both were heavenly brothers, Oba himself could not achieve complete immunity to abyssal corruption. He still required injections of suppressants, albeit far less frequently. Across the entire United States, only 13 individuals possess immunity to abyssal corruption. Among them is the Son of Heaven, the incarnation of the Heavenly Father on earth, the Holy Father. The remaining 12 were the Holy Father's original companions, his most devout followers and comrades in arms. It was through the Holy Father's grace that they gained immunity to the abyss's corruption. They were known as the Holy Celestial Brothers. However, the lecturer has said that perhaps one day, another individual immune to the abyss's corruption may emerge in this world. When that day comes, we must bring that person back to the capital of the United States, heavenly capital, at any cost. Ah! Great mentor, your words have come true once more. Quick! Take me to pay homage to this great holy brother. He is our most precious brother, Buyade. Meanwhile, the artifact was utterly bewildered. Ever since entering this undersea dragon palace, he'd been escorted by a pack of traitorous dogs, ready to be injected. As fellow Dragon Nation citizens, every last one of these traitorous dogs groveled before the American invaders, utterly disgracing the Dragon Nation for a few doses of inhibitor. Though Fa Ba was just a commoner in the Dragon Kingdom, he still had some sense of patriotism. So along the way, he didn't hold back from cursing the ancestors of these traitorous scum. Naturally, the result was a steady stream of slaps and blows from iron rods. What no one could have predicted was that after receiving the so-called abyss suppressant injection, the Americans present screamed and shrieked as if they'd seen a ghost. After the second shot of the stimulant, they went completely mad, weeping and laughing hysterically before Fa Bao, prostrating themselves and kowtowing with their foreheads pounding the ground. The Dragon Nation martial artist responsible for escorting the artifact was even slain on the spot by the Americans merely to appease the artifact's wrath and beg for its forgiveness. After a long while, Obama emerged with tears in his eyes and addressed the artifact in fluent dragon language. O 14th son of the great Heavenly Father! I am the Supreme Commander here and your most loyal servant. While the artifact remained bewildered, Lu Qing had undoubtedly found her lifeline. Lu Qing, treasure brother! Save me! If fortune favors us, let us not forget each other. Seeing the expression on this Dragon Nation woman's face, a flower-flight cultivator hurriedly untied Lu Qing's bonds. If I'm not mistaken, this woman must be Brother Xingtian's girlfriend. Hold on. Seeing Lu Qing's hopeful expression, the artifact suddenly raised its right hand, signaling the cultivator to stop. Then, the artifact coldly declared. This woman betrayed us earlier. Now, kill her. Chapter 132, The Mightiest Artifact. On American soil, the Holy Brother's word is law. Thus, the moment the words left his mouth, Obama personally struck, sending Lu Qing to meet her maker with a single finger. Compared to other weakling wandering cultivators, Lu Qing's fate was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Divine Artifact Brother. Tomorrow I'll send you back to the United States to meet the Holy Father. Oh, and is there anything you desire? I'll do my utmost to fulfill it. Before the people from the mainland arrived to collect the magical artifact, Oba suddenly realized this was the perfect opportunity to strengthen his bond with the Holy Brother. Ah, well. The artifact pondered for a moment before saying, I'd like to take a couple more shots of that enhancement serum you gave me earlier. I feel like one more dose could get me to 9th tier. Attendants. Present my heavenly brother with the finest enhancement serum and the heavenly feast. Aid my heavenly brother in breaking through tonight to become a cultivator, no, a martial master. As he spoke, Oba invited the artifact to his luxurious suite for bathing and dining, his demeanor both intensely humble and fervently devoted. Oba's penthouse suite resembled a luxurious undersea hotel, its solid glass walls framing breathtaking underwater vistas. Such extravagant indulgence was a first for Fa Bao in all his years. By now, Fabio had changed into the attire of the Buyo society. Already famished, he didn't hesitate to tuck into the delicacies before him, while Oba sat beside him, gently explaining matters concerning the church. Moments later, Bob Yao caught a glimpse of Su Chen's photo on the mission board. Fa Bao's heart sank instantly. These damn foreigners had set their sights on brother Su Chen. The photo had been secretly taken by Lu Qing, accompanied by basic information and his known activity area. Having attended university, Fabio recognized the American language and knew Su Chen was still in Thunder Valley. In Fabio's eyes, Su Chen was his savior. Whether he turned into a poisonous insect or was tortured to death, neither outcome was something Fabio wanted to see. He'd have to find a way to get out and warn him. Besides, Fa Bao didn't fully trust these murderous maniacs from the United States either. His true intention now was simply to grab as many benefits as possible before escaping, leaving this underwater slaughterhouse behind to rush into the city and indulge in pleasure. Fabio, Oleo, first give me a spatial bracelet, then load it up with spirit stones, treasures, and such. I need to live it up in Songjiang first. Ah, this. Upon hearing the artifact wanted to leave, Old O immediately hesitated. It wasn't that he feared Fa Bao would inform on them to the Dragon Nation, he simply dreaded complications arising from delay. Oba, holy brother, since you must go out, allow this humble servant to accompany you. Rest assured. I'm only concerned for your safety, absolutely no intention of spying on you. Fabio, whatever you say, old O. Anyway, tonight I'm heading into town to have a good time, then find a few girls to hang out with for a few days. If you've got time, we can join them. Ha? Play for a few days? Then you won't be heading back to Huachi tomorrow? Of course not. When did I ever promise to return to Huachi? Daring not to defy Fabio's orders, Aarunzi could only let him go out to enjoy himself, assigning only one Dragon Nation martial master to follow and protect Fabio's safety. Aorunji certainly had no time to accompany the artifact on its escapades. The entire base still needed his command. After dinner, the teleportation array activated. The artifact, now back in its civilian attire, returned to the perilous forest on the outskirts of Songjiang, the very edge of the Thunder Valley. Surveying the surroundings, the artifact, still shaken, couldn't believe it could actually command a martial general at will. Thus, upon leaving American territory this time, the artifact found itself in a state of hesitation. The very fact he could come and go from the base at will made it clear, the American spies genuinely treated him like royalty. Privilege was something the artifact both loved and hated. How could it not be tempted? Boss, where are we headed now? The Wuzong spy who had followed him flattered Fa Bao with a fawning expression. First, accompany me to find a friend. I have something to discuss with him. Numerous independent cultivator groups were active in the Thunder Valley. Fa Bao's phone contained contacts for many of their leaders. Perhaps through them, they could locate Su Chen. Got it, boss. I'll follow your lead. Without asking any questions or showing the slightest doubt, the Wuzong followed Fa Bao's orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, over an hour had passed since Su Chen and his group had found their last lead in the Thunder Valley. Following the existing clues, Su Chen and his two companions continued searching for lone cultivators daring to cross the forbidden line, blending into their ranks to track down the American spy. Tanya remained hidden in the shadows, guarding Su Chen and his companions. Before long, Su Chen spotted a group of over a dozen independent cultivators. After effortlessly slaying a martial master-level beast in front of them, the group's attitude shifted instantly. They warmly welcomed Su Chen to join their ranks. Shortly after joining, the squad leader abruptly announced a rest stop. Upon hearing the order, the group immediately sat down, unpacked their backpacks, and began drinking water or applying healing potions as needed. Brother Su Chen, I know a 7th rank martial artist who wants to join our group. Let's wait for him first. Since Su Chen had become the core of the group, the leader had to report the reason for the rest to him. The only reason lone cultivators dared venture deep into the Forbidden Zone was because their group contained powerful individuals capable of protecting the team. Naturally, the more such powerful members, the better. After securing Su Chen's backing, the captain broadcast a message throughout the rogue cultivator group. A martial master, a military academy student, no less, was joining the team. Those seeking a group were urged to come quickly, with a minimum requirement of 7th tier strength. Shortly after, Fa Bao contacted him. Upon confirming it was brother Su Chen, he hurried over. About 20 minutes later, two hurried figures emerged from the dense forest. Su Chen was also recognized by the martial sovereign spy. The Saint Spirit Society and the observation group had clashed earlier that morning over this young powerhouse's allegiance. It wasn't hard for the martial sovereign to deduce that the brother mentioned by the artifact was Su Chen. The artifact's purpose was clearly to warn Su Chen not to be captured by those madmen from the observation group. In doing so, the artifact was effectively throwing a spanner in the works for the observation group. Ah, this is a golden opportunity to strengthen ties with the artifact brother. The thought struck the spy martial master, who immediately pounded his chest and declared, "Don't worry, boss. I'll pretend I never saw anything today. I absolutely won't report this to those Americans. Smart people are a pleasure to deal with." Once Fa Bao joined the group, the martial master wisely stepped aside, not even daring to eavesdrop on their private conversation. "Brother Su Chen, I need to speak with you. Brother Su Chen, come here first." With that, the artifact hurriedly motioned for Su Chen and the others to find a secluded spot to talk. This move undoubtedly enraged the captain of the independent cultivators. "You bastard! How dare you steal the patron I'd been clinging to?" The 8th tier martial artist captain was about to explode with rage, but just as he attempted to channel his spiritual energy, the spy martial master drew a massive axe from his spatial equipment and pressed it against the captain's throat. Such a terrifying aura instantly sent the entire gang of petty thugs trembling in fear, never daring to trouble Fa Bao again. Once they reached a shaded spot, the artifact urgently warned Su Chen. "Brother Su Chen, you must turn back immediately. A group of maniacs who hunt the Han men have set their sights on you. You know that wicked woman Lu Qing, right? She reported you. Run now, you must stay with the main group to stay safe." Ha! Fabeo's words stunned Su Chen. This wasn't information a mere 7th tier independent cultivator should possess. "Su Chen, how do you know?" "Artifact, hey, you probably won't believe this, but I just escaped from a spy nest in the United States. Oh, and don't tell anyone about this part. If you do, you'll ruin your future." "What? You actually escaped from the Americans? But looking at that martial sovereign behind you, you've clearly already betrayed your country, right?" Unlike Su Chen's slow interrogation, Tanya chose decisive action. The next instant, a pale blue long sword flashed into existence within the space. With a light flick of the blade, the spy martial master's head was severed. Immediately, an expressionless Tanya materialized beside the artifact, the sword now pointed directly at its throat. Boy, you'd better spill everything you know right now. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. Chapter 133, The Spy. Tanya's strike was as swift as thunder, as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the martial master who had just dominated the situation was decapitated. The group of wandering cultivators could only cower in fear, trembling so violently they dared not even breathe. Before long, the entire group of wandering cultivators had fled without a trace. Facing the blade poised to sever its head at any moment, the artifact suddenly bellowed at Tanya. I'm not a spy. I'm not a spy. Don't kill me. I'm extremely valuable. Honestly, I hold a high position over there now. They all call me the new holy brother. I can be your informant. Please don't kill me. As an independent cultivator, the artifact frequently dealt with black market gangs and had naturally served as an informant for the city guard or the law enforcement bureau. To prove his worth, the artifact immediately opened its spatial bracelet, spilling out 3 high-grade enhancement potions and 100 high-quality spirit stones. Such a fortune was beyond the wildest dreams of countless independent cultivators in their entire lives. This is the pocket money they gave me to enjoy myself in the city today. Could ordinary people ever hope for such privilege? Su Chen, Sisya, this sum is almost as generous as the offer you made to recruit me back then. Plus, I just saw that martial sovereign groveling before him. The artifact must be telling the truth. Though Su Chen didn't know why, the artifact had indeed caught the eye of the American spy. Oh? Surveying the dazzling array of spirit stones, Tanya began to believe the artifact's words. Tanya certainly knew something about the Buyade sect after all. Too many comrades had fallen at the hands of their cultivators. However, Tanya knew little about the Buyade society itself, as the organization was extremely secretive. Still, she was generally aware that the society held in highest regard those who could resist the abyssal corruption. Babeo, though I only just learned this myself, it seems I possess a natural, exceptionally strong resistance to abyssal corruption. That's why their supreme commander wants to take me as an apprentice and send me to the United States for advanced training. Babeo kept his guard up, not daring to claim he was a chosen one who completely ignored the abyss's corruption. Oh, and beautiful sister. Their headquarters is underwater, a submarine converted into an undersea base. It not only has teleportation arrays but also signal jammers specifically designed to counter the beasts. So you must hurry back and tell your people to stop blindly hunting American spies. Because the moment they sense a threat, they'll unleash a beast tide to wipe out all the students and divert attention. The Americans are making a major move against the Dragon Nation. The construction of Sky City is the opportunity they've been waiting for. Inside the base, traps laced with abyssal toxin are everywhere. Today alone, 3 martial sovereigns died in the teleportation passage. As for the base's defenders, the lowest rank is Martial Master. The main force consists of Martial Sovereigns, the top combatant is a Martial General, and there's a group of Martial Emperors. But they have reinforcements if attacked, other Martial Generals will come to support them. To save its own life, the artifact spilled everything it knew. Consider yourself lucky. With that, Tanya sheathed her long sword. For Tanya, the artifact was nothing short of a stroke of luck. The intelligence it possessed was not only comprehensive but also provided Tanya with the most urgently needed teleportation scrolls. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, examining the artifact's spatial bracelet. The characters engraved on the bracelet were enough to send a chill down Su Chen's spine. Su Chen, artifact, what's that Buyade thing you guys have? Is this, Buyade, what those weird characters spell? Ah, right. Brother Su Chen, they call that gibberish Buyade. Bol Buyo? This bracelet has brother engraved on it, bro. If Su Chen dared to shout brother right now, the magical artifact would probably praise his pronunciation as perfect just like Obama's. And engraved right after brother were the Chinese characters Su Chen knew best, holy brother. So if this Buyade were to be translated according to Su Chen's understanding, it should be Holy Brother Society or Brotherhood. Damn it, could there be more of my kind out there? Forget it. No point dwelling on it now. Better not slip up in front of Tanya. The most important thing for a person is to recognize and demonstrate their self-worth. That's exactly what the artifact was doing. If Tanya had been intent on killing him 10 minutes ago, now she had not only abandoned the thought but was even considering protecting this guy. Just as the artifact had stated earlier, he truly was the most suitable candidate to infiltrate the Holy Brothers. The Holy Brotherhood had emerged as a formidable force in the past 30 years, boasting the world's foremost expertise in abyss research. Imperial intelligence had long sought to infiltrate its ranks, but all attempts had met with failure and heavy losses. Thus, Tanya instantly underwent a 180-degree transformation toward the artifact, shifting from a cold-blooded assassin to a warm-hearted big sister. Tanya, if you stay in Longwa, you'll just be an average B rank with no real future. But if you go to Hawaii, you could probably become a martial general in just a few years. But I must warn you, the people of the Flower Country have become no different from demons. You've seen their methods. These creatures have lost all basic human morality. What's the difference between their so-called inhibitors and outright cannibalism? Many small nations on the western continent have been conquered by the Flower Nation, their people reduced to livestock and slaves for the Flower Nation's capitalists. If not for fears of reigniting the Great Annihilation War, the Dragon Nation would have launched an expedition against them long ago. Many of my comrades fell victim to the Holy Brotherhood. They were sent to gas chambers, transformed into neither human nor ghost, becoming fodder for the abyss, used by the American people to extract and synthesize those damned potions. Do you wish to meet the same fate? In truth, the Dragon Nation's High Command agreed to unprecedented economic cooperation with the Flower Nation precisely to gauge its depth to prepare for a future all-out war. When that time comes, you'd better be clear about which side you'll stand on. Babeo, understood. Sister. I'll gather intelligence for you. Sis, don't test me, I'll handle this undercover job, okay? Babeo knew full well that if he dared say no now, Tanya would likely cut him down on the spot. Besides, after years of navigating the underworld, he understood the golden rule: never commit fully to one side. Playing both sides for advantage was the smartest play. Seeing that he'd grown closer to Tanya, Babeo tentatively asked, Sis, I'm being so good, can I get my money back? Give it back? Depends on how sincere you are. Tanya had no intention of returning the Holy Brother's spatial bracelet to Babeo. It undoubtedly contained a tracking device, a precious intelligence asset. The moment he heard his possessions were confiscated, Bao's heartache was palpable. That was 100 spirit stones, enough to buy a mansion in Songjiang City. In the end, it was Su Chen who had to reassure him. Relax, bro. The lady standing before you is a super rich tycoon from the Dragon Nation. She wouldn't bat an eye at your little trinket. If you play your cards right, she'll either return it to you or even gift it to your family. Besides, you're about to be taken away by the city guards. Those bloodsuckers, do you really think you could keep this fortune safe from them? That's true. After disposing of the magical artifact, Tanya faced another dilemma. Though they now had the valuable intelligence that the enemy's lair lay beneath the sea, how exactly would they infiltrate it? The base would undoubtedly be riddled with traps, bristling with the United States abyss-level trump cards. Add to that the fact that this Wuxuai had likely prepared an escape route long ago. If the surprise attack failed, they could easily be trapped underwater by reinforcements and suffer total annihilation. Su Chen, if only we could lure out all of the US's high-tier combat forces. Tanya, easier said than done. How exactly would we do that? You have a plan? Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen already had a plan, and the key lay in a magical artifact. A martial artist capable of significantly resisting abyssal corruption would be considered a prodigy of the highest caliber in the eyes of the United States. His status would likely be comparable to that of Su Chen when Tanya first discovered him. Therefore, if the Americans believed the artifact was in danger, they would likely send reinforcements. Then, like the Gord brothers rescuing their grandfather, he could eliminate them one by one. Tanya, The Americans would come to save this guy? Tanya still found it hard to believe. They will. The Americans will definitely rescue me. And it'll be that Obama guy. To prove its worth and reclaim the Spirit Stone sooner, the artifact nodded frantically. Oh. If things truly unfolded as the artifact claimed, then Su Chen's plan would indeed be feasible. Tanya, how do you plan to get this guy into danger? Should I cut off one of his ears? Or slice off a finger? Magic treasure, that's way too violent. Have you ever kidnapped anyone? Su Chen, no need. We'll just create a beast hide here in the Southgate Forest, one that must be resolved by the Marshal General. As he spoke, Su Chen smugly waved the Holy Brothers Society bracelet equipped with tracking. Su Chen hadn't forgotten the system's mission for a moment. Chapter 134, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. 20 minutes later, a city defense military commander arrived via teleportation array to retrieve the artifact. Tanya had stipulated, the artifact must not be struck or abused. Guards were stationed every 3 steps, sentries every 5. Tanya, this individual is crucial to the Empire's future victory over our enemies. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. Military commander, yes. Yes. Upon learning of the Tang family's identity, the commander immediately dropped all unnecessary expressions, his tone now solely one of obedience. Minutes later, Wu Da's helicopter transported Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru away. After compiling her current intelligence and finalizing the plan to lure the enemy out, Tanya entrusted it to Lin Weiwei and the others to return to the main base. Wu Da's Direct Command Security Battalion had deployed powerful communication jammers in the outskirts of Songjiang. Even Tanya could only inform the base of her location and conduct wired communications using encrypted codes. Major intelligence still required manual delivery. Since Su Chen had ascended to the martial sovereign realm, he was now qualified to engage directly in the upcoming battles. Tanya knew the Divine Thunder Silver Lightning was a natural counter to Abyss corruption, and she eagerly anticipated Su Chen's confrontation with the Abyss cultivators. Meanwhile, Wu Yanbo continued organizing the purge against the Holy Brotherhood. His objective was to eradicate their hideouts outright and eliminate every American troublemaker daring to cause chaos in Songjiang.
However, a morning of mountain searches yielded little progress. Only a few peripheral scum from the Dragon Nation had been eliminated, and these men had destroyed their own teleportation scrolls before dying. Fortunately, Wu Yanba's fruitless search prevented Oba from unleashing the beast tide to slaughter the military academy cadets. Oba's compact beast tide generator was a top-secret American technology, largely unknown to the Dragon Nation. As noon approached, the helicopter landed on the helipad.
Lin Weiwei and Yu Qingru returned with the intelligence Wu Yanba urgently needed. Upon receiving the intelligence Tanya had written, Wu Yanba was immediately startled. He truly hadn't expected that in just one morning, the two of them would have such significant gains. Observing the details, the undersea base, the miniaturized signal transmitters, and the teleportation array capable of distances far exceeding what the Empire could achieve for its size, even Wu Yanba had to concede that the higher-ups were undoubtedly correct in prioritizing research against the abyssal forces. In certain fields, the United States had indeed surpassed them. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation possessed high-end combat capabilities and a vast military force far exceeding those of the United States. Otherwise, they truly would have been outmaneuvered by those petty Americans. Wu Yanba, issue the order. Search units continue sweeping for American spies and abyss cultists, but absolutely avoid advancing toward the coastal areas. Principal, should we bring the students back to campus? Wu Yanba, no. As long as we fail to shatter the Americans' turtle shell, we remain without the initiative. Stirring up the snake in the grass recklessly will inevitably give the enemy new opportunities to exploit.
I've now transferred over 20 martial generals here, more than enough to safeguard the students. For ages, martial artists of the Dragon Nation have looked down upon the abyss cultivators of the Flower Flag Nation. These abyss cultivators, obsessed with piling on technology, may have a short growth period, but few ever break through to martial general rank. Even when a few strong ones emerge, they're soundly beaten by Dragon Nation martial artists of the same tier. Over the past few decades, only the Holy Brotherhood proved troublesome, capable of holding their own against the Dragon Nation's Judgment Court's elite shadow guards. But now, thanks to mass-produced abyss technology, toxins, and weapons, the combat effectiveness of the United States practitioners has skyrocketed.
After suffering several major setbacks, the Dragon Nation's overseas secret guards have prompted the nation to consider conducting its own research into the abyss.
Behind Wu Yanba stood Lang Jiu, who had been itching for action.
As the Tang family's peak martial general, Lang Jiu's primary duty was safeguarding the young mistress. Yet the overwhelming aura of a martial general made intelligence work utterly unsuitable. But now, Tanya had clearly obtained crucial intelligence and was preparing to strike the enemy's nest.
At this moment, he absolutely had to go and support her. Sure enough, Wu Yanba immediately selected 3 martial generals to assist Tanya in ambushing the Flower Nation's elite fighters. Among them, of course, was Lang Jiu. These 3 formed merely the vanguard, while the true main force comprised Wu Yanba himself and over a dozen other martial generals. This time, Wu Yanba intended to eliminate every last one of these Flower Nation invaders.
Wu Yanba was highly satisfied with Tanya's plan.
Particularly the beast tide element, it would neither alert the enemy prematurely nor mask the martial general's presence, providing perfect cover for the ambush. While Wu Yanba was making preparations, Chen and Tanya were already wreaking havoc in the Thunder Valley. As long as enough beasts were slain, the beasts would unite in a frenzied attack against the invading humans. 8,000 thunderbolts. Under Chen's area of effect skill, hordes of martial master-level beasts serving as cannon fodder were instantly fried into charcoal. Martial sovereign-level beasts were also easily picked off by Tanya, posing no threat to the pair. After breaking through to martial sovereign, Chen distinctly felt a qualitative leap, and his spiritual energy reserves, his internal electrical capacity, now seemed tenfold greater than before. For instance, unleashing a standard 8,000 thunderbolts only drained 3% of his electrical reserves. Moreover, Chen no longer needed to directly absorb lightning to replenish his energy. By unleashing the 10,000 thunder prison, the lightning strikes hitting it could be converted into an endless supply of energy and combat power. With such efficient slaughter continuing, the beast tide would erupt imminently. At the secret undersea base of the Holy Brothers, Oba's mind was filled with intense frustration. Due to the Dragon Nation's intense electromagnetic interference, nearly all of Flag's spies in the Songjiang suburbs had become deaf and blind. They couldn't even launch tracking drones. This left Oba unable to contact his Holy Brother. The Holy Brother's location marker kept circling around Thunder Valley, making Oba extremely anxious. This anxiety triggered a flood of wild speculation and imagination in Oba's mind. Weren't we supposed to go have fun in the city? Why did he head into the woods and never come out? Could there be someone else in there? Anything's possible. The tracking bracelet had communication capabilities and periodically uploaded photos. Unfortunately, under the intense interference, the monitoring function was completely useless, and the photos it sent back were blurry as a horror movie. One thing was certain though, Fa Bao had indeed gone into the woods to find women. Though their faces were indistinguishable, their figures were undeniably top tier. Oh no! Brother Sheng must have flaunted his wealth. He's probably already being hounded by gold diggers.
Tanya, who's calling me that? Sigh, brother Shang. Why couldn't you just hold back? Once we get to the States tomorrow, we could bring you any beauty in the world. Ah. Why did I forget to tell him that just now? I'm such an idiot. Why did I only talk to him about cultivation? Ah well, if he must chase women, just don't get the Dragon Nation's military involved. If Holy Brother gets chopped up as a spy, then I, Oba, will have to atone with my life. Rest assured, Holy Knight. Brother Saint is merely a class B in the Dragon Nation, nobody will bother him. The city guards won't cause trouble, and we've already dispatched a Brother Knight, a martial sovereign level powerhouse, to assist him. It should be fine. Let's hope so. Oba nodded. War Operations Room reporting. War Operations Room reporting. According to our intelligence personnel, an extraordinary beast tide has erupted near Thunder Valley. Wu University is currently organizing student evacuations. Just as Oba was trying to reassure himself, the War Room's urgent report caught him completely off guard. Thunder Valley. That's where the Holy Brother is. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to rescue him myself. Holy Father above. Holy Brother, please be safe. Chapter 135, Leave not a single one. I deserve to die. I should have accompanied the Holy Brother on that mission. Compared to him, this little base is nothing. Ah. Inside the underwater base, Oba led all the Brother Knights martial lords toward the teleportation array, muttering incessantly as he ran, like a woman endlessly lamenting her misfortune. To fend off the beast tide and retrieve the artifact, Oba had no choice but to take every elite combatant from the base. Killed one exploding electric eel martial master tier. Host's total martial master tier beast kills, 10,000. Congratulations, host. System quest successfully completed. After slaying the final beast required for the mission, a ring materialized in Su Chen's hand. Without even glancing at the reward, he hastily stowed it away. The reason was simple, the beast tide had begun, and thousands of beasts would soon enter a frenzied killing spree. Tanya, Su Chen, we're getting out of here. Let those Flower Nation people deal with the beasts themselves. Today, we'll show these Flower Nation people what it means to get a taste of their own medicine. Tanya was now convinced that magical artifacts held immense importance to the Americans. An hour earlier, a Flower Nation martial sovereign had stumbled upon them by accident. Just as he was about to launch a surprise attack, Tanya dispatched him with a swift counterstrike. Having mastered spatial laws beyond the martial sovereign's comprehension, Tanya's attacks against him were like punching a child. Sure enough, within minutes, a dozen hooded, disheveled corps members of the Holy Brothers rushed through the forest branches at breakneck speed. Oba, our individual communications are completely down now, so we can't locate the Holy Brother. Team 1 and I are here hunting high-tier beasts. The rest of you go find the Holy Brother. The Holy Brother is clever, he must be hiding somewhere right now. Aye. With that, Oba led 8 Brother Knights into the beast horde, charging left and right, doing their utmost to draw fire away from the others. But this head-on approach was bound to result in heavy casualties. As for Su Chen and Tanya, they had already found a cave to hide in, watching from afar as the Americans faced the terrifying beast tide head-on. Within mere minutes, 2 Brother Knights met their end at the beast's jaws, devoured cleanly by the monstrosities shortly after. Meanwhile, Leng Jiao and his group, who had arrived earlier, systematically hunted down isolated Holy Brotherhood Knights on the outskirts with terrifying efficiency. An hour later, the corpses of thousands of beasts piled up like a small mountain. At the center of the battlefield, Oba clutched his greatsword, struggling to hold his ground. Only 2 knights, barely clinging to life, remained by his side. Oba, we're done for. Because of my one lapse in judgment, nearly 5 years of preparation by the United States will go down the drain. As the tide of beasts receded, Oba clearly sensed the presence of Dragon Nation's elite warriors closing in around him. At least a dozen martial generals had encircled him, including one martial saint who seemed ready to flay him alive and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Then, over a dozen martial generals sliced through the air, forming an impenetrable net of encirclement. Beyond the martial generals, dozens of armed helicopters, hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles, and mechanized vanguards tore through the dense forest. Special forces descended methodically from the helicopters, while countless mobile troops leapt nimbly from the armored vehicles. Over 100 martial master-level warriors skillfully maneuvered their jetpacks. Within moments, thousands of fully armed city defense troops had completely surrounded Oba and his 2 companions. Just as the Dragon Nation lacked sufficient understanding of the Flower Flag Nation, how much could the Flower Flag Nation truly comprehend about the Dragon Nation? Watching the White Emperor fighters roar overhead, a sudden wave of dread washed over Oba. Perhaps we cannot defeat the Dragon Nation. Oba! Wu Yanba's commanding voice boomed from the sky. Oba! Get on your knees. Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. Refuse, and you'll meet the same fate as these dogs. Then, over a dozen severed heads of his fellow knights were tossed before Oba, declaring his utter defeat. Oba, truthfully, I knew it all along. After being entangled by the beast tide for over 10 minutes, Oba knew he had fallen into the Dragon Nation's inescapable trap. But as long as a sliver of hope remained, Oba still yearned to rescue the artifact. Thus, he willingly fought the beasts within the encirclement. I am Oba. Facing the dense throng of enemies, Oba refused to yield. He would preserve the last shred of dignity befitting a saintly brotherhood cultivator. Suddenly, Oba raised both hands. His left hand formed a heart gesture across his chest, while his right hand made a scissor sign beside his right eye. Narrowing his left eye, he solemnly declared, "Chalo, I, Oba, Holy Knight of the Holy Brotherhood, current head of the Far East Third Group, Deep Abyss Technology Observation and Research Unit, Chalo. Chen, damn, Yuzu fans are so gross. I solemnly declare here, the Knights of the Holy Brotherhood shall never yield to our enemies. We shall fight to the bitter end. Chalo. Other knights, Chalo. Lingjio, humph. At least he's a man of honor. Chen, sis, that comment makes you sound so dumb. Oba, but before we fight, I must know, has the pride of my nation already fallen into your hands?" Oba remembered, before the Holy Father entered seclusion, he prophesied that a new Holy Brother would descend upon the world. His sacred form would strike terror into all abyssal forces, deterring them from approaching. The Holy Brother is the master of all cultivators and must be revered with one's life. Though born in the Dragon Kingdom and named Fabeo, he has now completed the heavenly baptism. He is our heavenly brother, protected by the United States. If you escort Holy Brother Fabeo back to our nation, we are willing to exchange 20 high-value prisoners from the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha. This time, Tanya's silvery laughter answered Obama, "You talk all fancy, but I don't recall any Fa Bao. However, I've cut down quite a few of your American spy dogs today." With that, Tanya flung the artifact bracelet, shattering all of Oba's hopes in an instant. "Ah! Today, I'll fight you Dragon Nation to the bitter end. Chalo." In the blink of an eye, the two brother knights launched their final death charge, while Oba drew 9 syringes and plunged them all into his own body. "Today, I shall make your blood flow like a river. 9 dragons power. Unleash." In the next instant, Naoba completely lost his human form, transforming into an 8-meter-long, pitch-black toad man. His entire body oozed festering pus, foul-smelling acid spewed from his mouth and nose, and his head became pointed. A terrifying abyssal toxin radiated from his surroundings. Wu Yanba, this must be a mutually destructive ultimate technique. This creature has sacrificed its own life force to elevate its combat power to the level of a martial saint. You all stand down. This old man will handle it. Chapter 136, Aba's Demise. As Wu Yanba spoke, 2 city defense commanders had just finished off their critically wounded brother knights. Lacking experience fighting the Holy Brothers, they rashly charged forward, attacking the fully transformed Oba. The result? The colossal Oba seized them both, one in each palm, holding them fast. No! The abyssal aura surrounding him is blocking our spiritual energy. Ah! There's no escape. Crunch! With a crisp crack, the other Dragon Nation warriors could only watch helplessly as the 2 commanders were crushed to death like chicks by the toad-like Oba. Then, Oba unleashed a torrent of abyssal toxin, trapping another Wushwai who had attempted to ambush him within a foul-smelling toxic fog. In an instant, that Wushwai dissolved into a pool of black, oily corpse fluid. Within the first exchange, all 3 martial generals of the Dragon Nation were instantly slain by Oba. Tanya, this is the terrifying reality of the United States today. Once enemies reach the martial general tier, combined with the raw power of the abyss, their combat strength increases exponentially. Yah! You little beast, don't get cocky. Witness my righteous might. Seeing the battle turn against him, Wu Yanba rushed to fill the gap. Then, a golden light erupted from the old principal's body, a radiant aura surging toward Oba, suppressing the fury of his black mist. Tanya, Lengjio, we're going in. Against the dark abyssal energy, the most potent counter was Wu Yanba's light attribute ability. The Tang family's ultimate ice attribute could then amplify this luminous energy to its maximum extent. Though Tanya was only at the peak of martial sovereign, her strength already far surpassed ordinary low-tier martial generals. Within this year, she would break through to martial general. Tanya, 10,000 ice shatters. Rise. As Tanya spoke, over a dozen colossal ice pillars, each dozens of meters long, immobilized Oba. Through the ice's refraction, Wu Yanba's righteous energy transformed into a wall of light, purifying and suppressing the abyssal aura surrounding Oba. However, to counter the righteous energy's suppression, Oba chose to undergo a second evolution, transforming into an even more hideous monster. In an instant, he grew over 30 meters taller. Quick! Mobile unit, suppress with fire. This thing is trying to trigger a self-detonation. If it succeeds, half the city's population will be killed by the abyss toxins. Wu Yanba desperately channeled his spiritual energy, continuing to restrict Oba's movements. Countless heavy weapons unleashed their fire upon Oba, drowning him in a sea of bullets. Within the hail of fire, Lingjio deftly dodged friendly fire while precisely using his longsword to sever Oba's veins, sealing his pulse points to prevent self-detonation. Amidst this chaotic battlefield of gods clashing, Chen could only cower in place, playing a minor role. Ah! Arg! Arg! Under the combined assault, the enraged Oba, driven mad, lashed out helplessly within the light array, smashing ice pillars with frenzied fury. Break! Lengjio succeeded. Cease fire. Everyone, follow me in. After confirming Oba's abyssal aura had been diluted to near nothingness by Lang Jiu's seal, Wu Yanba immediately led the martial generals to deliver the finishing blows. Following another round of fierce combat where heaven and earth seemed to spin, Oba was kicked back into human form. I'm exhausted. Watching Oba get beaten senseless by a pack of martial generals, Tanya finally reined in her own attacks. Big shot, have some water. Su Chen, who'd been idly watching, hurriedly handed Tanya a health potion. Damn it! How can this bastard not die? He just won't die. A furious Dragon Nation martial commander swung his massive hammer with all his might, smashing Oba's head to pieces again and again, only for it to instantly regenerate. Langjiu, keep fighting. He's fully abyss now. Only when the abyss poison drains from his body can we finish him off. The moment the abyss dissipates, Oba will become a powerless ordinary man, ripe for slaughter. Langjiu, having fought abyss cultists multiple times, was the most experienced among them. Damn it, so he can't be killed now? This is a real eye-opener. Stop. This guy seems like he wants to say something. Oba, I surrender. What? Langjiu, keep fighting. Don't trust him. This is there. A feigned surrender before death, waiting for the chance to use the last of the abyss poison within them to take others down with them. It's an old trick of the abyss cultivators. Unfortunately, Langjiu was a split second too late. That brief lapse allowed Oba to retreat into his spatial sanctuary. The next instant, Oba burst through the air beside Tanya. I'll kill you to avenge my holy brother. In an instant, black mist erupted, threatening to claim Tanya just as the poison general Wu had before her. 10,000 Thunder Prison. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen unleashed the 10,000 Thunder Prison, trapping Oba and all the toxins within. The abyssal toxins that had killed the military commander vanished without a trace the moment they touched Su Chen's destructive dragon thunder. This wasn't a slow purification, it was complete annihilation. How could this be? How could anyone devour the abyss? Impossible. Could it be? In the next instant, Oba recalled the Holy Father's prophecy, the new Holy Brother shall descend upon the world. His sacred form shall strike terror into all abyssal forces, driving them from his presence. The Holy Brother is the master of all cultivators, they must offer their lives in worship. Before Oba could process this further, Wu Yanba, who had arrived in an instant, shattered the remnants of the abyss within Oba into dust. The elite forces of the American underwater base annihilated. Splash! Tanya, terrified into stupor, suddenly sat down where she was, her mind a complete blur. Just now, she had truly been on the brink of death. Su Chen, too, was reliving the heart-pounding battle. With his breakthrough to martial sovereign, both the Divine Shao Silver Thunder and the Destruction Dragon Thunder had been thoroughly enhanced. The Divine Thunderbolts he unleashed now embodied the very fusion of life and death. The next moment, Wu Yanba's large hand patted Su Chen's shoulder. Wu Yanba's eyes were filled with nothing but esteem for Su Chen. Young man. It seems you are the one chosen by heaven to shatter the abyss for our dragon nation. You are the abyss's nemesis. With you by our side, we shall surely defeat those Americans who have fallen into darkness. Only Tanya and Wu Yanba witnessed that fleeting moment of combat. Wu Yanba had already recognized the true power behind Su Chen's divine thunder. Meanwhile, Tanya chuckled softly, thank goodness you broke through to martial sovereign. Otherwise, I'd have died today. Tanya was right. While the Destruction Dragon Thunder at Martial Master level could destroy Abyss power, it would never have withstood the highly enhanced Abyss toxins unleashed by the American forces just now. Today's battle between Su Chen and Tanya had concluded. Next, Wu Yanba would personally lead the Dragon Nation's elite to breach that undersea base. From this battle, Wu Yanba had seized ample teleportation scrolls. 13 martial generals plus 1 martial saint were more than enough to chop those martial sovereigns into mincemeat. Moreover, with Wu Yanba present, the abyssal hidden weapons capable only of poisoning martial lords posed no further threat. Under the sunlight, Su Chen leaned against a tree, still relishing today's thrilling excitement. Tanya, however, clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go due to the narrow bridge effect. Chapter 137, The Treasure Seized. Report, all facilities within the base have been secured by our forces. The teleportation array has been deactivated. In the command center of base R77, Wu Yanba sat in Oba's former position, receiving the report from his subordinates. This operation resulted in the elimination of 72 Holy Brotherhood spies, the capture of 88 prisoners, and the rescue of 433 Dragon Nation citizens. Though we lost 3 martial generals, this battle ended in a complete victory for Dragon Nation. The spy network the Americans painstakingly built over years was wiped out before it could be deployed. Moreover, with the base intact, countless advanced weapons and equipment were seized and are now under Dragon Nation's research. This was the most painful blow to the United States. After taking control of the base, Wu Yanba interrogated the prisoners and extracted the base's secret code, which was used to lure in reinforcements from the Brotherhood of the Holy Brothers. Thanks to Wu Yanba's ingenious strategy, a U.S. military commander and several high-ranking officers were trapped in narrow tunnels, left to be slaughtered by their own abyssal toxin. The United States has a mere 4,000 military commanders, and even that number was cobbled together by pushing them to their limits. In contrast, the Dragon Nation boasts a full 10,000 military commanders. Today's losses will be a painful blow to the Americans. Outside the base, massive Imperial submarines were already docked. Once the base's contents were moved, the Dragon Nation would blow this underwater coffin to pieces. Days later, news of our 77 bases fall reached the United States, leaving its leadership stunned. With the destruction of our 77, the United States lost its initiative in the Dragon Nation. The Brotherhood of the Holy Brother could only retreat to prolonged underground operations, biding their time for another battle. A week later, at the Zhang family residence in Songjiang, Zhang Song stared at the American businessman negotiating a commercial partnership with a complex expression, his face twisted with resentment and anger. Zhang Song, damn it, the Wang family really isn't trustworthy. The American had brought evidence of the Zhang family's years of kidnapping and secret dealings with the American pharmaceutical conglomerate. If this reached the Dragon capital, the Zhang family would be finished. The Americans' intentions were crystal clear, to coerce Zhang Song into becoming the protective umbrella for the Holy Brothers' subordinate observation unit. LeBron, your country has a saying, he who recognizes the times is a hero. Zhang Song, enough, enough. Your accent is disgusting. You just want that little warrior's position? Take it, take it. Now get the hell out of here. Ha! Having secured the artifact's location, LeBron smiled and withdrew from the Zhang residence. That very night, the Holy Brothers dispatched two of their own to retrieve the artifact. Holy Brothers were the pinnacle of power in the United States, serving as bishops in each diocese of the Holy Brothers Society equivalent to the martial pillars of the Dragon Nation. The entire United States had only 12 bishops, and above them stood the Holy Father, the nation's ultimate powerhouse, whose strength was rumored to rival that of the Dragon Nation's emperor. Following the last Great Annihilation War, the United States suffered catastrophic losses. Even the imperial bloodline was wiped out. After all, it was the largest and most devastating annihilation war in recorded history. It was precisely because of this immense loss of elite combat power that the United States began researching the power of the abyss after the war. Following the war, the Holy Father became the sole pillar of the United States, successfully leading the nation through multiple wars launched by Western nations under the banner of the Anti-United States Alliance. Today, the United States stands as the most powerful nation in the Western world and the undisputed leader of the Sacred Covenant organization. Of course, the Dragon Nation also experienced rapid development after the war. During its period of prosperity, it possessed the strongest military and largest economy since its founding. It also became the only nation in history to have over 10,000 martial generals. Night fell over Songjiang city's outskirts, within a luxurious villa. Fa Bao sprawled on the sofa, surrounded by women, lost in a drunken haze within this haven of pleasure. Aside from the guards, only Fa Bao's fellow wandering cultivator friends remained in the villa, reveling in the neon lights and wine-soaked revelry. Fa Bao, hey, someone. Quit that habit of eating staple foods. You can get full just eating abalone and lobster. Several kilometers away, two elegantly dressed Westerners observed the villa with astonishingly keen eyesight. Moments later, the tall, handsome American man suddenly smiled, his eyes brimming with admiration for Fabwa. Stare, this hedonistic, drunken existence, he's practically a carbon copy of my little brother Tian. Stare's thoughts then drifted back over 70 years, to when the Holy Father was still a refugee from the Dragon Kingdom who had just crossed the ocean. Amidst the harsh struggle for survival in the slums, Stare and Wu Xiaotian forged a deep bond through shared combat. Oof. When the Holy Father first arrived in the United States, no one could have imagined the revolution he would bring to this world. The voice belonged to the American beauty by Stare's side. Stare, yeah, back then we were all vagrants in the slums. Unlike you, born into nobility, how could you possibly notice a bunch of rats like us? You. Hearing Stare's words, the wheat-skinned American beauty instantly erupted with jealousy. Kami, oomph. But don't forget, even if I was the last to follow the Holy Father, at least I got to be right up close to him. Try kissing him back home, and see if he doesn't beat you to death. Oh, cut it out, ma'am. You're 80 years old. Why can't you show a shred of gentlemanly manners? Alright, enough with the drama. Time to get to work. With that, Stare and Kami vanished into the night. Minutes later, the Dragon Nation's martial commander lay dead in his own guardroom, while the artifact vanished without a trace. As for being snatched back and forth, the artifact had grown accustomed to it. For some reason, ever since Chen saved his life, Fa Bao's life had reached unprecedented heights, becoming a coveted prize fought over by various factions. On the military aircraft bound for the United States, Kami piloted the craft while Stare became the artifact's trusted confidant. Stare, this is Citibank's Supreme Black Card. Unlimited credit, spend freely. Take it for now. With that, Stare crushed Fa Bao's Dragon Nation Black Card into pieces. Stare, trust me, brother Fabao. Citibank boasts the world's most extensive, diverse, and perfect entertainment facilities. Dragon Nation just keeps waging war day after day. They don't even know what true enjoyment is. Want to shop? Tomorrow we hit Bulgari Art, the world's largest mall. Want to play? We'll fly straight to St. Les Citigroup's Paradise City. Want beautiful company? I'll swap out that lovely lady up front for you right now. I'll pilot the plane. We're heading straight to Lowly Island. After obtaining the intelligence Oba provided before his death, Stare eagerly introduced Fa Bao to the dazzling world of the United States, not mentioning a single word about training or cultivation. That fool Oba had no clue what it meant to be a chosen one. For someone like Fabwa in the States, who needs cultivation? Just sip on some Saint Father's special high-calorie concoction daily, and in a few years, a new bishop will be ready for the pulpit. Chapter 138, The Perception Genius. The day after Fabwa was abducted, the Dragon Nation concluded its first practical combat assessment of the freshman year. Throughout the entire assessment, Su Chen ranked first campus-wide, narrowly missing breaking Wuda's record. But truthfully, Su Chen had already shattered the record long ago. Even after removing his tracking bracelet later on and venturing alone into the woods to secretly hunt monsters, his initial performance alone was sufficient to break the record. Therefore, the score the school gave him was merely a token number, intended to keep Su Chen's strength hidden and prevent him from sticking his neck out. In his student records, Su Chen remained listed as an 8th-tier martial artist. This arrangement ensured neither the Abyss cultists nor the Americans would risk kidnapping him. To further conceal his abilities, Su Chen was exempted from physical training and practical classes. He spent his extra time in the principal's office, fetching tea for Wu Yanba and running errands. To others, this made Su Chen the pre-selected vice president of the student union. The real one would definitely be Lin Tian, of course. The reason Wushu University students progressed faster in cultivation than others was their daily regimen of high-intensity physical training. But for Su Chen, a martial sovereign, these physical classes had become utterly pointless. Following Su Chen, Lin Tian ranked 2nd, babyface Lu Xian 3rd, and the 4th and 5th places were taken by Yu Qingru and Lin Weiwei respectively. With the results announced, the returning military cadets were granted a rare 3-day leave. First day of leave, morning, Wu University President's office. Damn it! You're giving me a surprise right off the bat, huh? Tell Zhang Song to take all the American bastards we've slaughtered these past days, make them into a towering mound of severed heads, and place it right across from the American construction site. Damn it, they've gone too far. Inside the Wu University president's office, Wu Yanba received news early that morning that his treasure had been stolen. Enraged, he erupted into a tirade, his entire day's good mood shattered. Meanwhile, Tanya's face was equally grim. With the artifact gone, her entire plan was derailed, and the favorable situation she'd built up vanished. Tanya, Mr. Wu, I suspect there must be a mole who leaked this information, and it's someone of considerable rank. Wu Yanba, I suspect the same. Both fell into silence and deep thought. The loader lost consciousness. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaming sounds shattered the quiet between them. Wu Yanba's pent-up fury finally found an outlet. And you! Get me promoted to Marshal General immediately. With your abilities, once you reach Marshal General, no matter how many American dogs come to Songjiang, I'm confident I can hold them off. Get out! Go train! I don't want to see you today. After receiving several kicks to the backside from Wu Yanba, Su Chen was kicked out of the principal's office. In the hallway, Su Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, wait, what the hell am I training for? I'm just recharging. Damn it, that old bastard, what a quick change of face. Over the past few days, Su Chen had hunted down a bunch more lightning attribute beasts in the outskirts of Songjiang. His combat power had skyrocketed past 200,000, elevating him to a 2nd-tier martial sovereign. So when he reported to the principal's office this morning, Wu Yanba clearly sensed Su Chen's progress. Overjoyed, he immediately showered Su Chen with praise for 10 straight minutes. He called him the pillar of the empire, the rising star of tomorrow, so much so that Su Chen felt embarrassed. But then, less than half an hour later, he got a solid kick in the gut from the old man. Shortly after, Tanya emerged. She glanced at Su Chen, and all that remained on her lips was a sigh. After this incident, Tanya lost all appetite for breakfast. After her last brush with danger, Tanya had planned to take leave and return home to focus on breaking through to Marshal General. Today was the day she was to head back to Longdu. Tanya, I'm heading home first. You can eat on your own. Tanya's disappointment was palpable. What could Su Chen say? He could only wish for a swift breakthrough to Marshal General. Leaving the principal's office, Su Chen walked along the autumn path. Late autumn had arrived, and the temperature had dropped considerably. Su Chen headed straight for the school gate, for Wang Fugui was already on his way. Wang Fugui had successfully broken through to Martial Master yesterday and reportedly acquired a formidable martial skill. Though Tanya's dinner invitation had fallen through, Wang Fugui's invitation promptly followed. At the school gate, a super-luxury Maybach hovercar imported from the Will Kingdom was parked, with 5 or 6 martial sovereign-level servants standing outside. What a nouveau riche! Su Chen inwardly scoffed. The moment Su Chen appeared, Wang Fugui scrambled out of the vehicle. Thankfully, Wang Fugui's physique hadn't changed, he was still the familiar chubby kid Su Chen knew. Wang Fugui, you guys head back first. My brother Chen likes to stroll around. Yes, young master. After bowing respectfully, the employees of the Wan Zhong group returned to their respective vehicles and sped away. Wang Fuguei and Wang Duo have completely taken over the Wang family. With the simultaneous backing of both the Lin and Tang families, the Wang clan is now far more formidable than before. They've even added 10 more military commanders to their ranks. Wang Fuguei, brother Chen, you look even more handsome after just a few days. Su Chen, Fuguei. You've gotten fatter in just a few days. No way. You have. Old friends meeting didn't bother with small talk. A few jabs back and forth made everyone feel right at home. Holy crap, Chen, 11 o'clock. There's a stunning beauty over there. As they approached the sidewalk, Wang Fuguei suddenly stopped and struck an exaggerated lecherous pose. Having seen his fair share of the world as a spoiled rich kid, Wang Fuguei only recognized women of extraordinary beauty as truly breathtaking. Following the direction Wang Fuguei pointed, Su Chen indeed spotted a stunningly beautiful woman. Tall and slender, she possessed exquisite features and radiated an irresistibly pure, sunny charm. The only flaw was that she was a bit too flat. Judging by her attire, she was likely a university student as well. Su Chen, that girl looks familiar. I swear I've seen her eyes and brows somewhere before. Fuguei, bro, that pickup line is kinda outdated. The beauty was hurrying along, occasionally glancing back nervously, as if she'd run into some kind of trouble. Sure enough, not long after, a suspicious-looking American followed her to the intersection. The look on that guy's face was a dead ringer for Wang Fuguei's. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he was clearly a Westerner of similar privileged background. Damn it! Where did this American dog come from? How dare he harass a beauty from my dragon nation? Did he ask this young master first? Unacceptable. With that, Wang Fuguei rushed over to play the hero, his posture suggesting he intended to tear the foreigner apart. With Wang Fuguei leading the charge, Su Chen couldn't just stand by. But before Wang Fuguei could deliver his carefully rehearsed cool line, the beauty beat into it, calling out to Su Chen's side. Fuguei! Brother Chen! Save me, the damn foreigner just groped me. Ha? You know us? Of course I do, I'm ing Chu Xian. Chapter 139, Double Happiness. Chu Xian knew he'd become this monstrous mess entirely because of Su Chen. So he couldn't decide whether to thank him or wring his neck. The Longdu Chu family, though unable to provide a war pillar-level combatant and thus capped at the Zhongning district, contributed no less to the Dragon Nation than any other family in that tier. As the nation's foremost family in the perception discipline, the Chus annually supplied Dragon Nation with a steady stream of top-tier scientific talent. In cultivation circles, the perception discipline was synonymous with genius. Thus, the Chus reigned supreme as Dragon Nation's foremost scholarly clan. Yet like Wang Fuguei, the Chu family must maintain its influence within the imperial army. Thus, as a direct descendant, Chu Xian had no choice but to enroll in the military academy as a sniper. Since ancient times, the saying has been, the poor pursue literature, the rich pursue martial arts. To cultivate Chu Xian, the Chu family invested astronomical sums in his training. The choice of the southeast campus stemmed from Wu Yanba's close personal ties with the Chu family. To help Chu Xian break through to martial master, the Chu family held 3 consecutive days of rituals at home, solely to unlock their private secret realm. Each clan's secret realm represented its most precious asset. Beyond aiding the cultivation of its own disciples, these realms served a more crucial purpose, venerating the clan's guardian deity. In ancient times, as humans battled monstrous beasts and terrifying creatures, primitive animal totem worship gradually emerged. Back then, certain tribes would regard specific beasts as deities, offering sustenance and reverence, a tradition that persists to this day. The guardian spirit venerated by the Chu family is a 1,000-year-old white fox. It resides within the Chu family's secret realm, cultivating its power while absorbing offerings and safeguarding the Chu bloodline. Now, this white fox has long awakened its spiritual intelligence, attained human form, and mastered the mysteries of astronomy and geography. It is revered by the scientific community of the Dragon Nation as the White Fox Goddess. When Chu family members encounter experimental failures or scientific puzzles they cannot solve, they often seek the White Fox Goddess's intervention. It should be noted that though titled Lady, witnesses describe the white fox as possessing a breathtakingly beautiful appearance, that of a stunningly attractive young woman. Several days ago, Chu Xian entered the secret realm to cultivate, contemplate the laws of the universe, and strive to become a wizard. The White Fox Goddess, drawn by Chu Xian's extraordinary life essence, hurriedly arrived, declaring her intention to bestow a fragment of her divine spirit upon him. The White Fox accepts offerings for the same purpose as the great human figures of history, to ascend to godhood. Chu Xian's emergence was undoubtedly the long-awaited opportunity the White Fox Empress had been waiting for. In exchange, Chu Xian gained nourishment from the Spirit Fox's divine essence, becoming the strongest perception-type cultivator in his clan's history and leaping ahead to become a 6th-rank martial master. That Chu Xian was chosen by the White Fox Goddess was naturally due to his spiritual sea being repaired and strengthened by the divine Shao Silver Thunder. The price, however, was transforming into his current form a stunningly beautiful young woman. Wang Fuguei, please tell me, you've undergone a gender swap, right? You've turned into a girl, haven't you? Chu Xian, heck, go die already. Wanna see whose is bigger? Chu Xian's words instantly plunged Su Chen and Wang Fuguei into profound disappointment. Beside Chu Xian, the young Robert who had been ignored by the trio all along finally couldn't stand it anymore. As a member of the Rothschild family, he'd never been treated with such contempt. "Hello, lovely. I'm Robert from the United States. Might I invite you to dine aboard my yacht?" As he spoke, little Robert reached out to grab Chu Xian's hand, causing Chu Xian to flinch and jerk away in fright. Chu Xian's aversion to Robert stemmed entirely from a divine martial skill bestowed upon him by the White Fox goddess, mind reading. This skill allowed him to visualize the thoughts within another's mind, a technique only unlockable by masters of perception. Thanks to mind reading, Chu Xian knew exactly what kind of beast Robert was. His actions on Lolita Island were utterly revolting. Chu Xian certainly didn't want to end up captured on that island, tortured to death, and turned into a specimen displayed in someone's home. "Wang Fuguei, you stupid foreign bastard. Your mother. Don't you know where the hell you are? Try harassing my brother again and I'll chop your balls off. You idiot, think you're some kind of ladies' man? Pull it out and we'll see who's bigger. Brothers?" Upon learning Chu Xian was a man, Robert grew visibly more excited. Thus, Chu Xian had the pleasure of witnessing himself and Robert in every conceivable position, lost in ecstasy, oblivious to the world around them. At that moment, he truly wished he could die. Having only awakened his mind-reading ability a few days prior, Chu Xian couldn't yet control it at will. Fortunately, the scene quickly shifted to Robert fantasizing about dismembering Wang Fuguei. "Robert, you Chinese pig. Do you know who you're talking to?" Such blatant disrespect left Robert trembling with rage. A dagger had materialized in his hand, its blade visibly coated in abyssal poison. Su Chen urgently pulled Wang Fuguei back and whispered, "Be careful. Though he's only 2 or 3 years older than you, he's likely already a martial sovereign." Perhaps sensing the danger to Wang Fuguei, the silent martial general guarding him instantly materialized. Simultaneously, the American Holy Knight protecting Robert appeared opposite Su Chen and his companions. Seeing that both sides could afford to hire martial general level warriors, the previously thick tension instantly dissipated. Rationality returned to the conflicting parties. "Oomph. We'll meet again someday." With that, Robert stormed off. As an outsider, he dared not cause general level destruction on the streets of Songjiang. "Oomph. You filthy bastard, get lost." Watching Robert slink away in defeat, Wang Fuguei couldn't resist hurling a few more parting insults. After that, the three treated the whole incident as a minor hiccup and promptly set off to find a place to eat, their hearts as carefree as ever. After lunch, Wang Fuguei drove the other two straight to Songjiang's affluent district with an air of mystery. The car journey took a good 15 minutes before finally stopping at the entrance of a villa community. Brother Chen. From the driver's seat, Wang Fuguei pinched a premium cigarette between his fingers, carefully adopting the mannerisms of a movie star. With exaggerated flair, he declared, "Brother Chen, I bought you a villa yesterday. Not huge, just 800 square meters. Brother Chen, you gave me my life twice. You gave me the Wang family's current business. If I don't do my part now, I'll have no face to show you." At that moment, a transport truck carrying a Koenigsegg hypercar suddenly passed by Su Chen. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his own name emblazoned on the truck's cargo compartment. Had ha. This time, it was Chu Xian's turn to chuckle awkwardly. That little thing really looked damn good when she smiled. No need to guess this sports car was undoubtedly Chu Xian's doing. These two had painstakingly prepared a surprise for him. "Chu Xian, Brother Chen, even though you turned me into this mess, I still have to thank you." Su Chen felt utterly elated. This was nothing short of the dream of countless commenters. Therefore, Su Chen couldn't help but accept their kindness. "Su Chen, you two are practically elevating me into Songjiang's elite circle of wealthy young men." Chapter 140, Bringing Honor to the Family. That evening, Wang Fuguei and Chu Xian returned to campus. Wuhan University's vacation schedule allowed no leeway. Both had to return before dinner to sign out. Lying on his own large bed, Su Chen felt both joyful and lonely. When had he ever dared imagine owning a villa and luxury car? Yet, upon reflection, how utterly lonely this magnificent mansion felt. "Tanya, what are you doing now? Dada's coming to Songjiang tomorrow. Will he even feel at home in this villa?" I'll hire a few guards and a butler in a few days to liven up this place. Getting a dog wouldn't be a bad idea either." Lost in thought, Su Chen drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Su Chen rose early and carefully groomed himself. The reason was simple: this would be his first meeting with Su Ding, his father. When Su Chen had first arrived in this world, Su Ding had just signed a 5-year labor contract to work at a state-run farm on the empire's northwestern frontier. Had Su Chen not become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, prompting the Starsea City Lord to grant Su Ding special permission to return home, Su Ding would have had to endure 2 more years of labor reform. After Su Chen's mother passed away from illness, Su Ding took on physically demanding contract work to support his son, laboring in the dangerous and grueling frontier. Su Chen's impression of Su Ding existed only in his memories. The one certainty was that Su Ding must have deeply loved Su Chen. Stepping out of the sports car, Su Chen wore the uniform of the military academy. It was a symbol of honor and his father's pride. At the entrance of Songjiang Airport, two Xinghaiqing City Defense Force officers stood respectfully guarding a tall, gaunt middle-aged man with a vacant gaze. That man was Su Ding. In recent days, Lei Xiaotian had paid meticulous attention to Su Ding's every need. Upon learning Su Ding had never flown before, Lei Xiaotian even assigned an officer to accompany him, a truly thoughtful gesture. Both hailing from humble backgrounds and both top scorers in the college entrance exams, Lei Xiaotian deeply valued his relationship with Su Chen. After exchanging pleasantries with the visitors from Starsea City, Su Chen took Su Ding's luggage and escorted him to the car. As another E-tier talent, Su Ding had long become taciturn and inarticulate due to years of grueling physical labor and isolated living. Even his reactions were half a beat slower than others. No matter what Su Chen said, Su Ding only offered simple replies, though thankfully, that earnest smile never left his face. Seated in the sports car's passenger seat, Su Ding fidgeted like a child. Only after they ascended into the air did he dare touch the dashboard, murmuring, "This is wonderful." Su Ding, son, what level martial artist are you now? Su Chen, Dad, don't tell anyone, okay? I'm already a second-tier martial sovereign. I could even start my own sect now. What? Martial sovereign. In the eyes of ordinary people, a martial sovereign was already a godlike existence. Su Chen's words nearly made Su Ding wonder if he was still dreaming. Truthfully, he occasionally still felt like he was living in a dream every day. Su Chen, Dad, do you think our ancestors were nobles too? Thank goodness they left behind our bloodline. Su Ding finally couldn't hold back and began to wipe away tears secretly. Throughout the journey, Su Chen's stream of surprises never ceased: imperial favor, corporate shareholder status, women throwing themselves at him, combat hero status. Each piece of information felt like an upgrade to Su Ding's brain. Half an hour later, Su Ding sat on the villa's sofa, finally feeling grounded. Good. Really good. This house is truly wonderful. The yard is perfect for growing vegetables, and right next door is an artificial lake with fishing spots. The only downside is that the house feels a bit empty. I'm not used to living alone. With Su Chen still boarding at school, this huge house would feel too lonely for Su Ding alone. He might even get depressed. Su Chen, don't worry, Dad. I'm already hiring. First, I'll recruit a few housekeepers and servants. Then, if you have any close relatives you'd like, you can bring them over to live with us too. After hearing Su Chen's words, Su Ding pondered for a moment. I won't mention relatives for now. Hiring people? I need hardworking, honest men. Even now, Su Ding still cherished memories of his late wife, especially since his son had made something of himself. If he could, he wouldn't waste his energy on any woman now. Su Ding, and son, whatever you do, don't flaunt your wealth. In this day and age, TSK. Su Chen, got it. Just then, Su Ding's phone rang. Hearing the voice on the other end, his tone perked up considerably. The caller was none other than Su Ding's older brother, Su Lai, Su Chen's uncle. During Su Ding's childhood, the world was still recovering from the Great Annihilation War, and hunger was a constant companion. Su Lai would always save whatever food he had for Su Ding, forging a deep bond between the brothers. In this world, aside from Su Chen, Su Lai was Su Ding's only remaining blood relative. Like Su Chen, Su Lai hadn't seen Su Ding in nearly a decade. After Su Ding married into a local family in Songjiang, opportunities for the brothers to meet grew increasingly rare. Their last contact occurred when Su Ding borrowed money to save his wife. Despite pressure from his in-laws, Su Lai managed to secure the life-saving funds for him. That debt had only been repaid by Su Chen a few days prior. These past few days, the two had reconnected. Seeing Su Ding's IP address change to Songjiang, Su Lai knew his younger brother had come to the university to visit his son. He immediately called to invite Su Ding and Su Chen over for a family gathering. Su Ding hadn't mentioned Su Chen's current situation to Su Lai not because he was guarding against him, but because Su Lai's son still didn't have a job, and he felt too embarrassed to brag. Su Ding, son, now that you have connections, could you help your brother out and get him a job? Su Chen, no problem. Tonight I'll mention it to Wang Fugui and get him into Wanzhong Group. Securing him a lifetime job is a piece of cake. Alright, handle it first. Once it's done, I'll inform your uncle. After that, Su Chen and his father walked to the bus stop and took the bus all the way to Su Lai's family-run restaurant. Su Chen wore his military jacket, dressed modestly, and entered Su Lai's restaurant looking just like an ordinary vocational school student. This humble eatery supported the Su family's modestly comfortable life. In Songjiang City, where every inch of land was precious, owning a restaurant without rent was the ultimate dream for ordinary people. The moment Su Ding and Su Lai met, they embraced tightly. In this ruthless world of spiritual energy, pure familial affection felt like a rare luxury. Interactions among the lowest-ranking commoners in this world resembled cesspools. Everyone silently appraised the strangers before them, sizing them up. Is this person uglier than me? Less gifted? Especially those martial artists and masters who had made something of themselves. They sought every opportunity to flaunt their presence before commoners, even if they were merely dogs that powerful clans could bully at will. Sensitivity, quick tempers, foul language erupting at any moment, and cliques tormenting individuals. These are the dominant themes of interactions among the lowest strata. One can only imagine how unbearable life must be for those inherently kind-hearted souls in such an environment. Hello, second uncle. Beside Su Lai stood a jobless college graduate with a lost look in his eyes, Su Chen's eldest brother, Su Lai's son, and a first-tier martial arts failure, Hu Sen. Behind Hu Sen stood Hu Xing, wearing a sour expression. The obese and ugly Hu Xing was Su Chen's aunt, the matriarch of this household. Su Chen knew that deep down, Hu Xing looked down on both him and his father. The moment they sat down, Hu Xing's trash talk began. Oomph. Country bumpkins. Do you even know what you're eating? You good-for-nothing old bald-ass donkey. Now you're serving crabs? Do you even know what you're eating, you country bumpkins? With that, Hu Xing plopped the largest, fattest crab onto Hu Sen's plate. Seeing Hu Xing's vicious little pea-sized eyes, Su Chen knew that if he dared touch a single piece of meat today, Hu Xing would probably devour both him and his father alive. But more than the delicious crab, Su Chen was troubled by the sudden, faint aura of the abyss permeating this seemingly harmless little shop. Chapter 141, The Thunder God Humiliated. It was easier to face the King of Hell than to deal with his troublesome minions. Su Chen had been around the block a few times. Every friend he'd made was a force to be reckoned with in the local underworld. Yet in this shabby little eatery, he was being looked down upon by a foul-mouthed woman, and he couldn't even retort. After all, his father and uncle were present. Faced with Hu Xing's relentless pressure, Su Lai could only offer an awkward, apologetic smile. Brother, Xiao Chen, eat more. Su Ding, oh, and little brother, your visit to Songjiang today is truly a double blessing. You know, my son just landed a job at Wanzhong Group, no less. Wow, really? Then I'll have to drink to that. Xiao Chen, quickly toast your uncle, aunt, and brother. Hearing his nephew finally secured a position, Su Ding felt genuine joy. Meanwhile, Hu Xing and Hu Sen couldn't hide their smug satisfaction. Wanzhong Group, the hottest job in Songjiang, propelled by Lengdu Capital. Everyone's busting their ass to get in. Su Chen, then I'll toast to my elder brother too. May you achieve swift victory and immediate success. With that, Su Chen downed his beer in one gulp. Yet while exchanging polite banter, Su Chen couldn't help but feel uneasy. I recall our company's minimum requirement is at least a martial arts instructor. Hu Sen is only a level 1 martial artist. He wouldn't even qualify for outsourcing work. Ah well, now wasn't the time to stir up trouble. Su Lai, little brother, I heard our Xiao Chen has awakened his talent too. How's he doing now? Su Ding, mine's a level 3 martial artist now. He's studying at Songjiang Military Vocational College. Once he graduates, he'll enlist. Wow. Level 3 already. That's great. Keep pushing, and he could break through to Martial Master. Then he could even become an officer in the city defense forces. After saying this, Su Lai poured another cup. Su Chen quickly stood up to clink glasses. But upon hearing Su Chen was already a third-tier martial artist, Hu Xing's jealousy boiled over. Third tier? How impressive is that? Your family's bunch of good-for-nothings think they'll ever raise a martial commander? Pfft, officer? Survive first, then talk. How many die in the city guard every year? Put. Hu Xing. You son of a. This time, Hu Xing's words were vicious curses, and Su Lai couldn't tolerate it. What the hell kind of talk is that? You bald bastard Su, you wanna start a rebellion? Come on, you want to drink? I'll make you drink. Hu Xing then grabbed a bottle of beer and dumped its entire contents over Su Lai's head. After smashing the bottle, he stormed out from the table. After Hu Xing left, even Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lai, little Chen, don't blame your aunt. Earlier, some city guard soldiers ate here without paying, that's why she got so angry. Ha, I know, uncle. Your big pancake monster was just scared we'd borrow money, and scared we'd crash at your place tonight. I get it, uncle. Back in technical school, I got beaten every day. A few curses today? No big deal. Especially since he's my elder. Xiao Chen's such a sensible kid, willing to work hard. Not like mine, never lifted a finger growing up, and I'd never dream of sending him to the army. Truth is, my son's job was bought with over 300,000 yuan, enough to buy a spirit stone. All I hope is this kid can prove himself, work hard, and get married soon. Just then, a knock sounded at the private room door. A sturdy man in his 30s pushed it open and stepped inside. His face bore a sinister, unsavory look, clearly no good sort, with a hint of Hu Xing's aura. And the abyss energy Su Chen had been searching for? It was indeed emanating from him. Spotting the visitor, Su Lai quickly stood up to introduce him. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hu Bing, the son of Hu Xing's elder cousin. He's made quite a name for himself abroad and returned to great success. My son owes his job entirely to him. He's a high-ranking executive at the Wanwan Group in Java Island, a formidable second-tier martial artist. Java Island? That godforsaken wasteland? Not even the Dragon Nation bothers with it. All you'll find up there are tropical rainforests and kidnapping zones. What the hell business dealings could the Universal Group possibly have there? In that instant, Su Chen realized this uncle's family had undoubtedly been duped by Hu Bing. Most Dragon Nation citizens knew next to nothing about the outside world. They didn't even know how many brands of inhibitors existed or how they were made. But Su Chen was different. He just fought off a spy from the United States and had inside knowledge of the black market. A first-tier martial artist could synthesize 5 mid-tier inhibitors or 1 high-tier inhibitor. In the United States, that was worth 5 spirit stones. Therefore, a first-tier martial artist from Longwa was worth at least 1 spirit stone. Hu Bing, now a second-tier martial master, had likely been rushed to maturity through injections of suppressants and enhancers. Yet in ordinary households, a martial master was already a figure who brought honor to the family, his words carrying immense weight. Sure enough, Hu Bing's purpose for entering the house was impure. He was clearly after Su Chen. As a third-tier martial artist, Su Chen commanded a higher price than Hu Sen. Su Chen, little brother, let me tell you, don't join the city defense forces after graduation. That place is dead-end work, and you'll need connections to get ahead. You should come with me tomorrow. American capital has already entered Dragon Nation and an overseas migration wave is about to hit. If you wait too long, there won't be any spots left. We shouldn't let some crappy vocational college hold us back. You guys don't realize it, but right now, Longwa people are hot commodities abroad. It's true. Those foreigners are all poisonous insects. Many positions can only be filled by Longwa people. Plus, Longwa people have the best genes in the world. We're naturally resistant to abyss contamination. Scientists have said it themselves. Look at me back home, I'd never break through to martial artist rank. But after less than 5 years abroad, I'm already a martial artist. Now I'm even part of the Wan Zhong group. Hu Sen, right. Right. Su Chen smiled without comment, while Hu Sen, after hearing his elder brother's words, gazed ahead with eyes full of future aspirations. Su Chen, thanks for the kind words, big bro, but I'm not cut out for greatness. Being a foot soldier or working as a corporate drone for some wealthy family is plenty good enough for me. Hu Bing, oh, come on. The world isn't that easy to navigate. These days, if you want to get hired by a wealthy family, you gotta shell out cash. Got any money? I'll tell you this, 300,000 yuan, and I guarantee you'll become a martial arts instructor. This opportunity won't come around again. Hearing this, Su Lai quickly whispered to Su Ding, bro, if you're nervous, I've got some stashed cash. No. Like Su Chen, Su Ding smiled silently, declining without words. Seeing the Su family wasn't taking the bait, Hu Bing left in a huff. Shortly after, Hu Sen went out to relieve himself. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to follow. After all, he was family. A life was at stake, better to give him a heads up. In the restroom, Hu Sen lit a cigarette for Su Chen before lighting one for himself. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Hu Sen said, brother, you really could come abroad with us. There's the Wan Zhong Group's biopharmaceutical center about to be completed. We'd all be considered cadres there. The dirty, hard work would be done by the locals. We'd just oversee them planting crops and raising livestock. Yes, even now, the people of Longwa still believe inhibitors are merely extracts from animals and plants. They never imagined humans could be one of the raw materials. If those precious materials weren't classified, Su Chen would have loved to show them to Hu Sen. After some thought, Su Chen decided to hint around that the idea was unreliable. To his surprise, Hu Sen instantly flew into a rage. What the hell are you talking about? Are you saying my money could just go down the drain? It's your life that's going down the drain. No, big brother, I just meant you shouldn't rush. Wait a couple more days, just 2 days. Su Chen's words were practically a direct warning. Oomph. Hu Sen dismissed it as bad luck and turned to leave. Su Chen sighed helplessly, shook his head, and returned to the private room. After some thought, he decided it was best to leave with his father as soon as possible. But Su Lai's warm hospitality was hard to refuse, and Su Chen was delayed for a few minutes. Just as Su Chen was about to rise and leave, Hu Xing's shrill-like roar echoed down the corridor. Su Chen! You little bastard! Get your ass out here! Chapter 142, Gone Without a Trace. Most of the time, the truth is crueler than lies. For losers like Hu Sen and Hu Xing, and for someone going through menopause, shattering their illusions is far more despicable than killing them. You! Waiting 2 more days. What nonsense about danger abroad. If I'd listened to you, my son would have lost his chance. You'd have killed him. Ever flown before? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get a plane ticket these days? I'll you to death. With that, Hu Xing grabbed a bowl of soup and dumped it right over Su Chen's head. In that moment, Su Chen's blood boiled with murderous intent. Fortunately, his uncle kept desperately explaining, suppressing Su Chen's impulse. It's a misunderstanding. Definitely a misunderstanding. Xiao Chen never meant it that way. But how could Hu Sen pass up this chance to humiliate the Su family in front of everyone? After enduring several more slaps from his aunt, Su Chen and Su Ding were finally shoved out the door. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Ding bought a pack of tissues and wiped his son clean. Gazing at the sign for Hu Xing's restaurant, Su Chen could only sigh softly. 2 days. Just 2 days. After the disappointment passed, Su Chen turned to his father, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Dad, sorry for interrupting your gathering with Uncle today. No. Inside the taxi, Su Ding waved his hands repeatedly. Xiao Chen, you did the right thing.
Don't underestimate your old man just because I don't seem capable out there. I know a thing or two about judging people. That Hu Bing I saw through him long ago.
He's no good. Su Ding, I've made up my mind I'll report him to the Discipline Inspection Bureau as soon as I get home. It won't do any good. Su Chen didn't want her dad to get himself into trouble again.
Hu Xing was a mad dog who knew what he might do next. Dad, reporting it now won't help. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Bing has already taken Hu Xin away.
Leaving the country was all a sham. Their murderous operation is right outside the city. Sigh.
Su Ding could only sigh at the news. As a father, Su Ding could empathize with the pain Su Lai would endure in the future. Seeing his father so distressed, Su Chen quickly reassured him.
Don't worry, Dad. I'll get my brother out. MHM.
Su Ding undoubtedly believed Su Chen's words.
Just be careful yourself. But Su Chen's earlier words were mostly just to comfort his old man.
His real thoughts were that Hu Sen's death was actually a good thing. With Hu Sen gone, his uncle wouldn't have to put up with that idiot Hu Xing anymore.
My uncle had endured a lifetime of frustration.
Once he divorced, I, Su Chen, would personally secure him a proper hotel to run his owner.
If possible, I'd even arrange a handsome second marriage for him just to infuriate the Hu family. Su Chen could never forget his uncle's life-saving favor to his mother. But after Su Ding's persistent persuasion, Su Chen finally abandoned his thoughts of letting him die. The moment he arrived home, a familiar, crisp female voice drifted from the courtyard across the street. Yu Qingling, hello there, handsome. Oh, and who might this be? Su Chen, my dad. What brings you here? Yu Qingling, I'm home. We're neighbors, right?
Yu Qingling wore a sharp black jacket and vibrant shorts, showcasing her signature beautiful legs.
Su Chen, why are you covered in vegetable soup? What happened? Did you get your comeuppance for fooling around behind my back? Get lost. Su Chen, did you eat dinner?
Hearing Su Chen invite her out, Yu Qingling quickly touched her hair and said shyly, no, I haven't.
Come over for dinner tonight.
Dad, you go buy some groceries first.
I need to shower and do laundry when I get home. Su Chen knew Yu Qingling had many contacts at the Law Enforcement Bureau and must know plenty about Sun Jian's underworld.
He figured he could probably dig up details on Hu Bing.
Great. Great.
Seeing his son had invited a guest, Su Ding nodded repeatedly before heading straight to the members-only fresh market at the community entrance.
Su Ding was an excellent cook, arguably even better than Su Lai.
If Su Ding had gone to Hu Xing's shabby little restaurant, Su Lai wouldn't have been the head chef.
It wasn't until he sat down at the table and chatted with Yu Qingling that Su Chen truly grasped how dire the current security situation in Songjiang had become.
Yu Qingling, the main forces of the City Defense Army and the Law Enforcement Bureau are all deployed to hunt down flag spies and abyss cultists.
Don't be fooled by the constant patrols. The actual police force is severely understaffed.
That's why some kidnapping rings that used to operate overseas have now returned to the country. Now, small-scale murder factories have been sprouting up like mushrooms after rain all over Songjiang, and we haven't won over public opinion at the grassroots level yet.
But Longdu is already mobilizing reinforcements.
Things should improve by year's end.
Wow, uncle. This fish is so fresh. Su Chen, yeah.
After hearing Yu Qingling's praise, Su Chen also ladled himself a bowl of fish soup. Home-cooked meals were still the best, unlike lunch, where he'd only nibbled on a few peanuts.
Yu Qingling, where the hell did you go at noon? You look such a mess. That shouldn't be possible. Who in all of Songjiang would dare touch you now?
The Lin family, the Tang family, the Wang family.
I wouldn't dare cross any of them. Oh? And you have the nerve to say that? Who was trying to kill me back then? Su Chen, not telling you. Seeing you just annoys me. If you want to hear it, come to my room tonight. Yu Qingling, like I'd go bother anyone. Think you're all grown up now, trying to hit on me? Little brother.
2 days later, a personnel officer from Wanzhong Group drove to Hu Xing's small shop, carrying an employment contract for Hu Sen.
Sure enough, the restaurant was closed. A handwritten note on an A4 sheet taped to the rolling door read, "Family emergency. Closed for 1 week."
No need to guess Hu Xing must have learned his son was kidnapped and was probably selling everything he owned to raise the ransom. A few nights later, while gaming with friends in his dorm, Su Chen received a call from his father.
Su Chen, Dad, what's up? My aunt wants to borrow money? Just take it from my account. Why bother me over this? What? You say my aunt wants to have dinner with you and specifically asked me to come? Hold on, this doesn't feel right. Let's talk when I get home.
The moment Su Chen hung up, Wang Fugue and Chu Xian blinked curiously.
Su Chen, nothing much. Just a relative borrowing money for an emergency.
Not much, barely enough to buy a spirit stone.
Ha!
Hearing it was such a small amount, Wang Fugue immediately lost interest in prying further.
Wang Fugue, I thought it was something big. That's not even enough for one night out with a girl.
Chu Xian, brother Wang, take care of yourself.
Wang Fugue,
you're the one who got me hooked on pleasure.
Every morning I wake up to see you lying in bed, shoulders half exposed, eyes half closed. If I don't enjoy myself while I can, you'll turn me. Sigh, Chen, seeing how normal you are now, I hope you haven't been turned by him.
Su Chen, don't ing frame me, I've got a 24-year-old female tenant now.
After the idle chatter, Su Chen walked out of the dorm and headed straight for the school gate. That phone call earlier had clearly smelled of conspiracy. Logically, it should have been just a loan with a promissory note. Su Ding could have handled it alone. But the other party specifically insisted he go. Something fishy was definitely up.
That excuse about apologizing for last time? Su Chen wasn't buying it.
He figured Hu Xing had his eye on him, trying to get his son back. Even though Hu Xing hadn't mentioned his son's situation on the phone, Su Chen already knew that Hu Xin was about to be torn apart piece by piece. On the black market, a third-tier martial artist fetched 5 times the price of a first-tier fighter. The look Hu Bing had given him back then was practically the same as staring at a pile of cash. Thus, this apology dinner had become a trap.
And since it was a trap, he absolutely couldn't let his father walk into danger.
After leaving campus, Su Chen called his father to inform him he was withdrawing money. With night falling, he did go alone to his uncle's place. Meanwhile, Su Ding sensed his son had long since become a capable young man, so he agreed without hesitation.
Chapter 143, Toying with the Poisonous Scorpion Woman.
Several days prior, Su Chen had learned that his dim-witted older brother had gotten himself into trouble. Wanzhong Group's people had visited Hu Xing's small shop, only to find it completely deserted. Truthfully, if Su Chen had wanted, a single phone call to Yu Qingling would have brought Hu Xin back.
But Su Chen wasn't some saint.
He wouldn't lift a finger to save him without Hu Xing agreeing to his terms. Su Chen's demands were straightforward: Su Lai and Hu Xing must divorce and sever all ties. Furthermore, Hu Sen's custody would go to Su Lai, and the boy must change his surname to Su, becoming Su Sen. Clutching a wad of freshly withdrawn cash, Su Chen arrived at the building where Hu Sen lived. Though not exactly a dilapidated old shack, it was clearly an aging neighborhood riddled with mold stains. That chubby cheat guy still hasn't sold the restaurant or the house, so that unlucky old guy must still be alive. Such thoughts crossed Su Chen's mind as he climbed the stairs.
Knock. Knock.
The door opened shortly after. The moment he stepped inside, Hu Xing shed her usual arrogance. Her face was swollen and tear-stained, looking like a frostbitten eggplant. Inside stood 3 burly, dark-faced men who clearly weren't to be messed with. The food on the table was takeout, not something Su Lai would have cooked.
Damn it, could something have happened to my uncle too? Seeing the scene, Su Chen immediately asked warily, Hu Xing, where's my uncle?
Hearing this, Hu Xing immediately dropped her face and said, Hey, Xiao Chun, your uncle is sick.
He's in the hospital right now.
I came to borrow money to save your uncle. Hey, where's your dad?
My dad's got a cold. He's getting 4 fluids at the clinic.
Oh, well then come inside, Xiao Chun.
Let's talk about this properly.
To prevent Su Chen from refusing to pay and to stop him from leaving, Hu Xing lied about Su Lai's serious illness while urging Su Chen inside.
My uncle's sick? How is he now?
His condition has stabilized, but we're short on funds.
You know how little savings we have at home. I know.
The moment he stepped inside, Su Chen channeled lightning energy through the light switch. In the corner of the bedroom, he sensed Su Lai, who had been knocked unconscious, and the thugs guarding him. No need to guess Su Lai must have refused to let Su Chen die to save his son, leading to Hu Xing and the thugs attacking him. The 2 martial artists and 1 martial master in this room were likely Hu Bing's accomplices, all here to capture him. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen handed Hu Xing a bundle of cash. After a quick hand wash, he sat down at the dining table. Had it not been for his uncle's situation, Su Chen would have slaughtered these 3 dogs the moment he entered the room. But now, with his uncle also held captive by the villains, he couldn't act rashly.
Aunt Hu, take this money for now. If it's not enough, my family will lend more. Tomorrow morning, my father and I will go check on my uncle. All right. Sit down and eat, Xiao Chen. I'll write you an IOU after we finish. Let me introduce everyone, these are all my relatives. Here, have some vegetables first.
Saying this, Hu Xing served Su Chen a chicken drumstick.
Sleep-inducing drugs, same old trick.
To preserve his full strength for rescuing his uncle, Su Chen wouldn't touch anything Hu Xing offered. So Su Chen grimaced in feigned reluctance. You see, with my uncle sick like this, how could I possibly have any appetite?
Aunt Hu, could you ask your relative to go buy me a pack of cigarettes? With that, Su Chen pulled out his wallet and took out the money for cigarettes. No need, little brother. I've got it covered.
The strongest thug among them, a tough-looking martial artist, pulled out half a pack of Marlboro and tossed it in front of Su Chen. Su Chen accepted the cigarettes, gave a faint smile, and then crumpled the pack, which was undoubtedly tampered with, into a ball.
I don't smoke fake cigarettes.
You bastard. Seeing Su Chen refuse the offer outright, a 6th-tier martial artist beside Su Chen immediately lunged forward, intending to subdue him by force. But with a single powerful thrust, Su Chen pinned the man firmly beneath him. Then, Su Chen drew his military knife, making a move to slit the warrior's throat. Realizing Su Chen wasn't some weakling 3rd-tier martial artist, the burly martial master rushed to intervene.
Hold on, brother.
We're all family here, no need for violence. My buddy's a bit off his rocker, so don't take it personally. It's just cigarettes. Hey, you there, go buy some cigarettes for brother Su Chen. With that, Su Chen released the fighter beneath him, who obediently went to run the errand. Su Chen, I want imported Belita Li. Go buy them in the east part of town. East side? How long will that take? Just do as you're told. Under the martial artist's scolding, the warrior slunk out dejectedly. With just that single move, the martial master knew Su Chen's strength was no less than his own. If they fought now, he would surely be arrested by the patrol officers of Songjiang City. But if he let Su Chen go now, and Su Chen reported him, he would be doomed regardless. Unlike Hu Xing, that foolish woman who had cried herself into a stupor, the martial arts master knew full well that Su Chen had already seen through his true nature. Fortunately, Su Chen's uncle was still in his custody, and judging by Su Chen's demeanor, he seemed deeply concerned about his uncle. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anything. Brawny martial artist, brother Su Chen, I suggest you stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll go see your uncle together. You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you? Hearing the burly martial arts master speak so plainly, Su Chen had no choice but to comply. Alright, I won't leave. But then, in an instant, Su Chen plucked the collar buttons from both kidnappers' shirts. The burly martial arts instructor broke out in a cold sweat. The martial arts instructor finally grasped that Su Chen's prowess far surpassed his own. He could be finished off in an instant. Thus, a delicate balance settled over the room. After a moment's thought, the burly martial artist ordered the remaining fighters to leave. He hurried back to their base to summon reinforcements, using the time to buy himself an advantage. Brother Su Chen, seeing how young you are, what level of martial prowess do you possess now? I'm ashamed to say, I'm actually this year's martial arts champion of Star Sea City. I'm currently a student at Longyuan Martial Arts University, holding the rank of 8th tier martial artist. What? A 17-year-old 8th rank martial artist? This answer stunned both Hu Xing and the bald-headed man. The bald-headed man was only a 2nd tier martial artist. Su Chen could easily knock him out with a single punch. Bombhead, but Aunt Hu never mentioned this. She said you were only a 3rd tier martial artist. Well, that's all because of Aunt Hu. She has a son just like her, both useless. I'd never brag about it. By the way, Aunt Hu, how's my brother doing overseas? I heard those places are kidnapping zones where they rip out hearts and livers. If you end up as a kidnapper there, you could make a fortune. Xiao Chen, what kind of talk is that? My son is doing just fine at the Wanzhong group. Hu Xing's voice trembled with fear and rage, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Bull. Seeing that Hu Xing wouldn't believe it until he saw it, Su Chen pulled out the labor contract Wanzhong group had given Hu Xin and flung it right at Hu Xing's head. You idiot, look at this clearly. That Wanzhong group is my brother's company. Don't you think I know if Wanzhong group has operations on Java Island? Your stupid son is probably about to get beaten to death. If it weren't for your dog's eyes looking down on people, would your son have been snatched by that bunch of scumbags? Oomph. You know what? Making drugs for those Americans? It's a multi-step process. First, they shove people into gas chambers, turning them into half-human, half-monster abominations. Then, while they're still alive, they rip out every organ. And even after that, the person is still alive, though it's a living hell worse than death. Chapter 144, The Vicious Hu Xing. Su Chen's words seemed to ooze the foul stench of blood and flesh between every line. Yet Hu Xing remained unmoved, appearing as if he'd been scared into stupor. In stark contrast, the 2nd tier martial artist seated opposite him had long since exhausted his patience, poised to erupt at any moment. Of course. Su Chen's trash talk wasn't purely for revenge, it was more to provoke Hu Xing into snapping sooner. If Hu Xing could divert the martial artist's attention for even a moment, Su Chen was confident he could eliminate both martial artists in the room with his Thunderbolt Finger. And just as Su Chen had anticipated, Hu Xing's mind was already churning with turmoil. She simply couldn't accept the reality that Su Chen had risen to great heights while she herself faced the possibility of her family being destroyed. Impossible. Impossible. That brat was nothing but a good-for-nothing since childhood. There's no reason he should suddenly become so accomplished. If even Su Chen can become nobility, then what have all my years of effort amounted to? The Su family must have stolen my Hu family's noble fortune. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. According to the original plan, Su Chen was supposed to be taken down by Hu Xing and the others, then made to take the fall for Hu Sen. Hu Xing, I can't let my son die, only to watch that Su family live in mansions and drive sports cars. Unless Su Chen dies. At this moment, Hu Xing's hatred for Su Chen had already surpassed his concern for his own son. Hu Xing raved with frenzied fantasy. If only he could drag Su Chen into the kidnapper's hideout, then all these things could be used against that little bastard Su Chen. Then your entire future would cease to exist. Cease to exist. I'll make you die in my son's place. Fueled by adrenaline, Hu Xing trembled as he poured Su Chen a glass of drugged beer, then snarled. Drink it. If you refuse, I'll make him kill Su Lai. With that, Hu Xing pointed viciously at the burly martial arts instructor, her face twisted into a hideous grimace like a vicious sow. Hu Xing, if he doesn't drink it, you kill my husband. I want him to be the murderer of his own uncle. Already on edge, the enforcer flinched at Hu Xing's sudden outburst. He couldn't fathom where this lowly commoner found the nerve to order him around. That split-second lapse in focus allowed Su Chen to slam the poison-filled glass onto the table in fury. The scattering shards of glass became his ammunition. The Thunderbolt Finger activated. 2 shards of glass pierced the wooden door like electromagnetic projectiles, striking the bedroom where Su Lai lay. Boom! The bedroom door burst open as both martial artists had half their heads blown off, their life signs already extinguished. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Yet Su Chen had silently rehearsed it dozens of times in his mind. Holy! That single moment of inattention cost him his advantage. The cannon-head warrior leaped from his seat with a start, sprinting toward the door to escape. Boom! The vicious martial artist kicked the door to pieces, but in the hallway beyond, a broad-shouldered man with sharp eyebrows, dressed in a suit, had been waiting for quite some time. That man was Su Chen's hired driver and bodyguard, Wang Di, a martial sovereign who'd recently retired from the city defense forces. Nowadays, he spent his free time accompanying Su Ding on fishing trips. Boom! Wang Di smashed the bald martial artist's skull with a single punch, the scene utterly explosive. Wang Di's presence meant Yu Qingling and the others had followed the young man who'd left earlier to locate Hu Bing's hideout. Hu Xin should now be safe. Wang Deyi, boss, Miss Yu's people have successfully retrieved the target. Miss Yu says their base is an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Anyone who resisted was taken out. Your brother is safe. That's good. Uncle, did you hear that? My brother's fine. I'm driving over to bring him home right now. As the martial arts instructor fled, Su Chen paid him no mind, rushing straight toward his family member, Su Lai. Xiao Chen. Oh, how am I ever going to face you again? I've decided this time, I must divorce her. I'd rather sleep on the street than live with that madwoman. Ah. That's exactly what I needed to hear. Uncle. Sleep on the street? Sleep in a villa. Uncle, rest here for now. I'll be back soon. Wang De, give me the car keys. Look after my uncle. And have someone clean up this place, dispose of the body. Wang De, yes, boss. Descending the stairs, Su Chen strode purposefully toward his Cullinan. He fired up the engine, revved the throttle, and took off in one fluid motion. This Cullinan SUV was bought for his father just 2 days ago. Chu Xian's sports car was too flashy, utterly unsuitable for a middle-aged, down-to-earth man. Just as Su Chen descended the stairs, Hu Xing followed him out with a vicious look. Standing in the hallway, Hu Xing saw Su Chen's luxury car with her own eyes. Combined with his extraordinary skills and the high-level martial artists he commanded at will, it convinced Hu Xing that Su Chen wasn't lying, he had truly made something of himself. In that moment, jealousy made Hu Xing tremble with rage. Though she knew Su Chen was there to pick up her son, she reported him without hesitation. The Law Enforcement Bureau? Hurry over. A murderer has emerged from my household, he killed 3 people. Come quickly. Hurry. Hurry up. A dozen minutes later, Su Chen brought his hovercar to a halt, surveying a scene of utter devastation. 20 bodies lay scattered haphazardly inside the small factory, all members of the kidnapping gang. The strongest among them had only reached the martial sovereign realm. In a corner, Hu Xin, his face beaten beyond recognition, cowered in a corner, shivering violently. Beside him lay Hu Bing, beaten into a bloody pulp. Hu Sen. Come here. Let's go home. Coming. My dear brother Chen. Hu Xin now understood that it was all thanks to his awesome little brother, big brother Su Chen. Not only had he saved him, but he also made a bunch of law enforcement bureau bigwigs fawn over him, bowing and scraping. The moment he saw Su Chen, Hu Xin felt completely safe. Thanks to the expensive recovery potion from Yu Qingling, Hu Sen's physical condition had improved significantly. At the very least, he was now stronger than his father. Su Chen beckoned with a flick of his finger, and Hu Xin eagerly hopped into the car. From that day forward, Hu Xin might ignore anyone else's words, but he would always heed Su Chen's. Once inside, Hu Sen's hands gently traced the luxury car's interior as if handling a work of art. He couldn't believe he'd ever get to ride in such a vehicle. As a hopeless student with lofty dreams but little luck, Hu Sen had often bragged online, "This lifetime, I'll either drive a Cullinan or a Maybach." Yet now, sitting in the luxury car he'd wished for, he could only feel his own insignificance. Outside the car, Yu Qingling watched Su Chen with smug satisfaction, thinking to herself, she'd just made him over another favor. As a woman who had once tried to eliminate him, Su Chen found it difficult to regard Yu Qingling as a partner he could trust with his life. Yet as a mutually beneficial drinking buddy, Yu Qingling's actions were flawless. That unspoken understanding of boundaries made Su Chen deeply appreciate this clever woman. Su Chen, let's go. I'll drive you home. Sorry for the spectacle today, making you witness the mess at my place. Chapter 145, Brutal Humiliation. In the passenger seat, Yu Qingling sat with her arms crossed, lost in thought or perhaps simply radiating confidence. In the back seat, Hu Xin sat quietly, hunched over, just wanting to get home and sleep. Hu Xin clutched the job offer from Wan Zhong Group in his hand, the iron rice bowl Su Chen had given him. Overwhelmed by both shame and joy, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Ahem, Chen, do you like this car? Chen suddenly cleared his throat, snapping Chen back to reality. Of course I do, brother Chen. After saying that, Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He suddenly sensed that Chen clearly intended to mentor him further. After facing life or death trials, people often experience a sudden surge in clarity, and Chen was clearly experiencing that moment of enlightenment. Chen, promise me one thing, and I guarantee you'll have a car, a house, and money within 5 years. Name it. Name 10 things, 100 things, I'll agree to anything. Chen, once you return, help your parents divorce. Then you yourself will join our Su family and henceforth be known as Su Senior. No problem. I've always wanted to be a Su. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen's eyes betrayed only fear of missing out. Following the Cullinan was a Maybach from the Law Enforcement Bureau, packed with its top brass. Ironically, their sole purpose in trailing them was to escort Yu Qingling home safely. In this feudal empire, to the Yu family, these men were nothing more than household servants. Just as I was about to head home, Wang De called with a tone of apology. Sorry, boss. A small problem has suddenly come up, my oversight. Sai, your aunt just bit the hand that fed her and reported you to the Discipline Bureau. Now 2 martial arts masters are here. Luckily, seeing I'm a martial sovereign, they haven't dared to make a move. What the hell kind of person is that? Wang De cursed inwardly. Chen was surprised, but not entirely shocked. I'll transfer some funds to you first to placate them. Are you confident? Absolutely, boss. I've already called in some people from the Wanzhong group. This time, there won't be any more mistakes. After hanging up, Chen's hands clenched uncontrollably. His rage had reached its peak. Beside him, Yu Qingling wore a wicked grin, clearly reveling in his misfortune. Meanwhile, at Hu Xing's residence, he continued his loud, unseemly performance art, drawing out the entire neighborhood. It was only 8 or 9 o'clock for many, the nightlife was just beginning. Ever since the Law Enforcement Bureau arrived, numerous neighbors had gathered on their verandas to watch the spectacle. Now, determined to escalate the chaos, Hu Xing was banging on a basin outside his house, shouting with extreme ferocity. Murder! Murder! Chen! Chen killed someone at my place after drinking. Chen killed all my relatives. Hu Xing's antics had already enraged Su Lai to the point of fainting. If not for Wang Di rushing about to help, something truly terrible might have happened. Su Lai had only suffered superficial injuries, but Wang Di had now sent him off in an ambulance. Fortunately, those 2 martial arts instructors had done their job after being paid. They yanked Hu Xing back inside and slammed the door shut, preventing the situation from escalating further. Once the door closed, Hu Xing resumed rolling on the floor, acting like a complete shrew. In Manhwa, martial artists enjoyed inherent privileges. Cases like Chen's self-defense had wide margins for interpretation. Whether it was handled well or poorly depended entirely on Chen's strength. Of course, commoners like Hu Xing had their own survival tactics. Might makes right and the law doesn't punish the many. Hu Xing undoubtedly hoped Chen would be beaten or locked up. Once Chen was gone, only 2 frail old men remained in the Su household. The properties and luxury cars Chen had acquired would surely fall into Hu Xing's hands. The Hu family might lack significant local connections, but they excelled in numbers relatives who relished bullying outsiders. For centuries, they'd perfected the art of preying on those without kin. After Wang Desong helped Su Lai onto the ambulance, he hurriedly led the martial arts instructors from the Wanzhong group back into the hallway to stabilize the situation. With these martial arts instructors present, the situation stabilized instantly. By the time Chen and Yu Qingling arrived, the situation had largely been resolved, leaving only 2 martial arts masters from the Law Enforcement Bureau to deal with. Recognizing the backing of the Wanzhong group, the 2 tried to squeeze more money out of the situation. However, when the group of Law Enforcement Bureau enforcers in high-ranking uniforms appeared behind Chen, the 2 junior martial arts instructors wished they could sink into the ground. Get over here! At the command of a Law Enforcement Bureau enforcer, the 2 martial artists scrambled to their knees before their superior. Thus, all 3 men killed by Chen and Wang De were officially identified as abyss cultists. The commendation order the Law Enforcement Bureau had presented to Chen that day was promptly delivered to Longyuan Martial Arts University, sealing the matter once and for all. But Chen's anger hadn't subsided one bit. Watching Hu Xing still thrashing on the ground, cursing his parents, Chen wished he could just beat her to death. Chen! You bastard! May you and your father both die a horrible death. You motherless piece of trash, don't think I'll let you off easy. You even forced my husband to divorce me. I'll never let this go. At that moment, Yu Qingling was at a loss for words. As Chen's family matter, she couldn't interfere too much. Fortunately, Chen had already prepared a solution. Soon after, Chen summoned Wang De and asked how much cash he still had on him. Wang De, I still have 1 million. Enough. Then, Chen walked over to Hu Xing, grabbed the old pig's arm, and pulled out the wad of cash he had lent her earlier from her pocket. Finally, Chen strode purposefully to the doorway, waving the gleaming bills before the gawking neighbors and declared, "Everyone here can see that my aunt has been corrupted by the depths of depravity and has gone mad. The only way to save her is to slap her. Come on, 1 slap per person for 1,000 yuan. First come, first served. Limited to 1 slap per person. Hit hard for extra rewards. Keep slapping until she snaps back to normal. Oh my. Su Chen's words were delivered with such passion and conviction, while the neighbors' enthusiasm burned with such pure fervor. It could only be said that barring Hu Xin from entering the apartment was the greatest courtesy Su Chen had extended to the Hu family. So, under the watchful eyes of several martial arts masters, Hu Xing was bound hand and foot to the sofa. Hundreds of people lined up, ready to slap him. Hu Xing's daily reputation was truly despised by all, a man who had made enemies everywhere. The neighbors delivered each slap with full force. But after enduring dozens of slaps, Hu Xing began wailing and screaming, "I'm not sick! I'm not sick! I was wrong! My little Chen is the most promising and the best! Please spare me!" At these words, the visible disappointment among those still waiting in line was palpable. Fortunately, Su Chen was a man of great compassion. He immediately declared, "He's faking it. Everyone, keep up the good work. Stop hitting me. Ah! My Xiao Chen is the most promising. Wah! I love my Xiao Chen the most. Wah, auntie was wrong. I'll never do it again." That night, Su Chen splurged hundreds of thousands of yuan, treating Hu Xing to a full building worth of slaps, a thorough facial massage. Chapter 146, Tech Competition. As they left Hu Xing's dilapidated neighborhood, only Wang Di and Su Xin remained by Su Chen's side. Yu Qingling was a smart woman. She wouldn't stand by and watch the spectacle while Su Chen was embarrassed. After clearing Su Chen's name, she led her people away. After the car started, Su Chen drove straight to the hospital, taking Su Sen to see his father first. Su Chen knew that if Su Lai could see his son was safe, it might just be enough to pull him through. True to his expectations, the moment father and son met, Su Lai's spirits visibly lifted. The next day, with everyone in stable condition, Su Chen returned to school. But the moment he entered Woda University, his system popped up with a new mission. Within 3 months, use Divine Thunder Silver Lightning to create side effect-free enhancement potions for the Empire. This will enable the Empire to systematically cultivate Abyss martial masters and secure victory in the impending war against the United States. System reward, clone skill unlocked. Staring at the system's new mission, Su Chen froze in place. While he might be skilled in combat, researching Abyss technology was truly asking the impossible. Fortunately, the system had granted ample time, allowing Su Chen to seek out genuine scientists. Moreover, that clone skill was nothing short of divine. Su Chen absolutely couldn't afford to let it slip away. Just then, Chu Xian, dressed in androgynous attire and radiating charisma, suddenly stopped to observe a particular direction. After a long moment, he murmured in disbelief, "How did my sister end up here?" Following Chu Xian's gaze, a tall, elegant woman bearing a striking resemblance to the current Chu Xian was engaged in conversation with Wang Yu. Dressed in the white spatial robes reserved for imperial scientists, she was precisely the scientist Su Chen needed most urgently. Sure enough, the system never assigned tasks without reason. Chu Feiyun, Chu Xian's full-blooded older sister and the Empire's youngest omniscient academician, was currently spearheading the Empire's most critical project, the Abyss Technology Initiative. As an empire that strives for supremacy in everything, since initiating its Abyss technology research, the Dragon Nation had resolved to create the finest Abyss potions. The Empire aspired to cultivate a cohort of Abyss practitioners free from adverse effects, and in Su Chen's Divine Xiao Silver Lightning, they glimpsed the promise of success. A month prior, Chu Feiyun successfully deciphered the synthesis secrets of the Divine Thunder. In her paper, she proposed that Xiao Silver Thunder could potentially resist and neutralize the Abyss due to its life attribute properties. To support the Imperial Research Institute's studies, the Martial Arts Academy subsequently provided several samples of Su Chen's Divine Thunder, including the later awakened Destruction Dragon Thunder. The near-perfect neutralizing properties between the Dragon of Destruction Thunder and the Divine Silver Thunder utterly captivated Chu Feiyun. After countless experiments, he synthesized a monkey-grade version of the Divine Silver Thunder. Even this monkey-derived variant proved remarkably potent. The suppressant enhanced by this Xiao Silver Thunder matched the efficacy of mid-tier suppressants from the United States. It must be noted that this Divine Thunder inhibitor was created purely through chemical synthesis, not through the cruel extraction of antibody serum from humans infected by the Abyss, namely, Adrenaline Blue. Thus, seeing a glimmer of hope, the Dragon Nation urgently established a scientific research team targeting Su Chen, with Chu Feiyun serving as its deputy leader. Upon seeing Su Chen and his team arrive, Wang Yu and Chu Feiyun walked straight toward Su Chen. Wang Yu, Su Chen, you must cooperate with Academician Chu's work for the foreseeable future. No objections. Yes. Every era has its trailblazers, men of destiny chosen by the heavens, born with a mission. Though he knew only a fraction of the truth, Wang Yu understood that Su Chen was precisely the kind of man destined for greatness. Perhaps he could usher in a new era. Facing Su Chen, Chu Feiyun felt a tinge of nervousness. For if his research was correct, Su Chen was the direct descendant of the ancient Dragon Emperor, a long-lost relative of the current imperial line. Hello, Su Chen. Thank you for looking after my brother. Chu Xian, let's hang out tonight. Hey, what's with that look? Damn it. Su Chen is actually royalty? By secretly using mind reading on his older sister, Chu Xian uncovered this earth-shattering revelation. In that moment, he finally understood why both the Lin and Tang families fawned over Su Chen. No wonder Su Chen lived every day as if blessed by destiny. Turns out you're a descendant of the Dragon Empress. If that's the case, Su Chen should be called Lu Chen. Meanwhile, at the US Embassy, LeBron and little Robert had just erupted into a heated argument. Robert Jr., LeBron. How dare you tolerate those lowly Dragon Nation people turning my American warrior's head into a trophy? Don't you feel any shame? Is your holy brotherhood nothing but a bunch of useless idiots? If I were in command, I'd have slaughtered a few Dragon Nation scum to teach them a lesson by now. As the core leader of the Rothschild family in Songjiang, little Robert was deeply dissatisfied with the Holy Brothers' retreat. The Rothschild family, America's foremost noble house, had propped up the nation's political landscape after the complete annihilation of the royal army, all through the financial might of the Rothschild conglomerate. Within the aristocratic assembly of the United States, the Rothschild family also wields immense power. They control the U.S. military and govern the nation's affairs. In their plans targeting the Dragon Nation, the Rothschild family's three major conglomerates operate openly, collaborating with Dragon Nation capital, while the Brotherhood of the Holy Brothers operates covertly, conducting espionage activities. The two work in tandem, advancing through both overt and covert means. Within these factions, the Brotherhood of the Holy Brothers is led by LeBron, whose public identity is that of a diplomat for the United States. Young Robert, meanwhile, represents the family's interests, overseeing collaborations between American corporations and the Dragon Nation. As a young man, he could not stand idly by while American practitioners were humiliated and his family's honor was tarnished. Robert Jr., these images have already been broadcast back home. Do you realize the public will only condemn our Rothschild family? If we don't seek revenge, what will happen to our family's votes? My apologies, Your Excellency, fourth young master. Facing Robert Jr.'s aggressive tone, LeBron maintained his poker face, his gentlemanly demeanor impeccable. We're already negotiating with the Yu family to have the Chamber of Commerce remove the memorial mound. The Yu family? The Yu family? What the hell are they? Where's your man Zhang Song? Where the hell is he now? Sigh. LeBron was utterly speechless at this hot-tempered playboy. To expose the Zhang family trump card on a mere impulse was nothing short of idiotic. LeBron had no patience left for Robert. After a brief nod, he walked out of the office. The Brotherhood enjoyed privileges above the law in the United States. LeBron respected Robert purely out of deference to the patriarch. For a spoiled aristocrat like Robert, who didn't know his place, the Brotherhood was a bothersome and formidable mountain. After LeBron departed, young Robert began contemplating one thing. If he could control the Yu family the way the Holy Brotherhood controlled the Zhang family, he would no longer have to kowtow to LeBron in Songjiang. Thus, a conspiracy targeting the Yu family was swiftly set in motion. Chapter 147, A Difficult Choice. When it came to research, Su Chen was at a loss. His only recourse was to align with the Dragon Nation scientists' plans and leverage his exceptional execution skills. To address the matter of the serum, Su Chen took a day off from classes solely to familiarize himself with the research team members. In the laboratory of Longyuan University of Martial Arts, Su Chen sat across from Chu Feiyun, who was accompanied by a dignified elder. Facing this elder, Chu Xian, who had always accompanied Su Chen, wasn't even granted a seat and could only stand obediently. Greetings, the elder introduced himself. My name is Chu Shuebua, a senior pharmacist of Longhua who has served the nation for over a century. This Chu Shuebua was Chu Feiyun's team leader, Long Nation's most authoritative pharmacist and a pivotal figure within the Chu family. Second uncle, may I leave now? Had Chu Xian known Chu Shuebua was present, he would never have dared to intrude. With tacit permission, Chu Xian bowed respectfully before slipping away quietly. Yet unlike his naturally commanding demeanor towards subordinates, Chu Shuebua's tone and attitude towards Su Chen transformed into those of a kind-hearted elder. Su Chen knew this was a rare opportunity to gain a powerful ally, one who held the key to his future and that of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, regarding the matter of the divine Shao Silver Thunder, Su Chen cooperated fully. After all, their conversation never touched upon the system. What astonished Su Chen, however, was that as the conversation deepened, Chu Boshue himself unleashed divine thunder. Do not be alarmed, young friend. This is an ability of mind replication. I can replicate others' abilities for my own use, but alas, time is limited and the power is greatly diminished. Thus, its practical effectiveness in combat is rather useless. It can only shine in Longhua's scientific research field. Replicating others' abilities helped Chu Boshue better comprehend their composition and secrets. Yet, constrained by the inherent limitations of the replication skill itself, Chu Boshue and Chu Feiyun could only synthesize a monkey-level version of the Divine Thunder. At this point, Su Chen suddenly recalled his system reward. As another replication-type skill, the one granted by the system surely couldn't be a useless one. However, during a casual pastime, I accidentally uncovered the secret of Divine Thunder. What secret? Hearing Chu Boshue's words, Su Chen's heart began to race. Come, take a look. With that, Chu Feiyan guided Su Chen to the lab table, where a large white lab rat lay. This was an artificially bred rat, untouched by the abyss. Now I'll bring it to the brink of death. With that, Chu Buixue sliced the rat's blood vessel with a scalpel, then healed it using Xinxiao silver lightning. As a century-trained alchemist, Chu Buixue's expertise in biological life was unparalleled. Watching Chu Buixue, Su Chen inwardly wanted to quip, "Is electrocuting mice your hobby, old man?" After being nourished by the Xinxiao silver lightning, the abyss toxin Chu Buixue later administered could no longer harm the mouse in the slightest. Moreover, this mouse, devoid of any abyss bloodline, had unexpectedly gained the ability to cultivate the abyss. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Chu Buixue's first act was to journey to the Temple of Heaven to pay homage to his ancestors, thanking the Dragon Emperor for bestowing upon the Dragon Nation the key to unlocking the abyssal world. In Chu Buixue's eyes, Su Chen was unmistakably the chosen one. Days later, we received reports regarding the artifact. I venture to guess that the reason the Wandering Cultivator's artifact was immune to the abyss's assault was because you infused Xinxiao silver lightning into his body when he was near death, correct? Indeed. Su Chen nodded, then replied. But I myself never imagined the divine Xiao silver thunder possessed such an effect. Su Chen was not lying. He had never delved deeply into the abyssal power that sent shivers down the spines of Long Nation citizens, as he himself had always cultivated spiritual energy. He was unaware that Long Nation's leadership had shifted its perspective. To bridge the technological gap with the Holy Brotherhood, Long Nation desperately sought advanced martial artists capable of harnessing abyssal abilities without succumbing to madness. Artifacts had once been the Dragon Nation's best entry point, but the Holy Brotherhood had snatched that opportunity away. Fortunately, with Su Chen present, obtaining the next sample would pose no difficulty. Moreover, Chu Xuebua had grown bolder this time, intending to conduct experiments directly on ordinary civilians rather than martial artists. If the hypothesis holds true on ordinary people, then this old man is confident he can develop the strongest inhibitor, far surpassing that of the United States, within 3 months. After school, Su Chen and Chu Xian headed to the snack street for lunch. That lazy dog Wang Fugue stayed in the dorm waiting for leftovers. Throughout the walk, both boys wore furrowed brows, each lost in their own thoughts. Ever since Chu Xian's awakening, mysterious love letters had begun appearing in his desk drawer. The bold, passionate handwriting of a man sent shivers down Chu Xian's spine. Of course, as long as he didn't respond, these things weren't much of a problem. What truly terrified Chu Xian now was the possibility that someone close to him might be the one targeting him. "Brother Chen, wanna play a game?" I say but, you say no. Chu Xian, but. Su Chen, let's get. Ah. Chu Xian, it absolutely can't be you. If Su Chen ever returns to the royal family, I'll truly be powerless to resist. My entire clan will force me to submit to you. Meanwhile, Su Chen was also wrestling with his thoughts, still processing today's conversation with Chu Buixue. Chu Buixue seemed intent on finding an ordinary person for his experiments, but the risks were immense. The slightest misstep could prove fatal. For martial artists of the Dragon Nation, trading ordinary lives for technological superiority over the flower flag would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Yet Su Chen's innate nature made it difficult for him to justify such indiscriminate slaughter. Oh, that girl is here again. Brother Chen. Quick. Use your charm to win her over. Near the entrance of Wuda University, Chu Xian spotted a pure and beautiful high school girl. To him, she was like a lifeline. Su Chen recognized her immediately. She was the girl he had rescued from the Wang family. This was their first meeting since that day. If everything Chu Xuebua had said held true, this girl would be the ideal test subject for the Dragon Nation. To ensure her safety, Su Chen wasted no time in whisking her away from Wuda's sphere of influence. Watching Su Chen's frantic figure, seemingly prioritizing the girl over his friend, Chu Xian felt immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chu Xuebua in his office understood Su Chen's concerns. As a seasoned veteran who had lived over a century, Chu Xuebua knew Su Chen's inherently kind nature. The principle of sacrificing individuals for the greater cause was something Su Chen still needed time to accept. Sigh. Chu Xuebua sighed softly before murmuring to himself. Where could he find a test subject Su Chen would accept? Sigh. Wang Yu, does Su Chen have any enemies? Wang Yu shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure. Family. The Hu family can't let the Su family push us around. Now they're forcing Hu Sin to change his surname. We absolutely cannot agree to this. Right. Third aunt is absolutely right. We can't let outsiders walk all over us. In Hu Xingjia's small restaurant, a circle of Hu family relatives gathered, plotting revenge for Hu Xing, who had been beaten into a pig's head. Now, the Su family had risen to prominence, becoming wealthy. And according to Susan, Su Ding had even lent Su Lai a large sum to open a grand restaurant. With the backing of the Wan Zhong group, that restaurant would be hard-pressed not to turn a profit. Thus, Su Lai was poised to transform himself from a lowly son-in-law into a millionaire with assets worth tens of millions. Hu Xing watched all this unfold, his hatred burning deep within. To make matters worse, Su Lai had delivered the divorce papers today, igniting the powder keg of the Hu family. Hu Xing knew the Su family's wealth could sustain her for 8 lifetimes. How could she possibly accept severing ties? In her eyes, whether it was the Su family's luxury cars or their businesses, at least half belonged to her. Chapter 148, delivered right to his doorstep. Around noon, Hu Xing and 4 or 5 good-for-nothings from the Hu family piled into a restaurant van, intent on confronting Su Lai. Thanks to Su Lai's phone tracking, Hu Xing had pinpointed the location of Su Ding's residence. Hu De, Hu Xing's nephew, was driving. Hu De, third auntie, this direction feels off. We're heading toward the posh, wealthy neighborhood. Seeing the upscale restaurants and entertainment venues passing by, Hu, who had spent his childhood delivering goods in working-class neighborhoods, couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. Yes. He was heading in the right direction. Unlike Hu De, Hu Xing felt an unstoppable surge of excitement. The more opulent the surroundings, the more it proved the Su family's sudden wealth. In Hu Xing's eyes, the Su family's money was her money. Her immediate priority was to prevent her divorce from Su Lai. That way, she could force him to convert the assets Su Ding had given him into marital property. Under Dragon Nation's laws, a son-in-law like Su Lai stood no chance of winning a divorce lawsuit against the Hu family. But upon arriving at the entrance of Su Ding's residential complex, the Hu family members lost all their earlier arrogance. None of them had imagined such a magnificent villa. Outside the gate, Susan stood guard like a watchdog. Without Susan, this bunch of lowlifes wouldn't have gotten through the door. Susan, Mom, whatever you do, don't cause trouble inside. Your son's job is in their hands. Just sign the divorce papers quietly. Even though I changed my surname, I can't disown you. Seeing Susan's meek and submissive demeanor, Hu Xing's anger flared up. How could I have given birth to such a fool? Don't you understand that the more your mother makes a scene, the more benefits you'll get? Don't you remember how much your father doted on you? And your second uncle and your father are the only family you have left. If you stand with me, that Su Chen won't dare defy his father's orders. Su Chen's a military academy cadet now. Wuhan University values its reputation above all. If he dares mess with me, Hu Xing, no one will be spared. Hu Xing, where's your father? Susan, my father's at home recuperating. My second uncle went out to buy him some tonics. Only a few servants are at home now. Mom, please don't let Dad get hurt again. You jerk. Can't you see your mom's hurt too? Ouch, my face hurts. Whatever. I'm off to work. Today's my first day reporting, and I snuck out during lunch break. With that, Susan dashed away, refusing to get involved in the feud between the two families. Following Su Chen's directions, Hu Xing arrived at Su Chen's residence. The wall, the villa, the garden, the garage, this tempting mansion before his eyes inevitably sparked wild fantasies in the Hu family. Originally, Hu Xing had assumed Su Chen had merely earned some money in the secret realm with his martial arts skills and then luckily latched onto the Wang family to become a nouveau riche. Therefore, in Hu Xing's previous understanding, Su Chen would at most live in a large flat of 100 or 200 square meters. Such a luxurious villa truly surprised Hu Xing. The villa's doors stood wide open, clearly inviting Hu Xing inside. But Hu Xing wasn't about to comply meekly. He immediately started throwing a tantrum at the doorway, intending to resort to his old tricks. Help! This is murder. That faithless bastard is beating his wife for some other woman. Help! This is outrageous. Su Lai. You're not human. And you still want to divorce me. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in both cheeks, Hu Xing began to scream. But unlike her previous tactics that always worked in the apartment complex, the residents here remained completely unmoved. 10 minutes later, Hu Xing was hoarse from screaming. Only when she finally fell silent did an elderly gardener from Su Dingjia's estate approach, carrying a pair of shears. Hey! You shameless harpy! You stupid thing, do you think this villa is your own pigsty? The old gardener showed Hu Xing no courtesy whatsoever. You fool! The people who live here are important figures. They value soundproofing and privacy above all else. This entire house is equipped with soundproofing arrays. What you just said. The people inside can't hear it. People outside can't hear it either. Only this old unlucky soul can hear it. Oomph. Stupid pig. With that, the old gardener turned and walked away without looking back, resuming his flower watering. Hu Xing sat dumbfounded on the ground. Just as the gardener had said, no one paid the slightest attention to this group of lowly minions. After a long while, a kid on a scooter passed by the Su residence. Though he had no idea why this fat woman was sitting on the ground, his eyes betrayed a genuine look of contempt for Hu Xing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Hu Xing finally remembered what shame felt like. Everyone inside. Everyone inside. What kind of spectacle is this, standing around out here? Hu Xing called out, ushering his relatives inside. Big sister, it seems like you're the one standing out here making a fool of yourself. Come on, everyone inside, everyone inside. Once inside, Hu Xing assumed the air of a hostess, inviting his family to enjoy themselves indoors. Yet serving them was merely an AI robot. Hey, you! Take that case of liquor back. And the cigarettes too, these are all top-notch goods. Hu Xing bellowed orders across the hall, looking every bit the boss. Stop it. On the second-floor landing, Su Lai's eyes widened in fury, boiling over with rage. Stop it. All of you. Stop it. You ill-mannered brutes. This isn't your house. The moment he recognized Su Lai, Su De, emboldened like a newborn calf fearing no tigers, shouted back. Su Lai. You're just a son-in-law of the Hu family. How dare you hit my third aunt? And you have the nerve to talk about divorce. Let me tell you. Under Longguo law, only the main family can divorce a son-in-law. If the Hu family doesn't agree, you'll be the Hu family's dog for life. But the next moment, a pair of large hands gripped Su De's shoulders. Unlike his previous meekness in the Hu household, the attendants surrounding Su Lai were all at least martial artists. Under the old gardener's skilled hands, a pig's head even more spectacular than Hu Xing's emerged. Anyone else speaks out of turn. The gardener then tossed Hu De to the ground and bowed respectfully to Su Lai. Surrounded by such formidable strength, Su Lai spoke with absolute confidence. Hu Xing. Stop embarrassing yourself. The Su family owes you nothing. Don't force me to sever all ties where you'll never see your son again. Don't you forget how my sister-in-law left back then? You think I don't know? The moment Su Lai mentioned Su Chen's mother, Hu Xing flinched with guilt, but she quickly reverted to her shrewish self. Bull. Su Lai. Don't think I don't know Su Ding put up millions to back your hotel venture. Now that you've made it big, you're kicking me to the curb. No way. With that, Hu Xing tore up the divorce papers right in front of Su Lai. Ha? Who told you that? Su-san? Hu Xing, hoof. I don't know. Don't ask me. With martial arts masters keeping watch, the Hu family felt somewhat intimidated, so some began urging Hu Xing to leave. But Hu Xing was no pushover, she wouldn't budge until she got what she wanted. Ah, Hu Xing's here. Don't just stand there, sit down. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Amidst the standoff, Su Ding returned. Chapter 149, forcibly entering the martial arts academy. Years ago, when Su Ding's wife fell gravely ill, he borrowed money to save her. After surgery, his wife finally showed signs of recovery. But then Hu Xing stormed into the hospital room with her gang, demanding repayment. The commotion caused Su Ding's wife to die of shock. Such hatred, Su Ding never forgot. Today, luring Hu Xing to his home was all orchestrated by Su Ding himself, through Su Sin. The Su Ding of today held a status and power far beyond Hu Xing's reach. Therefore, though deeply unwilling, Hu Xing had no choice but to bow his head to Su Ding and show respect. Ah, yes. I came to see your brother. Oh. Su Ding was aware of Su Lai's decision to divorce Hu Xing and fully supported it. Su Ding, sister-in-law, please stay for dinner tonight. It's on me. Rest assured, my brother and I have settled everything. He's leaving with nothing, he won't touch your house or shop. Divorce with nothing. Hearing Su Ding's words, Hu Xing was so furious she nearly laughed. What a generous divorce with nothing but the clothes on his back, my dear brother-in-law. Do you take me, Hu Xing, for a complete fool? Let me tell you something. Don't think I don't know you're planning to open a hotel and buy a house for Su Lai. Mark my words, as long as I don't divorce you, I'll get half of everything Su Lai owns. And if your son Su Chen happens to die in the Abyss Secret Realm one day, this house will be the perfect wedding home for my son. That's impossible. Without hesitation, Su Ding declared with unwavering certainty. My money belongs to my son. I can't make that decision. And not a single penny of my family's money has anything to do with your Hu family. Then bring your son here. He can sign this right now. With that, Hu Xing slapped down a settlement agreement and an injury assessment report. Hu Xing believed Su Chen had hired someone to beat him up, making it a clear case of assault for hire. He intended to extort 1 million yuan from Su Ding. Hu Xing was the type who never came empty-handed. Once he showed up at someone's door, he wouldn't leave without something substantial. Seeing the 1 million yuan figure, Su Lai immediately blurted out angrily, Hu Xing. You're insane. If Su Chen really wanted to take action, you'd be dead by now. If it weren't for my face, how could you even stand here talking? I don't care. If you don't give me the money today, I'm not leaving. If you two hit me, I'll make sure Hu Xin never recognizes you as his father. With that, Hu Xing flopped back onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Seeing this scene, Su Ding knew the moment had come. He gave Wang De a meaningful glance. Wang De made a call and summoned a lawyer from the Wan Zhong group. 10 minutes later, a sharp-suited, capable-looking man entered the Su family villa. His first act was to bow respectfully to Su Ding. The lawyer clearly came prepared. As soon as he sat down, he produced the testimony from Hu Bing's gang regarding Hu Xing's involvement in the attempted kidnapping of Su Chen. In the face of this direct incriminating evidence, Hu Xing's medical report was worthless. Reading the interrogation transcript, Hu Xing felt a flicker of panic. But the lawyer's next words sent a chill down his spine. If Mr. Su Chen chooses to pursue charges against you, I am confident I can secure you a prison sentence of at least 15 years. Unless, of course, you can hire a lawyer more skilled than me. To my knowledge, there are fewer than 10 such lawyers in the entire Dragon Nation, and their legal fees are calculated in spirit stones starting at 100 stones each. Hearing this, Hu Xing immediately wilted. Without giving Hu Xing any chance to respond, the lawyer from Wanzhong Group pressed his advantage. Since you're here today, you might as well sign this divorce agreement once and for all. Sign the agreement? The mere mention of divorce shattered Hu Xing's resolve. Once the agreement was signed, everything related to the Su family would become irrelevant to him. Bull. I won't sign it. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're a lawyer. Hu Xing slammed his fist on the table, hands on his hips, brimming with defiance. Listen to me. Manhwa law states that a divorce agreement for a son-in-law must have the consent of the wife's family to be valid. Su Lai's indenture is still in my hands. Hearing Hu Xing's words, Su Lai flushed crimson with shame. For years, the stigma of being a son-in-law had tormented him. He was approaching 50, yet in Hu Xing's mouth, he sounded like nothing more than a plaything. Across from Hu Xing, the lawyer remained unmoved. Wiping spittle from his face, he stated. You may be correct, but these laws are designed for ordinary people. They hold no sway over martial artists. Just 2 months ago, the Lord of Starsea City bestowed the title of honorary martial artist upon Su Chen's family. Now, Mr. Su Lai is also a registered martial artist of Dragon Nation. What? I'm a martial artist? How come I never knew? Hearing the lawyer's words, Su Lai was overjoyed. With this martial artist title, I'll see who dares call me a useless son-in-law anymore. But the same words left Hu Xing with nothing but astonishment. Ultimately, under the relentless pressure of attorney Wan Zhong, Hu Xing not only had to sign the divorce agreement but also surrender half of the property and the beat-up van parked outside. Converted to cash, it amounted to a whopping 1.5 million yuan. Moreover, Hu Xing agreed to let his son Husin change his name to Susan, thereby preserving his restaurant from division. Finally, because Su Lai was now a martial artist, Hu Xing didn't even have the right to appeal, thanks to martial artist privileges. Ugh. Ah. 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 Ugh. Ah. Stepping out of the villa, Hu Xing could no longer hold back and burst into loud, wailing sobs. Had he known this would be the outcome, he never would have dared come to Su Chen's villa. Finally, supported by relatives, Hu Xing managed to climb into the minivan. Inside the van, Hu De couldn't help but plead, "Third auntie, let's not fight the Su family. Those rich folks, they'd eat you alive and spit out the bones. Honestly, you should hurry and beg Su Lai. I think the old Su family are pretty reasonable folks. Maybe they'll let you off with less. Go to hell. The Su family are a bunch of bastards. Mark my words. I won't give them a single penny." Hu Xing knew full well that without Su Lai's connections, neither Su Ding nor Su Chen would ever let him off the hook. After speaking, Hu Xing, still seething with rage, couldn't let go of his resentment. He turned to Wu De and said, "They bullied me like this, and I won't let them off easy. Get in the car." To Wu Da. "If I don't get Su Chen expelled today, this isn't over." "Ha? Wu Da? That's military territory. They might open fire if we barge in." At the mere mention of confronting the Su family again, the younger Hu brothers' morale visibly plummeted. "Hu Xing, what? Backing down? Fine. Then pay me back for all the free meals you've scammed from my restaurant over the years. Sai, auntie, come on, it's just Wu Da. Let's go." Several dozen minutes later, as sunset approached, the van finally crept to a halt at the gates of Wu Da. This time, no matter how much Hu Xing urged them, no one dared get out to accompany her into the fiery pit of Wu Da. At Su family, it might still be a weapon of law, but at Wu Da, it was pure weaponry. In the end, Hu Xing herself got out in a huff, determined to storm the campus. "Wuhan University guard, halt. Don't move. This is restricted guard territory. No outsiders allowed. Still moving? Report. Report. A pig-headed intruder has breached the perimeter. First warning. Second warning. Clear the safety. Ammo handler, prepare to feed rounds. No. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'll leave, okay." Facing the black muzzle, even the feisty Hu Xing finally backed down. Truth be told, right up until the second warning, she'd been betting the sentry wouldn't shoot. "Get down on the ground. Hands on your head." Right under the noses of the Hu family, Hu Xing was subdued and taken away by the Wuhan University sentry, while her little minivan sped off like grease on a hot pan. Even in the sentry lounge, Hu Xing remained unruly, shouting at the camera and the sentry watching her, "Wu University student Su Chen maliciously assaulted me. Wu University student Su Chen forced my husband and me to divorce, scheming to seize my family's assets." Unable to tolerate Hu Xing's raving any longer, the security guard summoned Su Chen's homeroom teacher, Wang Yu. Upon Wang Yu's arrival, Chu Shuebua and Chu Feiyun followed out of curiosity. Hearing it involved Su Chen, the pair came over. Chu Shuebua initially thought Su Chen must have offended someone, so he came to investigate. But after just a brief exchange with Hu Xing, Chu Shuebua realized Su Chen had been targeted by a scoundrel. Hu Xing was a treacherous villain, spewing lies and acting with extreme arrogance. As the saying goes, heaven offers a path but you refuse to take it, hell has no gate yet you throw yourself in. With that, the issue with the test subject was finally resolved. Chu Shuebua, Feiyun, call Su Chen and have him return. Wang Yu, beat this wicked woman to the brink of death. Yes, sir. Chapter 150, Gu Yan. Along the banks of the Songjiang River, the last rays of the setting sun lingered. Su Chen and the young girl chatted here for a while. The relaxed atmosphere allowed Su Chen to taste a long-forgotten sense of peace. Though only half a year had passed since his system awakened, Su Chen's life seemed to have been reduced to nothing but fighting, money, and fame. Only now, seeing her school uniform, did he slowly realize he was still just a student. Her name was Gu Yan. She possessed that rare blend of grace and dignity unique to women of the Dragon Nation. Her fair, youthful face radiated vitality, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischievous charm. A single ponytail bounced playfully with every turn of her head. Unlike Lin Weiwei and her aristocratic clique, this girl's eyes held no arrogance, no obsession with family lineage, and no deep-seated resentment. Su Chen, with your grades, you could pursue humanities and become a researcher someday. Unlike us, who knows when we might meet our end. Guyen, sigh, that's what I plan to do too, but I still hope my talent could be a bit better. I guess I'm only a D rank. If I could be a C rank, that would be even better. Gu Yan was currently in her first year of high school and hadn't yet undergone the official talent assessment for spiritual power awakening. But let me tell you a secret: my dad can get his hands on something that should guarantee me a C rank. Through his conversation with Gu Yan, Su Chen learned that the trend of using inhibitors had already stirred up quite a storm among students. To be recognized as martial artists during awakening and enjoy special privileges, some parents had begun purchasing low-grade inhibitors and enhancers at high prices through various channels. Gu Yan mentioned his father was a distribution manager for a pharmaceutical company, while his mother ran a pharmacy. Obtaining inhibitors wasn't difficult for them, and he estimated his family might even make a little extra money from it recently. Low-tier suppressants and enhancers function more like stimulants, temporarily boosting the operational capacity of novice warriors' abilities. They carried minimal addictive potential and introduced negligible amounts of abyss contamination virtually undetectable. Naturally, the Dragon Nation has countermeasures, administering detoxifying agents to all students before the awakening ceremony to neutralize the effects of American suppressants. Blood samples are collected and stored for post-injection verification. But as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Those with connections and influence can still circumvent the injections by swapping blood samples, allowing them to complete the awakening process and gain the associated bonuses. Here, Su, let me treat you to some ice cream. Thanks. Taking the ice cream Guyu offered, Su Chen continued pondering the inhibitor issue. Guyu, oh, I need to tell you something, don't repeat this to anyone. After I got that inhibitor shot, I didn't get a fever or cough like everyone else, I was totally fine. My dad told me my body type is the super-resistant constitution the states really values. Apparently, it's equivalent to our A-class and S-class levels. Damn. Just as I thought. The Divine Shao's silver lightning struck again. You absolutely mustn't blab about this to anyone. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the experiments conducted by the venerable Chu Shuebua. Such trials were utterly inhumane for the subjects. They required enduring a relentless cycle of being pushed to the brink of death only to be revived. Moreover, to gather comprehensive experimental data, every organ had to endure brutal damage. Those who survived this series of agonies to become abyss-level powerhouses would inevitably harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Dragon Nation. Thus, the day the experiment succeeded was also the day the test subjects died. Thus, if Su Chen's guess was correct, Old Chu would most likely capture several prisoners to serve as guinea pigs. Sigh. Such agonizing torment Su Chen would never allow it to be inflicted upon Gu Yan. If it must happen, it should be on scum like Hu Xing. Right, he should trick Hu Xing into coming over one day. Su Chen knew Old Chu must be aware of Gu Yan's unique constitution, for the Divine Shao Silver Thunder had saved only a handful of people thus far. Fortunately, out of deference to Su Chen's feelings, Old Chu hadn't yet set his sights on Gu Yan. HM? Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, his phone rang. It was none other than Old Master Chu. Old Master Chu, I'm out to dinner. Ha? Got it. Heading back immediately. After hanging up, Su Chen and Gu Yan exchanged contact information before parting ways. On the walk home, Gu Yan was beaming with delight. The enormous profits generated by the inhibitor, coupled with its elusive gray market potential, had drawn the attention of numerous factions in Songjiang to this lucrative opportunity. For the same low-grade inhibitor, the price in Longwei is 5 times that in Huashe, and its market is vast enough to cover the entire nation. Thus, a capital competition slowly began to unfold. Among the players, only the Wang family steadfastly refused to enter the inhibitor business. Their backing came from Longdu Capital, led by the Lin and Tang families, who held an irreconcilable enmity towards Citigroup over the inhibitor issue. Moreover, the principle behind the Divine Thunder inhibitor currently being developed by Elder Chu was to purify the power of the abyss into pure and formidable supernatural abilities within the human body. In essence, it still belonged to orthodox spiritual energy cultivation, not some heretical path. From the Yu family's perspective, victory in this contest was assured. For Citigroup to establish a foothold in Songjiang, relying solely on the city guard forces was insufficient. The crucial factor lay with the various government bureaus. If Yu Mingyang remained determined to confront Citigroup, the Tianbao Bureau alone would pose a formidable hurdle for the Americans. To pressure the Americans into submission sooner, Yu Yangming dispatched elite agents from the Bureau of Law Enforcement to raid a series of American outposts, forcefully demonstrating the Yu family's formidable presence in Songjiang. Sure enough, the Rothschild family soon approached the Yu family, proposing a partnership. The negotiations took place aboard a yacht on the high seas, a deliberate choice to evade surveillance from the Dragon Nation. Yu Yangming attached immense importance to this meeting, as the opposing delegation included not only Paul Boffs, the Rothschild Financial Group's highest-ranking representative in the United States, but also Robert Rothschild Jr., the fourth son of the Rothschild family. That evening, Yu Yangming arrived at the dock accompanied by 4 martial generals and a contingent of Yu family elites. With this, the Rothschilds' deadly trap targeting the Yu family was officially sprung. Zhang Song served as the guarantor for this meeting. Unaware that the Zhang family had already defected, this unwittingly sealed Yu Yangming's tragic fate aboard the yacht. Hours later, Yu Yangming lay sprawled across the yacht's deck, blood soaked into his clothes. With a look of bitter resignation, he gazed up at Robert Rothschild Jr. and the smiling wolf-like figure of Boffs. Stranded on the open sea with no reinforcements, the Yu family was overwhelmed. The enemy had deployed 2 Archangel-level warriors, martial saints, while the Zhang family's promised reinforcements never arrived. Ultimately, the entire Yu family force was annihilated. Yu Yangming could only watch as one after another of his bound kinsmen were thrown into the sea by the Americans in utter despair. Ultimately, Yu Yangming, who had long dominated Songjiang, met his end in the belly of the sea. His body never recovered. That very night, distant relatives of the Yu family, long backed by the Flag Nation, bloody seized control of all Yu family assets. From that moment onward, Yu Bo ascended as the new family head. With Yu Bo's unconditional backing, the Flag Nation's sordid dealings in the Dragon Nation grew even more brazen. Chapter 151, Yu Qingling survives. Evening, Su Chen's residential complex. Though Tanya was still cultivating in Longdu to break through her cultivation level, she remained deeply concerned about Su Chen. Upon learning that Su Chen's family had settled in Songjiang, Tanya had Leng Jiu bring gifts to visit Su Chen's father. At Su Ding's invitation, Leng Jiu stayed for dinner at the Su residence. It was through this very coincidence that Yu Qingling managed to survive the massacre targeting her family. Shortly after Yu Yangming departed the docks, Yu Bo's forces began suppressing the remnants of the Yu family. 2 martial commanders had betrayed Yu Yangming early on, becoming honored guests at Yu Bo's table. To eliminate all traces, these 2 pursued Yu Qingling on Yu Bo's orders. "Miss, be careful." Inside Yu Qingling's new villa, completely unaware of the impending danger, she was munching on snacks while binge-watching a drama. But her bodyguard, Li Xin, had already sensed the killing intent and acted decisively, saving Yu Qingling. Recognizing the faces of the 2 attackers, Li Xin erupted in fury. "You bastards! Inda Deo! Su, run! How dare you betray your master? Do you want to die? Ha!" A lecherous, arrogant laugh rang out. In Su Run's eyes, Li Xin was nothing but a dog. "Oomph! Li Xin! I advise you to abandon darkness and embrace the light sooner rather than later. Yu Yangming is dead. We are all now soldiers of Lord Yu Bo. Oomph! Without the inhibitor, I, Su Eryun, will never break through to Martial Saint in this lifetime. Embracing technology is embracing the future. Stop clinging to your delusions. Hand over Yu Qingling now. Not a chance." At that very moment, Leng Jiu sensed the aura of a martial artist. Should a battle of such caliber erupt, both Su Ding and Su Lai would be torn to pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Jiu drew his sword and charged into Yu Qingling's home next door. Leng Jiu's arrival instantly turned the tide. Li Xin, who had been at a complete disadvantage moments before, suddenly found his confidence soaring. As a partner of the Wan Zhong group, Li Xin knew the strength of this top-tier martial commander from the Tang family. Seeing reinforcements arrive and their victory slipping away, Inda Deo and Su Run turned and fled, allowing Yu Qingling to narrowly escape. On the yacht, little Robert watched with arrogant satisfaction as one Yu family member after another was executed. The despair of the dying brought him intense gratification, immersing him in the pleasure of being the dominant figure. Snap! With a single finger snap, Povo scurried eagerly before Robert. "Master, your brilliance is unmatched. Overnight, we've devoured the Yu family. Now we move freely throughout Songjiang. This vast market will be ours alone to enjoy." Young Robert nodded, then continued his instructions. "Remember, Project Wildfire is the paramount priority for our family and the United States. Its most critical component is that high-energy deep collider. Should the situation become critical, even if it means blowing up the collider, it must never fall into the hands of the Dragon Nation." "Understood, sir." The Wildfire project involves using inhibitors at maximum intensity to corrupt the genes of the Dragon Nation's youth, deliberately reducing their innate talents over the next 2 decades. It is a vicious form of genetic warfare. If successful, the Dragon Nation's next generation of martial elites will experience a catastrophic decline, directly undermining the very foundation of their martial empire. To execute this plan, little Robert must deploy America's most advanced technology within the Dragon Nation, the high-energy abyssal collider. Robert Jr., remember, there's nothing to fear from the Dragon Nation. As long as we infiltrate their media, undermine their education, and erode their ideology, victory will inevitably be ours. Next, we must swiftly cultivate a cohort of Dragon Nation civilians who grow strong through our education. Then package them as miracles and celebrities. Give hope to those without talent. With them as role models, I refuse to believe Dragon Nation students won't push themselves to the brink. Yes. Days later, in an office of the Yu family's Wan Beatang pharmaceutical group, Gu Yaoqiang, father of Gu Yan, was buzzing with excitement over an internal corporate leak. Registration had opened for the inaugural student exchange program between Dragon Nation and the United States, set to commence next year. Moreover, with the approval of the Songjiang authorities, construction would officially begin on the American school originally built to serve the families of American engineers. Rumor had it this school would also recruit select talents from Dragon Nation for future development in the United States. By any measure, this was an opportunity for Gu Yan to bring honor to her family. Ever since learning of Gu Yan's extraordinary drug resistance, Gu Yaqiang had been determined to secure her a path to overseas advancement. Currently, any colleague at the company involved in overseas assignments receives the highest salary and benefits. Moreover, within just a few years abroad, martial artists advance to martial masters, and martial masters become martial patriarchs. Thus, in the eyes of many, going abroad was the most promising path. With a nervous heart, Gu Yaqiang arrived at the company's newly established large-scale laboratory, housing the most advanced American equipment and scientists. Having arranged things with his superiors, he was fortunate enough to meet an American scientist named Mr. Q today. Today, Gu Yaqiang intended to test whether his daughter was truly a genius in the United States. Mr. Q was a greasy-looking old white man wearing a lab coat. By his side was a catgirl in a female staff uniform, seemingly his assistant. Gu Yaqiang knew that the creature beside Mr. Q wasn't some beast-transforming superhuman, but a genuine human-animal hybrid of beast person. Rumor had it they were quite popular among the wealthy circles in the United States. Though difficult to accept, Gu Yaqiang maintained an understanding stance. Mr. Q, aware of Gu Yaqiang's purpose, adopted an exceptionally friendly demeanor. After all, the core of Project Wildfire hinged on the Dragon Nation's own people accepting the suppressant. After respectfully presenting his daughter's blood sample, Gu Yaqiang felt anxious, as if waiting for lottery results. Especially since Mr. Q had taken his seat at the lab bench, his expression had become as kaleidoscopic as a spinning top, shifting through an endless array of emotions. It could only be said that Gu Yaqiang had never been to the R-77 base. Back when the Holy Brotherhood inspected the artifact, their expressions had been almost identical. After a long pause, Mr. Q solemnly rose to his feet, then knelt before Gu Yaqiang with utmost reverence, bowing his head deeply, "Holy Father above." Gu Yaqiang hurriedly tried to stop him, but Mr. Q only repeated devoutly, "Manager Gu. If your daughter could come to our United States, she would be the faith of all our American people. Seal off the news immediately and deliver the inspection report to Lord Pophis." Similarly, young Robert was deeply moved upon receiving the news. He too sternly ordered Pophis to seal the information, absolutely forbidding the Holy Brotherhood from interfering. Remember, do not alert the snake to the grass. Until this new saint arrives in the United States next year, no one is to approach her without authorization. This time, I will ensure she is successfully recruited into our Rothschild family. Once the Rothschilds produce a saint of their own, we'll finally cease being overshadowed by the Holy Brotherhood at every turn. Chapter 152, Truant Dragon. 2 weeks had passed since the Yu family upheaval. Since the public explanation was merely that Yu Yangming was gravely ill, the incident had caused little stir in Songjiang. Moreover, the Yu family had never severed ties with the Wanzhong group, so the Tang and Lin families refrained from making any further comments. However, Yu Qingling had been placed under Wanzhong group's protection, proof that this affair was far from over. Of course, it wasn't yet time to sever ties with the Americans, as the Dragon Nation still required their abyss technology. Report. Enter. Click. The door to the Wu University president's office swung open as Su Chen and Chu Xian stepped inside. Only Wu Yanba and Chu Shuebua were present. Wu Yanba explained that an important mission awaited Su Chen and Chu Xian today. "Have a seat." At Wu Yanba's gesture, Su Chen and Chu Xian sat down on the sofa. Before them lay several photographs of Gu Yan. Seeing Gu Yan's face, Su Chen instantly perked up. "Wu Yanba, Su Chen, you recognize this girl, right?" Reporting, "This girl is Gu Yan, a chosen one, China's term for abyss powerhouses. I saved her once before, and I've reported these details previously." "Yes." Chu Shuebua nodded, indicating Su Chen's account was accurate. Wu Yanba, "Alright then, here's the situation. According to our inside source, Chosen 1 number 2 Gu Yan has been identified and placed under covert surveillance by the Rothschild family. Per their plan, Gu Yan and her entire family will collectively emigrate to the United States through next year's exchange student program. Of course, Gu Yan herself remains unaware of any of this. To avoid alerting them, the Rothschilds haven't directly eliminated Gu Yan yet, but we believe it's imminent. What?
That little freak from the Rothschilds has set his sights on Gu Yan.
Gu Yan could be in serious danger.
At this moment, Chen couldn't understand why the Dragon Nation would stand by and watch a powerhouse like Gu Yan serve the United States.
Chen, why couldn't our people transfer Gu Yan to Longdu ahead of time instead of letting her be recruited by the United States? Because it wasn't necessary.
Later, Chu Shuebui informed Chen, once the Divine Thunder Elixir is developed, the Dragon Nation can cultivate a cohort of top-tier Abyss cultivators at a fraction of the cost. Their strength will rival the 12 bishops of the Holy Brotherhood. Thus, whether it's Gu Yan or the artifact, neither will remain uniquely invaluable assets. At the same time, the number of these Abyss-level powerhouses in the Dragon Nation will be maintained at around 30 to 50 individuals. Any increase beyond this threshold could potentially undermine the faith upon which the nation's spiritual energy foundation is built. Chu Shuebui, our development of the Divine Thunder Potion was specifically to prevent the United States from using potions to corrupt the Empire's youth, undermine national faith, and wage vicious genetic warfare against us. Abyssal technology is like an atomic bomb. I may not use it, but I absolutely cannot be without it. Now that Longdu is willing to release Songjiang as a breakthrough point for negotiations with the United States, it signifies their resolve to prepare for full-scale war with the Americans and achieve complete unification of the realm. Therefore, rather than shielding early-stage chosen ones like Gu Yan, it's wiser to offer them to the Americans. At a critical juncture, these two could become daggers plunged deep into the enemy's heart.
The methods the Westerners employ to extract inhibitors are utterly inhumane.
Even for its own safety, the Dragon Nation will become a fallback for a group of Western righteous warriors. Wu Yanba, our undercover agent, has now made contact with the artifact currently in the West. He has expressed willingness to serve the nation.
Moreover, Gu Yan regards you as his savior.
Therefore, as long as you are present, we have an opportunity to infiltrate the Rothschild family through Gu Yan.
Understood. Chen nodded, acknowledging the strategy devised by the Dragon Capital's leadership. So what's the mission you sent us here for?
Chu Shuebui, naturally, it's to find ways to approach the Rothschild family.
But don't worry, I haven't intended for you to go to the United States yet.
As a martial sovereign, you're not yet capable of handling the intensity of overseas missions. So it turned out that old man Chu Shuebui coveted the high-energy collider Robert had brought to Songjiang. With it, the Divine Thunder Potion might be ready by year's end.
Thus, Chu Shuebui wanted Chen to infiltrate Gu Yan's inner circle, seeking an opportunity to kidnap little Robert.
Then, they would use little Robert's life to bargain for the machine.
For the Rothschild family, young Robert's life held far greater value than the collider. I see.
Since this matter involved his system mission, Chen would certainly cooperate fully. With Chu Xian's godlike mind-reading ability and the support of numerous Dragon Nation powerhouses, kidnapping little Robert might be difficult, but it was still feasible.
Chu Shuebui, oh, and I heard little Robert really likes my son Chu Xian, so I've arranged for him to assist you.
Chu Xian. For the sake of national affairs, you must be prepared to sacrifice your personal charm.
Chu Xian, who uses their own grandson as bait.
Thus, over the coming weeks, Chen and Chu Xian would infiltrate Gu Yan's inner circle disguised as high school students, seeking an opportunity to approach the Rothschild family. To conceal their true mission, Wu Yanba halted a large-scale operation where Wuhan University students and faculty were to infiltrate various campuses under the pretext of assisting the Discipline Inspection Bureau in uncovering an underground network selling inhibitors. Stepping out of the office, Chu Feiyan patted Chu Xian's shoulder and urged him, "Believe in yourself.
You can do this. Don't be afraid. Some things just need to be endured. Chu Xian, sis, rest assured. I will become a true man of the Chu family. I promise to complete the mission."
Chu Feiyan, being a man has little to do with the mission. After all, the core of the beauty trap is the beauty. Anyway, when you meet little Robert, be as generous and open as possible.
Don't be stingy.
Don't refuse if he wants to touch or kiss you. Of course. Your goal is to seduce him, not satisfy him. As long as you can make him so infatuated he loses all reason, the mission is complete.
Exactly.
Chu Xian is the linchpin of this mission because it's a beauty trap. The entire mission's success hinges on whether Chu Xian can seduce Robert, then tie him up before things get steamy like a classic honey trap.
Back when Wu Du was protecting him, little Robert wouldn't dare make a move.
But now that he's just a high schooler, a minivan could probably take care of Chu Xian.
Hey, what's that old fart Wu Yanba sending you guys off to do?
Outside the classroom building, Wang Fugue sat on the steps, dodging the sun while waiting for Chen and Chu Xian to emerge.
Chen, nothing much.
The Law Enforcement Bureau needs Wu Da's cooperation to investigate an illegal suppressant trafficking network, so they need a group of people to pose as high school students.
Sounds interesting. I want to go too.
No way. You're way too greasy, you don't look like a student.
Ever since Wang Fugue started indulging in the adult entertainment scene, he's visibly gotten greasier.
Brother Chen. That hurts. I'm going on a diet and quitting my vices right now. I'll become a hunk just like you. Fine, but no drugs allowed.
Forget it then. I'll wait for you guys at the cafeteria. After dismissing Wang Fugue, Su Chen noticed Chu Xian had been staring at him with a distinctly smug expression. Chu Xian, brother Chen, do you really think I'm attractive enough to use beauty tactics? Honestly, I've always felt my looks are pretty average. With that, Chu Xian flushed with embarrassment, every flicker of his expression utterly captivating. Su Chen understood Chu Xian's lack of self-awareness. After all, people often never truly see themselves clearly. That's where friends come in. Xian, stop struggling. Here, take this sleeping pill. At least you can pass out and skip the awkward moments when it really counts. Sai, Chenggu, how did you even get this stuff? That's none of your business. Chapter 153, Yu Bo's Scheme. Within the Yu family's ancestral mansion, in the office once occupied by Yu Yangming, Yu Bo, having usurped the nest, was already reveling in his triumph. At this moment, Yu Bo held no one in his regard except the Rothschild family of the United States. Especially the Dragon Nation. In his eyes, it was nothing but a source of shame and pain. Yu Bo was in his prime, tall, capable in both scholarship and martial arts, handsome, a true man of stature. For years, he'd run a major corporation in southern Dragon Nation, engaging in long-term economic and human trafficking exchanges with the United States along the border. He understood the vast technological chasm between Dragon Nation and the United States. As a major merchant, Yu Bo leaned toward the mercantilist United States. After all, in the traditional history of the Dragon Nation, once a major war began, men like Yu Bo became walking moneybags. Beating them would yield a flood of gold coins. Consequently, Yu Bo harbored a deep-seated loathing for both the Dragon Nation and its military. Just moments ago, Longyuan University of Martial Arts dispatched representatives to announce that, acting on secret orders from the Dragon capital, they were preparing to crack down on underground networks trafficking abyss inhibitors across various schools. They required the Yu family's cooperation. Yu Bo knew full well that the Rothschild family's wildfire project was involved in every school in Songjiang. It absolutely could not be disrupted by Wuda. Thus, at the Americans' suggestion, Yu Bo planned to launch a terrorist attack at a high school once Wuda's cadets infiltrated the campuses. He intended to inflict maximum casualties on the students and pin the blame squarely on Wuda. That beast Yu Bo cared not a whit about the means to achieve his ends. What did a few hundred dead students matter? The slaughterhouse the Americans had chosen was Songjiang First High School, where most students were children of influential figures' parents who were either wealthy or powerful. Once an incident occurred, these individuals could use public opinion to tear Wuda to shreds. That's the plan. Got it? Got it. Opposite Yu Bo sat his youngest son, Yu Tsong, aged 17. Having grown up in the United States, his attire, appearance, and demeanor could only be described as grotesque. Yu Tsong was covered head to toe in tattoos, adorned with earrings, lip piercings, nose studs, and a belly button ring. His hair was dyed in garish colors. He even attached a cattail to himself, wore crop tops, and had two Chinese characters use force freshly inked on his barrel like lower back. Though Yu Bo found his son's appearance repulsive, he could accept it. After all, with their family bloodline, Yu Tsong could only ever be a martial artist. Yet, thanks to his education in the United States, Yu Tsong had already reached the third-tier martial master level, firmly placing him among the top of his peers. Following the Americans' instructions, Yu Tsong was now enrolled at Songjiang First High School, tasked with protecting Gu Yan from the impending operation. Yu Bo, remember, your mission is to watch over her. Don't let her get hurt, and don't let her get too close to the military academy students. That lot are the first ones to be taken out. Once the operation officially begins, Lord Robert will come to take Gu Yan away that day. At that point, your task will be complete. Understood. All right. Report to the school tomorrow. I've taken care of everything. Yu Bo finished speaking, and Yu Tsong turned to leave. His tail bounced behind him, even closing the door with its own motion. Yu Bo, this American place sure is open-minded, respecting everyone's choices. Truly, freedom unlocks infinite possibilities. No wonder Dragon Nation's innovation environment can never catch up to America's. The next day dawned as a crisp, clear autumn morning, though the temperature had dropped, requiring extra layers. As a high school student, Chu Xian was wearing this kind of athletic uniform for the first time. Back in Longdu, he'd always been stuck in uncomfortable, traditional school uniforms. Chu Xian, the fabric on this thing is seriously cheap. Su Chen, it's school attire after all. Uniformity is sufficient. Su Chen sported the classic Chinese high school look uniform, sneakers, shoulder bag fitting right in. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Fugue and the others, Su Chen and Chu Xian each rode their bicycles towards Songjiang First High School. Since Chu Xian wasn't very skilled at riding yet, he nearly collided with a second-year student glued to their phone near the school gates. In Longhua, martial prowess was revered, breeding a fierce temperament in everyone. Idiot. The student looked up, ready to curse. But upon seeing the rider was a pretty girl, he immediately swallowed his profanity. Are you okay? I'm so sorry, I'm still learning to ride. No problem. I'm a level 2 martial artist, ha. Getting hit by a bike won't kill me, ha. Ah, what an unforgettable beauty. After Chu Xian left, the boy stood there lingering, watching until her figure faded into the distance. Only after a long while did it occur to him, why is she wearing a boy's blue school uniform? Meanwhile, in the opposite direction from Su Chen, Gu Yan and his female companions chatted and laughed all the way. Thanks to the higher grade supplements provided by the United States, Gu Yan's current talent rating was B grade, sufficient to gain admission to the top liberal arts universities in the Dragon Nation. Gu Yan, do you think today's transfer student will join our class? No idea. As long as they're not some rude delinquent, I guess. After the awakening ceremony, students with high aptitude were often recruited by First High to boost their admission rates. However, due to the fierce culture of the high martial arts world, bullying was rampant in schools. Fortunately, Gu Yan's father was a junior manager at the Yu family enterprise, so no one dared to mess with her. Gu Yan couldn't care less about the handsome psychic powerhouse her best friend raved about. What she truly anticipated was the chance to see her beloved Su Chen this weekend. Xian Bao, go practice hard. Cycling isn't that hard, you know. Plus, biking to school is so cool, it's got that youthful vibe. This bike is such a pain. I'm drenched in sweat. I'm taking a taxi tomorrow. You chase your stupid youth all you want. Pfft, you really had no childhood. Gu Yan, that voice sounds so familiar. Moments later, Su Chen and Chu Xian rounded the corner pushing their bikes, their backs turned toward Gu Yan. Su Chen! What are you doing here? Even in uniform, Gu Yan could still recognize Su Chen's silhouette. After all, he was the man who had shielded her from danger. Xiao Yan? I was just looking for you. We're family, after all. To avoid alerting the enemy, Su Chen couldn't contact Gu Yan beforehand. Fortunately, Gu Yan was a smart girl and immediately caught Su Chen's meaningful glance. Xiao Yan, is this your brother? Why didn't you tell us? Hi, I'm Chang Xiaoyu. You can just call me Xiaoyu. When Gu Yan's best friend Xiaoyu saw Su Chen, her heart began racing wildly. At that moment, Su Chen was tall, handsome, and had a sexy physique. Add to that the fact he was only 17, truly the age of a teenage heartthrob. Unfortunately, Chu Xian standing beside Su Chen quickly extinguished the flame that had just ignited in the young girl's heart. Brother Chu Xian, you're here too. Wow, you look even more gorgeous. Your married woman vibe is stronger than ever. Thanks. Faced with Gu Yan's flattery, Chu Xian just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The fox spirit's innate charm is like a curse. If I keep feeding it like this, I might turn into a succubus. Bro? Xiaoyu examined him closely and confirmed that Chu Xian was indeed wearing the blue school uniform, not the white one. Chapter 154, The Pervert Yu Song. Great. We'll actually be classmates from now on. There's an empty seat right next to me, you have to sit beside me. Gu Yan didn't care to delve into the reasons. All she knew was that her dream had come true, she could be with Su Chen every single day. Chang Xiaoyu, sis, rein in your fangirl mode. Orthopedics won't get you anywhere. Shortly after the group entered the school gates, a luxurious hovercar pulled up at the entrance. Inside sat Yu Kong. The moment the vehicle came to a stop, the principal of First High hurried over with several teachers to greet Yu Kong. Judging by their expressions, they were practically ready to kneel before the Yu family's car. Opening the door, Yu Song stepped out. He wore a Ivy League-style uniform from Huchi School, a quintessential academic look. As one of the self-proclaimed elite of Songzhou's four noble families, Yu Song would never be seen wearing the unflattering tracksuits of commoners. Years of drug abuse had caused his estrogen levels to balloon, making Yu Song look like a pregnant sow. Sigh. If it weren't for the Rothschilds' orders, this cat wouldn't be wasting time in this place. You must be the principal. Mark my words, if I feel the slightest discomfort here, I'll rip your head off and use it as a soccer ball. No way. No way. The principal shook his head like a bobblehead, for the Yu family truly had the power to wipe out his entire family, and they would. Oomph. With a haughty turn, Yu Song strode into the academic building, escorted by 7 or 8 bodyguards, his tail still bouncing up and down. Teacher Wang. Over here. After Yu Song departed, the principal of First High School urgently summoned Teacher Wang, homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 1, mark my words. You must attend to Lord Yu Song at all costs. Yes. Yes. Like all transfer students, Su Chen and Chu Xian first gathered at the Student Affairs office, while Yu Song enjoyed the principal's personal attention in the luxurious principal's office. After morning classes began, Su Chen and Chu Xian arrived at Class 3, Grade 1. At the lectern, homeroom teacher Wang briefly organized the class before addressing the students. Today, we welcome 3 transfer students to our class. They are all exceptionally gifted and outstanding individuals. I hope you will unite wholeheartedly and strive together. Now, Su Chen, please briefly introduce yourself. Yes. After briefly introducing his rank and talents, Su Chen was seated next to Gu Yan. Like Su Chen, Chu Xian kept his introduction brief. After all, it was mostly made up. Stepping down from the podium, Chu Xian sat down next to Su Chen, once again becoming his desk partner. Unlike Su Chen, Chu Xian caught the glances of many more male students as he took his seat. Even after both had taken their seats, Teacher Wang still hesitated to begin the lesson. After all, Yu Song hadn't arrived yet. After a long while, Yu Song finally sauntered into the room. Unlike the previous 2 brief introductions, Yu Song's self-presentation was a lengthy monologue. My name is Yukong.
I possess S-tier talent and am a 5th-tier martial artist. Additionally, I identify as bisexual and belong to the transgender community.
Though my biological sex is male, I am absolutely and unquestionably a girl.
Right now, I'm diligently taking medication to completely alter my internal hormones.
Only after getting through this awkward phase can I undergo gender confirmation surgery.
But honestly, I don't fixate on appearances. What truly matters is one's soul. I'm passionate about history, deeply immersed in philosophy, and possess considerable expertise in art appreciation.
Looking at Yu-Tsong, Su Chen had to fight back the urge to vomit. Beside him, Chu Xian tugged at Su Chen's sleeve in terror before whispering close to his ear, "Brother Chen, you don't see me like that too, do you?" Su Chen, impossible, stinky kid.
Cross-dressing is all about the face, and you my warrior, you're a top-tier, stunningly beautiful little man.
That's a relief.
It must be said, Yu-Tsong's impact on Chu Xian was overwhelming.
He never imagined someone could be so disgusting and arrogant.
Xiaoyan, your two brothers are definitely up to something, haha.
EW. Cut back on the trashy novels.
Like everyone else, they looked at Yu-Tsong as if he were a pile of disgusting kitchen scraps.
One unlucky soul couldn't help but make a gagging motion. Such humiliation was unbearable for Yu-Tsong.
The next moment, that innocent student was expelled by the principal standing at the door. He was then dragged away by several martial arts instructors from the Yu family. His fate was self-evident.
Thus, no one present dared provoke Yu-Tsong again.
Students in the front rows held their breath, the classroom air thick and heavy. At that moment, Yu-Tsong felt an extraordinary sense of triumph. A man like him couldn't exist without society and the group. He constantly craved the thrill of humiliating these weaker souls.
Hey, you! That's right, you! Get up! Yu-Tsong's target was none other than Chu Xian.
Seeing Chu Xian about to be targeted, Su Chen's heart instantly leapt to his throat. After all, for the sake of the mission, Su Chen had to keep a low profile now. In that moment, Su Chen vowed silently, if anything happened to Chu Xian today, he would kill that sick bastard Yu-Tsong tonight and toss his body into the river to feed the fish. Earlier, when it came to helping Yu Qingling reclaim the Yu family, Su Chen hadn't been particularly invested.
Yu Qingling's loyalty still needed to be tested.
But after Yu-Tsong appeared, Su Chen no longer hesitated about this matter. Such a disgusting and venomous dead demon didn't deserve to live in this world.
Su Chen, humph. Just a stupid nouveau riche after all. Doesn't he even have connections to the Longdu Chu family?
Yu-Tsong, you talent cheater, you're utterly despicable.
How dare you be born so damn good looking?
I don't care if you're male or female, you're not allowed to show your face at school from now on. Yu-Tsong's targeting of Chu Xian stemmed solely from the fact that Chu Xian was the most attractive person in the class.
Oh my god. It must be said that Yu-Tsong's reminder was truly an eye-opener for Chu Xian. Previously at Wuhan University, he had to endure grueling physical training and couldn't wear a mask.
But now that he was in high school, he could indeed cover his face.
Report. Teacher, I don't have a mask. Can I go buy one? I'll give you mine.
With that, Teacher Wang hurriedly retrieved a mask from the medical kit and handed it to Chu Xian. Teacher Wang was deeply grateful for Chu Xian's obedient cooperation, which saved him a lot of trouble. After all the commotion, Yu-Tsong finally took his seat, though the rascal had snatched the spot next to Su Chen. But he'd chosen this seat solely for his mission, to monitor the military academy cadets in Guyan. Watching the students circle around, Yu-Tsong smugly imagined their miserable deaths during the Abyss assault. Unbeknownst to Yu-Tsong, Chu Xian was quietly activating his psychic abilities, meticulously probing every thought within Yu-Tsong's mind.
Upon uncovering the Yu family's sinister plot, Chu Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly, that beast Yu-Tsong truly must be eliminated. Chapter 155, Inner Strength.
Chu Xian learned Yu-Tsong had two missions: first, to monitor and protect Guyan; second, to orchestrate a terror attack targeting ordinary students on the day Guyan left school.
Moreover, the mastermind behind this attack was a first-year middle school student.
The Yu family had obtained high-energy enhancement potion substances akin to the 9 Dragons elixir that Oba had consumed before his death. These potions burned away life force as a price, granting terrifying power for a brief period.
Yu-Tsong's targets were the bullied, ordinary humanities students, the academic underdogs compared to martial arts aspirants.
They possessed low aptitude, poor grades, and meager family backgrounds, mere scraps on the school's margins.
After graduation, they could at best become independent practitioners or low-level company employees. During their school years, they endured daily humiliation from classmates and teachers. Once incited, these students would ruthlessly target their former tormentors.
Combined with the serum's frenzied effects, the school would be awash in blood in the blink of an eye. To ensure the plan's success, the Yu family also recruited a teacher at first high who, unable to suck up to superiors, had no prospects, was constantly suppressed by colleagues, and was currently experiencing a midlife crisis.
The Rothschild family chose this method for 2 reasons.
Firstly, since the killers were all Chinese nationals, they could distance themselves as the instigators. Coupled with the Abyss's isolation protocol, rescue teams and electromagnetic signals would be unable to contact the school, allowing them to freely frame Woda University.
Second, this massacre served as the ultimate advertisement for the city blocker inhibitor. A once bullied weakling, merely after receiving a single dose of the enhancer, could trample underfoot second and third tier powerhouses who were previously unshakable.
Such temptation would inevitably drive a horde of desperate, low-talent martial artists in the Dragon Nation into a frenzy.
If things went badly, it could even sow the seeds of internal strife within the Dragon Nation. If the Yu family and the Rothschilds succeed, the consequences would be terrifying.
On the school grounds at noon, Zhu Xian urgently shared the intelligence with Su Chen.
Su Chen hadn't expected to obtain such valuable information on his very first day of enrollment.
Fortunately, Zhu Xian's mind-reading ability couldn't breach the system's defenses, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to accept him.
The Yu family absolutely couldn't be left unchecked now.
Their destructive potential was even greater than that of the Americans. In a distant corner, a group of first-year students were bullying a disabled student. In this dog-eat-dog world, ordinary people suffered constant bullying from martial artists, let alone disabled students, who were considered less than ordinary. Simply because of his physical disability, the frail student was subjected to relentless torment. His backpack was tossed around by the group, while he could only drag his crippled leg and swing his arms, which couldn't fully straighten, back and forth like a perpetual Sisyphus.
Finally, the bullying escalated.
Even though the student had never harmed anyone, the bullies found pleasure in hurting him. Their teasing gradually turned into punches and kicks.
Bastards! Heartless scum!
Zhu Xian watched the scene with mounting fury, preparing to intervene and restore some semblance of justice.
Born in Longdu, Zhu Xian had spent his childhood immersed in rigorous training and study.
While enjoying the highest material comforts Manhwa had to offer, his social circle consisted of the nation's elite. Consequently, he was unaccustomed to the viciousness commonplace in the ordinary world.
I'll handle it. Don't dirty your hands. I really don't like hearing that. Su Chen intercepted Zhu Xian, who was about to intervene, intending to handle it himself. Su Chen knew Zhu Xian was a good person, but good intentions didn't always lead to good outcomes. Bullying isn't solved by a single fight.
If Zhu Xian used excessive force today, once Su Chen and his friends left campus in a few days, that poor disabled student.
Get lost. Su Chen walked over and shattered a large boulder with a Thunderbolt Finger strike.
Seeing this, the little punks immediately realized Su Chen was not someone to mess with and scrambled to flee.
Thanks. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I'm really sorry for troubling you by getting involved with someone like me.
That pitiful student was Wu Tai, a D-grade arts major.
Though lacking in talent, his spirit remained unbroken despite his disability. He refused to sink into complete uselessness.
Even under society's scorn, he persisted in attending school, determined to stay here even if his grades dragged the class down. Watching Wu Tai's retreating figure, Zhu Xian felt deeply moved. Only he understood the immense strength within that young man. After Wu Tai left, Zhu Xian and Su Chen had to confront the harsh realities ahead. Yu Zong was now like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment.
Su Chen needed to eliminate him as soon as possible.
Only by first completing the mission to kidnap little Robert would Su Chen and Wu Di have the resources to counter the Yu family's conspiracy. After all, the Thunder Suppressor was a matter of national importance. With its abyss technology advantage, the United States was now pressing China relentlessly. Only by acquiring the collider sooner could they address the root cause of all this.
Zhu Xian.
Pull yourself together. Where's your charm?
Show it.
Su Chen had assumed that with Zhu Xian's looks, she'd be whisked away by a hovercar the moment she stepped onto campus. After all, he'd witnessed similar scenes several times before. Then, Su Chen would infiltrate the enemy camp alongside him, coordinating with Wu Da's elite forces for a coordinated inside-outside assault. In Songjiang, the reason the Americans could run rampant and operate with impunity was their mastery of a technology called the Abyss Isolation Field. This field technology differed from the external fields of the Abyss secret realm. It was the pinnacle of American technological achievement, impervious even to the high molecular bombs of the Dragon Nation's military.
Once deployed, this stance completely blocks all detection, including spiritual energy and electromagnetic waves.
Even if discovered by chance, breaching it proved exceedingly difficult.
At our 77 base, the Dragon Nation first encountered this technology.
It took several martial generals nearly half an hour of effort to barely breach it. Before that, the Dragon Nation had likely suffered countless silent defeats.
But Su Chen possessed the god-defying Xinqiao's silver lightning, capable of instantly nullifying such chaotic technology.
Before him, this stance was nothing more than a fragile object that shattered at the slightest touch. It was precisely because of this that Chu Shuebwa dared to entertain the idea of kidnapping little Robert.
Throughout the entire lunch break, Su Chen and Zhu Xian lingered near the school gate.
Aside from a few senior students striking up conversations with them, nothing else happened.
Zhu Xian, I told you, using me as a beauty trap is unreliable. Su Chen, impossible. You just don't know America. With looks like yours, you'd have been taken by a bunch of big guys dozens of times over by now. Forget it, last time that guy practically had his eyes popping out of his head looking at you. Could it be that kid isn't in Songjiang? Meanwhile, over the vast ocean, the Rothschild family's luxury private jet was en route to the United States. Aboard the plane, young Robert, just waking up, opened his phone to check messages. His phone wallpaper was none other than Chu Xian. Chapter 156, Complacency. Though Chu Xian's mind-reading ability was extraordinary, it wasn't omnipotent. As a spirit-based ability, activating mind-reading consumed significant spiritual energy. The higher the opponent's level, the more blurred the intelligence obtained. For someone like Su Chen, a martial sovereign, Chu Xian could only read and write a few crucial moments each day. For martial emperors and above, he could only grasp a few fleeting fragments. Even so, in critical moments, Chu Xian remained the trump card capable of turning the tide. To gather crucial intelligence, Chu Xian diligently studied micro-expressions, psychology, and related fields. Thus, Chu Xian was fully aware of his own charm. Yet he still had to play dumb, for within him flowed the true essence of the White Fox Goddess. She had been relentlessly urging him to connect with a certain someone, all to obtain a more potent crystallization of life's primal essence. For this purpose, the White Fox Goddess had even abandoned her secluded realm, calling him daily to nag. Chu Xian. You ungrateful little brat. I transformed you into this. Why haven't you sent back any life essence yet? Meanwhile, Su Chen also believed that this Chu Xian, who played hard to get, possessed a far more captivating aura than any of those seductive online temptresses. Su Chen certainly didn't know the White Fox Goddess had been enchanting him all along. He only knew that spending more time with Chu Xian now stirred up inexplicable feelings within him. Especially today where Wang Fugue usually sat between them, but back in high school, they were deskmates. Chu Xian, you've been corrupted by those effeminate men online. You can't even interact normally with your bros anymore. Not far from Su Chen, Gu Yan and Chang Xiaoyu, fresh from buying bubble tea, waited at a red light. Ever since this morning, Gu Yan had been basking in a blissful mood. Chang Xiaoyu, meanwhile, watched the two campus heartthrobs with a pang of envy. She couldn't shake the feeling her bestie stood no chance against that seductive devil Chu Xian. Wait, no, if Gu Yan snagged Su Chen, wouldn't that indirectly mean she'd also snag Chu Xian? Good friend. Share some of that luck with me. Gu Yan, keep acting crazy and I'll knock your straw out of your mouth. Su Chen, you two are having bubble tea. Oh, and Chu Xian, these are love notes from someone wanting to meet you after school. I'm reporting this. Gu Yan tore up all the ones meant for Su Chen. Damn you. After playfully bickering with her bestie for a bit, Gu Yan tentatively asked Su Chen again, Su Chen, are you guys here on a mission? Gu Yan knew Su Chen was a soldier, and his sudden appearance at school must be for maintaining order. Gu Yan suddenly recalled an anime she'd seen where a police officer dressed as a woman lingered near the school gate to lure a rapist into a trap. Su Chen and Chu Xian standing guard at the school gate all afternoon looked exactly like that scene from the cartoon. Su Chen, This girl's mind is sharp. She'd guessed most of it correctly. Only the target wasn't a murderer preying on young girls, but a foreign playboy bewitched by the charms of a Chinese woman. Su Chen didn't answer directly, but from his expression, Gu Yan knew she hadn't guessed wrong. Though she didn't want Su Chen to leave, she was willing to help him if she could. Gu Yan, how about you two try kissing? Villains often get more excited when they see their target is someone else's beloved. Chang Xiaoyu, holy crap, so you like minotaurs too? Ha? Su Chen, why didn't I think of that? Exactly. Intelligence reports indicate that little Robert is petty and vindictive. He'd never tolerate anyone encroaching on his beloved. Bro, what's with that look? Mission. Brother Chen. Terrorist attack. Brother Chen. Students. Save the students. A second later. Chu Xian crouched on the ground, head bowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though it was just a light brush against his cheek, the sensation still felt incredibly awkward. Su Chen, too, crouched on the ground, speechless and utterly embarrassed. At that very moment, the White Fox Goddess lost the vital thread of divine essence she desperately needed, finally ending the enchantment targeting Su Chen. Perhaps Su Chen didn't realize yet how much this single act today would repay him in the future. Su Chen, Xian, we actually dared to nibble each other's cheeks face to face and didn't turn. That's just amazing. Yeah, it was just a harmless little adventure. Let's get up first, lest others suspect we're up to something. Sigh. Things between us will probably stay the same, huh? Ah, right. The two stood up, only to find Wang Fugue, Lin Weiwei, Yu Qingru, and Chu Feiyan staring at them with completely bewildered expressions. Why didn't you two bring me along? I knew you two were up to something. Shut up, it's all for the mission. Lin Weiwei, Ruru, remember to send me the photos when you get back. Since it was the first day of the mission, these two just dropped by at noon to check things out. Chu Feiyun, I have something to tell you guys. Little Robert is back in the country and won't be returning for at least 2 weeks. Huh? Then what was that just now between us two? With little Robert out of Songjiang, Gu Yan lost any chance to contact him, delaying this vicious terror attack. This undoubtedly caused both sides in the underground struggle to relax their vigilance. Especially Yukong. With Robert gone, he lost his chance to impress the Americans and stopped coming to school altogether. 1 week later, at noon. In an empty classroom at Songjiang First High School. A man with glasses and a dark expression was recruiting members for the Yu family's planned campus attack. His name was Luo Ren.
Having chosen the wrong side, he had endured 6 years of suppression under the current principal, his rank maliciously frozen at 8th tier martial artist, often mocked by juniors. Thus, when faced with the Yu family's enticement, he agreed without hesitation. For this vicious crime, he had already selected 30 candidates in his mind. Just moments ago, Luo Ren had endured another humiliating dressing down in the principal's office. As a martial sovereign, the principal could command Luo Ren at will. But all that was about to change. Luo Ren's final candidate was decided, the disabled student Wu Tai. Though Wu Tai ranked first in the school's humanities subjects, his martial arts skills dragged him down to the bottom of the academic rankings. In this world, even for scientists, martial rank was the most crucial foundation for standing. The more cutting-edge the research, the more it required the support of spiritual power and supernatural abilities. Thus, Wu Tai's life was destined to be unremarkable unless he could become a powerful martial artist. Luo Ren firmly believed Wu Tai would become a vital piece of his plan. American technology could not only amplify Wu Tai's innate talents but also cure his disability. Report. Enter. The classroom door swung open, and Wu Tai slowly shuffled inside. How is it? Moving around with that body must be quite inconvenient. Not too bad, Wu Tai smiled, flexing his elbow slightly to show he'd grown accustomed to it. Luo Ren knew Wu Tai reasonably well after all, he was his teacher. So he cut straight to the point. Wu Tai, I'm giving you an opportunity. If you seize it, I guarantee you'll become a martial prodigy with boundless potential. So I won't sugarcoat this. In this world, kindness and humanity are luxuries only the strong can afford. We born losers must climb upward by any means necessary. Poverty breeds cunning, while wealth fosters conscience. We scum at the bottom spend our entire lives waiting for a chance to turn things around. With that, Luo Ren produced a vial of 9 Dragons Enhancement Serum. One injection grants you quasi-martial sovereign strength for an hour, enough to slaughter every bully who ever crossed you. Plus, the Abyss isolation device is already installed outside the campus. No one will come to their rescue. Once the mission is complete, we'll simply crush the teleportation scroll and escape. The Americans will transport us to the United States, where we'll enjoy wealth and glory. What do you say? In or out? Chapter 157, Terrorist Attack Erupts. I'm not doing it. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Tai stood up and walked away, refusing Luo Ren's tempting offer. Coward. Good for nothing. After Wu Tai left, an enraged Luo Ren transformed into a desk-clearing master, flinging chalk, erasers, and other items onto the floor. Damn it! You know the secret and still think you can walk away? I'll kill you. Stepping out of the classroom, Wu Tai hurried to a secluded corner as quickly as he could manage. After stopping, he scanned his surroundings, making sure no one was following him. The information overload was overwhelming, and his only recourse was to report it to the authorities immediately. But just as Wu Tai pulled out his phone, several students who had joined the gang sprinted toward him. Unaware of the full number involved, he was caught completely off guard. They gagged him and dragged him away, beating him mercilessly all the way. Passing students merely shrugged it off as routine. Wu Tai was just a nobody cared about. Yet this nobody would become their only lifeline in the days to come. When Luo Ren learned Wu Tai had actually dared to report it to the authorities, he was utterly astonished. Luo Ren had always considered Wu Tai a cowardly weakling, but now it seemed the guy was nothing short of brave. With the Yu family backing him and the Americans handing him knives, what good would reporting it to the authorities do? Luo Ren couldn't fathom it. Wu Tai was either bullied or looked down upon daily. Yet this lowly scum actually dared to try saving someone. Curiosity got the better of him, so Luo Ren decided to ask his question before killing him. Why did you think to call the authorities? Poof. No pause. The answer had long been settled in Wu Tai's heart. Wu Tai, because even someone like me deserves a single chance to live fully as a human being. Even if it lasts only a moment, I'd take it. Madman. Finish him off. With that, a noose was slipped around Wu Tai's neck. They intended to strangle him. Wu Tai, hold on. What? Not playing the hero anymore? Luo Ren sneered triumphantly. If you're afraid of death, join us. I'll let you go right now. Teacher, do you know how I became disabled? I don't know, nor do I want to know. I was stolen by human traffickers right after birth because my family were all spatial martial artists. Spatial ability users possess exceptional thieving talents, so they broke my arms and legs to ensure I could steal while begging later. The abuse I suffered as a child damaged my fundamental abilities, which is why I could only reach D rank. Even after I was rescued, my family exiled me, leaving me to fend for myself. The monthly allowance they gave me was barely enough to survive. But my thieving skills remained intact. Though rusty after years of disuse, they were still sufficient. With that, Wu Tai retrieved the 9 Dragons Enhancement Potion from Luo Ren's spatial ring and injected it into his own body without hesitation. Damn it! Run! Run! Once this guy's enhanced, he'll slaughter us all. At that moment, Luo Ren was filled with regret. If he failed the Yu family's mission, he would surely be torn to pieces. Ah!
Ah! Wu Tai, in the midst of his enhancement, let out a piercing, agonized scream. Meanwhile, the Abyss isolation barriers deployed around First High School activated simultaneously, enveloping the entire campus. To prevent the Dragon Nation from acquiring barrier technology, the barriers around First Middle School were programmed to activate instantly upon detecting the aura of an Abyss-enhanced warrior. Now, Su Chen, Chu Xian, Gu Yan, and the others were trapped inside First Middle School. Luo Rin and the others were also blocked at the school gates by the barrier's isolation. With this, all escape routes vanished. After all, the Yu family's teleportation scrolls hadn't been distributed yet. But in truth, the scrolls couldn't penetrate the barrier at all. This group was nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Luo Rin, damn it. We're going all out. Notify everyone, advance the mission. First, wipe out every last scum at First Middle School. Immediately, Luo Rin and the students around him pulled out the enhancement agents they always carried and injected themselves. At that very moment, Wu Tai completed his enhancement. The purpose of these enhancement agents was to rapidly cultivate a group of powerful cannon fodder soldiers for battle. The lower the martial artist's rank, the more effective the enhancement. In moments, Wu Tai transformed into a terrifying, 3-meter-tall colossus, his combat prowess now approaching that of a quasi-martial sovereign. But he was still a step too late. Chu Xian. Protect Gu Yan. I'm going out to see what's happening. Wu Tai's blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the entire school, sending all the students into a panic as they struggled to comprehend what was happening. Shortly after Su Chen departed, 2 martial sovereigns burst into Gu Yan's classroom. Without a word, they seized Chu Xian and Gu Yan. These 2 sovereigns served little Robert, acting as the Rothschild family's final safeguard for Gu Yan. The moment the Abyss barrier activated, the 2 martial sovereigns raced toward Class 3. Following the contingency plan, they subdued Robert's 2 VIPs. Since they were martial sovereigns, Chu Xian had no chance to resist. Possessing American technology, these 2 were the only ones in the entire school capable of entering and exiting the barrier. Thanks to them, Gu Yan and Chu Xian escaped through the school's back door, fleeing the institution that was about to descend into hell. The others were left trapped within the barrier, awaiting their doom. Look! There are 5 or 6 monsters at the entrance. They're killing indiscriminately. Since Jiolong's enhancements were mostly beast type, most people injected turned into inhuman, undead monsters. To escape, students on the playground rushed toward the gates, only to be halted by the barrier, left standing in place, stomping their feet and screaming for help. Meanwhile, within classrooms across the academic building, Luo Ren's followers who received the news frantically injected themselves with the serum. You bastards! Aren't you usually so full of yourselves? Just wait and see how I'll slaughter every last one of you. Ha! In class 27 of the senior year, a chubby kid who was always bullied suddenly went berserk. Before everyone's eyes, he transformed into a terrifying pig demon. The pig demon instantly subdued several students who had tormented him, then used its monstrous strength to tear living bodies into pieces before hurling them out the window, a gruesome sight. Ah! A girl, terrified by the scene, screamed in horror. The next moment, the pig demon crushed her skull with a single punch. Damn it! Shut up! Hey, isn't that my goddess? Yikes! Today, my goddess is dead. I care not for explanations of right or wrong, merit or fault. The entire class shall accompany my goddess in death. Kill! Facing this massacre, Songjiang First High wasn't entirely defenseless. As the top high school in Songjiang, its faculty included at least 1 martial sovereign and 7 or 8 martial masters. Yet compared to the city defense troops and noble household guards, these teachers and principals seemed somewhat inept. The moment chaos erupted on the playground, the school's martial sovereign principal charged headlong at the monsters, minimizing student casualties. Alas, after a single exchange, Luo Rin sent him flying over 10 meters. Ha! As long as I can slaughter you today, dying here would be worth it. After his defiant shout, Luo Rin charged at the principal. Now, even alone, he could effortlessly overpower 7 or 8 principals and teachers, dominating the fight. Meanwhile, Su Chen was trapped in the first-floor lobby of the administration building by over 20 demons. Even though the Divine Shao Silver Thunder was the nemesis of the Abyss, Su Chen could only struggle to deal with this group of Abyss martial masters. Especially with the students behind him needing protection, he was constantly hampered and couldn't use large-area martial arts techniques. Fortunately, the cultivation techniques of the Thunder Punishment Immortal Sutra had strengthened his physique, allowing Su Chen to withstand the monster's encircling attack. Inside the teaching building, the pig demon continued his relentless pursuit of students, savoring the thrill of the hunt rather than rushing to kill. He paid no heed to Luo Ren's order to transform and assemble downstairs. Several desperate girls sprinted frantically toward the end of the corridor, only to find a new monster waiting there. Chapter 158, Reason Evaporates. As the incident unfolded at First High, the Rothschild family in distant America received intelligence reports from their spies. Without a moment's delay, under the family's orders, Robert Jr. rushed back to Songjiang at top speed. To ensure speed, he even utilized a low-Earth orbit spacecraft from the United States. Though he knew Guyen was safe and had been taken to a secure house protected by an abyss barrier alongside Chu Xian, this did not mean the trouble was over. After the terror attack concluded, the Holy Brothers would inevitably investigate the vicinity of First Middle School. During their sampling of the barrier, they would surely uncover clues related to Guyen. This was precisely why young Robert was rushing back to Songjiang. He had no intention of handing Guyen over to the Holy Brothers on a silver platter. A single artifact had already made the Holy Brothers Society the talk of the United States. If he couldn't even protect Guyen, what face would the Rothschild family have left to confront the Holy Brothers Society? Damn it! Yu Tsong! He can't even handle such a minor task. I won't rest until I break his legs. After donning his spacesuit, little Robert stepped into the orbital elevator at Citigroup. Thanks to the US government's intervention, the Dragon Nation Aviation Authority had also facilitated the transfer, citing equipment transport as justification. At First Middle School, Wu Tai, in his frenzied state, had finally managed to kill the pig demon and rescue his classmates. Outside the school building, however, the situation was even more dire. Though Su Chen had slain several enemies, he remained pinned down in the lobby. On the playground, several teachers had already fallen in battle, and the remaining martial artists from First Middle School were barely holding their ground. Luo Ren! No! I beg you! Don't! Finally, the defeated principal was snatched up like a toy by the over 5-meter-tall Luo Ren. Filled with hatred, Luo Ren slowly snapped the principal's limbs one by one before crushing his skull underfoot. With the principal dead, the remaining teachers lost all will to fight and scattered in panic. Yet one by one, they too were brutally slaughtered by Luo Ren. Useless! Couldn't you have held out a little longer? With the principal fallen, Su Chen became the last line of defense. With students nearby, he couldn't unleash the 8,000 thunder movements or the 10,000 thunder prison. He could only rely on precise strikes with the Jingxi blade. Su Chen, damn it, I'll give it my all. Hey! What are you waiting for? Hurry over. This guy is ridiculously strong. Ah! Just before a dog-headed man was beheaded by Su Chen, he caught sight of Wu Tai standing behind Su Chen. That man could have ambushed Su Chen from behind, yet he chose not to. The next moment, as Su Chen sidestepped, he saw a giant monster, nearly as large as his opponent, elbow a charging minotaur to the ground. Wu Tai, I'll hold them off here. Go get reinforcements. Hurry. Ha! Thanks. You must hold out. Though he didn't know who the newcomer was, they had undoubtedly saved Su Chen. By sheer coincidence, Wu Tai had found Su Chen the only one capable of breaking the barrier. By now, Wu Da's reinforcements were already in position. 7 or 8 martial commanders were working to break down the barrier, while the two big shots, Wu Yanba and Chu Shuebua, had personally arrived to oversee the operation. Beyond the abyss barrier, Wu Da had deployed a new barrier to block American spies' surveillance. This barrier featured a light-blocking screen, plunging the entire First Middle School into perpetual darkness, a true hellish realm. Look! Old Master Chu! It's Su Chen, he's still alive. With Su Chen nowhere to be seen and no contact from the campus, Chu Feiyun and the others were deeply worried about him. Fortunately, Su Chen had already arrived, which meant the abyss barrier could be breached, allowing the martial generals to rush in and rescue the trapped individuals. Old Chu, are we really going to break this barrier? A researcher beside Chu Feiyun voiced his reluctance. Break it! Chu Shuebua was well aware of the exposure risk. But how could they stand idly by when lives were at stake? Besides, Su Chen was their most crucial trump card. Break it! With Su Chen here, I'll just lead Wu Qingtian in a direct raid if need be. Yes! After halting his steps, Su Chen immediately infused a thread of divine thunder into the void. Without any flashy effects, the barrier once as solid as an iron curtain vanished without a trace. 7 or 8 martial generals instantly burst through, directly eliminating Luo Ren, who had been poised to deliver the final blow to Wu Tai. The remaining demons and monsters swiftly surrendered. Within minutes, their cultivation bases were completely stripped, revealing their true forms. At that very moment, Wu Tai returned to his normal form. Yet, after the brutal beating he'd just endured, he lay gravely wounded and near death, clinging to life by a thread. I didn't kill anyone. I know. Don't speak yet. Your injuries are severe, and I also know you saved many lives. Su Chen never imagined that the hero who had turned the tide in this crisis would be Wu Tai. Without him, who knows how many would have perished. Wu Tai, don't try to save me. It's useless. My spirit core is shattered, I have no cultivation left whatsoever. I don't even stand a chance on the operating table. This is merely a last gasp fueled by the potion. Rest assured, today I won't just save you, I'll repay you with a special opportunity. Meanwhile, as Su Chen tended to Wu Tai's injuries, Chu Feiyun rushed frantically past ambulances and fire trucks to report to Chu Shuebua. Xu Lao. It's bad. Xu Xian and Gu Yan have been taken away by the Americans. They can't get away. Bring me my Dragon Emperor's seal. Upon hearing his clan's prodigies had been taken, Chu Shuebua immediately ordered, notify the 25th Mobile Infantry Brigade stationed in Songjiang. Rush into the city and seal off the Yu family and Rothschild Group headquarters, don't let a single bird escape. I won't lose both my wife and my army. For the deaths of these dozens of teachers and students today, I demand they pay with their lives. Count me in. Wu Yanba, assemble all Wuhan University personnel. First, encircle Rothschild's headquarters. As an imperial envoy wielding the Dragon Emperor's edict, Chu Shuebwa commanded the elite imperial army garrisoned locally. Facing the emperor's true elite forces, even the city's defense troops dared not act recklessly. At the same time, Chu Shuebwa had faith in Chu Xian. Perhaps this youngster could not only escape unscathed but also bring him an unexpected surprise. After leaving Songjiang Skyport, young Robert bypassed his family's Songjiang headquarters and headed straight for an old villa in the suburbs. That was where the family guards had placed Guyen. With the urgent situation, all plans were disrupted. If possible, Robert intended to arrange Guyan's departure overseas this week, sending him to study at a prestigious school supported by the Rothschild family. Young Robert wasn't worried about this leveraging the current generation of Dragon Nation youth's favorable view of the United States. He was confident he could invite Guyan to America. As for Chu Xian, young Robert felt particularly smug after all. It had been ages since he'd indulged in a sweet romance himself. Inside the villa, both Chu Xian and Guyan received American hospitality. Yet, having witnessed the school tragedy before their departure, they were deeply concerned about Su Chen's safety. Unfortunately, their phones had been confiscated by American spies. Guyan, being a girl, couldn't hold back her tears as worry overwhelmed her. Chu Xian comforted her tenderly, assuring her that Su Chen's resilience meant he'd be just fine. Ah, my deepest apologies to you both. You must have waited a long time. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Robert, from the United States. Robert practically leaped out of the car upon entering the villa. He was already bursting with eagerness to speak with the two inside. After briefly expressing his sincerity, Robert began a private conversation with Guyan first. Chu Xian could only wait outside. At that moment, Chu Xian keenly noticed that Robert was accompanied by only one martial guard. It could be said that this was the moment when Robert's security was at its weakest. If they wanted to capture him, now was the easiest time to succeed. Chapter 159, The Filter Shatters. With the tragic deaths of multiple students and faculty, Robert Jr. had effectively committed a crime in Longhua. Consequently, the operation targeting him escalated directly into an arrest mission. This terrorist attack caught both sides off guard, but overall, Longhua held the upper hand. The original plan involved the Americans collaborating with the Yu family, as this was the only way to perfectly frame Wuda. There were numerous methods for framing them. For instance, capturing a military academy student, injecting them with enhancement agents, and filming their beastification process. Or releasing conventional biochemical weapons at Songjiang First High School to create the illusion that Wu University attempted to destroy evidence after the incident spiraled out of control. Finally, by amplifying conspiracy theories, the narrative would shift to Dragon Nation deliberately launching attacks to smear the American suppressants, a case of the thief crying "Stop thief." However, to maintain secrecy, they used smuggled, outdated enhancement agents. Due to the product's instability, several low-tier martial artists lost control and went berserk, indiscriminately killing students at the high school. This would intensify internal conflicts within the Dragon Nation while simultaneously elevating the American inhibitor to mythic status among the common people. After all, if an outdated, defective product could temporarily enhance martial artists to the level of martial masters, how much more extraordinary must the current generation enhancers be? But all these plans went up in smoke with Wu Tai's appearance. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Since the Rothschild family always schemed to reap benefits from behind the scenes, they should have anticipated today's retribution. Particularly since multiple perpetrators of the terror attacks weren't eliminated in the end, leaving Dragon Nation with crucial human witnesses and drug samples. If handled improperly, Dragon Nation could directly declare war on the United States. In Songjiang City, at the Empire Building, now the headquarters of the Rothschild Consortium, Bobs faced the Dragon Nation's fury with feigned composure. Over 50 Wuxi generals had already surrounded the building, severing all communications inside and out. Martial forces had sealed off the city center, encircling the area like an iron barrel. Additionally, multiple martial masters of the Wu Qingtian and Wu Zhuguo ranks had been dispatched from Longdu, extending far into the East China Sea to ensure the United States elite forces dared not intervene lightly. President, we're not all going to die here, are we? Beside Bofu, his personal secretary was visibly shaken by the spectacle. Though Americans viewed the Dragon Nation as an ancient, decaying hollow empire, one destined to collapse if regional conflicts could be provoked, they remained deeply wary of its formidable military. During the Great Annihilation War nearly a century ago, American forces had the misfortune of fighting alongside the Dragon Nation's troops. On the battlefield, Dragon Nation soldiers fought with a fearlessness bordering on recklessness, charging headlong into danger and making mutual destruction with the enemy a common occurrence. Such a terrifying, wolf-like army forced the Americans to confine their strategic ambitions to scheming and intrigue. Rest assured, it won't happen. Bobs waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to calm down. As long as we maintain our technological edge in the abyss and control the largest overseas markets, the Dragon Nation won't dare cross the line. I refuse to believe that the technological advantage the United States built over a century could be overtaken by you Dragon Nation people in a few short months. Due to information barriers, Povos only knew that Plan 1 had gone awry. The specifics of what had transpired remained entirely unknown to him. Similarly oblivious to the outside world was Robert Jr., who was currently deep in the city's outskirts. To maintain secrecy, those around him dared not even turn on their signals. He was completely unaware that his hometown had already been surrounded. If there was ever a time when Chu Xian was most lethal, it was undoubtedly when he was still a low-level martial artist. As merely an 8th-tier martial master, no one guarded against him, allowing him to inadvertently obtain critical intelligence. However, both little Robert and Gu Yan were currently in the secret chamber, and Chu Xian outside could not yet discern what they were doing. Therefore, he had to seize the moment they emerged to capture the most critical information. Though his mind-reading skill was formidable, Chu Xian's judgment, observation, and attention to detail remained paramount for intelligence gathering. Inside the room, to spare Gu Yan any psychological burden, little Robert avoided the standard negotiation posture of facing each other. Instead, he chose to sit beside Gu Yan, maintaining a safe distance of over half a meter between them. The only other presence in the room was an elderly butler serving as an attendant, appearing entirely non-threatening. Outside the windows stretched beautiful natural scenery. Robert Jr. firmly believed Gu Yan would return with him to the United States, for compared to the Dragon Nation, America truly was a land of freedom. Due to the isolation zones separating the Abyss and the Beasts, Dragon Nation cities remained isolated human settlements. Limited transportation networks connected these cities, while the surrounding areas were dangerous no-go zones. In contrast, thanks to Abyss technology, vast swaths of contaminated zones had been transformed into natural scenic areas suitable for human habitation. Coupled with the systematic hunting and killing of beasts, the northern continent of the United States had become a true paradise for humanity. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. While Dragon Nation must dispatch expeditionary forces to battle for a single plot of land for half a year, the United States simply needs to spray orange agent from aircraft to drive the beasts far away. Compounded by the indiscriminate use of Abyss serum, which caused massive infertility among the beasts, they were ultimately forced to migrate southward. This migration led to the formation of a super metropolis around the capital of the United States, boasting the world's largest urban infrastructure and the most diverse array of entertainment facilities. The frequent commercial activities there attracted elites from all over the world, resulting in laws and regulations that were correspondingly much more lenient than those in the Dragon Nation. Thus, whenever Yu Tsong returned to the Dragon Nation, he would sneer that it was nothing but a giant rural backwater, while the United States represented humanity's true future. Of course, this earthly paradise of the United States was destined to be a haven only for the powerful and wealthy. Everything it built was founded upon the blood and tears of the southern continent's people. Under American rule, the southern continent's populace struggled on the brink of survival, forced to either head north as American serfs or remain in concentration camps as fodder for Abyss technology. Of course, Gu Yan likely remains unaware of America's dark history. Today's Dragon Nation merchants, desperate for profit, would claim even their shoe insoles are American-made, thus brainwashing the common folk into fanatical worship of America. Miss Gu Yan, I extend a sincere invitation on behalf of the Rothschild family for you to settle in our nation. In the Dragon Kingdom, you remain merely a dimmed gold, but in our land, you embody the faith of every citizen, a supreme deity. Robert believed that after laying out such a compelling offer, Gu Yan would surely be delighted to return to the United States with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Robert, but I have no intention of leaving the Dragon Kingdom yet. Chapter 160, Pursuing Yu Tsong. Someone actually refuses to come to the United States to become a person above others? At that moment, Robert felt his heart shatter. He couldn't comprehend why a high school girl would so easily reject a national-level recruitment offer. Gu Yan had many reasons for not wanting to leave the country, but the one she could voice was, "Some of you Americans are just disgusting. There's this person in my class named Yu Kong. Not quite human, not quite ghost, reeking of random drugs from head to toe. Looks like rancid lard, utterly disgusting. Neither male nor female, yet looks down on everyone. I hate people like that the most. You know what? Sometimes he takes his freedom too far. He won't even use the bathroom, just hangs a urine bag instead. He forces others to accept him, claiming refusal is discrimination against trans people, then gets beaten by the Yu family's servants. If the price of taking suppressants is turning into this disgusting, manic psychopath, I'd rather stay in Longwa forever. Frankly, I can't stand your American freedom. It's fine for tourism, but living here? No thanks." With that, Gu Yan turned to leave. She was no fool. She knew little Robert wouldn't dare touch her now. After Gu Yan left, little Robert felt utterly shattered inside. Little Robert could never have imagined that his pride as an American would be shattered by some Yu Tsong he'd never even met. Quick! Quick! Retrieve that Yu Tsong's file. I need to know exactly what's going on. Yes. The old butler immediately accessed the Rothschild family intelligence database, retrieving Yu Tsong's identity from the vast repository. Centered on the screen was a disgustingly obese, drug-addled man holding an unspeakable toy while taking a selfie. Beside him, in Chinese, "Tonight I've got a few more black brothers coming over to pamper this kitty. What the hell is this?" To answer the fourth young master, this is Yutsong's social media account in the United States. Kill him. Kill him tonight. And his entire family. Tonight, I'll slaughter his entire family. Though in the United States, to block the upward mobility of the lower classes, LGBT issues have become the political correctness of the elite. Yet within aristocratic circles, everyone remains exceptionally conservative, still favoring sons over daughters, still discriminating against ethnic minorities. Little Robert is the quintessential white aristocrat, tall, robust, handsome. Consequently, he has almost no interaction with sexual minority groups. Ultimately, Yubo had him involved in the first high school mission solely to help his only son, Yutsong, establish himself in the United States sooner. As for Yutsong himself, high-ranking figures like Robert and Povos never paid him any mind. Damn it! How am I supposed to explain this to the Saintess now? After a moment's thought, Robert stepped out of the room, determined to make one final effort. Gu Yan dragged Chu Xian out. Truth be told, her main reason for not wanting to go to the United States was Su Chen, but venting her anger at the Americans through Yutsong was pretty satisfying too. Miss Gu Yan. I swear it was all a misunderstanding. Yutsong isn't even a Citigroup employee. They're just fanatical converts, you know? That sort of trash isn't even worth a dog's attention in Citigroup. At least in Sky City, you'll never see that garbage. No, I'm afraid of heights. Then for you, I'll drive them all away. Kill them all. Ha! That's downright unreasonable. What if innocent people get hurt? If you do that, I absolutely cannot go. It must be said, little Robert was completely at Gu Yan's mercy. At this moment, little Robert dared not defy Gu Yan. Their positions were laid bare. Any conflict between them would only push the Holy Maiden toward the Holy Brother Society. In the end, little Robert had no choice but to let Chu Xian and Gu Yan leave. Simultaneously, Robert Jr. also promptly departed the location, heading to another safe house for concealment. However, due to Robert's breakdown, Chu Xian obtained a wealth of intelligence, including the locations of Robert's remaining safe houses. Meaning the capture of little Robert was likely already half accomplished. Rest assured, fourth young master. In the Dragon Nation, parental commands supersede all else. We still have a chance to win Gu Yan over. At the very least, we can escort her parents away tonight. Inside the hovercar, the paladin who had always protected little Robert offered him reassurance. Little Robert, that's good. I wonder how things are at First High. With Longwei imposing the strictest control over Songjiang First High, American spies had no idea what was happening inside. The remaining American agents disguised as teachers had all been killed, making it impossible to relay any details from the school. The information advantage now clearly lay with Longwei. Reporting to the fourth young master, family guards just relayed word that the situation at headquarters has grown dire. Fortunately, the Abyss Barrier is active, preventing Longwei forces from searching the company. Lord Povos is currently destroying all incriminating evidence. The family head has also issued a secret order for your immediate return tonight. Submarines are being arranged for your pickup. Young Robert understood that diplomatic pressure was mounting between the two nations, though fortunately neither side intended to break ties completely. In the end, the Yu family would take the fall. At worst, one of their own executives would be sacrificed. This incident won't cause much of a stir. After all, it's just a dead body in Songjiang, nowhere near newsworthy anywhere else. As for the Yu family, little Robert felt no pity. The root cause of all this was their utter incompetence. And in Songjiang, little Robert never lacked for collaborators. I'm boarding a submarine back to the country tonight, but before that, bring Yutsong to me. If Yutsong escapes Songjiang today, I'll spend the rest of my life consumed by regret and agony. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the car behind Robert Jr. abruptly made a U-turn and sped toward downtown Songjiang. Ever since the incident at First Middle School, Yutsong had gone into hiding. He knew the consequences of botching the American plan, so Yubo had arranged for Yutsong to take refuge in a hotel, planning to smuggle him out of Songjiang under cover of night. Beyond Songjiang, especially in the inland regions, the Americans' reach didn't extend that far. By now, Yubo had been taken away by the Dragon Nation and imprisoned in a military detention center. The entire Yu family was scrambling to secure his release. In the hotel room, Yutsong was terrified, fearing the Americans would silence him. Simultaneously, he worried whether he could ever travel to the United States to complete his series of liposuction, gender reassignment, and cosmetic surgeries. To purge his body of hormones and become a perfect new American, Yutsong had already had his testicles removed, leaving him so loose he could fit through a high-speed rail tunnel. If he couldn't undergo the surgeries later, wouldn't he be stuck as neither human nor ghost for the rest of his life? No. Absolutely not. Even facing imminent death, Yutsong racked his brain for ways to disguise himself and return to the States. Perhaps traveling via the southern mainland route was a viable option. But soon, 4 Americans stormed in, seething with rage. After a brutal beating, Yutsong was stuffed into a large hotel trash bin and abducted into a hovercar. Chapter 161, The Capture. In young Robert's view, as long as the Abyss Barrier, a high-tech defense Dragon Nation couldn't easily breach, remained intact, the conglomerate's headquarters could calmly destroy all incriminating evidence and slip away from this affair unscathed. His blind faith in Abyss technology blinded him to the fact that the Dragon Nation had already targeted him. To escape underwater, Robert chose a new safe house at a resort under construction beside Songshi Lake. Thanks to Zhang Song's cooperation, an Abyss Barrier with a teleportation array had already been set up there. Once the submarine arrived, little Robert could escape the barrier through a secret passageway and then use the teleportation array to reach the vicinity of international waters. This remote, sparsely populated area offered ideal hiding grounds. Unfortunately, little Robert remained unaware that their prized Abyss Barrier had become as fragile as paper, easily pierced by Su Chen's presence. Su Chen! Hurry up and come with us. We found little Robert's shell. The barrier, while blocking Dragon Nation's elite forces, also trapped the United States' high-level combat power within their headquarters building. To ensure little Robert couldn't contact the U.S. main force in Songjiang, Zhu Shuebua not only mobilized overwhelming military strength but also completely severed all signals from the Rothschild headquarters building. Had little Robert not been in the wilderness where he could still use expensive satellite communications, he himself would have long since become deaf and blind. Urged by Zhu Shuebua, Su Chen climbed into the armored vehicle and joined the pursuit of little Robert. Inside the armored vehicle were only 5 people: Su Chen, Zhu Shuebua, Lang Jiu, Lu Ying, and another martial commander from Longdu. Had Wu Yanba not been stationed in the city center to command operations, he likely would have joined them personally. Thus, this small armored vehicle now housed 2 martial saints. Near Songshi Lake, a drainage channel carried vast amounts of blood and human tissue into the lake. Yutsong's blood-curdling screams, resembling a pig being slaughtered, finally ceased. To vent his rage, little Robert had flayed Yutsong alive, gouging out his eyes beforehand. Had they not needed to flee urgently, little Robert would likely have tortured Yutsong for at least 3 days and nights before letting him die. Your surgical skill, 4th young master, is truly impeccable. Of course, I am Harvard Medical School's youngest top graduate. You know I've always had a deep fascination with the human body. Young Robert was cherished within the family precisely because he was a rare genius. To commoners and the weak, he might appear a brutal butcher. But to the family, young Robert possessed extraordinary talent and brilliance. From childhood, he demonstrated a photographic memory and gained admission to the highly competitive medical programs solely through his own abilities. This stood in stark contrast to those aristocratic offspring who relied solely on connections. If forced to choose between Robert and the Collider, the Rothschild family would choose Robert without hesitation. After all, the Collider was an American creation. Yet the current head of the Rothschilds would never produce another genius like Robert Jr. So, when will the submarine arrive? This time, I intend to take a proper break in the United States. This country is, after all, a great ancient nation, not one to be defeated lightly. After the crushing defeats at Base R-77 and First Middle School, Robert no longer underestimated the United States. Once, he had faced only the incompetent nobles and bureaucrats of the Dragon Nation. But when those low-key Dragon Nation powerhouses emerged, even with his family's absolute backing, he couldn't easily oppose them. Almost there. The last communication with the Navy was 15 minutes ago. If everything goes smoothly, we can leave this place in an hour. Robert Jr., remember, after I leave, all operations must revolve around Miss Guyen. Failure is not an option. Yes, sir. After giving his final instructions, little Robert removed his blood-stained white coat and gloves. After a quick wash, he transformed back into the elegant young nobleman. After little Robert departed, the paladin assigned to his protection once again inspected the security perimeter. Approaching the barrier, he touched the impenetrable defense to confirm it remained active before departing with satisfaction. After the paladin from Robert's household departed, Su Chen's small hand emerged from beneath the optical camouflage cloth. With a sharp crack, the Divine Thunder's silver lightning activated, and the Abyss Barrier vanished. In an instant, the American security guard in the safe house's guardroom detected the barrier malfunction alert. But the very next moment, the guard's head was severed. When the paladin returned to the room, the blood ran cold in his entire body. Little Robert sat on his sofa sipping coffee as before, but now a cold sword protruded from his back. Should the paladin dare make a move, Lung Jiu would turn little Robert into mincemeat. Long Du truly is unfathomable. Robert Jr. gave a bitter smile before reluctantly swallowing the coffee in his mouth. In that very instant, the Dragon City Marshal Commander beside Zhu Shuebua sheathed his dragon blade, and the paladin's head fell to the floor. Zhu Shuebua, everyone except Robert killed them all. At that command, all the American warriors were swiftly dispatched by Lu Ying, their screams echoing throughout the room. I truly misjudged the Dragon Nation. No, it's more that we overestimated you Americans. Zhu Shuebua's heart was filled with wild joy. Taking down Robert meant a great victory for the Dragon Nation. Little Robert, impossible. Even witnessing his men die before his eyes wouldn't faze little Robert, they were mere pawns. His sole preoccupation now was how the Dragon Nation had breached the Abyss Barrier. Last time, R-77 had perished because Obama had rashly launched an attack before the base barrier could be activated. What truly troubled the Dragon Nation's military commander was the barrier protecting the base's critical operations room. But today, the Dragon Nation's military commander had burst in instantly, slaughtering his family's elite like pigs and dogs. This was absolutely impossible. Impossible. Your Dragon Nation's scientific community and universities have long been infiltrated by the United States. If you were conducting similar research, we would have discovered it. Even the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion in the Dragon Capital couldn't independently research such a national-level project. The moment you touched the Abyss Barrier, we in the United States would have known. How could you possibly find a way to breach the barrier without us noticing? Therefore, it is absolutely impossible. Young Robert possessed absolute confidence in his own understanding. Consequently, whenever his perceptions clashed with reality, especially when such conflicts threatened to undermine his own intellect, he would plunge into profound anguish. Watching the finally subdued Robert, Chu Shuebwa merely smiled smugly. Americans, do you still believe in divine will? Due to the reckless use of potions, new abilities were becoming increasingly rare among the Flower Flag people. Nowadays, they could even customize their abilities through technology. But the Dragon Nation still believed in letting nature take its course. So every newborn was a new possibility. Perhaps the vast majority possessed useless, trash-tier abilities never heard of before, but someday, the Divine Shao Silver Lightning would come. Chapter 162, Pounding a Down Dog. Press the advantage while you can kick a man when he's down. To secure the upper hand in future negotiations, the moment Chu Shuebwa achieved his breakthrough, Wu Yanba mobilized a full-scale assault on Rothschild headquarters, seizing all evidence of the Rothschild family's crimes within the Dragon Nation. Su Chen! Where the hell are you? Half a brigade of my men are waiting for you to open the door. Principal, I'm on the helicopter. I'll be there immediately. After hanging up the intercom, Su Chen was speechless. What the hell use was Wu Yanba rushing me? If he wanted to rush anyone, it should be the pilot. A few minutes later, Su Chen rappelled to the ground, while Wu Yanba ordered the deployment of a light screen for concealment. Much like at first middle school, the massive black light wall obscured the Empire State Building and its surroundings, blocking external reconnaissance. A group of soldiers wielding bulletproof shields formed a tightly packed turtle formation. Su Chen, his face concealed by a flame-retardant mask, approached the Abyss Barrier under their cover. President, is the Dragon Nation preparing a full-scale assault? Oomph. Petty tricks. It'll take them at least 2 hours to breach this barrier. By then, the data will be destroyed. Thankfully, the collider was relocated days ago. That thing must not fall into Longwa's hands. Ha! Holy! The barrier's failing. In an instant, dozens of Legion commanders, hardened veterans of the southern frontier, stormed the Imperial Tower, zeroing in on their targets. Within the headquarters, the Rothschild family's dozen or so Holy Knights were instantly overwhelmed by the Dragon Nation's commanders, unable even to open their spatial portals. Charge in! Any resistance will be met with no mercy. Downstairs, the Dragon Nation's elite forces stormed the building with fierce precision. Only a handful of American soldiers remained as guards, utterly outmatched by the Dragon Nation legions. Gunfire and explosions echoed through the first and second floors, the air thick with the screams of the Americans. Report! There's stubborn resistance in the corridor. A mere soldier is blocking the path with a heavy machine gun. Damn it, are you just eating for free? Flamethrowers, advance! Some American employees joined the resistance, but armed only with pistols and other light weapons, they were often shot in the head by Dragon Nation's automatic rifles the moment they drew. To support the operation, the Imperial Army's black muzzles were trained directly at the building, poised to unleash suppressive fire at any moment. Ever since the Americans started stirring trouble, Songjiang had been plagued by tragedy. Terrorist attacks targeting students, murders and kidnappings targeting Longwa citizens, the list went on. The victims had long surpassed 4 digits. Today's battle would finally avenge all that suffering. Cease resistance. Cease resistance. We surrender. Finally, under President Povo's broadcast order, the Americans obediently laid down their weapons. Under the Dragon Nation Army's shouts, they all placed their hands on their heads and obediently lay face down on the ground. Damn it, what kind of inhuman, unholy creatures are these? Upon entering the building, Wu Yanba was confronted by a scene of transgender individuals, crossdressers, human-animal hybrids, naked nudists, and men who were visibly pregnant. You! This is an act of war. I will press charges. Wait for your day in court. You war criminals. Before the elevator doors even opened, Povo's furious voice echoed through the space. But the moment he reached Wu Yanba's side, Wu Yanba's hand flew out, knocking him to the floor with a single slap. What's all the yelling about? Your masters are all arrested. Think about yourselves first. With that, Wu Yanba flashed the photo Su Chen had sent him, a picture of little Robert, hands cuffed behind his back, being escorted by Dragon Nation's martial generals. Just like the paladin, Bofu's blood ran cold. At this moment, the United States had suffered a complete defeat and would certainly not dare to pursue the losses from this incident. And with the situation escalating this far, it wouldn't be as simple as having one executive take the fall. At that moment, Zhang Song was equally restless. All his dealings with the United States were stored in the Empire State Building's database. If Longdu obtained these records, he would surely be dragged to Longdu for execution, and his entire branch of the Zhang family would be purged. Fear not, Lord Zhang Song. The abyss barrier technology of the United States was invented by the Holy Father and his team. The Dragon Nation has been troubled by this for a decade without even realizing it. Had it not been for the breach of our 77 base last time, the Dragon Nation might still be unaware of its existence. According to LeBron, the abyss barrier is the world's most perfect defense. That's good. That's good. After hearing LeBron's words, Zhang Song finally felt somewhat relieved. Yet he also silently warned himself, never get too close to those Americans again. A bunch of trouble-making bastards. After the first middle school incident, the top leader of the Holy Brothers in Songjiang sought out Zhang Song. The goal, naturally, was to keep him steady and prevent the young man from doing anything foolish. As another branch of American influence in Songjiang, the Holy Brothers were clearly pragmatists. Unlike the Rothschild family, who only knew how to grab resources and vie for status, they were practical. Thus, seeing the Rothschilds suffer a setback, the Holy Brothers couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Just as LeBron was engrossed in the news broadcast, a subordinate delivered earth-shattering news: the barrier had failed. After hanging up, LeBron forced himself to remain composed before excusing himself without alerting Zhang Song. "Sai, take care of yourself." As he departed, LeBron's gaze upon Zhang Song was that of one looking at a dead man. Zhang Song remained uneasy, his gut telling him something was terribly wrong. The troops mobilized by Chu Shuebua were the Imperial Army, directly under the Emperor's command, a fact that made the commander of the city's defense forces deeply uncomfortable. Before long, the tribunal's men knocked and entered. Seeing his former subordinates now standing behind the tribunal, the imperial representatives, Zhang Song was utterly devastated. Offering no resistance, Zhang Song obediently entered the prison cart. That very night, his wife and children were stuffed into sacks and thrown into the lake. Over the years, certain coastal clans had grown superstitiously reliant on the protection of abyssal technology, forging clandestine ties with foreign powers an unforgivable crime. As a traitor, Zhang Song's fate was predictable. To intimidate powerful clans in other regions, he would be publicly executed and his head displayed at the 9 frontier garrisons. Accompanying him on this journey was Yubo. Meeting in the death cell, one can only wonder what thoughts crossed their minds. Upon learning Yubo had been sentenced to death, Yu Qingling seized the opportunity to reclaim the Yu family estate. With Yubo's only son already brutally murdered by their master, Yu Qingling's restoration of the Yu household that very night was accomplished with remarkable ease. With the backing of the Wan group, the entire Yu household swiftly distanced themselves from Yubo. Unfortunately, they failed to apprehend Yin Dedeo and Su Aaron, sworn brothers who had defected. Having betrayed their master, these two martial generals could no longer maintain standing among Sanjiang's powerful clans. Ultimately, they joined the Holy Brothers Society, underwent initiation, and became core spies. Chapter 163, Uninvited Guests. After delivering Gu Yen home, Chu Xian felt the last weight lift from his heart. It had been like a domino effect. He never imagined today would bring so many events. Thankfully, it was all over now. Little Robert had been captured, the Empire building sealed off, and all Dragon Nation traitors with ties to the Americans would be hunted down and eliminated. Such monumental achievements deserved him, Chu Xian, taking the lion's share of the credit. Just as Chu Xian was about to hail a cab back to his dorm to rest, Su Chen pulled up beside him in his sports car. "Come over to my place tonight. That old codger Wu Yanba finally gave us both the night off. I want to eat your dad's crab." Dragging out the last syllable dramatically, Chu Xian slid into the plush sports car seat. These two had truly exhausted themselves today, especially Chu Xian, whose mind reading of the guarded Robert had been mentally draining. That evening, Su Ding prepared a lavish celebratory feast for Su Chen and Chu Xian. Though no one knew exactly what they were celebrating, it was clear Su Ding simply loved cooking for his son. At the table, Su Lai was still happily complaining that Hu Xing has vanished like he disappeared. "He hasn't bothered me since." Su Chen didn't feel like saying much about it after all. Su Sin still had feelings for her mother. Tonight, Chu Shuebua would take little Robert back to the Tianji Pavilion to await the collider in Longdu. The initial experiments in Songjiang were thus concluded, and Hu Xing had likely been dealt with by now. But just then, Chu Feiyan suddenly rang the doorbell, accompanied by executives from Su Lai Hotel, and Hu Xing, his eyes darting nervously, all traces of his former ferocity gone. It turned out that during today's raid on the Imperial Tower, the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau, represented by Chu Feiyun, had confiscated a memory erasure device. Adhering to the principle of repurposing waste, Chu Feiyan had used Hu Xing as a test subject, erasing the memories of her weeks of torment. Thus, Hu Xing had been granted a second chance at life. Yet the psychological trauma from her ordeal remained severe, likely rendering her a lifelong invalid, let alone capable of cultivation. Such an outcome could only be described as karma coming full circle. Chu Feiyun, we rescued her from the Americans. After checking, it seems she's your wife. We went to your hotel earlier, but you weren't there. Su Lai, now a prominent business owner, still harbored some affection for Hu Xing. Providing for her for the rest of her life posed no problem. Seeing his mother alive filled Su Xin with joy. The father and son had no time to continue their meal. They immediately drove Hu Xing home. From then on, Hu Xing shed her former violent ways, becoming renowned as a devoted wife and mother. She lived out the rest of her life in relative peace. After Su Lai left, Chu Feiyun sat down, feeling a bit embarrassed. Like Chu Xian, she was both exhausted and famished today. But before long, someone knocked on the doorbell of Su Chen's home. The visitor was none other than Wang Fugue, who had just climbed over the wall to escape. For the chance to eat at the Su household, Wang Fugue had even skipped his evening study session. Fortunately, Su Chen had warned Su Ding that Wang Fugue, that glutton, might show up at any moment, so Su Ding had prepared plenty in advance. Yet not long after Wang Fugue sat down, another unexpected guest arrived at the Su residence. Opening the door revealed none other than Yu Qingling, radiant with renewed vigor. On this night of her triumphant return to the Yu family, Yu Qingling chose not to bask in the adulation and submission of the Yu executives, nor to revel in the sweetness of victory. After seizing power, she rushed straight to Su Chen's place. Yu Qingling understood clearly that the Wanzhong group had no obligation whatsoever to propel her back onto the leadership throne of the Yu family. On the contrary, courting other weaker factions was the most effective means of controlling the Yu family. Therefore, the Wanzhong group had assisted her solely out of respect for Su Chen. Without Su Chen, Yu Qingling's fate would inevitably have been exile. Thus, Yu Qingling's appearance at Su Chen's doorstep was nothing short of a declaration of allegiance. From this day forward, the Yu family would fully cooperate with Su Chen's endeavors, becoming his highest-level ally. 2 months later, Songjiang. Over these 2 months, both Dragon Nation and the United States had returned to relative calm. After the last conflict, both sides opted for a low-key approach, as Robert was being used as a bargaining chip. Ultimately, through intense negotiations, Dragon Nation secured immense benefits in exchange for Robert, including a particle collider that would accelerate the development of the Divine Thunder Potion. Combined with the Abyss technology confiscated from the Empire State Building, Dragon Nation emerged triumphant in this round. What humiliated the Americans even more was that little Robert had effectively become a hostage held by Dragon Nation. Though he had regained his freedom, he could not return to America without Dragon Nation's permission. With this insurance in place, the Rothschild family dared not provoke Dragon Nation lightly again. Yet Su Chen remained utterly unaware of these highest state secrets. Nearly a month had passed since Chu Feiyun's departure, and he still didn't know if that old man Chu Shuebwa could help him complete the system task on schedule. It was now late December, and Wuda's first semester was about to end. Over these 2 months, Su Chen had relentlessly hunted monsters in the city outskirts, climbing to the 4th-tier Martial Sovereign level. It must be said that after reaching Martial Sovereign, the efficiency of grinding minor monsters for experience had slowed considerably. Each tier required 100,000 combat power, yet Su Chen could only gain a maximum of 30,000 combat power per outing. In 2 months, he could manage at most 6 trips to the outskirts. Any more would exhaust him to death. Fortunately, the Wanzhong group had already planned to establish a beast processing center. The goal, naturally, was to mix divine thunder elements and research some low-tier, legal enhancement potions. Before those beasts became mere production materials, using them for a quick charge was a form of recycling. Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, a familiar silhouette materialized before him, none other than Tanya. Though nearly 2 months had passed since their last meeting, Su Chen still couldn't forget her ability to teleport without a whisper. "You ungrateful little thing. Not even a hint of surprise when you see me?" After their customary playful scuffle, Tanya handed Su Chen 3 vials of liquid. "Here. Someone from the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau sent these for you. Shu Shuebwa specifically instructed that only you may open the pouch inside. Destroy it immediately after reading." What Tanya handed to Su Chen was the precious Divine Thunder Essence. This essence was Chu Shuebwa's crowning achievement, a divine substance forged by combining Divine Thunder with several national treasure-level rare treasures from the Dragon Nation. Its potency was overwhelming, suitable only for those above the Martial General rank. For most Dragon Nation citizens, Martial General represented the ultimate limit for ordinary people, while Martial Saint was a life-or-death gamble. As for the pinnacle martial artists like Martial Skypiercer or Martial Pillar Nation, sorry, those godlike beings were monopolized by the Zhongding district. However, consuming this essence to gain the power of the purified abyss allowed Martial Generals to challenge Martial Saints without injury, and even Martial Saints could vie for entry into the realm of the ultimate martial artists. After reading Chu Shuebwa's explanation, Su Chen was first stunned, then overjoyed. This Chu Shuebwa was truly generous. Such tickets to the realm of Supreme Masters were undoubtedly the highest-level state secrets strictly controlled by the Dragon Nation. But the 3 vials of essence Chu Shuebwa had given him were clearly ones he'd secretly stashed away. How many he'd hidden for himself remained unknown. For Su Chen himself, these potions held little practical use. With the system in place, his spot among the elite warriors was already guaranteed. However, securing 3 Wu Qingtian or even 3 Wu Zhuguai as loyal followers would be immensely valuable.
Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. You have earned a system reward.
System reward, duplication.
The cloning skill allows the host to replicate only one item. Please choose carefully.
After cloning, each copy consumes 1 million combat power. System scan complete. Identified item, Divine Thunder Essence.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill to replicate Divine Thunder Essence.
Chapter 164, the grand finale. True to its nature, the system deemed 3 vials insufficient for Su Chen's needs. Yet Su Chen understood the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble. Allocating Divine Thunder Essence was paramount. Its quantity must remain strictly within his control.
Hey, you idiot. Had it not been for Tang Ya's sweet voice, Su Chen might have remained lost in the unexpected delight the system had brought him.
Come on, I still owe you a meal. By the way, I'm a Martial General now.
You better step up your game and break through to Martial Sovereign before graduation. But now it seems, perhaps Su Chen could even try pushing for Martial General before he turns 23.
With that, Tang Ya dragged Su Chen away.
In the Dragon Nation, the youngest record for attaining Martial General rank is 22 years old.
Those possessing such talent are almost invariably descendants of the Divine Dragon bloodline.
Generally speaking, achieving Martial General rank qualifies one to command a powerful 1,000-strong military unit. At 25 years old, Tang Ya is undoubtedly among the most outstanding of her peers. But Tang Ya keenly observed that Su Chen was already around the 4th-tier Martial Sovereign. He truly lived up to his Divine Dragon bloodline. Perhaps not long after graduation, this guy could challenge for the rank of Martial General. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. In the days ahead, Tang Ya must keep a close eye on Su Chen, ensuring he doesn't steal the spotlight from the Dragon Capital Princes. In Dragon Nation, the highest tier bloodline was the Divine Dragon lineage, and the most revered ability was elemental power. Decades of combat experience had taught them that the 5 elements offered the strongest counter to the abyssal corruption. The Divine Dragon bloodline belonged to the fire element, which is why Dragon Nation revered fire and the color red.
Su Chen's Divine Thunder ability belonged to the wood element.
Therefore, no matter how powerful he became, he could only reach the rank of a collateral line martial king, never attaining the level of a martial prince. This was because he could not cultivate the true Divine Dragon techniques. Yet even so, Su Chen would still be more prestigious than a martial pillar. As the Emperor's most trusted secret guards, the Tang family had already begun assisting the Emperor in secretly observing and nurturing Su Chen. For a fallen royal family member to truly gain acceptance into the Dragon Palace, they must first establish their own merits. During the meal, Tang Ya also inquired whether Su Chen was prepared to head to the front lines. It was grim to say the least. Wu University had no winter or summer breaks. After the final exams, less than a third of the students passed Wu University's assessment and remained at the academy as martial masters. These very days saw students withdrawing by the hour, returning to senior high to retake their exams. Yet Wuda's semester was far from wasted. These students, hardened by brutal training, would become absolute elites at local universities, dominating the next year's college entrance exams and securing spots at prestigious institutions. Those who passed the rigorous assessment earned their place at Wuda. After all, these 17-year-old martial arts instructors would be granted the rank of warrant officer. Following their commissioning, they would undergo 2 months of field training across various military units including active combat zones before the next semester began. As the top student of his cohort, Su Chen was assigned to the most brutal frontline, the Hangshan front in the southern borderlands. For 30 years, fierce battles had raged there to reclaim lost territory. Yes, even as the Dragon Nation stood as the Eastern world's most powerful superpower, it had yet to resolve its southern border issues. For until 30 years prior, the Dragon Nation had no concept of defined borders. Following the last Great Annihilation War, the United States spent nearly 50 years consolidating control over the northern and southern United States continent, along with the western regions of the Sacred Continent. Established Western nations like Germania and Gaul had all become signatories to the Sacred Covenant, subjected to American oppression and subjugation. Unlike the United States' aggressive expansion, the Dragon Nation chose to rest and recuperate during this precious period of prosperity. After all, no one knew if another Great Annihilation War would erupt. Once a world-ending conflict broke out, all previously conquered territories would be utterly meaningless. Only in the past decade did the Dragon Nation confirm that the Great Annihilation War could never erupt again. Only then did it begin consolidating its forces to settle accounts with the United States. The consequence of this earlier conservative policy was the occupation of the southern small nations by the Abyss cultists. With American backing, these cultists could even hold their own against the Dragon Nation's border forces. Among these, the most troublesome was the Witch Nation, situated on the western flank of the Indochinese peninsula, which had been at war with the Dragon Nation for 30 years. Wogua's armed forces primarily consisted of its National Defense Army, but its core backbone remained the Holy Spirit Legion originating from southeastern Longwa. Bolstered by American backing, this small nation had become a force to be reckoned with.
Whenever the Dragon Nation launched major offensives, the Wu forces would retreat deep into the mountains, fortify their positions, and clear the land, then release abyssal toxins. These toxins function more like miasma-drugged Americans, and Wu soldiers could move freely within it, but Dragon Nation soldiers, who cultivated spiritual energy, couldn't maintain long-term presence there. Consequently, the Dragon Nation was forced to relinquish the lands it had captured. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation could only establish fortresses protected by purification arrays within the war zone, leaving them in a highly passive position. In recent years, fueled by abyssal technological advancements, the Witch Nation not only breached numerous border fortresses but also penetrated deep into Dragon Nation territory. Their forces rampaged, plundering Dragon Nation populations and brutally slaughtering its warriors. Su Chen, Xu Xian, Wang Fugui, Lin Tian, Lu Xian, and Huang Yong, the 6 most outstanding students from the Southeast Division of Martial Arts University, were assigned to the brutal Hangshan Front. 1 week later, Southern Frontier, Hangshan Frontline, near Fire Thunder Base 24. Brothers! Don't worry about me. Don't come out. Avenge me. Avenge me. Just put me out of my misery. Kill me. Another Dragon Nation soldier on patrol had been captured. To humiliate Dragon Nation troops, Witch Nation warriors brought the prisoner to a cliff near the base to torture him to death. To conserve heavy artillery ammunition, the Dragon Nation soldiers at the base could only fire light weapons, hoping to grant their captured comrade a swift end. Today marked the first day of field training for Su Chen and 5 others at the base. Yet all that greeted them was the sight of their comrade having his heart and liver torn out, surrounded by others who had long since grown numb. Why aren't they firing? Why aren't they firing? Wang Fugui was now seething with rage, wishing he could charge out and tear those Wugwa soldiers to shreds. They couldn't fire. If they unleashed artillery barrages, more brothers would be captured. Xu Xian answered Wang Fugui's question before beginning to adjust his sniper rifle. He then crouched low and moved into his sniper position. The Wugwa forces had chosen extremely tricky positions and kept shifting around. The snipers inside the base had fired dozens of shots, but none had hit their mark. Bang! Xu Xian fired a single shot. The heavy bullet pierced through the stone cover, exploding the Witch Nation executioner who was torturing his comrade. Bang! Su Chen unleashed an electromagnetic cannon with his thunderclap finger, eliminating another bewildered Witch Nation soldier. Humiliated, the Witch Nation soldier grabbed a prisoner and attempted to flee. Amidst the desperate pleas of the captured comrade, Xu Xian ended his torment. In the near future, Su Chen would sweep across the entire Witch Nation with thunderous might. But the Witch Nation was merely the beginning. As his power grew, Su Chen ultimately stood atop the earth, marching toward the primordial chaos of the cosmos. Let the cosmic starry seas witness the terror of the Thunder God. Su Chen, who grew stronger with each charge, vanished without a trace. Yet legends of the Thunder Ancestor echoed throughout the primordial cosmos. Dawn broke, the sun just rising. In a secluded scenic spot, a flash of lightning suddenly pierced the clear sky. As the flash faded, a figure materialized in the valley. I'm back. I'm home. Su Chen exclaimed excitedly as he spread his divine sense to survey the surroundings. This moment felt like he had been searching for countless years. Finally, he had returned to the earth of his past. The difference was, he was no longer an ordinary mortal. Instead, he returned as the Thunder Ancestor of the primordial universe, reborn as a youth. The end.